Chapter 1 Rebirth Through Time. Am I still alive? Chuang looked at his own unscathed body and could hardly believe it. He remembered being chased by various forces, eventually ambushed to his death. But why was he still alive now? Chuang, why aren't you choosing a warship? If you don't choose, scram quickly. We have people waiting behind us. Chuang turned in the direction from which the voice came. He saw a bearded man yelling at him. This is Gao Shan. After a brief moment of thought, Chuang immediately recognized this person. The scene before him was exactly the same as over a decade ago. It was a real situation that he had experienced personally when he was 20 years old. When Chuang looked back, familiar faces met his eyes. Have I been reborn? 10 years ago, Chuang crossed from Earth into the Star Age with a standard-class battleship. Simultaneously, he obtained the godlike warship auxiliary system. With the help of this system, he gained a mysterious warship that could continuously evolve. In the entire interstellar universe, no one had ever heard of an evolving warship. How could a young man like Chuang obtain such a treasure? However, this marked the beginning of all calamities. Being too young, with an immature mind, the sudden acquisition of immense power made him feel somewhat arrogant. Naturally, his secret was soon exposed. The overwhelming power of the mysterious warship and the god-level auxiliary system quickly turned Chuang into a focal point in the stars, drawing the attention of all major forces. As expected, no one would allow such a tremendous threat to exist. Consequently, Chuang was hunted down relentlessly by various factions. Although supported by the mysterious warship and the system, he stood against these pursuing forces for more than 10 years. But ultimately, he met a bitter end under the combined ambush of several powers. Ding! Hidden function. Stored time has been depleted. From now on, the host's stored time resets to 0, and the hidden function cannot be used again. A prompt sound rang in Chuang's mind. Finally, he understood everything. Seems my rebirth is because of the system's hidden function. Never imagined how amazing this hidden function is. It actually allows the host to be reborn. Before being reborn, Chuang had activated most of the system's functions, but failed to activate its hidden feature. He had been rather disappointed about this. Who would have thought that the hidden function was actually the rebirth ability? That explained why living people couldn't activate it. Since I've been reborn, all those great powers should be prepared to bear the wrath of my return. Previously, before his rebirth, he was out in the open while all factions remained covert. Now, the situation had reversed. He must meticulously plan ahead, ensuring that all factions paid a heavy price. A flash of anger flickered through Chuang's eyes. Administrator Gao Shan was just about to urge Chuang on when, upon seeing the change in Chuang's expression, he felt a chill run down his spine. What's going on? Why does Chuang seem so different, like a completely changed person? That look, it's as if he wants to kill me. Gao Shan and Chuang belonged to the same interstellar warship company. Currently, Chuang's position was merely that of an energy collector. In other words, an ordinary worker who piloted an energy collection warship to gather energy from the universe. In terms of rank, Gao Shan was Chuang's superior. But at this moment, Gao Shan didn't even dare to take a deep breath. His earlier reprimand toward Chuang was instantly suppressed. The next second, Chuang retracted his intimidating aura and glanced at the spacecraft parked next to him. Then, pointing to one of the ships, he smiled at Gao Shan. Gao Shan, I'll take this one, the number 1 collection ship. Ding. Acquired warship, Oberon. F-class Universal Energy Collection Warship. Performance 92%. No malfunctions detected. Through the godlike warship system's functionality, Chuang could see every piece of data related to each warship. The warship he chose was the number 1 collection ship, over 20 meters long, with a white exterior slightly discolored to black. Its streamlined hull reduced much resistance during the process of collecting energy. F-class meant this warship ranked as the lowest level among all spaceships. However, for the remote planet where Chuang was currently stationed, this was already quite an excellent collection vessel, and currently the best option available. Sure, no problem at all with this one. Gao Shan's attitude shocked the employees waiting in line. Was this really Gao Shan? Was this still the infamous employee nightmare Gao Shan? Previously, during the selection of warships, employees were without exception scolded until they felt humiliated. Sometimes, when he was in a bad mood, Gao Shan would even kick a few employees while glaring at them darkly. Yet, right now, why had Gao Shan's treatment towards Chuang become so friendly? What had stimulated such a change? Gao Shan, please give me the authorization permit. Chuang gave Gao Shan a small smile, trying his best to make it look approachable. All right. Gao Shan quickly ran over to Chuang and input the selected warship number into the smartwatch on his wrist. Then he tapped it against Chuang's smartwatch for a brief moment, completing the authorization. After receiving the authorization, Chuang walked closer to the warship as its hull opened up a hatch. A circular disc projected itself onto the ground below. Chuang stepped onto the disc, which slowly rose, carrying him directly into the cockpit of the ship. As he sat in the pilot's seat, Chuang glanced around. It had been a very long time since he had last driven such a low-grade warship. After becoming familiar with the controls, Chuang wasted no time and immediately piloted the F-class warship into takeoff. Propelled by the 3 engines located at its rear, the warship swiftly broke through the planet's atmosphere and arrived in outer space. Setting up the autopilot route, Chuang called out the godlike warship system. System, what functions can I use now? After being reborn, Chuang was uncertain whether the system's functions had reset, and if the previously activated ones were still accessible. Ding. Currently, due to the host's low warship grade, Functions other than the inspection function are temporarily unsupported. The mechanical voice of the system responded. Figures. It seems that with the destruction of my previous warship, the originally activated system functions cannot be used anymore. Chuang felt no sense of loss. It was all expected. The features of the godlike warship auxiliary system depended on the level of the warship owned by Chuang. The higher the warship grade, the more functions could be activated. Now, Chuang was driving an F-class warship, the lowest grade, making many features unable to activate. That was only reasonable. Next, Chuang looked outward through the ship. He was currently in the Cadden star domain, under the jurisdiction of Baron Cadden. Baron Cadden's enforcement team was known as the most powerful force in this star domain. The planet Chuang had just left was KD-01, the only one in the Cadden star domain suitable for human habitation. Chuang's destination this time was the Energy Cluster star domain. Between KD-01 and the Energy Cluster star domain, there were numerous workers daily operating energy collection ships, shuttling back and forth between these two locations. Thus, this flight path was considered very safe. As long as he adjusted the warship to autopilot mode, Chuang would be free to focus on himself. With the knowledge from his past life, Chuang understood that he must seize every opportunity to enhance his own strength, including his physical fitness. Even as a qualified energy collector worker, Chuang's physique was already fairly strong compared to ordinary people. Otherwise, just enduring the 10-hour interstellar journey would already prove too much for many individuals. However, that was only relative to ordinary people. When dealing with major forces, this was far from enough. 2 hours later, Chuang was already drenched in sweat. No good, no good, my body is too weak. Without divine forging techniques to assist, the training effects are too poor. Chuang shook his head discontentedly. The divine forging art was a body-cultivating secret text that only nobles could learn. Someone like Chuang, an ordinary person, had no way to access it. This world adhered to strict social hierarchies. All forms of power were firmly held by the nobility, leaving no place for commoners to stand. However, in Chuang's memory, something significant would happen 10 days from now, and precisely because of this unexpected event, Chuang's fate would be entirely changed. Chapter 2. Dispute in the Collection Zone. More than 10 hours later, Chuang arrived at his destination. Respected Unit 0971, you have reached the Collection Zone. Please switch to manual control mode promptly. Inside the battleship, a cold mechanical female voice sounded. 0971 was Chuang's employee number. Hearing the voice, Chuang returned to the pilot seat and switched the spacecraft's operations to manual control mode. The Collection Zone terrain was complex, filled with various obstacles and winding paths. With the performance of an F-class battleship, smooth progress would be difficult. However, under Chuang's control, the warship moved as if it were gliding over flat ground. Moments later, Chuang maneuvered the warship above a massive circular structure and began a slow descent. This was one of the energy company's small bases. There were more such bases in the Collection Zone, mainly providing logistical support for employees collecting energy. However, this base had a good environment, which is why Chuang from his previous life was a regular visitor here. Can I start collecting energy now? After disembarking, Chuang asked an employee of the base dressed in a spacesuit. Welcome, 0971. The energy in the Collection Zone is still unstable. It is recommended that you begin collection after an hour. You can rest first now. After receiving the response, Chuang headed toward the resting area. In the Collection Zone's base, it's always best to follow the staff's suggestions. They understand the real-time situation here. Stability of energy during collection is a very important factor. Otherwise, if the energy uncontrollably erupts, minor damages could destroy the warship and, at worst, jeopardize lives. However, this wasn't a problem for Chuang. He had extensive experience handling these kinds of dangers. He followed the employee's advice now only because he didn't want to stand out too much, stirring unnecessary trouble or complications. After experiencing a rebirth, Chuang had become very calm. In the rest area, Chuang encountered several familiar faces. Everyone was chatting about their daily lives and recent conditions in the Collection Zone. Given that the scene before him hadn't been witnessed in many years, Chuang barely remembered any of it. Moreover, he hadn't enjoyed such leisurely times for a long while, so he sat down and joined everyone in chatting. Chuang, sure Wenhu is here today too. Such bad luck. I've been assigned to work on the same day as him. What a curse. Exactly. He even stole a large amount of my energy when I wasn't paying attention last time. Be careful around him. They continuously complained to Chuang. Sure Wenhu. Chuang thought for a moment, finally searching out information about this person from distant memories. Known as the bully of the Collection Zone, also the best energy collector besides himself. But there was more to Sure Wenhu's story. When it came to oppressing other employees, Sure Wenhu was truly unmatched. He was the one person that all the workers in the entire Collection Zone avoided approaching. In the previous life, with the help of the God-level battleship system and its inspection function, Chuang knew every detail about the collection zones and the functions of the warships. Each time, he managed to pick the best collection warships, gathering the most energy. He always pushed to his limits during each collection, earning significantly more than other employees. Sure Wenhu seethed with resentment and dissatisfaction about this. Before Chuang's arrival, Sure Wenhu had been the most skilled employee in energy collection. He couldn't tolerate anyone surpassing him in this field, so he set a trap for Chuang. And he had always been curious to uncover the secret behind Chuang's ability to collect so much more energy every time. Just as Chuang was reminiscing, a burly man with a fierce expression walked in. It was Shi Wenhu. Where's Chuang? After scanning the room, Shi Wenhu noticed Chuang sitting directly opposite him and approached him straight away. Just arrived? Do you dare to compete against me again today? Shi Wenhu said arrogantly. Chuang ignored him. With the experience from his past life, Chuang's perspective had completely changed. Now, Shi Wenhu seemed insignificant before him, so unworthy that he wasn't even qualified to carry Chuang's shoes. A change in vision naturally brought about a shift in mindset. He no longer cared to squabble over trivial matters with such people. But Chuang's dismissive attitude appeared to Shi Wenhu as cowardice. Therefore, Shi Wenhu became even prouder, beginning to lay down rules between him and Chuang. TCH, you're such a coward, afraid of some little fluctuations in energy? If you're not brave enough to compete, starting from now, I'll take half of the energy you collect. Otherwise, I guarantee you won't survive in this region. After speaking, Shi Wenhu looked smugly at Chuang. If that's how it is, we can have another round of competition then. Chuang doesn't look for trouble, but neither does he fear it. Faced with this arrogant provocation, he lost patience and wasn't hesitant to teach this ignorant fool a lesson. My goodness, a good show is about to start. Shi Wenhu versus Chuang. Both of them are collection experts. Place bets, I'm betting my day's worth of energy. The energy you collect in a day wouldn't even be 1/10 of Chuang's. The employees who were idle in the rest area immediately became enthusiastic. The contest in the collection zone isn't a fight, but rather a competition of spacecraft control or energy collection. Chuang and Shi Wenhu's competition was focused on energy collection. The closer to the planet's energy center, the more energy that can be collected. Although, the conditions in the central region are very complex. However, high risk accompanies high returns. Thus, this was a test of the collector's technical skills. Now the energy fluctuates unstably. It's recommended to begin collecting energy after half an hour. The staff at the entrance, seeing Chuang and Shi Wenhu come out, gave them another routine reminder. As the base staff member, it was his responsibility to provide necessary warnings. But if someone wanted to court disaster, he wouldn't forcibly stop them either. Moreover, Shi Wenhu and Chuang were both veterans, so there shouldn't be any problems. Therefore, he didn't think much of it. Under the crowd's watchful eyes, the two respectively entered the cockpits of their respective collection ships. After entering the pilot's seat, Shi Wenhu gave a cold laugh. Today, I must uncover Chuang's secrets. It's impossible for an ordinary person to collect such large amounts of energy every time. I want to see what tricks he hides up his sleeve. Anyway, no matter what secret treasures he has, they will all belong to me after this trial. In his view, if merely considering differences in technology and spacecraft, Chuang couldn't possibly surpass him by so much. The only explanation was that Chuang had an unknown secret, maybe even a treasured artifact. And this time, deliberately choosing to hold the trial during periods of energy fluctuations was also part of his plan. If the energy were stable, everyone would come out to collect energy, making it hard for him to quietly uncover Chuang's secrets. After all, what he intended to do was to make everything Chuang had become his own, not to share these secrets with everyone. At this moment, Chuang suddenly recalled that this match would bring him considerable trouble. In his previous life, Shi Wenhu acted like a mad dog, constantly provoking Chuang. Sometimes hurling sarcastic insults or tracking him obsessively, and even lying in wait outside Chuang's home at night. During this match, unable to bear it any longer, the long-suppressed anger within Chuang finally erupted. He led Shi Wenhu into a region with extremely strong energy fluctuations. Though the match ended with Chuang's victory, Shi Wenhu's life was forever left behind in that area. Yet, Shi Wenhu's death did not bring Chuang any relief. Because the troubles caused as a result soon followed in quick succession. Chapter 3, The Old Ways. Energy Zone. The peripheral area was where most employees chose to work. Although the yield wasn't high, the energy was stable, and the relative safety level was higher. Now, of course, the competition between Chuang and Shi Wenhu could not remain on the periphery. However, the further into the central zone one went, the greater the danger became. When energy fluctuated, the surrounding magnetic fields would even affect the operation of the collection ships. On the very outer edge of the region, there was a turbulent belt composed of small objects, interstellar debris or interstellar gravel. Normally, in the absence of energy fluctuations, the speed of the objects within the turbulent belt would be slow and wouldn't significantly impact incoming warships. But once an energy fluctuation occurred, the movement of those objects became chaotic, with no discernible pattern. Once these small objects began to move at extreme speeds, it became very difficult to evade them or perform spatial transmission. The defense mechanism of the collection ship was extremely weak, and any collision with these small objects would result in severe damage. Though all collection ships were equipped with life pods, this did not fully guarantee the safety of the collection personnel. At this moment, Chuang had already skillfully maneuvered the collection ship through the turbulent zone. The rapid speed of the collection ship gave Chuang a strong sensation of being pushed back into his seat. Fortunately, the tightness of the safety harness on the pilot's seat firmly held his body steady. Upon seeing the turbulent flows before him again, Chuang gripped the control panel tightly and increased the thrust of the engines. However, the ship Chuang was driving was merely an F-class collection ship, the Oberon. In the entire lineup of collection ships, this class belonged to the absolute lower-tier goods. If it were a high-grade collection ship or a battleship, it could easily handle even the strongest turbulent streams without requiring skilled maneuvers to avoid trouble. For example, the Star Destroyer Chuang drove in his previous life. This mysterious vessel was named the Chuang ship by Chuang himself. The propulsion performance, acceleration speed, and defensive capabilities of the Chuang ship were incomparable to the Oberon. For Chuang, who had once controlled ultra-high-grade vessels, operating this F-class Oberon now felt as simple as playing with a toy spaceship. However, this collection ship was not entirely useless. Despite its poor protection and lack of offensive equipment, it was equipped with 8 engines, enhancing its practicality. Shi Wenhao was currently operating the collection ship number 2, which, while having better overall performance than Chu Ang's number 1 ship, was only equipped with 6 engines, making it far inferior in terms of speed and maneuverability compared to Chu Ang's ship number 1. After years of training in his previous life, Chuang knew everything about this ship's performance and handling. In no time, he showcased the advantages of collection ship number 1 and left Shi Wenhao far behind. Their goal was the core region where energy was most concentrated. At this point, Shi Wenhao was drenched in sweat. He couldn't have imagined that Chu Ang's piloting skills were so impressive. After all, Chuang was just 20 years old. He had been a collector for only a few years. Shi Wenhao himself had worked in energy collection for nearly 20 years. All the dangers and terrain conditions were deeply ingrained in his mind. Did I make a mistake? Could he really be relying solely on talent rather than some so-called secret treasures? Shi Wenhao glared ahead in dissatisfaction. Looking at how remarkably agile the forward collection ship was, he felt powerless. Almost every collector knew that apart from power, the performance of his collection warship number 2 was much superior to that of Chu Ang's collection warship number 1. Yet, as a veteran employee with 2 decades of experience in the collection zone, Shi Wenhao's pride refused to allow himself to be humiliated. Biting his teeth, he persisted, pushing beyond his limits. Chuang is almost at his limit too. Hang on, Shi Wenhao, he continuously urged himself. If he saw Chu Ang's current relaxed demeanor, he might faint out of frustration. Right now, Chuang looked calm and unhurried, even finding time to ponder other things. How exactly did Shi Wenhao die last time? It seems I led him into an energy turbulence that he couldn't escape, eventually getting trapped inside. Chuang was thinking about how to avoid repeating the same situation as before. The accident seemed to be related to his collection ship. Through the system's inspection function, Chuang detected issues with Shi Wenhao's collection ship. And he recalled how he had taunted Shi Wenhao in his past life. In his previous life, Shi Wenhao chose collection warship number 2, whose 6 engines included one that hadn't been properly maintained. According to the system check, engine number 3 showed yellow, indicating a potential risk in its condition. If it were in good condition, it would display green. This confirmed that Shi Wenhao's engine had problems. After discovering this, Chuang continuously adjusted direction, moving left and right. In order to keep up with Chuang, Shi Wenhao had no choice but to follow Chu Ang's movements, which fell directly into Chu Ang's trap. The frequent changes in position strained engine number 3 of the collection warship number 2. Before long, the third engine completely broke down due to overloading. Actually, under normal circumstances, even if an engine completely failed, it wouldn't be a fatal problem. The collection ship could still operate normally with adjustments made by other engines. After all, Shi Wenhao was an experienced collector. However, they were not in an ordinary environment, but in the midst of high-speed, turbulent streams. The danger level of these turbulent streams was more than 10 times higher than that of regular turbulence. By the time Shi Wenhao realized this, he had already entered the core area. Inside the core area, energy fluctuations were extreme. Even if a spaceship was in perfect condition, it required utmost concentration to navigate through this region. Driving a defective collection ship in such a place was undoubtedly highly dangerous. Under immense stress, Shi Wenhao's collection ship collided with an unknown object. Within that dense chaotic flow, even a slight collision would trigger intense chain reactions of further impacts. Even though collection ship number 2 had decent defensive capabilities, it couldn't withstand multiple collisions in the turbulence. The collection ship was instantly destroyed. Although Shi Wenhao managed to activate the life pod and separated from the main ship, misfortune struck again. Debris from the exploding warship smashed directly into the center of the life pod. The explosive force completely shredded the life pod. Without doubt, in such a situation, there was no possibility for Shi Wenhao to survive. The audiovisual equipment inside the warship recorded the entire process, and it had nothing to do with Chuang. However, Shi Wenhao's family didn't see it that way. They believed that Chuang was the one responsible and must compensate them. Afterwards, Chuang learned that Shi Wenhao's uncle was the person in charge of this collection zone, and he was also very interested in Chuang's secrets. As a result, Chuang got entangled in unnecessary troubles. Once the situation settled down, some people speculated that the accident involving Shi Wenhao's collection warship number 2 seemed to be deliberately orchestrated by Chuang. Through various intentional or unintentional interactions, major forces finally discovered that in this incident, Chuang might possess a mysterious treasure that could detect the performance of warships. Chapter 4. Central Area, Pure Energy. Having learned from the mistakes of his previous life, Chuang would no longer handle issues in such a simple and brutal manner. Though straightforward solutions could resolve current troubles in the short term, they often led to more complications down the road. Complications he couldn't afford given his lack of sufficient strength at the moment. Now reborn, Chuang intended to erase every detail that had exposed his secrets in his past life. Decades of additional life experience had made him mentally sharper than before. If he were to let Shi Wenhu die here now, it would invite unnecessary trouble from Shi's family and the collection zone supervisor. It simply wasn't worth it. Yet, he couldn't allow someone challenging him like this to remain unpunished. So, he decided to wait for an opportune moment, a chance to deal with them all in one fell swoop. 10 days from now would mark the turning point. He must endure until then. By that time, a great opportunity would be within his grasp. He didn't want to miss out on this due to some insignificant individual. With this thought, Chuang resolved to rely on his superior piloting skills honed over more than a decade, to dispel Shi Wenhu's suspicions about his possessing any hidden treasures. Wasn't Shi Wenhu already doubting that his superiority stemmed from some secret? Fine, Chuang would show him the truth with sheer power. In fact, the techniques Chuang displayed now were far beyond what Shi Wenhu could achieve. Still, Shi Wenhu clung to a faint glimmer of hope. This must be his limit. If I persist, I will surely uncover his secret. It had become Shi Wenhu's obsession. Chuang's task now was to utterly destroy Shi Wenhu's fixation. Thus, Chuang accelerated again. Even as Shi Wenhu remained stunned, still reeling, Chuang's #1 mining ship had vanished completely from his sight. Although Shi Wenhu could still track Chuang via the ship's detector, Chuang continued accelerating. At this moment, Shi Wenhu broke down. There was no way he could keep up with this speed. They were almost at the very core area now. Countless shattered stars scattered around them. The speed at which Chuang flew carried the constant risk of shipwreck and death. However, Chuang always narrowly avoided danger with ease, thanks not only to his superior piloting, but also his boundless courage. And in that instant, Shi Wenhu finally realized how enormous the gap was between himself and Chuang. No wonder Chuang always ignored his provocations. It was like a child taunting an adult. They never took him seriously. Shi Wenhu flushed deeply. Just the display of Chuang's piloting skill was already something he could never match. There was no need for competition at all. He understood now why Chuang consistently exceeded energy collection quotas. With these astonishing techniques, collecting so much energy each time was actually minimal for Chuang. Much to Shi Wenhu's surprise, Chuang was immensely skilled while remaining so low profile. Actually, in the same period of his previous life, Chuang's skill was only slightly above Shi Wenhu's, at best qualifying him as a late-stage veteran based on the level of the spaceship being controlled. Piloting abilities are divided into beginner, veteran, and elite tiers. Each tier further divides into early, mid, and late stages. Currently, Shi Wenhu was in the mid-veteran stage. But in the last lifetime, after decades of intense battles against various forces, Chuang's piloting reached unparalleled perfection, indeed surpassing even the later stages of the elite tier, reaching its pinnacle. Such skill put Chuang leagues ahead of Shi Wenhu. Even advanced warships couldn't bridge the technical chasm between them. By this time, Shi Wenhu had thoroughly erased any doubts about Chuang. Moreover, his competitive confidence was entirely shattered, as Chuang was now in a perilous zone Shi Wenhu would never dare enter. The energy fluctuations here were extremely powerful and dangerous. After shedding Shi Wenhu, Chuang circled the core region with his spacecraft. This area concealed tremendous reserves of energy. For regular employees, this place was their ultimate dream of energy aggregation. Very few could ever reach this point. However, for Chuang, it was akin to his own backyard. He could come and go freely. Dissatisfied with this energy hub, Chuang pushed his spacecraft deeper. Half an hour later, Chuang began slowing down. Apparently, he had arrived at the heart of the center, a place he hadn't ventured to in his previous life. Therefore, a sense of unfamiliar freshness washed over him. After switching his spacecraft into collection mode, Chuang began observing the surrounding conditions through the probe device. As signals kept coming in, he continuously assessed the energy reserves in this region. Alright, let's start collecting. After a short while, Chuang found an energy ball with an enormous amount of energy. This single harvest would be equivalent to 5 times the collection capacity of an average collector. With this energy ball alone, Chuang's mission here was already destined for complete success. But Chuang was not content with just that. His purpose in coming here was not merely to collect energy, but also to achieve other more important tasks. Aside from gathering ordinary energy, he intended to find some pure energy as well. The biggest distinction between pure energy and common energy lay in their purity levels. Pure energy was extremely precious, resembling crystal, forming under complex conditions, and hence quite rare. Even at the perilous core central area, it was exceedingly uncommon. The reason Chuang sought pure energy was to prepare for later activating the other functions of the divine warship auxiliary system. While the system's detection features only consumed small amounts of energy during each use, other more advanced functions expended pure energy. In his previous life, Chuang realized too late that the system required much more energy after most of its functions had been activated and rendered unusable. It cost him plenty of time. If he had managed to activate and use the system functions earlier, the situation in his past life wouldn't have been so passive. To Chuang, time was everything. In this life, he was determined to keep everything under his control. Pure energy, based on different tiers, was categorized into low, medium, and high grades. According to Chuang's memory, even the system's fundamental functions demanded a great deal of low-grade pure energy. Still, to utilize even higher-grade functions, high-grade pure energy would be necessary. Chuang carefully scanned the surroundings. Collecting pure energy was several times riskier than gathering common energy. This is because it contained immense energy density, which could easily cause a massive explosion during fluctuations in energy if handled carelessly. During the next hour, Chuang continuously searched nearby for energy clusters and fragments of energy stars. He hoped to find some medium or even high-grade pure energy. However, the outcome wasn't ideal. In the end, all he found were some low-grade pure energies. Just as Chuang was about to leave and look elsewhere, a blue shard hidden behind numerous fragments of stars caught his attention. Chapter 5 Solid Gas Little Shattered Star. Chuang saw that the blue shattered star was shimmering with an unusual luster. What is this? Chuang whispered to himself in shock. Solid gas little shattered star. Chuang finally remembered something from his previous life. This shattered star was composed of solid gas. Under normal circumstances, solid gas would only exist as energy within the core of a shattered star. However, this star was entirely made up of solid gas. This also meant that there must be a high level of pure energy within the star. Otherwise, the solid gas would quickly split apart. This luck? Even heaven favors me. Chuang laughed. He carefully piloted the collection ship, trying to lower its position as much as possible. Half an hour later, he finally entered the collection range of the little shattered star. Relax. All we need to do now is place the drill. Chuang's palms were sweating. Compared to the energy value of the little shattered star, the danger it posed increased exponentially. During the collection process, any minor mishandling could trigger an explosion of solid gas, potentially even blowing up the entire shattered star. If either happened, Chuang and this warship would surely turn into ashes, becoming dust in the universe. Heaven protect us. Chuang clasped his hands together in prayer. Then, he cautiously controlled the control stick, letting the mechanical arm slowly approach the little shattered star. Chuang focused intently on the distance monitor, not daring to blink his eyes. Just when the mechanical arm was 20 meters away from the shattered star, Chuang felt an enormous resistance blocking him. The hell? It's an unstable energy gas burst. Chuang cursed. Occasionally, little shattered stars emit unstable energy gases, which normally wouldn't affect warships collecting energy at a safe distance. But if such a situation occurred during the collection process, it could lead to a catastrophic accident involving the destruction of both the ship and its crew. Because when the mechanical arm extends to the little shattered star, the ship itself must maintain relative stillness with respect to the star. Under the influence of the unstable energy gas eruption, the mechanical arm cannot remain stable, it will sway uncontrollably, and may even affect the stability of the warship. Chuang stared wide-eyed and gripped the control stick tightly. At this moment, he had no choice but to take a gamble. He wagered that the engine wouldn't explode due to the unstable energy gas emitted by the shattered star. He bet that at the moment the gas erupted, he could increase the engine power to maintain the balance of the warship. Heaven protect me, Chuang. You can do it. Chuang shouted to himself towards the little shattered star for encouragement. His outstanding piloting skills allowed him to adjust his flight status at any time. From the outside, it was clearly visible that Chuang's warship was swaying like a boat in the wind. It seemed as though it could perish at any moment. Damn, the gas is overflowing. Chuang firmly held the control stick, exerting all his strength to stabilize the warship, preparing to face the gas eruption. Heaven protect me, don't let me die right after being reborn. Watching the surging pale blue gas, Chuang widened his eyes, ready for the decisive moment between life and death. The warship violently shook under the fierce impact of the gas. Fortunately, the engine did not explode. However, the warship was like a sailboat in the wind, seemingly at risk of being swept away by the storm at any time. Chuang firmly grasped the control stick, striving with all his might to keep the warship balanced, preventing it from being swept away by the powerful airflow, and also avoiding overexertion that might cause the warship to collide with the shattered star. In the span of just a few short seconds, Chuang felt as if he had traversed an entire century. The energy gas flow eruption stopped. Huff, huff. Chuang panted heavily, revealing a smile tinged with relief from having narrowly escaped danger. The hell? Thank goodness I have years more experience, otherwise I'd really be screwed. Chuang adjusted his breathing, already drenched in sweat. That was too dangerous just now. Now, I can focus on the collection. Chuang activated the mechanical arm, extending it toward the little shattered star, beginning the tedious and lengthy collection process. A moment later, Chuang extracted a core from the shattered star. My God, rich haul. It's intermediate pure energy. Chuang smiled contentedly as he looked at his achievements. Indeed, the fruits of victory tasted sweet. He carefully gathered the pure energy into the warship. Then, he glanced at the solid gas surrounding the shattered star. Without the support of the pure energy, the gas began to fragment and disperse. These solid gases were also excellent sources of energy. It was far too wasteful to let them disperse. This definitely can't be wasted, Chuang thought. Then, he used the mechanical arm to suck in the fragmented yet unscattered energy gases one by one into the warship. Looking at the energy gauge of the warship, which had reached full capacity, Chuang decided it was time to return. Collection ships used for near-space energy gathering had limited endurance and couldn't venture to distant locations. After all, as a collection ship, most of its space was needed to store the collected energy. Moreover, after just enduring a life-and-death trial, he was indeed somewhat tired. Chuang carefully piloted the warship out of the area. He understood that the more tired one was, the more careful and cautious one had to be. In a place like this, even the slightest mistake could turn one into dust in the universe. Finally, upon returning to the edge of the mining area, his tense nerves could finally relax, and Chuang let out a sigh of relief. He calculated the gains from this trip. Apart from the basic mining tasks, he also harvested 3 lumps of low-grade pure energy, 1 lump of intermediate pure energy, and some solid gas energy. It could be considered a bountiful harvest. Time for a rest. Setting the warship to autopilot mode, he headed towards the base. Hey, brother, how was the harvest? As soon as he returned to the base, the staff greeted him with a smile. Fair enough, getting by. Chuang responded with a smile. Chuang, I apologize for what happened before. Sure, Wenhu actually approached to offer an apology when he saw Chuang return. Things from the past don't need to be dwelled upon. Chuang waved it off. Sure, Wenhu's survival meant that the future had already changed. All the subsequent troubles wouldn't happen anymore. This was good news for Chuang, as he could now focus all his energy on his own plans. After pondering for a while, Chuang decided not to rest at the base. After leaving the mining area, Chuang activated the autopilot mode and prepared to take a good sleep, recovering his strength. However, he soon encountered the patrol team, which was the routine patrol team along the mining route. Their main task was to ensure the safety of warships flying from the KD-01 planet to the mining area. Thus, this route was relatively safe within this star domain. Chuang barely paid attention as 3 combat warships passed by. In the past, he was still a rookie who would be excited for days just seeing a combat warship from afar. Back then, there wasn't any system enhancement for him. That feeling was akin to a man's yearning for sturdy ships and heavy artillery or an unstoppable steel flood. But now, Chuang felt nothing upon seeing these low-end combat ships. The upgrade potential of such warships was too small, failing to meet the system's requirements. Chuang soon reached the company's energy recovery base. The energy he collected would be sold to the energy company at this base. Chapter 6. The Giant Battleship. The collectors need to pay the energy company for renting the collection ships and mining minerals. Finally, the energy company will buy the energy they collect. Thus, ordinary miners, despite working hard and diligently, can only live a life of barely making ends meet. Only a very small number of people with good luck, by chance collecting precious pure energy, see an increase in their income, which allows them to improve their living conditions. After carefully putting away the 3 clumps of low-grade and medium-grade pure energy, Chuang strolled alone on the streets of the neighborhood. Mining companies offer quite attractive prices when purchasing pure energy, especially extremely rare medium-grade pure energy. But Chuang could not sell these pure energies to the mining company. They were too valuable, being essential for his future system upgrade plan. He had to keep them for his own use later. Although this violates the agreement he signed with the energy company, as long as he doesn't take them elsewhere to sell, he won't get caught. Generally, the collected energy is sold to the energy company because the company offers prices higher than market acquisition prices to prevent energy from privately entering the market, thereby forming a monopoly. Chuang wandered around the residential area, carefully retracing his way home. After all, it had been more than 10 years, and during those 10 years, he was always dealing with various factions. As memories flooded back into his mind, not only did he not get lost, but he didn't even take any detours, returning home directly. This peaceful life here seemed to be the deepest memory engraved in his heart. In his past life, he relied on the system and won the admiration of many co-workers. He also made a lot of money through the system. That was the most relaxed and happiest time of his past life. Soon, Chuang arrived at his doorstep, walked into his long-absent home, and leisurely laid down on the bed. Planet KD-01 had been colonized for hundreds of years and was home to approximately 10 million people. They mainly relied on energy collection and metallurgy to survive. At that time, the planet's facilities were relatively backward. The wealthy families provided economic support only for the heavy industrial facilities related to energy and metallurgical industries. Other facilities were merely to maintain basic living standards. In this interstellar age, distance was no longer a big issue. No one would spend a large amount of resources improving the living standards of residents in such a remote industrial area. Especially in the star domain where Chuang lived, it was a complete interstellar dictatorship. The ennobled feudal lords could arbitrarily impose various taxes on the commoners within their domains without needing to hold votes. They cared only about their quality of life and couldn't care less whether commoners lived or died. According to Chuang's plan, energy should be collected on the 1st, 10th, and 20th of every month, with a monthly income of around 100,000 star coins. This was considered a relatively generous income here. In his previous life, his life plan was to save up some money, buy a more powerful battleship, and head to farther and more prosperous planets. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. His plans from his previous life utterly fell through. Fortunately, the system gave him another chance, allowing him to relive with the memories and experiences from his previous life. These experiences were enough for him to fight against fate and strive to create his world. In the following days, taking advantage of his current rest, Chuang devised a more detailed plan for the future. Soon, June 10th came again, and he should return to the energy zone. Upon arriving at the energy company, Chuang once again chose collection ship number 1, whose performance satisfied him greatly. Just as he was about to leave, manager Gao Shan kindly stopped him. Chuang, your last earnings were 978,000 star yuan, already transferred to your celebrity account. Please check if there are any issues. Chuang smiled and nodded. No problems. All right, be safe. Gao Shan waved goodbye. Chuang smiled as he entered the cockpit of the collection ship. The reason why his earnings were so high last time was entirely because, after collecting the pure energy, he also collected solid gas energy. Soon, Chu Wang activated the battleship, with the course already set. Arriving at the energy zone, with fairly good luck, he didn't have to queue to enter. He slowly scanned the nearby energy stones. They were all trash. The energy content was too low. Let's go deeper still. Perhaps we might find some pure energy. Subsequently, he piloted the warship towards the center of the mine. However, just as Chu Wang scanned a small fragmented star, the space around him began to violently fluctuate. Suddenly, a colossal beast appeared overhead, a 300-meter-long and over 60-meter-wide Leviathan, a giant battleship. The entire ship was covered in bright silver armor. There was a massive main gun on its axis, its black muzzle seeming to warn against enemies. It looked immensely destructive. 8 small auxiliary gun turrets were distributed on high-speed tracks around the battleship. Their gun barrels were aimed directly at him. As soon as the battleship appeared, it projected a binding light beam onto Chu Ang's collection ship. Instantly, the collection ship lost its power, and both the communication system and control panel malfunctioned. Chu Wang knew this was because the other side had used interference particles. However, Chu Wang wasn't shocked because exactly the same thing had happened in his previous life. Everything was repeating itself. This warship just wanted to hide inside the asteroid belt to evade enemies. It wouldn't harm him. Nevertheless, Chu Wang still put on an act of being surprised. What the hell? How did a combat battleship end up in the energy zone? Subsequently, he quickly donned his spacesuit and waited for the enemy to come over. Resist? Are you kidding me? He was piloting a regular collection ship, completely devoid of combat capability. Was he supposed to use the mechanical arms meant for gathering to knock against them? Chu Wang immediately shut off the engine, pretending to surrender. The other side clearly had no intention to harm him either. Otherwise, they would have already destroyed the collection ship, leaving Chu Wang with zero chance of survival. At this moment, the system automatically provided detailed information about the battleship within his mind. Ding. E-Class Devourer. Condition 89%. Growth low. Moments later, the battleship's hatch opened, and a beam of light dragged the collection ship into the giant vessel. When the door closed, 2 armed robots moved toward the collection ship. Chu Wang quickly identified their model. Big Hammer Type 2 armed robots. Tough hide, strong force. Chu Wang stepped out of the ship with his hands raised high. The 2 robots began scanning his entire body to check whether he carried any weapons. Shortly after, a green light flashed in their eyes. This indicated he posed no danger. Chu Wang let out a sigh of relief. After all, who wouldn't feel uneasy being scanned thoroughly by such cold, metallic robots without reason? The robots escorted Chu Wang to the command room, also known as the bridge. Though anticipated, he was still stunned by the scene on the bridge. Chapter 7. The Pi Clan. Although this was their second meeting, everything that happened in the previous life seemed like it was just yesterday. In front of Chu Wang, a middle-aged man dressed in black uniform lay on a medical chair, with the automatic medical equipment working hard to save him. The red warning light on the chair kept flashing. Hearing Chu Wang's footsteps, he just muttered faintly. "Sorry, I can't move right now. Could you please come closer?" Chu Wang walked over to him. It was only then that he could see clearly that the man had suffered serious head injuries. His left eye had become a deep cavity, and there was also a deep crack on his right forehead where the skull was faintly visible underneath. His body condition was even more severe, with a black dagger inserted into the heart area of his left chest. It was precisely because of this fatal wound that the medical device was doing its best to rescue him. The fact that he is still alive, and can even speak, is simply a miracle. Looking at such grave injuries, Chu Wang thought the dagger must have already penetrated at least half of the heart. Without the support of the medical equipment and his strong vitality, he would have been queuing up at the gate of Yama, god of death. "Sir, I don't know why you brought me here, but given your current condition, I still suggest that you treat your injuries as soon as possible." Chu Wang bowed slightly and said reluctantly. The man opened his mouth, revealing a grim smile. "I was injected with military-grade stimulants, so I won't die. Even if I fall into a coma, I'll regain consciousness in an hour. Even so, your injuries are too severe. I advise you to find a good hospital, otherwise, you won't be able to hold out." Chu Wang turned his head to look at the command system in the center of the warship, surveying the internal condition of the spacecraft. Besides them two, there was no one else. The man understood Chu Wang's thoughts and spoke. "Don't worry, there are only us 2 people here, of course including the 2 robots that brought you here. Sir, now is not the time for jokes. If you just want someone to comfort you before you die, I may not be suitable for the job." Chu Wang looked at the man seriously and said, "But I hope you let me leave. I am just an ordinary energy collector and cannot help you much." The man moved his head slightly and said softly, "What an interesting kid. But sorry, since you've come, you can never go back to the peaceful life you had before. I killed a few members of the Pi family from the Sava Star domain, and they hate me to the bone, surely wanting to kill me swiftly. Now that you've boarded this ship, if they find out, they will undoubtedly suspect you are my accomplice. Can you guess what they'll do to you?" Sava Star domain? The renowned Pi clan. Chu Wang already knew, but still pretended to be greatly shocked. "Hee, it seems you know quite a bit, doesn't it? That's right. If you know this family, then you must also understand their conduct. Anyone who offends them might face extermination." When speaking about the Pi clan, the man's eyes were filled with anger. Chu Wang had heard about this family before, located in the neighboring Archon Federation's Sava Star domain. The Archon Federation was established by several superfamily powers, yet its essence was similar to the imperial system of Chu Ang's home country. The federal families of Archon were divided into many ranks. The Pi clan was the strongest among these forces. This family was notorious for holding grudges. Once, a collateral member of this family got drunk and provoked a man in a bar over a woman. The man merely replied with a few words and was subsequently beaten to death on the spot. This incident caused considerable interstellar public opinion pressure, forcing the federal police to start an investigation, which even caught the attention of the federal parliament. Soon after, the assailant was arrested and imprisoned. Just when people thought everything had ended and justice had prevailed, a series of events that completely overturned people's understanding began to occur. Federal policemen responsible for investigating the case were assassinated one after another. 3 generations of relatives of the deceased man mysteriously encountered misfortune. Even a young niece around a few years old died in an inexplicable fire. Some relatives who noticed something wrong fled overnight to other star systems, only to all die away from home. The entire act of violence was blatant, with no attempt to cover up. Before long, the hired killers were arrested. Though everyone knew the Pi clan was behind the scenes, nothing could be done about it. This family stank to high heavens in this region, and no one dared to provoke them. Even though Chuang was born in a remote industrial colony, he had heard of this family, giving an idea of its reputation. With this thought, Chuang nodded, coldly saying to the man, "Seems like I have no choice but to tie my fate to yours." Hehe. Indeed, it looks like you have a pretty clear understanding of reality, but I don't have the time to talk idly with you right now. The man's expression became serious. The dagger in my chest was plunged by the Pi family, and it has already injured my heart. If I hadn't cultivated the divine refinement art to make my body strong, I would have died long ago. And without the injection of military-grade stimulants, I wouldn't be talking to you here, the man said through gritted teeth. So why did you bring me here? Chuang asked curiously. You know the Pi family is ruthless, but I hope you can imagine they are 100 million times more despicable and dirty than you think. The most wicked demons in the universe are not even a 10,000th as bad as them, the man growled furiously. Chuang nodded. He indeed agreed with the man's opinion. In the previous life, the Pi family could be considered his greatest opponent. He had tried his best to take their formidable method seriously, but their endless ignoble tactics were hard to guard against completely. Back then, his strength wasn't enough to deal with all sorts of cunning and treacherous schemes. You performed well, the man evaluated Chuang. Facing sudden changes, your reaction was quick, and you remained calm and clear-headed about the situation. Even after knowing you'd be pursued by the Pi family, you still maintained composure. People like you are rare, even among the noble lords. Thank you for the compliment, but I'd rather know how your warship suddenly appeared beside me. The man smiled and said, I'm Likos. This warship is called the Han-Long, a Yin-class destroyer. What's your name? Pleased to meet you. I'm Chuang. Since this is a Yin-class destroyer, how did it pass through space teleportation and appear next to me? A Yin-class shouldn't have that capability. Brother Chuang, you're truly impressive. To know so much in such a remote place is no small feat. Chuang sighed. You should know that starships are the ruler's guarantee of power and the most precious product of interstellar technology. Owning my own starship has always been my lifelong dream, so I've studied various types of warships. Ho ho. Seems like your dream is about to come true soon. Chapter 8. Rejection. Chuang was completely baffled. What do you mean by this? You can see my current situation isn't too good. I'm already on my deathbed and may not last until we reach the interstellar hospital. But before I die, I will hand over the command of the battleship to you. You will be the next captain of this destroyer. Chuang shook his head. This won't work. I can't accept it. You're refusing? Isn't this your life dream? Likes seemed shocked by Chuang's response. He struggled to lift his head, looking at Chuang with a puzzled expression. Tell me why. Someone refusing control of a destroyer is almost unbelievable. Yes, I want a warship that belongs to me. Chuang said seriously to Likes. But I have my own plan. I can work as an energy collector first and slowly accumulate some money. Then, I'll leave this doomed empire and go to the Akana Federation to attend military school. As long as I graduate from the military academy, I'll get a sponsored warship from the school. Even for someone like me, an ordinary person, the future looks promising. I know it's hard, but I believe I can make it happen. But now you have the direct chance to own a warship without going through those boring processes. Likes said in confusion. But, I'm not ready to own a warship yet. Not prepared in any sense. Do you understand? Likes fell into silence, realizing Chuang's meaning. If Chuang took over the Han-Long after Likes' death, he would seemingly possess his own warship in the fastest way possible, instantly rising in rank as if skipping 50 years of effort. But in reality, Likes offended the Bai family, and this ship had already been marked by the Bai family. It was on their hit list. Under these circumstances, whoever owned this ship would end up dead. If Chuang accepted, he would be relentlessly hunted by the Bai family and even possibly added to their death list. At such a time, inheriting any warship would be meaningless. Of course, all this was a replay of the previous lifetime. Chuang now had a divine-grade warship auxiliary system, and something like this was trivial for him. After being reborn, he fully understood that with the system's functionality, these issues could easily be resolved. Moreover, some of the shipboard modules on the Han-Long were extremely rare and powerful, with great potential for upgrades. But he couldn't show it right now, because he knew, although Likes appeared friendly towards him on the surface, he was actually testing him. If Chuang didn't meet the expectations, the likely outcome would be being struck down by the robot's death beams. Likes could evade the Bai family for decades. Throughout this time, he had continuously dealt with them. A person like this wouldn't trust others so easily. Chuang already understood clearly, so he had to act as if he had no desires and lacked ambition. If not, once Likes discovered his real thoughts, he might lose his life on the spot. Chuang knew Likes had been testing him from the start. After injecting himself with military-grade stimulants, he could stay awake for an entire day. Even if his body were gone, his brain could still remain active for a period. If anything out of the ordinary happened during this time, Li Kes could order the robots to kill him immediately. Then he could continue searching for the next satisfactory prey in the area. Li Kes had roamed through interstellar space for decades. He wasn't one of those aristocratic nobles who recklessly abused their family power. After a moment of thought, he grasped Chu Ang's meaning. Sorry, I've been abrupt, forgetting that we aren't from the same world. Although your excellence is no less than that of any noble, you're ultimately just an ordinary person. Li Kes sighed. I've been wandering in interstellar space for several decades. I've long forgotten how normal people live on this planet. Alas, Chu Ang, I'm much older than you, and I've seen more people and events than you have. Although you are talented, you lack experience. Your view of things is too one-sided, and you don't know enough. Li Kes unfastened the bindings of the medical chair and struggled to sit up. For decades, I've constantly outmaneuvered the Bai family. They placed a huge bounty on my head, but they could never catch me. It wasn't until this time that they captured a very important member of my family, forcing his betrayal through manipulation. Then they set a trap for me, which resulted in me ending up in the state you see now. The reason I've been able to evade them for decades isn't just luck. The most important factor is my family's heritage, an additional shipboard module obtained accidentally by my ancestor during his adventures in a distant land. It has special functions and can be installed on warships. In interstellar space. What is it? Aren't the modules on the warship just shipboard modules? What do you mean by an extra shipboard module? Haha, you're clearly too young. Your understanding of warships isn't deep enough. Shipboard modules come in two types. One is the standard module you mentioned earlier, and the other is a rare auxiliary module. These are all recorded in the Hanlong's archives, and you can take a look later. Chu Ang put on an expression of helplessness and continued. Mr. Li Kes, there's an important but fatal issue I have to mention. What issue? Li Kes was also somewhat confused. To become the captain of a warship, one needs to merge with its energy core. This process requires a very high level of physical cultivation, otherwise it's hard to succeed. As you know, I'm just an ordinary energy collector and have no way of learning such physical cultivation. Chu Ang scratched the back of his head awkwardly, then said regretfully. So I simply can't merge with the energy core of the warship. Li Kes smiled and shook his head. Don't worry. Only active fusion with the energy core requires cultivating those methods. Since you're inheriting my position as captain, the fusion will succeed 100% of the time. Chu Ang already knew the truth, but he still had to pretend not to fully understand. If he showed too much experience or knowledge, it wouldn't match his identity as an ordinary collector, and if Li Kes sensed any ulterior motives, it would cause trouble. Therefore, he had to act like a steady, short-sighted young man to meet Li Kes' expectations. You don't need to ask anything now. I'll take care of everything. I promise it won't put you in danger, and you'll definitely be able to take over the battleships smoothly. Li Kes started showing some impatience as his life slipped away. All right, since you say so, then I'm willing to give it a try. Chapter 9, Coercion. Chu Ang continued speaking to Li Kesai. If you have any other requests, please let me know. Chu Ang knew that if he wanted to successfully take over this battleship, Li Kesai would put forward other conditions. He couldn't simply appoint the next captain of the ship so easily. Kid, you're really smart. Meeting someone like you in this vast mining area makes me a bit happy, Li Kesai said slowly. He forcefully pressed the button on the medical chair. A mechanical arm extended from the chair, picking up an injector containing pale red medicine, and placed it in front of Chu Ang. Then he injected the unknown drug into Chu Ang's body. Chu Ang had no intention of resisting and allowed himself to be injected with the mysterious substance. This is my exclusive secret medicine. It will take effect after a year, and without the antidote, you'll surely die, Li Kesai said indifferently. Of course, I've already prepared the antidote for you. It's locked in the cabinet in the captain's quarters, and there's only one condition to unlock it. Li Kesai paused and looked at Chu Ang. Kill the core member of the Bai family. You don't need to use the captain's authority to unlock it. Moreover, I've already locked this unlocking agreement, and you have no power to change it. Chu Ang, pretending to worry, said, the Sevasto Star region is too far from here. The Bai family is powerful, and the warship of its core members is no ordinary vessel. I can't achieve this goal within a year. Don't worry about that. The core member of the Bai family who reduced me to this state, Bai Siku, is still nearby looking for me. He won't leave until he finds me. I believe this battleship alone is enough to deal with him. You can start by handling him, Li Kesai replied, using this poison to threaten Chu Ang. Since he'd known Chu Ang for such a short time, this was the only way to make Chu Ang, after taking control of the ship, continue dealing with the Bai family. This way, Chu Ang would have no choice but to actively cause trouble for the Bai clan. Once Chu Ang kills Bai Siku and becomes tainted with the bloodline of the Bai family, he will have no other option but to continue fighting against the Bai family. Besides, Chu Ang could also seek revenge for himself. After all, the one who killed him was also Bai Siku. Li Kesai didn't care whether Chu Ang lived or died. He only cared about whether Chu Ang could complete the mission. Now that his own life was almost over, where would he find the time to concern himself with Chu Ang? To Chu Ang, this was just a final bit of resistance before the end of his life. After all, they had known each other for less than 20 minutes. In a previous life, Chu Ang had once been angry and unwilling due to Li Kesai's methods. But this time, he did not show much emotional fluctuation. He had long understood that he should pay the price for his actions. You want something, you must pay the corresponding price. Although Chu Ang had promised that he could graduate from Akana Federation's military school and smoothly obtain his own warship, he was just bluffing. How easy is it for a common person to rise so effortlessly in this world? Even as a small miner, he couldn't afford the cost of going to the Akana Federation. He was unsure what might happen along the way. Moreover, he knew that there were several powerful and rare ship modules aboard this warship. This was also why Li Keisai was being pursued by the Bai family. Chuang was also very interested in them. In the previous life, if it hadn't been for this ship module, he would have been discovered and killed by the Bai family long ago. How could he have had the opportunity to survive for another 10 years? I understand your thoughts, sir. I promise you. Chuang solemnly pledged to Li Keisai. I swear on God that I will kill Bai Si Ku for you. Li Keisai looked into Chuang's eyes. Years of experience told him that the young man before him was sincere. Hee. Wonderful. My master hasn't cut off my hope for revenge. Thank heavens for letting me find an heir like you before I die. Li Keisai struggled to stand up and straightened his appearance with Chuang's help. Hanlong, I order you to hand over the command to this young man, Chuang, as the next captain of the warship. Understood. The captain's authority has been changed. Verification passed, Hanlong said in a mechanical voice. Good. Please transfer the authority. Li Keisai's bitterness and anger transformed into relief and anticipation. Captain Chuang, congratulations on becoming the third captain of the Hanlong. Hanlong responded. The entire authority transfer process was complex and stringent. It had to ensure that the captain wasn't coerced or even hypnotized. However, Chuang successfully became the new master of Hanlong, feeling mixed emotions inside. This was the turning point in his destiny. He had taken the first step towards nobility. But this was only the first step. In his past life, he had fallen after taking only one step. This time, he must move forward courageously. Chuang was filled with ambition. With the change in command authority, the two armed robots behind Chuang could now be controlled by him. But Chuang did not oppose Li Keisai. He continued to respectfully ask, Mr. Li Keisai, is there anything else I can do for you? Chuang knew that Li Keisai was a senior body cultivator. Even in life or death situations, he could easily kill him as if squashing an ant. Even though he had two armed robots, he still didn't feel secure. I have only one last wish. Li Keisai looked at Chuang and smiled. I just hope to spend my final moments with Hanlong undisturbed. Before I meet my master, I want my soul to remain here forever. Understood, sir, I won't disturb you. However, since the Bai family is investigating the Hanlong account, I hope I can browse through what you've left behind to see if I can find solutions. Chuang spoke with a respectful yet nervous tone. In his previous life, Chuang hadn't made such a request. Before Li Keisai's death, he hadn't wanted to manipulate Hanlong's account. However, due to his improper handling, the nearby warships of the Bai family were attracted to their location and discovered them. Hanlong's stealth function had a specific cooldown time and couldn't be activated instantly. At that time, Chuang could only escape by playing hide-and-seek with the Bai family using his familiarity with the mining area. His survival also owed much to luck. As Chuang recalled the thrilling escape scenes from his past life, he felt a bit apprehensive. Despite delaying as much as possible, Hanlong had still suffered significant damage from the Bai family. He had completely lost the initiative to strike against the Peter family. Thus, he had to take this risk to avoid repeating the same mistakes. Chuang made up his mind. No problem. Since you've agreed to my conditions, it's something you should know. It seems you've quickly adapted to the role of captain. I haven't misjudged you. Li Keisai appeared somewhat pleased after some consideration. Chuang sighed in relief. I have now grasped the first step in changing my fate. Chuang's thoughts underwent a dramatic transformation. Chapter 10, Battleship Auxiliary Control System. A system prompt sounded in his mind. Acquire battleship. Performing self-check. The self-check is complete. Battleship is qualified. The system functions have been activated. This was Chuang's greatest advantage that would change his fate. The system. The system he activated in his mind was the Battleship Auxiliary Maneuvering System. Basic Function 2. Establish high-speed data connection with the brain. In the next moment, Chuang felt a subtle connection between his brain and the Hanlong, as if they had merged into one. The energy core of Hanlong began to interact with him. This connection allowed him to sense every detail about this battleship. Just like using the system to scan other battleships, all parts of the body and the entire ship flashed through Chuang's mind. It was as though a battleship had become part of Chuang's brain. Under the command of his intent, he could receive feedback from the battleship. View the basic information of the battleship. This ship is the Yin-class Destroyer No. 1. Specifications as follows. Main Cannon System Level 2. Armor System Level 2. Power System Level 2. Radar System Level 2. Hull Structure Level 0. Shield System Level 2. Overall Destroyer Swallowing Level 6. Remaining Energy Points. 12. Energy Point Acquisition Rate. 25%. Battleship Additional Modules. Tianma Conversion Device. Level 0. Brainwave Manipulation System. Level 0. Concealed Action Generator. Level 0. Ship status as follows. Armor damage. 38%. Structural damage. 4%. 123 main cannons. 2,812 secondary cannons. 2,298 fuel reserves. 393 living supplies. No matter how data was read, it took a long time. However, after the activation of the Battleship Auxiliary Maneuvering System, Chuang quickly became aware of this information. His brain seemed to turn into the light brain of the battleship, greatly enhancing its ability to process data. This way, the efficiency with which he controlled the battleship increased significantly. There was an insurmountable gap between him and the other captains. A highly skilled captain couldn't possibly achieve the same level of operational efficiency as he could. Chuang spent a long time previously controlling the system out of curiosity for this battleship. However, Such operations had disadvantages, like how the basic functions of the system consumed his soul power. This control also inflicted some harm on Chu Ang's spirit. Chu Ang couldn't manipulate the battleship like this for a long period of time, but using it during combat was sufficient. Under normal circumstances, he could operate the ship in the traditional manner. Previously inaccessible system optional functions were now no longer grayed out thanks to the activated battleship auxiliary maneuvering system being highlighted. And functions consumed points. Option 1. Concealed space signal detection. Consumes 1 unit of low-grade pure energy. Option 2. Module growth rate doubled. Consumption will increase with module quality. Option 3. Optional module characteristics. Different modules have varying quality levels and consumption rates. All 3 options were incredibly powerful. However, they consumed large amounts of pure energy. Other advanced features changed too. Advanced Feature 1. Energy point doubling. Activation requires 1 unit of high-grade pure energy. Advanced Feature 2. Lift restriction on hidden space civilization levels. Activation requires 1 unit of high-grade pure energy. Unlike basic functions, these advanced functions required rare high-grade refined energy to activate. Fortunately, Chu Ang wasn't currently able to use these advanced functions. To prevent Likos from noticing something was off, Chu Ang started using voice commands to control Han Long. Check the basic data of the battleship. The battleship had no thoughts and didn't question why the captain repeated the orders. The previous information appeared on the main screen at the front of the control center. Armor system damaged 38%. Chu Ang clicked on the detailed information of the damaged armor system. The areas where the ship was mainly damaged were near the back of the ship, around the engine nozzles, and there were several places where the armor was severely damaged. This was consistent with the situation of Han Long being chased. Except for the tail, it hadn't sustained much damage. As for the structural damage to the entire ship, only 4% was affected, which wasn't a major issue. It hadn't reached the critical point where the ship became unmaneuverable. Activate silent mode. Slowly move to this position. Chu Ang opened up the radar map on the left and issued the relocation order. The top priority now was finding a place to hide. Everything else could be set aside for now. Chu Ang still remembered how in his previous life, delays caused him to be found by the Bai family. Even though he eventually managed to escape, he suffered severe injuries. After escaping, 85% of Han Long's armor system was damaged. The structure of the ship lost a whopping 56%. One could say that the ship was almost destroyed. Chu Ang wanted Han Long to take some time to familiarize itself with the new operations. The light brain system on Han Long's laptop was far superior to the one on Collector Number 1, even allowing for the use of automatic navigation functions in complex areas like the asteroid belt. Without Chu Ang's control, after he marked the destination, Han Long smoothly drove towards it with elegance. It could automatically avoid large asteroids and head straight for the core of the mining area. Of course, this was because Han Long's heavy armor could ignore small asteroids. He could also activate the energy shield, which would protect against large meteorites. However, to conserve power, it would be better to activate it during combat. Chu Ang went over the inventory list on the battleship and discovered a microprobe. So he released more than a dozen from the ship, scattering them across the surrounding asteroids. With this setup, Chu Ang could detect the Bai family warships from a great distance, giving himself more time to escape. Han Long looked at Chu Ang thoughtfully. Chu Ang, have you ever learned how to operate a battleship? Chu Ang turned and smiled at Likos. Scratching the back of his head, he said, Mr. Likos, I used to be a player in Interstellar Journey, playing over 2,000 hours, gaining considerable experience in ship operation. Interstellar Journey is an immersive space warfare strategy game with a reported realism rate of up to 85%. In this game, players become captains or admirals of spaceships, engaging in either single ship or fleet battles. This game was even very popular within the KD-01 system, clearly appealing to many celebrities. Previously, it was the only place where Chu Ang could enter a spaceship, so he spent no small amount of time playing this game. But due to the high cost of equipment in the game, Chu Ang couldn't afford it and had to rent it from large clubs equipped with special gear, dedicating most of his mining earnings into this. Chu Ang performed exceptionally well in this game. In a sense, one could see that he had a solid grasp of the basic tactics of standard battleships. Likos nodded approvingly, teasing, not too different from someone without experience, but not bad. Sir, I just feel that I can't stay in one place for too long. Otherwise, it's easy to get found. Chu Ang shrugged helplessly. After all, it's my first time encountering something like this, so I still need to put up a fight. Chapter 11. The Ancestor of Civilization. Likos sighed and said humorously, Indeed, meticulousness is an excellent quality. It might help you survive the pursuit of the Pi family. But if you have to kill the core members of the Pi family to obtain the antidote, why not just wait for him here? Chu Ang replied with a wry smile. I think that merely playing games does not make me a qualified captain. I don't even know how to drive a warship, let alone fight. I believe what I need most right now is to familiarize myself with the basic operations of a warship and practice its driving techniques. Furthermore, I know nothing about my opponent. Simply waiting for him to confront me. How could I possibly win? Likos leaned back in his chair and said, It seems you understand the situation clearly. My confidence in your victory has increased somewhat. Chu Ang smiled and said, Mr. Likos, it appears you think I won't win. I also feel this way. You don't know how difficult the Peters family can be. Likos shook his head. As long as the Pi family deems it necessary, they will stop at nothing. For example, I've been opposing them for decades. But with the increasing threats and rewards offered by the Pi family, they started allocating more resources against me, even their core members. In the end, their plan worked. and that's where I am now. And if I'm like this already, what chance do you have as a novice? He can only pray for solace from God. Li Kes let out a long sigh, his tone somewhat melancholic. Chuang wanted to agree. In his previous life, he had been pursued by the Pai family for no apparent reason. But now, he couldn't afford to appear unconfident. Otherwise, Li Kes might very well take back control of the warship. After all, if you lack confidence, why would he hand over the ship to you? Mr. Li Kes, I think, if I manage to disappear from the eyes of the Pai family, no matter how powerful they are, they won't be able to harm me, right? For instance, the Pai family doesn't even recognize me yet. How would they assume that a newly appointed warship captain is merely a minor? Chuang laughed as he spoke. You're right, Li Kes responded. Collaborating with Hanlong's rare system could work, but the success rate is too low. Li Kes disagreed with Chu Eng's suggestion. For someone experienced like Li Kes, who's been around the entertainment circle for years, operating Hanlong proficiently may still be possible. But when it comes to Chuang, that's another story. Li Kes was convinced he wasn't inferior to a rookie navigating a spaceship for the first time. Mr. Li Kes, I have one more question. Isn't it true that having only one main cannon and a few side cannons on the Hanlong makes it too weak? Chuang asked curiously. Li Kes shook his head and laughed, saying, looks like you're just a rookie after all. Do you think the number of cannons determines a warship's firepower? Chuang felt a little embarrassed. He blinked and asked, isn't it? Of course not. For lower-tier space civilizations, the destructive power of the cannons far exceeds the defensive strength of the armor. A small cannon can easily destroy the opponent's armor. Even tiny space debris can fatally damage a warship. In such cases, more cannons mean stronger firepower. However, for relatively advanced civilizations, defense capabilities start to surpass the firepower of warships. Take the Swallow-class destroyer for example. These destroyers come equipped with shield systems. Once activated, these shields can completely nullify attacks below a certain level. The only thing that can harm the ship is firepower exceeding the shield's limit. So, even if you have 100 cannons, if none of them reach the firepower capable of breaking through the shield, they'll be utterly ineffective. Therefore, the intensity of cannon fire becomes the sole objective for warship firepower, focusing all efforts on strengthening the main cannon to increase individual attack power. The secondary cannons are mainly used for targeting smaller ships. More importantly, the energy core of a warship is limited. It can support at most one main cannon module, hence only allowing one primary cannon. Chuang pretended to be innocent. By this point, Hanlong was still far from the starting point. Chuang kept staring at the radar screen and made another mark. Hanlong, proceed to the next destination. Chuang turned and said to Li Kes, something feels off. Hanlong has already deployed its shield to pick me up, so it shouldn't dissipate right now. The shield can block radar and communication devices, but it can also easily be detected from the outside. A warship from the Pai family should be able to locate this shield effortlessly. Although the complex environment around the mining area may affect radar detection, it's safer to keep some distance from that spot. Li Kes looked at Chuang and grinned. I like your instincts more now. I still have time to explain some basics about warships. Perhaps because Li Kes had gained confidence in Chuang, he proactively offered to guide him. Chuang was also utterly confused. In his past life, Li Kes wasn't like this. He had simply lain on the chair, quietly waiting for death. It seems my strategy has a domino effect, Chuang thought. The human ancestor in this region is the fire element fleet of a failed Star Wars civilization. You should know what a fire element fleet is, right? Chuang nodded. If they wanted to explore, they would send out a colonial fleet. If they intended to protect their civilization, they would dispatch a firepower fleet. This fleet was exiled for 1,000 years and accidentally discovered the relics of a super civilization. They opened the relic and obtained a mysterious item. Afterward, they used their technology to extract an energy core from this object and set it as the heart of the warship. Thus, the energy core merged with the designated structure of the warship, forming the one you know now. Chuang fell into deep thought. Naturally, he knew a bit about his race's history, but this was the first time he learned about the origin of the warships using the energy core. No one told him that in his previous life. Generally, modules built by different civilizations are not interchangeable because their technical paths differ. It's like you can't take the main cannon of one civilization and install it on another civilization's warship, just as you can't use a Federation bolt to attach an Empire knot. Chuang nodded. But using an energy core works. Even between two completely different civilizations, it can be installed on a warship designed for an energy core. What a magnificent creation. Li Kes grew more excited as he spoke. Chuang remained silent. Just this feature made the warship match up against old-style ships. Warship modules are divided into two types. One is standard, the other is additional. For example, a destroyer initially only has 5 standard modules: the main cannon system, armor system, power system, radar system, and shield system. However, the number of additional modules usually ranges from 1 to 3, depending on the warship's structure and rank. Chapter 12, Secret Space Signals. As the battleship's enhancement level increases, so does the number of add-on modules. However, in general, there is a limit to the number of slots each battleship can accommodate. That said, any special function on the battleship can provide unique abilities or enhancements. This is even somewhat unreasonable. Of course, not all civilization modules can be directly installed on battleships. Sometimes, there are specific requirements. However, Chuang was unclear about the specifics. In his previous life, he spent his entire existence fleeing and hunting, never receiving formal military education. The only thing Chuang was certain of was that it had something to do with the rules of the Secret Realm civilization. One could also understand it this way. The very existence of the energy core, including the ship itself which is based on the core, is tied to the secret civilization. Despite this, Li Kes remained highly enthusiastic. Li Kes, being a nobleman or an upper-level individual, might have some knowledge of these secrets. Chu Wang decided to continue pressing. Mr. Li Kes, surely not all civilization structure modules can be used by a single battleship? If that were the case, my goodness, it would be too powerful. Li Kes was now quite talkative. He didn't mind Chu Ang's brusque words. Indeed, there are certain conditions. Those shipboard modules must gain recognition from the energy core to be installed in the ship's slots, only then becoming true shipboard modules. However, currently, there is no specific determination. Many people are researching this, and there are even dozens of schools of thought arguing about it. But one thing is for sure. That is, it has faith and spirit, or when constructed, it integrates the efforts of its creator. This means that specialized mental modules are more easily accepted by the core energy, to be utilized as the basis for spaceship modules. Chu Wang deeply remembered this point. Li Kes, as a nobleman, knew a lot about this. To be able to embrace various civilizations is a characteristic of core energy. But our civilization's core, the battleship, goes beyond this. It also has the potential to grow. Chu Ang's eyes lit up. Finally, Li Kes had revealed what he was most interested in at the moment, what his system could do. Due to the uniqueness of the energy core, when the battleship discovers a special spatial signal, it can carry the energy core to another space. Now we can conclude that this is a universe different from ours. We refer to this space as the secret space. Battleships entering the secret realm can acquire a resource called energy points by destroying the warships of civilizations there or killing creatures within. The battleship can rely on energy points and minerals to upgrade and enhance its shipboard modules, greatly boosting the ship's combat strength. In this way, the increase in the battleship's combat power will far surpass that of ships relying solely on advanced technology. With compatibility and growth, we possess increasingly powerful battleships, which is why our human civilization can dominate the entire universe. God bless us, Li Kes said excitedly. Chu Wang was also highly spirited. As a human, he wanted to see his own civilization become strong. This is also the reason you cannot find two completely identical battleships. At best, they would be similar to the basic Yin-class models. Of course, due to limited efficiency in obtaining energy points, a ship cannot remain perpetually upgrading. Initially, the efficiency of acquiring points for a ship is 100%, but every time a new captain is appointed, the efficiency decreases by half. This is because the spirit of each captain affects the purity of the energy core. Chu Wang couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Under Li Kes's hands, the Hanlong was a second-generation model, and by the time it reached him, it became a third generation. The energy efficiency was merely 25%. In his previous life, this caused him quite a bit of trouble. Fortunately, it wasn't a fourth-generation ship yet. After all, third-generation ships still had a certain potential. Fourth-generation ships were almost entirely treated as tools, and no one would waste resources reinforcing them. Li Kes continued explaining to Chu Wang. Energy points aren't that easy to obtain. Firstly, for a ship to enter the secret realm, there are extremely strict requirements. Only in places like cosmic deserts, which are incredibly barren, can hidden spatial signals be detected. And these signals disappear at a very fast speed, and each time they appear in different locations, without any pattern. You might go several years without catching them, or encounter them 2 or 3 times in a month. But generally speaking, according to the data, a warship captures on average 1.8 secret space signals per year. Chu Wang didn't take this too seriously. His system's first option was to use the secret space signals for detection. He only needed to expend 1 unit of low-level pure energy to capture a spatial secret signal, and there was no requirement for the area. This meant that he didn't have to wander in barren areas of the universe like others, praying to God for luck in capturing signals. He could open a secret space anywhere. Seeing Chu Ang smile, Li Kes couldn't help but laugh. Young man, I appreciate your confidence, but this is how young people always feel they'll get lucky. Li Kes didn't know about Chu Wang having his help. He merely thought it was youthful overconfidence. Chu Wang shrugged and said, I believe God will bless me. Let's hope so. Li Kes sighed. After obtaining the spatial secret signal, you mustn't let your guard down. You will appear in a random universe civilization. Of course, the energy core will adjust the level of the universe civilization based on your battleship level. You will face cruel wars between different civilizations. There will be no possibility for peaceful coexistence. This battle belongs neither to you nor me. Every year, many warships enter secret space never to return, turning into dust floating in another universe along with their owners. Chu Wang remained silent. Entering the secret realm was akin to stepping into the enemy's nest where the number of enemies faced would continue to increase. The combat here wasn't like playing a game of resurrection. There was no possibility of surrender. The struggle between civilizations was the most brutal. Each year, more warships were destroyed in secret space than in all of the exploration missions within their own universe combined. By the way, there's an important matter. Li Kes seemed to remember something and anxiously spoke. In the early stages, enhancing the battleship only requires some common minerals and energy points. But as you reach higher levels, the minerals required for enhancement will become increasingly rare. Especially so, as the upper class controls the market for these rare minerals. By now, they've almost monopolized the market. You are just a civilian. It will be difficult for you to obtain those precious minerals, so you need to solve this problem first. Chapter 13, Hanlong. Chu Wang nodded. He also knew that the elites maintained their decisive advantage in warships and ensured their ruling position by prohibiting precious minerals from reaching the common people. The social status of commoners was difficult to improve. No matter how much money the commoners made, they couldn't get their hands on those warships. At most, they could only have 4th or even 5th generation warships, with no potential for upgrades. After finishing his introduction, Li Kes lost interest in saying more. Hanlong is the most ordinary warship in our family. Years ago, my family was ambushed by the Bai family and several other families, almost destroying ours. More than a dozen high-grade warships were destroyed. As the last heir of my family, I will inherit the remaining legacy of my family and dedicate my life to resisting the Bai family. However, Hanlong is not a powerful warship, and I am no genius pilot. To the Bai family, I am merely somewhat annoying. Kid, once you've completed your mission and obtained the antidote, you should run. You might be able to escape from the Bai clan. Their strength is too overwhelming, far beyond what you can handle. Shuang's heart raced. He knew that Li Kes was testing him. In his previous life, he had examined the log left on the warship after Li Kes's death, and thus knew the grudge between himself and the Bai family. Shuang wasn't foolish. He didn't think that Li Kes would simply dismiss him. Since this was the case, he could directly give him the antidote. Li Kes was merely testing whether Shuang would continue to associate with the Bai family. Shuang certainly didn't want any accidents at this crucial moment. Mr. Li Kes, since I took over your warship, I have been pitted against the Bai family. They will never let me go. Shuang looked into Li Kes's eyes earnestly. The Bai clan. It's hard for me to resist them now, but I cannot compromise with them. Even if I surrender to them and hand over Hanlong, they'll still kill me according to the Bai family's method. They believe that I've concealed things from your family. I don't want to die at the hands of the Bai family as a broken man. Shuang paused momentarily before organizing his thoughts again. I can't say I'll destroy the Bai family. That's impossible. But I swear upon my honor, I will use this warship to strengthen myself, and one day strike a heavy blow to the Bai family. I believe that day will come. Li Kes stared at Shuang and fell silent for a while. I believe in you, young man. You are an extraordinary young man who will choose the right path. Lastly, wish you good luck. Watch out for the black hand of Peter's family. Li Kes seemed to completely lose all interest in speaking further. That's it. The warship system contains a lot of data you might need. You can look through it, though I haven't organized it properly yet, so it's a bit messy. Shuang quietly nodded. Li Kes lay down, without uttering another word. Shuang let out a sigh of relief. He must have passed Li Kes's final test. Although there was no such trial in his previous life, he managed to pass it safely. Shuang shook his head and focused on dealing with the pursuing Bisque. He must find a way to evade his pursuit. Over the next 10+ hours, they quietly moved around in this area, with Shuang always keeping alert. After more than 10 hours, Shuang turned around to discover that Li Kes had already stopped breathing. He paid a solemn salute to Li Kes's body and said, Mr. Li Kes, may your teacher stay with you forever, and I will respect your final wishes and place you inside Hanlong's engine reactor to allow your soul to merge with her. Shuang bowed his head respectfully. A minute later, Shuang lifted his head, gazing complexly at Li Kes. Regardless, he handed over Hanlong to him. This was a key step for Shuang to change his fate. Shuang sincerely thanked him. Rest assured, I will fully confront the Bai family and repay their sins with their own blood. Shuang picked up Li Kes's body and placed it in the reaction furnace. He watched Li Kes turn to ashes. Shuang then turned and walked into the command center of the warship, sitting skillfully in the captain's seat of the warship. An instant solemn atmosphere enveloped the entire center. This was the demeanor of Shuang, who spent years on the brink of life and death in his past life. Returning to this position once more naturally brought forth the presence of an experienced captain. He hadn't dared to sit here earlier, fearing Li Kes would doubt him. But truthfully, sharing a room with a man capable of killing him at any time had caused Shuang immense pressure. Moreover, Shuang had many secrets he couldn't share with Li Kes. Brother, we finally meet again. Shuang touched the control interface of the captain's chair, sighing. After being reborn, he constantly worried, afraid he might never regain control of Hanlong. In his previous life, Shuang had spent most of his time on Hanlong. Without Hanlong, Shuang would also feel lost about his future. Perhaps he could only be a high-income miner. Ever since entering Hanlong, Shuang had been restraining his emotions. He skillfully entered the bottom layer of the warship. He opened the detailed attribute information and carefully looked it over. Yin-class destroyer Hanlong, overall strength level 6. Remaining energy points 12, energy point efficiency 25%. Standard modules. Standard main cannon, green. Level 2, attack power, 23, rate of fire, 6 rounds/minute, reload time, 50s, damage type, kinetic damage. Upgrade requires 200 energy and 3 tons of copper ore. Standard armor, green, level 1, defense, 11, material, titanium alloy, armor resistance. Reduces kinetic damage by 11%, reduces particle damage by 11%, reduces laser damage by 11%. Upgrade requires 200 energy and 20 tons of titanium alloy. Standard shield level 2, shield value, 130, revival speed, 1.2/s, activation time, 20s, buffer time, 60 minutes, shield type, magnetic field. Upgrade requires 200 energy and 3 tons of iron ore. Standard engine level 2, maximum power, 22, energy consumption, at maximum power 1 unit/hour. Upgrade requires 100 energy units and 3 tons of solid gas. Standard radar level 1, search range, 10, search accuracy, 10. Upgrade requirements. 100 energy, 2 tons of copper ore. Standard warship structure, green, level 0, strength, 20, additional module slots. 3. Energy core compatibility, 48%. Upgrade requires 2,000 energy points, 1 titanium crystal. Additional module list. Tianma jumper, purple, level 0, energy consumption, 100 per jump, jump speed, 100 times the speed of light, energy recharge time, 1h, cooldown time, 24h. Additional attributes. Instant arrival within 0.1 light years, buffer time, 24 hours. Upgrade requires 400 energy and 1 titanium crystal. Brainwave control system, green, level 1, energy consumption, 1 per hour, effect. After activation, the warship can be remotely controlled via brainwaves, with a maximum distance of 0.01 light years. Upgrade requires 200 energy points, 1 ton of solid gas. Hidden motion generation device, golden. Energy consumption, 100, energy recharge time, 1h, duration, 24h, buffer time, 24h. Additional attributes. The warship becomes invisible, extremely powerful. Upgrade requires 500 energy and 2 titanium crystals. Chapter 14, Jump System. Chuang understood. Like before, there were still 5 standard modules. The hull structure of the battleship was the main body of the warship and could be regarded as a special module. After integrating with the energy core, the battleship would undergo a qualitative change. As a carrier of the module, it would also have its own characteristics. All battleships must be equipped with these 5 modules, otherwise, their combat effectiveness would be greatly affected. As for auxiliary guns, towing beams, and other weapons, they were functional equipment installed on the ship's structure and did not belong to any specific module. However, this kind of equipment would upgrade with the upgrading of the battleship's frame structure. This was also why strengthening the hull structure of a battleship required more resources than regular modules. Moreover, he would need rare minerals like titanium crystals. The 3 additional modules on Hanlong were also very important. The brainwave operating system and the hidden action generator were modules that Li Kashi inherited from his family. Li Kashi accidentally obtained the Pegasus jump device from a mysterious relic in the secret space. These were all recorded in the captain's diary. In the standard modules, there were no colors for the engine or shield, representing that they were the most basic level of modules. The main cannon, armor, and ship hull all had green markers, indicating good quality and being much better than others. Its performance would improve and enhance through the consumption of the same resources. However, in Chuang's eyes, these were all ordinary modules. It was precisely because of these 3 extra modules that he wanted to get Hanlong, especially the brainwave control system. Even though it was only green, its function was extremely important to Chuang. If he wanted to operate Hanlong without exposing himself, he could use the brainwave control system for remote control. Without this module, Chuang might even choose to abandon Hanlong, because under such circumstances, the best response would be to leave the battleship. Without this module, Chuang would have to stay on the battleship all the time since he was alone. Soon, his identity as the new captain of the Hanlong would be exposed and quickly recognized by the Bai family. He didn't want to know how it felt to enter the sight of the Bai clan at such an early stage of his development. He could only avoid the Bai family's investigation by remotely controlling Hanlong using the brainwave control system, thus disguising his minor identity. But for Chuang, the best system on the warship was the gold class onboard module. That is, a hidden motion generator. Green level was above non-graded equipment. Above the green level was the blue level. Blue level meant exquisite quality. Not to mention, purple level was precious. Next came the gold level, also known as the hero level, predicting that every warship with a gold class onboard module would become a hero in the future. Every gold class onboard module would significantly enhance the combat capability of the warship. In Chuang's eyes, the hidden motion generator was rare and powerful even among the gold class onboard modules. Chuang did not know how it worked. After activation, the entire warship seemed invisible. Under normal circumstances, the radar couldn't detect it. Most importantly, the hidden motion generator was hard to interfere with electronically. Even a radar with accuracy 60 could not detect it. Such radars were quite rare. Moreover, unless the main gun began accumulating energy to fire, the ship's stealth state could not be interrupted during normal navigation. He could lurk quietly and wait for the right moment to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. This system was also the most valuable system on Hanlong. Even his own system was equivalent to the other onboard modules on the warship. Regarding the Pegasus jump device, purple level indicated precious quality. Every onboard module above the purple level was precious to the aristocracy. For example, the leader of the star region where Chuang was located. He didn't even have a purple level 1, let alone a gold class onboard module. For Chuang, the Pegasus jump system was very important. The power system could only be used on sublight speed routes and couldn't exceed light speed. The distance between 2 star systems in the universe was calculated in light years. Sublight speed travel couldn't traverse real outer space. Therefore, modules like the Pegasus jump system were essential components on warships. The purple jump system on Hanlong performed excellently and could fly at speeds over 100 times the speed of light. Moreover, its additional attributes were also powerful. Only those above the blue level could possess additional attributes, and these additional attributes were quite strong. For instance, the additional attribute of the Pegasus jump system. They instantly arrived within 0.1 light years, equivalent to a teleportation every 24 hours. Just like the first generation hidden action generator, this was the guarantee for Li Kashi and Chuang from the previous life to escape from the Bai family for so many years. The hidden action generator would make it difficult to track Hanlong's whereabouts. Although it would fail when the main cannon started to accumulate energy, it could only be used for concealment or lurking. Moreover, the system could allow Hanlong to escape at any time. It was a perfect escape combination. If Li Keqi had not been betrayed, he could have enjoyed a long period of freedom from the pursuit of the Bai family. This was why Chuang was determined to obtain Hanlong. With these two additional onboard modules, Chuang could establish a special tactical system for Hanlong. A true battleship has its own tactical system. Powerful battleships must possess the ability to travel faster than light. Systems like the Tianma jump system not only enable faster than light travel, but can also be recognized by core energy. Such systems are extremely rare. However, high-level upgrades require a large amount of resources to reinforce. The Gold-class hidden motion generator consumes more energy for upgrades than the standard 5 battleship modules combined, and the minerals they need are even rarer. The initial reinforcement requires precious minerals like titanium crystals. Titanium crystals are hundreds of times more expensive than ordinary minerals and are impossible to purchase on the market due to being monopolized by major families. Currently, the hidden action generator and the Tianma jump system were still cooling down and temporarily unusable. The hidden action generator needed 11 hours and 23 minutes. The Tianma jump system required 6 hours and 52 minutes. Chuang couldn't help but laugh. In his previous life, he was just a rookie hastily evading the pursuit of the Bai family's warships. Back then, Chuang could only rely on the complex celestial environment of the mining area, along with the system. He always tried to delay time until the buffer period between the two onboard modules ended. But now, he wouldn't encounter such situations. If Chuang hadn't misunderstood, Bai Suk was carefully searching for the place where Hanlong had taken the first treasure right now. After being reborn, Chuang had made several preparations for this moment. First, after boarding Hanlong, he relied on his past life experiences to gain more trust from Li Keqi, to see if Li Keqi could stop injecting poison into him. Chapter 15, Gravity Storm. But in the end, he did not accept this plan. It was possible that like Sa Chu Eng's experience, and would change the unlocking condition for the antidote from killing one core disciple of the Bai family to destroying the entire Bai family, or even threatening him with something more severe. Chuang still opted for the conservative solution. He pretended to be a rookie, just like he had been in his previous life, until he took over Hanlong. The only thing he could do now was to let Hanlong hide in the mining area. This way, Chuang could continue delving deeper into the asteroid belt region, easily evading Pursuer Pisk's capture. In this manner, it would not only conceal his identity as the newly appointed warship captain, but also protect the warship's combat capability from serious damage after being discovered. What Chuang needed to do now was to check Li Keqi's flight records in the shipboard brain. That was how he handled things in his previous life. A good plan required increasingly explicit information to support it. However, most of the log content, Chuang had already known. Years of combat experience from his past life made him extremely familiar with Hanlong. Chuang could even operate Hanlong with his eyes closed. Chuang's plan was proceeding smoothly. It seems I have managed to evade Bisk's search. Now, I can return to collection number 1 and continue working as a miner until Hanlong's additional module cools down. This way, you can disentangle yourself from this matter. The only thing he had to pay attention to was if the Bisk clan's anger would cause them to kill the miners at the mine site without noticing Hanlong. Chuang calmly analyzed. Chuang was analyzing what the Bisk clan would do next. If the Bisk clan chose this path, the main cannon would trigger a gravity storm in this area. 4 warships like collection number 1, an unstable space environment under those circumstances was nothing short of hell. But the Bisk family hadn't made such a choice yet. The mining area remained calm. It seemed there was no need for concern. But Chuang was still carefully watching the screen of the miniature detector he had pulled out earlier. 2 hours ago, it had sent him a signal. Indeed, more than 10 micro-detection probes disappeared from the shielded zone and found the presence of Swallow-class destroyers. Bisk, you can't catch me this time. Chuang confirmed. It was this warship that forced him to flee in his past life. Retaliatory thoughts arose within Chuang, but he dismissed them. Chuang also knew that, right now, he wasn't a match for himself. As a core disciple of the Bisk family, Bisk naturally had access to abundant resources from the Bisk family. His warship's comprehensive grade even reached level 11, while Hanlong was merely level 6. It was like heaven and earth. If they were to face each other head-on, his warship could completely ignore Hanlong's attacks. Even Hanlong's main cannon couldn't break through the enemy's energy shield. But Chuang still had other ways. For instance, in his previous life, even though Hanlong suffered heavy blows, it took Chuang a long time to find a way to escape. Using his familiarity with astronomical environments, he found a suitable ambush location. Gravity storms frequently occurred in this region. These storms were typically internally balanced and rarely showed themselves. But if disturbed by external factors, they would erupt. Such gravity storms were known among miners as annoying traps. Relying on his previous experience in the mining area, Chuang quickly located a place with an extremely strong gravity storm. He planted numerous mines around the area. The region's asteroids reduced the effective range and accuracy of the warship's radar, and due to the long distance, it was very difficult to locate these mines. Afterward, he willingly exposed Hanlong's position. Bisk immediately found him. Then Bisk followed his signals. When Bisk arrived, Chuang actively commanded Hanlong to extend the protective zone. It resisted surrounding communications and signals. He wanted to race against Bisk. After the main cannon fired, the nearby gravity storm's balance was broken. The gravity storm erupted suddenly. However, hidden storms by themselves could not destroy a warship with solid armor and shields. At best, it was a minor annoyance. However, the mines Chuang had pre-planted entered the battlefield along with the eruption of the gravity storm. They were Chu Ang's real preparation. This was the true trap. The mines had a simple friend or foe identification function. They dealt a heavy blow to Bisk. They destroyed Bisk's engine system and shielding system. Chuang obtained the antidote by defeating Bisk. Chu Ang's ambush strategy from his past life was quite effective. He successfully defeated an opponent much stronger than himself. If we were talking about space travel adventures, it could be called a perfect victory. But in reality, back then, as a rookie, Chuang did not know that Bisk's warship had a device similar to a black box. He still thought that by destroying a warship in a place like this, he wouldn't be discovered. He didn't destroy the warship. Later, another warship sent by the Bisk family found Bisk's body. The black box inside the wreckage recorded the entire process of the ambush. Chuang was exposed. The Bisk family all knew that the captain of the Hanlong had been replaced, and Likex must already be dead. Bisk had already reported that Likex's heart had been pierced. There was no way he could have survived. Even if he had used any means, his life wouldn't have exceeded 24 hours. Therefore, Likex couldn't possibly be the organizer of this ambush. And such an ambush wasn't Likex's style. The Bisk family deduced that Likex had handed over control to someone else before he died. Second, the newly appointed warship captain must be very familiar with this area, and he knew the distribution of gravity storms. Only then could they have organized such an ambush. With these 2 points, plus Hanlong being at the mine back then, the new captain of the warship was a local miner. Chuang's most crucial disguise was exposed. In his past life, Chuang still had a chance to hide. At least the Bisk family wouldn't have discovered it so quickly. But Chuang was forced by poison. Within just 1 year, he had to kill a core member of the Bisk family. Back then, he believed there were no better options. So he chose to take the risk at the cost of his own life. Although he succeeded, the consequences were serious. He left behind many clues, exposing his identity. Not only that, but he also caused more severe damage to Hanlong. Chuang even dared not use the system functions to gain energy points. Chuang could not expose his identity as the new captain of the warship. In the days to come, Chuang would strive to strengthen Hanlong and make himself even more powerful. But this opportunity was wasted. This time, however, Chuang would not act like he did before. Bisk wasn't the only core disciple of the Bisk family. Perhaps he didn't need to kill him. And Chuang also knew another method to unlock the agreement with Hanlong. Guys, I'm not playing with you this time. When I get stronger, I'll come for you. Chuang thought. Chapter 16, Fuel. After being reborn, Chuang's perspective was no longer limited to this small mining area. He was very clear that opposing the Peter family now was extremely dangerous. It was unnecessary. Chuang had always hidden his identity well by leveraging the advantage of his rebirth without exposing himself to the Bai family. As long as he could hide Hanlong for a period of time, he would still be a miner. At least the Bai family wouldn't pay attention to him in the short term. This way, he could buy some time for his own growth. Chuang decided to hide first and develop himself for a while. Once grown, it wouldn't matter whether it was the core members of the Bai family or even the entire Bai family. He would no longer fear them. Chuang's heart was filled with excitement. After successfully shaking off Bisk's pursuit, Chuang quickly returned to collection number 1. He activated the brainwave control system. With this system, he could guide Hanlong within its range, so he didn't have to stay there all the time. Turn off the engine. Chuang issued a few simple commands. After confirming the system was functioning properly, he left Hanlong. Chuang drove collection number 1 away quietly. After confirming Hanlong had completely escaped from Bisk's tracking, Chuang initiated the stealth motion generator. Subsequently, Hanlong left the asteroid belt and hid into space. Chuang kept the distance between himself and Hanlong within the system's operational range. More than 10 hours later, he drove collection number 1 back safely to KD-01 with the minerals collected over the past few days. As usual, Chuang handed over the collected minerals. He didn't directly use the system's optional feature to activate the hidden chamber to obtain energy points to reinforce Hanlong. This was because Chuang never had enough time to mine for 3 days. Each time, he would spend 1 day in the secret realm. Previously, it took Chuang 2 days to accept Hanlong. If Chuang had activated the secret chamber, it would have taken more time than before, which would have been abnormal. For Chuang, the most important thing right now was to hide his identity. The sky over KD-01 was always gloomy, with a faint smell of rust in the air. This planet remained an industrial planet. There were no changes due to the battle between the 2 warships. Chuang did nothing special and went home directly. The next day, Chuang woke up. He leisurely stretched. In his previous life, Chuang didn't have such moments of relaxation. Chuang still remembered that the fuel reserves on Hanlong's battleship were almost depleted at that time. The first thing he did after escaping the chase was thinking about how to get fuel. Fuel can be used. Standard fuel is widely used in large engineering equipment and starships. Each standard fuel pellet is not very large, only about the size of a fist. Each one is worth approximately $1,000. For miners like Chuang, buying around 10 units at a time was quite normal. But for massive warships, 10 units of standard fuel wouldn't last an hour. Just the hidden motion generator and Tianma jump system on the ship each required 100 standard fuel units per use. Moreover, using the brainwave control system consumed a great deal of energy. It consumes 1 unit per hour. Adding the consumption of other equipment on board, Hanlong needed at least 30 fuel pellets daily. That meant he had to spend at least 30,000 credits every day just to maintain the basic operation of this warship. Such expenses were unsustainable for Chuang. He wasn't wealthy, nor was he part of a prominent family. As a miner, He couldn't reasonably explain where such a huge amount of money came from. So, inevitably, his identity would be revealed. Therefore, Chuang could only turn to the black market instead of the formal market. In his previous life, Chuang made a deal with a black market dealer to secretly obtain fuel. Although the price of the fuel he bought was below market value, he still paid the black market dealer a brokerage fee. Though it cost a fair amount, it solved Hang Long's energy problem. Although Chuang didn't reveal his identity to the black market dealer to ensure his own safety, the dealer still discovered something unusual. This was reality, not a game. He was a minor head of a secret smuggling group belonging to a noble family in the northern part of the empire. The intense confrontation between Hang Long and the Peter family's warship in his previous life was no longer a secret. He even knew about the two ships and why they fought. Such smuggling groups were the ones who obtained information the fastest. However, as a minor, purchasing a large amount of fuel on the black market made this dealer keenly realize that Chuang was unusual. Even though he didn't recognize Chuang personally, he still reported this message to the higher-ups of the group. What originally seemed to be a contest between Chuang and Bisk actually had another participant. The imperial nobles had brought Chuang quite a bit of trouble. The noble was Hawk, and the black market dealer was the head of their fourth trade group, Hake. Both of them were on Chuang's death list. This time, he must take revenge. Currently, Chuang was caught in a difficult situation due to lack of power. There were still 2072 units of fuel left in the battleship. Nowadays, more than 30 units are consumed daily. If Chuang doesn't purchase enough fuel in time, he will run out of all energy within 70 days. A powerless battleship is very tempting, just like an unclothed young girl. Chuang might lose Hang Long forever. Compared to his previous life, Chuang's mood now was rather relaxed, not at all anxious. Now he knows that without fuel, pure energy can also become the source of energy for the battleship. But that way, the cost would be too high, and it would damage the ship's power system. Chuang currently owns 3 units of low-level pure energy. As for mid-level pure energy, he wouldn't bear to use it as fuel. 3 units of low-level pure energy equate to 3,000 units of fuel. It's sufficient to deal with the current energy crisis. So Chuang doesn't need to take any risks. Chuang ordered a business meal. To be honest, this food didn't taste good. He took a shower and changed into casual clothes. He took the levitating bus to the Virtual Equipment Club. Half an hour later, he arrived at the commercial plaza. The Virtual Equipment Club was located in this plaza. The clubhouse was an 18-story building, which was very rare in the entire neighborhood. There was even a restaurant on some of the floors. Moreover, there were 160 pieces of virtual equipment inside the club, able to maximally reproduce reality. Chuang was going to practice methods of maneuvering the battleship. There were many women dressed in uniforms waiting at the entrance of the clubhouse. Chuang didn't pay much attention and walked past directly. A beautiful customer service lady dressed in uniform approached. "Hello, sir, do you have a reservation?" Chuang took out a black card and said, "I made the reservation last night." "All right, sir, I'll immediately activate the virtual equipment reserved specifically for you." Smiling, the attendant took Chuang's business card and led him upstairs. Chapter 17, Interstellar Journey. Arriving at a room on the 4th floor, the young lady pushed the door open to reveal an egg-shaped device inside. "I hope you enjoy your time." "Sure, thank you." He then glanced at the virtual equipment pod in front of him and couldn't help but smile with nostalgia. He had once played the role of a battleship captain during his interstellar travels. According to Chuang's previous lifestyle, he would visit this place 2 or 3 times every month. Each time he came here was for the game, Interstellar Journey. This time, he did not want to show any abnormality. The virtual device was connected to a cabin that was 3 meters long and 1.5 meters wide. Chuang lay down, getting familiar with it again. The cabin door was closed. Chuang heard the familiar mechanical female voice. "Do you want to connect to the interstellar network?" "Yes. You are now connected. Enjoy your online experience." Chuang opened his eyes and entered a space realm. In front of him, a massive yellow star was shining brightly. This star belonged to the galaxy where he resided, KD-01. Before long, Chuang found the interstellar journey. Soon, a battleship appeared in front of him. The battleship employed kinetic energy weapons similar to Han Long's. For secondary cannons surrounded the ship while its engines emitted blue light. A yellow beam shot towards Chuang, pulling his consciousness into the heart of the battleship. Chuang easily found the captain's position at the center of the command center. The mechanical female voice of the battleship came over. "Glad to meet you, officer. I am a forced-class reconnaissance destroyer with the following features. Main cannon system level 1, armor system level 1, power system level 1, radar system level 1, hull structure strength level 1, comprehensive combat power level 1. The rest of the reinforcement points totaled 1090. The forced-class reconnaissance destroyer belongs to the beginner class in Interstellar Journey. Each player who enters the game can receive 1 destroyer free of charge. This refers to the initial state of the warship, meaning before the installation of an energy core. Unlike warships with core energy, mainly it cannot deploy shields and does not have shields. Thus, its fighting ability is weaker compared to ships equipped with an energy core. After all, it was just a game. Chuang had familiarized himself with the operation and tactics of a battleship by playing this game. It was the only way for him to enter a warship. He hadn't played this game for over 10 years. Before his rebirth, he had been chased by many people, let alone possessing something like Han Long. No one cared about virtual warships. Still, Chuang felt some nostalgia and pressed the button to start the game. Enter single-player mode, waiting in queue. Match successful. Wish you success. However, as he glanced around the terrain, he realized that the map he had been given placed him within a small asteroid belt. The radius of the map was approximately 18 million kilometers, or 1 light minute. Competing warship, First Level Reconnaissance Destroyer, ID, Chuang, versus Fourth Level Reconnaissance Destroyer, ID, Gorgeous Wind. As these instructions flashed across Chu Ang's screen, his battleship appeared beside a small star. It seems my luck is good. In the asteroid belt, I could say I'm invincible, Chuang smiled. After a brief moment of thought, Chuang issued an order. Adjust radar mode to passive search, shut down main engine, move in the specified direction. Chuang knew well that the detection capability of the radar would be greatly affected in the asteroid belt. If the other party didn't activate their main cannon or enable engine acceleration mode, there was no way he could differentiate between the opposing warship and the asteroids using just level 1 radar. Thus, Chuang set the radar mode to passive, searching for fluctuations in the enemy's radar to locate the enemy without being discovered. In order to avoid the opponent detecting him first, Chuang steered the battleship toward a nearby asteroid and entered a path identical to that of the asteroid to maximize the impact of the asteroid on radar detection. A few minutes later, the radar detected a fluctuation while in passive mode. Wow, looks like my luck's holding up. He's a rookie. Chuang smiled. The man didn't know how to hide. He rushed forward in an attempt to find Chuang. Adjust the engine forward 3 gears. Use the asteroid as cover to approach the enemy warship. Keep radar in passive detection mode. Chuang began adjusting the warship to approach the opponent. Moving 3 gears forward wasn't powerful enough to be detected by the other side's radar. After all, the other side's rating was only 4. The radar signals from the other side were continuously released. Chuang could judge the opponent's position based on changes in the radar wave direction. A few minutes later, the opponent had entered the shooting range of Chuang's warship. Chuang decided not to advance further. Although there were still many stars nearby, he was uncertain if moving further ahead would result in his being detected by radar. Shut down the engine. Chuang decided to stop beside him. The main cannon of his battleship was a kinetic weapon. Although it had a long range, the speed of the artillery wasn't very fast. To maximize the hit rate, he had to avoid having too large an angular velocity with respect to his opponent. The best time to fire would be when the opponent was either directly facing or turned away from him, at which point his main cannon would have a high chance of success. After a while, the time came. After searching the area for a bit, the man turned around and headed straight towards Chuang's location. Main cannon charge. Chuang immediately issued the order. Main cannon begins charging. Countdown 10 seconds. Charging. Although the charge of the main cannon was detected by the opponent, who began responding, it was already too late. Chuang smirked confidently as he pressed the button. Hope you learned something from this battle. Upon noticing that Chuang's main cannon was charging, the man immediately attempted to evade. However, at such a close distance, there was no escaping. A high-speed armor-piercing shell fired by Chuang's battleship struck the side of the enemy ship, nearly piercing through the entire armor before exploding. The energy of the armor-piercing round combined with the blast shockwave not only shattered the enemy's armor, but also caused their ship to lose balance and begin spinning. This single strike instantly incapacitated the enemy's combat ability. But Chuang wouldn't let down his guard. As a qualified captain, he should fully dedicate himself to annihilating the enemy before they surrender. Full speed ahead towards the enemy vessel. Continue main cannon attacks. After issuing the command, Chuang leaned back in his chair. The opposing vessel had lost its balance, which was fatal in this kind of battle. There was no way the enemy could dodge his attacks now, nor counter with their own main cannon. They were like a sitting duck in space, and Chuang had already secured the victory. All that remained for him to do was to attack the enemy a few more times with the main cannon. The reason he moved full speed toward the opponent was to make the shots more precise. Such a victory, hard one though it may have been, even bored Chuang somewhat. Hope I encounter a stronger opponent next time, Chuang muttered. Chapter 18, Rookie. Chuang has over 10 years of experience in spacecraft operation, so dealing with such a rookie was naturally effortless for him. After the main cannon finished charging, the second bullet accurately hit the enemy's center. It successfully broke through the structure of the enemy's warship. The opponent's defeat was just a matter of time. A message request from Huali phone. Chuang didn't want to talk to the person sending the message. Generally, at this point, the other party would scold him. However, Chuang felt that he hadn't spoken in-game for quite some time, so he answered the call. Soon, the other party's words came through the channel. Guy, don't shoot me, let's talk. His voice sounded somewhat anxious. He didn't swear at me. Chuang was pleasantly surprised. Deactivate the main cannon. The other party's attitude was still pretty good. Chuang decided to have a conversation with him. Thank you, Guy. He sounded like a young man. Hello, do you need help? Chuang slowly said. Buddy, my winning rate is about to drop below 50%. God, I'll be embarrassed in front of my friends. Can you forfeit? Don't worry, I will send you a battleship gift in the game, the man said sincerely. Chuang subconsciously looked for the other's expressions. If he lost this round, his winning rate would fall below 50%. It seems this rookie is quite wealthy, willing to send me a warship gift in the game for a bit of performance. Although Chuang wasn't short on money, he thought that for such a small game, the dignity of a young person might be more important. He simply wanted to make him happy. Alright, you don't need to give me your gift. I'll surrender now. Good luck, young man. Chuang smiled and submitted. He never cared about win rates. After Chuang surrendered, the other party also sent a friend request, but it was rejected by Chuang. It was just a few words of thanks. He didn't want to play with such a rookie. Chuang continued. Chuang always played here for around 4 hours. The virtual connector could slow down the time in the game. 1 hour outside was already 8 hours inside. Even though, in Chu Ang's eyes, the game's stellar journey was much easier than piloting a real warship. Still, it could pass the time and practice battle tactics. Soon, Chu Ang found his next opponent. This time, they were in the cosmic void. The game locked a radius of 1 centimeter, and they couldn't leave this area. Both parties, Level 1 Forced Reconnaissance Destroyer, ID, Chu Ang, versus Level 5 Forced Reconnaissance Destroyer, ID, Raindrop. The opponent had a Level 5 warship. Apparently, this time, there was no way he would win as easily. This area lay between the stars, almost devoid of any material covering. Due to gravitational forces, most materials in the universe gathered together. The rest of the vast regions had almost nothing, a true vacuum. There were always many warships navigating in these areas because the astronomical environment here was extremely pure, with no interference at all. Only in places like this did they stand a chance to receive signals from secret realm spaces and enter them to obtain energy points. In such places, ambushes weren't something to worry about. He could only fight the opponent with his actual strength. Activate radar active mode. Set the power to maximum. There was nothing else to say. In this situation, he could only find the opponent and charge directly at himself. Of course, the other side would also make this choice. The current competition was just about who found the other first. Dozens of seconds later, Chu Ang located him and locked him in place. Clearly, the enemy also found him and kept tabs on him. Full speed forward 5 steps. Chu Ang adjusted his steps. Then he furrowed his brow. The other's speed was too fast. It was very likely that the opponent's engine had been upgraded to level 2. It looks like my opponent isn't a rookie, Chu Ang laughed. He had finally encountered a formidable adversary. For players of this game, the first thing to upgrade should be the main cannon, then defense, and finally the engine. Since the opponent's engine had been upgraded to level 2, his main cannon and armor must be at least level 2, or even level 3. God, thank you for finding such an opponent for me. It's a bit of a challenge. Chu Ang didn't feel disheartened. Only an opponent like this would make people feel interested, just like how the previous rookie was wasting time. His level 1 armor facing a level 2 or higher main cannon was practically just a piece of paper. Once struck, the defense in the hit position would immediately collapse. If the same position was struck twice, his warship would turn into a pile of junk. In this game, shield mode was unusable. Otherwise, Chu Ang could have dealt with this powerful warship entirely. Brother, I won't just sit and wait to be destroyed, Chu Ang muttered. Chu Ang was getting closer to the opponent's main range. After all, the main range of the opponent was at level 2 or above. Once within range, he could fire directly. However, Chu Ang did not intend to retaliate as he had just reached the range of his main cannon. At such an extremely long distance, the firing speed of the main cannon was low, and with a level 2 engine, it was easy for the opponent to dodge his attack. Activate the secondary engine for irregular movement to evade attacks. Chu Ang remained calm and issued the most correct command. The side engine is mainly used to adjust the posture and direction of the warship. By randomly activating it, the warship would move irregularly, increasing the probability of evading the opponent's attack. Chu Ang luckily avoided the first attack. Taking advantage of the time when the opponent's main cannon was charging, Chu Ang adjusted the warship and advanced at full speed. Soon, the opponent fired the second bullet, which finally swept past Chu Ang at less than 100 kilometers away. Compared to the millions of kilometers between the two sides, this could be considered very close. However, Chu Ang still did not order the main cannon to retaliate. Switch to manual mode. Quickly, a control stick extended in front of Chu Ang. Guy, you'll soon find out how powerful my warship system is. Chu Ang smiled. Chu Ang was somewhat excited. He gripped the steering wheel tightly and continuously controlled the direction of the warship to avoid being hit. He advanced at full speed towards the opponent. Now, the distance between them was less than 1,800,000 kilometers. The third bullet from the opponent missed Chu Ang by a greater margin. Because Chu Ang's movements were irregular and suddenly accelerated, the opponent's fire control radar made a misjudgment. In this situation, a distance of 1,800,000 kilometers was far from enough for the opponent to launch a fourth bullet. After spotting Chu Ang, the opponent started the engine and approached Chu Ang at full speed. Now, Chu Ang's speed had reached the limit that the hull could withstand. Any faster, and the warship might break apart. After the battle, I haven't fired the main cannon. The opponent definitely doesn't know the extent to which my warship's main cannon has been reinforced. Otherwise, they wouldn't risk slowing down for fear of being hit by me. Chapter 19. Winning with Inferiority. Chu Ang analyzed the situation without hesitation. This was his intuition as a captain with over a decade of experience. The faster the battleship moved, the smaller the chance of hitting the target. The opponent didn't know that Chu Ang only had a level 1 main cannon. Therefore, he didn't risk decelerating and being hit, but instead increased the number of attacks. He chose a more stable combat method, intending to surpass Chu Ang before the next round of artillery warfare. But this also gave Chu Ang an opportunity. Adjust the engine gears to first gear forward, set the left side of the engine to maximum power, and start loading the main cannon. The thrust of the battleship decreased while a hot blue plasma spewed from the left engine. It could be seen that Chu Ang's battleship tilted to the right, passing by the opponent in this posture. If the opponent continued straight ahead without turning, Chu Ang would have a firing window. Chu Ang only needed to seize this window to hit the opponent. Since the main cannon was still charging, the opponent couldn't counterattack. This was his chance. Soon, the main cannon's energy was fully charged. Just as they were about to pass each other, Chu Ang's eyes widened, carefully searching for the moment when the two met. Main cannon. Chu Ang pressed the button. A high-speed bullet shot out from the cannon. At such a short distance, he accurately hit the right side of the enemy's engine. The enemy's flight control system made some adjustments, trying to avoid Chu Ang's attack. But at this close distance, there was no escape. After the armor-piercing bullet hit the engine, it detonated the fuel inside, almost completely depriving them of propulsion. However, Chu Ang had also made a full-speed adjustment to the battleship's orientation, which caused some damage to his own ship. Such a fundamental change in direction was a heavy burden on the ship. Chu Ang even believed that if he did it twice more, the whole ship would disintegrate along with his level 1 body structure. Nevertheless, taking this risk was worth it. Now he gained a significant advantage. The opponent's engines had almost lost all their power. Not only could this slow down their speed, but it also reduced their energy. Even the main cannon wouldn't open. The situation was more unbalanced than when rookies collided last time. Sure enough, the opponent soon gave up resistance and surrendered directly. After the match ended, Chu Ang received another communication request. After the line was connected, the man invited Chu Ang to team up. Chu Ang decisively refused. He wasn't interested in playing with others. At that moment, I made a great choice. Clearly my control over the battleship has improved significantly. Chu Ang praised himself in his heart. That precise moment tested Chu Ang's ability to seize opportunities and judge timing. When the battleship flew past at an extremely fast speed, the time available for the main cannon to aim at the enemy was only a few milliseconds. He needed to take the shot within those few milliseconds, but mainly because of luck, and he had to very accurately grasp the opportunity, because the main cannon must fire within a certain period after charging. Otherwise, it would explode. If charged too early and the opening window hasn't arrived yet, then he'd wasted this opportunity. If the main cannon was loaded too late, when they passed each other, the main cannon might not be fully loaded, preventing it from firing. Moreover, the opponent's armor had reached level 2. Only by hitting key areas like the engine could harm be done to the opponent. But Chu Ang was lucky. If he revealed that he only had a level 1 main cannon after firing, the opponent would avoid getting close to Chu Ang and opt for long-range artillery battles instead. In that case, for Chu Ang with a low-grade battleship, it would be very disadvantageous. Afterwards, Chu Ang continued the competition. 3 more battles began. He won. Like in the first round, they were all rookies, making Chu Ang a bit bored. After all, playing soccer with a rookie meant nothing to Chu Ang. Chu Ang chose to end his space odyssey. Being with his familiar favorite machine, the driving skills he had cultivated seemed applicable. Most importantly, this machine possessed the fighting ability to defeat pirates in one swift move. With that, Chu Ang should be able to continue living life as a mercenary, online on Stella repeatedly. Fortunately, there was a large amount of cargo in the vehicle, and with Chu Ang's driving technique and favorite machine, it was likely he could earn money by hunting space pirates. Also, the total bonus for the recently scanned and destroyed space pirate was 19,000 enels. Although it was unclear what the prices were in this world, the bounty for space pirates aboard armed spaceships couldn't possibly be just pocket change. Based on the prices in Stella Online that Chu Ang played, 19,000 enels were nowhere near enough to buy a spaceship. However, after accounting for energy replenishment, ammunition resupply, and maintenance of the spacecraft he had been riding in, there should still be more than enough funds left. By the way, let's recover the cargo and data. In Stella Online, one could loot goods and data caches from the wreckage of defeated space pirate ships. While the value wasn't always substantial, occasionally some useful items could be scavenged. Analyzing data caches could provide information about nearby star regions. If lucky, one might even uncover the coordinates of pirate bases. Once you knew the pirate base's coordinates, you could raid it and eliminate them, looting all treasures within. Additionally, these coordinates could be reported to the security forces managing the star system, generating income through intelligence fees. No matter how it was approached, there were benefits. Chu Ang excitedly piloted the Hanlong and detached cargo, data caches, as well as equipment in better condition from the wreckage of the pirate ship. Spacecraft in Stella Online came equipped with drones for the recovery of these supplies. Of course, Chu Ang's Hanlong also carried such drones. There isn't anything spectacular. The pirate's cargo only consisted of low-quality food and brewed alcohol. Although the brewed alcohol could fetch decent prices, according to the Galactic Empire's policy that managed the stellar system, it could sometimes be illegal. Still, even if the alcohol was deemed illegal, the worst outcome would be confiscation and a verbal scolding. Items like illegal slaves, however, posed significant risks. Not only would they be confiscated, but there would also be hefty fines and possible banishment from the star system, or even an attack by the stellar system security forces. Oh, the data cache was correct. Not only did it contain the coordinates of the main stations in this stellar system, but it also revealed the coordinates of the pirate's base. Just selling this information would yield rewards higher than those from destroying 3 pirate ships earlier. Judging by the data, there seemed to be no habitable planets in this star system. Instead, it appeared rich in mineral resources scattered with asteroid belts, mining stations, forcing prisoners into cruel mining, jails, and trading colonies. No data about the neighboring star systems. Chapter 20, Interrogation. Unfortunately, they only had the data of this galaxy in their hands. No data was found for the surrounding galaxies. They still didn't know where this galaxy was located in the Milky Way. To obtain these data, they would have to connect to an information network at some station or colony. Let's go to the trade colony if we are going. For now, they set the destination as the largest trade colony in this stellar system. According to the intelligence, the headquarters of the police force guarding this stellar system seemed to be there as well. They could not only claim the bounty for defeating space pirates, but also sell the intelligence on the base that they obtained from the pirates. Setting the main generator output to cruising mode, they oriented the ship's bow toward the trading colony. Then they slowly increased the throttle, and, after getting enough acceleration, activated the faster-than-light drive. Oh, the scenery suddenly bent. Stars that were originally points of light turned into glowing lines and began to flow backward. Chuangong did not understand the technical theory behind the faster-than-light drive, nor did Stella's online resources provide detailed explanations, so it was somewhat unclear. However, this function was mainly used for long-distance travel within a stellar system. In fact, Chuangong could see the scenery in the cockpit moving. He assumed that they must just be traveling at an astonishing speed. From the perspective that their spaceship collided with space debris or asteroid clusters without sustaining serious damage, it appeared that some kind of special technology was employed to avoid such problems. Incidentally, the Hanlong had interstellar navigation capabilities as well. It was said to possess devices that connected via subspace corridors of stellar systems, enabling movement between stars at speeds much faster than light. The exact theory behind this remained beyond Chuangong's comprehension. From the perspective of the game and its players, what mattered most was the ability to move between stellar systems. The finer details were unnecessary. Due to holding this standpoint, Chuangong wasn't exactly a hardcore sci-fi enthusiast. Additionally, there was ultra-long-distance travel using wormhole gates. These were mostly managed by the Cosmic Empire under the control of the administrators, and their use was usually heavily restricted. Among the players, there were some who managed to unlock access through increased contributions to the Cosmic Empire. However, quite unfortunately, for Chuangong, a mere freelancer playing Stream Soldier, there was no such opportunity. As he imagined interstellar travel, they passed a massive gas planet. Chuangong couldn't help but want to stop the faster-than-light drive to observe the grand spectacle of the universe, but he restrained himself and hurried toward the trade colony. If they got attacked by space pirates again while lost in thought, it would be disastrous. At this moment, the most crucial thing wasn't satisfying his curiosity but reaching the safe zone, the trade colony, as quickly as possible to gather information. After that, Chuangong should have time to observe gas planets, asteroid clusters, and other wondrous cosmic scenes that he'd never seen or heard of before. It would definitely be like that. He hoped it would be. Although Chuangong wasn't intensely interested in science fiction or the universe, he still possessed the sensibility to become captivated by the magnificent sights before him. Chuangong believed that space was a place of loneliness. Please do not forget this curiosity. Treasure it well. When immersed in these thoughts about the universe, the support AI of the Hanlong informed him that they were approaching the trade colony. He made preparations to disengage the faster-than-light drive, which turned out smoother than expected. Inertia? Perhaps some unknown field was protecting the ship. Following the usual operational sequence, he manipulated the side screens in the cockpit and sent a docking request to the trade colony. This is the harbor administration of the colony. We've received your request to dock with this colony. Captain? Sorry, your name data seems to be corrupted. The name of this spacecraft is the Hanlong. The name is... Name? His real name seemed commonplace, indeed very common. This world's naming conventions sounded somewhat strange, didn't they? It might be better to use the gaming name confirmed earlier for now. It's Guang, I am Captain Guang. And thus, a mercenary named Captain Hong was born in the galaxy. This happened in the year 2397, on August 10th, of the Glacian Empire calendar. So, it's about time we talk about Sada Takahiro. Sada Takahiro resides in a certain city. Aged 27, single. After graduating from high school, he graduated from a local industrial university and started working at a local company. During his university years, he dated a woman he met online, but they broke up because it was a long-distance relationship. After starting his job, since he knew how to use a computer, he was internally assigned as the network administrator in the company. Due to his lack of professional knowledge, he had to learn while working. At work, sometimes colleagues of all ages would attract viruses due to being distracted by news websites, mail-order sites, even suspicious browser games and sites. His hobby is gaming. To put it simply, just gaming. As a versatile gamer, whether it be Japanese games or Western games, he played them all. There was a time when Chuangong became addicted to a certain FPS game, and after repeated efforts, he became a ranked solo player. Even though he didn't have the ability to rank first, at the time, he was undoubtedly one of the top 2 or 3 players. Chuangong wanted every day to be filled with intense action, so much so that his colleagues would say things like, "Your gaze is sharp." How terrifying. However, this daily grind gradually wore him out, leading him to dive into online adventures across vast universes, eventually becoming equally engrossed in those games. That's all the personal information there is about Chuangong. And also his preference for carbonated drinks. Man, they are just too refreshing. It's almost unbearable. After saying so much about Chuangong, let's now talk about his present situation. So, where's this pile of rare metals? Most of what's loaded on the ship is loot we obtained after defeating space pirates. Is there anything else? He got bombarded with questions from the harbor administration staff. Thankfully, brewed alcohol wasn't considered contraband in this colony, but the origin of the large quantities of rare metals still needed to be explained. To tell you the truth, if you asked Chuangong about their origins, even he wouldn't know. Therefore, all he could do was fudge his way through. The current Chuangong is an independent contractor, self-styled as a mercenary, who possesses no items that can verify his identity. So, what should they do with someone carrying such large amounts of precious metal? This would seem incredibly odd, like some kind of mysterious explosion. Surely the harbor administration personnel will interrogate thoroughly. You absolutely cannot reveal its source? Regarding the cargo's source, didn't I already explain everything clearly? I'm tired of having these meaningless conversations. This man seems to be deliberately circling around the topic. Is he waiting for Chuangong to get impatient and slip up somewhere? Or does he suspect some underhanded dealings? Maybe something in his sleeves? Mother? Do you want Chuang to reveal any hidden insinuations, using them as material to provoke or threaten him? It's truly a waste of time engaging seriously with such people. What to do? As he ponders this, the door of the interrogation room opens without warning, and someone storms in. A young woman. More accurately, a girl. And she's stunningly beautiful. With well-defined features, shining blonde hair, red eyes, a pure white military uniform, a red cloak, and a sword at her waist. She resembles a knightess. No, more like a Valkyrie. She appears poised, yet her eyes briefly flash with a predatory fierceness. Clearly, it'd be unwise to underestimate this young woman based on appearances. Wow, what is Miss Selena doing here? I saw a strange ship at Hunger Bay. Is this person the owner? Yes, he is. Suddenly sweating profusely, the harbor administration worker hands over a tablet-like device to the military woman named Selena. She glances at it, and then turns her gaze towards Chuang. Are these massive amounts of rare metals anything illegal? I can swear they aren't. Is it that a self-proclaimed mercenary, not registered with any mercenary guilds, has defeated space pirates? Is there anything else to report? There's data aboard the ship regarding the pirates' base coordinates. It came from analyzing the cache of destroyed pirate ships. I initially planned to submit this intelligence while collecting my bounty, but he dragged me in right after inspecting the goods. He shrugged as if indicating his helplessness. Chapter 21. Interrogation 2. She must belong to the Stellar System Police Force, which is why she acted this way. Her position seemed higher than that of the Port Authority staff. Chuang wanted her to see if she was willing to help. Is there no evidence proving his goods are stolen? Well, you could say that. Isn't that great? He'll unload the cargo here in this colony, where rare metals are always in short supply. There shouldn't be any issues, right? But, do you have something to say to me, the daughter of Lord Horals? No, that. By the way, I've heard that recently some members of the Port Authority have been making trouble over the cargo of ships docked at this colony, demanding bribes. The female soldier known as Lady Serena smiled at the Port Authority worker. Facing her smile, the Port Authority staff couldn't help but tremble. Chuang also trembled. Despite being a smile, it was somehow terrifying. I absolutely wouldn't do such a thing. We can buy the rare metals at a reasonable price. This so-called mercenary with actual records of battling space pirates receives inel as compensation and will use it here in this colony. No one will be at a disadvantage, right? Yes, you're right. I'll go handle the procedures. The Port Authority worker stood up and fled from the interrogation room, as if he were really running away. Only Chuang and the female soldier known as Officer Selena remained. Selena watched as the Port Authority worker left, then turned her gaze towards them. Sorry, he's a bit too dedicated to his duties. No, the man does indeed seem suspicious, so I understand. In fact, he was very suspicious. There were no activity records for him at the nearby Mercenaries Guild. Moreover, there were no traces of Chuang's ship operating in the neighboring star system. And the data regarding the ship's owner was corrupted. Though the biometric tests undoubtedly passed Chuang's data, they barely managed to keep the ship from being seized. If a single step had gone wrong, they might even have lost the ship. Yeah, it's like he just randomly popped out of another universe. How suspicious. What exactly happened? It seems an accident occurred during navigation, possibly affecting my memory, which is now unclear. To be honest, I'm completely at a loss. Amidst the chaos, we were attacked by space pirates, who retaliated and plundered both the data cache and the cargo. After analyzing them, we ended up here at this station. Fortunately, I still clearly remember my name and status as a mercenary, weaving facts and fiction into the narrative. This setup was devised during the questioning by the Port Authority. Although there are points worth critiquing, it's not impossible. Unclear memories? You could also be a spy from the Balabilamu Federation. Would that be unreasonable? If I were from the Balabil Federation? The Balabilamu Federation. Even if I were a spy for the Balabilamu Federation, would I boldly show up with dubious rare metals on an unfamiliar ship and enter this colony head-on, while also being a mercenary of unknown origin? That would be too obvious. If I were his superior officer in intelligence, I'd beat him senseless after reading his plan. Though there are gaps intentionally created, it's undeniably far-fetched. Coincidentally, I would do the same. The female soldier chuckled. She looked unexpectedly cute when smiling normally. Given how intimidating she usually seemed, Chuang preferred to stay away from her. Fine. I'll first communicate with the headquarters of the guard force. Please take responsibility for receiving the bounty and transferring the data cache. Thank you. I gratefully bowed my head in gratitude, and she left the interrogation room looking satisfied. Just a moment later, she turned back around. You're intriguing. I'll devise a combat plan based on your information, and you must participate. She gave a faint smile before leaving. Unlike earlier, this smile wasn't scary, but it instinctively felt dangerous. Although punishing space pirates was lucrative work, Chuang felt it was perilous to have close ties with her. After a while, the Port Authority staff returned, and Chuang was finally freed from the interrogation room, his stomach nearly growling. So, the amount for the payment of the rare metals is 2.5 million enels. Please confirm. Yes. He opened a small information terminal that resembled a smartphone and confirmed that indeed 2.5 million had been transferred into Chuang's phone. This small intelligence terminal was located in the living area behind the cockpit of the Hanlong, one of the most popular tools in the galaxy. With just this device alone, one could handle communication with the ship, navigation, wallet functions, and more. There were many convenient items in the storage compartment of the living space, but this time only the information terminal and a laser gun for self-defense were brought out. The laser gun was confiscated along with its bolt when he entered the interrogation room. so it needed to be properly returned to Chuang. Is there anything else? If not, I want to go to the headquarters of the guard force to collect my bounty and then rest on the ship. Everything is settled now. Thank you for your cooperation. Alright, see you. There's no point in arguing here, so Chuang hastily left the Port Authority. Next was heading to the headquarters of the guard force where the female soldier, known as Lady Serena, seemed to have helped things proceed smoothly through her conversation. The bounty for the space pirates, 190,000 enels, and the fee for providing intelligence, 150,000 enels, were quickly paid. That brought Chuang's total amount of money to 2,690,000 enels. Wow, that's a lot. Chuang casually inquired about the cost of living in this colony. A basic meal was around 5 enels. For something more luxurious, 10 to 15 enels. 1 liter of clean drinking water equaled 3 enels. The docking fee for the ship was 150 enels every 24 hours. Roughly 150 enels per day, right? Water seems a bit expensive. A daily docking fee at 150 enels feels quite pricey too. However, since this is a colonization area, even air costs money, and water is naturally precious. Thinking this way, perhaps the prices aren't entirely unreasonable. Assuming I sleep on the ship, living here will cost me approximately 3 meals, 15 enels, for liters of water, 12 enels, and the docking fee, 150 enels. That sums up to 177 enels per day. I can last at least 40 years with this much money. Wonderful. Still, staying here for an extended period might bring up other issues. Perhaps setting up a settlement would be a good idea. Anyway, without worrying about spending too much money, life right now isn't difficult. When someone earns a large sum of money, they stop worrying about their livelihood, which makes their mood lighter. Chuang returned to his dock ship with a light step. Back on the ship, Chuang connected to the network of the trading colony and spent several days gathering information. Of course, not through illegal methods, but by legitimate means. He requested access from the Port Authority to connect to the network, collecting data while being monitored by their network administrators. Firstly, Chuang collected information on the nearby star systems and the space empires governing them. He wanted to check the situation of where he was currently located. First, the name of the star system where Chuang currently resided was the Taman system. It was a stellar system centered around the B-type star Tame, with 4 planets. The planet closest to the star was very near and had a high surface temperature, making it practically useless. The next planet closer to the star was a gas giant made of hydrogen and helium. Helium-3 was mined from this gas planet as an energy resource. Around these 3 stars lay asteroid belts rich in rare metals and other valuable mineral resources. On the outside of these orbits were 2 planets, and their names weren't exaggerated. They were toxic planets with poisonous atmospheres and acid rain. Yet those atmospheres and acidic rains contained chemicals that had potential uses and were often utilized. The surface and underground harbored useful buried metals as well. Mining stations combined with prisons were reportedly constructed in their orbit, where prisoners were subjected to cruel labor. Also a gas planet, but here trading groups thrived because of excellent mining flights conducted around nearby gas planet asteroid belts. Hence this place wasn't neglected. In summary, this system was incredibly resource-rich. In such a stellar system, commercial vessels and mining ships of various scales were active, so the prey for space pirates was never lacking. This meant that mercenaries' work was also indispensable. So, this star system was rich in resources. Among such constellations, numerous sized trade ships and mining vessels operate actively, making bounty hunters' work essential. Chapter 22. Staying indoors to gather information. There is another essential element in the work of mercenaries, and that is the space empire that governs this star system. The name of the space empire governing this star system is the Grakan Empire. The country is run by the emperor and the noble class who follow the emperor, and the momentum of the state seems quite strong. In recent years, as relations with their originally unfriendly neighbor, the Belabalame Federation, have become increasingly antagonistic, small-scale conflicts near the border have been ongoing. This is another indispensable element in mercenary work. The Taman star system is very close to the border between the Grakan Empire and the Belabalame Federation, or rather, it is precisely the star system located on the border. If we continue to stay in this star domain, we will be caught up in disputes. That's right, we will definitely be dragged into it. Although this could be a place for mercenaries to make money, honestly, participating in the conflict without knowing much about this world is far too risky. Participating in the conflict means fighting against the regular army of a space empire. This is not at all the same as battling space pirates with only dilapidated ships. Will they fly to other star systems? This one. Because of that previous incident, it seems like he has been targeted by someone named Serena. Although there has been no contact from them, occasional checks outside the ship reveal military personnel monitoring this vessel. Chuang had only one premonition. If they hastily left this star system, something bad would certainly happen. This should be the place for mercenaries. It would be better to temporarily drive back the space pirates and wait for the situation to cool down. Even so, groaning while staring at the galaxy map, Chuang tried inputting several star system names he remembered from his experience with Strala Online, but these systems couldn't be found on the galaxy map. Besides, he did many investigations, but always felt something was strange. For instance, the manufacture and circulation of ship performance, other equipment, and item categories are also common in Strala Online. A lot of the knowledge Chuang possesses is shared between the two worlds. However, it seems like there are ships and items in circulation here that Chuang has never seen before. Moreover, the biggest issue is the regional powers across various locations. For example, the Grakan Empire governing this star system appears to be a fairly massive space empire. However, according to Chuang's memory, there is no mention of the Grakan Empire in Strala Online. at least within the range explored by players. The galaxy where Stella can adventure online is extremely vast, and players haven't even reached the center of the galaxy yet. It might be an undiscovered space empire in Strala Online, or rather, perhaps it's a space empire located on the other side of the galaxy. Come to think of it, it does seem strange that ships made by manufacturers existing in Strala Online circulate in this region. Is this the same world? Under such abnormal circumstances, Chuang possessed certain advantages. That advantage lies in the experiences and knowledge accumulated on Hanlong and through Strala Online. But how useful are these experiences and pieces of knowledge? The knowledge Chuang knows might turn out to be irrelevant biases, leading to fatal failures. From now on, even knowledge that seems obvious must be doubted. In this world, it may be better to cultivate a habit of questioning everything. Overconfidence is dangerous. It's about time to replenish some food. Most of the food originally loaded on the ship has been almost consumed these past few days. Things like grain or rubber sticks, fried sauces, canned goods, and simple cooking food boxes. The food box is a simple processor made from cultivated algae. Simply put, it's a 3D printer used to make food. To the point of being able to create things resembling meat and fish from what were originally algae. Truly impressive. Although the taste isn't great, the food can still be eaten properly. Truly, this is the marvel of science fiction cooking. Incidentally, waste generated, along with Chu Ang's excretions, are processed and recycled inside Hanlong, compressed into blocks, and delivered to colonies. These processing costs are included in the docking fees. Of course, Chuang didn't know about such a system, so when he sought advice from a recovery staff member, the person gave him a perplexed look. Doesn't this guy even understand such basic knowledge? I'm really sorry. Indeed, there are no such depictions in Strala Online. Through online research, Chuang learned much about the general knowledge related to such systems. Although there are still dangerous aspects, Chuang believes he has roughly grasped what he needs to know. Afterward, Chuang carefully examined both the interior and exterior of Hanlong, and discovered that the living capabilities of Hanlong weren't worse than he had initially imagined. Hanlong was originally a small warship capable of carrying up to 5 people, featuring a single-person room, 2 double-person rooms, along with a shower, laundry room, kitchen, and medical facility. Originally, Hanlong was a military battleship. If it's a military mission, the crew might have to spend several months on board, or even a year, engaged in combat operations. This is because, in the vast universe, travel times become longer when moving from place to place. Considering these factors, Hanlong's habitability kept improving. In any case, he had to go inside the colony to purchase food. After packing his belongings and bringing along a small information terminal and a laser gun for self-defense, he disembarked. To make the laser gun look more appealing, he decided to carry it in a shoulder bag. It was a reminder to those around him that it would be dangerous to provoke him, just like warning colors in animals and insects. Frankly speaking, Chuang hadn't tested the gun yet and wasn't sure about its reliability, but after carefully reading the manual, he was confident in using it. Since there were no records on how to repair it, he wasn't entirely clear. Perhaps sooner or later, he'd need to take it to a specialized shop. There was also a melee combat mode where pilots used either a laser pistol or rifle directly. This laser gun was obtained as a prize for winning first place at a close combat competition held within the game. He liked it due to its good performance and design. Additionally, in melee combat, there was also the option to use powered armor or vehicles that combined armor plating with firepower. A piece of top-tier custom-made powered armor was packed away in the ship's cargo bay. Alright, let's go. Chuang, who never lost in the game's close combat scenarios, knew that this world wouldn't be as smooth sailing, so he didn't want to get into unnecessary trouble. The trade colony where Hanlong docked was toroidal in shape. No, it would probably be easier to describe it as donut-shaped. It was a donut-shaped colony. The colony was constantly rotating, producing centrifugal force that simulated gravity. Because of this centrifugal force, the outside of the donut served as the ground. This is nice. Looking in a certain direction, he could see an endless expanse of ground that sloped upwards. Looking up at the sky, far off in the distance, he could see a ceiling made of glass-like material, and beyond that, space and the central hub of the donut-shaped colony. Several elevators extended at regular intervals from the ground towards the hub, looking just like the spokes of a bicycle tire. Considering the existence of the elevators extending like spokes and the central hub of the donut-shaped community, it would be more accurate to call this a bicycle tire-shaped colony than a donut-shaped one. Alright then, after fully enjoying the scenery of the colony, he decided to start wandering appropriately. Although people around him looked at Chuang strangely, he couldn't always worry about it. For Chuang, most of what he saw was new. That said, exaggerating his naivety too much wouldn't be ideal. The security in this colony was only average. The place Chuang originally came from, measured by the security standards of this world, would be classified as the best. When Chuang, the outsider, was allowed to arm himself with a laser gun, he already guessed how good the security here was. Furthermore, the area accessible to Chuang, the outsider, was called the Third Zone. Though not exactly a slum, the security seemed problematic. Although he didn't want to stay long, what could he do? Some rather rough-looking men were watching Chuang, specifically, a few small-time thugs. Upon seeing the laser gun hanging beside Chuang, they seemed uninterested in provoking him and disappeared lazily into a side alley. It seems that this unassuming laser gun did indeed play its role well. Yes, Chuang, your gun really is impressive. Relieved by the intimidation effect of the laser gun, he felt a bit lighter inside when someone called out from behind. Turning around, he saw a silver-haired beauty. How to put it? An unfamiliar beauty. Her features were exceptionally symmetrical, with extremely pale hair pigmentation. She had a radiant short hairstyle, short-statured but with solid muscles. She didn't give off an overly fragile impression. Yes, Chuang, your gun is really excellent. Chapter 23, The Elf. The most striking feature was the pointed ears that suddenly protruded from between the strands of silver hair. An elf? Are there elves in the universe? What started as a science fiction novel suddenly took on elements of fantasy. There didn't seem to be anyone like Stella online. But upon further thought, a world akin to science fiction with alien beings resembling humans except for their pointed ears. Well, that's somewhat classic too, isn't it? There's nothing worth getting overly shocked about. And the attire? How should I describe it? It looks like something a soldier might wear, but it feels slightly casual. Even though this is an elf, they don't have exposed skin or flowing garments. Instead, they are dressed much like Chuang, wearing sturdy pants, plain colored shirts with simple tones, and jackets that look reliable. The pistol at their hip is a gun smaller than Chuang's, resembling a laser gun. What is this? Staring at me. No, wouldn't you raise your guard if a stranger greeted you out of nowhere? It's just common sense. You're right, but I'm not some suspicious person. Isn't it obvious? I'm a mercenary just like you. With that, the silver-haired elf who looked like a stereotypical mercenary lifted their chest proudly, albeit with bewilderment. The volume of their chest, haha, seems rather unimpressive. Still, it's not entirely absent. Is this a timeline where elf breasts are lacking? No, judging all cosmic elves based solely on this unfortunate one would be too hasty. Hey, where exactly are you looking? This disappointing cosmic elf noticed Chuang's gaze, using both hands to cover her rather slim chest, while glaring at him unhappily. What do you want after looking at my embarrassingly proud but pitiful chest? What do you want? Not a thing. Just observing, rookie state and all. Unfortunately, the cosmic elf glared at Chuang with vacant eyes and flashed an almost ferocious smile. Pissing her off could be dangerous. She has a laser gun too. By the way, how did you know I'm a rookie? Any marks? Firstly, stop talking in that fake manner. It makes me cringe and gives me goosebumps. Understood. Then what else? First, the laser gun next to you clearly marks you as a mercenary. I see. Indeed. Upon closer inspection, no one around here dresses like Chuang or this disappointing cosmic elf with odd, rugged pants and jackets. They all wore light clothing that wasn't too thick. At a glance, their outfits stood out awkwardly against the rest of the crowd. Also, you would look around peculiarly, admiring the views of the immigrant district, right? That's one of the traits of someone who has never ventured far from their residential area. I see. Quite regrettable but intelligent thoughts from the cosmic elf, aren't they? What were you doing earlier? Nothing. So, what exactly does this wise veteran mercenary want? In an instant, Chuang felt a wave of killing intent directed his way. Pointing out truths can be perilous indeed. Better tread carefully. Forget it, I'm just idle. I know the Galactic Security Force's movements have been suspicious lately, but since there hasn't been any notification, I have plenty of time. There seems to be something happening, so leaving the colony now would make me look foolish. Plus, there's nothing interesting here in the colony anyway, so I'm quite idle. Then what? While aimlessly wandering, I spotted a young man who seemed inexperienced and decided to have a little fun. I see. Partially comprehending, partially unclear. Since the other party had approached him first, why not take advantage of the situation? Chuang could gather information, and the other party could pass the time, making it a mutually beneficial relationship. Then, lead me to the place where we can buy food to kill some time, senior. That won't do. This place's food shop doesn't have alcohol, which makes it very boring. Alcohol? Alcohol. Come to think of it, there's still a cargo cabinet of brewed alcohol recovered from the space pirate ship stowed away in the ship's hold. It won't fetch much money if sold, and Chuang isn't much of a drinker, but it will surely come in handy somewhere. There's a barrel of brewed alcohol stolen from the space pirates aboard my ship. Oh, and then. So, lead me to the food shop. Furthermore, if you can answer my questions or give me some advice as a senior, I'd be delighted. Regrettably, the cosmic elf appeared lost in deep thought, tilting their heads slightly before nodding after a brief moment. Alright, killing time while drinking sounds nice. I'll teach you the common knowledge of mercenaries. Taught by me, this senior. Don't overemphasize the part about being a senior, you regrettable cosmic elf. But Chuang doesn't mind being complimented as a senior either. Good exterior, fascinating reactions indeed. Alright, then the negotiation is done. The transaction is indeed carried out through the terminal. I need to log in, give me the ID. Sure, but I'll block it if you misuse it. Both took out their small information terminals and exchanged communication IDs. It seems her name is Alma. Since they exchanged IDs, using this operational terminal to transfer goods between ships became possible. Oh right, such a simple name. Why care? Aren't you called Chuang? I have one more character than you. Yeah. Why does this kid always challenge Chuang like this? For some reason, whenever Chuang acknowledges something, he appears visibly annoyed. Perhaps he's someone who fears loneliness. He immediately operated the terminal, processing the shipment of the container holding the brewed alcohol to Alma's ship. The procedure was quickly approved, and the container with the brewed alcohol was transferred onto Alma's ship. So, how exactly do you transport supplies? You don't know? Through hangars that connect, we can access the colony's material transport system, allowing us to exchange supplies with other ships via this system. Oh, I see. Apparently, in this cosmic era, all loading and unloading of cargo from spaceships is automated. Manual handling of goods by humans seems to be a long-abandoned practice. How many years have you been a mercenary, Alma? 5 years. In this world, 5 years makes you a veteran. Oh, really? Being a mercenary for 5 years means she was already a mercenary before Tesla went online. In that sense, she is truly Chuang's senior. I see. You are a real senior. Please take care of me. Suddenly you're so respectful, aren't you? Huh. Respecting your elders is a good thing. Elder. I'm already 53. Trying to look younger, huh? She clearly looks like a girl under 20. Just living longer than you. No matter how long-lived you humans are, you only live up to about 150 years, right? We can live at least 500. Ah, I see. Racial differences exist. Being a mercenary for 5 years. Does that mean you started being a mercenary at 48? What kind of life did you live before that? And no, it doesn't matter, does it? Investigating a mercenary's past is against protocol. Upon hearing Chuang's question, Alma hastily replied, extending her index finger as she rambled incessantly. Apparently, it's a topic she doesn't want to discuss. Chuang raised his hands, signaling surrender to her heated response. Got it, I won't ask anymore. Sorry, I just asked out of curiosity. But your nervousness means it's inconvenient for you. Got it. There seems to be something particularly inconvenient for her. Probing too deeply might cause trouble, so it's best not to touch on the subject recklessly. He decided to walk alongside Alma as she gathered herself and asked her for some advice as a mercenary. Regrettably, though he expected something fantastical from what he assumed was an elf in space, the content of their conversation turned out to be very grounded. Always go through the mercenary guild when accepting jobs, especially if you want to avoid complications. The mercenary guild, huh? Right, registration is necessary. What? You're gonna jump into the rookie newbie pile. Forget food or anything else. Register as a mercenary first. Hey, got it. Sorry. Unexpectedly gripping the bottom hem of his jacket, he was pulled back. It seems the mercenary guild office is near the elevator leading to Hangar Bay. Alma grumbled while explaining how perilous it was for mercenaries in Moduli without registering with the mercenary guild. Apparently, mercenaries not registered with the guild may accidentally be treated the same as thieves without bounties on their heads. Depending on the situation, they might even be denied entry to ports. You never know. That's obvious. A ship capable of delivering fatal damage to colonies and stations, which isn't affiliated with any organization, will definitely be monitored closely. Have you had a lucky streak until now? No, it's been a tear-jerking, complicated situation. And with that, Chuang was dragged by Alma into the Mercenary Guild's office. He'll explain the situation next time. Still, this place was 100 times more beautiful than what Chuang had imagined for a Mercenary Guild office. The floor was made of some indescribable glossy material, bright lighting everywhere. There were several backless cushioned seats inside, probably for waiting, and further inside were several bars. Signs for each counter hung from the ceiling, and there were few people within the facility. Are they not doing well in business? It looks more like a government office than a Mercenary Guild's office, doesn't it? About that, go to the front desk. All right, sister. Chuang was led by Senior Alma toward the front desk. Chapter 24, Mercenary Guild. Chuang walked up to the front desk and saw a stern man covered in old scars. His left arm was a mechanical prosthetic hand. Somehow, the feeling of a Mercenary Guild suddenly appeared. What's going on? It's a newbie. This guy hasn't even registered with the Mercenary Guild yet. Digging pits? I've heard about it occasionally, but this is the first time I've seen it. Brother, sit over there. Yeah. Following his instruction, Chuang sat on the counter seat. The stern uncle exuded authority. If they had met in the original world, he would absolutely want nothing to do with this man. He certainly looked like someone engaged in dangerous professions. If you have a ship, tell me your ship's name and ID, and just hang it on the rack here. Yes. Haha, scared like a borrowed cat. That's funny. Annoying. She glared at Elma, who was laughing while covering her mouth, showing no sign of restraint. Arg, this isn't my fault, right? This uncle is terrifying. The grim-looking uncle at the front desk entered the nickname and ID. Chuang told him into a tablet computer and operated for a while. What's going on? Which ship is this? I've never seen it before. The origin is a bit unclear. I swear it's not a stolen ship. Of course I know that. Still, prying into the past is impolite. For days ago, it seems you hunted down 3 space pirates. Is that all? Or rather, there's no record of your ship docking anywhere. It might be due to an accident on the highway or some other reason. I flew near this colony. Actually, affected by this. My memory is also unclear, and I don't know where this area is either. Really? It's not a big deal, right? There's no bonus anyway. And you shouldn't pay special attention to wording when talking. Others will look down on you if you speak like this. Oh, it takes courage to ask such a question to an uncle with such a serious expression. That's true. If mercenaries are looked down upon, they're finished. So you need to be careful. Despite that, you're still so relaxed. Miss, don't you understand? Investigating a mercenary's past is useless. Now, there's no bonus money. Having a ship alone could be problematic. Listening to their conversation, Chuang recalled a doubt. Thus, Chuang decided to immediately raise the question. Isn't a ship pretty cheap? Based on these conditions, I'll become a mercenary today. Not many people think about becoming a mercenary just like that. How do you ensure the number of members? Chuang's question was quite reasonable. After roughly investigating the price levels of this world, he realized that buying a fully armed ship would cost at least around 500,000 INR, which was about 50 million yuan. Though he didn't investigate the average annual income of people in this world, it was definitely a huge sum. Many veterans lead their second lives as mercenaries. They earn high salaries and possess excellent skills. For the thrill of combat, many choose the life of a mercenary for their second career. There are also hobbies of rich people. Are there any other mercenary training schools? There aren't any in the nearby star systems. Isn't this an unexpectedly narrow path? That's right. However, this galaxy is still vast. The numbers suffice to meet the demand. That means, because the base number is large enough, the required quantity has been gathered. Or is it that the work of mercenaries isn't really that much? I don't know. Although it doesn't make sense, accept it for now. The registration preparations are ready. Next comes the test. Test. Oh, if we don't know your level, how would we assign jobs to you? Well, yes, but how is it conducted? There are training simulation devices. Let him try them out. Okay. The reception uncle shouted into the office, stood up from his seat, and led Chuang and Elma to another room. Why did Elma follow along too? Perhaps she noticed Chuang's gaze and smiled faintly. Do I not have the right to see how skilled the newcomer I brought is? Rhino. However, thanks to Elma, the registration with the mercenary guild was proceeding smoothly. Of course, one could also see his skills. Rather than letting a 5-year veteran judge, it would be better to let them see how good he truly is. Upon hearing their evaluations, one could gain a more specific understanding of their technical level. It's right here. The room with the simulation devices was larger than imagined. Inside, there were several simulator devices about the size of a small pickup truck. Or perhaps, it was like cutting out a portion of the ship's cockpit. Choose one close to your ship's cockpit. Indeed, ship cockpits differ greatly based on the manufacturer's design. One could also say the operating system varies. Therefore, the control modules of most ships are compatible. In other words, only the control module can be installed separately on other ships. This feature is also available online, so Chuang was quite familiar with it. That's the one. Oh, isn't this a high-end military product? Alright, I'll go prepare, just a moment. The uncle looked at the control module Chuang had chosen and let out an approving sound before disappearing somewhere. There must be a simulator device somewhere over there. Elma had also vanished at some point. Was she going to monitor from somewhere? The evaluation test will begin now. Understood. How about the data for the test unit? I've brought your ship's data exactly as it is. It should operate similarly to a real unit. Hey, what's going on here? Is something wrong? The unit data? Can you even use this? The Hanlong's data should be fine. Was there anything strange? Chuang didn't know how the Hanlong was rated in this world, but by Stray Online standards, it should be a fairly powerful unit. Well then, this is a test of your ability to operate the unit. The content is simple. Eliminate all enemy units. All the ships except yours are enemies. At the start, the enemies will launch wave attacks. They will become more intense and numerous as time goes on. Understood. The test begins. Activate the unit. Inside the cockpit, it was dimly lit with only the minimum lights on. Were they monitoring every operation from the very beginning? Chuang deftly started the main generator and immediately adjusted its output to combat mode. In response, the simulation apparatus mimicking the Hanlong activated, surrounding Chuang with the vastness of space. It was astonishingly lifelike. For a simulation device, it was incredibly realistic. Unidentified vessel appears. Weapons systems online. Chuang was fully equipped and quickly turned the unit toward the direction detected by the radar. He accelerated sharply, and a force pressed him against his seat. Does it recreate the G-forces during acceleration? What kind of flight technology were they using? If this world was like Stray Online, then gravitational generation devices and such must exist. They likely used similar technology here. The target seemed to be moving sluggishly, attempting to turn and face Chuang's side. But Chuang had already targeted his flank. The four-armed arms extended from the ship's body locked onto the enemy aircraft. He tightened the trigger mechanism on his blaster, sending 4 beams of light towards the target, piercing straight through the hull in one strike. A beat later, the target exploded into scattered pieces. They're too fragile. The movement was slow, looking much like a small cargo-heavy transport ship. So that's what they're like. More enemy ships kept appearing, but they were all weak. Too slow, fragile, they were no different from stationary targets. Chuang thought if this continued, they wouldn't get a true measure of his skill. If this is an evaluation project for new members, it's ridiculous. The performance gap between these units is too large. You're right, but let's try another evaluation program. Understood. Chuang also attempted the next evaluation program. It was certainly better than before, but still inadequate. Weak. No different from the space pirates he destroyed 4 days ago. Too weak, too lackluster. No you. This is a training plan for seasoned mercenaries. Haha. Come on, don't joke around. Is there something harder? There is, and I think it's nearly impossible. This one was more challenging indeed. Right from the start, more than 10 space pirate ships assaulted simultaneously, their armaments potent. However, as long as one paid attention to high-powered physical weaponry and explosive projectiles, it wasn't a problem. The critical laser cannons had weak potency, not enough to break the shield, so they weren't that terrifying. Finally, the appearance of a light cruiser-level vessel provided some real challenge. Once cornered, Chuang executed evasive maneuvers non-stop. Chapter 25, The Grocery Store in the Space Age. I'm feeling a little unwell. Is that so? The uncle let out a surprised sound. Could it be that what just happened was the highest difficulty? Well, what is it? The exam is over. Understood. Simpler than expected. I wonder what kind of evaluation I'll receive. But from the uncle's reaction, it shouldn't be bad. He quickly turned off the generator output, shut down the simulator, and stepped out of the cockpit. Walking to the exit of the simulation room, the front desk uncle and Elma were waiting with indescribable expressions on their faces. They had expressions as if they couldn't accept something. What about the exam results? Let's go back to the counter and talk about it. It sounded like he had something stuck between his teeth. Why not just say the result here? Elma was also staring at Chuang's face, completely bewildered. What could it be? Chuang tilted his head as he followed the two back to the original hall. First, the exam results. Passed. That's good. Why does your expression seem so subtle? There is a ranking system for mercenaries. Are they like the adventurer ranks we often see in otherworld novels? will they suddenly become A rank or S rank? This is a joint rank that can directly reflect the combat ability of a mercenary. It is divided into 5 levels: Ironhead, Bronze, Silver, Gold, and Platinum. Ironhead is the lowest and Platinum is the highest. I see, then what? The test you just took at the end was for upgrading to Gold level. I see. But even an exam to ascend to Gold rank shouldn't instantly make you Gold. I know. To immediately jump to the second highest level doesn't really mean much. This ranking system isn't an element in the online version, so retaining the joy of leveling up is important. There won't be actual results otherwise, understand? I know. In short, you're Bronze for now, provisionally. Once the data from the previous simulator is reviewed, we will confirm your rank. Don't rush into buying gold. It will ruin the fun of leveling up. Is that so? It feels like I'm being led around by the nose. Elma looked unhappy, constantly glaring sharply at Chuang's cheeks. What's going on? Don't do that. Chuang is still a cute newbie. Be a little gentler with him. Although the ranking is provisional, you have been officially registered as a mercenary. From now on, the mercenary guild will be your backing, and you will bear its reputation. Don't forget this point. Weren't the membership rules explained to you? Don't be lazy, look at them yourself. I'll send the information. That's too hasty. It's not something I need right now, it's fine. I'll read it carefully tonight. So, great Senior Elma, why are you so upset? Silver. What? I've been working for 5 years. Ah, is that so? Chuang turned his gaze to the uncle, who glanced away while saying, you might end up as Silver. Giru are you? No matter what my rank becomes, Senior Elma is still my senior. Look, if it wasn't for Senior Elma, I would still be an idiot. I still can't tell left from right. I don't even know where the grocery store is. Senior Elma, you really depend on me. Yes, is that so? That's good. Look, I definitely need to go to the grocery store this time, and this senior will guide you. Unfortunately, the cosmic spirit altered its mood due to Chu Eng's unabashed flattery. Too innocent. So impressive. So admiring. As for the map of this colony, let's leave it at that. The front desk uncle tried to say something, but Chuang stopped him with a glance and left. Uncle, stop messing around. If you piss him off again, it'll be troublesome. No. If I can get the map, everything will be fine, right? Don't overthink it, On the way to the grocery store, Elma gave a lecture on mercenary basics regarding the Tamian star system. There are many space pirates targeting trade ships and resource extraction ships in the Tamian star system. Since it is located near the border with the Belabelan Federation, it has become a hotspot for mercenaries. So mercenaries are gathering in this star system. By the way, did you come to this star system without knowing even this? No, I mentioned earlier, the accident refers to the spaceship reaching this star system and experiencing a temporary malfunction in the life support system. My memory became a bit fuzzy. Fortunately, the ship was unharmed. Of course, the fuzzy memory was a lie. Claiming to have flown in from another dimension would just make me seem like someone with a mental issue. And since I still lack full understanding of this world's common sense, it's better not to say that. Are you alright? Some people experience lingering effects after an accident like that and suddenly pass away. I think it'd be best if you got checked out at the medical station. Really? Let's take a proper look into it then. If Chuang truly suffered memory loss due to a malfunction in the life support system, Elma was absolutely correct. Even if not, considering his current state, having transferred from a different dimension, which is what it's presumed as, undergoing a formal and precise checkup isn't unwarranted. Set getting a thorough checkup at the medical station as one of the goals. While pondering that, Elma beside him pointed ahead and exclaimed, look, see there, that's the grocery store. Is that it? Up ahead was a sign hanging above a store called Delicious Supermarket. How should I put it? Such an unimaginative yet straightforward name. What a simple name. Is it? Apparently, it's all ancient language. Is it? Which part? Despite these doubts, Chuang didn't want to dig too deep. It must be the delicious part. It doesn't seem to use Japanese either. Indeed, why can I communicate normally with the people of this world? Chuang asked Elma, who responded that if a sentient life form belongs to the general cultural sphere, it must take some kind of measures to communicate effectively with other intelligent life forms. This is only natural. Did you forget even this? Seems like it. You're really okay? I'm starting to worry about you now. Unfortunately, the sprite shot him a pitiful glance. How humiliating. Well, come on, let's go inside. Love up. Walking into the store, he looked around. Canned food, energy bars, nutrition in soft tube packaging, meal boxes, even mysterious items that were unidentifiable as food, and chilling specimens soaked in formalin. All sorts of goods crammed everywhere. There's so much. Yeah, what do you want to buy? Anything good? Any recommendations? If you've got a food processor, buying a meal box will suffice. If your budget allows, there's also lab-grown meat. Lab-grown meat. Yeah, don't you know? It's protein cultured efficiently. Though more expensive than ordinary food, it tastes good. What about regular meat and vegetables? That's something only the wealthy eat, right? Even mercenaries earning high salaries wouldn't frequently indulge in those. I see. So livestock meat and cultivated vegetables are considered premium products. Got it. Raising animals on floating colonies in space must be inefficient. Thinking about this, Elma stared in astonishment at Chu Ang's face. The fact that words for regular meat and vegetables came up naturally implies you're some rich young master or something? I don't know, my memory is hazy. But is it like that, do you think? Chuang showed her his palms, but she shook her head, seemingly unsure herself. Can't tell, I'm not quite clear either. So it's settled then. Moreover, picking groceries based on Elma's recommendations. Apparently, water can also be purchased here. Although a bit pricey, they also bought some lab-grown meat. Other choices mainly included meal boxes, easy-to-store energy bars, and tube-packed liquid foods. Things like fried sauces were also recommended. How about canned goods? Not recommended. Opening them in zero gravity would be disastrous. The moment you create any opening, the contents would spray out and splatter messy juices all over. Solid foods like energy bars, beef patties, or semi-liquid foods in squeezable tubes are preferable. Aren't there carbonated drinks? Carbonated drinks? What are those? What? Like cola, soda, top-notch refreshing and sweet beverages. Chapter 26. The girl. Elma tilted her head. It seemed there was really no clue. Are there any fruit juices? We have various flavors. And carbonated ones. Those with added carbon dioxide that give a refreshing sensation when drunk. I've never heard of such things. What you mean? Could it be that carbonated drinks don't exist in this world? Chuang had also asked the food store clerk, but they all said they'd never heard of them. The gods have perished. How can you sound like a daily believer who's lost faith and is on the brink of death? Could it be that carbonated drinks don't exist in this star system? No, wait a moment. Chuang thought he read online that carbonated drinks couldn't be consumed inside spaceships. Was it due to zero gravity or pressure issues? Isn't that why they were phased out? So, under normal gravitational and pressure conditions, why couldn't these beverages be available within colonies? Is it because they use centrifugal force to simulate gravity? He didn't know. Chuang's mind couldn't even make an educated guess. But if he were living on a planet, shouldn't these beverages be drinkable there normally? Such places should definitely have them circulating, right? I've decided to buy a standalone villa with a yard on one of the planets. What? Why are you suddenly talking about carbonated drinks? Planetary residences are way too expensive. In the Glacan Empire, only first-class citizens with advanced citizenship rights can own land on a planetary residence, and purchasing land along with citizenship costs several billion credits. Do you actually think your money could buy a Roar-class cruiser? That's true. I once overheard it from Imperial soldiers. Several billion. Far too expensive. But, Chuang wanted to drink carbonated drinks. Aim high. Do what you want. Elma shrugged in surprise. But for Chuang, this was a matter of life and death. After ordering water and food, Chuang asked the owner to escort him back to his ship. Upon returning, Chuang packed the delicious food first, then left. Elma's share was also taken care of. There was just enough juice for one bottle. Making Elma our guide should cost this much, right? The cosmic sprite inserted the straw into a bottle made of unknown material and revealed a regretful expression. Yeah. Walking out of the food store, they suddenly turned their attention to something alarming beside them. Hold still. He finally caught you. Though it's a bit dirty, it should work fine. Hurry up. I can't take it anymore. One was a girl about to be dragged into an alley, the other a crude thug grabbing her, attempting to pull her into the same alley. From their conversation, it wasn't hard to imagine what they intended to do to the girl next. Stop right there. As Chuang placed his hand on the handle of the laser gun and took a step forward, someone grabbed his belt. No doubt. The culprit holding back Chuang was Elma. Would you let me abandon that girl? Is she someone you know? No, not really. During their exchange, the struggling girl was slowly dragged into the alley. Her eyes locked onto Chuang. Her pleading gaze pierced through Chuang. This isn't your business. Leave it alone. You. Things like this happen all over the galaxy. Are you going to stick your neck out every time you see something like this? You won't have enough lives for that. Someone who can't even take care of themselves will only end up as prey. Even if you save her here, she wouldn't survive anyway. Elma's words were cold, but accurate. Chuang was neither a god nor a superhero. He was merely a half-baked mercenary who didn't even know how to take care of himself. You're not the hero of a heroic tale like Sunga. You're just an ordinary person with a ship. As Elma spoke, the girl had already been lifted by the men and disappeared down the alley. Her gaze kept locking onto Chuang. Her hand reached out toward him. But that hand would never reach Chuang. Yes, Elma was right. But, is this correct for me personally? Do you think I would say such a thing? This bloodless, regrettable spirit. That absolutely couldn't be allowed. If he abandoned her here, he'd surely lose sleep over it later. Chuang would inadvertently remember this child and fall into regular periods of low spirits. That would be embarrassing. Wait. Chuang shook off Elma's hand, gripping his belt, and discarded his luggage, rushing toward the alley. He drew the laser gun from its holster, confirming the feel of the handle. For now, he set the laser gun's output to the minimum. You want me to give up? Don't be ridiculous. How will you know pain until you get hit? One punch and this sort of guy will behave. In the alley, a little hooligan lying on the ground with the girl was lifted up by his arm forcefully. Chuang pointed the laser gun's muzzle at his arm in an extremely natural motion and pulled the trigger. A sound like an electronic tone bang echoed, and a red flash illuminated the dim alley. At the same moment, the man's anguished cry resounded into the sky. Jijiti. There was no doubt that the laser Chuang had shot had hit the hooligan's raised fist. Even though Chuang had never fired a gun before, it seemed his wish was fulfilled. The experience cultivated from FPS games couldn't be considered a reliable reference, but for the smooth parts, it worked out fine. Chuang pulled the trigger at the panicked hooligan again and again. Each time, a red flash lit up the alley as the men let out cries of pain. As expected, when the power was lowered to the minimum, it didn't seem to produce lethal force. Good job. It appeared even not dying was accompanied by quite a lot of pain. If they couldn't move, that would also be problematic, so he tortured them appropriately while raising his voice. Hurry up and leave. Next time, I won't scold you. The hooligans revealed fearful expressions and crawled away deep into the alley. Only Chuang with the laser gun remained along with the girl leaning against the wall, her clothes disheveled, staring in shock at Chuang. Chuang walked past her, pointing the laser gun towards the direction where the men fled as he spoke to her. While I'm still alert, fix your clothes. I'm leaving the alley. Huh? Yes. The girl replied with a crying voice as the sound of her hurriedly tidying up could be heard from behind. Chuang kept the gun aimed deep into the alley while observing the girl's actions. If this was actually someone from their gang, and she suddenly stabbed him from behind, it wouldn't be funny at all. Nothing worrying happened, and after she had finished dressing, the girl turned to face Chuang. Chuang indicated with his eyes for her to walk towards the northern end of the alley. She nodded her tear-swollen, red eyes, and quickly headed toward the alley's entrance, with Chuang following behind. You've returned. As they exited the alley, Elma came out to greet him holding the luggage he had discarded. Her expression clearly showed surprise. What about that child? You tell me, what should we do? Chuang looked at the girl, who also looked back at him, and they stared at each other. Looking closely, despite being a bit dirty, she was a rather cute girl. She was short, perhaps a head and a half shorter than Chuang. However, compared to her small build, the thickness of her breast armor installed cold-bloodedly left even the regretful sprite unable to compare. The concept of lowly, originally thought only to exist in fiction, seems to be true here as well. Her bright brown eyes were looking at Chuang, her hair the same bright brown. One might say her appearance fell under the category of puppy-like cuteness. Rather than being described as beautiful, she exuded a sense of charm. Her clothes were slightly dirty, probably made even more so by those hooligans earlier. Don't just stare, answer me. I haven't thought of anything. Senior, what do you think we should do? Right? Nothing comes to mind. Asking me is stupid. Goodbye. Elma sighed, handed the luggage to Chuang, and turned to walk away. So Elma-senpai is the type who just extorts compensation from her juniors and then abandons things halfway. Hearing Chuang's words, Elma stopped in her tracks, her long ears trembling. It can't be helped since I didn't realize he's such a person. I thought he'd be a great senior. As Elma continued talking, her ears moved around. Should he push it further? Indeed, you're flat-chested, devious, and cold-blooded. I trust the uncles at the mercenary guild more than elves. Abandoning your junior members, you're mistaken if you thought I'd rely on you. I'll kill you. He finally lost control, returning at incredible speed to grab Chuang by the collar. Oh, how terrifying. Amazing, Elma-senpai. Indeed, Elma-senpai isn't the kind of person who would abandon juniors and cute girls. So admirable. Chapter 27, Bills. Is it too deliberate? Why do I have to go through all this trouble? It can be a great way to pass the time, right? Keep going, keep going. If you shut up right now, I will rip your tongue out. Assassin. After Chuang apologized, Elma sighed and covered her eyes. Haha. To kill time, greeting Chuang drained all of your luck. Give up. My best recommendation was ignored. Will you listen to my next advice? That depends on the content. Both she and I need to maintain smiles. Wishing you good feelings. A look of great aversion appeared. Don't show that kind of face, it ruins beauty. What's your exact goal? I prefer he stays on my ship. Hand over taking care of his daily life and gathering intelligence to him. Taking care of someone nearby? Do you like children like that? Taste? I think she's cute. Although she didn't say it out loud, she has a big chest, with much promise for the future. Chuang looked at the girl. She clasped her hands as if praying, looking up at Chuang all along. Not sure if it's psychological, but his face turned red, and his body was trembling. Anyway, we've already been attacked, so talking while standing is meaningless. Anyway, let's sit down and calm down first. You're treating. Alright, let's go. I won't harm you. If walking tires you, you can hold on to me. Yes. The girl nodded and cautiously grabbed the corner of Chuang's clothes. Can you grip it a bit tighter? This jacket looks quite sturdy, shouldn't tear easily. Elma took Chuang to a place similar to a cafe, located in a building adjacent to the mercenary guild. It feels somewhat like a cafe. Chuang likes milk coffee or things like sandwiches. Elma is like milk coffee. The girl declined, but Chuang ordered milk coffee or items like sandwiches for her just like himself. So what's your name? That? I'm Ears. Right. I didn't introduce myself either. My name is Hong. You shut up, Ears. So can you do anything? Any skills that could be useful on the ship? Let Chuang shut up, that's too much. Introducing oneself is important, you know? What should I do? From just this, I understand, but I'll still tell you. This guy doesn't need assistance in battle, but otherwise, distribution of supplies, organizing information, dealing with clients, contacting the mercenary guild, coordinating with the port authority during takeoff and landing, and other formalities. I don't have experience in any of them. That's true. It seems I can only take care of her daily life then. Cooking, doing laundry, and since you're a woman, help her deal with clothing. Chuang couldn't help but spit out from the unexpected dirty joke. Handling down, there is your job. You're too straightforward with such girls. How unsightly. Elma, standing across from Chuang, glared furiously. No, sorry. Hey, what do you mean by handling down there? What? Weren't you thinking about this from the start when letting a girl like her board the ship? Now, Elma questioned Chuang with a puzzled expression. Chuang also observed the girl named Mimi. She seemed to think the same way, and showed an expression of surprise at Chuang's reaction. I always thought she was cute and hoped to become friends with her, but I didn't directly consider issues like that. You idiot. What does that mean? Aren't you pretty smart? Are you a spoiled rich kid? Not exactly. Anyway, is this common sense? Women boarding a man's ship inevitably leads to that. Not necessarily in equal relationships. But in this child's case, it's absolutely not an equal relationship, and being treated this way is understandable. That's too lewd. Chuang had never heard of such a thing online. No, I don't want to force you into doing something so stupid. I'm not that overbearing. That's none of my business. If you know that this is common sense, Then there's no problem. Chuang glanced at her ears. Her face turned red, and she lowered her head. No, you don't need to react like that. Chuang won't make excessive demands. Chuang didn't save you for this purpose. Though wanting to shout it loudly, speaking about it would feel fake instead. Show action silently. Ears, what do you plan to do? By the way, why were you wandering around in a place like that? A kid like you, who hasn't even gotten a scratch on your body, should not be walking around there. It could lead to this kind of situation. Did he commit any crime and escape to District 3? What about his guardian? Upon hearing the word guardian, tears started welling up in her eyes. Don't let Chuang cry. Ears began narrating her ordeal with tears streaming down her face. It was quite common. Ears had grown up happily in an ordinary household in District 2, until one day her parents, who were responsible for the colony's oxygen-related infrastructure construction, both died in an accident. For some unknown reason, the blame for the accident was entirely placed on her parents, and their inheritance was almost completely confiscated. At the time, Ears, still a student without any proper job, was unable to pay the taxes required as a resident of District 2 and was expelled to District 3. Can such things happen? Isn't there a safety net? I'm not sure, but right now it doesn't matter where this child hasn't been. That's true. There are hardly any options, right? If Ears chose not to board Chuang's ship, it would mean returning to District 3 alone. If something similar to today's incident occurred again, it was unlikely she'd come out unscathed. Please, I'll do anything. Let me join Brother Chuang's ship. Ears pleaded desperately with tears streaming down her face. I understand. I will figure something out. You don't need to worry. So, look, eat the sandwich. You haven't eaten properly, have you? Yes. Relieved by Chuang's words, Ears began chewing on the sandwich before turning her gaze towards Elma. She revealed a deeply disgusted expression. So, gentle and kind-hearted Elma, please tell me how to handle the paperwork so Mimi can join my ship. Are you serious? I'm serious. It's going to cost quite a bit. Expensive. Head tax and the arrears of residence tax in District 2, along with the resulting penalties, plus the arrears from the compensation fund inherited from her parents, and finally the tax for granting freedom of movement rights. Altogether amounts to 500,000 dinerals. Are you serious? A sharply dressed man, with a slicked-back hairstyle parted 3/7 style, who looked like a government official, quoted a sky-high price very seriously. 500,000 dinerals, calculated at 100 yuan per dineral, that would be 50 million yuan. What kind of price is this? This was the Trade Colony People Management Bureau office located in District 3, essentially a government agency. To allow Ears to officially join Chuang's ship, Chuang had come to process the necessary formalities, but after just checking Ears' information, they had been ushered into a private room where these exorbitant demands were made. Perhaps you don't know what Chuang was dealing with here, but honestly, Chuang himself didn't know either. By the way, Elma had disliked the atmosphere of the office and disappeared somewhere else when called. Ears followed, but upon hearing the amount, her face turned deathly pale, trembling like a frightened little animal. Has this also removed the zeros? Could we see a breakdown? Let's take a look. They showed Chuang the details, which he could understand numerically, but couldn't truthfully judge if the price was reasonable or not. The tax for granting free movement rights alone amounted to 200,000 dinerals. Was this really accurate? Hadn't he been swindled? Chapter 28, Banknotes 2. Letting a child who hasn't even reached the right age bear their parents' debts. What's this all about? Is there no system that allows them to renounce these negative legacies or declare bankruptcy themselves? It's not unheard of, but the inheritor must file an application within 3 months of knowing about the debt. That deadline has passed already. Reaching the third-class district can exempt you from the obligation to pay these fees, which could be considered a safety net. The official said without changing expression. Where was this a safety net? If eliminated, one wouldn't have to pay, but in exchange, they couldn't receive any government support. Originally, throwing a girl who doesn't even have job skills into the slums would have predictable consequences. That wasn't any kind of safety net. It was just something casually discarded. Is this colony going to be alright? I've heard that being a mercenary is quite profitable, but can you afford the huge sum of 500,000 dinerals? I think this is a waste of time. As far as I know, the third district should have playgrounds suitable for you. Why don't you satisfy yourself with those and stop considering things unsuited to your status? The 3/7 split seemed to sneer at me, a cruel smile appearing on his face. Would you say that? Chuang isn't collecting ears out of some inferior feeling that you might imagine. Would you say that? You? Are you licking your lips? Fine, we're arguing now. Alright, no problems, right? It's 500,000 dinerals, right? That level of pocket money, I can pay immediately. What? Upon hearing Chuang's words, the 3/7 split revealed a stunned expression. It's so good. Chuang wanted to see such an expression. What's wrong? Not only do you have a bad character, but are your ears also malfunctioning? 500,000 dinerals. I will pay promptly since my ears are intact. Hurry up and process the paperwork. Can't you brush this off with a joke? How troublesome. I'm telling you to hurry up. He took out a small information terminal to indicate his willingness to pay. The 3/7 split man, though reluctant, still processed the procedures. Although his character may have been somewhat flawed, he worked efficiently, and soon the procedures were completed. After confirming that Chuang's account had a deposit of 500,000 dinerals, a certificate proving the full repayment of Chuang's ear-related debt, and a certificate of free movement rights were issued. This freedom of migration right seemed to be a special privilege. As long as you didn't settle somewhere in the future, you wouldn't have to pay taxes, which was rather expensive. Just these amounted to 200,000 dinerals, akin to prepaying taxes. After listening to the detailed explanation from the 3-7 split, Chuang accepted the documents and left the agency. As soon as he picked up the phone, the small information terminal emitted a beep-lon sound. Chuang thought it was nothing, but upon checking, it turned out to be a message from Elma. Apparently, she was at a nearby clothing store. She sent both a message and navigation details. Is everything okay? Why yes. No problem. Her ears fell into a semi-trance state after Chuang paid. Although it was hard to predict how her inner world might change, thinking back to when she was rescued from being assaulted by men, revealing her painful background at the cafe, and realizing the debt she carried at the government office. Thinking about all these instances, Chuang decided to tell her everything. Though unaware of her exact age, standing in her position, Chuang found it mentally exhausting. In fact, Chuang really wanted to take her back to the ship as soon as possible to rest, but at least buying her new clothes was necessary. Otherwise, tomorrow's attire would become a problem. Despite feeling heavy-hearted, buying her new clothes before returning to the ship was something that absolutely needed to be done. How's it going? Banknote. I beat him up with a handkerchief. Good. That's a common method used by mercenaries. I'll deal with what Ears is wearing for now, alright. Elma shoved the bag of clothes and the receipt over. The amount was nothing too significant. The quantity wasn't much either, probably just temporary wear. I first bought some everyday clothes and underwear, along with some urgent necessities. I estimate it's nowhere near enough. In a few days, the two of us should go buy more essentials. I'm sorry for the help. Can I thank you? I gave you a fair price. It's also about passing the time, isn't it? Saying it's not worthwhile. Well. Indeed it passes the time. Alright then, I'll head back to the ship. We're also heading back. I want Ears to rest. That's better, isn't it? Just don't let this person be too cold towards you, and carefully observe this person. If left unchecked, this person will constantly meddle in strange matters and die prematurely. Yes. Upon hearing Elma's words, Ears straightened her back. In Ears' mind, Elma seemed to have completely taken on the role of a dependable older sister. You need to take good care of her. If you die after meddling in troublesome affairs, this child will be back on the streets. Don't act recklessly like you did this time. I understand. Elma Sr. is very good at taking care of others. You're forgetting, I'm much older than you. True, when you mention it. Elma appeared so young that it was hard to believe she was more than twice Chuang's age. Given her youthful demeanor, the reality of her age never crossed his mind. Chuang decided to take her to Ears' room on board the ship first. Since he only had a single room while 2 double rooms were available, one of them was considered Chuang's personal space. It didn't matter which room they chose since both were just across the hall. This room will do. Is it really okay? Of course. After settling your luggage, you can take a shower and use the portable medical probe to check vital signs. You even have those. This ship is incredible. It feels like a house from the first zone. Does it? Lacking knowledge about such conveniences, Chuang couldn't say much. Later, he gave a tour of the laundry room, kitchen, medical bay, training room, cockpit, cargo hold, and other areas. A one-time introduction seemed more efficient. Without my permission, don't enter the cockpit. Understood. And, oh yes, we should also get Ears a small information terminal. Both for communication and information gathering. Having a terminal would be beneficial. Perhaps purchasing a tablet together might be better. But something as expensive as that. I consider it a necessary expense. After all, it wasn't like they spent every moment on the ship. It could serve as a way to pass the time. He would buy it tomorrow. Now that he thought of it, didn't they only purchase minimal clothing earlier? Would additional clothes and daily necessities also prove essential? In any case, you must be tired. Take a shower to freshen up before resting. We'll slowly discuss vital sign checks and other business later. Yes, I'm sorry. Not sorry, grateful. Do you know how to use the shower? I'm fine, thank you. Chapter 29, Ear. That's it then. I'm either in the cockpit or in my room. So tell me if anything happens. Don't hesitate to say if you're hungry. We'll be living together from now on, so there's no need for any reservations. Understood. Ear nodded honestly. If Chuang were left to be overly polite and went hungry for no reason, he'd find himself in a difficult situation. This works just fine. Because she couldn't stare at him while he showered, she left the area and headed toward the cockpit. Though she hadn't asked Ear's age, it probably wasn't necessary to babysit her yet. How old was she? Judging by her voice, she was still a student, probably around her teens. She may be small for her size, but everything that needed growth would grow. Around 17? I'll ask later. With nothing particularly pressing to do, Chuang decided to first investigate the geography of Zone 3 for tomorrow, since they'd have to get Ear some daily necessities and clothes. Come to think of it, wouldn't it be good to also get some medicine as precaution against illnesses? Definitely should buy them. And an information terminal too. There will be many stores to visit. Thus, based on reviews, Chuang investigated the locations of these stores in Zone 3. After eliminating those problematic stores where goods either turned out expired, useless, or merely rusted iron inside boxes instead of supplies, there were surprisingly few reliable shops in Zone 3. Incidentally, the grocery store where Irma had taken Chuang and the clothing store where Irma bought Mimi's clothes were among the few decent ones. Regrettably, despite assuming the universe might host magical spirits, there seemed to be no such reality after all. Carrying this sentiment, Chuang conducted her investigation for some time, when suddenly, Ear poked her head out from the open door of the cockpit. Ah, indeed, after a bath, it became clear she was a beautiful young girl. But wasn't what she wore a bit thin? The ship's air conditioning system was well equipped. She shouldn't be cold, right? Are you hungry? Upon hearing Chuang's words, Ear's face reddened slightly, and she nodded. All right then, let's eat. Feel free to share with me. Yes. She probably felt shy admitting she was hungry. Chuang understood, leading the blushing ear toward the kitchen. Well, calling it a kitchen wasn't quite right, since there wasn't really proper cooking equipment. Everything was largely managed by the automatic cooking machine, so it should be called a cafeteria instead. Go ahead and choose what you like. Oh, we got some synthetic meat earlier. Want to give it a try? Shall we both challenge it? I'll try it. Selecting the menu through the automatic cooking machine and deciding to use the artificial meat, Chuang ordered a large amount, while Ear selected the normal portion. Soon, the machine signaled the meal was ready. This is the synthetic meat. It's white, but doesn't it look delicious? Yeah. On the plate lay flesh nearly as snowy white as white-fleshed fish, something drenched in some kind of sauce, a dish similar to fried rice, and another resembling potato salad. Not bad. Thanks to ordering plenty, the quantity was indeed substantial. It's actually very tasty. The synthetic meat tasted delicious. It had the appropriate chewiness and not overly sweet fat. Even the accompanying sauce tasted great. It seemed the fat rendered from the synthetic meat during grilling enhanced its flavor. Potato salad? Tastes exactly like ordinary potato salad. Don't feel forced to eat it. No problem. Looks like Ear overestimated how much her stomach could handle. Chuang thought eating next time with a smaller order would be better, realizing Ear struggled a little to finish it all. Just as Chuang placed the dishes into the dishwasher, Ear looked up at him. What's on your mind? He tilted his head. So what next? Afterward, Sleeping after a meal can make one gain weight. How about going to the gym to exercise the body? The Hanlong had a rather luxurious training room. Perhaps to prevent muscle atrophy during long periods in space, the facilities were rather complete. Since coming to this world, Chuang had mostly stayed aboard, avoiding weight gain by heading to the gym every day for a workout. Can Ear rest already? Aren't you tired? Today has been too eventful. Even Chuang felt exhausted, and Ear must have been even more worn out. No, all right, let's do that. Ear almost rejected the idea, but after considering briefly, nodded again. Good, just rest well. Saying their goodnights, Chuang parted ways with Ear, walking toward the training room. He didn't intend to become a bodybuilder, so his exercises were moderate, silently following the exercise plan under AI guidance. This AI coach calculated Chu Eng's exercise volume and calorie intake data from the information terminal and the automatic cooking machine, formulating the most suitable exercise plan for Chuang. Even though she would move her body a little, seeing a clear goal still held significant meaning. After slightly moving her body, it was time to take a shower. So far, everything had been quite appropriate, but since living together with a girl, she needed to be careful not to indulge too much. To avoid being perceived as indecent while living together, Chu Eng's determination hardened. She washed her body even more carefully than usual. After finishing the bath thoroughly, it was time to sleep. Although after coming to this world, she clearly felt she was leading a healthier life than before. A regular schedule, nutritionally balanced meals, proper exercise, and sufficient sleep. How healthy it all was. Yes. Taking off her jacket and pants, she stretched lazily in just her underwear. So many things really happened today. What started out as a simple trip to buy food turned into all of this. Chuang believed encountering Irma was the trigger for everything. That space spirit wasn't someone who drew trouble? Maybe keeping some distance was better. While lost in thought, Ear peeked out from behind the open door. For some reason, her face was flushed red, looking extremely nervous. No, that failed. Out of habit while alone, Chuang always left the door open. Moreover, Chuang was only wearing underwear. What is it? I'm just in my underwear right now, so wait a moment. Wait, what? Chuang said to wait. So why did you come inside? And here comes that perceptive night owl. Hey, where are your bra and underwear? Transparent. Transparent. That won't do. STSD stop. What? Unable to resist, she covered her eyes with her hands. However, Chuang couldn't help but peek through the gaps between her fingers. It was only human nature after all. I've come to perform my duty. Ear spoke in an almost inaudible weak voice as she closed the distance between herself and Chuang sitting on the bed. She was currently wearing only one of Zesu's pajamas, apparently without even shoes. No, don't you think we should know each other better first? The most I can do is that, I don't dislike it. The first time being called by name. No, that's not it. None of these things mattered now. Can't do it. Guests shouldn't. No. Just as Chuang was flustered, Ear sat beside him, right there on the bed, tightly snuggling close and hugging him. Hey, what's this softness? Completely opposite to Mr. Earme's build, it was a massive missile. Direct hit. Struck by the missile. Trouble. I've already taken the medicine. I'm fine. Medicine? What kind of medicine? Contraception. Miss Irma said that even if it's the first time, it shouldn't hurt. This piece of clothing. That idiotic sprite. What is going on? No, isn't this supposed to be gratitude? Am I unsuitable? Or should it be someone as beautiful as Miss Irma? Not unsuitable, nor completely unsuitable, right? I don't actually think like that at all, do I? But all I can give back is this, and that, it's terrifying, please. Afraid? Afraid of what? How is that? Because there's nothing I can do, so I made this decision. Then, brother wouldn't abandon me. Ear's voice became quieter and quieter. I see. She feels that she can't do anything and doesn't know when she might change her mind, being discarded eventually. So she plans to connect with her body. I see. Do you really think Chuang is some kind of weirdo? That's truly agonizing. Brother, I think Lord Guang wouldn't do such a thing. Could you let me have peace of mind? That's correct. In other words, it's not questioning Chuang's character, but rather aiming to comfort Ear? Yes, that's it, isn't it? Just as Chuang was at a loss, the message tone of the information terminal beside them rang out. Chuang startled, looking at the screen, which displayed, You need to be responsible for yourself. Hold on to him properly. There was only one person capable of sending messages to Chu Ang's information terminal. Thus, it was all part of that regretful cosmic spirits arrangement. Please, don't throw me away. Ear hugged Chuang tighter, beginning to sob. Surely Irma had instilled in her the idea that if not embraced today, abandonment would come sooner or later. That woman. Next time they meet, he'd make sure to lock her arms to their fullest extent. Absolutely. Understood. What should I say in a situation like this? It's so ordinary that I can't find the words. Chuang didn't know what nice words to say in this kind of situation. Too special. Anyway, Chuang gently returned the hug and lightly patted her back to comfort her. I'll try to be as gentle as possible. After hearing Chu Ang's words, Ear said nothing, nodded, and her body relaxed. Chapter 30. The person meant to be. What can I do? These words have been floating in my mind for the past 6 months. After Mom and Dad suddenly passed away in an accident, this sentence has kept echoing in Chu Ang's mind. An astronomical debt that no amount of money could pay off. Savings that keep decreasing day by day. Dropping out of school and living a nail-burning life. But the cracks are still slowly creeping up. It's beyond saving now. 3 days ago, Chuang lost his second-class citizenship rights, even his house, and was allocated to Zone 3. Zone 3 is what people call Evil's Denver. This is where third-class citizens who cannot even afford their taxes gather. It is the accumulation within the colony ruled by violence and depravity. Chuang was thrown into such a place. He heard about what usually happens to women who drop from Zone 2 to Zone 3. Once caught by the man, they are used as comforters until the men get tired of them, then drugged and forced to sell themselves until they cannot attract any more customers. When they cannot find more customers, they are simply discarded in backstreets. Although some would be redeemed by passing mercenaries or merchants, it is only a tiny portion of these women. Most of them will endure withdrawal symptoms alone in those backstreets, ending their lives quietly, later collected with garbage to be burned. Chuang listens. Scary, hateful. He doesn't want that. So, Chuang runs away and hides. But not to mention food. Chuang doesn't even have money to buy water. That's not all. The terminal needed for basic usage has also been confiscated by the colony's governing authority. You behave. We finally caught you. Soon after, Chuang, having exhausted all his strength and unable to move, was caught by the men. They were a group of men with sly grins on their faces. She's a little dirty, but she should still be usable. Hurry up, I can't stand it anymore. Chuang is powerless to resist as he is dragged into a dark alleyway. The men's hands roughly caress her body, brutally tearing off her clothes. Are you making me give up? Don't act silly. How would you know if it hurts or not? Chuang resists. Even he was surprised by the remnants of strength still present in himself. This thing will calm down with just one punch. The man raises his fist. If that fist comes down, Chuang would definitely lose the will to resist. This is the end. Just as Chuang thinks this, a vivid red flash lights up the alley. GGD. Each time the red flash turns the alley scarlet, screams of anguish from the men follow. Quick. Next time we won't be able to escape burns. An unknown yet strong voice rings out, causing the men restraining Chuang to crawl and flee in fear. Leaning against the wall, Chuang gazes at the person who spoke. A man, wearing somewhat unfamiliar yet sturdy-looking clothes. He must be a mercenary. Holding a laser gun, his face carries a hint of nervousness, yet his eyes hold a tinge of tenderness. His hair is black. In terms of age, Chuang thinks he's around the same age as him, perhaps slightly older. The older brother quickly glances at him, then points the laser gun towards the direction the men ran off to and says, "Get your clothes in order while I'm alert. I'm heading out of this alley." Finally saved, Chuang hurriedly straightens her clothes, stands up, and goes through the alleyway, returning once more to a place with light. You've returned. Exiting the alley, a jingling woman dressed similarly to the older brother greets Chuang. This person is probably also a mercenary. What kind of relationship do these two share? For some reason, Chuang has always been curious about this matter. What about that kid? What can we do? The older brother looks troubled as he gazes at Chuang, his eyes indeed carrying a bit of tenderness. Watching him makes one feel reassured, but the heart beats rapidly without notice. Stop staring, answer me. The female elf and the brother who helped Chuang start a light-hearted argument. For some unknown reason, watching his figure causes Chu Ang's chest to ache faintly. What is your specific goal? I think it would be better for him to take my ship and entrust the daily care and intelligence gathering tasks to him. Chuang feels an impact on her body. To board the older brother's ship? Letting him onto the ship means. Her cheeks flush immediately. They've only just met. How could this happen? But with these words, to take care nearby, do you like children like this? The elven lady leans in closer. She is an incredibly beautiful person. Not a single spot can be seen on her skin. Her eyelashes are outrageously long. Though both are women, Chuang feels a peculiar excitement. I think she's very cute. The man who aided her takes another glance at Chuang and quickly diverts his gaze. Right now, Chuang wishes his gaze had lingered longer on her chest. Having such big breasts that are always seen by men, along with the soreness in her shoulders, makes her feel uncomfortable, yet now she wants to say they're great. Anyway, getting attacked like this right away makes standing here and talking meaningless. Let's sit down and calm ourselves for a moment. Indeed, this person is kind-hearted. Suddenly, Chuang becomes very self-conscious about not having taken a shower in days. Her clothes are also torn and ragged, and she feels embarrassed letting this person see her in such a state. You treat me. Well then, alright. Come on, I won't harm you. If walking becomes too tiring, you can hold on to me. She nods obediently and gently pulls at the edge of his clothing. Because she fears coming too close will make him think she smells bad, she doesn't want him to dislike her. At the cafe, the older brother explains what it means to board his ship, looking flustered and blushing. Judging from that look, it seems he truly doesn't know what allowing a woman aboard means. In other words, Brother Guang didn't intend to adopt her for that reason from the beginning. Rather, it was purely out of goodwill to protect her. He really is a kind-hearted person. The next plot twist is dazzling. Mr. Guang takes Chu Ong to the government office, dumping a large sum of money on corrupt officials to redeem her. Reaffirming the debt she carries, she almost faints, but Mr. Guang, no, Lord Hong pays it all without hesitation. Chu Ong feels as though she was born and lived until now just to dedicate herself to Master Guang. For some reason, in that moment, she strongly feels this way. In a dreamlike, soft daze, the female elf, Elma hands Chu Ong a bag containing clothes. Thanks to Elma, Chu Ong can become Master Guang's possession. Elma must be Master Guang's next benefactor. Surprisingly, a mercenary ship is even more stiflingly small. Lord Hong's ship, however, is spacious and clean, almost like a first-class cabin house. As a home, it may even be better than Chu Ang's own home. Persuaded by Mr. Guang, Chu Ong takes a bath. It's been so long since she last bathed. Chu Ong is delighted and carefully dries her skin after washing, confirming the contents of the bag Elma handed her. Inside there are 3 pairs of underwear, 2 sets of light clothing, 1 simple yet secure outfit, a robe of assistance, and a bottle of liquid. 2 medicine boxes, and a notebook. What are these? She reads the notebook. It turns out to be a note left by Elma. The bottle of liquid appears to be perfume. Simple usage instructions are written inside. Having never used perfume before, she is deeply grateful. The 2 pill boxes contain pills meant to soothe both Chu Ong and Mr. Guang. It's said the first time is painful, so she's grateful. A classmate once mentioned failing during their first time, which ended awkwardly. Chu Ong sprays a small amount of the perfume Elma prepared on herself. Though she has never used perfume, she feels suddenly more grown up. Gathering courage, Chu Ong returns to Lord Hong wearing the thin clothing instead of the safest outfit. Seeing her, Lord Hong blushes deeply, appearing mesmerized. That's good. It seems like he's finally noticed. If treated as a sister or daughter, leaving him completely unaware would leave her unsure what to do. She feels slightly reassured. It's said that after a delicious dinner, Lord Hong will exercise at the gym before sleeping. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Ong drinks the pre-prepared medication, only donning her pajamas, rushing into Lord Hong's room. Though she wasn't able to fully enter, the door is open, and she secretly observes inside. Lord Hong is only wearing his underwear. His evenly proportioned physique captures her attention. Her body heats up immediately. The medicine must be taking effect. What's going on? I'm only in my underwear right now. Wait a moment. Their eyes meet, and Lord Hong begins to panic, blushing furiously. Driven by instinct, Chu Ong steps into Lord Hong's room. Despite all the hardships she has endured, at this moment, nestled in Lord Hong's arms, she feels happy. Chapter 31, Shopping Together. Perhaps the medicine had taken effect, and Ir's behavior was impeccable. Chu Ong felt fortunate that neither of them had caused each other pain. Ir was mentally exhausted today, and physically tired as well. Now, he was sleeping soundly next to Chu Ong. Chu Ong reflected on things to come. Life still requires goals. Living just to live is painful. First, he should own a detached house with a yard in the residential area of the planet. This would be his grand goal. For Chu Ong, drinking carbonated drinks was an important purpose to consider. Since he had adopted Ir and formed this kind of relationship with him, it was necessary to have a home to return to. He had not yet decided to stay together with Ir, nor did he know what Ir thought, so it was unclear. Regardless of whether it was Ir or someone else, one day Chu Ong would have his own family as long as he continued living. Shouldn't he go back to the original world? If he could go back, he certainly could, but there was absolutely no clue about how to return. To begin with, Chu Ong didn't know how he ended up in this world. There was no way to find a method to return to the original world. On second thought, Chu Ong could live more easily in this world. A powerful ship, the status of a mercenary, and fairly good funds. Having these 3 points made Chu Ong already quite lucky. Of course, this was an opinion based only on seeing the good aspects of this world. Being a mercenary always had the danger of death, lose and you die. It wasn't a game where you could respawn. If the ship were severely damaged, repair costs would increase, sometimes even forcing an attack in a less than ideal state. Without ensuring a constant supply of repair funds, one might grow poorer and eventually die. Danger was not limited to the ship. Sometimes, like yesterday, one had to disembark to buy various things or handle some procedures. One might suddenly be attacked and killed. If Chu Ong lived in an environment with the same level of public safety as the Japan he used to reside in, it was highly likely that he would lose his life due to such attacks. If Chu Ong died off the ship, Ir could only fall. Was he now responsible for another's life? What a heavy burden. He must devise a countermeasure. The day after tomorrow, or perhaps tomorrow, he would consult with the uncle at the Mercenaries Guild office. Tomorrow, he would check Ir's vital signs before going shopping. Somehow, he had forgotten to check the vital signs. Could the actions or medications taken today have influenced Ir? Would trying tomorrow suffice? Chu Ong should sleep too. After waking up tomorrow, take a shower first, then eat, and finally check the vital signs. Chu Ong roughly planned tomorrow's schedule while closing his eyes, feeling Ir's body temperature beside him. Chu Ong seemed to sleep well tonight. Awoken by an itch. Chu Ong thought something strange happened, opened his eyes, looked around, and saw a strand of bright brown hair on his chest. What are you doing? Upon being greeted, the bright brown head jolted. Their tea-colored eyes met and locked for a moment. Chuang placed his hand on his chest plate and found a smaller, warmer, softer hand resting on it. It seemed that hand was playing tricks on him. Huh? What are you doing? Any special reason? This, that. People can only play pranks on those who are ready for them. Ear. What? What? An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. What? Owie. Getting very close in the morning. Excellent. So, the plans for today. Yes. While eating breakfast, they discussed today's plan. Though unexpected accidents occurred earlier in the morning, delaying their activities somewhat, they weren't in a hurry. There was still some money left, and after the self-inspection program ran, the condition of the warship was excellent. No particular preparation was needed. Of course, survival couldn't depend entirely on assets, so earning money quickly was essential. But panicking was unnecessary right now. After breakfast, check Ear's vital signs, and purchase all necessary daily items. At the same time, get Ear a small information terminal, and visit the Mercenaries Guild to inquire about how to conduct Ear's training or education. It was best to ask the Mercenaries Guild regarding matters concerning mercenaries. Let's act according to this plan today. Okay, I understand. After finishing the meal, rest a bit, then check the vital signs first. Yes. After finishing the meal, they rested for about 30 minutes, then used a simple medical probe to check Ear's vital signs. The results of the vital signs check were favorable. Though slightly fatigued, it didn't seem like there was any risk of illness. That result made Chuang sigh in relief. Ear also sighed in relief. No matter what you do, your body is capital. There's nothing wrong with being healthy. Good, then let's go out. Try to choose clothes that expose as little as possible. Yes. Get dressed and meet at the cafeteria. Chuang had already changed into his clothes and waited in the cafeteria for Ear, who wore lighter clothing due to the upcoming health checkup. Since the two would be living together from now on, they must establish rules for life aboard the ship. This could be discussed further upon returning. I have kept you waiting. Not at all. I just changed clothes. Chuang had always thought girls took a long time to get ready. Well, the sooner the better. After visiting shops they had researched in advance, they managed to gather all the necessary daily items. The pharmacy was quite convenient as it sold a variety of things, including snacks, pastries, cosmetics, women's clothing like underwear, and various small items. Of course, there were also medicines available. If it's a product for female use, you can look at it yourself or consult a female shop assistant. Tell her that you will be going on board a ship and then order the necessary products accordingly. Yes. All right. Once we leave the colony or the station, we may need several months, possibly even half a year, before resupplying. If you're too polite, it will only cause me trouble. Please consider this carefully. Yes. Ear nodded with an expression that seemed perplexed. Truthfully, Chuang was still a beginner at this too and had no right to say anything profound. So Chuang also caught hold of a male shop attendant and began consulting about purchasing supplies needed for a long voyage. After the consultation, they decided to buy 3 emergency kits for injuries and illnesses, along with medications and tools used for treating wounds and diseases with simple medical devices. In addition, they could purchase spare underwear and shirts, shower detergent, filters, and disinfectants for the water recycling system aboard the ship. I have kept you waiting. When verifying the delivery quantities with the male shopkeeper, Ear returned with the female shopkeeper. Her face seemed red. Was everything all right? The female shopkeeper also smiled. Chuang had an ominous feeling. You aren't exactly an innocent child. Enjoy yourself. Chuang looked at Ear, but she lowered her head shyly, avoiding eye contact with him. Chuang wasn't dense. He could roughly imagine what was bought. He just asked about the things he cared about. Is the product safe? There would be issues if it has severe side effects, addictiveness, or dependence. Then it wouldn't be cool. This isn't a problem. The safety is guaranteed. Good. Are these necessary items? Yes, moon-related goods become very light. Oh, that's the suffering men can't understand. Since you said so, it must be fine. It said that the degree of everyone's suffering varies. Some people might even get so bad they don't want to do anything. Just imagining the pain for several days to over a week makes it seem troublesome. Preventing such occurrences was necessary. Rather than that, if there were operation errors because of it, there's a risk that both could explode and scatter, joining the ranks of space debris. The technology in this world is much more advanced than the one Chuang originally knew, so the performance was undoubtedly higher. Then have all these delivered onto the ship too. Thank you for your purchase. Using the information terminal to pay the bill and completing the shipping procedures ensured that by the time they arrived at the ship, the items would already be inside the cargo bay. With Ear, whose face was still flushed, they then went to a store selling small information terminals. Mobile phone and tablet. And me? 2 of them. My share includes wanting 3 tablets. An information terminal comes with basic communication and wallet functions, whereas a tablet integrates study, work, and entertainment capabilities. Learning aims to ensure that Ear trains and studies diligently as a switchboard operator in the future, which is one reason. As for the work function, there is another purpose: to manage funds, connect with the Mercenaries Guild, liaise with other places, and handle paperwork, which will be necessary later. Lastly, for entertainment, whether watching videos simply or playing software games, a larger screen is more convenient. Incidentally, most of what Chuang purchased was almost entirely for entertainment. Originally, he could have borrowed Ears, but that requires effort. Chapter 32, Large-Scale Expedition. Something this expensive. Chung said hesitantly, thinking it was wrong to be stingy with necessary items. If you buy something cheap, and it either doesn't meet the requirements or breaks, that's not fashionable at all. Shall we go to the clothing store next? Chuang's underwear was bought at the pharmacy, but didn't have much underwear or clothes. Actually, letting go to the clothing store alone while Chuang wanted to go to the Mercenary Guild. It was too dangerous. It would be better if they stayed together. Then, they went to the clothing store. Excuse me, is something wrong? No, are we done yet? In the window were displayed nurse outfits, maid dresses, magical girl-style clothes, bunny suits, bunny suits. Every item looked like they belonged in a cosplay shop, which was very helpful indeed. Is that so? I think these clothes are beautiful. They probably cost a lot. What? Just an impression? What? No, well, let's go inside and take a look. Yes. Indeed, for girls, clothing stores are exciting places, and air brimmed with vitality. Yumi seemed to have no questions about the clothes displayed in the window, but from Chuang's perspective, each piece was merely cosplay attire. In this world, after going around, those designed outfits transformed into the most advanced designs. Walking into the shop with some unease, he surprisingly found the inside quite ordinary. No, not ordinary. As soon as they entered, Air tilted her head and listened to Chuang's words. Everywhere there were cosplay costumes, cosplay costumes, cosplay costumes. Although they did have somewhat of a cybernetic feel, they still clearly appeared to be cosplay costumes. No, it might be a zone unwelcoming to strangers. Further inside, there must surely be sections selling normal clothes. By the way, anyone wearing such clothing never really went out. Wasn't the shop selling poorly? Welcome. A store clerk wearing a cyborg-styled fine earband smiled kindly. Although little skin was exposed, the uniform somehow reminded Chuang of a rabbit suit. I'm here to buy clothes for this child. Are there normal clothes without the provocative style? Of course. So please help sort through the underwear and clothes. You go listen, Al. There are seats over there. If you wish, please sit there. Understood. Ah, that. Don't worry about the budget. Buy what's necessary when necessary. Is that okay? Yes. Air nodded honestly. That's good. It's certainly better than unnecessary politeness. Oh, she's overweight. This child is an apprentice mercenary, or rather, an apprentice operator. Can you guess my occupation? A mercenary, right? So this kid works on ships. Exactly. The clerk eyed Chuang and Air. Well, everything from elegant to provocative styles is available. The brother has a keen eye too. Help me dress like a mercenary or operator, and for the rest, let her opinions guide us. Understood. Come, we have guests. Yes. The clerk led Air into the store. So, it's sure to take time. It seems this store only sells women's clothing, and Chuang felt uneasy wandering alone inside. Chuang took out his phone and opened the messaging app. Unfortunately, his opponent is a space elf. You're always making me angry. All this is for your sake, right? You're a spoiled rich kid. If you hadn't acted, you probably wouldn't have stepped in, would you? Messages came back quickly. Too free time? Now that you mention it, you once said the Galactic Army was planning to strike space pirates. We should still be waiting, right? And then did you act? Don't say it was done by girls, though it kind of was. If I say I didn't, I would have rushed to you and knocked you down already. Geez, that's scary. An image appeared of a rat-like creature being beaten by a cat-like creature. This messaging app may have a sticker function. And, did you send the message just to complain? No, I want to train Air as a customer service person. I'd like to inquire whether the Mercenary Guild has any similar resources, manuals, or training software. Why not just ask at the Mercenary Guild? I've heard there might be something like that. Really? Can it be obtained through the Mercenary Guild? Don't know. I've just heard that the mercenary training institution operated by the guild uses such methods. Go check at the guild. I love you. He selected a penguin-like creature saluting from the sticker list and sent it over. Chuang said he was bored and thus reported the results of AL's life form examination through a text messaging app. He also mentioned that Al was now picking out clothes. As he said this, the shop clerk and Al returned. There were no bags or anything, so it seemed like they'd arranged for the ship to send the items over later. Are you done? Yes. Chuang turned his gaze toward the shop clerk, who replied with a meaningful smile. It should be fine, right? What about payment? It's here. The shop clerk handed over a tablet to Chuang. On it, an image of Al wearing a cybernetic bunny suit had been magnified. This appeared to be an application that synthesizes one's physical data with clothing data to visualize what the outfit would look like when worn. Al's chest armor looked quite imposing. Though it wasn't exactly appropriate, it seemed like it was almost overflowing. How outrageous. Oh, I made a mistake. Deleting the data? Upon hearing Chuang's words, the shop clerk nodded in agreement and leaned close to whisper in his ear. Just register as a member, and your data can be matched across our series stores to recommend the most suitable clothes, or even provide mail order services and notifications about new arrivals. Does my phone have any kind of try-on function? Of course, there's a dedicated app for that. Great. While paying, Chuang carefully registered as a member. By the way, the price was rather high. Even so, compared to the cost of shotgun shells and ace ammunition, it was negligible. The same went for their total assets. After paying, they headed toward today's final destination, the Mercenary Guild. The next place we're going is the Mercenary Guild. Yes. To be honest, there's a scary-looking uncle that fits the image of the Mercenary Guild. Yes. But after talking to him, I found out he has a strong sense of justice and runs things much like a government agency. There's no need to be too nervous. Alright, Al's expression kept changing, but it was comforting to see. Someone might call this cunning, but Chuang thought cuteness equaled justice. But still, Al was just an ordinary girl. Should children learn self-defense techniques or carry defensive weapons? Let's consult this with the uncle. Oh, yesterday and today. Seeing Al peeking from behind Chuang, the front desk uncle's face froze. Because of various reasons, I've decided to take her aboard my ship. I want her to work as a customer service person. If you have any educational materials, resources, or software for training, please let me know. I see, please accept my apologies. The uncle's hand shot out at an alarming speed and grabbed Chuang's collar. His face, oh how terrifying. What is the matter? I understand. I'll explain the situation. But please let go of my collar. My face is already frightening enough. My face being scary is beside the point. It's genuinely terrifying. And Al must be scared too. Humph. The uncle released his grip with resentment on his face and sat down to calm himself, repeatedly taking deep breaths with his eyes closed. Chuang felt relieved inside. Chuang was almost scared into retreating. If I explain it from beginning to end, it'll be a long story. From start to finish. Yes. Due to the terrifying expression, Chuang resolved to recount honestly and in detail the entire process of bringing Al onto his ship. This guy encounters such an adventure on his first day as a mercenary, but why haven't I had similar adventures in 15 years of being a mercenary? It's not fair. Is this the difference in the power of fate? The uncle roared to the heavens and collapsed onto the table, sobbing uncontrollably, crying in torrents. Chuang and Al were both disappointed by this scene. Staff members from the mercenary guild also rushed out. Once they learned the situation, they quickly led the uncle away. Farewell, uncle. One of our employees has gone too far. A female staff member wiped off the table, drenched in the uncle's tears, and gave an apologetic smile. In her position, Chuang probably would have shown the same expression too. Anyone would do so. Who wouldn't? Well, back to the topic. 1 to 10. Yes. Since both were shocked into grotesque expressions, Chuang chose to explain clearly every step of bringing Al aboard his ship. Why does this rookie get all these great adventures on the first day, while I didn't get anything after 15 years as a mercenary? So unfair. Isn't this the difference in destiny's force? The uncle cried to the sky and collapsed on the table sobbing loudly. Both Chuang and Al looked on disappointedly as he continued crying profusely. Guild employees also rushed out from the back room. Once informed of the situation, they immediately took the uncle inside. Goodbye, uncle. Our employee has embarrassed us. A female staff member cleaned the table, which had been soaked in the old man's tears, and gave a strained smile. If she were in her position, Chuang knew he would display the exact same expression. Who wouldn't react this way? Chapter 33, Large-Scale Expedition 2. Should I brief you on the situation again? Very sorry, please give us your assistance. The older sister bowed deeply. All right, Chuang will speak now. I see. So, you're looking for crew registries and training materials for the operators. Is it like that? Please give us your assistance. The new guild of mercenary staff efficiently processed the paperwork and meticulously prepared the training materials. To use these materials on a tablet, please install them as soon as possible. Artificial intelligence instructors can teach customer service skills from scratch, and their performance is quite high. Additionally, there's an included app to help understand the ship's condition and financial status. The information gathering application is also provided as a bonus. Please make good use of it. Yes. If Ear could help me with the paperwork or something, that'd be a great help. Keep it up. I understand. Ear was holding the tablet with installed applications, panting heavily. Keep pushing forward. And let Chuang relax a little. It seems this world has many minor sub-procedures that are often omitted in games. By the way, also, I think this child should learn self-defense or carry some defensive weapons. It's tough. Learning self-defense isn't something you can master overnight, just like using weapons. So that's how it is. That's right. However, regardless of whether he'll use it or not, carrying a laser gun might be a good choice because having a laser gun will deter some random troublemakers from approaching him. I see. Should we prepare one? Please do. Does the mercenary guild also use weapons? Now that you mention it, wasn't there a cancer shop we didn't investigate yesterday? Is it managed by the mercenary guild or a governing body? Later, the mercenary guild prepared a laser gun for them. They tested it at the guild's shooting range and then left the mercenary guild. Ear's gun arm. Anyway, when firing, if she doesn't close her eyes, it's impossible. After finishing the shooting practice, they returned to the ship and decided to take a few days of proper rest. Because the fatigue from living on the road hasn't completely disappeared yet, so he still needs rest. Fortunately, the financial situation allows him time without needing to work immediately. Moreover, the large-scale expedition against the space pirates mentioned by Elma is also quite interesting. If we were to attack the space pirate stronghold, we could predict a large-scale battle would definitely break out. And these activities are generally paid per piece. Once enemy ships are downed, rewards skyrocket. Chuang doesn't want to pass up a rewarding event for a less profitable mission. Thus, Chuang spent his morning at the gym loosening his muscles, took a shower, studied whisper operator procedures with Ear during the day, including useful mercenary common knowledge, gathered information online, exchanged information with the sorrowful space sprite, and occasionally flirted with Ear. Finally, a notice came from the Star System Army and the Mercenary Guild, starting the awaited anti-space pirate expedition. It's great that we don't need to gather everyone somewhere. We can hold press conferences right on the ship. Yeah. Chuang sat in the pilot seat of the cockpit while Ear sat in the operator seat behind him, waiting for the conference to start. Chuang felt that being able to conduct a press conference without needing to go to the Mercenary Guild or Star System Army headquarters was very convenient. Since even food supplies can be ordered directly from the ship, life can continue even if you never step off the vessel. Perhaps, within the confines of a ship, it could be considered the strongest environment for recluses. When the press conference started, multiple windows showing faces appeared on the cockpit screen. Above each window, there were labels indicating their affiliations and the names of their respective ships. Among them were the sorrowful space sprite Elma and the soldier Surina, whom they had met when arriving at the Tamian Golden Colony. At the instant their eyes met with Surina, for some reason, Chu Ang's spine trembled. What's going on? It felt like a foreboding omen, but maybe not. Maybe she deserves a bit more attention. As Chuang thought, Serena's window enlarged and moved to the center of the screen. All right, the press conference will begin now. I am Captain Serena War, the commander for this operation. You may call me Captain Serena. Understood, Captain Serena. Participants individually expressed their understanding. All right, I will now explain the outline of the operation. It's actually quite straightforward. The space pirate base is located in the Gamma sector of the asteroid belt. Captain Serena explained as a star system map appeared on the screen, and a red dot popped up in a corner of the asteroid belt. The operation is simple. The star system fleet will launch a bombardment to destroy the base. Although it's a pirate stronghold, it's still pirates after all. Their resistance will be weak, and they'll soon turn into pieces. The mercenaries nodded in agreement with Serena's words. The star system's battleships, especially heavy cruisers and battlecruisers, were originally far beyond what the space pirates' vessels could match. Their firepower, shield output, and armor were incomparable to those ships. If the mercenaries were using their own ships under normal circumstances, they might be able to contend with the star system's warships, but even then, typically a single unit would not suffice. Moreover, the star system's army possessed such an overwhelming number of powerful battleships and had a highly trained crew. In short, if attacked head-on by the star system's military, there would be no contest for the space pirates. But as you all know, our military's attack, while thorough, is rather crude. If the enemy comes at us head-on, we can shred everything into pieces. However, if small and medium-sized ships scatter and escape, we're likely to miss them. So, this is where all of you come in. It was true that destroying large ships and the base would deal significant damage to the pirates. However, the pirates' main forces consisted of high-speed medium and small ships. If these escaped and regrouped, they could rebuild their strength, so the mercenaries were asked to target these ships. In other words, cleaning up remnants. No, hunting down the main force of medium and small ships would be their primary combat mission. Either way worked. What about the rewards? Yes, there will be no advance payment. 5,000 INR will be paid upon the conclusion of the operation. It was cheap. A low fixed wage. Precisely because of this, they had high expectations for the piece rate pay. The piece rate bonuses are 5,000 INR per small ship, 2,000 INR per medium ship, and 1,000 INR per large ship. In addition to that, there will be the original bonus, and naturally, the right to plunder the cargo. However, handling the larger ships would fall to them. At this point, Serena smiled. Upon hearing the details of the piece rate payments, the mercenaries reacted differently. However, most responded quite positively. The method of engagement was simple. Please have the mercenaries pre-ambush around the Gamma sector, then the Star System Army's mobile fleet will initiate a frontal assault to eliminate the space pirates' large ships and the space station. As for the fleeing small and medium ships, engage them in chaotic skirmishes. Intercept any pirate ships attempting to flee the battle. This was a straightforward yet effective battle plan. The essence of the strategy was to obliterate the most threatening targets with the initial strike, while entrapping any fleeing enemies with the mercenaries' net. Once the pirates fell into confusion, the Star System Army's mobile fleet would form a cage. From there, gradually tighten the cage until every last space pirate ship was destroyed. While contemplating this, his shirt tail was tugged. Chuang glanced over and saw Ear moving from her customer service seat. It seemed she'd come to watch the briefing. Mr. Yu, wouldn't the space pirates attempt to forcefully activate their hyperdrive to escape? That won't work. If there's a single nearby ship without a synchronized hyperdrive, trying to activate your hyperdrive will fail due to safety mechanisms. But if the safety device is removed, couldn't the hyperdrive be forcibly activated? It can, but I doubt anyone would do that. Once that safety device is unlocked, it becomes impossible to avoid space debris and asteroids large enough to require shielding during hyperspace travel. At the moment of activation, the ship would probably collide with something and disintegrate immediately. I don't know the exact details. I see. The safety mechanism appeared to be linked with the avoidance system, something he'd seen in game settings, though the detailed theory hadn't been explained. Or perhaps, future technology like this was somewhat vague. Still, one didn't need to understand its structure to use it. You didn't need to know exactly how microwaves or smartphones worked from start to finish to use them. Spaceships were similar, weren't they? Chapter 34, Self-Assertion 1. While Chuang and Ermi were discussing these matters, the mercenaries also began to ask Silena questions, but mostly about remuneration, which did not attract Chuang's interest. For instance, if multiple mercenaries attacked and brought down a space pirate ship, how should it be handled? In such cases, if someone files an appeal, battle logs will be reviewed retroactively, and the galactic military will determine who has the right. In this situation, to ensure transparency and fairness, the results will be published and communicated to the Mercenary Guild. Mercenaries deemed reckless will be monitored by the Mercenary Guild, and depending on the circumstances, they might even be demoted or expelled. In other words, if you want to continue as a mercenary, don't deliberately act recklessly. Chuang had no intention of doing that anyway, so he didn't care. However, no one was asking the information Chuang wanted to know. Was it common sense, or simply not considered? Since no one was listening, Chuang decided he would ask. Can I ask a question too? On screen, everyone was paying attention. Of course, Elmo was among them, with a look that said, will this guy ask something completely outlandish? Haha, Chuang won't disappoint your expectations. Mercenary, please proceed. This was the first large-scale purge, but due to the incoordination of ships and the loss of damaged shields, the shield cells have been exhausted. Thus some judgments indicate the situation where combat cannot continue. Chuang thought, in such cases, can we retreat at will? The mercenaries were shocked by my question. Elma covered her face with one hand, and Silena smiled. That is certainly acceptable since mercenaries are human lives. However, running away tail between legs without even engaging in battle is unacceptable. Our mission objective is to annihilate the space pirates. That goes without saying. However, Lu Qi has his own thoughts. Ensuring an escape route is crucial. Once at the scene, it's essential to fight until death. Those who flee and are called deserters could be executed. Are we really going to do such a thing? Regardless of whether we'll actually do it, this is the Able formation. There are still crew members on my ship, and that is important. In summary, this operation entrusts mercenaries with handling the close-range chaos unsuitable for the galactic military's large ships, while the galactic military vessels intercept from a distance those pirates trying to escape the chaos. Essentially, mercenaries are the hunting dogs holding onto prey, whereas the galactic military acts as hunters observing through scopes, aiming at the escaping prey during the chaos. A hunter's task is to shoot the prey attempting to flee from the hounds, yet naturally, their barrels may aim at injured hounds trying to escape from the brawl instead. If upon arrival and initiation of combat, someone declares, retreating from the battlefield isn't allowed, and fleeing will result in being shot down like the space pirates, so don't blame us, that would be quite serious. Hehe, that's right, this is the possible formation. However, please rest assured, I won't engage in such actions. Hearing that, I'm relieved. That's all I have to say. The reactions from the mercenaries varied. 30% showed obvious expressions of ridicule, 20% showed admiration or interest, and 50% showed indifference. Any more questions? Then, we shall commence the operation in 1 hour. Once preparations are ready, please depart each ship from Hangar Bay and stand by. Understood. The briefing ended. Alright, it was finally time for the combat phase. Hey, are you alright? It's fine. Looks like not. Chuang mentioned entering the combat phase, right? It was a bluff. There was still an hour before departure. As a precaution, Chuang issued instructions for self-check and maintenance to the AI aboard the ship, then planned to take Air to the cafeteria for a break. Oh my, there seems to be no issues at all. Clearly, there's a problem. Air trembled like a newborn fawn or a chihuahua, appearing pitiable at first glance. No, yes. Participating in battles concerning life and death henceforth is a normal sensation filled with tension and fear, like the appropriate response she demonstrated. Air accurately recognized the situation and responded correctly. On the contrary, Chuang felt somewhat abnormal for not feeling any anxiety. From here on, Chuang was about to engage in a genuine slaughter. Until now, Chuang hadn't fought once and wasn't nervous about exchanging lives for battle, clearly indicating something was off. Why wasn't he anxious? Reflecting on this led to a few possible conclusions. Firstly, one can infer that Chu Ang's beloved Han Long aircraft, in this world, excels. Moreover, as a mercenary vessel, its combat capabilities should be top tier, or perhaps even beyond standard. This conclusion was drawn after collecting data on ship performance, weapon power circulating in the market, the latest weapons equipped by the galactic military, and various other battleship statistics during intelligence gathering. It was almost certain. Although he didn't know how Han Long compared to the latest warships of the Graken Empire and the Bel Balam Federation, or those that were different in size altogether, like battleship-class vessels. Nevertheless, Chuang still felt it could hold its own against them. Another point was Chu Ang's early exposure to combat after arriving in this world, fighting space pirates, and even witnessing simulations of his battles by the mercenary guild elders and Elma. Judging from their reactions, it seemed like Chu Ang's ability to pilot the Han Long surpassed normal standards or limits. Of course, the high specifications of the Han Long itself contributed significantly to this advantage. But no matter how advanced the craft, without a skilled pilot, it would be just a metal coffin. At least, Chu Ang's piloting skills weren't yet enough to make full use of what Han Long offered. Taking all these factors into consideration, Chuang believed the upcoming operation to eliminate space pirates shouldn't be too dangerous. He thought. Therefore, it was understandable why he remained calm. Perhaps, he simply hadn't felt any real threat to his life. No matter how you looked at it, from Chuang's perspective, this world appeared as if it were merely Stella Online. In other words, Chuang couldn't quite shake off this so-called game feeling. It was difficult to die during battles, and it lacked a sense of reality. Under such circumstances, fearing death proved quite challenging. If shot down, however, one would perish miserably. Chuang believed he had grasped this fact. Still, in Stella Online, Chuang had only been shot down a handful of times, and only during his early stages when he wasn't fully skilled. Being shot down came with costs comparable to ship repairs. Purchasing insurance might reduce expenses somewhat, but it also meant scattering items within the vehicle, leading to significant losses. Thus, operations required a sufficient safety margin. Misjudging the retreat timing and being shot down resulted in huge losses. Can do, can't do. Chuang always muttered these words to himself before taking action. For example, Han Long was protected by 3 layers of shields along with sturdy armor covering the core hull underneath. Additionally, there was a shield module capable of rapidly recharging, allowing for a quick reconstruction of depleted shields despite a slight delay when used. However, once all shields were lost, even this shield module became useless. Not to mention, the shielding unit was installed throughout the body of the ship. Han Long was equipped with 5 of them in total. This meant that, ideally, the spaceship itself would remain safe until all 5 shielding units were consumed. When Chuang fought in Stella Online, he made sure to retreat once only the last shield module remained intact. Experience indicated that having even one remaining shield increased the likelihood of safely evading enemy pursuit while retreating from battle. Naturally, flying directly away without planning an escape route invited destruction from enemies. Hence, careful strategies were essential. Typically, compressing weapon output and reallocating it to the thrusters and shields while relying on generator outputs powered both systems. Escaping from someone who's supplying energy externally wasn't difficult. Mr. Yu, HM? Sorry, I was deep in thought. What is it? Apparently concerned about Chu Ang's sudden silence, Air timidly asked. Chuang smiled warmly and shook his head to reassure him that nothing was amiss. Don't worry too much. My skills are decent, and this ship is tough. And, haven't I mentioned during the meeting earlier? If things get dangerous, we run. Even when I'm alone, I ensure thorough safety measures. Now that you're here, Air, we won't act recklessly. Am I okay? Let's first take care of that pale face of yours. Though this will need some getting used to. Oh, one more thing, don't eat too much before we go. In case something goes wrong, it'd be unpleasant. I'll keep that in mind. Chapter 35, Self-Assertion 2. Because Chuang didn't want the cute ear to turn into blushing cheeks. If it were near that regrettable universe spirit, Chuang wouldn't be too heartbroken. However, vomiting inside the cockpit would cause distraction due to the smell, and vomit could lead to machine malfunctions. These were all terrifying possibilities. No, the level of vomiting wouldn't scare anyone, right? The mechanics inside the cockpit are all military grade. Self-inspection is almost over. Ear, if you're truly afraid, why don't you stay in the colony? I don't think the mercenary guild would interfere with your decision. No, I'm leaving. Although I feel like I can't help much if I run away now. I won't be able to go with Mr. Yu. Ear clenched both fists and mustered up some courage. And also, the shaking of the chest armor. Today's Ear dressed more as a mercenary than in cosplay. Specifically speaking, she wore tight pants, a slightly sturdy shirt, and a jacket. Frankly, it's hard to get rid of the impression of her forcing herself into the mercenary outfit, but she'll get used to it soon, probably. Ear seemed to have made up her mind as well. Chuang headed toward the cockpit, preparing for departure. The self-inspection of the unit had also concluded, with all results showing green, meaning takeoff should not be a problem. Ear, we're about to leave, coordinate with control. Okay. Sitting in the operator's seat, Ear awkwardly operated the communication console, starting the departure procedures. Not long after, the main screen displayed the launch time. Unlike the docking process, the takeoff procedures seemed to be automatically handled by artificial intelligence. Following the instructions timing, Chuang activated the Hanlong's generator, setting off from Starvation Bay. The landing gear was also stored on board, flying off into space from the long-missed colony. Wow. The view of the universe is amazing. Stars fill the sky in every direction. Yes, the settlement area, it's shaped like that. Like a bicycle wheel. Bicycle. There's a type of vehicle with wheels shaped like that. Is that so? You apparently didn't know what a bicycle was. It's quite environmentally friendly, and it should have been popularized as transportation within the colony, right? Is it because of issues like artificial gravity that prevented it? It's a mystery. After checking the sensors, he noticed that several mercenary ships were already waiting, so he decided to rendezvous with them first. The ships driven by mercenaries vary greatly. Almost none of them are identical. Strictly speaking, there may be ships of the same model, but each has been customized according to personal preferences, leading to significant differences in detail. Oh, there are so many colorful ships. Probably to attract attention. Either they're skilled or trying to impress clients. By the way, Chuang's Hanlong color is deep blue, which is very good at eliminating luster and providing camouflage. In Star Online, the freedom to paint, coat with paint, and apply badges to your ship is extremely high. There are also paint ships, not just cars, but large transport ships covered in cartoon character portraits, something Chuang avoided doing. Oh, there's something extraordinary. Among the mercenary ships, one white vessel stood out prominently. Its elegant streamlined shape reminded people of a swan, and its powerful thrust gave the impression of speed. This isn't surprising, as that unit boasts extraordinary speed performance. Wow, what a beautiful ship. Yeah, indeed. Is there something strange about it? No, that. Highest speed performance, maneuverability, standard firepower, strong shield performance. It sounds like an excellent unit. But the issue lies with its maneuverability. Simply put, it's too expensive. The operation is overly complex. Straight-line flight is manageable, but for intricate combat maneuvers, it's impossible to control. Chuang once let a friend try sitting in it, but due to its extreme sensitivity, normal driving was simply unattainable. Another drawback is its cost. Its speed and agility are set using high-cost materials without regard for expenses. Not only is purchasing it exorbitantly priced, but even repair costs are sky-high. Even though it's only as large as a medium-sized ship, its repair costs exceed those of battleships. Finally, this unit carries a special large bomb. Under certain conditions, it enters a state of loss of control. Although it refers to running amok, it does not mean indiscriminately biting enemy ships on the hull. Truly a runaway, it defies commands until the fuel runs out, flying around at astonishing speeds, making sharp turns, then eventually exploding and scattering. Initially, when this feature was discovered, everyone thought, is this a bug? It caused a disturbance in the game later, but the validation team, whose minds seemed to be malfunctioning, confirmed the conditions that would lead to runaway, since no other units experienced such a thing. Thus, it was determined as a hidden functional trait exclusive to this specific unit. Due to its over-the-top runaway function, an operation akin to eyeballs popping out from excessive sensitivity, and astronomical costs for purchase and repair, among players of Star Online, it was entirely treated as a joke machine. Yet, somehow, there There were mercenaries who brought it to battlefields where lives were exchanged. No, if used well, it's definitely not a bad unit. Its speed, performance, and maneuverability are a level above Chuang's Hanlong. It has the troublesome feature of dragging everything around it into self-destruction. That is a fatal flaw. Is it a broken unit? It's not unusable. If you can master it, it's a powerful ship. However, handling it is quite challenging. Straight up, it's a defective unit. Defective unit. As long as certain conditions are met, it will go into runaway at ultra-high speed and scatter explosions everywhere. But unless engaging in fierce combat maneuvers while using heat-generating optical weapons for random firing, these conditions won't be triggered. Isn't that really dangerous? Too dangerous. Hence, the pilot of that unit must either be a seasoned veteran familiar with this aspect or an amateur who doesn't know this and just chose the ship based on feeling. I see. Upon clicking the ship's info display, the owner's name was Captain Elma. Oh, what's wrong? That ship belongs to Elma. What? She claims to be an old hand. She should be fine, right? As long as it isn't equipped with all sorts of laser cannons, it probably won't run amok, so it should be okay. Surely. Probably. Perhaps. No. Right now Chuang is lying to himself. At this point, the NIDA unit appeared. Its owner happened to be that regrettable universe spirit. It could only be considered as full-on self-assertion. Let's pray for safety. Ear is also embarking on their first mission. Why yeah, Elma must be fine, right? Although it's detestable when acquaintances die, being a mercenary means that such things will happen more in the future. From the moment one boards a spaceship and enters space, whatever happens is one's own responsibility. Chuang wishes to help her as much as possible, but he does not know if he has that kind of leeway. Or rather, at this stage where he's about to head out for the mission, there is nothing Chuang can do. It's commonplace. One can only pray for safety. There are 30 minutes until the operation begins. Coordinates of the ambush points will be sent to each aircraft. Please start moving simultaneously as the operation begins. The operator from the Star System military allocated the coordinates of the ambush points and transmitted them. There may be reconnaissance drones, and enemy force deployment details were also fairly comprehensive. This guy is... What's wrong? What? I just feel a bit uneasy. There's no problem. The point allocated to Chuang had quite a shadowy enemy presence. Was it randomly assigned, or... Chuang couldn't help but recall Captain Serina's smile. It felt like a deliberate arrangement. No problem. If push comes to shove, one can always retreat. Probably there won't be a need for that. Confirm synchronization with wingman. Synchronization with wingman confirmed. Hyperspace drive starts charging. Hyperspace drive confirms charging has started. Hyperspace drive load completed. Until activation. 5, 4, 3, 2. Hyperspace drive begins. A thunderous sound reverberated, and the hyperspace drive was activated. This hyperspace drive would synchronously navigate alongside the wingman's mercenary vessel, so Chuang had no actions to take during hyperspace transit. He just needed to make sure the wingman didn't make any mistakes or veer off course. By the way, Elma seemed to have gone to the opposite ambush point. Regrettably, she wasn't among the group heading to this side. Pray that you fight hard. Chapter 36, Battle Phase. So, we're going into battle now. Yes. During the battle, let Ear serve as the radar observer and communications officer. Got it. What about the radar observation duties? Yes. Through the radar, we can track enemy aircraft and wingman movements. If there's danger, I'll alert the helmsman. And the communicator? Yes. Monitor communications from both sides, gather intelligence, and handle messages sent to this ship together. There shouldn't be any problems. When I was handling everything alone, I took care of all these tasks myself. Assigning some of them to Ear is my way of lightening my load. The more things Ear can handle, the easier it will be for me. Though it's a long road ahead, we must keep pushing forward. Yes. Leave it to me, Hong Sir. Ear responded with spirit, encouraging herself. Good, thank you. During hyperspeed drive, they once again checked the spacecraft's equipment. The main armament consisted of 4 heavy laser cannons mounted on the armed arms. The secondary weapons were 2 scatter cannons directly attached to the body, along with 2 aces carrying 2 shots each, totaling 4 rounds. The ammunition cost for these was sky-high, so if possible, he'd rather not use them. Still, an ace is an ace. If there's an opportunity where they're needed, one should not hesitate to use them. It's foolish to leave an ace unused. It's truly beautiful. Ear murmured while gazing at the scenery outside the ship. The distant stars streaking by like meteors, nebulae glowing in green and orange hues, and the trails of light left by their flying ships, all sparkled beautifully, leaving Chuang, who was accustomed to such sights in games, utterly astonished. That's right. To personally witness scenes like these is nothing less than a privilege for us travelers navigating freely through the starry seas. Yes. After a few minutes in hyperspeed, the hyperspace drive arrived at the designated target point. Disable the hyperspeed drive. Watch out for shocks and vibrations. Yes. Hyperspeed drive disengaged, transitioning into regular navigation. With another loud boom, Chuang's Hanlong returned to normal space. Mercenary ships dispersed in groups of 3 or 5 toward their assigned ambush points, and Chuang also began heading to his own ambush location. This is the ambush spot. It's so quiet. Generally speaking, space is silent and lonely. But I have Ear, so I'm never lonely. Hee, then I'm not lonely either. While chatting idly, they minimized the output power of the main generator to begin the ambush. Not cold. No problem. Since the life support system's electricity supply had been reduced, the cockpit temperature had slightly dropped. Chuang was dressed appropriately, without issues, but Ear's clothing seemed a little thin. This outfit may be thin, but its material keeps me warm. Is that so? I had some concerns, but this clothing store is quite good. Yes. It was a feast for the eyes seeing the cute girl wear various outfits every day. In recent days, Deer had donned different virtual cosplay outfits daily, providing Chuang endless enjoyment. Lowly maids and such, Chuang thought they were great. Just as Chuang pondered these thoughts, beams of light pierced through the space ahead. Simultaneously, numerous communications believed to be from the Chaos Space Pirates were intercepted. What's happening? What's going on? Mikhail has been attacked. Attack Aya? Victory for the Galactic Fleet. Those guys' bases and large warships. There are fires everywhere. Seal off areas 3 and 7. Are there survivors? Damn it. We need to lock them up and blow them up together. Indeed, screams filled the air. During this time, the warship class and heavy cruiser class large vessels of the Galactic Fleet continuously bombarded the bases and larger spaceships of the space pirates. As expected, that firepower was beyond even Chuang's Hanlong. In particular, the range and firepower of the warship class large cannons far surpassed what mercenary ships could manage with medium-sized vessels. Even close-range fire defenses on the battleships were formidable. If anyone rashly approached head-on, their craft would turn into Swiss cheese before ever reaching Chuang's weapon range. Still, in one-on-one scenarios, it wasn't impossible. No, there's no way. Escape quickly. Withdraw, withdraw, withdraw. Damn it. You've gathered too many treasures. Seems like everyone's running around chaotically escaping. There were some bold ones rushing toward the Galactic Fleet's space pirate ships, only to be blown apart instantly. Humph. Indeed, if one attempted a direct assault on the organized Galactic Fleet, any ship would end up like that. Lift radio blockades. Begin operations. Don't let a single ship escape. Ha. The prey has been carefully selected. At the signal to start operations, the main generator of the Hanlong was boosted to its maximum output, and acceleration began. Here, enter combat mode. Get ready for shaking, impacts, and high G-forces. Got it. The sudden surge in acceleration caused a pressing sensation against the seat due to the intense G-force. An overwhelming sense of excitement surged from deep within. Sweat dripped from his palms. The system started up, unfolding the armed arms and scatter cannons. All right, time to begin the battle. Up ahead is an unidentified ship. What's going on? The ship has arms sprouting out of it. Never seen a ship like that. Be cautious. Helm, open fire. Take them head on. Smash their hulls and tear down their shields. I'll circle around you and attack. Directly ahead were 4 pirate ships. 2 small general-purpose vessels, and 2 small battlecruisers made up the enemy fleet. The first wave, confronting them head-on. The enemies revealed their armaments. We're using small planes to go straight for a head-on confrontation with Hanlong. He aimed the 4 heavy laser cannons at one of the approaching small warships while targeting another with the scatter cannon. The enemy seemed also intent on focusing their firepower on Chuang. But compared to the laser cannons mounted on the wooden small vessels, Hanlong's heavy laser cannons had a much longer range. Wow. Shield. A simultaneous barrage from the 4 heavy laser cannons collapsed the shield of the small battle cruiser. Immediately after, the second shot penetrated through the shieldless cruiser, blowing the hull apart. Are you kidding me? This guy is terrifying. Run away. Run away. The other targeted small battle cruiser attempted a sharp turn to escape, but it was already too late. Chuang unloaded both scatter cannons into the unprotected abdomen of the small battle cruiser. The countless bullets fired by the scatter cannon instantly saturated the shield of the small battle cruiser, mercilessly shredding its body into pieces. Swiss cheese was ready. A second too late, the 2 small battle cruisers exploded and disintegrated. What a monster. T2 flee. The remaining large ships tried to flee, but generally, large ships not entirely designed for battle were not as fast as battle cruisers. In contrast, Chuang's trusted Hanlong was a pure battle cruiser with superior speed performance. Escape was impossible. Hurry. Can't shake him off. I hate it here. You will die here. We should have killed these space pirates long ago. They have no mercy. Pursuing the 2 accelerating general-purpose cruisers with their sterns facing him, he took each of them down using the heavy laser cannons. They wanted to run in different directions, but he couldn't let them slip away. If missed, these scoundrels would surely attack others elsewhere later. Once turned into rogues, washing their hands clean of such deeds became incredibly hard. As Chuang prepared to advance toward the next target, his eyes suddenly shifted to ears seated nearby, noticing her trembling with tension. Her gaze appeared to be fixed on the radar, yet it wasn't clear if she had spotted anything concrete. Chuang didn't expect her to perform flawlessly on her first outing. It was understandable. He quickly diverted his attention and moved on to the next target visible on the radar. Coming into view were beams of light from laser cannons, tracer paths of solid ammunition, the fiery trails of missiles, and the explosion flames of destroyed battleships. These decorated the void, painting a vibrant picture resembling a flood of lights. But in reality, every beautiful scene held a fatal allure. Even the simplest laser cannons, when striking a live human being directly, would leave absolutely no trace. Even more so for large-caliber solid weapons mounted on battle cruisers. And there's no need to mention missiles. Should a military ship get sunk, death in the vast emptiness of space would be inevitable. Escape pod? Although the cockpit module itself acted as an escape pod, during combat, hitting it quite often occurred. The odds of surviving the explosions of warships and ammunition were definitely slim. If lucky, one might still manage to survive. Deer, move on to the next fight. What? Why yes. Upon hearing Chuang's words, Deer trembled as if shaken and responded nervously. Clearly, it would take her some time to get accustomed to things. Strangely many enemies. They've surrounded me. Help hold my head. It's me, right? A mercenary ship was driven into a corner by 5 pirate vessels. For now, thanks to the disparity in ship performance, fatal blows hadn't landed yet, but this situation would only deteriorate further. The shields gradually weakened, and armor diminished. Sooner or later they'd be annihilated. That was unless Chuang intervened. The harassed mercenary ship's call sign was, "Quiet. This is Captain Guang, call sign Han Long. Quiet, I'll cover you. Oh, save. More changes. Linger. Comma. Stop. I'm here. Leave it to me." Out of the 5 aircraft forced into a desperate situation, 2 flew toward this side. One was a warship, and the other was a missile support ship converted from a transport ship. The missile support ship was truly troublesome. Missiles are not only hard to evade, but also extremely destructive. It's impressive that they have survived the pursuit of these 5 aircraft, including the missile support ship. Searcher. Understood. The Space Pirates missile support ship launched a missile, rushing directly at this side. The Searcher missiles should be heat source guided. Though they have a short range, as they're not radar guided, they don't give any locking warning and belong to the ambush type of missile. With such frontal launches after announcing missile launch intentions, Chuang thought it would barely achieve half of its capabilities. There were roughly 2 ways to deal with it. Either dodge using extreme maneuverability beyond its guidance capability or scatter strong heat sources to deceive the guidance device. Chuang chose the third option. Accompanied by an ear-splitting explosion, the reaction force shook the hull. At the same time, countless bullets dispersed the 2 incoming Searcher missiles approaching from the front. With maximum acceleration towards the continuously spreading flames of the explosion, he passed by the general-purpose vessel that had moved aside for fear of accidental hits, launching a close-range attack on the missile-supporting ship that was monitoring the movement of the missile. This thing penetrated. 1. Close-range firing of the scatter cannon, where the ships brushed past each other, destroyed the missile support ship. Probably the large number of missiles it carried caused a massive explosion in its wake. 2. Using the attitude control thrusters to make the ship turn like sliding, he used the 4 heavy laser cannons to pummel another general-purpose warship. The shielding attenuation ability of the heavy laser cannons is very high. The shield generator devices and power generators installed on the small vessels of the Space Pirates could not withstand concentrated firing from all 4 guns. As expected, the shields saturated almost instantly, and the unprotected hull was pierced through by emerald beams of light, causing it to explode and disintegrate. After finishing his side of the battle, Chuang confirmed the situation on the other side with the radar. Out of the remaining 3 planes, 1 was already destroyed, and another was chasing. They were truly formidable. I'll take care of 1 more. Sorry. What? Damn. It should have been like this. What to do now? Shut up. Don't you want to blast these guys away and run as soon as possible? The Space Pirates issued merciless orders and instructions. Their leader roared with fury. If Chuang were to comment, turning into this state means you have no chance of winning. Just explode and dissipate gracefully. Chuang took responsibility for the obviously escaping craft, tasked with taking out the leading unit. The sweep operation ended in an extremely short period of time. Save Han Long. As expected, we were pinned down by 5 aircraft. What? The prey has already been secured. Goodbye. Be careful too. Quiet retreated a few steps. It must be for emergency repairs and recovery of the attenuated shields. They decided to recover only valuable materials from the scattered remains of the Space Pirate ships, and then head to the next target. Chapter 37, Meteor. Listen, how is the overall situation on the battlefield? Chuang, who had just completed the recovery of supplies with a recycling drone, asked Earl. From an overall perspective, it seems our allies are moving in a favorable direction. Do you know where the hard fights might be taking place? I'm sorry, I don't know. Yeah, but I also go by gut feelings. Generally speaking, the power ratio between mercenary ships and Zui pirate ships should be around 1-3 to 1-4. At points where this ratio approaches closer to Zui dominance, we should intervene. However, rushing into situations where the ratio exceeds 1-10 is generally suicidal. I can manage something around that extent. I see. So the engagement point visible from here to the lower left then? It's close to the Star System fleet, but it looks like 3 medium-sized ships are having a tough fight. While Chuang navigated the ship toward the location designated by Earl, he confirmed that their side was indeed at a slight disadvantage. For mercenary ships were opposing 20 small Zui pirate ships. Additionally, there were 3 medium-sized ships. Although there was covering fire coming from the Star System fleet, and they seemed to still be fighting valiantly, it appeared difficult as it stood. All right, I'll intervene. And as I've reminded you, keep vigilant on the radar to avoid ambushes. Also, please handle communications when we intervene. Yes, I'll do my best. As he listened to the voice coming from his earpiece, he observed the equipment of the Zui medium-sized ship, which posed an impending threat. This one, much like the missile support ship from before, was a modified civilian transport vessel. It was common for the Zui pirates to do such modifications. Instead of destroying the attacking ships, they would disable and capture them, remove the crew, and seize the vessels. Then they would mount weapons stripped from counterattacking mercenary ships or merchant guard ships onto these vessels, turning them into hastily built firepower support ships. This was mentioned in Stella Online's setup. Isn't this world actually the same? Chuang didn't really want to think about what had happened to the original crew members. Well, leaving that aside, the armament of the modified medium ship consisted of multi-cannon guns for close-range defense and medium laser cannons for attack support. This amounted to a bombardment support ship positioned behind small ships acting as vanguards, providing artillery support with a medium laser cannon. The close-range defensive multi-cannon gun was most likely an automatically controlled turret cannon. From the configuration of the turrets, the firepower to the front, above, and both sides was fairly good. If equipped with a high-performance, large-capacity shield generator such as the one on Han Long, even if attacked by 3 aircraft simultaneously, the shield wouldn't easily saturate, though there was no need to specifically engage head-on. Looking at that turret arrangement, the area directly below and the rear were completely blind spots. On the original transport ship, the lower deck should have large cargo space. The probability of Zui increasing armor was very low. It was almost certainly unprotected. There was no way not to take advantage of this. Chuang made such a judgment, lowered the generator power of the body, turned off the system, and activated the rapid cooling system. It's going to get a bit cold, bear with it. Why yes. What are you going to do? What? Isn't it said that frontal assaults are considered standard mercenary combat tactics? As the temperature of the hull dropped, the temperature inside the cockpit also began to drop. After 3 minutes, the air inside the cockpit became so cold that breathing resulted in white vapor. Chuang glanced at him, checking if Earl was all right. Apparently, the thermal insulation performance of that suit was quite excellent. Though the breathing looked whitened, there was no apparent sign of cold. All right, let's go. After sufficiently cooling down the body, Chuang drove the Han Long with minimal output, making a wide circle, and entered the blind spot of the 3 medium ships. Neither the Zui small ships nor the medium ships detected Chuang's actions. Mr. Hong, why weren't we noticed? Ships in battle usually run hot, so during battles, relying on heat source sensors takes up a significant proportion. In areas where many ships are fighting, broken pieces from destroyed ships will inevitably be scattered all over, making regular radar systems ineffective. Therefore, only by lowering the temperature of the body as much as possible to escape detection by heat source sensors can one operate among the debris. In Stella Online, this was called thermal stealth technology. Originally, the forced cooling device was designed to rapidly reduce excessively high body temperatures caused by the use of laser cannons and other similar weaponry. This was simply how they utilized it. I see. There are various techniques, huh? This isn't a strategy that works every time. Alright, this is a complete blind spot. Let's go. Yes. Having completely entered the blind spot of the medium ships, Chuang reactivated and confirmed that the heavy laser cannon and shotgun of the unsuspecting medium ships were accurately aimed. There's a response from below. Completely entering the blind spot. What are you talking about? What have you been looking at up until now? Were you napping during the battle? I saw clearly. He appeared like a ghost out of nowhere. How could this happen? Damn it, turn around. Turn around. Can we catch up? Chuang continuously fired 4 heavy laser cannons, instantly saturating the shields of the 3 medium ships. Whoa, shield. What? Oh no, quickly dodge. It's a booster. Out of the way. Clear the path. In your view, the shotgun cannon probed the tinder bellies of the medium ships. Countless bullets pierced the soft undersides of these ships. This was their critical weakness. The incoming bullets must have ruthlessly ravaged the generator, life support systems, power distribution units, and ammunition magazines. Not good. Can't hold. Evasive maneuvers. Evasive maneuvers. The 3 medium ships repeatedly underwent minor explosions before ultimately causing a massive explosion that stopped their operation. That made 3. Earl, initiate communications. Okay. This is Captain Guang, call sign, Han Long. I'm Earl the operator. We're beginning intervention, supporting the battlefield. Thank you for your help. To be honest, I've been struggling. TCH, if I take much more of this, I won't last. I'm about to collapse. A cute female operator. Absolutely can't lose now. Just judging by voice, there's no telling how cute she really is. No, her voice is cute, definitely cute. If a girl has a cute voice, her face should also be cute. Do these guys need cover fire? Aren't they doing well enough already? Let's go. Yes. The 4 armed limbs swept with heavy laser cannons, using the shotguns to blast nearby Zui pirate ships. The Zui lost 3 medium warships in an instant, boosting morale, disrupting cooperation, and even losing control of their vessels. It was like having free meals handed to them. Whoa, a monster with 4 arms. Damn it, don't let him grab me with his hands. Press down my head. Bastard. If we press down on his head, aren't we just exposing ourselves to his shotgun blasts? Go ahead and try. Hurry up and escape. We'll win. Hey, wait, don't run away. You've been spotted by the Star System fleet. Zui ships trying to disengage were penetrated by extremely thick beams of light emerging from afar, scattering upon impact. These were the Star System fleet's warship cannons. The construction of the cage seemed to have been completed perfectly. Nowhere to run. Die here. Don't die. There's those arms. The Zui pirates collectively fired weapons toward the Han Long controlled by Chuang. It looked like they had decided to concentrate their attacks on Chuang first, then take him down. Colorful beams of light descended simultaneously as Chuang hastily maneuvered to avoid them, then suddenly dropped to shake off the pursuing Zui ship. Ugh. The attack triggered AI alarms, and holographic images displaying the status of the machine showed the shield being hit. A direct hit. Seeing this information, Earl emitted a cry reminiscent of the end of the world, but Chuang stayed calm throughout. Indeed, he'd been hit, but only the first layer of the triple-layered shield was damaged. There were still 2 layers left, and even after the second was broken, the use of shielding could be restored. Moreover, if all the shielding was breached, a solid armored hull remained. Now wasn't the time to panic. Since Chuang kept dodging, he couldn't attack, but the Zui had gone all out trying to strike him, and the mercenaries wouldn't miss such an opportunity. Have at it. You've underestimated us. Up until now, the mercenary ships that had been playing defense turned aggressively, successively destroying the Zui ships. Shuang also didn't want to get caught alone, and thus seized the moment to counterattack, using the heavy laser cannons to wipe out the Zui ships. The shotgun was powerful weaponry, but each discharge required considerable funding. Fighting with only heavy laser cannons would be much cheaper. If money was to be made, fighting exclusively with heavy laser cannons could yield better profits. And so, within less than 15 minutes, the situation was completely reversed, and all Zui ships deployed across the space were thoroughly wiped out. Clear area, we've won. A while ago I was wondering what would happen, but ever since the arms came into play, things changed drastically. Great work, full of talent. It looks like Chu Ang's nickname will now be armed. Perhaps it's a little embarrassing. No, maybe it has quite a lot of character. I'm heading to the next battlefield. Good luck to you. Yeah, same to you and the customer service lady too. All right, thank you. Damn, sure enough, it's a cute voice, absolutely adorable. You're always like this. Precisely because of that, you'll forever be a virgin. Gulping sounds. I am a virgin. Is this joke also universal in this world? Truly evokes countless emotions. The mech accelerated to seek out the next battlefield. Just then, that mech came into sight. White mech? Could it be Elma? Is Elma fighting? Let's go. Up ahead, fierce beams of light were flashing. What a disaster. Facing Elma were commonly referred to as Grobus, medium-sized ships equipped with laser irradiation systems and their escort teams. Chu Ang's Hanlong was armed with heavy pulse lasers, capable of firing powerful bursts of laser in an extremely short period of time to attack enemy machines. But none of that mattered now. If Elma wasn't helped soon, there'd be no turning back. Chuang continued accelerating towards the scene. What? Control failure. Aya? Chuang decided to keep his distance. Unfortunately, it was too late already. Whoa, what's going on with that white mech? It's charging over. Quick, dodge. Elma's white mech began flying erratically. If it flew like that, there would be no way to take action. Young master you, isn't that dangerous? Completely fine. In the end, it'll result in an explosion. Aya, hey, what's happening? By the looks of it, he seemed unaware of the Filey runaway function. So it seemed Elma wasn't a crafty buyer knowingly asking dumb questions, but rather someone who purchased based only on specifications. An idiot. Aren't you going to help me? There's nothing I can do to save you. At this speed, attempting to get close might lead to a crash. What? Elma. No, the cockpit of that mech is set abnormally sturdy. If the settings hold, I don't think she'll die. We just retrieve the cockpit once it breaks apart. At that moment, Elma's white mech pierced through the pirate's encirclement and began exploding in the wrong direction. The momentum was like a meteor. Chu Ong readied himself, expecting it to head toward him, but nothing unusual happened. It headed off towards the heavens. No, there were star system fleet forces in that direction. Dodge. Wah, it's coming towards me. Counterattack. No, wait, those are mercenaries. Nova AH. Elma's mech collided with a star system warship, causing serious damage before stopping. The cockpit module seemed safe. If lucky, perhaps uninjured. The problem was that the warship it crashed into was also heavily damaged. How much would the repair cost be? What should we do? Regrettably, there's nothing I can really do. Best to focus on the task at hand. Why yes. Due to Elma's major rampage, the pirate formation was thrown into disarray, leading them to recklessly shoot with shotguns and heavy laser cannons. Though it may sound heartless, Chuang truly couldn't do anything. Let's concentrate on work while praying for Elma's safety. Chapter 38. Operation concluded. How's the operation going? Yes, Lieutenant. Although there were some unexpected events, it can be said to have gone relatively smoothly. Although we may not hold anyone accountable, we certainly need to apply for funding. Oh my. The mercenaries' earnings currently are. Switch the display tags. After switching screens, Chuang couldn't help but widen his eyes upon seeing a certain mercenary's current bonus. 4 medium-sized ships have already been destroyed, and the number of small ships taken down by this distinguished mercenary is extraordinary as well. It seems like the battle is still ongoing, and the earned bonuses keep rising. Do we have such a skilled mercenary in our star system? Wow, this is indeed. Gold rank. No, platinum rank achievements. I've never seen this name before. The communication soldier said he has never seen this name before, yet it seemed familiar to Chuang. Pull up the data. Upon confirming the data, it was indeed him, traveling on an unfamiliar ship, calling himself a mercenary. He appears to have now officially become one. Bronze rank. It's not bronze rank achievements, right? Login time. Only about a week since login. Achieving these results while being bronze ranked from the start. Could he originally have been a military pilot? Without question, he's an ace-level flyer. Is that so? Chuang recalled the outfit of that self-proclaimed mercenary. His age should be slightly older than Chu Ang's. He probably isn't a retired military pilot. If he were, he would be even older. Moreover, from his presence alone, there's absolutely no aura of a soldier. Overall, rather than being a soldier, he seems like an ordinary person. And he doesn't exactly give off the vibe of a mercenary either. Thinking about it carefully, this is also very abnormal. Judging from the achievements, the ship he rides is a top-tier battleship. But, regardless of how high-quality a ship might be, without the appropriate skill of its operator, it cannot fully utilize its performance. Moreover, operating such a battleship requires an unusual level of focus. In an environment where life-threatening situations arise at any moment, maintaining focus is difficult. Some people need medication or hypnotic suggestions for that. That is to say, even though he is a common person unrelated to the ship, he possesses both the skills and courage to control a warship. If it cannot be called abnormal, then what should it be called? Who is he? Interest grows thicker. The score difference is widening more and more. Seems like there's a 3-point difference with the second place. Are just 3 scores enough? Based on this rhythm, Chuang does not think things will end here. Please monitor closely and get all obtainable data. Listening to his subordinate's response, Chuang turned his gaze back to the tactical map that overlooks the battlefield in full. The result will soon be revealed. The operation has ended. The pirates' ships have been wiped out, and now it is the time to search for survivors and recover scattered materials and useful debris from the battlefield. Still, Chuang's ship wasn't equipped with survivor search equipment, so they left that task to the alien Navy ships, focusing only on obtaining war spoils. Master Hong, won't someone try to snatch things like this? Any spacecraft capable of flying into space from a ship's hangar goes to the quickest taker. The downed ships automatically tag the mercenary who shot them down, so you don't need to worry about others contesting your claim. However, Chuang traversed a quite large area this time, and the recovery points are spread everywhere, making it very troublesome. Still, Chuang can't slack off. Just the bounty rewards and achievement bonuses from the Star System Army already generate substantial surplus. Besides, the ransom torn from the defeated pirate ships amounts to a considerable sum too. Especially when attacking pirate bases like this, the pirates often rush out with all their goods and rare metals. Well, let's get to work then. Master Hong, you seem quite delighted. Of course, it's much more interesting than killing each other aboard ships. And who knows, unexpected treasures might show up. Is Alan happy? That, I am quite worried about Irma. Your Al is so kind. The ship seems severely damaged, but unfortunately, the spaceship that crashed into it belongs to the Star System Army. I believe everything should be fine. Is that so? Yes. There's proper medical equipment and doctors on the warships. We don't need to worry first. Then it's great. I'll show a look of relief. There should be no risk to life, but the financial situation looks bad. Since repair costs for the ship are expensive, and they also have to cover the maintenance fees for moderately damaged warships. Oh, it's scary, really scary. Maybe he is cold towards Chuang, but Chuang truly can't take care of him, nor does he have any reason to do so. Chuang helped him a lot with the mercenary registration and ears matters, but that was paid for with large quantities of brewed alcohol as bah. In this sense, it wasn't alone. Chuang isn't ungrateful, but this time the incident has burdened her with substantial debt, making Chuang's reasons for taking on her responsibilities and aiding her appear rather weak. Originally, she was an independent mercenary. Meddling without being asked is called nosiness, isn't it? If you ask Chuang for help, he'll assist you within his capabilities. Come on, give me the treasure. You can also memorize the sequence while watching my work. It's not such a hard task. Why yes. Launch the recovery drone towards the drifting ship wreckage, scan the inside, and then recover the cargo. Food, alcohol, ammunition. This part is fixed. Oh, refined industrial use metal. This can still fetch a good price. Also, air purifiers and their spare parts, water purifiers and filters, and other components for colony maintenance. These sell well too. These goods in this area are used for colony and station maintenance, so they fetch reasonable prices everywhere. But items worthy of being called treasures. Oh, rare metals. Though small in quantity, they're quite valuable, directly turning into good money. Master you, there are so many things to do. All sorts of things. If only there were more rare metals. Huh? What's this? Huh? An unidentified item among the drone recovered supplies matched something during a detailed scan. A crystal? It's a crystal sealed in a tightly closed container. This? No, it couldn't be. This is that thing. What is it? It's called singing crystal. Isn't it something dangerous? Is it? Should we take it back? Yeah, we should. Isn't there a possibility to sell it at a high price to some curious buyers? Incidentally, this singing crystal is a somewhat special item. If destroyed in space, a large number of space monsters will inexplicably emerge, making it very dangerous. The space monsters themselves aren't particularly strong opponents. The problem lies in their numbers. Hundreds to thousands of units of space monsters rush in all at once, which a single ship simply cannot handle. On the Stellarnet, one must at least organize a team of over 10 ships to tackle them. Actually, there's also a little trick involving this guy. Considering the current situation, quietly hiding this guy might be a good insurance policy. The international situation seems unpleasant. Let's take it back quietly. Quietly. Yeah, quietly. Though it shouldn't be contraband, it'll be troublesome if found. In fact, this ship is equipped with a few specially designed cargo spaces that can evade scans. They'll place these items there. You ask what use these things have. Haha, fancy items sometimes do come in handy. No way around it. That's the preference of mercenaries. After recovering the supplies, Chuang returned to Tamian Gold Colony along with other mercenaries and the alien military. Alma's white FRY seemed to be towed along. Can that be repaired? The frame itself is already dented, so almost everything needs to be rebought. By the way, even though the quality of the two ships wasn't much different, how fast did they go to let a battleship get severely damaged like that? Chuang began to worry if Alma was really alright. Just as he was thinking about this, a communication came through. It didn't seem to be aimed at Chuang, but rather sent to all ships, including those of the mercenaries. The operation has now concluded. Everyone has worked hard. The pirate base has been completely destroyed, and most of the ships have been broken apart. This star system will be safe for the time being. This star system is rich in resources and close to the border. They will likely reappear from somewhere after a while. It's not like bugs or anything, but despite repeated attempts to drive them out, they just keep appearing endlessly, truly difficult to deal with. Mercenaries' rewards will be immediately transferred to accounts once the battle results are tallied, expected to be paid within, at most, 2 days. Whether to check early or late is indeed a delicate point. In games, rewards are obtained instantly upon returning to base, but this is reality. Military and government agencies completing statistics and payments within merely 2 days is already very fast. Perhaps it's common practice, and the mercenaries don't voice any dissatisfaction. It appears that even if it takes some time, there's no need to worry about being swindled, so it's fine. Indeed, if the army and government organizations break their promises, their authority would suffer severe damage. Of course, Chuang doesn't harbor any dissatisfaction either. He doesn't live day to day depending on instant money-making. Alright, Ear, send the docking request to me. Okay, I understand. Ear operated the control console used by the operator and sent a hangar docking request to the main control cluster. Not long after, the control department designated a docking bay. This was his first time making a docking request, but according to him, things were proceeding smoothly. It would be troublesome if an accident were to occur in a place like this, so one must cautiously guide the ship for docking according to the directional markers. With a clanging sound of connection, the ship was secured and began transporting towards the airlock chamber. In any case, that meant they could now relax. The sense of relief upon safely docking at the hangar bay is the same, whether it's in a game or in real life. Master Yu, what's the plan next? From now on? Yeah, until the payment comes in, it's the resting period. Both mentally and physically drained. Chapter 39, Return from Shopping. He unfastened his seatbelt, stood up from the driver's seat, and stretched his body forcefully, realizing how tired he was. During combat maneuvers, the body is often exposed to powerful G-forces, requiring full body tension. Naturally, the hands gripping the control stick must also exert effort. Though sitting in the driver's seat, it felt like the fatigue of intense physical exercise. Standing beside the cockpit operating the control panel, he initiated the self-check program for the unit. After such arduous combat, this time there would surely be a need for corresponding maintenance. He would also need to replenish ammunition and fuel. No, that's not what I mean. I want to ask where we're going next and what we should do. Where to go and what to do. That was a rather philosophical question. Where do people come from? Where are they heading? What should they do? And what legacy will they leave behind? Though this issue did not carry such heavy significance. First, the purpose of my journey, or you could say my goal. Yes, I'd like to buy a detached villa with a yard in a prime location of a residential area on some planet. That is a grand goal, isn't it? Then, live off passive income and indulge freely in eating favorite foods at preferred times, sleep when desired, play when inspired. Chuang aspired to lead such a life. Mentioning this might shatter someone's illusions, so Chuang refrained from saying it. Air should consider setting some goals as well. Just existing for the sake of survival can be quite painful. Yeah, I haven't thought much about this kind of thing. I think anything goes. Tasting all the delicacies in the universe, appreciating the wondrous landscapes of space. These can all be goals. Would it be a gourmet tour or a sightseeing tour? Chuang himself had said, why not? Okay, let's call it a secondary goal of Chuang. All the delicacies in the universe. Nice idea, let's go with this. Great, then I'll go with you too. So it's settled. My goal is to eat my way through the entire universe with Lord Hong. Oh, clapping for Air who was enthusiastically pumping her fists together. Now, here came a monster hungry enough to consume the whole universe. Since I can't gain weight, I need to exercise too. Yeah, I think Air would look fine with a bit more meat on her bones. Is that so? Air, as if confirming her own physical condition, suddenly trembled after touching her stomach. What's wrong? Seems like I'm breaking out in sweat. Should I take a shower? Hey, let's go slow. With an unnatural movement that concealed the lower part of her body, Air stepped out of the cockpit. What's the matter? Could it have leaked? Although the ship wasn't damaged, it had still been hit by the pirate battleship today during combat. Even though all shields had successfully deflected the impact, this initial combat experience may have left a strong impression on Air. Chuang snorted, sniffed around inside the cockpit, and found no such scent. Could it be diapers? Too sickening. Let's just drop it. Chuang decided not to pursue it further and headed toward the kitchen. After replenishing water and calories, Chuang would also take a shower and rest. The day the operation ended and the next day, they spent leisurely time on the ship, discussing future activities and changes to equipment within the vessel with Air. Today, they were also expecting a reward from the Star System Army, so both planned to disembark and visit dealerships specializing in spacecraft internal equipment. Hee, you seem pretty happy. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Although Air had declared her future aim as devouring the culinary delights of the galaxy, her actions toward this goal were faster than Chuang expected. After the battle, he idly browsed various culinary information on his tablet in the room. Soon, she found a high-performance automatic cooking appliance that could prepare a variety of exquisite ingredients and located a distributor selling such high-end appliances in the colony. Yesterday, he spent the entire day using every method possible to persuade Chuang, leading to Chu Ang's decision to upgrade the internal equipment of the Han Long ship. Yes, this time, the equipment being purchased would not just include a high-performance cooking appliance. Facilities associated with livability such as warm water flushing toilets, water purification devices, air purifiers, high-performance air conditioning systems, and comfortable bathrooms would all be completely renewed. Certainly, the cost wouldn't be insignificant, but compared to the latest generator and shielding apparatuses, the total was very economical. Today, they would visit the dealership to personally experience and verify whether the new equipment met their requirements. Chuang maintained his usual mercenary attire, while today, Air dressed casually, appearing slightly mature. One should say she looks cute, very beautiful. Is that so? Yeah, I think it's good. She's an excellent lady. After being praised for her outfit by Chuang, Air placed her hands on her cheeks and shyly twisted her body, looking adorably agitated. If this went on any longer, today's plans would be completely ruined. So, Chuang decided to leave the ship immediately and head straight for the destination dealer. Is the location near the mercenary guild? Yes. That area has many government offices, mercenary guilds, large ship corporations, and dealers of ship interior equipment, with relatively good security. I see. Looks like you have a real knack as a communicator. Is that so? Yeah, it seems fine. You can find necessary information, navigate, and provide commentary. I guess that's good. Looking at Air, who was holding her tablet computer with a radiant smile, Chuang also naturally broke into a smile. Incidentally, Chuang's approach to nurturing Air involved praising and developing her. Chuang believed that slapping, stepping on, or stretching things were mere fantasies. Because no matter how you looked at it, mental stress wouldn't bring positive effects. At the end of the day, could anyone build a trust relationship with someone they pressured mentally to the point of despair? At least for Chuang, it was impossible. Chuang and Air were partners who could entrust their lives to each other. The captain and the crew, people who repaid debts for them. Perhaps there existed a simple relationship of strength and weakness, yet even so, they still became partners who relied on each other during battle. At the very least, both Chuang and Air wanted to evolve into that kind of relationship. From the perspective of building trust relationships, Chuang had to treat her as sincerely, honestly, and lovingly as possible. To tell the truth, maybe it was just because he'd already grown deeply attached to her, so he couldn't be strict anymore. That was inevitable. Air was cute after all. Although there might be some suspicion that Chuang's words were falling on deaf ears, it was best not to overthink it too much. Entering the elevator connecting Hang Bay and the residential area, they gazed out at the view of space. The elevator shaft connecting Hang Bay and the residential area was made of metal frames and transparent materials, allowing them to see the scenery outside while inside the elevator. You never get tired of looking at this, do you? Master Guang probably doesn't even notice it anymore, right? No, I've only seen this scene recently. Is that so? Where was Lord Hong before coming to this colony? Before coming to this colony, huh? Recalling his life in the original world brought back memories of his fabricated story about losing his memory. Dangerous. Almost let something slip. In reality, my memory is unclear. I seem to have had an accident on the highway or something, which caused me to be thrown into this Tamian star system, but what I did or where I lived before that, it's all very vague. Is that so? Isn't that hard? It must be tough, but since it didn't bother me much, I never gave it much thought. In fact, he hadn't lost his memory. This was merely a way of deflecting questions. I think I should first go to the medical station for a detailed physical examination. Should I look up hospitals with high medical technology nearby when I return? Thank you. Concerned about Chuang's health, Air was truly kind-hearted. If Chuang fell ill, Air would end up on the streets, so maintaining good health was essential. Chuang tried his best to comfort Air, who worried about his well-being, as they walked toward the dealer. In order to reassure her, Chuang agreed to check her vital signs daily. If Air relaxed, then it would be worth it. It didn't take long to check her vital signs with the portable medical probe. After promising to conduct her vital signs check every day, Air seemed to relax somewhat, and she appeared more at ease. Even so, she still worried. Clinging tightly to Chuang and hugging his arm, the softness of the contact felt great. The dealer was located at the place Air had previously surveyed, and they had booked a time beforehand, thus receiving top-tier treatment with a guided tour of the shop. This is our Samarero Tech's proudest latest high-performance cooking machine. Our Philosopher series, as a long-term bestseller in high-performance cooking appliances, consistently leads the market share, and this is the most advanced model launched just 2 months ago. Chapter 40, Reward Collection. 2 months already. When was the previous product launched? 8 years ago. The selling point of the Sage series is to provide the ultimate gourmet experience through high-performance automatic cooking functions. Feedback from faults and accidents in harsh conditions has been continuously integrated for improvement, making it highly reliable. Within 3 years of purchasing the Taijin Fu C, the failure rate was astonishingly low at 0.004%. Regardless of the environment, it could offer delicious food. This reliability was its biggest draw. Of course, the latest model of Taijin also inherits this trait. What about the operating cost and maintenance fees? Although the power consumption is a bit high, nanomachine technology is used in maintenance aspects, allowing for automatic maintenance, thus practically eliminating the need for regular maintenance. Cleaning of filters and internal mechanisms is entirely automated by nanomachines during standby periods. I see, convenience in repair truly makes things easier. Yes, no matter how high-performance a device is, if too much time is wasted on maintenance, it would be counterproductive. Mr. Hong, is there no issue with power? That's not an issue. The generator's capacity is more than sufficient. The generator aboard the Han Long was the highest-grade military product with spare capacity. Then let us carry out an actual demonstration. Let's start by creating the most standard hamburger template using a common market food container. Saying that, the store clerk operated the Tai Ti to begin making the burger buns. The burger bun serves as the most standard template food that all automatic cooking machines can create. Originally, an automatic cooking machine fills food boxes with dried goods processed from algae, adding water and seasonings to adjust shape and taste, producing replica-like foods. It can also be referred to as a 3D food printer. Regardless of performance, all were still made using similar food containers, water, and seasonings. There should be little difference in taste, right? Why? It tastes so good. Chuang involuntarily groaned alongside Air. Are they really using the same food container as the one found on Chuang's ship? It's delicious enough to raise doubts. Compared to this hamburger, the previous ones felt like cold hamburgers bought for 100 yuan. There was no comparison. The method of mixing ingredients, the way of heating, the way seasoning blends are added, all these affect texture and taste significantly. The AI installed in the Sage series adds nuances of culinary skill atop the template information to create such flavors. I see. We'll buy this. But isn't it expensive? The usual retail price is 48,000 na, but due to simultaneous purchase of other devices, there's a discount over the original 30,000 na basis. Now it costs only 45,000 na, and it even includes 3-year warranty. Wow, then we'll get this first. Next time we'll think about others. Thank you. Negotiations always progress this way, eventually leading to all automatic cooking equipment, air conditioning systems, and other living-related facilities aboard the Han Long being fully replaced with premium products produced by MSAC Sinuo Tech Company. The total amount reached 300,000 NL. A comfortable living environment directly relates to employees' mental health. Compared to harsh environments, comfort better promotes psychological well-being, so Chuang spared no expense ensuring top-tier items were installed. Besides, spending 300,000 NL was cheaper than repaying AL's debt, plus freedom of movement. Chuang's financial situation wasn't something trifling expenses could sway. Even after redeeming AL's freedom, he still had around 2 million NL left. Furthermore, the bounty from eradicating cosmic pirates the other day would also arrive soon. During the recent operation to annihilate cosmic pirates, Chuang destroyed 42 small ships and 5 medium ships, earning just the military reward of 310,000 NL alone. This was already more than enough to cover the recent purchases. Including the bonuses from destroying the pirate ships themselves, the total amounted to 480,000 NL. There were also the spoils plundered from the pirate ships aboard. The rare metals weren't bad either. Selling them should generate decent returns. A rough estimate suggests they're worth about 800,000 NL. That is to say, through the recent battle against the pirates, Chuang earned approximately 16 million NL. To be honest, he earned so much money, it was laughable. Investing only around 300,000 NL into improving clothing, food, shelter, and transportation seemed quite economical to Chuang. This time, even the beds were replaced. The bed in Chuang's room was upgraded to a large one capable of accommodating 2 people sleeping comfortably. Why? Too embarrassing to explain. Incidentally, when ordering the bed, Mr. Ear saw red faces all over. His head was practically steaming. To be honest, Chuang also felt quite embarrassed, but because someone had seen AL's appearance, the deducted part could actually be considered a bonus. After completing the order of the ship's internal equipment, they decided to head to the Mercenary Guild to collect the rewards for the large-scale extermination from a few days ago. You bring women with you? Are you trying to fight me? Oh. As soon as they reached the front desk of the Mercenary Guild, they were cornered by Uncle Changyan. Change it. What changed, Ugh? A sister from the Mercenary Guild appeared after hearing the commotion and slapped a thick file onto the head of the front desk uncle. That hurt. Then, the dying struggling uncle was tossed aside, and a sister sat in the vacated seat. Yes, it's changed. It's about collecting the reward and bonus for the mission, right? Okay. Chuang silently swore that he must never defy this person. What would someone who can throw a robust uncle with one hand be capable of? Perhaps this person had replaced their body with machinery. Could the technology in this world directly enhance a body? Anyhow, it was all very intimidating. The sister confirmed, and the amount of the extermination reward and bonus for the mission matched what Chuang had calculated. This figure was approximately 79,000 dinerals. The term, approximately, was because the actual bounty hanging on necks had decimal points. Things like 8123 dinerals. The maintenance of the unit and adjustment of ammunition are also entrusted to you. Alright, I can do it. Is it the replenishment of the scatter cannon's ammunition and components for chaff, torch, and shield? Yes, please take good care of it. Leave it to me. The young lady at the front desk smiled faintly. The maintenance of these ships and the replenishment of ammunition would also benefit the Mercenary Guild financially. Anyway, you were quite active this time. Yeah, if there were tougher individuals, we could have earned even more. Chuang genuinely thought this. While having more small vessels is good, the rewards and bonuses for them are minimal. If the quality and technology were better, the bonus amount should slightly increase. However, the space pirates encountered in this battle were probably just low-quality ones relying solely on numbers, so the bonus was very little. If there were more medium-sized vessels, earnings might have been higher. In any case, the security in this star system is still decent. There are many cases where the star system military leads the extermination of space pirates like this time. I see. To earn more bonuses, I should probably go to star systems with worse security. Isn't that dangerous? That's definitely dangerous. In such star systems, not only are there more space pirates, but their quality is also higher. If you have the skills to hunt, you could earn big money. The sister answered Air's question. Yes, it's certainly dangerous. But, given Chuang's current combat capabilities, the space pirates encountered in this star system are too pitiful. Chuang isn't a fighting maniac, so there's no need to travel to find stronger enemies. But even so, Chuang still wanted to make a bit more money. Still, with Mr. Guang's abilities, perhaps you'd earn more in a more dangerous star system. After this extermination, this star system will probably stay peaceful for a while. The Mercenary Guild's intermediary work isn't just about repelling space pirates. There are also guard and transport missions. My ship isn't suitable for transport missions, and guard missions are troublesome. As the guild, I hope you'll accept my commission. I think these sorts of tasks are better left to groups forming fleets. A fleet is a team made up of multiple mercenaries, what is commonly referred to as a party. It's simply impossible for a single ship to guard a merchant vessel. If you leave your protection target to counterattack, the target may get attacked while you're away, and even if you stick closely to your protection target, you might be hit by long-distance one-sided attacks. Chapter 41. Reward Collection 2. At least, with several escorts, the guards could be assigned to a companion while Chuang goes to face the enemy. However, if he flies alone, it might not even be possible, and he could easily find himself completely trapped. Therefore, he didn't want to accept any escort missions at all. Are you not forming a fleet? If it's Mr. Guang, there would surely be many people eager to join. For now, we don't have that plan. We have our own things we wish to do. Chuang shifted his gaze towards her ear, her face slightly red, returning a smile to Chuang. In reality, the things they wanted to do, should do, were piled up like mountains. They needed to go to the medical station, as well as earn money for the detached house with a yard. I see. The front desk lady, seeing their looks, revealed a knowing smile, nodding her head. Chuang felt himself misunderstood. Mr. Guang will continue earning money. His appearance won't remain too appealing either. Though he seems a bit unreliable, or perhaps even dangerous, maybe this is also part of his charm. Are you in your honeymoon phase? Congratulations on your happiness. Thank you. After hearing the older sister's words, Ear's face lit up with an emotional smile. You're not denying it? Can the honeymoon happen? The honeymoon thing. Not so. The elder sister at the counter appeared confused, while Ear was looking at Chuang with a crestfallen expression. No, how should I put it? It's probably about the same. After hearing Chuang's response, Ear's expression, which was close to tears, once again turned into a smile. The elder sister observed me and Ear's expressions with great interest. What's going on between the two of you now? How should I explain? It's difficult. Captain and crew member, guardian and the one being guarded. Yeah, and Lord Guang is my savior. He is my master, isn't he? Lord Guang. The elder sister gave Chuang a somewhat rough glance. Excuse me, if I answer wrong. There's a chance she'll be shocked by his strength. I must choose my words carefully. It seems that during the attack by street hoodlums in District 3, he rescued him when he was almost bullied, and since he had nowhere to go, arrangements were made for him to stay. Without thinking, I explained the sequence of events using polite language. Nobody wants to die, neither does Chuang. I dropped from the second zone because of the 30 million inner debt left by my parents. Lord Guang, for me who had no place to go, not only provided loans, but also purchased freedom of movement rights for 50,000. So, I decided to dedicate my life to Lord Guang. Listening to Chuang's voice, his expression carried an unusually resolute determination. After hearing this, the elder sister closed her eyes and nodded deeply. It still seems safe. Good. Forgiven. Chuang involuntarily made a victory gesture. The crisis has passed. You mean this love story where the girl who lost everything gets saved by an unscrupulous mercenary? Sounds like one of those pulp novels or erotica works. I feel it's nothing good either. Practically speaking, Ear plans to give her chastity to Chuang. Fortunately, Ear did not dislike Chuang. Instead, she accepted him positively. If that hadn't been the case, Chuang would have been some sort of beast that liked gold-hungry girls. There's no such thing. Meeting Master Hong fills me with joy. Master Hong is very gentle and always listens to my whims. Have you heard of whims? Didn't we spend 30 million INR to update the ship's interior equipment? That benefits me as well. It can't just be called unilateral whims from Ear. The front desk girl watched their conversation and smiled, covering her cheeks with her hand. You both have a good relationship. That's truly wonderful. Let me resign from my job here at the guild reception and work as a sailor aboard Mr. Guang's ship. No, you cannot. Upon hearing the elder sister's words, Ear seemed to sense a threat and immediately hugged Chuang's arm. Naturally, the soft touch instantly enveloped Chuang's arm. What bliss! A middle-aged man far away was watching Chuang and Ear's interactions, nearly shedding blood tears, while gnawing on a handkerchief. Moreover, seemingly solitary mercenaries were all smacking their lips. Haha, jealous much? But Ear wasn't listening to anyone. That's rather regrettable. Haha, then let's stay nearby. All right. Just as he was getting up to leave, he remembered something he should ask. Do you know how Irma is doing? She was the person helping me with procedures on my ship. In the operation a few days ago, her ship seemed to have been damaged, and I'm quite worried. Miss Irma. The sister seemed awkward, revealing a troubled smile. Did she sustain serious injuries? No, my wounds are manageable. However, requests from the galactic military for fines, and such are a little. At that moment, everything became clear. She must have received a fairly severe fine. A comeback. Sort of, no, it's quite harsh. Oh. Ear watched Chuang's conversation with the sister and tilted her head. There is nothing to explain. No, how should I say this? It seems beyond expectations. There are problems with the repair costs of my ship and the galactic military ships. That's terrible. But, saying it in a flustered voice, Ear's tone deflated like a balloon, losing all energy. It's so hard. Chuang himself also wanted to do something, but it wasn't something someone else had asked him for. How could he butt in? Irma just met him a few days ago, and all she did was give him a helping hand without making him overly dependent. It didn't seem right. He would not know what to do if she were driven into a corner. Where's Irma? She is moving around, trying to pay off the galactic military first. If she doesn't pay, then that happens, right? Yes. Chuang mimicked handcuffs being placed on his wrists. The sister nodded without hesitation. That's right. Although they don't know exactly what will happen later, things won't end well for sure. This star system has a prison station that holds criminals and forces them into brutal mining work. Will she be sent to prison? Yeah. However, Male criminals make up an overwhelming majority, while female criminals, their situation seems tough. Wow, that's really troublesome. In a crowd dominated by male criminals, one can easily imagine how female prisoners would be treated. If Irma faced such treatment, Chuang would want to step in somehow. Not separating the genders? What kind of world is this? Anyway, if Irma encounters difficulties, could you pass on a message? Can I? This counts as fate too. Not sure where it leads. Even if someone consults Chuang, he may very well be powerless. The most Chuang could do is cough up some money. That part would need to be repaid in other ways, not sexually, but organizationally. Irma fits perfectly into the role of mentoring Year. Repaying her debt from a share of earnings distributed according to contributions based on performance at work makes sense. By the way, how much does the crew get paid? Often depending on how much is invested and what roles people play on the ship. As a reference, how about Year's case? Mr. Year, the ship belongs entirely to Mr. Guang, so 100%. Right. In that case, it comes down to the crew's skills. Do Miss Ermi and Mr. Guang have any connection? Yes. That would factor into the evaluation. Zero investment, an inexperienced trainee who doubles as the captain's mistress, by market standards, between 0.1% to 0.5%. 0.5%, cheap, isn't it? After hearing the going rate, Ear tilted her head. The total reward and bonus came to 7,900 credits. Assuming Ear's reward at 0.5%, that equals 395 INR. Given that 1 INR equals 100 units, the amount Ear would receive for this mission translates to roughly 3,950 units. For risking her life, that seems awfully cheap. But then again, food, clothing, and shelter are all provided by Chuang, right? Very cheap. A better operator might earn slightly more, though now you're practically just an ordinary lover. However, in Mr. Guang's case, he makes a profit. This time's reward adds up to 3,950 units, which is higher than my monthly salary. Maybe the lady at the front desk is seriously considering working on Chu Ang's ship. Pity him, please. No matter how pretty she looks, anyone capable of throwing a large man with one hand would still strike fear. No go. 3-3. I can't possibly accept that much. No, that's your fair payment. Take it properly. Yes. Chapter 42, A Comfortable Awakening. The sudden windfall of money made Chu Ang's ears tremble, but in Chu Ang's view, it was just a fraction of what he needed. The cost of ship repairs and supplies alone could easily consume all of it. Considering the docking fees and food expenses, a ship costing 4,000 NL couldn't even stay docked for 20 days. Truly just a fraction. Ear, no matter how much money you have, there's never too much. If you think you've received too much, just save that part. Is that so? Although Ear still seemed unable to fully accept it, she still collected her salary on time. Just providing for clothing, food, shelter, and transportation without wages was simply excessive. Being taken care of in private life, and also having one's survival insured was already more than enough. Actually, even if Chuang considered giving 5% or 10%, instead of 0.5%, he thought it would be fine since there was a market standard. He might as well follow it provisionally. Just by looking at Ear's demeanor, giving her too much could embarrass her too. Well, why not open a savings account for her? Chuang decided to research this first. After handing over the wages to Ermi, Chuang took the reasonable wage ratio table from his sister and left the mercenary guild with Ermi. There were no other arrangements for the day, so after wandering around stores in the 3rd district with Ear, the day ended rather quickly. From tomorrow onwards, they would need several days to replace ship equipment, maintain the vessel, and restock ammunition. Let's get started. He woke up feeling an appropriate elasticity in his whole body. The new bed he changed into felt very comfortable indeed. Ninif, Ear, who slept beside Chuang, also revealed a blissful sleeping expression. Yesterday allowed Chuang to enjoy himself to his heart's content. Yes, Chuang was truly becoming more and more addicted to the presence of Ear. That's right, because she was cute yet strong, expressing her affection towards Chuang straightforwardly. Carefully getting out of bed, Chuang gathered up the clothes and underwear scattered on the floor, put them into the newest washing machine at the laundry shop, and turned it on. Without needing any detergent, it decomposed all the dirt, perfectly washed the fabric, and dried it as well. Moreover, drying only took 5 minutes, and the smell was delightful. Truly impressive, the power of science. Naked, Chuang transitioned from the shower to the bathroom, lying in the bathtub while turning it on. Comfortably warm water immediately filled the bathtub, soothing streams washing over Chu Ang's entire body. After finishing washing, switching to hot water, he began a full-body massage. Pure bliss. This was definitely a destructive bath. Getting out of the bath and leaving the pool, the warm air carrying tiny particles entered the bathroom, drying his entire body. Strangely enough, it didn't cause any coughing due to particle inhalation, but gave him a refreshing sensation as if his whole body had been wiped by a soft towel. By this point, things had become inexplicable. Taking out the dried clothes and underwear from the washing machine, putting on his own set, Chuang returned to the room. Ear was still asleep. Chuang stroked her head and cheeks, waking her up. Hong mister. Good morning, Ear. She extended both hands sleepily, and Chuang buried his face in her bosom, tightly hugging Ear. Ear also held Chuang, rubbing her cheek against his head and laughing softly. After a while, when she woke up, she released her embrace around Chuang, and Chuang moved away from Ear as well. Oh, good morning. Good morning, Ear. Their second greeting of the day involved Chuang kissing Ear's blushing forehead. I've tidied up the bed for you. Go take a shower. Your clothes are clean and placed over there. Her Her face flushed bright red. She wrapped herself in a blanket, grabbed her clothes, and left the room. Watching her leave, Chuang pressed a button on the bed. A bit by bit. Oh, due to last night's activities, the bed appeared quite disheveled, but now it visibly became pristine again. This bed was made from a special organic material. With just the press of a button, the organic material would activate, cleaning the bed automatically, including post-coital messes, making it truly an exquisite product. In other words, this was a living bed. Very comfortable. Additionally, aboard Chuang's cherished warship, Han Long, were installed many advanced devices utilizing scientific prowess, such as the air conditioning system that kept the air fresh and harmless, walls capable of complete soundproofing with just the flip of a switch, toilets equipped with warm water cleansing, strangely similar to the original world, and an excellent automatic cooking machine operating in peak condition, so that Chuang and Ir always praised the delicious meals created by a philosopher chef every mealtime. Living here was extremely comfortable, and Chuang almost thought it should be his final home. No, that wouldn't do. Chuang wanted to indulge in carbonated drinks to his heart's content. A single residential property with a yard on the planet could not be given up. As Chuang made up his mind, he ordered Philosopher Fifths to prepare the commissioned breakfast. Truly a high-performance machine, it was capable of reading the subtle mental and physical states of its user from an extensive database of recipes, and then creating the most suitable menu for cooking. Exactly how it monitored Chuang's condition remained a mystery, but so far, there had been no discrepancies. Most crucially, it was the latest high-performance cooking machine. While wiping the dining table and preparing the drinks, Ir, who had just finished her bath, arrived at the dining room. She was dressed in black leggings paired with a slightly oversized t-shirt, looking rather casual. Is the next step training? Yes, we must exercise and build up our stamina. That's good. I'll go work out after I finish eating as well. Then let's both put in our best effort. They chatted as they ate breakfast. Today's menu featured eel rice bowl and yam for breakfast. Really? This philosopher, what is your intention by making him exercise right from morning? No, perhaps because Chuang has been working hard during this time. You took this into account. Philosopher, exactly how do you monitor Chuang's status? Are you feeling unwell? No, there isn't any problem. Myself and Master Hong check vital signs every day. If anything, since living on this ship, my condition has been excellent. The food is great, the exercise beneficial. Moreover, the pills seem very fitting for my body. And initially, I felt heavier. She started laughing but eventually blushed slightly while answering Chuang's question. That's good. Don't overdo it and harm your body. By the way, do you have plans for today? Yeah. After training and checking my vitals, I'll go buy some food supplies. Our current food storage is almost depleted. To celebrate the renewal of equipment inside the ship, indulging a little would be nice too. Alright, let's go shopping this afternoon then. Perhaps excited about the prospect of going shopping, a smile appeared on her face, clearly in good spirits. True to expectations, after spending more than a week together, her tension gradually dissipated, her expressions becoming natural. At first, she displayed a desperate determination to avoid being abandoned by Chuang. It seemed she finally could relax somewhat. Sigh, getting along harmoniously like this every night, surely, it can continue. After finishing breakfast, the two walked towards the training room where, under the guidance of the AI coach, they trained separately. Chuang and Ir had different training regimens, but their goals were similar, strengthening the core. The aim was said to be enabling the body to endure intense G-forces during combat maneuvers through strengthening the core. Not only that, endurance was enhanced by running on treadmills. Though primitive, the methods proved effective due to the nanomachine pills taken before each session, multiplying training efficiency several to tens of times over normal levels. To be honest, it lacked real sensation. After the training ended, the two headed to the bathroom together, cleaning each other's bodies affectionately. Due to such rewards, the daily routine didn't feel laborious. This was truly delightful. Alright, let's go. Yes. Ir clenched her fists as usual, energized. Today, she wore a small laser gun at her waist, fully clad as a mercenary. Of course, Chuang also sported the usual mercenary style. Why? Because the destination today was where Chuang and Ir had met, where Ir had been attacked. Although having Chuang meant no intention to involve Ir, caution was still better. Just in case, they reviewed the use of the laser gun before descending to the 3rd district. Even though Chuang thought it might not come to use, paying slight attention to these things was fine. Chapter 43, a large bundle of bills. After confirming the safe removal method and power settings, he reapplied the safety lock and handed the laser gun to the retainer. Then if you really need to shoot, don't hesitate. It shouldn't come to that kind of situation, right? After completing the checks, the two of them boarded the elevator and descended to Zone 3. There's no need to be so tense. Those kinds of people only go after those who look weak. Why yes, since something like that has happened, it should be hard. But look, this time I'm right here beside you. That's true. Yeah, I can relax now. He seemed to have relaxed a little, and the tension in Air's expression had also disappeared. To make her feel more at ease, Chuang gently patted her back, and she closed her eyes in comfort, lightly hugging Chuang. She was incredibly cute. But there were surveillance cameras from the public security department in the elevator, so excessive physical contact was not appropriate. He stopped just at her back. Isn't that Miss Irma? As Chuang and Air walked through the messy streets of Zone 3, heading toward a food store, a scene caught Chuang's eye. There was a figure cloaked in white leaning against a wall slightly away from the entrance to the food store, sitting on the ground with their head bowed. If it were just this, most people wouldn't recognize who it was, but the hat on their head was tilted at a peculiar angle. There was no doubt that it was an elf heir, which grew horizontally straight. Upon closer inspection, several wine bottles lay scattered around the figure. Had they resorted to drinking out of despair? Hongga. In any case, let's ask about the situation first. Chuang approached the figure wearing the white hat and stood beside them. The person under the white hat seemed to stir slightly. Chuang felt a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck. Their actions were swift. The person wearing the white hat decisively pulled out their laser gun, pointing the muzzle directly at Chuang. But almost simultaneously, Chuang drew his laser gun as well, aiming it at the other party. Beneath the dirty white visor, lifeless eyes revealed themselves. This could get exciting. She stared at Chuang for a while with her dead-like eyes, then lazily lowered her laser gun and smiled. Hee what? Did you come here to laugh at me? It's not like that. If someone who once took care of you has come to this, you should at least inquire about their situation. Moreover, I am more concerned about her heir. Irma. Mimi knelt beside Irma, who sat on the ground, holding both hands that helplessly lay there. Irma looked at Air by her side and smiled bitterly. In just half a month, the positions have reversed. Upon hearing Irma's words, Air was speechless and silently embraced Irma's body. Irma was embraced tightly by Air without much strength left in her. How's the situation? The compensation money owed to the alien army. Even if we burn through all our savings and sell everything aboard the ship, it still isn't enough. How much do you need? There are still 3 million enel. 3 million enel. He glanced at the money Chuang carried. About 3.5 million enel. Even if I wanted to make money, repairing the ship will take more than 2 weeks. And even if I earn the money to pay for compensation, accidents like this aren't very trustworthy. I've already discussed this with the mercenary guild too. Irma shook her head listlessly. That seems reasonable. Repairing such severely damaged ships takes a long time, and you can't make money if the ship is immobile. Besides, there wouldn't be any lenders willing to give out a huge sum of 3 million enel to a mercenary without collateral, especially considering how colossal the amount is. The only possible place might be a bank. But are there banks in this world? Come to think of it, a seasoned veteran who's been a mercenary for 5 years and has exhausted all her savings, even selling the ship under repair, yet still lacks 3 million enel. Just how much is that compensation fee anyway? It's quite terrifying. What's the payment deadline? And what happens if it can't be paid? Today, about 2 hours left. If we can't pay, there's mandatory labor prison. That's where captured sky bandits are taken. I, the ex-supporter, would go there. Tears began streaming down Irma's face. I was ready to drift off into space and disappear in my ship. But this. Irma, Master Guang. Air held on to the trembling Irma, who was sobbing softly, and looked up at Chuang. Her eyes pleaded for something. Chuang crossed his arms and fell into deep thought. Helping her is simple. If paying the money can resolve the issue, then paying the money will suffice. But the problem is, if we do this, the available funds will drop to only 500,000 enel. No, it's still a significant sum of money, generally speaking. However, as the operational funds for a ship, this amount is not very reliable. There would be no problem with minor repairs and supplies, but if something goes wrong and severely damages the ship, then that's trouble. But if you hurry and make money, there won't be any problems. Shall we go after the remnants of the space pirates? Air looked up anxiously at Chuang. If looked at this way. Irma, what? You come aboard my ship as a crew member. Go. 3 million enel. I'll cover it. In exchange, you'll work as part of my crew. Then, starting from scratch, I'll have you learn the ways of a mercenary. Besides, you can also serve as my supporter. Wait, are you serious? Irma was looking at something unbelievable. He ignored her and took out his phone to check the time. 2 hours left, meaning the payment deadline is 3 p.m. There's no time to hesitate. Decide quickly. Either join my crew or go to the prison colony to join the original space pirate convicts. It seems like quite a nice choice from this perspective. Almost no room for choice. However, if such an option hadn't been presented, Irma might have stuck stubbornly to her own view. Seems like she has a strong sense of self-respect. This guy sure is generous. Why? If you don't do this, Air will be sad. Most importantly, I don't want to just watch someone who once helped me get into trouble. Also, most importantly, I want you. Even though this transaction was rather substantial, Irma originally had 5 years of experience in this line of work. To Chuang, who lacked common sense about this world, and Air, who grew up on a colony and doesn't know much, she should be a good teacher, right? And even though there was an incident where she unknowingly lost control of the spacecraft, her handling skills are enough to operate it normally. Having a co-pilot in emergencies would reassure Chuang. Chuang intended to teach Air how to pilot the spaceship in the near future, but it was still too early for that. For some reason, Irma turned red-faced and her long ears stood up. Air also showed a somewhat surprised expression. Was their reaction overblown? Although wondering this, he still nodded honestly. Is that so? You're looking at me like that. For some reason, Irma suddenly started being coy. What kind of gaze was that? Indeed. Though calling her a cosmic presence, she made appropriate choices regarding stores and was knowledgeable about procedures. All her suggestions were spot on. The follow-up to Air, led by Ayak, proved effective in the end. The loss of control wasn't entirely her fault either. Is that so? But, don't you have Air already? Even if one more person joins, so what? Air. Yeah. Why yes, one person isn't enough. For some unknown reason, Irma swallowed hard and looked intently at Chuang. Is there something strange about this person's response? Am I mistaken? So what will you do? Join my ship or not? I get on board. Is that so? Then I welcome you. Please take your duties seriously. I understand. Thank you for accepting me. No, I'll make full use of you. What is she saying? 3 million enel? Converted to yuan, it's 300 million. Of course, that means labor. Yes, I understand. I'm prepared mentally. It'll definitely be easier than dealing with a few space pirates. This person is talking nonsense. Okay. Anyway, first let's head to the Star System military headquarters to pay off the compensation. With a determined expression for some unknown reason, Irma headed to the Star System military headquarters and paid the compensation with the money Irma prepared plus Chu Ang's 3 million inel. Though it took some time to process the paperwork, Irma was now debt-free. She herself had no money left and owed Chuang 3 million. Thanks to you, my wallet feels a lot emptier. I'm grateful. I'll repay you bit by bit. Hee. As long as you do your job well, I won't charge interest and I'll wait patiently. Why yes, I understand. For some reason, her response seemed somewhat lukewarm. Chuang felt something significant happened, but maybe it was a misconception? No matter what, let's shop first. We were planning to restock on food anyway. Your living supplies need to be bought too, right? How many items, since some things remain safely on the ship? I see. Then I'll buy them quickly and return to the ship. Yes, Mr. Yu. On Chuang's right stood Mimi, and on his left stood Irma. To onlookers, it might seem like he had women on both arms. Irma is truly a cosmic beauty, despite some regrets about the situation. That said, having travel companions brings warmth to life, and more partners aren't necessarily bad, are they? Especially when it's an attractive and capable employee. There's no arguing with that. It seems unwise to rush into something prematurely without preparation. Hasty moves might lead to trouble. In any case, carrying only 500,000 inel means you'd be far too uneasy in case of emergencies. Thus, we rested for nearly a week, but starting tomorrow, it'll be time to work hard and make money. By the way, how's the matter with the mercenary whose battleship was heavily damaged? They seem to have sold their ship and fully paid the compensation fee. Sold the ship and already paid everything? Yes, today just happens to be the deadline. Today? Didn't I say not to prosecute? If the military set deadline for compensation is violated, it counts as a severe offense. At least, in this country. The law dictates it here. There's no other way around it. Still, it's oppressive to demand such a massive amount within merely 1 week. Moreover, especially in this star system where military authority reigns supreme, this punishment and its public notification essentially equal the military sentencing the mercenary. Common sense alone proves it impossible to fix a damaged ship within a week. That's right. Apparently, the baritone lieutenant from the finance department issued the compensation calculation, request, and payment deadline notice. That pig. Should I tear him apart and serve him to your comrades? The swine in charge of finances has never favored mercenaries or Commander Chu Ang's strategic use of them for success. Thus, he always adopts these underhanded measures. During our joint operation with the Star System Army to eliminate space pirates. No, speaking about the mercenaries' mistake, it isn't just about what or how much. Even if a minor mistake occurs, rumors among mercenaries circulate that imprisonment will quickly follow, causing much frustration for Chuang. Mr. Serene. But, this is indeed problematic. Please conduct an investigation. And if possible, bring down that swine. Yet, selling a ship to prepare such an enormous compensation within 1 week suggests mercenaries earn more than imagined. Maybe Chuang should also resign from the army and become a mercenary? Chapter 44, Irma. After finishing shopping and returning to the ship, Chuang decided to have dinner, even though it was still early. Irma seemed not to have eaten her usual xylf these past few days. Strange. What? Don't you like the taste? Tonight's dinner is a special one made from premium food boxes and artificial meat. That's not what I mean. Why is it like this? With a crunch, Irma stood up from her seat. Why does the ship of mercenaries feel so luxurious? Irma pointed at the dining room interior, which had been freshly renovated a few days ago. It shone brightly, no matter how one looked at it. I think that a fulfilling living environment is important. Tasty food, clean rooms, and comfortable beds. These things can positively affect the spirit of those living in such a space. I understand all that. I really do. But this decoration feels unlike that of any high-class passenger boat. This is just an effective way to use our hard-earned money. The stuff we bought is great. AR really did a wonderful job suggesting it. Possibly due to the anxiety of not being able to convey her thoughts, Irma pouted unhappily. Irma. What? Others are others. I am me. This is who I am, and I've grown accustomed to it. I see. The image of a mercenary in Chuang's mind. Irma finally managed to suppress her restlessness and began eating. Chuang also savored the special dinner prepared by Zhuren, smacking his lips. Even with regular food boxes, the food was delicious, but when using premium ones, the difference was noticeable. The artificial steak was incomparably more delicious than last time. The artificial meat produced by the new ordinary automatic cooking machine they purchased should have been exactly the same. Yet why was there such a significant difference? Zhuren truly has remarkable skills. Does it taste good? It's so delicious. I question what I've been eating until now. I know. I understand. In response to Irma's words, both Chuang and AR nodded deeply in agreement. This is how incredible Zhuren is. To be honest, it's almost frightening how skillful he is. For example, take a slice of artificial beef steak. With its exquisite seasonings, perfect grilling, and the delicate aroma of spices, every little detail elevates the flavor of the artificial meat to 2 or 3 levels higher. All dishes demonstrated this intricate craftsmanship. Truly ironclad culinary artistry. As they chatted about trivial topics while eating, they eventually decided to take turns bathing. Mimi told Irma how to use it. So shouldn't we go in together? That's right. Let's do it that way. The usage method? It's fine. Despite tilting her head in confusion, Irma agreed. so they followed suit, heading towards the bathroom. The full-body automatic cleaning and massage were extremely comfortable. This system consumes a lot of hot water, but because it utilizes advanced water purification technology, it effectively recycles the same amount of hot water, hence consuming very little water. An additional advantage is that there won't be any water shortages even on long-term voyages. After taking a shower, dressed in a t-shirt and shorts, Chuang casually headed toward the dining room, where AR and Irma were whispering to each other. You two went in? Beep. Oh, Irma, who had been whispering, trembled all over as if jolted by a sudden force, emitting strange noises, and Chuang was startled as well. What on earth happened? After she emitted sounds like a sparrow chirping. Having finished so early? There's nothing unusual. Everything's normal. Are you alright? You look a bit pale. It's nothing. Everything is perfectly fine. Chuang glanced at AR, but received only an ambiguous smile in return. What's going on? Chuang increasingly felt a strong sense of unease. Some kind of fatal friction seems to have occurred. Chuang couldn't help but feel this way. Mr. Yu, I'm going to bathe with Miss Irma. Okay. He saw off the pair who hadn't noticed any abnormalities. Did Chuang get scared by Irma? Wasn't AR wearing a somewhat lonely expression? Unknown. No matter how much one thought about it, it remained unclear. When this happens, it's best to forget it. It's a waste of brain resources. Absolutely not abandoning thought. Rather, it's decisive progress in thinking. Thus, Chuang stopped speculating about Irma's suspicious actions and began studying tomorrow's plans within his own room. Today's expenses left Chuang's wallet significantly lighter, so he needed to earn money as soon as possible. Considering potential situations where the ship could sustain serious damage, he should maintain at least 1 million enels at hand. Looking at the commissions introduced by the Mercenary Guild, he sighed involuntarily. While there were some profitable jobs, most of them were aimed at mercenary groups owning transport ships. Their job was to transport products produced by the colonies through somewhat dangerous regions of space and galaxies to 2 or 3 adjacent star systems. Depending on the cargo transported and its quantity, the rewards ranged approximately between 1 million enels to 3 million enels. It would be great if they could carry out the transportation efficiently. Unfortunately, the Hanlong could not carry a large amount of cargo. When heading towards a certain star system, transporting a small amount of goods for some pocket money was sufficient to cover the fuel costs and maintenance fees. But if the main task was transport, the load capacity of the Hanlong was rather inefficient. Definitely bounty hunters. The pirate base sweeping through this star system was destroyed just a few days ago, yet pirates are not a monolithic group. There were also roving pirates operating in smaller groups who were not part of those large-scale pirate organizations. Such pirates only became active after larger pirate groups were hunted down. After such large-scale anti-pirate operations, the star system military's vigilance would often relax. The target is the asteroid belt. In the resource-rich asteroid belt, there were civilian mining ships and pirate vessels targeting them. Tomorrow, bounty hunters would go after these pirate ships. Once decided, the next step was selecting the hunting point. Usually under strict guard, the star systems ruled by the Belabellan Federation would not come near. The areas around the colony where the star system military headquarters resided were also off-limits. In the direction where the pirate base was located, the recovery and destruction of the pirate ship bodies was carried out under the protection of the star system military, so that area was out too. So, how about around here? He pinpointed places where those pirates might easily appear, and found locations where civilian mining ships might likely venture to extract resources. Even in areas where pirates frequented, it was meaningless if the prey, the mining ships, were not present. Without revenue, even pirates would run dry. To be honest, every civilian vessel would hide popular mining spots, or more precisely, the points with good resources. Naturally, these were their livelihoods. This is too hard. Chuang opened the Tumian star system map, gathering all sorts of information, but it seemed difficult to simply find useful mining sites. They could only wait until tomorrow to give it a formal try. Just as Chuang came to a conclusion, the door suddenly opened. What's wrong? Knocking. The person who walked in was Irma. For some reason, she wore something extremely casual, or even somewhat revealing. Come to think of it, did you wear underwear? Possibly noticing Chuang's gaze, Irma blushed and crossed her arms as if trying to cover her chest. I am here. What? Chuang didn't call her in. He tilted his head, and Irma glared at him with a bright red face. No. Chuang had no idea what she meant. Why did she barge into the room and glare at him like that? So, this is how you interpreted it. Irma sighed and inexplicably crossed over Chuang sitting at the desk to sit on the bed. The big bed was spacious enough even when Elle slept on it. No, getting into bed dressed in thin clothes. Chuang thought such behavior leading to illusions was improper. Let's do it. What? So? I said as you please. Why? Faced with Irma shouting from the bed, Chuang unconsciously gave it his all. Didn't you say you wanted me? That's why you spent 3 million to hire me as an employee. That's the case. Recalling his own words and actions and Irma's reactions, along with the melancholy look lingering in his ears. Indeed. Chuang really did tell Irma that he wanted her. Chuang said it. So this was how you understood the term support? Indeed. Thinking of it this way, Irma's strange behaviors and reactions weren't hard to understand. Though it was a misunderstanding, Irma still accepted it. Once again, looking toward Irma trembling on the bed. A regular facial structure, crystal clear silver hair. An overall slim figure, pale and delicate skin. An impeccable beauty. This seems to be a course of action Chuang mistakenly initiated due to misinterpretation. There's absolutely no excuse to let it happen. Since she has already accepted it, declining forcefully would also be considered impolite. Understood. I will try my best not to make her regret it. So, be kind to me, right? I'll handle things properly. Chuang said, stroking Irma's head as gently as possible with a frightened childlike expression on her face, then softly laying her slender body down on the bed. Beast. Jiju, Fuzi. Because it's agreed upon, it's safe. Irma patted Chuang's chest. Haha, a little snack. If he holds me, it won't be a loss. It's not the case. I'm very glad. It's wonderful. Speaking of which, Chuang was no saint either. If he could go, Chuang would definitely go. This beast. It's all because the rabbit misunderstood and came over to be eaten by the wolf. It hurts. Stop holding on. Irma puffed her cheeks at her chest and pinched a sensitive spot. It hurt. Don't stay silent. Teach properly. Be honest. Honest people would have said something before it came to this. I think making you look bad before things got to this point would have been dishonest. You say that, and so do I. How cutting. Saying that, Irma used her lips to cover Chuang's lips. Ouch. Humph. Don't bite the lips when the kiss is over. Because it really hurts. Since it has come to this, there's nothing we can do about it now. There's no use sulking. I am glad. My mood is good. I feel very satisfied. Saying that, the two looked at Irma. Irma turned away her red face. Not bad. He treated me well. Good. What's good? It hurts. This time her sides were pinched. It's been hurting since just now. You've been too mean to me. I'll make a comeback. Why don't you try? I see. Since just now, she had been clinging to Chuang. Was she inviting him for round 2? Then let's not disappoint your expectations. Good morning. Good morning. The next morning, leaving Irma who fell asleep exhausted in bed, after taking a shower, when he returned to the dining room, Ir was already sitting by the table. She seemed to have done nothing but sit there. An awkward silence filled the air. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but Ir appeared to have a gloomy expression as well. Is this what they mean by that? Won't throwing out prevent a relapse? That. Never mind. Chuang half forced an uneasy Ir to stand up from her seat and brought her into the bathroom that she had just come out of. Because communication and physical contact are important. Chapter 45. The Daily Life of Three People. Beast. Hey, leave it to me. I didn't praise you. Elma, sitting opposite, suddenly got angry. Here we are in the dining room again. Next to Chuang was Ir, who was smiling and hugging her own arms. Yesterday you told me so much. And this morning, what were you talking about with Ir? Do you think equality is necessary? Scared. In response to Chuang's question, Elma's sharp tongue faltered a little. Perhaps she was thinking about the meaning of equality that Chuang mentioned earlier. All friends on the same boat. We all have good relations. Isn't this wonderful? You're fine with this. Does Elma hate Ir? What? No, it's impossible. Isn't that good then? After all, Elma only boarded this ship knowing that I and Mimi have that kind of relationship. Isn't it strange to bring this up now? Well, yes, but everyone is doing well. Everyone is happy. Isn't this good? Yeah. Elma seemed to also agree with Chuang's opinion and nodded. Recently, the relationship between the Empire and the Federation has become increasingly tense, making this star system bordering both very likely to become a conflict zone. For safety, Chuang believes we should move as soon as possible. The other option is to stay in this star system, hunting stray space pirates in the asteroid belt while waiting for the conflict to start. Once a conflict begins, demand for mercenaries will sharply increase, as they will fight against the enemy country's regular army. It's very dangerous, but the rewards are also substantial. If it's this period right now, stray space pirates should be very active. After large-scale space pirates were defeated, the star system's defense relaxed, making it the perfect time for stray space pirates. Those guys aren't easily detected, and most are well-equipped, often offering high bonuses. But there's also the risk of being caught up in the conflict, making their option one of high risk and high return. I see. What should we do? I'd like to discuss this with you. What do you think? After hearing my question, he let out an sound, hesitated a little before speaking. I think it's better to stay in this star system and eliminate space pirates. Oh, why? With Hong's skills and the combat strength of the Hanlong spaceship, even if we encounter conflicts, we can escape at critical moments, right? That's true. Even if a conflict happens, we don't necessarily have to participate. After hearing Air's words, Chuang nodded. Indeed, as Air said, although a conflict between the Empire and the Federation has started, participation isn't mandatory. Rather, this is the time when space pirates run rampant, attacking civilian ships and military transport ships. You can choose to deal with them or flee decisively. I also suggest you stay in this star system. With your abilities, you can excel even if you participate in the conflict, and eliminating space pirates shouldn't be a problem, right? This is from Almar. I agree too. Almar nodded readily. As a veteran, she gave a favorable review of Chuang's skills, which made him somewhat pleased. Then it's decided. Lord Hong thinks so too, does he? I want to look at it differently. Even if we end up appearing in another star system, we should at least make more money. A long journey is uncertain, and the next destination isn't set yet. I understand. By the way, how much money do you currently have? About 500,000. Indeed, it feels somewhat unsettling. So let's make some money. After hearing Elma's words, Chuang and Air nodded and began preparing to leave port. They immediately took action to raise funds in the Tamine star system. The task itself was simple. Patrol the resource-rich asteroid belt, find space pirates targeting mining ships, pursue them relentlessly, and hunt them down. Fly around with the certainty of attacking upon seeing enemies, ambush by dropping a generator output near mining ships, and crush the space pirates who come to work. Making money was quite smooth. On average, they could hunt down about 10 space pirate ships per day. Cargo from the space pirate ships brought bonuses related to streams, with a minimum of 1,000 anil and up to 3,000 anil in some cases. Today, they also obtained rare metals extracted from completed tasks. Adding the equipment stripped from the space pirate ships and various other loot, they earned 1.78 million anil in a week. With this, Chuang now had 2.2 million anil, completely leaving the danger zone behind. Made quite some money today too. Cheers. Unfortunately, while the cosmic elf grinned foolishly, she raised her glass full of alcohol and drank it all at once. Each time she swallowed, her white throat would subtly move, looking shiny and lustrous, which made Chuang feel somewhat troubled. Incidentally, what kind of drink was it? Beer. Elma and the shopkeeper insisted it was beer, but to Chuang, an unrefreshing beer should not count as real beer. Ah, good. Cheers, cheers. In contrast, Chuang held a cup of cool tea. Do you think Chuang can't drink alcohol? He can. But after drinking, he immediately passes out. That's right. Chuang is underage. Can't even drink alcohol? Frustrating. Constitution is constitution. Just because you drink alcohol doesn't mean you're an adult. Sitting beside Chuang, Elma rested her hand on his shoulder. This regrettable cosmic elf, prone to entangling drinks, had her emotions elevated compared to usual. Physical contact noticeably increased, tangling him up physically. Elma seems happy when drinking. So happy, soft and warm. Fantastic. Not allowed. Yes. She pinned a nail on Almar, who was staring at the wine bottle. Upon investigation, there was no specific regulation regarding the legal drinking age in this world or galaxy, yet it was still believed that drinking when too young wasn't ideal. To Chuang, Almar was still a child. No, since there was mutual consent, it was safe. And Chuang also looked into this. As long as one reached the age of 15 and had mutual agreement, it was safe. No problem, safe. Speaking of which, your skills are really impressive. The power of this ship aside, you can actually use it. Your tactics for ambushes and surprise attacks are excellent too. Seems like my body remembers. Oddly, my brain processes things related to combat, and my body moves accordingly. Hey, are you hiding something from us? I'm not hiding anything. Elma glared at Chuang closely, and he read her expression. Although there were many things I kept hidden, I believe revealing them now wouldn't be wise. For example, Chuang is probably from another world, saying reality world might be better in this context. About coming from that place, amnesia being a lie, and treating this world as a game, to understand it. Though I think my relationship with Yimi and Elma is closer than usual, confessing these things now would only make them think. You're saying something too strange. Well, I have things I can't say too. Right, Almar? I don't have any secrets. Really? For instance, lately for too long. Wah. No. Almar suddenly panicked and giggled. Wait, could it be that Almar's extra flesh wasn't in her stomach, but rather in her chest? That breast armor must be super dreadnought level, yet her body is destroyer class. Almar, sorry, you have to trust your coach absolutely. Don't diet excessively. Okay. Possibly feeling a little embarrassed at being noticed by Chuang, Almar covered her red face with her hands. Rather, Chuang thought that it wouldn't hurt for Almar to gain a little weight. Alright, next time, he'll discreetly tweak the AI trainer settings in the gym. Hee. By the way, tomorrow. Tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow. We won't be making money tomorrow. Let's go shopping together and relax a bit. Take a breather? Hearing the word, take a breather, Almar tilted her head slightly. Yeah, we've finally made some money, but we haven't had time to spend it. Always hunting space pirates is exhausting, isn't it? Have some good food, buy daily necessities, or pick up some clothes and jewelry. There are many uses, aren't there? Aren't you just wanting to rest simply? Upon hearing Elma's tease, she nodded honestly. Of course, there's this reason. If you don't properly restore your spirit, you might make unexpected mistakes. I hope more that you could experience the freedom of using the money you've worked hard to earn. I see. So this kind of experience is important. After changing her serious expression, Almar nodded. Perhaps due to the alcohol, her face turned slightly red, but it didn't seem like she was entirely drunk. I'm just sitting at the operator's position. After all, we earn so much money. True. As an operator, Al still has a long way to go before being fully competent. But even so, she's also a partner who shares the same life and death battle on the same ship. That reward is a justified one. Yes, don't be polite. Taking care of this guy is also part of the reward. No, this, if you don't like it. You didn't say you hate it. I don't hate it. Almar and Misumi echoed each other, seemingly trying to cover Chuang's words. Al's face flushed red as she stared directly at Chuang. After saying this, Almar seemed embarrassed and turned her face away. The long-haired Almar blushed intensely. Al leaned forward from the table, her face bright red as she confessed her feelings. Such passionate confessions are rarely seen even in movies or novels, thought Chuang. Could it be that person was actually Chuang? Could it be Chuang drank some wine without realizing it, passed out, and was now dreaming? I haven't reached that point yet, but you saved me, right? If you hadn't saved me, wouldn't I have been worse off by now? Yes, it should be considered gratitude, thankfulness. It's not like I feel nothing better, right? Otherwise, I wouldn't commit myself no matter what. Fool. Possibly moved by Al's earnest confession, Almar also gradually revealed her feelings towards Chuang. Chuang had always felt that both were forcing themselves due to a sense of obligation, or maybe to repay him for saving their lives. After hearing what the two said, Chuang felt the burden on his shoulders suddenly lifted, and the weight on his heart was gone. Why are you crying? Who, Guang, sir? No, I'm sorry. To hear you say such things makes me happy. Frankly speaking, I'm somewhat No, quite uneasy. Uneasy? How foolish. When a prince saves you in a crisis, no woman can help but bow down. Sitting beside Chuang, Almar smiled and kissed his cheek. If you weren't here, I'd be consoling myself in prison. You, who saved me from that situation, are undoubtedly my prince. Don't worry about any strange matters. You've accomplished great feats too. Why, I am too. Hong Sir. Without Hong Sir's help, I would have suffered misfortune as well. Hong Sir is my hero. Earl, getting up from her seat and coming around, also hugged me. I could smell a bit of alcohol. Could she have mistaken the wine for juice? Earl, do you want to tell the prince our thoughts about him? Good, good. I will try hard. Both of their hands reached toward Chuang. Chuang decided to offer no resistance and accepted their actions. Chapter 46. 3 people, shopping 1. The next day, let's go shopping. Yes. Why are you two so energetic? They should have spent a great evening together until late last night. Yet both of them looked more radiant and lively than usual this morning. The prey must have been Chuang. What did they take from him? Chuang was quite shocked, but didn't reply. Hong, is there anything wrong? Nothing, let's still go. Yes. Al happily smiled, holding Chuang's hand. They passed through the Hungry Bay and took the high-speed elevator together. While looking at the space scenery in the elevator, they arrived at what had become the familiar third zone. Al, aren't you afraid? It's fine. Mr. Yu and Elma are with me, and I also have a laser gun. Al laughed, patting the laser gun on her waist. If possible, it's better not to pull it out. Next time, let Elma train physically. By the way, do you have a specific place to go? No, it's completely a sudden idea, without any special plans. Do you have somewhere you'd like to go? Weren't you investigating the stores in the third zone before? Oh yes. Al pulled out her phone and began to think deeply. The interesting places are the small gadget shops for mercenaries. It seems they sell various equipment usable inside and outside the ship. There are also gun shops and import goods shops. The gadget shop is indeed intriguing, but is it the gun shop? Yes. Without protecting our bodies beforehand, if an emergency situation happens, we would fall behind. My strength is weak, my movement nerves are not good, so I hope there will be something suitable. I see, Al seriously thinks about what he needs. As for shooting wars, Chuang may be okay, but for brawling fights, he doesn't have much confidence. Perhaps it's worth a look. I've been to the import goods shop too. There, you can find rare foods that you can't buy in regular grocery stores, which is very interesting. Unlike grocery stores, there is also alcohol. Great, then let's check there first. I am also interested in the gun shop. Let's visit it afterward. Where do we start from? The accessory shop is closer. Then let's go there. Al walked while looking at the map on her information terminal, and the 3 people walked in sequence in the third zone. The security in the third zone of this colony is not very good, but around the elevators, near the gates leading to the second zone, and nearby the Galactic Military Headquarters, the areas are relatively better. The area with the delicious supermarket happens to be the dividing line between the good and bad zones. It seems to be that store. Is it that one? The store's exterior looks very ordinary. The front facade is made of glass walls, displaying male and female mannequins wearing G-suits. No, it's hard to say ordinary when these are G-suit models. Welcome. Upon entering the store, the owner sitting by the checkout counter greeted Chuang. He was a well-muscled uncle. Looking around the store, it was not very large. About the size of a convenience store, surveillance cameras were placed everywhere, probably for anti-theft purposes. You brought some women along? Is that not allowed? Not necessarily. Forget the little girl aside. The vibe you and your sister give off suggests mercenaries. How do you know? Experience. But browse on your own. Call me over when you need an explanation. Saying this, the shopkeeper gently waved his hand, and his gaze fell onto the tablet by his side. Whether or not it's for hospitality, most stores operate like this. Anyway, a lot of stuff, just looking at their appearance, doesn't tell you much. He picked up a mysterious tin can in his hand. Price, 3 yuan. Providing fresh fragrance for the cockpit. No issues with cigarette smoke. Is it an air freshener? Taking a closer look, the bottom was tape. Even in the future, this kind of thing won't change. Hongi, don't we need these G-suits? Han Long has a device within its cockpit unit itself that can offset acceleration and sharp turns G-force, so we don't need this, right? Al hasn't felt unconscious due to G-force, right? Also true. I think he appears a bit cool. Al felt slightly cold. The design gave off a cool feeling. However, since the life support function for improving crew survivability already had the highest level equipment installed, it was unnecessary. Sorry about that. Isn't this nice? Elma picked up a ball filled with web-like patterns. To be honest, Chuang had no idea what it was used for. What is this? It's convenient. Saying this, Elma held it near her shoulder and pressed a button. It sounded like a machine starting up. So what now? Just like this. Elma pulled a straw-like object out from the gravity circle and put it near her mouth. Even though the gravity hand had released its grip, it still hovered above Elma's right shoulder. Curiously, Chuang had no idea what this was for. I'm sorry, I don't know, it's my first time seeing it. It contains drinks, so you can drink anytime during battle. And look, as Elma walked or turned on the spot, the gravity circle would always follow her movements. That makes sense. So are you saying it's a drink bottle fixed in midair? That's right. After pressing the fixed key, it will hover in place, and then after 3 seconds, it will follow the nearest mass body. Even in high-G cockpits, it stays stationary. It's an excellent device, and nothing inside spills out. The temperature is maintained perfectly too. This must be a waste of advanced technology. No, although it's very convenient. Chuang reached out to touch the gravity hand floating over Elma's right shoulder and poked it hard. It moved slightly when pressed, but immediately returned to its original position. Mysterious technology. But isn't it expensive? One costs 500 yuan. Highly ripoff. Intriguing, extremely intriguing. Converted to 50,000 yuan as a water bottle and drink holder, it's outrageously expensive, but as a super high-tech product utilizing locked space technology, it seems quite reasonable. Most importantly, with Chu Ang's current wealth, this was just pocket change. Looks pretty handy. Let's buy one. I want one too. No, this is bought as equipment for the ship, so I'll pay. Let's buy 6, including spares. All right then, I'll go along with your suggestion. Elma smiled faintly. Because she originally looked good, her smile had great appeal. Chu Ang averted his eyes somewhat bashfully, while Elma giggled cheerfully and skipped briskly towards the counter. There were many other mysterious gadgets here, but none caught Chu Ang's interest. A cooking tool pack combining portable gas stoves and simple pots and pans intrigued Chu Ang, but the philosopher was already on board the ship. Chu Ang didn't need to specially make those course-man meals. After paying at the counter, they proceeded like asking the ship to send their luggage and began heading to the next shop. The gun store was nearby the gadget shop. A 30-second walk. Wow, it's heavily fortified. Apart from glass, iron grills were placed in front of the street-facing display windows. The door leading into the store was a thick automatic door. Maximum level of security. With a loud bang, Chu Ang slipped through the heavy low-bass, sound-emitting door and walked inside. Oh, how exciting. Upon entering, dense racks of guns, and more guns filled the view. Apparently, there were also custom accessories, replacement energy packs, and holsters for sale. Chu Ang glanced at the bar counter inside where a sharp-eyed old man sat. Kid, this is a place selling killing weapons, not somewhere to bring women for dates. That's understandable. Yes, I'll be quiet, please forgive me. Humph. The old man seemed to lose interest, turning his gaze away from Chu Ang and beginning to reassemble the gun on the counter. Stores around here apparently have no intention of welcoming customers. By the way, do you have melee combat gear prepared? Yeah, it's not something I use often, but it's packed in boxes. Indeed, mercenaries rarely engage in close physical battles. Exactly because of that, we should be even more cautious. He picked up the laser rifle off the wall, checking its weight. What material is this made of? So light. Being light isn't bad, but it might also be problematic if it's too light. I'll seem to be earnestly examining handgun-type laser pistols. She picked up several lasers, testing their weights and handles. Do you not need to check? Because I have this one. She patted her waist-mounted laser pistol with a snap. This was awarded as a prize in online melee combat activities. Since its performance exceeded anything sold in stores and its design was stylish, she directly took it as her favorite gun. I've never seen the design of such a gun before. Which manufacturer produced it? I don't recall. But look, it's just like this. Because she couldn't explain the acquisition process, she avoided it. Losing memory sure comes in handy. That's true. Is maintenance for stuff like this okay? I don't remember doing any. Hey, why don't you show it to the boss? That works. Nodding honestly, she headed towards the counter where the owner was seated. Just as Chu Ang approached the counter, the boss gave him a sharp look. His eyes were so piercing. What's the matter? Since some situations are complicated, I don't know the method for maintaining the gun. Sorry, could you help check it for me? While speaking, Chu Ang placed the laser gun, handle and all, on the counter. I can't exactly pull it out for you. The store owner gave Chu Ang a surprised look, then carefully pulled Chu Ang's laser gun from the gun rack, eyes wide open. See this? It's from Mandus Corporation, and it's a special limited edition. With a creak of his chair, the elderly store owner stood up. Is everything all right? His whole body was trembling as if he were about to fall down. Kid. No? Can you even fire this gun? Of course I can. In fact, Chu Ang had once used the gun to save this guy's life. Elma and Ermi must have both seen Chu Ang firing the laser gun. I see. He can use the gun, which means he is its official owner. The old man sat back down in his chair, closing his eyes. Hey, Elma, why is this old man so shocked? I don't know. But speaking of Mandus Corporation, they are a manufacturer famous for producing ultra-high-end weapons. So it's made by Mandus Corporation? No, I'm not entirely sure about the specifics, but it should be better than what's sold here. That's obvious. This is Mandus Corporation's limited edition. You won't find a better gun throughout the entire galaxy. The old man exclaimed loudly, pushing the laser gun back towards him. Why you? Where's your handguard? This gun doesn't require maintenance. If any damage occurs, the automatic repair system using nanomachines will activate immediately. You'd better not make any rash moves. Also, aside from you, that thing won't respond to anyone else. Oh, this gun seems better than expected. Indeed, on Stellarnet, it is listed as non-transferable equipment, but who would have thought it also comes with personal authentication systems? I'll have to pay more attention to it going forward. Occasionally wiping it with a cloth might help. Irmi took a look at various other laser guns and found none seemed more suitable than the one chosen by the current mercenary guild. Finally, Chu Ang still picked up a few racks. Afterward, they bought about 3 dozen spare energy packs for the laser gun as backup supplies for the ship before heading to the next shopping destination. Chapter 47. 3 people shopping too. Next is the import shop, right? Yes. It's said to sell all sorts of rare ingredients. AR issued heavy breaths, aiming to be a galactic gourmet. If it's food, it probably won't go wrong. Yeah. Elma behind them chuckled. What was that smile about? The answer to this question was soon revealed. Hee Mr. You, that. AR pointed with trembling fingers at the breeding cage where Samson, shaped like a chair, went mad. Afraid of everything. No matter how you looked at it. That was a terrifying creature. It seems to be a high-end ingredient. Want to try it? No, I'll pass. By the way, these are processed products. Elma pulled out vacuum-packed coffee from somewhere. Eat this. Isn't it? Apparently, it's a military constellation from a distant galaxy, and it said one must eat furiously from the start. Is it tasty? Well, I haven't eaten it, so I don't know. But I heard its nutritional value is top-notch. Elma shrugged. Chuang glanced at his AR, but he was shaking his head with all his might. Yeah, even Chuang wouldn't do it. To eat our way across the galaxy. This is just the beginning, isn't it? We're all beginners. We need to start with something safe. Yeah. Ah, Mr. Hong. Over there, they're selling delicious meat. Oh, let's see. She slipped away from Elma, who held the vacuum-packed goods in one hand. No, this wasn't an escape. It was merely advancing toward another target. This is meat. That was a chunk of meat wrapped around a bone. In other words, it was unmistakable comic-style meat. About 3 kilograms per piece, there are 7 or 6 of them. Prepared and ready for direct consumption. It looks smoked. Alright, let's buy this. We must taste it. Good. Comic-style meat, at several hundred yuan each. Expensive. Though pricey, it couldn't resist such temptation. What kind of meat is it? Do these small details matter? Chuang could imagine. Because this is a world with lab-grown meat. I'm paying with my salary. No, it's something we'll all share, so let me. No, I want to use this as my starting point, and we'll all eat together. AR looked at Chuang with gleaming eyes. Yes, since you put it that way, I'll agree. Understood. Then I will treat. Great. Leave it to me. AR stuffed the vacuum-packed comic-style meat into the shopping basket, breathing heavily. Chuang suddenly turned his gaze towards Elma, who seemed to be throwing random items into the shopping basket. They appeared to be alcoholic drinks. Alright, I'll find something too. Since nothing dangerous would happen in the store, Chuang and AR parted ways, searching for extraordinary ingredients in the shop. From dancing worms eaten while dancing to historical beef, there were all kinds. Kobe beef. It turns out it's roasted beef. Without explaining its origin, it seemed that Kobe beef, as the highest grade of meat, was traded across the entire galaxy. The price was about 1,000 yuan for 100 G. Different cuts had different prices. Too expensive. One could buy it if one wanted to, but really didn't feel the need to. As Chuang trembled at the shockingly high price of the beef, Elma passing by with a shopping basket in her hand gave him a surprised look. The money I earn can afford extravagance. You could buy a spaceship pirate hunter with just 300 G of fin and beef steak. This kind of thing. Is it normal? Can you eat it daily? Do you make enough money? No, luxury is the enemy. There should be cheaper and tastier things in space. Lab-grown steak is sufficiently delicious. Incidentally, lab-grown steak was about 5 sea urchins for every 100 G. There was a price difference of 200 times. Never mind, because Chuang's palate found lab-grown meat to be sufficiently tasty. Yeah, indeed, not higher priced always better. Saying this, Elma walked away from the meat section. Chuang remembered seeing vacuum-sealed packages in Elma's shopping basket earlier. Was it an illusion? Let's pretend we didn't see anything. Next was the beverage area. There were many strange juices with bizarre names. Cola. Is there no cola? This is... The bottle contained a dark liquid. The label read Coke. Correct. This was the Coca-Cola that Chuang loved to drink. The journey ended here. He grabbed the bottle and quickly ran towards the checkout counter. He thought the cashier seemed a little scared, but he paid without hesitation and swiftly exited the store, opening the bottle. A light fizz. The familiar aroma greeted him. Chuang took a sip with great anticipation. I knew it would be this way. The sweetness and sourness felt on the tongue. The aroma emanating from the nose were indeed those of cola itself, but this cola lacked any refreshing sensation entirely. This was flat cola, something infamous for being utterly lifeless. Still, the taste of cola was precious in its own way. Though lacking in refreshment, it was undeniably cola. Chuang drained the bottle, then returned to the store to inform the clerk. How much stock do you have of this beverage? There are 7 bottles in the store and 7 boxes in the back kitchen. All of them are mine. The gaze of the clerk, who had been checking the inventory management terminal, flickered. All of them. Yes, sir. After paying for the goods and arranging for shipping procedures. He chuckled. That would do. It wasn't ideal by any means, but the taste wasn't bad. Until the day came when he could drink real cola, this could serve as a substitute. Or rather, why not just add carbonation to it? With that thought, Chuang operated an information terminal near the shop entrance, searching for such products, but none seemed to exist. Why didn't this advanced technology include soda machines? This world was twisted. It needed correcting. Mr. Guang, you look dangerous. Haha, don't mind it. I'm just feeling a bit unsettled. What? Achieving the goal so suddenly felt meaningless. Let me savor this restless and bitter reality for now, haha. Once the shopping was done, they returned to the ship to try out their respective spoils. The comic-style meat was perfect comic-style meat. A satisfying fullness, rich seasoning, a perfect chewiness, but 1 stick per person was simply too much. Even excluding the bone part, it was over 2 kilograms of meat. It was impossible to finish. Ideally, one should slice a stick with a small knife and share it together. With such rare comic-style meat, not biting into it would be utterly unromantic. Elma also brought back some vacuum-packed Fesgag coffee. Though it seemed absurd, she mustered up the courage to give it a taste, only to find it surprisingly delicious. Contrary to its unappealing appearance, the edible outer shell was soft, much like fish paste cakes. Biting through it, cream overflowed within, slightly sweet. If a comparison had to be made, it would be, instead of fried cutlets filled with cream, fish paste cakes filled with cream. Surprisingly good. Is it just the appearance that's off-putting? She looked at Chuang and Elma, who were munching on the biscuits, her eyes expressing disbelief, leaving a deep impression on Chuang. Chuang's cola? Well, let the two of them try it too. Isn't there a medicinal flavor? I don't particularly like it. It's so sweet. Elma clearly declared that it wasn't her preference. Although AR remained unclear, his expression was rather subtle. All right. Chuang would enjoy it alone. In a few days, he'd offer them true, carbonated cola. Remember that. Chapter 48, Unlucky People. The day after the party, they returned to the asteroid belt. With enough savings, they could quickly transfer to another star system. However, since the amount of flow had finally increased, it wouldn't be bad to make another fortune. The three people, including Chuang, had reached a consensus in this direction. That's strange. Is it strange? Elma muttered seriously, and Chuang agreed as well. AR, looking at them like that, tilted her head. Today was also for hunting good food and drink flow, but when ambushing the flow, they detected some strange movements. 3 small ships. They were moving stealthily in the asteroid belt in an odd, yet controlled motion. Clearly not mining. Even as cosmic pirates, their movements felt too controlled. In the end, they definitely weren't searching for prey. That seemed to be a move designed to avoid contact with other ships. What do you think? It really stinks, right? Though incomprehensible, Chuang had an impression of someone making such moves. There was a high likelihood these were reconnaissance or work units from the Barum Federation. Though he didn't know what they were doing here, Chuang guessed they were likely setting up a small radar to monitor the movements of the Glacan Empire's military, or what was known as the Star System Army. If we move, we'll be found. Yeah, they will find us. Do you think what would happen if they find us? Isn't that about elimination? Yeah, then it gets troublesome. Are they dangerous people? They're a very dangerous group, probably from the Barum Federation Army. What? AR stared in shock at the radar's reaction. It was impossible to get a sense just from the 3 lights on the radar. Found them. The radar showed that the movements of the unidentified ships had changed significantly. It was clear they began joint maneuvers chasing after them. Since it was a covert operation, they were probably trying to eliminate witnesses. Should we reduce the generator power to the lowest level, use the emergency cooling device, and enter thermal invisibility? No choice, let's do it. Your bad luck is incredible, isn't it? I don't want Elma saying that. Ugh, but if your bad luck is so strong, Arkansas is also quite capable, right? Me. Elma couldn't reply to Chu Ang's rebuttal, so to muddle through, she passed the comment into Chu Ang's AR. Chuang thought Elma, who suffered from colossal debt due to a major accident before being rescued by him, undoubtedly had stronger bad luck. No, Chuang, who had barged into this world, might possess overwhelming misfortune. And thinking about it, AR, who fell into Zone 3 because of debts left by her parents and met Chuang there, was also remarkable, wasn't she? Don't talk about this topic. Everyone will get hurt. Why yeah. Maximum generator output, I'll intercept. AR, first inquire about the allegiance of the approaching ship. Understood. Flying out from behind the hidden asteroid, they took action not to be surrounded by unidentified ships without confirmed records. This is the Mercenary Guild, call sign Han Long. I'm the operator AR. Please state your allegiance, you unidentified ships approaching our vicinity. AR opened the communication channel, calling but receiving no response. After confirming there was no response, AR asked again, still receiving none. He clearly didn't intend to speak with the other side. Oh yeah, by the way, 3 days ago, Chuang's mercenary rank was promoted from bronze to silver. The uncle at the reception desk said that since Chuang had always been active on stage with continuous flow, he couldn't stay at the bronze level forever. Even though his rank improved to silver, there wouldn't be much change. Possibly social credit improved slightly. Unidentified ship, prepare weapons. Just as I expected. Get ready, prepare weapons. Understood, prepare weapons. As usual, I'll handle the controls for Chaff and Torch along with adjustments to the generator output. Alright, let's go. Rapidly turning, weaving between asteroids, colliding toward the nearest unidentified ship. Your mind is still so bizarre. I've gotten used to it. Faced with the looming asteroid, Elma's face twitched, while AR smiled wryly. Nothing strange about the brain, completely normal. Because doing this would hit the enemy's flank. Sliding along the surface of the asteroid, bursting out from the shadows, they caught sight of the unknown warship crossing in front. What utter foolishness. Idiot. 1. The countless bullets fired from 2 large shotguns tore through the shields and sides of the Barum Federation's small warship Swordfish, reducing the vessel to fragments. The power of this Zhejiang Pao is still so strange. Isn't it great? You're the only one who uses such a perverted weapon. It's definitely strong. Although the effective range of the shotgun is indeed very short, it is an excellent weapon that can tear apart the shield and hull of a small ship. After tearing through the shield, damage to larger warships can also be dealt with. Number 2. Not the silver arm. Be careful. Keep your distance for combat. Just seeing the shadow cannon makes me think. The other 2 units, disliking close combat, slipped out from the asteroid belt and turned their prows toward this direction. Oh, a direct exchange of firepower against Han Long? Interesting, accepted. Chuang hid his machine within an appropriately sized asteroid, only exposing its 4 armed appendages from the asteroid shadow, and commenced synchronized fire from heavy laser cannons. There are arms on the ship. The power of this laser is high. No, can't sustain it. While taking evasive action, the Federation warship returned fire with its own laser cannons, but the enemy's lasers couldn't target Chu Ang's unit, which was largely concealed in the asteroid shadow. In contrast, the heavy laser cannons relentlessly locked onto the enemy craft. Just as the words imply, these were attacks coming at the speed of light. No easy feat to evade. Of course, since the opposing side had taken evasive maneuvers, achieving perfect accuracy was impossible, but 8 out of 10 shots would land successfully. 4 Han Long's heavy laser cannons, Hitting 8 out of 10 times was more than sufficient. TSK. There's too much of a difference in firepower. Retreat. The two Federation ships attempted to escape, but it would spell trouble if we let them slip away. With thrusters firing, the craft emerged from the asteroid shadow, initiating pursuit. Torch. Understood. As the two Federation ships retreated while firing heat-seeking missiles, Elma followed Chu Ang's instructions and activated a decoy device. False heat sources misdirected the missiles towards the wrong direction. Damn. And thus, Chu Ang mercilessly unleashed synchronized fire from the heavy laser cannons upon the fleeing Federation ships. Emerald beams, fired continuously, struck the Federal ships retreating at full throttle. The azure-white shields flickered several times before finally dissipating. That was all she wrote. Military-grade armor materials could withstand a few hits from heavy laser cannons, but soon they would become red-hot, melt, lose strength, and cease functioning. I can't escape, Wawa. Caught under the barrage of the heavy laser cannons, the two Federation ships exploded spectacularly. They couldn't escape because the military-grade frame couldn't bear the intensity of the laser, causing deformation. Being tough sometimes does make sense. Well, let's retrieve the black box and data cache. Should we go back? I believe the Star System Army will pay a handsome price. I see. To sell the data, hand it over to me. I have connections within the Star System Army. Courier, right? Don't involve us in any trouble. Haha, you know what needs to be done. Sell what needs to be sold and return quickly. Is there anything you want to say? I'm sorry. Hong-sama, I'm sorry. 2 hours later, Chu Ang was kneeling on the floor in the dining area of the Hanlong. No, the objective had been achieved. The objective. Chu Ang handed over the maintenance and supply of the Hanlong to Me and Elma, then directly went to the headquarters of the Star System Army and successfully arranged a meeting with Captain Serena. Maybe due to some free time available, Captain Serena showed up quickly. Chu Ang was led to another room where he explained the sequence of events, handed over the black boxes and data caches retrieved from the Federation ships, and received his payment. Pretty perfect, isn't it? However, for reasons unknown even to Chu Ang, he and the Hanlong, along with its crew, decided to join the Empire's forces and participate in the upcoming conflict between the Empire and the Federation. This was after discussing matters thoroughly with the Mercenary Guild and formally accepting a commission. You don't understand what happened, do you? Neither does Chu Ang. Chu Ang had been stirred by Captain Serena. No, that's not quite right. He's just a typical low-level mercenary. Federation ships? Not afraid at all. Whether to participate or not is another matter. The Imperial Army needs the help of outstanding and brave mercenaries? This is how it feels. Isn't this completely manipulated? Hong-sama, we're extremely sorry. Their accusatory stares pierced Chu Ang painfully. Unable to conjure up any excuses, all he could do was bow his head obediently and perform an elegant kneel. It's fine. Since you're the captain, it's not odd for you to unilaterally accept jobs. Yeah, since Guang is the captain of this ship. We've been forgiven. Still, wouldn't it be nice to offer some compensation? I feel like handing out bonuses wouldn't lead to any retaliation. Bonus? I've already earned more than enough right now. Alright, don't be shy about these kinds of things, Captain. You'll surely make me proud one day. Please allow me to consider this very positively. That's settled then. Can it really be done like this? Although Ear still seemed hesitant, Chu Ang also thought it wasn't good and wanted to reconsider. Can delicious alcohol and food forgive such restraint? Maybe find something nice at the online supermarket. Or just have the money instead. So, should we wait until events unfold? Yeah, they've asked me to control when we go out on missions. Will we get paid for the detention time? I've already negotiated this with them. 50,000 INR per day. With 50,000 INR just for standby duty, that's impressive. It seems pretty fair to me. In this past week, their daily average bonus reached over 200,000 INR. It felt a bit excessive to them. But as long as it doesn't endanger our lives, being ready to act anytime might make 50,000 INR per day quite worthwhile. In short, that's how they accepted the alien military, Imperial Army, commission while waiting on standby. I heard we're not supposed to drink too much. Impossible. Only Elma, who was forbidden from drinking at night, sighed deeply. This was only natural. If alcohol prevented them from going out on missions when necessary, then all the preparation would be meaningless. For every day without drinking, you get an additional 1,500 INR, Mr. Elma. That's right. That means, for every day you restrain yourself, you can save 1,500 credits for alcohol. Exactly. The long ears of the space elf, who had been taught by Elma, suddenly perked up, reviving his slackened mood. Well, converting that into credits, saving 150,000 credits for alcohol in a single day indicates progress in sobriety. Let's try it out. Ear is so smart. Hehe. Perhaps Ear has a gift for cheering others up. No, he does, definitely. As long as you're with Ear, Chu Ang feels revitalized. So, let's prepare then. Prepare. Elma looked surprised as Chu Ang stood up. Chu Ang wondered what nonsense this guy was about to do next. You're right. Yeah, prepare. I'll move the cart a bit. Ear, where did we put the ventilation pipes and tapes we bought last time? Are they military-grade ones? I think they should be in the toolbox beside the cart. Got it, thanks. Why not stick it on and roll it up in circles from above? When launching, simply drop it from the bottom outside curve. Next, take it out from the concealed briefcase. Chapter 49, Ace. The Barum Federation forces moved swiftly. Perhaps because the reconnaissance team defeated by Chu Ang lost contact, they believed that their attack plan had been exposed. Although Chu Ang did not know the content of the black box and data cache he recovered, nor how much of the enemy's plan the Graken Imperial Army truly grasped. Thanks to this, Chu Ang didn't have time to play tricks. If he were to act, It would have been safer a moment earlier, hence, it was irrelevant. It would be troublesome if there were sudden inspections. In any case, with the enemy making moves, as members of the hastily assembled Graken Imperial Army mercenary force, they were summoned to a press conference held at the military headquarters in the star system. This time, it didn't seem to be a communication meeting, but an actual face-to-face briefing. Was this some kind of intelligence countermeasure? Truly, one couldn't understand the thoughts of soldiers. An Imperial soldier who kept glancing at them led them into a briefing room inside the headquarters. It must originally have been a room intended for briefings involving more people. The room was rather spacious. Only chairs arranged according to the number of people present were placed, giving it a somewhat meager feel. In this makeshift room, several men who looked like mercenaries had already gathered. As soon as they entered the briefing room, everyone's eyes focused on them. Hey, look at that. He's brought a woman and 2 cute kids. That guy, isn't that the Silver Elma? Why is she with him? Didn't an accident happen during the last pirate raid? It must be related to that. Explosion scattered. The mercenaries already in the briefing room created a stir when they saw them come in. Hey, that last person cursing. This is too fashionable, let it go. Without fixed seats, Chuang casually found an empty spot to sit down. Air is in the middle. Ah yes. Putting aside what Elma thought, if any mercenary were to harshly sit beside Air would surely feel uneasy. Elma probably shared the same sentiment. Without complaint, she sat down with Air between her and herself. Subsequently, a few more mercenaries arrived, and when everyone was seated, it was time for the press conference to start. Just then, Captain Serena and several other soldiers walked in. Focus. Upon hearing this apparent corporal's command, the atmosphere in the press conference room instantly tensed up. All right, we'll begin the briefing for the defense of the Time and Star system. I am Captain Serena. This newly formed Imperial mercenary force will be under my command temporarily, and for now, I am your superior officer. Please call me Captain Serena. All right, I'll first explain the current situation. George. The corporal named George operated the control panel on the wall, dimming the room, while a massive holographic screen behind Captain Serena lit up. A vast map of the 2 main star system played on the large screen. The fleet of the Barum Federation is currently heading towards the Time and Star system. Since they have already entered superdrive, the exact composition is unknown, but based on the information we've gathered and reactions from hyperspace sensors, it consists of 8 battleships, 24 heavy cruisers, 32 light cruisers, 64 destroyers, and 128 corvettes. The Empire has determined it to be an attack fleet. At the revelation of the enemy force's strength, the mercenaries started chattering amongst themselves. Chuang was also a bit surprised. The enemy's combat power was greater than anticipated. This wasn't a small-scale conflict labeled as a dispute. It might as well be called a genuine military clash. To be precise, the enemy's combat power surpasses that of the star system military stationed in the Time and Star system. Luckily, the attack was discovered early, and a reinforcement request has already been completed. If we can endure for just another day until their withdrawal, reinforcements from other star systems will arrive. Therefore, our operational objective is to defend this star system at all costs for the entire day tomorrow. If reinforcements could arrive, this was quite a reasonable battle plan. It seems that the black box and data cache they delivered helped immensely. Because the acquisition price has increased significantly, hasn't it? Your task as the mercenary force is to infiltrate the asteroid belt and conduct guerrilla warfare against any federal vessels attempting to pass through, primarily targeting enemy destroyers and corvettes. There will be bonuses for destroying cruisers and battleships. Captain Serena gave a faint smile. In response, most mercenaries wore bitter smiles. This was expected since the ships mercenaries usually ride on are mostly classified as small or medium-sized vessels. Warships and above carry generators proportionate to their size, and the shields deployed by those tremendous outputs boast an intensity that far surpasses the vessels mercenaries and space pirates ride on. Meaning, the firepower of the mercenary vessels assuming a fight against smaller or medium-sized space pirate ships absolutely wouldn't suffice to break the shields of larger warships and above. The Hanlong might actually have a chance. And there was the ace. If there's any way to let them know who I am, I'll use it actively, no matter the means. Oh, without asking for means. In that case, I'll officially apply for what I originally intended to use secretly. No, to be honest, it's not good. I found out later that it's a superclass prohibited item. Fortunately, it's in a special box that can evade scans. In that case, will it work? Let's try it even if it doesn't. May I speak, Lieutenant Serena? Yes, I allow you to speak. For some reason, Lieutenant Serena's gaze seemed to become more severe when she saw Mimi and Elma. Why is that? Well, don't worry too much about it. I have a secret plan to strike against the Federal Army, or something like an extraordinary strategy. If possible, please let me execute the battle plan. Is this an extraordinary strategy? Can you elaborate on its content? Yes, though it's an extraordinary strategy, the method of operation is simple. It's just that my ship will cut into the Federal fleet that has just finished retreating, destroy their flagship, and then retreat immediately after one hit. Upon hearing Chu Ang's suggestion, Lieutenant Serena's expression froze, and the mercenaries started making a loud commotion. Then, Mimi shot Chu Ang a worried look, while Elma, possibly too shocked, opened her mouth wide and stiffened. Are you still sane? Lieutenant Serena cast an astonished gaze at him. That face clearly wrote, a solo assault on the fleet is nothing but a suicidal act. I'll show you. Even if I fail, only a fool would die, which is nothing significant for the Imperial Army, right? You were very active in repelling space pirates during the last battle, and have consistently hunted within the flow afterward. You're an excellent asset. Would you want to lose such a fine warrior due to reckless operations? Don't worry, I'll do my best. Chuang had no intention of using any legitimate means, keeping that sentence hidden in his heart. Lieutenant Serena seemed to faintly sense Chu Ang's intent and looked at him with suspicion as he elegantly avoided her gaze. Chapter 50, Ace 2. Captain Sereno stared at Chuang for a moment, then finally sighed and shrugged. His gesture seemed to convey no action required. All right, since you've said that, I expect you to take your work seriously. If successful, the bonus will be substantial. Thank you. Chuang finally got the best answer and sat down contentedly. He must have been grinning broadly. Someone nearby murmured while looking at Chuang. That's insane. Insane? How rude. It's simply about achieving maximum results with available resources. Idiot. Are you brain dead? Mimi. Almar is being unreasonable. Almar, you're going too far. What? Launching a solo assault on the Federation fleet isn't just stupid, it's absurd. The thought of sharing a tragic fate with someone so reckless is mortifying. Ooh. Almar roared in anger like never before, her voice reverberating throughout the spacious room. She had been this way ever since returning from the press conference. Not entirely unexpected. If anyone said Chuang was planning to ram 200 enemy ships with one vessel without a clue, Chuang would likely react the same way. Well, calm down. I don't intend to charge in blindly. I have a plan. Let me hear it. As he pulled out the purchased military-grade ventilation belt from the toolbox, he tried to pacify Almar. There's no need to glare at Chuang. Chuang will explain properly. The task itself is simple. To blend into the fleet's warp output reaction, we'll also deactivate our hyperdrive. The reactions from warp output and hyperdrive deactivation are nearly identical, ensuring we won't be detected initially. Yes, fine till here. What next? As soon as the hyperdrive is deactivated, the emergency cooling system will activate, putting us into thermal stealth mode, where we'll approach the flagship disguised as space debris. Will they not suspect anything? Plus, what if we get attacked out of fear of collision? Then we're done. Considering this ship's shield strength and acceleration speed, even in the worst-case scenario, we should be able to break through. So no issues. Once close enough, launch 2 Ace-class reactive torpedoes at the flagship, which will inevitably cause chaos. Reactive torpedoes. Is this ship carrying something so dangerous? Ah, yes, it does. Ammunition is expensive, and I'd rather not use them. Excuse me, what is shield saturation? Elle tilted her head, unable to grasp the conversation between Chuang and Almar. Well, Almar aside, Elle probably doesn't know either. The Ace-class reactive torpedo is a weapon developed to inflict critical damage on large warships equipped with powerful shields. Its warhead contains an advanced shield saturation device and explosives. 2 hits from this will cause any galactic-class battleship to explode into pieces. Wow, that sounds impressive. But aren't weapons this powerful widely used? They're pricey. One shot costs around 500,000 NL. Only top-tier players can afford them without going bankrupt. Mercenaries rarely operate with these. One shot worth 10 million NL. Elle blinked upon hearing the price of the Ace-class reactive torpedo. A single shot costing 500,000 NL is quite an amount. No, compared to real missile prices in reality, isn't it? In short, I've explained everything up until destroying the flagship. Although I think there's too much gambling involved, that's the nature of this mercenary job. If you say it's doable, it's doable. The problem arises afterward. Right? If the flagship explodes, the Federation Army's command system will be in disarray, but the Hanlong will be fully targeted. Any attempt to escape will lead to concentrated attacks from behind. Indeed, you understand. Staying within the enemy fleet means the Federation Navy will avoid using heavy firepower out of fear of collateral damage. But once the fleet is breached and their vulnerable backs are exposed, they'll immediately unleash strong high-caliber laser cannons on us. Even the Hanlong couldn't withstand such fire. So let's insert this into the Ace-class reactive torpedo. Chuang said this while opening a hand-carry case hidden in the corner and retrieving its contents. Yes, it was the superclass contraband, the singing crystal. It was meticulously sealed inside a capsule resembling transparent glass, emitting a faint glow. Despite being sealed, it produced a strange sound, resonating eerily within one's mind. Its melody was inexplicable yet song-like, evoking an indescribable yearning for home as one listened. What exactly does this crystal mean to the space monsters, the crystalline life forms, that appear when it is destroyed? No one knows. It seems they are still under active research. What? That. The singing crystal. Idiot. What dangerous item are you hiding? Don't drop it. Absolutely don't drop it. Husband. See? Pretending as if the crystal had fallen to the floor, Almar suddenly tried to flee. Haha, how interesting. What a beautiful crystal. And it's making a sound. No, Almar. You mustn't listen. If you do, you'll go mad. Is that so? Almar, covering her long ears with both hands and retreating, mimicked the earlier line after hearing it herself, then covered her ears similarly. So cute. No, I just felt a little homesick. For us, this might be an omen of tragedy. Chuang wants to return to his homeland, but can't. Almar has lost her place to return. While Almar isn't fully clear yet, she appears to have run away from home regardless, which would bother her family if they knew. Chuang tried not to focus on the song coming from the crystal and moved toward the ammunition storage deep inside the warehouse. The ammunition depot was dark and narrow. The target lay at the very back. Yes, it was the ship-to-ship reactive torpedo. Fumbling around, using a military-grade ventilation belt, he attached the singing crystal to the ship-to-ship reactive torpedo, winding it round and round. That'll do. If this will work, there shouldn't be any more problems. As Chuang emerged from the ammunition depot, pretending to wipe sweat off his forehead, Almar suddenly struck his head with a sharp thump. Ouch. Almar massaged her own hand after hitting him. Miss Almar truly acts like an archangel. Almar, violence isn't the answer. It's not the answer. AI ear, you may not know, but this crystal is ultra-class contraband. If it gets broken by some kind of recoil, hordes of crystalline life forms will surge forth. It's extremely dangerous. Is that so? Mr. Yu, pretty much in agreement. Mostly true, right? You've kept such a dangerous object in your possession without saying a word to us. Is this some kind of joke? Alright, my apologies. So calm down already. Your voice is going to hurt AI ears. Flushing bright red with anger, Almar raised her hands in surrender. Anyway, this is my ace in the hole, or hidden secret. I plan to use this thing to attack the core of the Federation fleet, drawing the crystalline life forms to assault the fleet, and escaping amid the chaos. That will definitely cause major confusion. Too much confusion. It indeed sounded absurd. In this world, what kind of existence are these crystalline life forms set as? They were designed to obsessively kill organic life forms or assimilate and erode them into monstrous entities. In short, using them as weapons would raise countless questions. After all, it qualifies as biological warfare. As long as we win, that's good enough. But Chuang showed no hesitation. Regardless of the lives of these soldiers, he doesn't even know. The most important thing is their survival. Then adopting a steady delay tactic amidst the asteroid belt would suffice. Don't joke around. The enemy consists of formidable combat power, with over 60 large warships above the cruiser level. A combined bombardment from high-caliber laser cannons or large reactive missile heads could obliterate even the concealed asteroid belt in one strike. You're really putting everything on the line. Fine, just winning is good enough for me. Putting aside this, the issue starts from here. His gaze shifted to Almar, whose expression was somewhat conflicted, and Air, who looked utterly bewildered. This operation is highly perilous. One misstep and we die. Therefore, should you wish, let's talk about the ship. As Chuang was about to get out of the ship, Almar extended her palm, stopping him mid-sentence. I didn't ask you to leave, because I already knew the risks when I agreed to serve as the crew. Come to think of it, both Air and I owe our lives to you for rescuing us. Because even disembarking doesn't give us anywhere else to go, Master Hong's destination is also where I want to go. I'm not quite sure, but judging from the looks of it, I seem to still have a chance, so I'll stay by your side. If I didn't possess such resolve, I wouldn't have boarded the ship in the first place. I see, understood. It seems like unwarranted concern. Chuang, although slightly terrifying, there might be a chance of success, but it's far from guaranteed. Even the slightest error could lead to death. What's more important is that Chuang's mistake could lead to the deaths of 2 people. At this thought, Chuang shuddered with fear. If only he dies, there's nothing much to ponder. Not that it matters, just that his mood feels relatively lighter. That's settled then. Almar's tone changed, causing Chuang to tilt his head slightly in confusion. You clearly knew it was a dangerous item, yet you didn't tell the crew anything and secretly hid the singing crystal. As fellow shipmates, don't you think that's unfair? This was an undeniable truth, without any accidental undertones. Although Chuang had done this to avoid worrying others, there indeed was a bit of mischief involved. Not informing the employees who entrusted their lives to him about such significant risks might be considered dishonest. Sorry, just speak frankly. From now on, when you carry such fashionable items, please inform the staff as well. All right. I understand. Miss Almar, you seem like Brother Hong's older sister. Watching Chuang and Almar converse, Air giggled. Of course, I'm older, more experienced, and a seasoned veteran. A veteran who doesn't even know her own ship's performance, laughs. I'm sorry, please forgive me. Faced with a solemn-looking Almar, she obediently knelt down. Putting aside her skills with firearms for now, she had no chance in hand-to-hand combat. Well, let's go. Yes. Let's go then. Chapter 51, Great Chaos Part 1. After getting prepared, they walked into the cockpit and each took their seats. Chuang sat in the pilot's seat, Al in the operator's seat, and Elma sat in the co-pilot's seat. Everyone poured their drinks into the juice bottle, floating in midair. There's no sense of tension even before a decisive single-ship assault. Being overly tense is useless. I trust Mr. Guang completely. Your L isn't trembling, huh? Of course, I have faith in Mr. Guang. The expectations are heavy. I guess we won't let you down. With that, he chuckled wryly as he reached for the straw protruding from the hovering container. Yes. Mr. Hong, there's an incoming communication. It's from the Empire's heavy cruiser Curious. Shall we connect? Empire's Navy? Connect me. What is this? Just when I was about to enjoy some flat cola? As he thought, the communication line opened up, and on the cockpit display appeared Lieutenant Serene's face. Lieutenant Serene seemed about to say something, but her gaze turned to the floating juice bottle. She looked utterly baffled. You seem quite relaxed despite your imminent solo mission. That's because I'm confident I'll survive. Smash through with the superluminal drive at maximum capacity and disengage after one strike. It's simple work. There's plenty of time to fully savor some flat cola. The operation plan will begin soon, so I'm somewhat worried, but seeing your state, it seems fine. I hope your words aren't empty. Of course, I'm a professional. In response to Chuang's statement, Lieutenant Serene showed surprise again, a slight smile appearing on her face before she hung up. Is the princess free? She's actually calling out of concern for the mercenaries around Gao Wei City. What's his purpose? Don't know, but there's nothing to worry about. Al, cut all communication lines. Initiate a communications blackout. Understood. Commence the communication blackout. Elma, set engines to max. Enter superluminal drive mode. Oof. Agency set to max. Superluminal drive beginning charge. Charge commenced. Countdown until entering superluminal mode begins. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Entering superluminal mode. With a thunderous explosion, the Hanlong started its superluminal drive. The distant light of the stars outside the cockpit was left behind, tracing streaks like meteors. Keep an eye on the radar. Don't miss any signs of Federal ships withdrawing. Understood. Chuang knew roughly where the Federal ships were likely to fly over. Ships travel between stars using what could be called space highways connecting stars. Since the entrances and exits of these superhighways are relatively wide, jump points experience a degree of fluctuation, but generally speaking, their positions are fixed. Therefore, knowing which star system enemies come from allows for roughly locking their emergence points. They roamed around the transfer location while in superluminal drive, waiting for the Federation fleet's arrival for about 10 minutes. Radar detection, multiple anti-erosion reactions detected. Good, begin deceleration. Immediately turn the ship towards the transfer location of the Federal fleet, mix into their transfer responses, then deactivate the superluminal drive. Emergency cooling, disconnect generator output. Emergency cooling commenced, output disconnected. Simultaneously stopping the superluminal drive, the Hanlong lowered its generator power to its minimum level and activated emergency cooling devices, entering thermal stealth mode. Alright, I'll move quietly over. To think of tricks like these, you really are something else. To survive, it's only natural to rack your brain and employ creativity, otherwise, death awaits. Mr. Hong lives up to his reputation. Switch off flight assist mode and approach the Federation fleet solely by inertia. As they slowly closed in, the Federal ships began their withdrawal process. Truly magnificent, so cool. Indeed. It's impressive how neatly arranged the warships are. Yep, it feels grand. Battleships, heavy cruisers, light cruisers, destroyers, corvettes, all 5 types aligned neatly. It was a breathtaking sight. But they couldn't just gawk at the spectacle. That's the flagship, right? His eyes shifted to the battleship sitting firmly in the middle of the fleet. This ship had communicated with the entire fleet. There should be no mistake. Are we really going to rush straight in there? Yeah. Nodding at Elma's uneasy expression, once they'd made it this far, there was no turning tail and fleeing. Transfer reactions have disappeared. The Federation fleet has begun moving. Good, about time. The intervals look perfect. Emergency cooling device reactivate, generator power max. Already. Emergency cooling reactivated, generator power at max. Let's go. Due to the excessive operation of the emergency cooling device, the ship's hull surface emitted a ting-ting frozen sound. Chuang adjusted the thrust to the maximum and began shouting towards the Federal fleet. The target was the battleship located right in the center of the fleet. That should be the flagship, shouldn't it? Since there had been no confirmation yet, it might not be. What? Radar? Bandit approaching fast. Directly above. Very close. What do you mean? What is the radar observer doing? Abnormally low body temperature. This guy turned into fragments due to overcooling. Ha ha ha, panicking aren't we? The turrets of the Federal ships started moving, already within the center of the fleet. In a situation where friendly fire is possible, one cannot take shots easily. Traversing between several Federal ships, the lower section of the frame's weapon bay was opened. Haha, don't get this wrong. 2 anti-ship reactive torpedoes were fired at the battleship located at the central position of the fleet as they passed by closely. Following that, a huge explosion erupted right in the center of the targeted warship. The massive hull fractured in half at the midsection. The Tiger-Eye battleship has sunk. That unit was equipped with anti-ship reactive torpedoes. Damn, are they mercenaries? Friendly fire doesn't matter. Take them down with multiple cannons. Do not use laser cannons or physical ammo cannons. Do not use homing missiles. That's a ring of giants. Wait. This isn't playing around. Run. That's obvious. Warnings from multiple directions sounded for locks on their location. Even though the flagship had sunk, leading to great chaos, they wouldn't easily lose the will to clear out the enemy right in front of them. Perhaps just the smooth transfer of command made all the difference. Wait, crystal life forms. They need 30 seconds to come out. 30 seconds. What are you going to do? Of course we're running away. Look, flying through the fleet means strong weapons can't be used anyway, so it's fine. How could it possibly be fine? Idiot. As Elmna shouted, short-range defense multi-cannons began firing in unison from all sides. Countless bullets surged toward the Hanlong at an astonishing speed. Chapter 52, Great Chaos Battle 2. Chaff, an emergency cooling device. Activated. Jiachu wireless lockout. Send the data to the Imperial Army. Got it. All deception devices were activated, narrowly avoiding concentrated firepower by a mere sheet of paper. Of course, they couldn't completely avoid the bullets that rained down on them, but the powerful shields of the Hanlong could withstand these attacks. Shields were originally developed to combat space debris, providing high resistance against physical ammunition weapons. Even when hit, it showed no reaction. The shield is depleting. Use the shielding components appropriately. Don't be stingy. Understood. For a small vessel, your shields are tough. The range of motion for the cannons has been detected. Cover each other's blind spots. Attached what? While listening to Alma's response, continuously firing scatterguns under the belly of the heavy cruiser, which had been acting as a shield. The countless bullets fired saturated the shields of the heavy cruiser, already weakened by friendly fire, perforating the ship's bottom, ravaging its internal structure. 2. Oh, here they come. As they finished destroying the heavy cruiser and prepared to move on to the next target, it finally happened. A deafening sound reverberated through Chuang's brain, and cracks appeared all over the space. They're coming out. Run. Whoa, there's so many. Seriously. Seriously. Emerging from the spatial fissures were objects shaped like bullets or fangs, made of crystal-like crystalline substances. Their sharp tips indicated they would easily penetrate. Naturally, their favored method of attack fully utilized these pointed ends. Moreover, some individuals launched parts of their bodies like bullets at high speeds. Depending on the individual, others emitted mysterious energy beams. Massive transformation reactions. This is crystal life forms. Why are they here in this place? They're coming. Whoa. Intercept. Intercept. Use all available weapons. Damn. I'm your partner. Whoa. My legs are being eroded. Ugh. The screams were horrifying. At this rate, organized action was impossible, let alone pursuing Chuang. That's going too far. Coming from you saying that. Alma spoke with astonishment, sighing. Her AR seemed to be startled by the federal soldiers' desperate cries transmitted through the communication lines. His face turned pale and trembled. AR, if it bothers you, it's better not to listen too much. I'm fine. Although he didn't appear fine at all, since he said so himself, Chuang wouldn't intervene further. In case of an emergency, radar observation and communication duties could still be handled by Alma. All right, time to make money. What? Look, the Federation fleet is in chaos. Yes. In other words, this is the perfect opportunity to deliver a major blow. Are you kidding me? I'm serious. Saying this, Chuang turned the ship around, heading toward the battlefield where the Federation fleet and the crystalline life forms were fiercely battling. Let's go. The background music of Splashing Splash echoed as expected. Whoa, no way. We're going to die? Idiot. Aren't you an idiot? Alma. What? In the past, the man in red once said, it doesn't matter if you don't hit. That guy is definitely also a galaxy-level idiot. Compared to the unit piloted by a certain red comet, the Han Long, with its shield, pales in comparison. That person, when attacked, would evade using the large frame of his machine, tossing warships aside. Compared to that, this felt like an easy mode. While dodging surprise attacks from the crystal life forms, the last two anti-ship reactive torpedoes were each assigned to different battleships. Dealing with the crystal life forms had everyone busy enough that Chuang's attacks were quite weak. Effortless. Squeal. Squeal. Aya. Crystalline life forms on the starboard side. Large caliber laser ahead on the port side. Young master, you are so calm. You'll get killed by lunatics like this on the battlefield. Try to keep AR calm too. Understood. Did you hear that? Just breaking through the crystalline life forms blocking the path, aiming for the larger ships of the federal forces. The crystalline life forms themselves aren't actually that strong. Without shields, their crystalline bodies aren't very hard, and it's relatively easy to shatter them with scatterguns. Lasers can be a bit troublesome. Under the charge attack from the crystalline life forms, just continuously firing heavy lasers and scatterguns at ships whose shields are already saturated. Pop, 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 and the Federation ships explode everywhere. As for those stubbornly resisting information, they would be dealt with using a large number of crystalline life forms to harass them. That bastard with the fascist wrist. Damn it, I'll kill you. The demon with the arm. The soldiers of the Federation have become formidable. Unfortunately, this is war. Continuously breaking through the complaints-laden Federation military vessels. That's great. Dad, tomorrow is Beef Bowl Day. The Imperial Army is starting to move. Damn it. The timing is too perfect. Are these crystal bastards, and the one with the wrist, all their minions? It seems the Federation Army has noticed the movements of the Imperial Army. Bonus time is over. That's all. I'm leaving the battlefield. Finally. If caught up in friendly fire, the enemies will be in bad shape. The Imperial Army will unleash maximum firepower from the perimeter to wipe out both the crystalline life forms and the Federation Army. If Chuang had been there at that moment, the likelihood of rescue would have been extremely low. Prepare the shielding devices. Chaff and torches deployed. Deployment complete. Fly, without biting my tongue. In one breath, the output of the boosters was maximized as they made an emergency exit from the battlefield where the Federation Army and the crystalline life forms were engaged in fierce combat. The mercenary ship is attempting escape. Fire. Fire. Don't let that bastard get away. Hyperspeed drive beginning charge. Beginning charge. Hyperspeed drive activation in 5, 4, 3. Target initiating hyperspeed drive charging. Damn it. You'll regret this. My apologies, but I've already forgotten. Farewell. 2, 1. Hyperspeed drive activate. With a thunderous roar, they instantly departed the battlefield. Not only sound, but light itself was left behind. Thus, pursuing their movement was impossible, unless one could track the trail left by the hyperspeed drive, which under the current situation was unthinkable. I thought you were going to die. Haha, that's an exaggeration. I don't think it's an exaggeration, but no wonder you're Lord Hong. Chapter 53, You're Too Naive. Irma had a disheveled look, exhaling wearily, while Aile's eyes sparkled brightly. Hee, can you compliment me some more? So, how much did we make this time? The score for shooting down ships doesn't start halfway through, right? How about it, Aiel? I think I destroyed 3 battleships, for heavy cruisers, 2 light cruisers, 13 destroyers, and 21 corvettes. That's a lot of captures. I remember each battleship is worth 2 million. Each heavy cruiser, 500,000. Each light cruiser, 300,000. Each destroyer, 100,000. And each corvette, 50,000. Even after subtracting the part for reaction torpedoes, it should be 10.95 million in all. We made a fortune. 99 minutes. 4 anti-ship reaction torpedoes flying out to earn 2 million. So that's 8.95 million in all. My share is 3% of that. So, it's 268,500 in all. Ail's share would be 4 million. for 175,000 ANA. For 4,150 yen could. AEL was stunned by the enormity of the amount. After deducting the rewards for both people, Chuang's portion amounted to 8.63 million and 750,000 NL, with a savings account of 2.2 million NL, adding to the previous sale of black boxes and data caches at around 0.5 million NL. All added up, his savings were now 11.33 million NL. He was already quite a wealthy man. So, with that, my deposit has reached 11.33 million, still not enough. Shouldn't it be enough? Is there a ship you want? I want a secure planetary residence with a house that has a yard. Well, that's still not enough. It's like this. To build an exclusive residential area with a yard in the prime location on a safe planet within the Glacian Empire, you need to purchase high-class citizenship and land. The costs seem to require hundreds of millions of NL. Thinking about this, 11.33 million NL just wasn't enough. With your skills, why don't you just join the military ranks of the Glacian Empire? Wouldn't becoming a knight be faster? The Glacian Empire uses a noble system. People with noble bloodlines rule over various departments of the Glacian Empire with the support of numerous commoners, adhering to their noble obligations. Since nobles prioritize lineage, commoners basically have no chance of becoming nobles, with the exception of knighthood. This is a system where soldiers who achieve significant accomplishments in the Glacian Imperial Army are granted noble status, and once knights, even if they were originally commoners, are granted senior citizenship rights, allowing them to act as nobility. Military ranks and noble titles are too troublesome. I'll pass. If it can be solved with money, that's best. You're true to yourself. I agree, it does sound troublesome. Irma smiled and shrugged. As for AL, he seems to still be lost in thought. Chuang muttered something about energy while spacing out. How does it feel? It would be awkward to meet up with them right now. Let's meet up with them first. Otherwise, if we keep delaying, other mercenaries will complain. You can stay back and behave, right? Yeah, let's do that. The ship's bow turned toward the deployed territory of the Glacian Imperial Navy, and they deactivated the superluminal drive above the assembled fleet. On the Hanlong, the mission is complete, and we've returned home. While the communication was sent as the superluminal drive stopped, the connection was immediately transferred to Commander Selena. The expression on her face, displayed on the cockpit monitor, looked very pleased. Good work. You must have earned quite a bit of money, huh? Yeah, I took the risk, and naturally, the reward was great. Indeed. Please submit the data first. How about the pursuit plan? It might cause resentment if we continue performing well, so I called it quits. Ammunition, chaff, torches, and shields. I'm not entirely comfortable with those. I see. Then, the Hanlong will take responsibility for guarding near the main fleet. By the way, why did that crystal organism appear in that place? Wasn't something terrifying installed on the defeated Federation flagship? I gave a pre-prepared answer, feigning ignorance. Since I anticipated being asked, I prepared answers accordingly. Of course, it doesn't align with reality, but there's no way to confirm it. Anyway, it was completely obliterated by the anti-ship torpedoes. So let's leave it at that. After the communication ended, the window displaying Lieutenant Selena's face closed. Then we just wait for the battle to end. All because of your huge haul. It almost feels like a single-player game. Smooth stones, aren't I? Don't get too cocky. I wanted to say that, but I can't exactly. I think this was a beautiful performance. Though, I worry when it might be shot down. Because it's Lord Hong. For some unknown reason, at an indeterminate time of resurrection, Elle stood there with a bewildered look, puffing out her ample chest. After fighting intensely today and being utterly exhausted, let her heal to her heart's content. The defense battle of the Time and Star system ended in an extremely short period. Initially, the Glacian Empire's side, which was thought to be on the brink of arduous battles, emerged as complete victors. There are many unclear aspects about this campaign. According to records, for some reason, the crystal organisms attacked the Bella Bella Federation fleet that had just retreated, causing numerous losses in the ensuing chaos. At this moment, the damage rate of the Balam Federation fleet attacking the Time and Star system was astonishingly high. In reality, 9 out of 10 ships turned into fragments in the Time and Star system. Very few soldiers survived, and perhaps because they suffered such a devastating defeat, it appears the Bella Federation sealed away information considering public morale. Additionally, the information from the Glacian Empire side is also scarce. There is a strong likelihood that some form of information manipulation took place here. Why did the swarms of crystalline life forms attack precisely the Bella Bella Federation fleet? And why did the relatively small numbers, in the thousands, of these crystal organisms cause such massive losses to the Balam Federation fleet? In terms of combat strength, the thousands of crystal organisms should have found it hard to inflict significant damage on the Bella Bella Federation forces at that time. Of course, even these numbers couldn't have escaped completely unscathed. What surfaced here were the mercenaries who happened to be present in the star system at this time. Yes, everyone knows the captain. According to the records, he appeared right around this moment in the Tamine star system. Moreover, according to personal investigations, at that time within the Thomas Star System Army, Lieutenant Selena Halls was also assigned under the Imperial military as a major. Captain Hong and Selena Halls. In the star system where these two individuals coexisted, there occurred the miraculous rapid offensive by the Glacian Imperial Army. Because there are so few records, decisive evidence doesn't exist. However, if these two people were indeed involved, anything could happen. I'm sure this isn't only the opinion of this author. As most readers already know, they achieved tremendous results thereafter. Here again, on the third day after the conclusion of the Tamine Star System defense battle, Irma and Almi observed Chuang's twisted expression from the message sent through his phone, showing expressions of irritation. Chuang himself also wore the same expression. It was Lieutenant Selena's fervent invitation. The Glacian Empire military continues to seek outstanding pilots. High compensation, ample benefits, granting first-class citizenship rights, plus various other perks. To sum up, this was its essence. Such types of emails came every day either directly or through the mercenary guilds. Is this spam? What should we do? That woman will soon come knocking at our door. That's the eye of a predator. I'm not happy. Being targeted by beautiful women is usually quite welcome, but if she's aiming for him as a subordinate soldier, then it's rather unwelcome. Even with the high treatment, the income is far less than that of a mercenary, and the leisure time will decrease significantly. Who knows what might happen to the Han Long? Chuang has a little interest in the welfare benefits and citizenship rights, but regarding the benefits, with enough money, anything can be resolved. And as for citizenship, it seems that money can buy it too. So in this regard, money can solve everything. To be honest, this proposal holds no allure. Well, let's flee. Is that alright? What's wrong with that? Mercenaries can go wherever they want. Escaping before things get complicated is the smart thing to do. Irma tilted her head slightly worried, speaking while standing up. Everything except for anti-ship reaction torpedoes in terms of supplies and maintenance is completed. We can set off immediately. Torpedoes? Well, they're not that easy to use items. It's better to act quickly. A 500,000 NL anti-ship reaction torpedo is not an easily obtainable stockpile. It appears places with substantial inventory are few. If this were a game, restocking would be much simpler. Good. Al seemed concerned about leaving the Tamine star system as though running away, but escaping doesn't necessarily mean they'd be sought out and pursued. They are mission-bound soldiers over there, unable to catch up. Next destination is? A bit far, among the next 6 star systems ahead. 6 places? Wasn't it the place you mentioned yesterday? Yes, it's where the Empire gathers the most advanced medical technologies. The Alini star system. Yes, that's the one. While heading towards the cockpit, they discussed the next destination. The next stop is the Alini star system. It is a high-tech star system gathering colonies related to medical stations and biotechnology. It seems all kinds of artificial meat and genetically modified crops are also quite famous. What about alcohol? Since we have genetically modified crops, why not use them to brew alcohol? Great. I foresee this as new delicious food. Chuang sat in the pilot's seat, Al in the operator's seat, and Irma in the co-pilot's seat, fastening their seat belts. Hear me out. Please apply for ship launch. Understood. Irma, manage the output and subsystems like usual. Alright, got it. Ship launch application approved. Good, let's go. After detaching from the hangar bay, they retracted the landing gear and soared into space. Today's space scenery was also magnificent and beautiful. Looking at such a view made Chuang realize just how insignificant in existence he was. At the same time, his present self could now reach that distant star shining so far away, which thrilled Chuang endlessly. First is the Druma star system. Alright, I'll set up the navigation system. Al operated the control panel in the operator's seat, starting navigation toward the target star system. Chuang followed the navigation and pointed the Hanlong's bow towards the target star. The faster-than-light drive has started charging. Good, faster-than-light drive, countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Faster-than-light, drive activated. With a thunderous roar, the Hanlong streaked off, leaving trails of light behind. Target, Druma star system. Start charging. Successfully connected to the hyperspace lane. Countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, activate. Space warped as they plunged into the hyperspace lane. Alright, let's go. Not a game, but to another end of the universe. This military achievement is quite significant. Is this really okay? The uncle on the other side of the screen frowned while confirming. Chuang smiled again and nodded. Yes, haven't we discussed before the necessity of forming an independent unit capable of freely moving domestically to hunt cosmic pirates? I hope to make this wish come true. With your ability, you could be easily transferred to a much larger, more meritorious fleet, but persuasion seems futile. Alright, I will arrange things according to your request. Thank you. Farewell. Upon lowering his gaze, the communication ended, and the window projected on the holographic display automatically closed. No regrets here, right? Looking outside the window at a ship dragging tails of light flying far into the distance, Chuang muttered softly. On Chuang's face reflected in the window, a clear smile emerged. Chapter 54, Awakening 1. Blinding light woke Chuang up. The first thing he saw was a torrent of light. A corridor of blue-white light flowed from the front to the back. Up, down, left, and right. Everything was made up of flowing light. There was a pinpoint of light ahead. It was a brilliant beam of starlight, as dazzling as the light beams flooding his vision. Aren't you supposed to be sleeping? An unhappy voice came from the left rear. Whose voice was this? And where exactly was this place? Holographic displays provided some information. They resembled joysticks with several buttons. And there were also some instruments. The flow of light Chuang had seen earlier stretched out in front of him, forming an enormous. Was that a display? As an image, it felt remarkably realistic. Mr. Hong. A concerned voice was heard. Mr. Hong? That wasn't Hong's name. Nevertheless, Chuang recognized the voice. He sensed someone approaching. What? His forehead suffered an impact. It hurt terribly. Napping in the cockpit, huh? Quite brave of you. Elma of violence. Chuang clutched his throbbing head and turned around. The sight before him was the person who had thrown a punch at him, and another behind her anxiously peeking over at Chuang. Oh, I remember now. What do you mean? The woman glaring down at Chuang with a furious expression was named Elma. She was a beautiful woman with elongated ears, a trait characteristic of elves. Her chest armor was conservative. Her hair color was translucent silver. Her skin was white and delicate. By all appearances, she was undoubtedly a true elf. However, her attire had a mercenary style with very little skin exposed. It seemed quite webby, and there was no fantasy element whatsoever. A crude laser gun hung from her waist. Other than her ears, there was nothing about her that resembled an elf. What a pity. She was a seasoned veteran of 5 years in the mercenary field, and now one of the crew members aboard Chuang's ship. The process through which she ended up on Chuang's ship. Well, let's just say it was an accident. During a large-scale pirate extermination mission, the spaceship she was riding on went out of control, colliding with an Imperial Navy warship, causing significant damage. She incurred an astronomical compensation fee. But even if all her property and the ship were sold, it wouldn't have covered the amount. And just when she was about to be sent to a harsh prison colony as a criminal, Chuang offered help. Since then, she worked on Chuang's ship to repay her debt to Chuang and eventually regain her own ship. Incidentally, whether the compensation she owed was unreasonably high or not, a provisional investigation took place. No suspicious issues were found upon initial inspection. This was reasonable since the military formally issued the compensation claim, so the amount could only remain documented or recorded. There was no way to tamper with it. Just the payment deadline for the compensation seemed set relatively short due to errors on their part or other reasons. It was said that the official responsible for the mistake was sent to a highly attritional punishment unit. Being shipped off to a punishment unit for a single error was pretty terrifying. Better not get close to the Imperial Army. There's still a lot regarding the two of you. Did you forget about us? A sad expression appeared from the shadow of Elma. No, just sleepy and confused. The name of the girl peering from behind Elma's shadow. A cute girl with bright brown hair and equally bright brown eyes. Though she was hidden by Elma now, her chest armor matched a battleship. Her physique equaled that of a destroyer. She, like Elma, was also a crew member aboard Chuang's ship. Her being aboard Chuang's ship was also related to debts, but unlike Elma, she bore no responsibility. After her parents died unexpectedly, damages from the accident affected the colony she lived in. The burden of compensation fell onto her while she was still a child. Chuang wondered if such unreasonable demands would pass. For whatever reasons the adults considered, these unreasonable demands passed. Not a single adult was willing to help her. But, fortunately, she met Chuang, who had enough wealth, power, and position to assist her. Chuang saved her, making her one of the crew members on his ship. If this were a fairy tale, it might have been a perfect ending, but unfortunately, this world is reality. Even if her debt disappeared, she still lacked a place to rely on, a fact that would not change. So, as the one who helped her, Chuang decided to take care of her. He recruited her aboard this ship, assigning her as Chuang's customer service representative in his mercenary work. Thus, she began learning the skills required of an operator from scratch. Through the training guided by an artificial intelligence instructor and education from the veteran mercenary Elma, she steadily accumulated the experience necessary to become an operator. Even though you're all sleepy, you're quite a heartless bastard. You've been swapping us two around as you please. You really said something so harsh. Isn't it the truth? I can't deny it. Yes, this was the kind of relationship Chuang had with them. In this world, there were strange customs and cultures that Chuang, who once lived on Earth, could neither comprehend nor imagine. There seemed to be some general common knowledge. Of course, Chuang hadn't yet grasped the full picture of the situation, but one odd piece of common knowledge was, women who travel aboard a man's ship are generally considered his mistresses. Do you understand what that means? Chuang didn't either, but apparently, that's how things were. Although Chuang still didn't know the history of this world, the existence of these cultural norms must have been shaped by some process. Since people were calling them such names, he had no choice but to accept it. When they decided to board Chuang's ship, they did so fully aware of these social norms. No, to be honest, when it came to these two women, Chuang almost had no options. It wasn't so much about understanding, it was more about willingly accepting it. Without overthinking, Chuang decided to let them board. It was purely out of sympathy, or because he needed crew members. Chuang told them, board my ship. Meaning, this carried the same connotation as form that kind of relationship with me. Even though Chuang had no intention like that at the time, they would interpret it as such, because this was the norm. And given the circumstances, both parties lacked money, and if they refused Chuang's proposal, they would face crises of chastity or total ruin. Urji had no family or ability to protect herself. If she didn't take Chuang's offer, she would be treated like a toy in places similar to slums, forced into prostitution, and die somewhere outside eventually. Elma couldn't afford the compensation, and was soon about to be shipped off to a prison colony for space pirates, which harbored deep hatred towards mercenaries. On this world, there were apparently no separate quarters for male and female prisoners. Of course, physical and sexual violence storms awaited her in such a place. The two women were saved from such situations by Chuang, and boarded his ship. For them, if Chuang forcibly demanded an intimate relationship, they wouldn't have been able to refuse. If Chuang threw them off his ship, Urji would be done for. As long as Elma didn't need loans, Chuang thought she could continue to survive. Well, after all this was why Chuang had such a relationship with the two. Objectively speaking, Chuang was behaving like an animal. One can't entirely disagree with that. However, consider this, a lowly-style young girl and a perfectly beautiful elf blushing shyly accepted their bodies. In such a scenario, wouldn't any man lose control? Maybe not everyone. Maybe there are people like that. In this case, whoever resists it is undoubtedly a saint. Have you enlightened yourself yet? In games, whenever there was an option for adult content, Chu Ong would pick it without hesitation. Sorry, but if you don't like it, you never said no. Not against it. Both of them answered in unison. Elma's face flushed slightly, turning her head away while Mimi, Irji, stared seriously at herself. I get it, we love you. Great. Yes, yes. After hearing Chu Ang's words, Irji broke into a smile covering her whole face, while Elma lowered her head bashfully. Both of them were indeed very cute. Chapter 55, Awakening 2. Chu Ong did not know the name of the galaxy or the world he now found himself in, because no one names a galaxy. In any case, in this galaxy, interstellar travel technology had already become widespread, and people had long since escaped the gravity of their home planets, expanding their living space into the starry seas. When Chu Ong came to his senses, he had already been thrust into such a world. This ship, along with the Hanlong, was part of it. The Hanlong itself was something Chu Ong had known about before coming to this world. No, Chu Ong wasn't piloting such a spaceship all over the place in the original world. According to Chu Ang's knowledge, space travel on Earth was at best confined to research stations in orbit, merely facilities for astronauts conducting various experiments in space. It wasn't that kind of thing. People lived very ordinarily on the surface. Thus, when Chu Ong spoke about having already interacted with others before arriving in this world, it was within a game. Before coming to this world, Chu Ong had become obsessed with an online game, piloting spaceships across vast galaxies, embarking on adventures and battles, making money through trading. There were countless ways to freely play the game. The Hanlong Chu Ong was currently aboard was obtained during events in that game. It was the unique ship Chu Ong had been flying all along. Speaking of which, perhaps those with keen insights would realize that the world Chu Ong had mistakenly entered resembled the Strahl network world. In any case, the ships and goods circulating in this world looked quite familiar from the Strahl network, as did the cosmic pirates lurking in space attacking civilian transport ships, and the crystalline life forms indiscriminately assaulting organic beings and other adversarial entities. They were almost identical to those in the Strahl network. But everything wasn't exactly the same. There were ships and goods in the Strahl network that didn't exist originally. From the galactic map's perspective, Chu Ong couldn't find the star systems he knew in the Strahl network. He was also unfamiliar with the names of multiple galactic empires dominating the neighboring star systems. It was a seemingly similar yet fundamentally different world, and Chu Ong still could not determine it conclusively. To explain why, even within the game's networked mode, the full extent of the in-game galaxy hadn't been mapped out. Indeed, from the start of the online service 4 years ago, players still hadn't reached the center of the galaxy, despite spending 4 years trying. Just how wide was it? That is to say, if Chu Ong were now located on the opposite side of the galactic center, it would be natural that the star systems he was familiar with wouldn't exist here. Since no one had reached that point yet, Chu Ong couldn't possibly know. Of course, they had investigated whether the solar system existed, but it couldn't be found. It wasn't discovered in the Strahl network either, so it remains unclear whether it fundamentally doesn't exist or has never been discovered. In any case, thrown into such a predicament, Chu Ong was left with no way out. Fortunately, there were no issues maneuvering the Hanlong, so he decided to live as a mercenary in this world, much like in the Strahl network. The money earned initially from the cargo loaded onto the Hanlong was substantial, but living off these funds idly wasn't sustainable. Though Chu Ong didn't know why, somehow he ended up in the game world he'd been immersed in for so long. Not enjoying it would be wasteful. So Chu Ong became a mercenary and subsequently met Ermi and Elma, hunting space pirates as mercenaries and participating in small-scale conflicts between space empires where they displayed remarkable skills. But being too active was dangerous. A beautiful Imperial military officer who radiated a terrifying aura approached him fervently, urging him to join the Imperial Army. Since Chu Ong felt staying would lead to being abandoned ruthlessly by the Imperial Army, he fled. In pursuit of freedom, they were free mercenaries. Even when taking on missions, they weren't subject to particular criticism. While it might leave a bad impression on the Imperial Army, hiring mercenaries without ties to the military presented no problems. There was no issue. Incidentally, the 3 individuals on this ship each had their own goals. Chu Ang's goal was to purchase a single family house with a yard in a safe planetary settlement, and then indulge in carbonated drinks to his heart's content. Why didn't carbonated drinks exist in this world? After checking, Chu Ong had no clue as to the reason. No matter which media he looked at, there was no sign of carbonated drinks existing. He didn't understand what it meant. However, he heard that drinking carbonated drinks under zero-gravity conditions was incredibly challenging. Although uncertain about this star system where entering space was already commonplace, perhaps carbonated drinks had been phased out in the process of humanity venturing into space. If that were the case, Chu Ong would revive carbonated drinks on Earth and drink them to his heart's content. Therefore, Chu Ang's goal was to buy a single family house with a yard in a planetary settlement. In the Empire, including the cost of purchasing upper-class citizenship, it seemed to require several hundred million yuan. Is that even possible? It's too expensive. Next is Ermi's goal. Her current aim is to taste the gourmet delicacies of the galaxy. It was said that in this vast galaxy, there were countless unimaginable and incredible delicacies. Eat them all up. This was Ermi's goal, a simple yet grand goal. Of course, Chu Ong also planned to accompany her on the journey. Chu Ang's secret goal was to include carbonated drinks as one of the universe's gourmet delicacies for Ermi. Lastly, there was Elma. Elma's goal, of course, was to repay her debt to Chu Ong and earn funds to become an independent mercenary again. She owed Chu Ong 3 million yuan. Converting to yuan, 1 in Earl was approximately 100 yuan, which came out to roughly 300 million yuan. It was a large sum of money. That said, during the last small-scale conflict between the Empire and the Federation in the Time and Star system, Elma gave him 260,000 dineral. At the current rate, the debt would be fully repaid in less than a year. However, merely paying off the debt wouldn't be enough to purchase a spaceship for work as a mercenary, so she would still need to stay with their company for some time after the debt was settled. Such was their situation. They were now heading toward the Eleni star system within the Empire, where medical technology was very advanced. Why? Because they couldn't just go around telling everyone they were from another world, lacking knowledge of this one, and suddenly appearing in the Tamin star system due to an accident. Chuang had set his memory to become vague at the time of the incident. Ermi and Elma, after hearing that setup, were worried and suggested it would be better to undergo a detailed medical examination at a medical station. It would seem strange not to accept such a proposal, and Chuang himself thought it best to understand his current physical condition, so he agreed. Actually, whether or not it was related to being transported from another world, things were certainly odd. His body might not be normal either. Thus, they were currently heading to the Eleni star system in pursuit of freedom and medical technology. Freedom and medical technology. Since it was important, it was worth repeating twice. Freedom and medical technology. Chapter 56, Distress Signal. The Eleni star system is a very prosperous one, with 2 habitable planets, 3 research colonies, and 1 trade colony. Although it does not have an extensive asteroid belt like the Tomain star system, the export of high-tech products developed and produced by the research colonies and the import of raw materials required to manufacture these high-tech products are very frequent. There is a lot of traffic from trade vessels. Of course, space pirates who target them will also gather accordingly. For the Empire, this place is important as well, so the Imperial Army's control over space pirates is also quite strict. Even so, it seems impossible to completely eradicate all space pirates that appear in this vast star system. Bounty hunters also have their own jobs. This is an overview of the Eleni star system. Honey, a hand holding a tablet computer clapped toward the ears after they finished giving the summary of the Eleni star system. Perhaps feeling a bit embarrassed, the ear's face turned a little red. Well, which target colony are we talking about? Basically, research colonies prohibit entry except for researchers and related colony personnel, so they are going to the trade colony. If we ask the trade colony to help deliver goods, there might be a chance to go. But even if we go, there's nothing fun there. No scenic spots or tourist attractions. It really feels suffocating. What do people living in such places do for entertainment? Research itself is a form of entertainment. They're all true research fanatics at that station. Just imagining it makes one feel bored. Are they all workaholics who treat their jobs as hobbies? Even if you went, you wouldn't want to stay long. Then let's head to the trade colony in the direction we're moving towards, Alma. Oh my. Alma at the co-pilot seat took the helm, turning Krishna's bow towards the direction of the alien trade colony. We'll arrive in 15 minutes. Understood. Don't slack on alertness around us. Ears, keep an eye on the radar reactions. Okay. Upon hearing Chuang's voice, he focused on the reactions of the subspace sensors that could be used within the faster-than-light drive. In a state faster than light, normal sensors become useless, it seems. This is when the subspace sensor comes into play. Of course, Chuang fully doesn't understand its structure. What exactly is subspace? Anyway, using this thing allows for detection over a rather large area, even while in faster-than-light mode. It can detect the trails of other ships, and it can also detect areas where fragments float after battles. And though it's rare, it can also pick up distress signals. Mr. Yu, I've received a distress signal. Why? Aren't those supposed to be rare? I get your sentiment, but we can't ignore it. In games, it feels like small incidents happen, and even if you skip them, no one will reprimand you. But in this real galaxy, it's not possible to act that way. As long as there isn't any particular reason, ships receiving distress signals have an obligation to rescue. Yeah, redirect our course toward the source of the distress signal. Be mindful, a battle might break out. Okay, got it. Let Krishna turn towards the source of the distress signal. It's uncertain without actually going, but sending out a distress signal doesn't happen often. Either something has gone wrong with the ship, or it has been attacked by space pirates. If it's the former, temporarily protect the crew and tow the ship. If it's the latter, then it cannot be avoided. The connection will be made soon. Countdown to disengagement of the faster-than-light drive. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now. Boom. With a sound akin to an explosion, the faster-than-light drive disengaged, and Krishna appeared in normal space. Immediately check the radar. There were 5 responses. 4 small warships seem to be chasing a medium-sized warship. They've been attacked neatly, but the one being chased looks like a medium passenger ship. The source of the distress signal is that passenger ship, I presume. We will intervene. Thank you, Ears, for scanning and making the call. This is a warship belonging to the Bounty Hunters Guild, call sign Krishna. We have received a distress signal. To the unidentified ships attacking the passenger vessel, please report immediately and cease hostile actions. While Ermi scanned the unidentified ships, she advised them to stop the attack. Their response was very simple. We've been locked on. The unidentified ships had already activated their systems. If, in this situation, Chuang gets locked onto, there's no need to say more. Identify as hostile behavior. Weapons system online. Convert generator output to combat mode. System online. Output increasing. Let's go. Simultaneously as the system activated, parts of the hull deformed, revealing 4 heavily armed arms equipped with powerful heavy laser cannons. At the same time, 2 gun barrels extended from both sides of the cockpit, reflecting the light and emitting a dim glow. All 4 are bounty heads. In that case, we can mercilessly take them out one by one. Among the 4 small warships chasing the passenger ship, two were heading this way. Chuang let Krishna accelerate towards those two space pirate ships. This thing is so fast. There was no need to let it fire first. The moment they entered range, all four heavy laser cannons equipped on the armed arms fired simultaneously, saturating the first ship's shields with one hit and stripping them away. What? Shields. 1. As they passed each other, the two large cannons fired, riddling the space pirate ship that had lost its shields with holes. These cannons were also known as scatter cannons, capable of firing countless tiny pellets at ultra-high speed with great power. They had short range but immense destructive force. Hitting a ship without shields caused instant damage. These shadow cannons are still so vicious. The term shadow cannon sounds too cheesy. You mean like being cornered? While exchanging trivial banter, Chuang turned off the flight assist mode, spun the ship around, retreated while keeping the four armed arms pointed at another ship's rear end. Fire! Fire! The green beams continuously pierced through the bloodlines of the space pirate vessel, stripping its shields and destroying its main thrusters. No, stop. How annoying. Seemingly hearing cries for mercy, but he paid no heed. These space pirates were human scum who attacked innocent transport and passenger ships, stealing cargo, killing crew members, and sometimes even selling slaves. Even if they survived, letting them live would only bring harm without benefit. Without mercy, he used the heavy laser cannons to attack in unison against the ship that had lost its shield and had its main propulsion destroyed. Under the illumination of the four heavy laser cannons, the space pirate ship exploded into pieces in no time. Next. The remaining two ships. This one is trying to escape. The two ships that came toward us were quickly destroyed, possibly out of fear. The two space pirate ships chasing the passenger ship ceased their attacks and prepared to leave this star domain. Ah, you damn monster. Run fast. How can we fight against a monster like you? The surviving space pirate ship transmitted communication. What a law-abiding guy. No, now wasn't the time for this. The distance to those ships chasing the passenger vessel was a bit far. Is that too strict? The space pirate ship has activated its faster-than-light drive. Oh, come on. Chuang let Krishna pursue the space pirate ship at maximum acceleration. Just a little more to enter the range of the heavy laser cannons. ABA. With a sound like an explosion, the space pirate ship turned into light. It wasn't impossible to chase its trail, but we couldn't ignore the passenger ship that had been attacked. Damn, you run so fast. For space pirates, this is a perfect opportunity. Things like this happen occasionally. Such a nuisance, those guys. If they could be taken down within the range of our weapons before escaping, it'd be possible, but when they're too far like this time, there's nothing we can do. Unless we had a weapon that could aim from much farther away. Something like a large electromagnetic projectile weapon. Alright, connect the communication to the passenger ship. If their navigation isn't compromised, we'll just leave some things untouched on the ships we've defeated. There's no need to get involved unnecessarily. That sounds cold, but that's how it works. We didn't have any escort commission for the medium-sized passenger ship, so there was no need to baby them. Of course, we'd ask about their affiliations and request payment. In this world, whoever captures a distress signal has the duty to rescue, and the ones rescued also have a duty to pay the rescuer accordingly. The amount varies depending on the cargo and passengers at the time, but for a medium-sized passenger ship, the payment would likely be quite substantial. Though unlucky to get caught up in such an event upon arriving in this star system, in terms of money, it could also be considered a good omen. As mercenaries, this is Glorywan from Daochuan Tech. Thank you for the rescue. A voice came through the open channel. Is Daochuan Tech called Glory? Would Xing Rong Han, written in Chinese characters, be read as Xing Rong Han, or Glory Han? You're safe. That's good, Glorywan. I'm Guan from the Mercenary Guild. How's the condition of your ship? Life support systems are intact, but the hull has been damaged. Would you mind protecting me until the Starfleet arrives? To keep guarding until the arrival of the Imperial Army. For smaller vessels, we could tow them with Krishna, but something that big would be pushing it. Asking the Imperial military warship for towing would probably be better. So, does this count as a commission? What about the reward? Daochuan Tech should be the one to pay the reward. Regarding the amount of the reward, I apologize, but after the escort is completed, we will negotiate with the main office, as I do not have the authority to decide on the reward amount. Even though he was the captain, he didn't have that much authority. Chuang turned his gaze to Elma, who silently nodded in agreement. The content of the conversation seemed fine. Understood. In that case, this vessel will begin escorting yours. The period of escort will last until the arrival of the Imperial Army. The rescue and escort fee will be paid by Daochuan Tech. Would such a contract work? That's good. In that case, the contract is established. Ale, record the conversation we just had. Got it. Ale replied with great enthusiasm. So, before the Imperial fleet arrives, should we search for the remnants of the space pirate ships? Since they were crushed before completing the job, Chuang thought it wasn't too important. Chapter 57, Us Colony. Wow, it's so big. So big. How many times bigger is it than a regular colony? It should be able to accommodate 5 times the number of people. As for the size, I'm not quite sure. What they saw was a massive cuboctahedral colony. Although it appeared to be rotating very slowly, considering its size, the rotation speed must have been quite fast. Would that rotation generate simulated gravity? Anyway, it was extraordinarily large. The name of this supergigantic object was Altantis Uscoloni. It was their destination in the Arini star system, and also the third colony built in this system. Listen, send the docking request. Alright, send the docking request. Ear operated the control panel at the operator's seat, sending a docking request, a landing request, to Altantis Uscoloni. After conveying the ship's name, Chuang's name as captain, and the purpose of docking, They soon received clearance to land. We're cleared to dock. I heard it's hangar 72. Understood. Following the guidance beacons on the screen, they headed toward the designated hangar. Impressive for such a large colony, there was a lot of traffic. If an accident were to happen, that would be disastrous. Chuang didn't want to worry about such things, so he opted for the automatic docking function. Using auto-docking is kind of cheating. I think it's better to make it easy. Elma's expression was a bit odd, but Chuang cut off the conversation with one sentence. True, it might be enjoyable to decide on a perfect docking while being mentally taxed, but Chuang chose the easier option. While the docking computer that allows automatic docking requires installation of specialized modules, it generally performs the task very safely and reliably, securing the ship into the designated cargo bay. As for rogue spaceships suddenly rushing in, Chuang can't do anything about them. Before long, the docking was complete, and the generator output was adjusted to the mooring mode. Inside the ship, even just staying still, let alone combat or cruising modes, produced excessive energy supply for what was needed. Ah, we've arrived. What now? Should we eat quickly? Isn't it too early? We'd better finish the chores first. Sell the war loot, then contact Tech Daochuan, and finally head to the Star System Army's window to collect the bounty. I'll handle the selling of the war loot. Ears clenched his fists tightly, breathing heavily through his nose. Regarding the sale of war loot, since it could enter the market through terminal channels, Ears was well prepared for it. Prices can vary subtly depending on where you sell, but Chuang was quite good at checking these aspects for Ears. So, let Ears handle the sale of the war loot. Next, Tech Daochuan. Tech Daochuan might wait until they reach out, so it's not such an urgent case. Elma said thoughtfully, tilting her head slightly. True, Chuang's contact information and affiliated units had been disclosed. They might be calculating the reward amount over there, so there was no need to rush into contacting them. How about going to the Star System military outpost to collect the bounty? Let me go. No, it's probably better if I, the captain, go. It wouldn't matter if Elma went, but strictly speaking, Chuang was probably better at handling communications because he was the captain of the ship. I'll come too. It's dangerous for one person to walk alone. I'm not a child. Still, as Elma pointed out, walking around in unfamiliar places alone could be dangerous. 2 people are safer than 1, right? Will you join Chuang? Yeah, it's safer with 2 people. I'll check the streets on my way, and Ears will stay here, which is the safest place. Is it really that dangerous here? The safety rating seems high, but how would we know unless we walk through? Judging by the number of ships, there should be a lot of outsiders like us. That's true, especially in areas around Hang Bay and those with higher numbers of outsiders. The security situation tends to get chaotic. Let's gather intelligence including details about this area. Got it. Ear nodded in agreement, looking somewhat perplexed. Let's leave the part of protecting himself to Chuang and Elma for now, since Ears was a small-bodied girl and lacked the strength to protect herself. Though she carried a laser gun, whether she could use it effectively was somewhat questionable. In conclusion, Elma and I will step out for a while. If it gets late, I'll contact you, and if it's too late, you can eat first. Okay, I understand. Mr. Yu and Miss Elma, please be careful. Yeah, see you later. Chuang and Elma quickly prepared to go outside and disembarked from the ship. Haha, somehow it feels different. Compared to Time Myanmar Golden Colony, this counts as a big city. As Chuang walked beside a suspicious-looking Elma, he glanced around. The interior of Altantis Uskaloni could be described as a jungle of skyscrapers. Tall buildings densely lined the vast internal space of the colony, with streets illuminating dark alleyways like those at night. It seemed that this colony had no structure for absorbing light from the outside. All illumination inside relied on artificial lighting. It was perpetually a dim city. But it's not always dark here. There are ways to maintain evil health. It seems there's a method for regular artificial sunlight exposure. That is very. No, we do it every day, so doesn't this count? Portable medical scanner. That's right, these simple medical scanners had additional functions like that. Even mercenaries like them were thus able to enjoy what amounted to sunbathing. The effect came when their vitals were checked. It simulated sun exposure. Chuang didn't really know the details. Was it necessary to receive ultraviolet light exposure? Walking around is exhausting and troublesome. How do people move around in this colony? Elma directed her gaze towards something resembling a subway entrance. There's a transportation network underground which allows movement to various parts of the colony. Look, Tamin Colony has a logistics system, right? This is just the larger version. I see. Though he wasn't entirely sure how it worked, it was always faster for luggage to reach his ship than if he carried it himself. He wondered what kind of transportation they used. Will we use this opportunity to travel underground? No, the garrison of the Star System Army is over there. Ah, I see. Maybe we'll have an opportunity later when we visit Daochuan Tech or buy ingredients. Chuang planned to stay in this colony for some time. Over there. Elma's gaze pointed toward a building emblazoned with the flag of the Empire and the military emblem. It didn't look much like a military barracks. It seemed more like an office building. That place doesn't seem much like a barracks. It depends on the location. Some colonies have spare land, so they include training facilities. There wasn't even one guard at the gate. No, instead of guards, laser turrets doubling as surveillance cameras stood equipped. Was the Imperial Army automating wherever possible? Once they entered the compound building, a metal detector stood at the entrance. There appeared to be human attendants present here. A muscular man, robust and imposing, seemed to be managing the checkpoint. Aside from him, all other roles were automated. Laser turrets were installed here too. Weapons are not allowed within the barracks. Please hand them over for safekeeping. Yes, I understand. Both Chuang and Elma obediently handed over their laser guns and energy packs to the attendant. then underwent full body scans to ensure they weren't hiding anything else. At that moment, their identities registered on their mobile information terminals would also be verified. All right, check complete. To collect your bounty, go to that window. For other services, there's another window nearby. Thank you. Chuang thanked the muscular attendant before heading towards the bounty collection counter. This process itself was quite common in colonies, so they were already accustomed to it. The atmosphere was completely different. At the entry and exit points of the garrison in Tamin Golden Colony, armed guards with laser rifles stood watch, with more personnel stationed by the metal detectors. Things vary depending on the place. Oh, welcome to Uskaloni. You're new, aren't you? The staff at the bounty claim desk was a composed man. He looked older than Chuang, probably about 35 or 36 years old. Ah, I've just arrived. My name is Guang. I'm the captain, and this is my crew member, Elma. There's another girl on board named Ears. A Hong and Elma, right? I'm Sergeant Daniel. Since you mercenaries don't hold ranks, feel free to call me Daniel or Dan. No, I think I'll stick to calling you Sergeant Daniel, even though I can't say I'm particularly polite when speaking. That's fine. I prefer to call him Sergeant Daniel too. Chuang shook his head, declining either the first name basis or nickname. Elma seemed to be following Chuang's lead. Is that so? I don't mind either way. By the way, you're here at this window to claim a bounty, correct? You must be quite diligent to arrive in this system so quickly after starting your journey. While en route to this colony, we detected a distress signal. When we arrived at the source, we found that Daochuan Technologies' passenger ship was under attack by pirates. We couldn't just leave them. The Daochuan Technologies ship? Were the crew and passengers safe? Barely managed to make it in time. My ship wasn't strong enough to tow theirs, so I called an Imperial military vessel to do it. We arrived here ahead of time, and they should be arriving soon. Is that so? With your family together, I'm relieved. Good job, Captain Guang. Sergeant Daniel, who had been listening to Chuang's words with a worried expression, now revealed a kind smile. Well, this sergeant was someone who possessed the kind of eloquence that made things easily understandable. Yes, luckily someone saved me. That's why there's the bounty. Ah yes, please wait a moment. 2 ships come to 1,500 eners. That's quite expensive, isn't it? These 4 ships were the ones that recently attacked several civilian vessels. They worked quickly and escaped fast, which is why they've always evaded capture. This time, Lord, you took out 2 of them, so perhaps they'll be more cautious for now. I see. Chuang tilted his head while listening. Even though several ships were attacked, all the cargo on board was destroyed. It seemed like just food and alcohol. Did they have a base somewhere? The transfer of the bounty is complete. Are you staying in this star system for a while? Yeah, that's what I plan to do. This flourishing colony should have plenty of interesting places to explore. That's right. This colony houses many high-tech companies, and merchants frequently visit. Thus its entertainment facilities are also well developed. Is that so? That sounds promising. Well, let's leave it at that. May your travels be pleasant. After bidding farewell to Sergeant Daniel, Chuang retrieved their laser guns and other equipment from the security checkpoint and left the Star System military office. Well, he was certainly easy to talk to. He doesn't seem much like a soldier. It feels more like he has always been trained specifically for this type of job rather than as a combat soldier. I see, there are personnel like him in the Imperial Army too. As someone who had no idea what the Imperial Army really looked like as an organization, Chuang could only think there must be such individuals. The military's organization or structure appeared complex and bizarre to an outsider, making it hard to grasp. Besides, in this world, it wasn't simply divided into land, sea, and air forces, but integrated into one unified space force fighting across the cosmos. How that organization evolved or how it was structured was unimaginable. A quick check might reveal the answers, but Chuang didn't particularly feel like looking into it. Speaking of which, something that Sergeant said caught my attention. You mean the defeated space pirates? Personally, even though they attacked several ships, the goods on board tasted awfully salty. Same here, they must store them somewhere. Indeed, however, we're talking about only 4 ships. The scale is too small, making them hard to track. Elma gave a wry smile and shrugged her shoulders. If their base was built on some asteroid, it might be relatively easier to find, but it's also possible they stored their loot inside durable containers hidden away somewhere in vast outer space. In that case, without coordinates, it'd be impossible to locate. Well, forget it for now. We'll cross paths again if the opportunity arises. We can't miss next time. Exactly, persistence is key. Let's return and eat. Ears is waiting for us. True. Both nodded and started walking forward. After coming back, they'd eat and rest well. They weren't in a rush to work themselves to exhaustion, so they would rest well today and tomorrow, then start acting formally the day after. Chapter 58, Subjective Fact 1. You're back. I'm back. I've returned, Ear. Upon returning to Krishna, Ear greeted Chuang. He appeared to be checking something, holding a tablet computer in one hand. What are you investigating? Yes, I'm investigating which medical center has better reviews. I see. How's the result going? I've just started my investigation, and it's not necessarily true that higher ratings are better. Considering Mr. Guang's condition, would a neurological institution or a psychiatric one be more suitable? Ear was deep in thought with a serious expression. The setup of Chuang losing his memory is to compensate for the lack of general knowledge in this world after being thrown here from another world, another dimension, or a parallel world. That is, from a medical perspective, Chuang is entirely in good health. No, it could also be possible that for some reason, he strongly believes he comes from another world. At least, in Chuang's subjective consciousness, Chuang isn't from this world but is instead Zhou Takahiro. In Chuang's world, warships like Krishna navigating through the universe are merely products of imagination. Humanity has yet to achieve a genuine advance into space. Loss of memory, huh? Ir was seriously studying the medical institutions Chuang needed to visit, while Irma looked at Chuang with a suspicious gaze. Irma believed that Chuang's claim of memory loss was a lie. Chuang guessed Irma probably assumed he was a naive young master who had run away from home. In this world, what we call ordinary meat and vegetables are considered premium goods. Most people in this world consume synthetic foods made from algae and krill and chemically produced artificial meats. However, when Chuang went shopping with Irma at the grocery store before, he unintentionally blurted out, "Aren't ordinary meat and vegetables sold?" It seemed that in this world, outside of certain production areas, only wealthy privileged classes could afford such items regularly. Precisely because of this, Irma assumed Chuang was a kind young master who lied about losing his memory to conceal his identity. If standing in Irma's position, Chuang might have thought the same thing too. But reality wasn't like that. Chuang's body was perfectly healthy, and his memory wasn't disordered. He didn't know how he came to this world at all. At least in Chuang's subjective memory, there were hardly any noticeable gaps. The sole gap was why Chuang ended up in this world, which was extremely crucial. I think it's better not to focus solely on memory, but to carry out comprehensive diagnoses. We also don't know if preventive vaccinations against severe infectious diseases have been administered. It'd be ideal to find a place that can thoroughly review these aspects. I see. There's no issue with me, but it would be better if Ir undergoes examinations as well. There are some deadly diseases exclusive to humans, and it'd be best to get vaccinated if possible. Is Irma all right? I've already done it once before. As Irma spoke, she shrank back slightly, and Chuang shook his head. I'll cover the costs. Irma should get checked too. Safeguarding the crew's health is also the captain's responsibility. Naturally, Ir needs to as well. Yes. All right. In that case, it's settled then. Both Ir and Irma obediently nodded. Good. There were more companions. No, it's not that they disliked hospitals, but perhaps it felt unsettling inside to Chuang knowing that he was the only one. Moreover, just as Chuang himself mentioned, he believed that ensuring the employee's health was also his own duty. If spending money could lower the risk of illness ahead of time, then it would certainly be a win-win situation. How much will it cost exactly? I couldn't guess either. Surely, it wouldn't be as high as 1 million per person, right? Well, there's no other way. But will it be alright? Even if each person spent 1 million, Chuang currently had over 10 million in savings. Although it would be a significant expenditure if it guaranteed their health, then perhaps, in a sense, it wasn't overly expensive. However, considering the conversion rate, about 100 yen per inel, then wouldn't 1 million inels equate to 100 million yen? Claiming this to be cheap, Chuang's understanding of money had effectively collapsed. Hong-sama, 1 million is. But spending a million like that feels rather unsatisfying, doesn't it? No, I understand. I even said it myself earlier, thinking there would be none. That's good. Still, the fact remains, it's unknown how much it will cost. Please prepare mentally and avoid retreating at the mere mention of an amount. Back on the ship, it was a leisurely period. Everyone marveled at the food prepared by the high-performance automatic cooking machine and took turns bathing leisurely. They then relaxed individually. Normally, there should be some exercise, but today was a rest day. Pain, you're so pathetic. Shouldn't you mind your own business when you're leaning on me like this? Chuang, lying on the bed with his hands stretched out behind his head, and Irma, who leaned on Chuang while fiddling with her phone. To be honest, Chuang thought they were both equally lazy. What do you think? That's true too. Sometimes it's nice to just lie around like this. Yeah, Irma didn't do anything special but enjoyed these moments of simply being together. Chuang always felt that she might be treating him like a big dog or something. Now, leaning against Chuang's side, using his knee as a pillow while sitting on the bed, many times there would be unintentional physical contact between them. At such moments, she always appeared particularly calm, or perhaps had a relaxed look on her face. This was probably her unique way of unwinding. If this allowed Irma to relax, then this was quite an affordable price to pay. Ir seems to have found a buyer for the war spoils. That's great. How much are they worth? 4,500 after deducting handling fees, and including bonuses, we've earned 19,500 this time. Alright, is that 3%? So Irma got 585 inels, right? Ir doesn't listen, she's 98 years old. Too little. Isn't that how it is? Earning more than 8 million inels from a single battle is the norm. Your income is 18,817 inels. Okay, no need to rush repaying the debt. Wouldn't you usually pressure someone to repay faster? Irma stared at Chuang in surprise. Well, because I want to spend as much time as possible with Irma. This was sincere. Irma owed Chuang a 3 million iner debt and worked on Krishna to repay it. Since Irma was this kind of person, once the debt was paid off and she saved enough money for independence, there wouldn't be any reason for her to stay on this ship anymore. Irma was an excellent and reliable staff member. She was also beautiful, and their relationship was already that way. Even if it wasn't that, now he and Ir had built a good relationship too. It was only natural to want to stay together as long as possible. Don't worry so much. We'll have a long period of interaction ahead, not only for repaying the debt, but also saving money for a new ship. Irma flopped onto Chuang's stomach with a thud. Since coming to this world, Chuang had diligently trained without any gaps. His well-defined abs, subtly formed into a six-pack, became apparent. Why are you pressing so hard? It's too firm to sleep comfortably. Okay. Yeah, right, that's better. Irma evidently didn't prefer overly tense abs. She pressed the back of her head against Chuang's stomach, seemingly enjoying the bounce of his relaxed abdomen. It was a bit ticklish. Are you really faking amnesia, aren't you? I'm not lying. I don't mean hiding anything. Irma's head moved slightly on Chu Ang's stomach. Apparently, she was smiling. Well, I don't necessarily want to pry too much, but isn't it fine if you tell me? Firstly, it's not painful, but my state of mind may seem suspicious. What does that mean? It wasn't bitter either. Even if he told Irma that she was not from here, but from another world, nothing would come of it. Though it might make her think he said something strange, she wouldn't suddenly send him to some research facility. If you're curious, I can tell you. But I suspect you'll find it quite odd. Saying that makes me a little scared, but I still want to ask you. Alright then, where should I start? Do you know about parallel worlds and alternate worlds? Just the concept. If you're asking whether they truly exist, I can only shake my head in doubt. Irma shrugged as she lay with her head on Chu Ang's stomach. I guess I'm from one of those worlds. Similar to this Krishna, that's what I subjectively believe. Chapter 59, Subjective Facts 2. Irma was silent, seemingly pondering Chu Ang's words. Do you remember when we registered at the Mercenary Guild? The uncle at the reception said there was no docking record anywhere? This is only natural, because after I came to this world, the first port I docked at was the Tamian Gold Colony. That's what you said before. But, no, could it be possible if it's a parallel world? Like the compatibility of ship equipment? Yes, if this Krishnap were from another world, and yet is compatible with all sorts of products manufactured in this world, I find that strange. If the development of technology were almost identical, one couldn't say it's absolutely impossible. Moreover, Chuang hasn't seen a ship of the same type as this one. Still, it's strange. Judging by your combat skills, you're definitely a skilled mercenary. It isn't some novel trick. But you seem so clueless about basic facts. If there were similar warships and mercenaries in this world, wouldn't common knowledge be more or less the same here too? I guess this might confuse Irma even further. Actually, I'm not a mercenary. I'm just an ordinary company employee, part of the salaried class who happens to enjoy gaming. Is there such a thing as a company employee who can fight like you? Your gun skills are impressive. That pistol must have won you championships in shooting competitions, right? The pistol Irma referred to as the laser gun hanging at Chu Ang's waist when he went out with her earlier. It was a specially crafted piece by Mandas Corporation, an old established manufacturer of ultra-high-grade firearms. Chuang had excellent piloting skills for warships and was adept at using laser guns. This man claiming to be just an ordinary company employee lacked credibility. Chuang knew well. An alleged office worker who could overpower robot soldiers and nanomachine weapons wasn't very convincing. You're right. But these stories are all from games. Irma frowned, murmuring So you're saying you've somehow entered the game world? Yes. By the way, the world, or planet, I come from hasn't truly ventured into space yet. The idea of individuals owning warships that roam the cosmos or travel between stars seems like fiction or a game to me. I was defeated. It's clearly not an underdeveloped primitive civilization. That's a story that would drive anyone mad. Entering the game world. It's like a fantasy novel meant for teenagers, far from reality. Exactly, right? To be honest, it would feel more realistic if my memories, as I stated earlier, were lost due to some accident, and those became real. But everything you mentioned before is true, right? In the end, this isn't merely my subjective judgment. To know if it's real or not, one would have to extract something from my mind, which is nearly impossible. It might not be completely impossible, but why bother doing that? Isn't it? If you're really concerned, it might be better to find out. Is there anything troubling about your current state? There's nothing particularly difficult. It's a lie to say there isn't a curiosity about how things turned out this way. But to question whether it is true or not, there is no such intention. And there isn't a strong desire to return to the original world either. Then isn't that fine? What do you want to tell God who doesn't interfere? That's probably true. Yeah. Is that all? Aren't there any other details you'd like to share? Nothing significant. No matter how you perceive yourself, from my point of view, you haven't changed. Just a talented guy who goes a bit overboard sometimes. Those boys in their teens who develop these conditions may continue to have them into adulthood and are judged as being annoying kids. Stop. That line affects me. Hearing Chu Ang's words, Irma burst into laughter holding her stomach. You're such a good woman. And you didn't think so? Who do you take me for? A regrettable cosmic spirit. Fine, we'll argue then. Hey, idiot. Suddenly, Irma extended her hand and started tickling his sides, starting a wrestle on the bed. Hee. How could you overcome the muscles trained with such slender arms? Wrist lock. Chuang never once bested Irma. Since then, Chuang has been made emotional by sleep techniques, desiring softer skin contact. In a manner of speaking, slightly stiff physical touch passed. The second day unfolded in counterattacks and retaliations. After getting up, Chuang immediately took a shower, finished a simple training session, showered again, spending an elegant holiday. Irma? She's still lying in Chuang's bed. Chuang won after all. Good morning, Mr. Yu. At the cafeteria, Air, dressed in sportswear, was taking a break. He looked sweaty. Good morning, Air. Have you been working out? Yes, I want to take a shower. It seemed they had just missed each other. Is that so? Then I'll prepare breakfast. Thank you, I'll go. Air smiled happily and walked toward the bathroom with pattering footsteps. There was no need to wait for Chuang to come out before entering. However, if it was just about sweating, it wouldn't take long, and Irma was still asleep, so he wanted to finish quickly. Spending time with Chuang would take much longer. Good morning. Oh, good morning. While preparing breakfast, Irma also woke up. What are you wearing? Something like his. It appeared she had taken her own t-shirt from the closet in Chuang's room. Though Irma was taller than the shorter Air, she was still smaller than Chuang. In such a way, her wearing Chuang's t-shirt made it look like an oversized mini dress, even though it wasn't easy. Air is taking a shower now. You two should take turns. Irma seemed weak in the mornings, always feeling this way after waking up. Could such a mercenary really function? Chuang had thought of this before, but only on days like today, during a complete rest period, would she exhibit such a state. Could someone like this switch work modes effectively? Ah, Mr. Irma. You look so handsome. I'll go take a shower too. Good morning. Irma yawned while waving her hand and passed by Air, disappearing into the bathroom. A stupefied expression lingered on Air's face. That's great. Would you like to wear my shirt too, Air? Can I? Oh, no thank you. She shrank back slightly due to unexpected excitement. Chuang didn't think his shirts were worth getting excited about. But if Air wore one of Chu Ang's shirts, it might seem more challenging compared to the first issue. Her curves were different from Irma's. Ha. Let's eat. Would you like a different serving every day? Yes. Listening to Air's energetic response, Chuang ordered the high-performance food processor for their daily changing menu for him and Air. A large portion for Chuang and a regular portion for Air. When they first boarded the ship, the regular serving size felt a bit too large, but now they could eat it without strain. Her exercise was consistent, and her body must have adapted. Her figure looked unchanged. Ms. Irma, she spends too long soaking in the bath, so let's eat. That yes. Perhaps thinking about something, Yumi hesitated before nodding. Fully relaxed, Irma soaked for quite a while. Easily over an hour. It must be her method to restore spirit. In that case, I'll dig in. I'm ready to eat too. Chuang clasped his hands together to start eating, and Air mimicked him, doing the same. Today's menu seemed freshly steamed white rice, freshly grilled salmon fillets, fried eggs, and potato salad. No, what Chuang meant was, though they looked like these, the raw materials were processed foods made from algae and krill-like creatures. In reality, both texture and taste were just like cooked food, so there was no problem. However, why were Japanese-style dishes like rice, salmon, fried eggs mixed with potato salad? Although all were delicious, sometimes the philosopher chef would produce bizarre combinations, changing daily. Incidentally, Air's plate held something resembling a large amount of porridge in a deep bowl, something like grilled meat, and something like salad. Air ate with satisfaction. That porridge-like item must have tasted good. Probably. Hey, give me a taste. I'm curious about its flavor. Sure. Chapter 60, Underground Street Scene. Ami scooped up something that looked like porridge with a spoon and handed it over. Though feeling a bit embarrassed, he accepted it without being shy. What is this? It has a slightly sweet and rich flavor, feeling more like soup than porridge. Surprisingly filling in an unexpected way. There's also a hint of cheese and honey. This isn't a main dish. It must be some kind of dessert. Doesn't it taste good? It seems delicious. Sorry, I've never tasted anything like this, so I can't identify it. But it definitely makes you want to take another bite or two. As a return gift, I'll give you something similar to a fried egg. Alright, He used chopsticks to break the omelet into bite-sized pieces and sent them to Air's mouth. This fluffy and sweet rolled omelet would surely please Air's palate. It tastes great. Good, one more bite. Air's hand once again brought a spoonful of porridge-like dessert near their mouth, Chuang candidly eating away. Absolutely amazing. The taste was mild, not overly sweet. Yet the feel of cheese and milk blended together perfectly, leaving nothing to complain about. What an incredible food. You, with such feelings, Chuang responded, just as Irma, who had finished bathing, expressed her surprise. Good morning, Irma. Good morning, Irma. Good morning. If I'm disturbing, I'll go soak again. What is it, Irma? You want some too? Here. She lifted a piece of the omelet with chopsticks and handed it to Irma, who took it with her fingertips before putting it in her mouth. The way she licked her fingertips afterward felt particularly sensual. To start flirtatious bickering this early in the morning. Sigh. Yesterday Guang monopolized my attention. Today it should be my turn to listen, right? Air's cheeks slightly turned red, her smile appearing. Irma laughed wryly at Eru while starting to order breakfast from Jarun. Shall we two go on a date? There's me still on the ship, so if Daochuan Technology calls, I can notify you via mobile phone. You should go to the Mercenary Guild first. Because he didn't come yesterday, and it's better to inform him that we're still here. I understand. Can Eru come too? Sure. Eru's ears buzzed with excitement. Her fists clenched tightly against her chest. She seemed quite spirited. I finished checking yesterday. You're full of energy. That's right. I need to properly escort you. There was no checking at all. Impossible. Quite disappointing. However, if there's trouble, I will protect you. That's sufficient. Elma, holding the breakfast given by Jarun, sat beside Chuang. Mr. Elma, having thick steaks made from artificial meat for breakfast with a generous serving of potato salad early in the morning, exudes so much vitality. No, it doesn't matter. The atmosphere here is entirely different from the colony. Yeah, it feels much livelier here, and the pedestrians' vibe is distinct too. After tidying up their luggage and disembarking, they strolled along the brightly lit streets side by side. It was completely different from last night when Chuang walked through with Elma. It was incredibly bright. Moreover, people walking along were each uniquely individualistic. People in the 3rd district of Temine Gold Colony wore the same clothes, but those in Elian Turtis Colony's underground area were dressed in a myriad of ways. Some wore clothing resembling suits, while others wore gothic Lolita-inspired dresses popular back then. That outfit. Some wore full-body tights, others stood out in flashy styles. Is that robot or what? There were also many inexplicable alien life forms. Humanoid shapes were fine. Faces looked amphibian-like, reptilian-like, or reminiscent of cats, dogs, foxes. Chuang could identify these. You definitely needed acquaintances like Ami or Eru, humans, or maybe sisters with blue skin and horns who were bewitchingly beautiful. However, those jellyfish-like things floating in the air, or light bulb-looking creatures with tentacles that looked straight out of a book illustrating tentacle towers, how should one respond to them? Is communication even possible? No, paying attention already means losing. Chuang worked hard to cut off this influx of information. If taken seriously, his SAN value might reach a crisis point. It's brighter down here. The surface areas where ports and garrisons are located are always dark, as if it were nighttime. Essentially, most people live in these underground areas where the lighting adjusts according to time: morning, noon, evening, night. Even seeing such aliens did not cause Air to flinch. Is she used to it? Is knowing beforehand that there exist such extraterrestrials fundamentally different from being surprised? Does that building extend all the way to the ceiling? To drive the image of aliens out of sight, Chuang tilted his head upward, staring at towering skyscrapers. So big, how many stories does it have? It seems there are also pillars for support, and the bottom part can penetrate through the migrant area. Ah, that's right. There are building-like protrusions on the exterior walls of the colony too. When they arrived at the port, they noticed that the surface of the cubic octahedron was not flat, with many building-like structures sticking out everywhere. The building going through the ceiling must be one of those. What kind of tenants are in that building? All sorts. There seem to be various restaurants, shops, clinics, offices of commercial companies, and hotels. This alone, exploring just that building, could fill an entire day. If we wanted to visit all the stores, it'd take more than a day. As they talked about these things, they walked down the street. They had just eaten breakfast, so there wasn't anything pressing to eat. What should they do? Shall we go check out some clothes? Yeah, but our current outfits are enough. Buy something nice like a dress. I want to see how a gown like Al feels. While saying this, Chuang pointed with his gaze towards a woman standing diagonally ahead wearing a cute dress, whose face turned red. What's going on? Did I say I'll leave first? No, I think such attire doesn't suit me. He subtly averted his eyes while occasionally looking at the woman, which showed he wasn't entirely uninterested. Alright, let's just tough this out. I want to see it too. We have to go? Let's go now. Weren't there stores you checked out before selling that kind of thing? Yes. Chuang gave a slight smile. On the other hand, Ael's smile twitched. Give up already. Led by Air, they arrived at one of the tenants inside the building that went through the ceiling. The shop was called Atelier Innocence. Is this it? Yes. Chuang hesitated outside the entrance. It was indeed Chuang who said they should come here. However, despite being Chuang, he couldn't help but admit that he had forgotten what kind of place a shop specializing in Lolita fashion dresses truly was. Come to think of it, such a store is a forbidden garden made up of fantasy, floating elements, and airiness where men, a different species, are not allowed. To Chuang, inside felt like a pitch-black space radiating some malevolent vibes, but fundamentally, it was a place filled with an energy that clearly conveyed no men allowed. Air can't do this alone. Oh really? Let's go in. And no need to force ourselves. Gripping Air's hand, he mustered up courage and stepped into the forbidden garden. Perhaps because it was just opening time, there were no other customers in sight. Because of that, the shop staff's gazes immediately converged on them. There were 3 store attendants in uniform. Their eyes swiftly darted between Chuang and Air before breaking into smiles. What kind of pressure is this? Welcome, esteemed guests. Are you visiting us for the first time? Thank you for coming. It's a great honor that you chose our store. Our whole team will immerse ourselves in the mire to ensure your satisfaction. Slippery characters. In an instant, using an inexplicable step, the 3 employees surrounded Chuang and Air. Didn't they just say they'd drag him into the swamp? How terrifying are these people? Please take care of us well. Chuang forced out a response, but Air seemed to have been swallowed by the pressure from the shop attendants, stiffly clutching onto Chuang's arm. The evil aura of the chest against my arm. Okay, I've recovered. A piece. You know what, right? That goes without saying. The 3 shop attendants spoke in unison, their smiles broadening. Wow, they speak fast. Right now, Chuang and their interests are perfectly aligned, in every sense of the word. Chapter 61, Submerged in the Swamp. To be honest, I don't know how much these clothes cost on the market, but I do have a budget. I see. By the way, approximately how much? Considering the amount suggested by the shop assistant, who asked quietly. To be honest, even in the original world, this was a completely unknown area, so I had no idea about the pricing. With no reference point, it was also impossible to suggest an appropriate amount. How much would it generally cost to fully equip a set? Although it depends on the brand of clothing selected, formal outfits typically cost around 1,000 yuan. So 10,000. No, 20,000. Find something suitable for her. Chuang said as he showed the store clerk his phone balance. The clerk took one look at the screen and froze momentarily before breaking into a deep smile. Can we propose options even if they exceed the budget? If you can maintain discretion. If you keep proposing things beyond my budget, I'll go somewhere else. In that case, we'll take care of it. You 2 come over here. The store clerk who inquired about the budget summoned the other 2 clerks who were measuring sizes around them and quickly shared the information. The 2 reacted with a jolt and turned their gaze towards Chuang. Chuang nodded deeply, turning his eyes toward AR. The 3 shop assistants also turned their eyes towards AR. What? Suddenly becoming the center of everyone's attention, AR panicked cutely. AR was taken away by 2 shop assistants while Chuang was led inside by another store employee to the waiting area near the bar counter. The atmosphere of this shop might be a bit overwhelming for male customers. Please wait here for a moment. I'll prepare you a drink right away. Alright. Indeed, for Chuang, wandering around alone in such a soft and fluffy place was quite difficult. This is very appreciated. We'll take care of the miss. I promised to find the most suitable combination for her. Leave it to the professionals. After hearing Chu Ang's response, the female shop assistant broke into a radiant smile and left. Still that slippery gait. Truly, what strange walking method. Vanishing from sight instantly, so frightening. At some point, sugar and milk were added to the coffee on the table. Or rather, when exactly was the coffee served? What kind of supernatural phenomenon is this? How terrifying. Chu Ang was truly trembling. While quivering and sipping the coffee, Chu Ang changed outfits using the previously downloaded dressing up app based on AR's 3D data, waiting for roughly half an hour. Thank you for your patience. An angel has been born. A floating, cute white dress dotted with pale pink graced her head adorned with a large bow. Her legs were covered with either tight-fitting pants or socks, complemented by a pair of adorably light pink shoes. AR, draped in clothing emphasizing cuteness, blushed furiously, shyly twisting back and forth. Noble. Silently clasps hands in worship. Noble to the point where words cannot describe it. Truly worthy of being our noble guest. You understand. The theme is a mixture of suits and cuteness. Would you like to buy? Silently extends the mobile phone. Thank you. After payment, opening the camera app, the process begins to photograph AR from every angle. This excellent device can capture single frames from videos as pictures. Please don't take photos. Such a lovely angel, leaving no record behind. Customer, please control yourself. There will be more opportunities next time. Understood. Chu Ang meticulously filmed video clips covering her whole body, releasing AR afterwards and looked at her again. Angel. Thank you. Then, let me change into another outfit. Miss, please follow us. Guided by the staff, AR disappeared once more into the light and airy garden-like section. Returning to his seat, preparations were made with hot tea and cookies among snacks. So when exactly were these prepared? Truly terrifying. Perhaps clothes were already chosen, for AR wearing new garments appeared shortly. Though this time, with simpler hues, a classical elegance radiated from them. It could be said that these emitted the aura of a young lady. Wonderful. With this, daily wear will also suffice. Yes, our philosophy is precisely this. If permissible, may I prepare a few similar outfits? Hired. Thank you. But that many. Because it's my hobby, and I am a man who never compromises with my hobbies. Chu Ang shook his head, all still within the initial budget, without any problems. If I can see the cute AR, it is indeed cheap. So beautiful. Come, young miss, the next set awaits. Why yes. The staff took AR inside the shop again. I wonder what the next outfit will be. Can't wait to see it. Oh, I should send the previous video to Elmira. Opening the messaging app, I shared the video of AR that I had just filmed. Though it took a moment to upload, a reply came quickly. So cute. Did you buy it? The one in the video, I already bought. Also purchased a few more solemn ones. That's good. Can you buy me something like that? Compared to people here, you suit mature styles better. No, you likely would. Let's come to this store together next time. No, I was just joking. I don't really like pretending. Your reaction makes me want to dress him up even more. You're the type who would do that. As Chu Ang texted back and forth, AR returned with the others. Oh, so dreamlike. Upon hearing Chu Ang's words, the staff members bowed their heads humbly. This time, AR wore a black gown. So this is what they call Gothic Lolita, huh? It wasn't revealing at all. The floating skirt slightly went down past the knees, primarily black with accents of white lace in key areas. On her head was an accessory made from black and white lace. By the way, the price here. You've got to be kidding? Isn't it too expensive? The proposed amount exceeded the comfortable budget limit by far. Just for this piece, it required 35,000 inners. This is a super high-speed network product capable of resisting personal carried laser weapons or solid bullet arms. Wait, why use such material for a pretty dress? Because formal gowns are ladies' battle outfits. I see right. It's still too weird though. How could I appear on a battlefield filled with crossing lasers wearing something like this? In today's world, one might get dragged into gunfights anytime, anywhere. Though terrifying acts rarely happen on streets, ships may be boarded while moving between stars, and space pirates may intrude as well. During such times, these combat dresses come in handy. Confronted by the saleslady's strong emphasis, Chu Ang unconsciously drew back. See, doesn't Miss look just perfect for you? No question about how suitable it is. Yes, exactly, so we must have it this way. No, definitely not. In fact, shouldn't there be similar designs using regular fabric instead because this one's price is outrageous due to its special materials? Upon hearing Chu Ang's critique, the store clerks subtly shifted their gaze away. Wasn't there? Please arrange for one with normal fabric. But if it has lining, I'd buy it depending on the price. Lining alone should be cheaper than the full gown, right? After all, the used fabric is pitifully minimal. I understand. The store staff seemed a bit dejected as they stepped back somewhat despondently. It sounded as if they muttered. No matter what, that item still won't do. That kind is clearly targeted at wealthy imperial aristocrats. Do even imperial nobles purchase such items casually? Hardly possible. To genuine rich individuals, spending 3.5 million on one dress wouldn't mean anything at all, right? Although Chu Ang's sense of money had crashed recently in a smooth manner, he still couldn't rid himself of the mentality of a commoner. Spending tens of thousands on spacecraft equipment was one thing, but having the guts to spend tens of thousands on a single garment, he still didn't possess that audacity. AR returned dressed in a similarly styled Gothic Lolita gown made from regular fabric. This is the normal fabric version of the dress. With the addition of the lining, it turns out like this. The suggested amount was much more conservative compared to before. The lining indeed turned out rather pricey, but considering safety measures, it wasn't exorbitant after all. I want to buy another 2-3 sets of lingerie too. Even though it goes slightly over budget, it's fine. Understood. Perhaps because the sale of underwear pleased them, the staff smiled faintly. After making the payment, Chuang admired once again AR dressed in the gothic Lolita-styled attire carefully. So cute. Yes. Chapter 62, Mercenary Guild and Letter of Introduction. Perhaps out of habit with this style, it didn't sound as awkward as the first time wearing a pink dress. Even so, he still felt embarrassed, slightly lowering his head, fidgeting shyly. Because he was too cute, Chuang could hardly stand it. So which outfit will you wear? What? Ear looked up, revealing a surprised expression. That expression was truly adorable. Since it's a rare date, I hope you'll wear the newly bought clothes. Just send today's outfit together with the others, right? No. But aren't there only opportunities to wear it when we go out? You won't be wearing it on the ship, right? But the bag you brought doesn't match this dress, does it? Ear hastily gave an excuse to avoid continuing the date in the dress. Haha, Ear. That wouldn't stop Chuang. Give me a bag that matches this outfit, and another one that matches the other clothes. I understand. Chuang, without hesitation, spent money to fulfill his desires. Design alone isn't enough if functionality is too low. Leave it to me. The shop attendant who had appeared behind Chuang disappeared just as silently. Chuang had also become accustomed to this environment. There's no need to be so shy. It really suits you, and you're very cute. Ear, flustered by Chuang's rude actions, covered her face with her hands, her face turning bright red, struggling constantly. Haha, just give up already. After leaving the Lolita clothing specialty store's studio, they decided to head directly to the Mercenary Guild. Hermes' choice was the final black gothic Lolita-style dress. Possibly feeling uncomfortable about exposing herself in unfamiliar clothing in front of a crowd, she tugged at Chuang's coat corner, trying to hide and walk behind him. She looked utterly adorable. This way, her contentment would surely show through on her face. Ear, walking like this will draw even more attention. Walk confidently and straightforwardly. It'll make you less noticeable instead. I understand. And there's absolutely no need to be shy. It fits you perfectly. It looks amazing on you. Super cute. Please forgive me. Under Chuang's relentless attack, Ear finally gave up and sank her hands into her face. No, Chuang didn't intend to overwhelm her with friendliness. Chuang truly felt apologetic. But being shy was also endearing. Hee. After a while, Ear calmed down. Though she still seemed a bit embarrassed, she was able to walk normally again and headed toward the Mercenary Guild once more. The location of the Mercenary Guild was on the ground floor of a different building where Pure Studio was located. It seemed to be in the harbor area near the ship landing field. After entering the building and taking the elevator, they ascended to the floor where the Mercenary Guild was located. This building had 3 upper levels, 52 middle levels, 30 lower levels, totaling 85 floors. The footprint of each floor was unknown, but it was quite impressive. Where do the residents live? It seems there's a residential zone made up of similar buildings, which is a bit far from here. Ah, I see. An entire building can house a lot of people. How many people were in this colony? A rather large station, perhaps numbering in the tens of thousands or more. What about lunch afterward? Chuang began discussing with Ear, but before they reached a conclusion, they heard a bang. The elevator seemed to have arrived at one of the levels in the Mercenary Guild. You can also ask the Mercenary Guild. They should be familiar with the local situation. Yes. Together, they stepped out of the elevator, only for all the surrounding gazes to focus on them immediately. The gazes came from people with various appearances. Muscular, authoritative male mercenaries, 2-legged reptilian alien mercenaries. There was no explanation why, but there was a brown-skinned woman wearing a bikini and armor, maids who resembled ladies, a group of 6 individuals small, like children in identical spacesuits, and a work-uniformed, panda-like alien. Compared to Temine Colony's Mercenary Guild, this place is much livelier, isn't it? Why yes. While Chuang's gaze was quickly diverted, the stares directed at Ear seemed hard to break away, making her look somewhat uncomfortable. She'd get used to it eventually. Chuang motioned for Ear to walk toward the counter with body language and started forward. As Ear followed after Chuang, some of the gazes shifted off her. Probably considered Chuang's companion, dressed as a mercenary. Aren't you bringing along an adorable kid? Are you a new recruit? Apparently, no such characters clung around biting, so they smoothly reached the front desk of the Mercenary Guild. Ear naturally drew a lot of gazes, being extremely cute. No wonder. It was a natural law. Welcome. What brings you here today? At the reception counter chosen by Chuang sat a young woman. She gave off an impression of a professional woman in a Mercenary Guild staff uniform. The thickness of her chest armor surpassed Irma's, yet didn't reach Ear's. What a beauty she was. Did the Mercenary Guild select receptionists based on their looks? I'm Captain Guang. This is my intern assistant Ear. We've moved here from Temine Gold Colony to introduce ourselves and plan to operate temporarily from here. As he spoke, he showed his information terminal and handed over a reader, whereupon Chuang took a seat. With it beep, a reading sound, a holographic display appeared on the counter. Understood, verified. You're Captain Yu, correct? Silver rank. With 2 crew members, where's Mr. Irma then? Remaining on the ship, as there are matters concerning Daochuan technology. Daochuan technology. I see. Is coming to this star system luck or bad luck for Tong Yuan? Since we stand to make money, I don't consider it a bad thing. Chuang, spreading out his hands to show her, caused the receptionist to smile faintly. He knows. Trouble seems to stick to him. It was rather subtle. Unless considering being entangled in trouble's actually a good sign, which is impossible. Has there been any contact over there? Not yet. It appears calculating and settling the payment will take some time since it's a relatively large company. I see. If they contact me, please get in touch either with the ship or myself. Understood. What's this? The receptionist suddenly exclaimed, operating something nearby. Just at the right moment, Daochuan Technology has just reached out to me. Oh, who's the contact? The reward amount seems to be 500,000 NL. Market prices can be confusing sometimes. Unless extremely underpriced, I wouldn't nitpick. Could I consult with the crew left on the ship? Yes. After gaining the receptionist's approval, Chuang made a call to Irma, who remained on the ship. Apparently, Irma had been waiting seriously and picked up right away. Hey Irma, what's up? Any issues? No. I've just made my appearance known at the Mercenary Guild, and Daochuan Technology has just offered a reward of 500,000 NL. Would that be appropriate? It's not like dragging them along. Before the rescue fleet arrives, considering the amount as escort pay in the incoming star system, it's reasonable enough as a medium-sized passenger ship fee. Can I accept it then? Yes, there should be no problem. First, consult with Ear. Understood, thank you. Alright, seeing how much you rely on me makes me happy. Irma ended the call with then, I'll rest well on the ship. Chuang confirmed once more before looking back toward Ear. Irma said 500,000 NL should be fine. Do you have any thoughts? Daochuan Technology probably also runs a comprehensive hospital. To give you a physical checkup, shall we prepare a letter of introduction? Is that so? Then let's submit that request. That's settled then. Okay, I'll pass this request along. Once I receive the response, I'll inform you immediately. Thank you for handling that. Oh, I have another question for you. Really? What's that? Could you recommend a restaurant where I can try this colony's specialties and delicacies? Perhaps completely unprepared for such a query at the Mercenary Guild counter, a question mark appeared above the receptionist's head as she froze. So unexpected a question, huh? Chapter 63, Physical Examination. The day after a pleasant date with Air, they received an introduction letter from Daochuan Technology, and the three of them headed together to the general hospital operated by Daochuan Technology. Rinkai? They all say that local specialties are not delicious, but Chuang holds a skeptical stance on this opinion. Common sense suggests that there should be no such thing as a bad-tasting local specialty. This is how Chuang thought. How bothersome. The stuff in synthetic handmade food boxes indeed can't be easily tasted if one is not at the origin. But what if the flavor of the ingredients was preserved perfectly into a mush? Indeed, his belly swelled up, and the taste wasn't bad either. How to describe it? A delicious milkshake? And its size L? No analogy could suffice. It could only be called a nutritional supplement paste. Chuang and Air couldn't help but make faces like Tibetan antelopes. Did the receptionist hint at something? What's wrong? Your expression is like you've bitten sand. No, look at that stall. On their way to the comprehensive hospital operated by Daochuan Technology, they saw a snack stand just like the one they had passed the day before. Chuang glanced sideways. Air also made a similar expression. Incidentally, since today Air's clothing might need to be taken off during the examination, it felt more like a simple tracksuit with a jacket over it. Chuang was roughly the same as Irma. Everyone carried laser guns. Does it taste bad? It was recommended by the guild's receptionist. Sigh. Too extreme. Such a rare experience. Since you can't eat it here, from that perspective, perhaps it really is a local specialty. It's not bad for your stomach to swell, but cheap. Still, this isn't something you'd want to eat repeatedly. As Chuang and Air were emphasizing how terrible the nutrition supplement slurry from that stall was, they had arrived at a building. The wall of the building prominently displayed the company name of Daochuan Technology. Is the whole building leased by Daochuan Technology? That's pretty clear. Yes, it's quite visible even from a distance. Air looked up at the building, feeling somewhat impressed. Irma seemed to have no particular thoughts and didn't comment much. The three of them walked together into the entrance of the building. Which floor? There's probably a navigation robot inside the building. What's a navigation robot? While thinking about it, Chuang followed behind Irma, who placed her information terminal on the control panel on the wall. Then came a beep-beep electronic sound, and a fist-sized spherical object flew out from a round hole in the wall. Welcome. I am Navigation Unit N34. I will escort Miss Irma to the destination. Oh, high-tech. This isn't high-tech. For you, it's high-tech. Yes. Is that so? Yes. Air tilted her head. Now that he thinks of it, she didn't mention that she's from another world. Maybe tonight we'll talk about it. Air had no suspicion towards Chuang. She thought there was no need to bring it up. Should she consult with Irma first? She started moving following the navigation unit that was guiding them. Looks like they'll be taking the elevator soon. This thing is really cute. Is that so? You have quite unique sensibilities. Aren't small animals cute? You might slightly understand. Though small, it feels quite hard-working. The navigation unit automatically designated the floor to move to, and the elevator began to ascend. Speaking of which, the elevators in this world don't stop halfway to let others enter. What kind of structure is that? Truly a mystery. Before long, upon possibly reaching the destination, the elevator doors opened, and the navigation unit rolled out again. With deliberately issued rolling electronic sounds, it was rather sly. It must be so that even if those accompanying lose sight, they could still distinguish through the sound. It seems we're here. They passed by several people in white coats resembling doctors and nurses, walking down the corridor where an open space became visible. It was a clean and bright space, giving the impression of a medical institution. Oh, welcome. I've been waiting for you. The navigation unit stopped beside the person standing there. It was a woman. Her height was comparable to Chuang. She had waist-length dark brown hair braided into a plait, with her hands tucked into the pockets of her white coat. Her gaze directed at Chuang from behind her slightly old-fashioned glasses had a hint of sleepiness. Though her appearance was plain, she was undoubtedly of the beauty category. The thickness of her chest armor, about the same level as air. Excellent. I'm Xiao Zi, responsible for your physical examination this time. I'm a doctor, please take care of me. Saying this, she gave a grin. I'm Captain Guang. This is staff member Irma and Mimi. Please take care of us, Teacher Xiao Zi. Sure. Speaking of relaxation, my shoulders are sore. Is that so? Then let's do it this way. The chest armor must have caused shoulder soreness, he thought as he nodded. Today we're going to have a comprehensive physical examination, right? Teacher Xiaoke took out a tablet from somewhere and asked. No, where did that tablet come from? Her hands were just in the pockets of her white coat moments ago. Yeah, especially me. I don't even know what vaccinations I've received or haven't. Here only receives regular vaccines. As mercenaries flying all over the place, this is quite important. How about Elma? I've had them. Come to think of it, with our kind of elves, our immune systems are stronger than humans, so they aren't as necessary. However, there might be updates, so it would still be good to check. I see. Is there anything else on your mind? Guang has lost his memory. Sorry, I was lying to you. Just as the topic of memory loss came up, he interrupted himself by shaking his head at Ear, upon hearing Chu Ang's words, widened her eyes and stared intently at his face. She looked very surprised. While it's not amnesia exactly, the situation is a bit complicated. To put it simply, my memories are somewhat blurred. Because of an accident or something else, I ended up here together with the ship suddenly flying to the Tamine star system. Why this happened, I'm unclear myself. There's no record on the ship's docking log before arriving in any star system. It's as if we appeared out of nowhere. Oh, well, this is certainly strange. It's incredibly strange. So, maybe due to that accident, my memories before and after are blurred, and some parts don't align with the present. We also hope to thoroughly investigate if these effects could severely impact the body. I see. He might have experienced an accident while driving, placing some burden on his mind and body. Indeed, it would be best to carefully examine this point. Teacher Xiao Zi kept nodding, while operating the tablet. Was she opening medical records? Are there any special medical histories? I don't have any, as far as I can recall. I don't have any either. Like Chuang, who shook his head, Mimi and Elma also shook theirs. Chuang didn't have any specific allergies, and his body should be quite healthy. So, let's start right away. First, we'll use the medical scanner for a full scan. It's their latest model here. Daochuan Technologies? Yeah. Though their market share in the galaxy matches other companies, its performance includes origami folding functions. The downside is it's slightly larger and more expensive. Our product line focuses on high-end equipment. Chuang followed Teacher Xiao Ku, who proudly said this and started walking ahead. Teacher Xiao Ku explained Daochuan Technologies' medical scanner as they walked, which left him completely baffled. Too many technical terms, beyond comprehension. That's how it is. I understood less than 20%. I know, it's incredible. Yeah, I get it, you're impressive. Anyway, it's super cool, that's enough. Dr. Xiao seemed to be in a great mood, showing no particular sign of annoyance. She probably got used to people reacting like this already. Well, this person feels more like someone suited for research rather than directly treating patients at the clinical level. You're my saviors. I will diagnose you with the best equipment available, rest assured. Saviors? Did you take that ship? Teacher Xiao Zi turned around to look at them, asking. She emphatically nodded her head. Yes, back then, I thought it was all over. Even though I'm a woman, I'm quite simple. If space pirates hadn't broken through the ship but boarded instead, there was a real possibility I'd be dealt with. Saying this, she shrugged. Not really? How about this? Teacher Xiao Zi looked close up to be beautiful, her chest armor thick. Perhaps she would have been captured by space pirates. To say it would be lucky compared to being handled. Honestly, he wouldn't think so. Right, yes. Actually, overseeing your health checks was sort of squeezed into my schedule. In reality, I work in the R&D department. Don't worry. I have a medical license, and my skills surpass those of most ordinary clinics. I take pride in it. I see. There wasn't much else to reply except, I see. It's not like the impression changes. Questioning her statements would also be impolite. You're doing this as life-saving benefactors. I'll ensure you're checked thoroughly using the best equipment. Rest assured. Life-saving benefactors? You rode on that ship. Teacher Xiao Zi turned around and looked at them, questioning, nodding firmly. Yes, at that time, I felt hopeless. Even though I'm a woman, I'm pretty straightforward. Even if the space pirates didn't destroy the ship and boarded instead, there was a good chance I'd be handled. She said this, shrugging. Not. What was it like? On closer inspection, Teacher Xiao Zi was indeed a beauty, her chest armor thick, possibly taken by space pirates if captured. Talking about being handled, it wasn't necessarily luckier in his opinion. Chapter 64, Physical Examination 2. Chuang and Mimi looked toward Alma's line, both showing expressions of subtle unease. Yes, it should be this way, right? But since she herself said there's no problem, they can only believe her. If they cannot accept it, they can go to other medical institutions for another physical examination. It's still better to let Dr. Xiao Zi check here honestly. Come on, it's this room. Please come in. All right. Oh, wow. Oh, in Dr. Xiao Ke's lead, the room they entered had several beautiful devices, incomparable to the simple medical probes in Krishna's clinic. This is indeed much larger. The simple medical probe in Krishna's medical room was somewhat like a small bed in size, but the medical probe in this room was about the same size as Krishna's medical room. Approximately 2 m in height, 2 m in depth, and just over 3 m in width. It's so big. Isn't it huge? However, each of these machines is equipped with a positron computer for data analysis. I have great confidence in its performance. Come, take off your clothes and enter the medical probe individually. What part? All of it. All of it. I've already gotten used to seeing naked bodies. Don't mind me. Ah yes. They thought but didn't say it out loud. Perhaps they were not worried about teacher Xiaoku but themselves? Thinking this, but saying nothing, they took off their shirts and sportswear, glancing at AR and Alma, husband and wife. Alma threw her shirt, hitting Chu Ang's head. The unfolded shirt obstructed Chu Ang's vision. AR, hurry up and get inside. Can you stay like that until we go in? Ow ow. Saluting and proceeding according to the words spoken. But Chu Ang was already naked, wearing a woman's shirt on his head while letting it dangle loosely. Wasn't his attitude strange? Was anyone paying attention? Was it? They've gone into the medical probes. Teacher Xiao Zi spoke to Chu Ang, taking the shirt covering his head and throwing it into the basket holding Chu Ang's discarded clothing. Thank you for bearing witness to such an embarrassing thing. No, it's fine. Unable to help, but bow their heads toward each other. Continuing to stare at each other would be pointless. So Chu Ang also opened the cover of the medical probe and lay down inside. There was a subtle sense of restriction. This made Chu Ang recall the past MRI examination he underwent. Not sure if it was due to the medication taken before the test. There was an unusual sensation of his body heating from within. He had personally experienced this revolutionary feeling. Can you hear me? We'll start scanning now, just relax. Is that so? Try to keep your body as straight as possible, and place the backs of your hands tightly against the sides of your thighs. Understood. Just do as you say, and wait for a moment. The medical probe flashed pale green light countless times, scanning Chu Ang's body. Since Chu Ang wasn't from this world, hopefully, nothing odd will happen. Alright, it's done. I'll open the probe, and you can go change your clothes. With a puff, sound of air escaping, the cover of the medical probe opened. It didn't take much time to finish the inspection. This truly was a sci-fi world. MRI takes a long time. The body gets hot, and one wouldn't want to repeat the process multiple times. Chu Ang eagerly dressed himself and returned Alma's shirt to her. I don't need to mention me and AR, but your results are quite alarming. As long as there's nothing wrong, that's good enough. Don't talk anymore. You're making me nervous. Haha, I think you don't need to worry, Looking at the tablet computer, Teacher Xiao suddenly squinted, staring intently at the tablet screen. Teacher, you're furrowing your brow. No, Guangjuan, may I ask you something? Yes. I have many questions I don't understand, so I want to ask you first. It seems like you don't have multi-language translation dental implants. Is that so? It's natural not to have them, because I don't remember having put them in. However, judging from this reaction, it seems strange not to have them. Mimi and Alma also wore expressions of, is that even possible? It's strange not to have them. Very strange. Very strange. Strange, right? Except for Chu Ang, the other three all nodded in unison. These multi-language translation implants have spread across the entire galaxy. It is considered normal to transplant them into the brain from birth. As long as someone applies at birth, regardless of identity, anyone can get transplanted for free. It is almost impossible for someone of Chu Ang's age to not have been transplanted yet. Still, young Master Guang has no language barriers, right? That's true. I haven't seen anything like this, though apparently, he lacks common knowledge. Is that so? Can I take a test? Please proceed. Teacher Xiao started operating the tablet computer as he spoke. Starting now, this tablet will play various alien languages. Could you repeat what you hear from the tablet? This is the testing procedure for multi-language translation implants. Sure. In that case, let's begin. The tablet in Teacher Xiao's hand began playing audio similar to everyday conversations, and Chu Ang repeated the content word for word as he heard it. The test program ended without any issues. It seems there are no problems, but how does it work without an implant? I have no idea either. Is this the common linguistic translation bonus found in otherworld transfer phenomena? Is this a sci-fi world? Chu Ang would rather have had dental implants like an ordinary person, or should we say, he really has no idea what's going on. How should I explain this properly? Anyway, there shouldn't be any problem. Please don't ask further about the absence of implants. Personally, I'm quite curious. I don't intend to be Teacher Xiao Zi's lab rat. Let's move on to the next item. No choice. Next question, where are you from? According to my understanding, the third planet of the solar system, Earth. Or perhaps it's better to call it Sol Star System. Referring to the third planet of the solar system isn't something people usually say or hear in daily life. Since Chu Ang was asked while gaming, he answered straightforwardly. Sol Star System. Never heard of it. Teacher Xiao Zi glanced at Mimi and Alma, who also shook their heads. Let's put my origin aside for now. What exactly is going on? Regarding your genetic data, many parts haven't been observed before. Upon investigation, his bodily functions are similar to those of regular humanoid animals, so there's no issue. Very intriguing. Since such unobserved genetic data hasn't been seen before, it might contain special factors we previously lacked. That makes more sense. There are many unexplored areas in your genetic data. Would you be willing to share them? Chu Ang glanced at AR and Alma, who showed expressions of uncertainty. That's right, Chu Ang doesn't know either. What benefits would come from this? That's already incredibly valuable. The unknown genetic data is just as cutting edge as anything else in this universe. Teacher Xiao asked excitedly. Very close indeed. The intense gaze from behind her glasses almost felt like it flew over. Chu Ang gently placed a hand on her shoulder to keep her at a slight distance. Will this harm me in any way? I think it shouldn't. We handle information security very well, and there won't be leaks. But I wouldn't recommend you go somewhere else for similar checks. You could end up being treated like a lab rat. We're trustworthy. If we obtain the genetic data, I promise not to bother you or restrict you improperly. This is becoming serious. Chu Ang didn't fail to foresee this, but he didn't expect it to be this severe. What should he do? Should he entrust all his healthcare to Dakawa Technology as requested? Understood. We will positively consider providing the genetic data. Our condition is that future medical care must be entirely handled by Dakawa Technology, and we hope for convenience. Moreover, regarding the monetary amount for the genetic data transaction and the usage rights of analyzed data, please allow time for a more detailed discussion later. Today, our task is physical examination and receiving preventive vaccinations. I suggest waiting until after collecting the genetic data before administering the vaccinations, as they may cause variations in the data. I want the most natural possible results. What kind of vaccine could alter genetic information? Chuang feels a bit frightened. Do I have to come again? I need only your genetic data today. One day is enough. Isn't it true that no merchant hands over goods before signing a sales contract? If you trust me, I could provide it first. Teacher Xiao Zi smiled faintly, tilting her head. Chuang didn't expect this teacher to act so slyly. Because there is no trust relationship established yet, it can't be done. So disappointing. Don't we already have skin data? At least, through the medical probe scan, we've learned Chu Ang's genetic data is unique. But physical samples are still better. What I really want are blood or seminal fluids. Please wait until we reach an agreement on terms. There's no way around it. Sighing, Teacher Xiao Zi looked exasperated. This person truly thinks like a researcher. Definitely not in the mindset of a doctor. Alright then, if we can resolve it simply, let's get it over with quickly. I want to analyze Guangjuan's genetic data as soon as possible. Teacher Xiao Zi flashed another smile. Figure out a way, won't you? Chapter 65, Losing Something Important. Al and Irma left to another room to continue with other tests and treatments, while Chuang and Dr. Xiaozi returned to the hall. It seemed they were eager to conclude the matter of Chuang providing his genetic data. The other staff will take good care of those two individuals, please don't worry. It's not people from my research field, but those at the scene. Rhinoceros. So, has the budget inquiry come through? When's the plan? The reward for providing unknown genetic data is determined to some extent by its rarity or the amount of unknown parts. Once the scanned genetic data is sent over, it will be approved immediately. I see. Though he looked like he was relieved that it was finally done, he said treating them today had been squeezed in as well. Although a person in the research field, it was likely that this individual possessed strong political skills. That's how it goes, about the money. Randomness. Money is a very convenient tool. Usually, the trust relationship which takes long-term cultivation can be compensated for by numbers. Certainly. Then, what's the offer? 3 million yuan. Holy cow! Is my genetic data really worth this much? Converted into yuan, it's approximately 300 million yuan. Chuang didn't have any special lineage, but his genetic data was extremely expensive, leaving him astounded. I already mentioned, human-like unknown genetic information is truly on the cutting edge, potentially pushing us to a higher existence. A higher existence. What exactly does this person intend to do with him? No, Chuang knew nothing about the bioethics of an alternate world, nor should he interfere. My personal information must be protected. Naturally, that's how the contract works. Dr. Xiaozi handed the tablet in his hand to Chuang. After confirming the content, everything looked fine on the surface. Chuang would protect his personal information, no unauthorized cloning, and if violated, Daochuan Technology would pay Chuang 30 million NL as compensation and cease all analysis, study, and utilization of his genetic data. There were favorable clauses listed for Chuang. The contract also included Chu Ang's earlier request for Daochuan Technology to take responsibility for future medical examinations. Chuang read it several times, suspecting there might be a trap somewhere, but indeed found no issues. You're really careful. Isn't it terrifying to entrust your genetic data to others? Moreover, there are too many clauses beneficial to me. Is there such a favorable deal? Under this contract, even if Daochuan Technology makes money analyzing your genetic data, you won't earn a penny. I understand. However, even if I were greedy, it seems there wouldn't be any good results. I intend to work hard with my own hands to make money, so I don't feel affected. That response is typical of a mercenary. Upon hearing Chu Ang's words, Dr. Xiaozi gave a slight smile. The money acquired through this method should be regarded as being cheap. Of course, one could refuse, but Daochuan Technology had already discovered the value of Chu Ang's genetic data. That would complicate matters. Thus, while following Daochuan Technology wasn't the optimal choice for Chuang, who did not want to be overly disadvantaged, he believed this approach was the safest. The safety of Chuang and the staff is the top priority. It seems we've reached a conclusion. Using his finger to scroll on the screen, he signed Captain Guang in the contract signature section. Thus, the contract was formed. Thank goodness, the contract is signed. Let's draw blood immediately. That sounds good. Before talking about blood, how did the semen come about? Can you look forward to something from me? Dr. Xiaozi gave Chuang a peculiar glance, licking her lips. Wait, I haven't heard such things before. Stop it. Forgive me. Ugh, my pure blood. Yes, you've worked hard. Inside the medical probe made by Daochuan Technology, with the cap open, Chuang shed tears silently at that moment when Dr. Xiaoka's voice suddenly softened. Understand Chuang, he doesn't want to recall it. Entering the medical probe would cause psychological trauma. Some people might become addicted. I don't want this again. Climbing out of the medical probe, Chuang dressed up. Something felt odd. Chuang decided never to provide his genetic data again. Absolutely not. Initially expecting a sexual plot with Dr. Xiaoka. How sweet could things get? Thinking practically. In short, the provision of genetic data ends here. What anticipation. He chuckled. Contrary to Chuang, who had hit rock bottom emotionally, Teacher Xiaozi was in extremely high spirits. Her pale cheeks were flushed with sakura pink, yet her face was beaming with joy. Seeing her so happy, Chuang didn't want to be angry anymore. Ah, it hurts. I'm back. What's wrong? Your eyes are red. Mr. Hong, comfort me. Chuang tried to hug Irma, but was denied as she covered her face. He then knelt down and buried his face into Al's ample chest. Wow, this is amazing. Ah, Al is patting Chuang's head. He likes it. Hey, what's going on? Since you agreed to provide genetic data, we immediately prepared the genetic data, but he seems not to like our approach much. The method of handling? To collect, thus. Ah, the disaster that befell Chuang was laid bare. It was too harsh, akin to rubbing salt into a wound. Unless Al gives lots of comfort. He chuckles. Master Hong, you must hate it so much. You're so pitiful. This level of ball can still endure. You're just doing it to coquette. Miss Irma, you went too far. Mr. Hong's eyes are red, aren't they? I think he truly cried because he disliked it. Isn't that embarrassing? Al said with a slightly angry voice while tightly holding Chuang's head. Coordination. Irma's callous voice sounded a bit off. Regarding that, I apologize. I didn't expect you to dislike it so much. Honestly, I was too excited and couldn't explain properly. Should have clarified things better. Perhaps let him do self-collection in some private room, or I could assist directly. Did you have Teacher Xiaoke assist? Really? Why couldn't Chuang seize that future opportunity? He resented his own indecision. Rather than doing it yourself, why not ask us? The teacher has no reason to do such things to someone like that. Huh? No way. Without Guang's help, I would have been space junk by now. Thinking about it, it's nothing. Oh, giggling laughter from Teacher Xiaoke and somewhat displeased tones from Irma echoed. The atmosphere seemed subtly strange. Al continued to hold Chuang's head like comforting him, constantly stroking his head. Chuang felt like his mind was close to madness. All right, I'm revived. Mr. Yu, is it already okay? It's fine, I'm revived. He resisted the strong temptation to bury his face in Al's chest and stood up. Chuang avoided eye contact as Irma looked at him, surprised. How can a grown man cry over getting touched? Not just a little, it flashes. If you say so, one day I'll make you experience something similar. Remember that. What? And no, a bit. Irma's complexion paled, and she began acting flustered. But Chuang wouldn't forgive her. Remember? Then it's time for the vaccine injection? Yes. His physiological functions are no different from an ordinary person's. There shouldn't be any problems. Usually, there are no side effects, but it's best to get treatment and rest quietly for about 3 days. I see, I understand. Then please lead the way. I understand. Could you two wait for me in the hall? I understand. Understood. Chuang parted ways with Irma and Mimi, who had nodded, and went to another room to receive the vaccine. There was no particular pain, just a few injections resembling cancer-type needles applied to places like the arm, neck, and chest before it ended. Frankly, it was disappointing. It's simple and not painful. Painful? Is that even possible? Ah, no, it's my business. Weren't you born on the third planet of the Sol system? In other words, in your birthplace, this kind of treatment is very painful. Please skip it. If this type of treatment still causes pain, the medical technology there must be quite backward. Aren't you saying Teacher Xiaozi doesn't listen to others? Ha ha ha, people often say that. Chapter 66, New Feature 1. Teacher Xiaozi laughed with an air of nonchalance. This smiling face, or rather, this gentle smile, made Chuang lose his mood to be angry. People who don't mesh well simply can't get along. Anyway, please stop trying to clear up my affairs so thoroughly. I'm very sensitive about this. There's nothing we can do. Living on a planet is just like that, isn't it? In this world, almost everyone lives in colonies in outer space, and the people living on planets seem to be only a select few. The upper class, nobility, and such. Chuang's situation is different. He comes from another world. If Teacher Xiaozi and Taochuan technology found out, he might really end up imprisoned, used as a guinea pig. We could hope they'd be satisfied with genetic data. Then I'll trouble you. I understand. There are still many things I want to investigate. Please cleanse all the genetic data first. Without hesitation, he tucked away Teacher Xiaozi, who was imploringly looking up at him, into his sleeve. To be honest, the look upward was slightly charming, but this level wasn't enough to entice Captain Guang. Ahaha, someone like me just won't cut it. Both Ima and Shimi are beauties. Those two are indeed beauties. Huh. Teacher Xiaozi tilted her head at Chuang's statement, but Chuang put on his shirt without concern. So does this mean it's over? Ah yeah. Finally, I will tell you the result of the comprehensive diagnosis, and let's meet up with them. The two left the treatment room together and headed towards the hall. Irma and Mimi were waiting there while discussing something. Irma immediately noticed them and turned her gaze towards them. Earl followed suit, casting her gaze this way. You've noticed quite well. I know your footsteps. Because elves like Earl here are good at this. It's said that those who live a traditional life in forests can distinguish the footsteps of beasts from over 2 kilometers away. Is that so? I could never reach that level. Irma shrugged. Those long ears didn't seem to be mere decorations. However, having these ears isn't entirely beneficial either. One hears things they don't want to, and helmets or caps meant for humans mostly can't be worn. Things one doesn't want to hear. Like the sound of your stomach. It was gurgling just now. True. Chuang instinctively covered his stomach, yet still didn't fully understand. Upon further thought, he was indeed a bit hungry. In that case, it's a pretty good time already. Shall we eat first? What should we have? I recommend directly absorbing substances from freshly prepared food containers. Okay. Earl's eyes went blank. Chuang felt his own eyes going blank too. Irma gave a wry smile, and Teacher Xiaoke tilted her head in confusion. It's likely Teacher Xiaozi understands nothing about taste. Due to daily intake of such things, her sense of taste has degenerated. How pitiful. Is that so? Then the diagnostic results data has come up as well. Let's discuss it in that private room over there. Saying this, Teacher Xiaozi walked off. They followed after her. Hopefully, there wouldn't be any major issues. To summarize, all three of you are healthy, with no latent diseases, and your physiological functions are fine. That's great. Teacher Xiaoka's announcement filled Chuang with heartfelt joy. Chuang wasn't worried about Irma's condition because Earl had gone through a period of suffering. Chuang was slightly worried. He baselessly believed everything would be fine. Actually, Chuang wasn't overly concerned either. Regarding vaccinations, everything is handled for all of you. Irma has already been inoculated, so she doesn't need it, but both Ermiai and Guang have received the necessary vaccines. However, there are absolutely no traces on Guang's body. Isn't that strange? Teacher Xiaozi looked at Chuang with curious eyes, and he shrugged in response. It's due to religious reasons that I haven't accepted them so far. There it is then. Anyway, as I mentioned before, side effects may occur, so rest for 3 days. The probability of side effects appearing is less than 0.1%, but it's not impossible. Understood. Are there any other precautions? Yeah, can Ting Jun and Irma stay for a moment? What? No, you two come closer. Guang, keep some distance. Both tilted their heads and moved closer to Teacher Xiaozi, and Chuang obediently stayed farther away. Teacher Xiaoka, looking at the tablet screen, quietly conveyed something to the two. Mimi nodded seriously, and Irma's face alternated between red and green. I am somewhat concerned. I'm sorry, just a moment. Teacher Xiaozi smiled and waved to Chuang. Chuang and Irma glanced at each other. Irma's face turned bright red all of a sudden. What's your reaction about? Chuang was very concerned. Earl noticed Irma's condition and turned her gaze to Chuang. Is Earl normal? She didn't seem to have the strange reaction like Irma. What on earth is going on? That's all. You need to be more careful. Wow, got it. Yes. The two returned, and Chuang also went back to his original position. Perhaps he should ask Earl later. Is there anything else we need to ask? There's nothing for you, Guang. Measurement data will be sent to your ship later. It has many incomprehensible values written there. Chuang wondered if this world was the same. Even with that, whether or not the knowledge could be used without interpretation was questionable. Then we're dismissed? Dismissed. Will the fee be deducted from my genetic data? I can pay now. In terms of these matters, it's better to consult at the reception. After all, I'm a researcher and doctor. I see. Then trouble you. Much obliged. More thank you. Chuang led Irma, who still seemed somewhat shaky, and Nami, who remained calm as usual, out of the single room where they'd received their explanations, heading toward the reception desk in the hall. Incidentally, the combined treatment cost for the three was 90,000 enel. Cheaper than expected. No, 9 million enel for 3 people, prohibitively expensive. Well, let's consider it money spent for health. No, it's still too costly. In this world, medical expenses are extremely high. Keep this in mind. Should the three of us go eat together? While talking, dressed slightly thin, feeling uneasy, so why not go back to the ship? On board, we can enjoy a delicious lunch prepared by Chef Xia. There's no need to take unnecessary risks due to possible errors. So, what did Teacher Xiaoka say to you two at the end? Irma's reaction was too obvious. I'm curious. Nothing. Irma seemed unwilling to make eye contact with Chuang, focusing instead on her food. Without even mentioning an island. It was something along those lines, right? Chuang shifted his gaze to Earl. He merely informed me that, compared to the medicine I'm currently taking, there's another drug inside my body. Is that so? It would probably be better to switch then. The expense will come from me. Do it quickly. All right. Thank you, Mr. Yu. Earl smiled faintly. Not necessary, since safeguarding employees' health is the captain's duty. What about Irma? Nothing, the same as what he told me. Chuang wasn't sure why her face had turned red that way, but she seemed unlikely to tell Chuang, and might even get upset if Chuang were too persistent. So, don't pursue it any longer. First, rest for 3 days. How will we spend our time? Can we avoid staying cooped up on the ship? No, when I asked while getting the vaccine, it seems we're not at that stage yet. Going out briefly appears fine, and the likelihood of side effects is very low. Got it. Let's visit tourist attractions with the 3 of us. Great. Shopping is mainly what Alton Tiae's Coroni Tourism offers. There are various kinds of stores. Indeed, I managed to pass some time happily by browsing through only a few shops a few days ago. Besides shopping, is there anything else? A factory tour. Food box factories, artificial meat plants, hydroponic farms, high-tech product assembly factories, shipyards, etc. Visiting tours of these factories also seem popular. Oh, factory visits. That does sound interesting. Visiting food factories definitely catches one's attention. Right here in their mouths. Seems like there are also factories making alcohol brewed using improved crops. Irma's long ears emitted a beep. Truly comprehensible individuals. Is it a reservation system? It probably works that way. Should we make a reservation? Yeah. Could you arrange a schedule that's not too busy? And at the end of the trip, let me visit the alcohol factory. Irma's ears bobbed gently. Understood. I'll book places with good reviews. There should be tasting available. Chapter 67, New Function 2. Elma slightly raised her head, and our eyes met. The moment our eyes met, Elma hurriedly lowered her gaze. That's right, Elma. Your plate is already completely empty. Well then, tomorrow the 3 of us will go on a factory visit date. I'm looking forward to it. Why yes, I'm also excited. I'll go buy some things. What will you buy? Are you sure you'll be fine alone? Should I come with you? I'm fine. I'm absolutely fine. I'll gear up fully. I can go alone. Elma flusteredly refused my offer, put the plate into the dishwasher, and quickly walked in the direction of her room. Something definitely still felt off. Air. It came out of my mouth. I don't think this is a bad thing, and if Elma decides, she will speak for herself. Listening to Air's smile-filled voice, Chuang decided to swallow down the questions that were rising in his mind again. Hopefully, it isn't a bad thing. I'm not entirely sure either, but be careful so that Elma doesn't become too distressed. Yes. Chuang felt that Elma was wobbling as if leaving the boat. Is she alright in that state? I'm kind of worried. Elma showed up in front of Chuang that evening. For some unknown reason, she even let Air deliver dinner to her room and used text messaging software to specify the exact time Chuang should bathe, thoroughly avoiding any encounter with Chuang. Her face turned red as soon as she entered the room. Is she cooking something? She also seemed somehow different from usual. Normally, when she came to Chuang's room at night, she would do so casually, dressed in casual clothes or sportswear. Today, however, she wore neat white pajamas. Watching Elma's pale skin flush with red, her awkward demeanor while wearing those neat white pajamas. Something seems about to happen. She feels like a completely different person. You've been acting strange all day, are you okay? Why you alright? Elma looked nervous, like she might faint at any moment. Clearly, something wasn't right. What's wrong? Don't just stand there. Come sit, alright? Wow. Elma staggered slowly toward the bed, hesitating slightly before making up her mind to sit down. Not next to Chuang, but rather with a small gap between them. I'm really tired today. Why yes. Elma looked strange. There's nothing strange, right? Don't you feel a little weird? Elma covered her oversized ears with her hands as they gradually reddened and moaned. Wouldn't spirits usually cover their faces instead of their ears in such moments? It must be a cultural difference. So what happened today? You seem different from usual. She placed her hand on Elma's waist, causing Elma to tremble in fear. Is that right? You this. Cough. Why a chicken? Feed. Are you alcohol? Elma let out a strange cry and collapsed on the ground. Thinking something serious had happened, Chuang picked her up, only to find her reeking of alcohol. What's going on? What should we do now? Chuang didn't want to touch Elma, who has large eyes due to drunkenness, so he decided to simply let her lie down on the bed and see how things went. Or maybe she just fell asleep immediately, so Chuang followed suit by lying down. Guang. Elma hugged my arm with a contented smile. Reproduction. No, what kind of dream are you having? Elma muttered unsettling words, and Chuang chuckled bitterly before closing his eyes. Savoring the comfortable warmth of Elma's body against his skin, drowsiness crept in quickly. It must be the fatigue brought about by the unfamiliar medical examination. Chuang wasn't overtaken by sleep completely. While Elma woke up immediately covering her enlarged ears with both hands, her red face steaming hot. Although I don't know what happened, she seems extraordinarily shy, like an embarrassed spirit. I lost control after drinking to boost my spirit. Boost your morale? How much exactly did you drink? 1 bottle of whiskey. Straight down. Drinking such a strong alcoholic beverage all at once, and then coming to Chuang's room. This regrettable universal spirit would certainly collapse. Thankfully, there was no reversal. So, why were you acting so strangely? If someone said my body could have children with you, wouldn't you be shaken as well? Spirits can only have children with their recognized spiritual partner, right? Elma's neck twisted unnaturally like a broken tin toy, and her gaze landed on Chuang. Do you think Chuang is asleep? Unfortunately, Chuang woke up earlier than you. Good morning. Greeting a blushing Elma in the morning. Small talk is important. There's also such a record in the Kojiki. Mog. A pillow smashed heavily onto Chuang's face. Hey, don't press the pillow so hard onto my face. My nose hurts. Moreover, I can't breathe. The struggle with Elma, who was already deranged in the morning, consumed a lot of stamina. Really, these days it's not fashionable for women to resort to irrational violence. Therefore, it's unfortunate that you're a universal spirit. So, does that mean Elma might fall in love with me despite her round shape? It's not like that. Miss Elma, don't resort to violence just to hide your shyness. Yes. Guh. Elma was tangled by air, covering her reddened ears while steaming with heat on her face. What kind of logic is this? Anyway, it's amazing that spirits and humans can have children. How do the chromosomes and genes work? Spirits and humans look extremely similar and seem to be close relatives, which makes it incredible that they can interbreed. But no matter how close a species appears to its target, aren't they still distinct beings evolving separately on other planets? Upon careful thought, it seems incredibly mysterious. Spirit. That, if accepted mentally, then the other party, and this, that, woof. When she got to this point, Elma covered her ears with both hands and laid her face on the dining table. I see, more or less understood. Universal spirits are naturally inclined, instinctively or constitutionally, to serve as seedbeds for other races. What an ilof. Could it be that in the homeland of universal spirits, there are beast men, goblins, and tentacle men? Even if attacked by such races, giving birth to their offspring is necessary to avoid being killed. It must be a survival strategy. Then, through generation skipping, producing spirits to ensure the survival of the spirit species? Is longevity and hybrid gene pollution part of the survival strategy of universal spirits? If so, in a sense, the universal spirits are quite extraordinary. I think I understand now. Universal spirits are truly remarkable. I'm worried about how she accepts this. Anyway, I'm sure Elma considers me as Shake. Woo. Elma's cheeks burned red as she moaned, trembling with her hands raised. Is it like a fire engine or something? Hong, you teasing me is too much. Yes, I apologize. Elma, I apologize too. Chuang, Upon hearing this, sincerely apologized. Among the three, Air is the youngest, but for some reason, neither Chuang nor Elma dared to oppose her. Well, I've gone too far too. But I'm happy. Elma thinks so much about me. I also like Elma. She is reliable, cute, and most importantly, interacting with her isn't tiring at all. She's very amiable. One could say it's comfortable being with her. Is that so? That's right, it's true. Do I feel the same way? That's exactly what I think. Elma clasped her hands together, twisting her fingers in front of her chest while averting her burning red face and speaking. So adorable. Yes, with that understanding, the relationship between the two of us is good. We're good friends. Why yes, Chuang and Elma nodded in agreement with the smiling Air. Then, after making peace, let's follow today's plan and first visit Sarah Company's artificial meat factory for learning. Oh, artificial meat. I am indeed curious about how it is made. Artificial meat is meat, but it isn't red, it's white mystery meat. Its texture closely resembles beef and pork, unlike poultry. It doesn't resemble fish either. It gives a complete impression of being wild animal meat. However, as previously mentioned, it's not red meat, it's white meat. When placed into the automatic cooker, the surface gets roasted into a meaty color, but when cut open with a knife, the cross-section remains white. Though it is such peculiar artificial meat, it tastes great and is rich in fat, making it incredibly delicious. From the term artificial meat, one can infer that it isn't pure meat, but rather artificially synthesized. Yet, it's hard to imagine its production process. I've never seen an artificial meat manufacturing plant before. Looking forward to it. Afterward, we plan to visit the hydroponic farm and the associated food processing plant. Hydroponic cultivation farms grow what kinds of crops? Isn't it algae used for food boxes? It seems looking at it wouldn't make one happy. However, arranging a sightseeing tour specially shouldn't end up being so boring, right? You're right about that. We're going to have lunch at the food processing plant. No matter what it is, we can have freshly made processed food. I hope it's not that one. Don't worry, it's not that one. I've already carefully investigated it. Chapter 68, New Feature 3. Eyes filled with nothingness. Ear nodded. It was the stuff in the food box used by the automatic cooking machine. The moment it was made, it was drunk as a smoothie, which is one of this colony's famous dishes. It seemed so. The taste, there was a subtle salty flavor, like mousse at room temperature. Subtly mixing the smell of grass and a fishy scent, it really didn't taste good, but it would fill the stomach. Isn't that overlapping? We should go soon, right? Yeah. Considering the time on the road, we might need to prepare. Then let's get ready separately and meet at the canteen. About an hour later, they reached their destination. No. How to say it? Sitting on that mobile train felt not bad. But the acceleration and deceleration are tough. It's not much compared to the acceleration and deceleration of a ship, but occasionally people still get motion sickness. The transportation they used was a mobile train utilizing an underground freight system. It was very cheap and quick to reach the destination, but the inside was very narrow and crowded. The carriage was like forcibly attaching seats to containers for cargo transport. At most, it could barely accommodate 6 people when full. They 3 went in, but it still felt a bit crowded. Sitting 6 people would certainly be packed tightly. The scenery outside couldn't be seen at all, but it was still an interesting ride. So, is this that artificial meat workshop? What's up? In front of the strange-looking Elma's line of sight was the factory's signboard. Sela Company Cultured Meat Manufacturing Plant. Is there something suspicious about it? I remembered something. Today, the two of you can enjoy yourselves well. Hold on. She firmly grabbed the shoulder of Elma, who was turning around to leave. Why run away just seeing the billboard? There was nothing suspicious about the sign. Cultured meat? Isn't it artificial meat? Ear tilted his head. Cultured meat? Oh, indeed, it said cultured meat. What's the difference between it and artificial meat? Elma, I don't feel like going in. But 3 people have already booked. The time is almost here. Well, I'll take you along. No. Dragging Elma, who looked utterly repulsed, toward the plant area. Entering the building through the main entrance and heading towards the reception hall, it was crowded with skinny men who didn't look very healthy. Upon seeing their figures, he immediately greeted them with a smile. How terrifying. Welcome. Are you Mr. Guang and your party? Yes. Thank you for applying for this visit tour to our factory. My goodness. Visitors wanting a tour haven't been here in such a long time. All our staff are highly spirited. Is that so? He smiled at the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were quite horrifying. Feeling absolutely no malice, what should we say? Yes, he looked extremely happy. His eyes were gleaming, like focusing on prey. No, rather, like a child who has gotten a toy. It must be Chuang's illusion, right? Well then, follow me along the path, please. Proceed according to the navigation. With a snap, the door the man pointed at opened automatically. Nothing surprising. Automatic doors aren't anything extraordinary. But why is that door so thick? Is it a safe? Young master, let's go. Ear seemed entirely oblivious to the abnormal atmosphere emanating from the man, and appeared very excited. Looking like he'd grab Chuang's hand any moment now and dash off into the passage. I am reluctant. I won't let you go, only you. Too strong. Don't pull me. While being dragged by Ear, Chuang also pulled Elma's arm. The atmosphere wasn't good, Ear shouldn't go alone. But Chuang also didn't want Elma to escape here. Either way leads to death. After entering the corridor, the door behind them closed with a click, locking automatically. To maintain hygiene standards within the factory, sterilization treatment will be conducted. After the treatment is finished, please enter the next room. The sound of a machine sounded, and a puff emitted, filling the room with faint white smoke. Seems like the sterilization has already been done. The sterilization is over. Please enter the next room. The door at the end of the passage opened. That was a small room. No windows. Besides the door they came in through, nothing else could be seen. What kind of room is this? Didn't you see the door? Chuang on guard, an ear tilting her head, while Elma sighed helplessly. We'll regret this. At the exact moment Elma said that, the locking sound of the door closing echoed again. Simultaneously, the ground trembled fiercely. Is the room moving? As Chuang muttered to himself, a voice came from the ceiling. Thank you for participating in today's tour of the Sela Corporation Cultured Meat Manufacturing Plant. This room is a pod that can be used to observe the interior of the factory. This room itself is a mode of transportation. There aren't any chairs or anything. While checking the feel of the laser gun hanging at his waist, he looked around. There was an uneasy feeling in his heart. Our company's cultured meat has been favored by a wide range of customers for 300 years, and as a high-end ingredient completely different from other artificial meats, it boasts an impressive return rate of 93%. During this tour, you can see everything from the initial cultivation to growth processes, processing stages, and shipping schedules. Please enjoy what you see. What's the difference between artificial meat and cultured meat? It seems there is one. Ear tilted her head. Elma leaned against a corner of the room, closed her eyes, and completely cut off all visual information. How should we react? A foreboding sense lingered. Let us first observe the initial cultivation process. The walls turned transparent, revealing the exterior view. It was the factory. Transparent containers were transported out by conveyor belts and injected with several kinds of liquid by machines. Containers filled with the liquid ultimately converged in one place and were stored in an incubator-like device. What is that box? I don't understand at all. He pointed to the incubator-like object and tilted his head, leaving Chuang also utterly baffled. As the room moved forward, they could see what was inside the incubators, presumably after having been stored for some time. Hiss. So that is. Further inside, it seemed like something was inside the incubator's transparent containers. It resembled worms or something similar. It was rope-like flesh. It appeared to grow larger as it progressed further into deeper incubation zones. I have a bad feeling about this. Could cultured meat possibly be? Watching the area where the incubators were reseed, Chuang and Ear remained silent. That's why I didn't want to come. Elma's words echoed in the quiet pod. Thank you for your visit, and please continue to patronize our company's high-quality cultured meat. Nicha's employees showed overly clingy smiles as they left the cultured meat manufacturing plant while listening to his words. Well, for now, I won't be able to eat meat. That's exactly why I dislike it so much. What they saw afterward. Chuang did not want to recall, like the pool filled with flesh-colored tentacle-like creatures, or the spot where they were sliced after growing as large as trains. Oh. Chuang barely remembered the content of the announcements, which probably indicated that these tentacle-like creatures originated from ordinary animals such as cows or pigs. Their genes had been modified to suit being consumed as meat, eventually taking on tentacle-like forms. They grew fast, excelled at nutrient absorption from their feed, and once fully grown, became quality meat. Chuang could only say that these creatures, lacking proper intelligence and driven purely by instincts to eat and grow, slightly needed attention to their appearance. I do not know the purpose of that facility. It wasn't exactly content that would stimulate one's appetite. That's precisely why I don't like it. Next is the hydroponic farm, right? I hope the next trip is more normal. With heavy steps, they moved toward their next tour site, feeling mentally drained. No, truly, they hoped the next destination would be more decent. Chapter 69, Factory Tour. It seems that there is a rule stating that if you leave the factory beyond a certain extent, you will die naturally. Is this McCarr Company? Is this it? Wow. Chuang thought his expression should be the same as Elmira's. Because this McCarr Company's hydroponic farm looks exactly like the Petri dish factory of Sarah Company they visited earlier. Both are food factories, using the same building units. Is that the feeling? It looks just like the same building, only differing slightly in signboard color. Anyway, let's go in. Yeah. With a sense of resignation, they entered the factory from the main entrance. The interior decoration is different. Yeah. Like the Petri dish factory before, no one else can be seen besides them. But this hydroponic farm is overall brighter. Is it due to the lighting? This place is brighter, giving an impression of cleanliness. Welcome. Are you Mr. Guang's group with the reservation? Yes. A composed-looking woman was waiting for them at the reception desk, looking very much like a corporate receptionist. She was dressed in a uniform resembling an air stewardess, exuding a clean and tidy vibe. Compared to the somewhat terrifying male receptionist at the previous Petri dish factory, she left a very good impression. Thank you for applying for our factory tour service this time. It's been a long while since we've had visitors. Our staff members are all excited. So, is there something wrong? This familiar line froze Chuang's face. Elmira and Irmi's faces were probably frozen in the same way too. The receptionist tilted her head in confusion. No, I actually just finished touring Sarah Company's Petri dish factory. Those tasteless travelers who benefit unknown parties. No, speaking ill of other companies may violate etiquette, but isn't it going a bit overboard? Since the unit used is the same as our factory, the appearance also looks similar. The receptionist spoke, revealing a bitter smile. Regarding other companies' tours, you seem to have a good grasp already. Rest assured, our company treats factory tours seriously, at least not making customers pale-faced. The receptionist gave a faint smile. She felt all her uneasiness melting away by her smile. Really, I entrust it to you. Please relax. Before starting the tour, a full-body sterilization is required. Please enter that door. Following the receptionist's indication, they entered the gate and underwent sterilization just like at Sarah Company, Ltd. Can the smoke sprayed out kill bacteria? Am I fine? Does this smoke have no effect on the human body? Anyway, it's an advanced technology world. No need to worry, right? Guided by the attendant, they moved to the next room, which wasn't a pod chamber, but rather a corridor where the walls were entirely made of glass. Apparently, this factory has started personally patrolling the facility. Wow, so bright. Yeah, it's just like real sunlight. Each area has explanations. That light appears to be special illumination capable of emitting wavelengths suitable for cultivation. Just like a sun lamp? Shuang recalled in a certain game, there was equipment to obtain crops without seasons. Shuang thought he wasted a lot of electricity, but in this world, electricity could potentially take any form. Krishna also had a pile of generators with unclear structures, but astonishing power. What are they growing? What's the deal? Is it a crescent moon? Cleisans, commonly served alongside steaks. Apparently, they're cultivating those things similar to cleisans in large quantities. It's said to be a vegetable rich in nutritional value, and when eaten raw, it has a slight spiciness. It's processed into meal boxes. Elmira read the explanations on the walls made of a material akin to glass and informed them. Oh, I see. It said that the primary materials are algae and krill. So there are also vegetables like cleisans. Vegetables like cleisans are taken care of by robots that resemble drones flying through vast spaces or mechanical arms moving along tracks in the hydroponic farm. Truly, it's highly automated. Advancing while observing such scenes, they finally reached an area with several massive circular swimming pools. Green swimming pools, is it algae? Seems like it. Facilities growing algae used as raw materials for meal boxes. Work here has almost fully achieved automation. Robot arms harvest green algae-like substances or spread brown powder. What's that brown powder? Fertilizer. What's wrong? Apparently, it's from the recycled daily living waste on various ships. Living waste. Oh, so that means it's people's daily discharge or those things made into solid blocks. Not just feces, but also food waste. Waste from filtered bathing water and shower water. Their ship would also go out to sea, so the recovery company commissioned by the Port Authority would come regularly to collect it. It's a kind of recycling. The original raw material is this. Well, that said, it feels kind of weird. Still, on the Earth where I live, using feces as fertilizer for crops is quite common. Although human feces are used less than before, animal feces, leftover plant seeds after oil pressing are still being used. Human feces were used in the past too. Maybe they're still used now, but he hasn't actually seen any fertilizer being stockpiled. Perhaps there are places where individuals use it, but Chuang wasn't well versed in agricultural situations, so he wasn't sure. You really do have knowledge about an uncivilized planet. Being called an uncivilized planet makes one feel kind of strange. But let's not talk about that. Indeed, I can't even imagine how advanced technology in this world is. While talking, they moved forward, then saw another swimming pool. Is this where they breed krill? Looks like they're breeding animal plankton here. We also seem to be using daily living waste as feedstock. That's right. Earlier at the cultured meat factory, they seemed to say similar things. If only we'd had more time to listen to their explanation over there. A vision of a meat-colored swimming pool popped up in his mind. Factory workers slicing meat off eel-sized creatures with glowing eyes. All SAN checks failed entirely. The explanations couldn't even smoothly process into their brains, probably because of the failed SAN checks. As they talked and continued walking, they arrived at an area that looked completely like a factory. Here they processed the meal boxes. The entire process looks rather crude though. All materials get thrown together into the processing machine. The materials transported by conveyor belts were dumped into the processing machine, then came out from the machine's exit as some sort of paste-like substance. Hey, is that it? Yeah, that's it. What is it? Oh, this is a famous dish from Scaroni. Elmira looked at them sympathetically. Ho, Shuang wouldn't forget that look. Looking at the pale greenish paste, Irmi's eyes appeared vacant. Shuang's eyes must have been just as vacant. Voidness is a pretty new term, isn't it? That paste gets processed further to make the meal boxes. Then it goes through automatic cooking machines into everyone's stomachs. High-end meal boxes don't seem to be produced here. Indeed, as Irmi said, only the popular model meal boxes were being produced here. Compared to popular ones, high-end meal boxes cost 5 times as much per unit. And they tasted twice as good as the regular meal boxes, though not exactly 5 times better. I'd like to see how high-end meal boxes are made. Do they use more refined materials? It doesn't seem much different. Walking further, they reached a place that resembled a canteen. We offer meals with newly prepared meal boxes. Automatic cooking machines from manufacturers that collaborate with our company are displayed here. Please give them a try. You can also consult about purchasing. There was such signage. Looking closely, indeed, many brands of automatic cooking machines were present. However, there were none from the Philosopher series. I see, the structure seems decent. Will they make profit with so few customers? Most visitors here are rich, aren't they? Automatic cooking machines are expensive. Selling a few units each month could easily turn a profit. I see. Nodding while pressing the button marked meal box here on the wall, a live video showed fresh meal boxes being transported directly from the production line. Alongside the video, immersive background music played on a holographic display. An impressive sound effect of ouch emerged from the wall. That's kind of cool. Chapter 70, Factory Tour 2. Irmi and Elma also gave it a try, and it seemed that there were several modes for the background music and live broadcast camera work. The two of them tried it out, and it felt different from Chuang's experience. This is really fun. Kids find it fun, they'll press it several times. Everyone expressed their respective thoughts as they made their way towards the automatic cooking counter. Which automatic cooking machine should we choose? Does each manufacturer have such big differences? How about if 3 people order the same menu to compare? That sounds good. Let's give it a try. So, the 3 of them ordered omelet rice from different manufacturers. They then shared and ate the omelet rice prepared simultaneously. They're quite different, aren't they? Yes, the seasoning and texture are all different. It seems to vary according to preference. I like kilo companies. I prefer Tsuinian companies. I also want to buy kilo companies. Incidentally, the food from Sima's company, which no one chose, wasn't bad either. It was sufficient in quality. Maybe different manufacturers specialize in different dishes. That's possible. It's not possible to try them all. There might be manufacturers who make excellent curry rice or Japanese cuisine. At Chuang's place, Jiren could cook anything and it would taste good. It was indeed expensive. Incidentally, after trying it, Sima's company's dessert pudding was absolutely delicious. Indeed, different manufacturers had their strengths and weaknesses. If wealthy families can afford it, wouldn't they own several automatic cooking machines, like these ones for cooking, those ones for desserts? As long as there's space, having multiple automatic cooking machines might be considered a luxury. However, if you're going to buy a few, it'd still be more economical to get a high-performance automatic cooking machine like Jiren has. That's true. If you need several, the space needed for the automatic cooking machines would naturally have to be larger. In outer space, the areas where one could safely survive were very valuable. In other words, to secure ample space, one must pay exorbitant costs. In that case, as Chuang said, configuring a high-performance machine would lower the total cost. They took a rest while drinking tea and then left the hydroponic factory. Wine. Elma walked lightly on her way to the next destination. Of course, she was in high spirits because the next stop was a brewery. Elma was so hyped up, she couldn't settle down. Next time, let's do something more serious. Yeah, I think it should be fine. Chuang and Ir followed the bouncing Elma while exchanging smiles. After walking for about 10 minutes behind the sprightly Elma, they reached the final stop of the factory tour. Almost everything that can be called alcohol is produced here, but the most famous product is the rich flavored beer. When Elma arrived at the cola beverage factory, she turned around and told them with sparkling eyes. What kind of situation was this? Coming to visit the factory but being guided by the companion instead? Looking back, glowing effects surrounded Elma. What was that? My ears, aren't they shining brightly? Yes. Is that some magic from fairies? What? I'm hearing it for the first time. Is there such a thing? I'm not quite sure, but apparently there is. Really? Since these cosmic fairies don't have any magical elements, it's rather sad if they are actually able to use magic. They don't show any signs of doing so. Let's go in. Let's go in. Harry. Elma's excitement level was at its peak. I've never seen Elma this excited before. Chuang and Ir exchanged glances with wry smiles as they followed the rushing Elma into the factory. Just like other factories, they entered the sterilization room under the guidance of a receptionist and then moved inside the factory. This factory, unsurprisingly, is run by a large manufacturer. There were many tour groups aside from them. The exclusive path for visitors was meticulously cleaned, creating a pleasant atmosphere. The other tour groups consisted of a large number of people. It seems that the main races in the Graken Empire are all humans. This makes sense, logically. Fairies, aside from Elma, are rarely seen. Are they a rare species? If it's a race other than human, there are ones resembling lizard men, ones like an amphibian and fish combination divided by 2, ones resembling vertical sea anemones, and even people with furry ears and tails. Can we communicate with something resembling a sea anemone? Snap out of it, and head to the tasting area. Wait, let him explore the factory properly. If it's just about drinking, what's the difference from drinking on the ship? The taste of freshly made drinks is entirely different. Well, no rush. We don't have anything scheduled afterward, so there's no need to hurry, right? Elma puffed her cheeks, with her long ears drooping. Are you the kid that got scolded and now won't eat any snacks? Is this where they make beer? Beer. Yeah, beer. Chuang thought, if you weren't spacing out, you should be shouting instead of muttering like this. No, Chuang didn't actually know the precise definition either. In this world, even if it's not satisfying, it's still considered beer. Let's understand it this way. However, in this world, there seems to be an unnatural lack of carbonated beverages. Could it be that their existence has been forgotten during the process of space colonization? In a zero-gravity environment, even when praised, beer is not an easy thing to drink. This is very likely. The beer production process doesn't have anything particularly moving about it, but the speed at which the machines work is fast and accurate, so people who enjoy watching machines operate methodically could watch for hours. Are there such people? I really like it. For some reason, it feels comfortable to watch. I don't quite understand this world. Elma shrugged as she watched the factory layout. Chuang also enjoyed staring at the regular and correct functioning mechanisms. Mass-producing factories for such products were enjoyable to watch without growing tired. After watching the operation of the machines for a while, they were satisfied and headed towards the next area contentedly. Next was the fruit wine manufacturing counter. Would they display the fermentation process by extracting the juice from fruits? While thinking that, reality slightly surpassed Chu Ang's expectations. Orchard. Yes, the next area resembled an orchard. In a spacious expanse similar to a vineyard, drones and robotic arms busily moved about to cultivate the plants. It felt somewhat similar to the food box factory they had seen before. Yeah, these are fields for alcohol fruits. Here seems to be a field for grape wine. Wine field? What on earth was Elma talking about? Chuang shook his head as he walked forward, noticing the tasting zone for newly harvested wine grapes. Apparently, by paying at the terminal, one could sample freshly harvested wine fruits. Try it. Cola beverages wines also taste good. I've never tasted red wine before. I'm kind of looking forward to it. Chuang tilted his head in confusion as Elma made a payment at a vending machine-like device and received a deep purple grape-sized fruit placed inside a paper cup. She stuffed the fruit into her mouth without hesitation. The alcohol is good, and the wine fruit is sweet too. Come on, give it a try. Is this allowed? If so, under Elma's persuasion, Ermi picked a fruit and put it into her mouth. It's less sour than I imagined. Also, not very astringent. When making wine, both the skin and seeds are crushed together. When eating it directly, you wouldn't chew up the skin and seeds on purpose, right? That's why it doesn't feel astringent. I see. But there's a clear taste and aroma of wine. Although it tastes good, eating too much might get you drunk. Chuang approached the two who were having this bizarre conversation. Hong, have one too? Even if you can't handle your liquor well, trying one shouldn't be an issue, right? Probably. That's good then. Chuang obediently opened his mouth as instructed by Elma, who plucked a wine fruit and shoved it into Chuang's mouth. It definitely tasted like a grape. He began chewing the fruit. At that moment, the scent of alcohol erupted in his mouth. The juice seeping out from the fruit was essentially wine. Unlike what Ears mentioned, it wasn't astringent at all. Thus, as wine, its flavor leaned slightly mild, but Chuang thought it indeed tasted like wine. Does the fruit contain alcohol? Is that possible? It seems different from common knowledge. The wine I know is brewed by crushing a grape-like substance resembling these wine fruits, fermenting them, then squeezing out the mature liquid, exactly like that. This is the traditional, primitive method. I heard that until 2,000 years ago, they used to brew it this way. Nowadays, most wines seem to be made using wine fruits. This result of variety improvement, no, advancement in genetic engineering. It's utterly absurd. While swallowing the remaining wine fruit skins and seeds in his mouth, he groaned. His body started heating up. Just by doing this, his face turned red. Chuang's tolerance for alcohol is still so poor. Hong, your face is turning red. It's kind of cute. This is annoying. Whenever I drink alcohol, my face flushes. Even a single can of beer gets me hiccuping. For some unknown reason, Ears smiled brightly at Chuang's face while Elma giggled continuously as she sipped the wine. Realizing the unusual heat on his cheeks, Chuang averted his gaze and covered his face with one hand. Again, he was mocked. It's vexing. Next. All right, let's keep going. Ong. Hee. Chuang started walking first, and the two followed behind laughing. That's right. This place could possibly be a dangerous spot for Chuang. Next up was the brewed liquor area. Brewed liquor area? Forest. That's the distilled spirit tree. Distilled spirit tree. Naturally harvested whiskey from trees is premium whiskey. It tastes completely different from synthetic whiskey. Synthetic whiskey. How utterly confusing. What even is natural whiskey? Excuse me, how do they make that natural whiskey? Isn't this a field trip to learn about it? Look, there's an explanation over there. Elma pointed to a spot where a holographic display showed the explanatory video. With just a light press of the button, the video began playing. To sum it up, the sap of these whiskey trees is what's known as natural whiskey. Just like maple syrup, when the tree gets injured, whiskey oozes out as its sap. What in the world? This sounds exciting. By the way, the book also introduced synthetic whiskey, which beverage companies are mass-producing as low-cost synthetic whiskey. It doesn't seem like they're doing that here. Instead, they mix various flavorings into generated alcohol to make it resemble whiskey. Although natural products are popular, it seems the price-friendly synthetic whiskey is even more favored. Natural foods still taste the best. Is that so? It's kind of too strong for me. Elma downed the sample cup of whiskey in one gulp, smiling as she did so, while her ears squirmed uncomfortably due to the burning sensation. As Chuang helplessly wiped the uncomfortable ear, he noticed Elma purchasing another drink. You better not get drunk and act all silly. Chuang's inner plea proved futile. By the time the factory tour ended, Elma had already been thoroughly intoxicated. Even Ermi, having tried several samples, was swaying slightly. Yeah. I'm sorry, Mr. Hong. Chuang held on to the clinging Elma, steadying the swaying Ermi, and finally returned to Krishna with some difficulty. When Ashin woke up and Elma checked her phone, her face went pale. At the exit of the tour group, she cheerfully chatted with the staff holding a terminal, hearing about all the delicious high-end liquors they purchased after sampling. The total came up to 100,000 credits. You haven't even paid me back 1 credit yet, and now you spend 100,000 on adult drinks? Quite bold of you. Can you forgive me? Elma put her hands together, cutely tilting her head. Small snacks. No alcohol for 2 weeks. And if you sneak any drinks, all the alcohol I drank last week will have you sipping slowly until you finish. Teacher Xiao said once addicted, it's hard to quit. Please, let me quit drinking. Elma tearfully nodded. Not taking immediate action might show mercy, but rebuttals aren't approved. In such unexpected circumstances, the three spent 3 days recuperating. If only they had known the consequences beforehand, they might have left this star system earlier, but hindsight is always 20/20ths. On the morning of the second day after recuperation, Chuang directly went to Krishna. Long time no see, silver-class mercenary Captain Guang. An unexpected visitor arrived. Her perfectly defined features, shimmering golden hair, red eyes, pristine white military uniform, and red cape. The elegant female soldier armed with a sword at her waist. That's right, it's Captain Serena Halls from the Time and Star System, who has come to Krishna. Chapter 71, I decline. Oh, the tea leaves are really good. Krishna didn't have a reception room, so Captain Serena was asked to sit down in the dining room. Now she was elegantly drinking the tea served by her due. Facing Captain Serena, who sat opposite them, the three of them sat side by side across from her. In the middle, Chuang and Captain Serena were facing each other. On either side were Du and Irma. Well, that? Is there anything you need? Upon hearing Chuang's question, she smiled slightly and gently placed the mug filled with tea on the table. Ordinary ships like theirs wouldn't have delicate teacups or saucers. I've come to invite you. Captain Serena said this with a smile as they looked at each other. Chuang thought, in this moment, their thoughts should be completely aligned. How persistent is this woman? I'm the type who won't let go of prey once it's spotted. Che, how terrifying. He chuckled as he said this, which made Chuang shiver down his spine. Chuang's arms were embraced from either side. Was this Du and Irma's way of not handing him over? The right arm was quite content. Left arm? Isn't it stiff? Let me see. Sorry, you two. As soon as Chuang spoke, Mimi and Irma reluctantly released his arms. Although they wanted to hold on a bit longer, it couldn't be helped. In other words, one must know how to read the atmosphere. No matter how you look at it, the prey Captain Serena had her eye on wasn't what she seemed to imply. I believe I've already declined several times. I don't intend to join the Imperial Army. Yes, I know. Very unfortunate. Captain Serena revealed a smile, looking somewhat sorrowful as she sighed. That gesture was too dramatic. Could it be this person is unexpectedly mischievous? No choice but to give up. It wouldn't be wise to forcefully persuade someone, lest the mercenary guild becomes interested. I wish to maintain a good relationship with the guild. I see. If that were true, why had this person come here then? Chuang would not join the military. Even after accepting this fact, why specifically did Captain Serena go out of her way to seek out Chuang on Krishna, declaring she wouldn't let go of her target? You don't think you're trying to assert the power of an imperial noble, do you? How could that be? If you did that, you'd flee to the Belabellium Federation, wouldn't you? He replied silently. At such moments, responding with something casual like, yes, wouldn't fit because the other party was an imperial soldier. By the way, I've been promoted. Due to my outstanding performance during the recent Tamian Star System defense battle. Look, my rank has changed too. Now I'm Major Serena Holtz. Congratulations. Pointing at the insignia on her shoulder, Captain Serena. No, now Major Serena openly reported her promotion. Could she have specifically come just to announce this? It didn't seem plausible. Chuang raised his alertness level. The reason I was promoted is also thanks to Captain Guan. You played a pivotal role during the previous defense battle. For some reason, crystal organisms attacking the enemy fleet was also quite lucky. Why exactly? Haha, truly lucky. Back then, we accidentally collided with the enemy fleet, which scared me half to death. Cold sweat poured out of Chuang's heart. Never mind. Using the singing crystal to summon crystal organisms, hitchhiking onto Belabellium federal attacks shouldn't be discovered. Calm down, Chuang. Chuckles. Yes, that was quite a timing. Still, I have no intention of pursuing you further, so rest assured. Major Serena smiled faintly, with a face saying, here's a loan for you. Come to think of it, did anyone lend anything? If Chuang hadn't done that, the Star System army would surely have suffered major losses. Rather, it's Chuang who borrowed something. Haha. Though I don't understand fully, if my actions have indeed helped Major Serena, that's a relief. Ha. Was it fear of Chuang's conversation with Captain Serena that made his ears tremble slightly? Even though previously caught off guard by the other party's clever tactics, Chuang wouldn't repeat the same mistake. This time from the start, maximum vigilance. Don't think it'll be easy just like that. Well then, it's about time we got to the point. Yes, upon my promotion, I've also taken command of newly formed units. Is congratulating you appropriate then? Personally, it makes me happy. Since long ago, I've requested the establishment of a dedicated independent fleet against space pirates from the upper echelons of the Imperial Army, and the request was approved. I've been appointed as its commander. An independent fleet against space pirates? Yes. To put it very roughly, the Imperial Aerospace Army can be roughly divided into two parts. One is the defense fleet stationed in colonies and fortresses of various star systems, responsible for defending against foreign invasions and maintaining order within the star system. The other is the mobile fleet that annihilates enemy attack fleets and is responsible for attacking other countries. I see. The total combat strength of the defense fleet, mainly under what's called the Star System Army, is quite significant, but due to covering the vast expanse of the Imperial domain, their combat power tends to disperse easily. As a result, aggressive actions against space pirates and cosmic monsters often come with risks, which might shift them to a defensive stance. If such actions are not carried out carefully, leading to damages or failing to maintain proper public order, it could lead to fatal situations. Therefore, the Star System Army only actively deals with these threats when well-planned operations that ensure a complete seal-off and have sufficient combat capabilities are in place. I can understand that. In cases where eliminating threats results in massive losses for the Star System Army, information about their inability to act spreads quickly to space pirates in neighboring star systems, leading to large-scale attacks. Even under almost complete seals, due to reorganization efforts, patrol frequencies will decrease, leading to an increase in fluid space pirates. If everyone knows Chuang has suffered enormous losses, nearing dysfunction, then it won't just mean increased traffic. It could escalate to worst-case scenarios involving attacks on colonies. Thus, the mobile fleet cannot be deployed casually either. The mobile fleet represents the strongest sword and shield of the Empire. Operating it requires colossal costs, and if moved carelessly, neighboring nations may take advantage and launch attacks. In other words, lacking guerrilla forces means mercenaries handle the situation right now. Exactly. This newly established anti-space pirate independent fleet is not meant for mercenaries, but rather for the Imperial Army to gain its own guerrilla fighting capability. I see. But what does this have to do with Major Serena coming all the way to my ship? In other words, the Imperial Aerospace Army is developing its own combat capability and becoming a competitor to mercenaries. That said, the coverage of one fleet is minuscule. All they need to do is avoid star systems where the independent fleet operates. To be honest, Chu Ang's impression was simply, good luck. Why did the commander personally come to his ship to brief him on these details? It's truly hard to comprehend. That's why I came to recruit you. Chu Ang had already stated multiple times that he wouldn't join the Imperial Army. Time to stop trying. If you reject me so blatantly, it makes me want to get mad. Never mind. In other words, I wish to ask you for a favor. I want to hire you as someone who specializes in dealing with space pirates. A favor? Chapter 72. I refuse to. If it were a commission from the Mercenary Guild, depending on the content, Chu Ang would also accept. There was always an unsettling undertone to these kinds of requests, but for now, he would set that aside. Chu Ang wasn't foolish enough to step on visible landmines. What exactly is the content? Our Imperial Aerospace Army, though adept at attacking enemy fleets and bases as a fleet, lacks the skills to deal with rogue actors, temporary raiders targeting civilian ships. That's true. The existing tactics simply don't match the current target. If unlucky, space pirates appearing before an independent fleet might instantly turn into space debris, but pirates aren't stupid either. They escape or hide when an independent fleet approaches. So, I'd like to consult with you, an expert specifically dealing with space pirates. I see, understood. And Lieutenant Selena's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Allow me to refuse. My matter-of-fact words froze her smile. What? Why? No, I don't have to accept. Why not go to the Mercenary Guild instead? It'd be better to learn directly from their experience. Compared to someone with questionable origins like me, they'll select a more suitable instructor. Though it sounded reasonable, the real reason was sheer laziness. Chu Ang hadn't heard the amount of payment yet, but it likely wouldn't surpass what they normally earn hunting space pirates. And no matter how one looked at it, the detention period would certainly be long. Low pay, prolonged detention. For Chu Ang, this was purely disadvantageous. I want to learn your secrets. I decline. Why are you so obstinate? Lieutenant Selena puffed out her cheeks adorably. Beauty remains beautiful in any light. But the reason for his firm refusal was clear and straightforward. It's because you're a very troublesome woman. You must realize this. Since it's impossible to say it outright, he needed a proper excuse. After all, she was an imperial noble. Chu Ang didn't know much about the empire's laws, but with nobles present, the existence of defamation charges wouldn't be surprising. Because the compensation is low, and the duration of detention is too long. In fact, why are you so fixated on me? That's because your thoughts and execution are astonishingly bold. Among so many mercenaries, only you formulated a strategy alone. At first glance, your plan seems reckless, but you achieved results. This was a compliment, wasn't it? Chu Ang felt a little embarrassed. Additionally, wasn't that friction involving crystal organisms? Something with singing crystals, perhaps? No need to respond. There's no evidence anyway. But I think, if you can resort to such bold and ruthless means without hesitation, then surely you can teach me tactics to fully utilize the powerful vessels of the Imperial Navy and eliminate space pirate filth. So, I sincerely ask for your help. As a subordinate, I want you desperately, but I assume you're unwilling? I decline. This was the second time today that he had refused. Yet this person showed absolutely no sign of resignation. Was her internal resolve just that strong? I won't burden my subordinates with this again. Anyway, I hope they can assist me. If the army's reward isn't sufficient, I can provide some other conveniences for them. As the daughter of a marquis family and a commanding officer of the Imperial Army, what use could there possibly be in maintaining a connection with me? Selena, Lieutenant once again offered a slight smile. Chu Ang shifted his gaze towards Al, but he shook his head, seemingly indicating Chu Ang couldn't judge this situation clearly. Then he turned his sight toward Alma, who whispered in his ear. I think letting an Imperial noble's commanding officer go this far, while resisting her, could cause more trouble. In other words, did she mean for Chu Ang to accept? Honestly, Chu Ang was reluctant. Still, although reluctant, there was merit to paying attention to Alma's advice. Refusing too stubbornly could indeed create problems. She had extended the olive branch several times already, even making a special trip here. Not even summoning Chu Ang directly. This seemed like accommodating Chu Ang as much as possible. Chu Ang, however, was far from pleased. The contract will involve just you. Should we sign one, please ensure it goes through the Mercenary Guild. There should be a named commission system. The detention period will be treated according to the rank of an officer, limited to 30 days. Meaning, within the independent fleet, only I will be involved at the high level. To avoid forced enlistment into the Imperial military, each day of detention will be basically capped at 10 hours, guaranteeing prompt off-duty compliance. TSK, fine. This woman was astonishingly persistent. What do you intend to do? Forget it. Furthermore, the techniques I possess are merely those of a mercenary, particularly strategies for single-vessel space pirate hunting. As work, I will give it my all, but whether I can contribute to the operations of the independent fleet, I cannot guarantee. Yes, I can understand that. However, we just need to properly chew and digest it. The Imperial soldiers are excellent, so there's no need to worry. Lieutenant Selena replied with a smile. Perhaps because the negotiation was nearing an agreement, his mood seemed much better. Then, about the payment. Al, what would be an appropriate amount? That's tough. The military probably wouldn't hire mercenaries as tactical instructors. I think this is unprecedented. However, if it's a time-limited escort mission, it generally costs around 30,000 NLAs to 50,000 NLAs per day. It's not like it's an escort mission with life-threatening risks. Can it be cheaper? Besides, isn't this payment for fleets capable of carrying out escort missions? Lieutenant Selena immediately criticized the amount proposed by Alma. Truly astute. It seems she had done some preliminary investigation. She wasn't careless in this aspect at all. However, Chuang generally earns about 200,000 NLAs per day on hunts. If detained for a month, making less than a quarter of that would be too uneconomical. We mercenaries aren't philanthropists. We won't act without profit. That's obvious. In response to Lieutenant Selena's objection, Alma simply shrugged. It was practically impossible to make 200,000 every day, and adding recovery time, it wasn't possible to earn 6 million over 30 days either. Still, during the detention period, even if there were lucrative missions, they couldn't participate. Thus, there was still potential for losses. 40,000 per day. At least 60,000. 40,000 isn't acceptable. Then I'll offer you 50,000. Alma looked at Chuang. Chuang could not make a judgment, so he only shrugged, indicating he'd leave it up to her. In that case, good. Does Chuang have any requests? If we don't know the performance of the warships, we can't formulate tactics. We hope to obtain beforehand the data of the assigned warships and their armed capabilities, and also require practical contact through simulation devices. As long as it's within the publicly allowable range, we will hand over the simulation device data to the Mercenary Guild in advance. In that case, let's do it this way. Specific matters can be handled through the Mercenary Guild. After hearing Alma's words, Chuang and Lieutenant Selena nodded. Thus, they were detained for 30 days as instructors for the Gulakan Empire Aerospace Army's independent fleet against space pirates. Chapter 73, Visible Landmines. Alright, let's wrap up the work-related talk. I've come all this way. Can I hear a few things? Yeah, if they can be answered. Major Serena thought for a moment and nodded. In that case, I'll take you up on it. Actually, there's nothing major, though yes, some matters have been preying on my mind. Do you remember the mercenary ship that collided with the fleet in the Tomine Star Systems space pirate extermination campaign? I do. Even though we had clearly stated there would be no blame assigned, due to our own errors, we imposed a strict deadline for compensation. I believe the owner of the ship was Mr. Irma. If you already know that, then I've said too much. Just to be safe, may I ask, were there any irregularities in the compensation amount? I've double-checked thoroughly, it's correct. Although there were some issues with the payment deadline, as it stands now, neither deductions nor refunds are possible. Regarding the mishandling, I apologize to you, but the responsible person has already been dealt with. Frankly speaking, it was an attempt to target me. This also became a chance to remove someone inconvenient to us, so it ended up helping us greatly. Major Serena said this without any fear, her tone calm and matter of fact. To think you ruined someone's life, and yet show no remorse at all. Regarding the occurrence of the compensation claim, we are not at fault here since her carelessness caused heavy damage to the Star System military warship. In fact, even aside from just compensation, she could have faced more severe punishment because, even if unintentional, causing heavy damage to an Imperial Aerospace Army warship renders it unable to act and leaves many Imperial soldiers injured. I see. Regarding the short payment deadline compared to what I anticipated, I can only apologize. However, the payment deadline is usually decided by the Aerospace Army itself. Typically, it ranges from several months to about a year, but this isn't absolute. In cases of high malice, shorter deadlines like the one this time may occur. These need to be evaluated on a case-by-case basis. In this particular situation, I issued an order to extend the deadline, but it was ignored and set at the level of punishment. However, we demonstrated goodwill concerning these irregular procedures. While there are aspects difficult to accept, such a thing is inevitable in a social system dominated by nobles and military men. It's enough already. I admit I'm an idiot. Still, traveling together with Hong wasn't bad after all. Mr. Irma pulled on my arm gently as he smiled slightly. Sigh. If he himself says it's fine, there's no point in dwelling on it further. Chuckles. Captain Guang truly cares for his friends. I have good news for you. Major Serena smiled broadly. But there's something ominous about this feeling. The moment this mission is complete, I'll elevate your status as my personal contracted mercenary. To display such outright distaste on your face, that's a first. Maybe it was Chiang's expression being too unappealing? Major Serena gave a slight wry smile as her cheek twitched. No, right? There's only a foreboding sense that trouble will ensue. Let me ask first, what are the benefits? That's a sincere and good question. First, becoming my contracted mercenary would make it extremely hard for you to be dragged into disputes between the Gulakan Empire's aristocracy and military. As I am both an Empire Aerospace Army major and the daughter of the Hoka Marquis family, harming my contracted mercenaries would be equivalent to harming me. I see. However, conversely speaking, wouldn't that attract enmity from those who oppose you, Major? While the possibility is not zero, I believe such impartial individuals aren't rare. If there are any problems, please let me know, and we will handle them as much as possible. As much as possible. Dissatisfied? No, let's discuss the drawbacks instead. Chiang said this while smiling faintly. No more hesitation. Major Serena also smiled slightly, both laughing. Good friends. AR seems to be trembling a little, but there's no need to be so afraid. Is there such a thing? Haha, don't joke around. I wouldn't want you using me recklessly. I already owe you money. Before paying back what I owe, I won't add another debt, will I? Yeah, but the contract is for mercenaries, right? Isn't that just your tactic to reel me into your pocket? Paying off debts this way, it's shameless. The reason we accepted this mission was because, as a noble and a military officer, you made some concessions towards us. We also agreed to avoid trouble. Irma mentioned earlier, the reward is of inferior quality, something others wouldn't even glance at, hence lending it out. Major Serena's expression was like saying, "Gnu nu." Even if it's trouble related to nobles and the military, in the worst-case scenario, just tear everything apart and escape, and there wouldn't be an issue. Considering this, protecting yourself from trouble isn't that significant a benefit. Once you become a contracted mercenary, both you personally and those nobles hostile to the Hoka Marquis family might target you, which might even mean more disadvantages. Besides, specifically making you a contracted mercenary will restrict this ship's movements, right? That sounds too disadvantageous. You know me, my methods aren't conventional. If something were done while I'm your contracted mercenary, wouldn't it be quite difficult? Would chopping away then be beneficial? Cutting at that moment would bring no advantages. The conclusion is, I think being your contracted mercenary has no benefits, only drawbacks. Any objections? Major Serena's face turned bright red as she trembled. Have I offended you? No. Chu Yang himself felt annoyed. Not only had someone maliciously spammed him with promotional emails, but they had also accepted poorly paid commissions. It seemed Major Serena might also be concerned for Chu Yang. This is going too far regardless. Ho ho. As the daughter of the Hoka Marquis family, you're the first one to joke around with me so openly. With her cheeks flushed, Major Serena pouted and stared intently at Chu Yang. Did I overdo it with some slightly provocative wording? In that case, I forgive you. What you said isn't without merit. In this world, some things break if forced into grasp. A domesticated cat's cuteness and a wild cat's strength are different matters entirely. Who's the cat? That one scratches. Even without wearing a collar, one can still be tamed by feeding. As for wearing a collar, I've decided to consider it only after proper feeding and taming. Do you intend to put on the collar anytime soon? My principle is never letting go of prey. Major Serena touched her lips with her index finger and gave a seductive look. Is this cold shiver running down my spine just simple uneasiness? Let it be. Ermi and Irma seemed to sense something about Major Serena. The two embraced his arms from either side. Seeing his reaction, Major Serena giggled. I'll be satisfied if you take jobs today. I will submit requests through the Mercenaries Guild. Please cooperate further. The data will be handed over to the guild as well. Understood. Though I aim to watch what I say during work, I do hope you can tolerate me. Agreed. In private settings, you can speak freely. Haha, got it. Chu Yang didn't plan on meeting privately. To actually tell the young miss who's a major like that. It's terrifying. After Major Selena left, Irma complained while eating lunch in the cafeteria. Today Irma's lunch consisted of something resembling Japanese-style pasta and a chicken salad-like dish. If our ties break over such provocation, that wouldn't end well no matter how you look at it. Conversely, even after speaking so much, without getting angry but instead laughing, forgiving, and continuing relations, it seems very abnormal. Accidents may happen anywhere without caution. So please be extra careful not to make promises easily. Chu Yang ate a hamburger, fries, and a milkshake. The milkshake was slightly tart but delicious. What kind of milkshake is this? That person is unreliable, dangerous. He seemed to feel some sort of foreboding regarding Major Serena, which was rare in his army. He ate his omelet full of ketchup one bite at a time, his eyes fixed on Chu Yang. No. Although Major Selena indeed looked beautiful and curvaceous, Chu Yang wasn't the type of man easily ensnared by hidden landmines. No need to worry. Let's say it's currently the training phase. All my tasks will be delegated to you. I expect you to train the dispatchers. Irma hopes you assist both me and my army. That's true, there's nothing else to do. Yet, a stimulating life every day isn't the usual for mercenaries. Sometimes, these scenarios arise. However, Hong must train properly to prevent rusting of skills. I'll handle it carefully. I'm not without ideas. If the training stays just on paper using boards, that would be merely theoretical warfare. There should be live combat somewhere at it. Alternatively, Chu Yang could simulate attacks as part of practice sessions. Simulators should be utilized. Since this is work, we'll tackle it seriously, ensuring minimal danger. We'll borrow some funds from the Major Miss and let ARME learn and improve. Truly, it's a great deal. Master Hong. You have to be careful. Is this ARME showing special vigilance towards Major Serena or distrust in Chu Yang? Probably the former? Tell Chu Yang it's the former. Don't let that Martianess miss sway you. I don't believe you. Didn't we do it once before? No sound of a whimper either. Hearing this, Chu Yang felt truly weak. And thus, Chu Yang spent the day in a rather awkward manner, trying to please Irma and Ermi who were upset. The three of them clung to Krishna's without leaving even a step. Occasionally, days like these aren't bad either, huh? They should come soon lately. Chapter 74, Study Time. Several days after Captain Serena's visit, formerly Major Serena, they had basically holed up in Krishna, each training diligently on their own. Mimi trained as an operator while Irma provided support. And Chuang. Nobles are truly terrifying. Under Irma's persuasion, or rather, semi-coercion, he watched dynamic images shot in documentary style about disputes among the noble class of the Glacan Empire and some shocking episodes. Irma said, "Your attitude towards the nobility is terrible. Worst case scenario, you might accuse everyone under heaven, so you need to study properly." At first, Chuang thought it was troublesome, but as he delved deeper into the audiovisual materials, he eventually realized just how terrifying the nobility could be. Most seriously, in the Glacan Empire, if a noble had legitimate reasons, killing someone outside of the noble class would not lead to any punishment. That's the way it is. This legitimate reason is vague. It could be because the victim was a villain or an enemy of the Glacan Empire, or maybe they insulted the noble. These descriptions are quite ambiguous. Frankly speaking, these rules can be applied arbitrarily, with the judgment largely left to the nobles themselves. If it happens within another noble's territory, then the noble of that territory would make the decision, so there is some caution involved. But fundamentally, the nobles stand by their fellow nobles, as long as they're not at odds for reasons like profit or other various issues. Thus, showing disrespect to the nobles is simply too rude. Insulting them invites retaliation. Oh wow, being hit by this kind of mentality isn't surprising at all. That said, if the nobles become too arrogant and act without restraint, they will attract the attention of the imperial government, which might blame them as enemies of the Glacan Empire. Citizens of the empire are precious assets to the emperor of the Glacan Empire, and a reduction in population equals a reduction in imperial power. It appears that letting unruly individuals run rampant will lower the taste and quality of the Glacan Empire's nobility. Yes, the nobility of the empire places the highest importance on dignity and pride. Nobles who excessively brutalize civilians and conduct disrespectful attacks will lose respect among other nobles, becoming burdens to their peers. Although Chuang struggles to offer much critique, the current balance here is what forms today's Glacan Empire. Once corruption starts, this balance will collapse. However, if none has occurred, it shows there is indeed a strong system preventing corruption. Truly the ways of the nobility. Chuang used rich language when Irma came to check on his studies, making Irma sigh helplessly. In truth, she was probably shocked. Yes, nobles can be problematic, so watch your words. In the future, I'll handle things appropriately. But didn't Major Serena already have this problem? Perhaps. Still, it's best to be careful. Usually, those who carry swords on their waists are imperial nobles, so tread carefully. I see. For the nobility of the empire, the sword carried at their waist seems to symbolize the nobility's pride. It's akin to the katana of a samurai. The nobility of the Glacan Empire are mostly good people, so there shouldn't be much cause for concern. But among them are some exceedingly foolish ones. If possible, it's best not to engage with them. Moreover, if the other side doesn't seek trouble, they likely won't approach mercenaries. Is that so? Different from commoners, most mercenaries own laser guns, and they are skilled in combat techniques. Most importantly, don't they also control heavily armed ships? If one were to carelessly start trouble, even the opposing side would face difficulties. Actually, in your case, if a noble attacks, you can respond with your laser gun, right? In dire situations, you could maneuver your ship drastically. Just as we fear the nobles, they too fear mercenaries. Really? Herbivores may not put up much resistance if attacked, but carnivores may strike back with sharp fangs when provoked. So there's no need to intentionally antagonize them. The metaphor is somewhat peculiar, but you get the point. And remember, do not show disrespect towards nobility. I'll look forward and deal with things appropriately. I don't want to get beaten. Even though Chuang didn't know what kind of sword the nobles held, it wasn't hard to imagine that being slashed by such a weapon would undoubtedly be excruciatingly painful. By the way, as I suspected, I should have realized this sooner. Irma shook her head, revealing a pained expression on her face. What exactly is it? Seemingly understanding from Chu Ang's expression what he wanted to say, Irma spoke again. Whether you're amnesiac or transferred from another dimension, you lack general knowledge. That should have been clear upon reflection. I believe we should have started their training earlier to provide them with general knowledge and proper upbringing. I know you mean well, but I feel mocked somehow. Chuang doesn't understand this world's common sense. Because Stella doesn't have such a description online at all. Chuang only knows the common sense of his world. In my view, the common sense of this world is rather special. What? A woman gets on a man's ship and they end up having that kind of relationship as a matter of course. Isn't that pornography? The performance has improved now, and interstellar travel time has been greatly reduced. But in the past, once aboard, it was normal to stay for a month or two. A rough mercenary bringing a woman onto his ship, alone for a month or two with only the two of them. If nothing happened in that situation, how do you think people would react? Seems unlikely. If he didn't act in such a scenario, there must be some pretty complex reasons. Perhaps no arousal occurred in the first place. That's the deal. So when women board a male mercenary ship, they typically go with the understanding and consent for such things. This has become common knowledge, a result of historical circumstances and habits. I see. I'll work hard to learn more about it. Good. It will definitely not be wasted effort. Irma smiled. It's tough relearning basic common sense at this age, but one needs to persevere. But Irma, if the educational materials are geared towards children and toddlers, is there really nothing else we can do? I'm Captain Guang. Starting today, I'll serve as the tactical advisor to this fleet. Pleased to meet you all. Another week passed while Chuang alternated between studying and training. His body showed no problems. Both learning and physical conditioning were proceeding smoothly. However, Chuang studied for only the first 2 days, then focused intensively on reviewing detailed data sent by Major Serena concerning an independent pirate fleet. He used this information to run various simulation exercises and conducted hands-on practice using mercenaries' guild death simulators. Subsequently, he also utilized Krishna's data to engage in combat simulations against enemy forces. I heard that under Major Serena's command, this fleet has taken action to shred all pirates into space fragments except those posing cosmic hazards. I'm highly skilled in this area, so I've been invited to join as your advisor. As he spoke, he glanced around at the gathered crew members assembled in the expansive briefing room. Elsewhere, other ships broadcast their own press rooms. The scenes appeared to be live streams. I'll teach you methods for hunting, deceiving, and relentlessly pursuing enemies. You will take what I show you, break it down, absorb it, and apply it to real fleet operations. While I don't expect you to fully replicate my style as a mercenary, there are certainly points worth referencing. As comrades in arms chasing the same enemies, I believe mutual respect should suffice. That concludes my message. When Chuang finished speaking, the crew applauded. Thanks for such a straightforward greeting. Well then, let's keep going. Chapter 75, Teaching and Practice 1. Regardless of what we do, basic knowledge is always necessary. So, I would like to first confirm what kind of people the space pirates are. With that, Chuang displayed the data of the prepared space pirate ships on the holographic display. Space pirates usually operate in fleets of 3 to 5 ships. Simply put, numbers equal power. They need crew heads to catch their prey. Their roughly standard weaponry consists of Class I to Class II optical weapons. The individual firepower isn't much, but since they often force additional weapon hardpoints onto their ships, their total firepower can be quite formidable. Their typical tactic is to use multiple ships to pin down the head of civilian ships, surround them, and then saturate their shields with increased firepower before capturing them. Having heard Chu Ang's explanation, the soldiers nodded in agreement. This wasn't particularly specialized knowledge. Any crew member who had dealt with space pirates knew this. Secondly, their ships are mostly converted from captured civilian vessels. Being originally civilian ships, their performance isn't that great. Most customizations lean heavily towards adding weapons and boosters, while shielding and armor capabilities are usually pretty crude. This is because they need to complete their missions quickly. The longer it takes, the more likely it is that system forces or mercenaries like myself will become aware. Therefore, they must rapidly suppress the heads of civilian ships, using every ounce of power to render them unable to move. In short, they haven't really thought about fighting back against retaliatory prey or hostile enemies. The soldiers seemed to accept Chu Ang's explanation. They probably had already fought against space pirates themselves. That's right, the space pirates' ships were fragile. Because their shields and armor were weak, a military-grade powerful cannon could easily saturate their shields, melt through their armor, and cause explosions to scatter everywhere. For this reason, space pirates greatly fear the presence of military forces. They won't approach anywhere that even smells of military. If an army ship appears at their hideout, they'll drop everything and run away. After all, they don't want to die. Actually, if your ships reach the attack site, the space pirates will flee immediately, regardless of whether they're still busy working or not. Yeah, they probably wouldn't fight back. It's likely only when attacking space pirate bases. That's right, they are very sensitive to military movements. Since their spies and eyes have infiltrated deep into the colonies, they've probably already discovered and become wary of the existence of the independent fleet of space pirates. There are also many unknown military ships entering the ports which aren't from the system army, so be cautious. I think there might not be much we can do. They should be ordinary merchants or commoners infiltrating for intelligence only. Given the size of this colony, there must be many of them, making it difficult to expose them all. But that falls outside my jurisdiction. The only thing I can teach you is how to hunt space pirates on board ships. Right? I'll think of a plan. Alright, let's keep going. Saying that, Chuang showed the star map of the two-main star system. This is the star map of the two-main star system, where the space pirate base was recently annihilated under the command of Major Serena. In the two-main star system, prior to the system army's assault on the space pirate base, incidents involving encounters between space pirates and civilian ships occurred like this, and mercenary battles against space pirates distributed like this. Missing civilian ships and the routes mercenaries followed were predicted like this. On the star map, each zone was marked with lines drawn to predict their routes, all centered around the location of the space pirate base, with numerous encounter and destruction marks visible. And the data after the space pirates destroyed their base looks like this. Chuang manipulated the information terminal in his hand, and the locations marked on the map suddenly underwent a massive change. Do you see the significant changes? And when we input the data points of the areas where the system army operated, it transforms into this. The soldiers burst out in cheers. The destruction and encounter marks avoided the spots where the system army had been active. The space pirates had grasped the movement patterns of the system army and had steered clear of those points. As for other mercenaries, I'm not sure, but I've gathered these data to predict potential space pirate activity zones and then hunt them. If civilian mining ships have good mining location data, the accuracy could be enhanced. However, these are the fundamentals of hunting them. Do you understand all of this? Yes, it's quite interesting. I've taken notes regarding this session, so please continue. Understood. So, based on this fundamental knowledge, we need to consider how to enable the independent fleet to hunt down space pirates effectively. The first point I would like to make is that it might come as a bit of a shock. Chuang looked at Major Serena, hesitating. She nodded as if to say, please speak freely. Well, forgive me for being blunt. Using ships larger than cruisers to hunt space pirates is not appropriate. If you really want to completely eliminate the space pirates, it's necessary to fundamentally change the fleet's composition. Chuang's words left the soldiers speechless. That much was true. This fleet was mainly made up of cruisers. Specifically, the independent fleet consisted of 2 corvettes, 3 destroyers, 5 cruisers, and 1 battleship. It was evident that the cruiser was the backbone of this fleet. Basically, their active zones are mostly in the asteroid belts. Based on what we've discussed about engagement zones, it's almost certain the combat would occur there. Do you think cruisers or battleships can effectively fight in an asteroid field? The soldiers fell silent. It must be impossible. Chuang had also attempted simulations, but they were unsuccessful. Crash crash, the asteroids colliding everywhere, the shields getting saturated, sometimes even being immobilized. pummeled by space pirates due to the chaos. It was simply too demanding. From the perspective of the simulation device, I might just manage it with a destroyer, but I still recommend you consider using the corvette. I believe altering the fleet structure has exceeded my authority, but I hope you can take this into account. Forgive me for asking so directly. However, if the space pirates escaped to the asteroid belt, couldn't we sweep them away with the firepower from cruisers and battleships? Major Serena's question was one Chu-Ong had anticipated, so he answered without hesitation. That is indeed correct. Space pirates could be defeated this way. But wouldn't civilian mining ships object? Rich resource-laden asteroid belts are their livelihoods. Even though space pirates are no longer threatening them, their workplaces are damaged by the military, which would lead to complaints. I see. Major Serena went deep in thought. Then Chu-Ong turned towards the soldiers, presenting his premeditated plan. Chapter 76, Lecturing and Practice 2. Although the organization should be changed, I imagine it won't be that easy to resolve. Mercenaries can switch ships based on their preferences and exchange weapons at will, but the military isn't like that. Suddenly making them change ships would also pose a great difficulty for soldiers. The soldiers nodded silently. For sailors, the ship they ride is their second home, their second family, and also their most beloved partner. It's not something that can be given up easily. So let me propose this. Major Serena, in order to hunt space pirates and protect the citizens of the Empire, are you ready to do anything necessary? If it's something I can do, I want to hear you say that sentence. Chu-Ong grinned widely as he presented his premeditated combat plan. His proposal made Major Serena and the soldiers gape in astonishment. A few days after the lecture, the fully prepared independent fleet against space pirates carried out its first sweep mission in the star system. Verify the results. We currently have 32 confirmed. You've eaten too much. Yeah. Major Serena beside Chu-Ong had a subtle expression. On the bridge of the flagship Restalius of the independent fleet against space pirates, Chu-Ong was laughing with a sense of relief. Looking at the sweeping operation from the side, Major Serena's expression became very complex, but Chu-Ong thought, since they swept away the space pirates according to their purpose, shouldn't she be happier? No, battleships are true weapons. Their range and firepower are incomparable. Isn't this just cowardice? Major Serena smiled because of her achievements. The soldiers smiled due to their military merit. I smiled because I got a bonus, and the Empire's citizens smile because there are fewer space pirates. No one has suffered any losses, right? Even so, at the place where both Major Serena's and Chu-Ang's gazes fell upon, displayed on the holographic monitor, was a medium-sized transport ship. The cargo it carried included a normal amount of rare metals, high-priced technological pharmaceuticals produced in the Aline star system, and other high-value trade goods. To the space pirates, it was an eagerly desired prize. The image of the medium-sized transport ship on the screen seemed unable to navigate due to some malfunction, and its communication equipment was also faulty, emitting a very weak distress signal. No, because this area was known for frequent space pirate activity. It might be intentionally lowering its output to guard against space pirates. It must be like this. It definitely must be like this. The operation went smoothly, which is good, very good. Chu-Ong figured everyone had guessed by now that medium-sized transport ship was a bait vessel. Of course, such civilian transport vessels could not possibly belong to the Empire's aerospace army. This ship was actually Major Serena's private vessel, the young lady of a marquis family. Truly worthy of being the daughter of a marquis, she bought a 5 million medium-sized transport ship. Is this kind of deception permissible? They are the vile ones who attack innocent merchants, miners, and travelers. No matter what means we use, they have no grounds to complain. Moreover, these are regular forces from another country, nothing close to mere bandits. Regardless of how we go about it, there won't be any complaints. Oh, and incidentally, Chu-Ong gets a bonus. Whether despicable or otherwise, doesn't matter. The strategy Chu-Ong came up with this time was very simple. The independent fleet against space pirates, with cruisers as the main force, found it difficult to pursue and hunt space pirates lurking in asteroid clusters. So why not bring them over here? Just prepare a duck loaded with delicious cargo over here, and with precise shooting from cruisers and warships, destroy the pirates lured in. First, send the corvette and destroyer into the asteroid cluster fishing ground to clean up the surroundings. Once the space pirates are destroyed or confirmed absent nearby, mix the cruisers and warships into the asteroid cluster. Even large cruisers or warships can easily mix into an asteroid cluster once they turn off their generators. Though asteroids vary in size, many are as large as warships themselves. Finally, prepare a duck a bit farther from the asteroid cluster, allowing it to emit a weak distress signal. Use the super firepower of cruisers and warships to annihilate the space pirates who take the bait. Superlarge military vessels like cruisers and warships need to store substantial power in order to maintain a certain level of combat capability and basic functions even when their generators cannot operate. That stored power can be used to deliver a fatal blow without alerting the space pirates. When the capacitor capacity drops, stop the decoy duck's distress signal, activate the generator, and restore power. After recharging is complete, use the duck again to lure space pirates. Then start hunting again. If the same method is repeated in the same place for too long, it might raise the enemy's vigilance. Therefore, after hunting to a certain extent, the fleet moves to another location. Repeat this process. 20% of the bonus from the pirate ships destroyed in this operation would be given to Chu-Ong. With 32 ships, that meant Chu-Ong had the bonus equivalent of 5 ships. Without any expenditure, he could watch the pirates disintegrate in elegant safety and make money. He couldn't stop laughing. By the way, On that bait ship were Major Serena's subordinates, Imperial soldiers. In case the space pirates broke into the ship, these well-armed young men would offer a warm welcome. Would it not get broken? No, it wouldn't. If it was destroyed, the cargo would be damaged. A captured and modified medium transport ship could even function as a fire support vessel. It could be assumed no one could break through the supposedly immobilized ship. In the end, 57 pirate ships became debris in space that day. 20% of the total bonus ended up in Chuang's pocket. The amount came to about 100,000 units. Wow, profit is good. Excellent. Major Serena stared at Chuang. Though she purchased the bait ship with her private funds, it was clear such money couldn't count towards operational expenses. Was it appropriate to use her own ship in combat? On this point, noble factions seemed to have acted in some way. The power of nobility truly was impressive. If we achieve results, perhaps the funding request will pass? That would be miraculous indeed. Major Serena sighed. Even for the daughter of a marquis, an expenditure of 5 million INR must be quite significant. Chuang didn't know much about her financial situation, nor did he care, so it made no difference to him. Regular space pirate hunting mostly follows this method. Once we have intelligence on their bases, we can launch frontal assaults openly and gain results. Then comes the true battle of wits against the pirates. Yeah, but our contract still has more than half left. Can we go out together? Oh my. Chuang had anticipated that after making progress against the space pirates, they might soon finish their mission. But it seemed the wholesaler was unwilling to cooperate this way. As Chuang saluted Major Serena, he contemplated his next move. Chapter 77, Huaro Work. The Imperial Aerospace Force always took good care of their preparations after a combat operation whenever they had the time. The warships they rode were built with the blood taxes of the Empire's subjects and were lent to them by the Emperor, so they were not to be used recklessly. Therefore, even though it was one-sided, the independent fleet that fought against the space pirates was also temporarily unable to move due to maintenance. At such times, military personnel would take leave on terrestrial colonies. This had nothing to do with Chuang. Chuang thought he would be considering new tactics today or holding a reflection meeting for yesterday's operation. He thought this way. Then let's go. Arriving at the bridge of the flagship Restalius, for some reason, Major Serena was dressed in casual wear, presumably plain clothes. It was a smile like flowers in full bloom. There was no sight of other staff members. Major Serena's outfit today was a beige knitted sweater paired with black skirt that revealed her upright figure. Around her waist hung a sword belt, and on the sword hung a slightly web-like style sword. What was this, a dreamy casual style? Where are you? What are your intentions? Chuang asked Major Serena, without concealing his guarded tone and expression. Even Chuang wouldn't shout here. Wow, a date with a beautiful woman. Not that kind of fool. From everything that has happened so far, it was clear as day what Major Serena intended. Really annoying. What conspiracy? Ho ho ho. Major Serena deliberately laughed. Upon seeing this, Chuang started operating his phone. What? Never mind. So where are you going? Tilting his head and asking, Chuang brushed it off lightly. Since the operation only lasted for an instant, Major Serena didn't really pay attention. He seemed to have decided to continue speaking first. I'm not on duty today. Oh, just from looking at him, one could understand. On the contrary, serving in such attire seemed rather fun. It felt impossible not to perceive even the smallest fragment of order. And then, I want to eat out on the street. That's great. But isn't it lonely to go alone? Ha ha ha, you who fears loneliness. Can I invite friends? Unfortunately, there are no friends in this star system. Major Serena placed one hand on her cheek, looking extremely helpless. Too exaggerated. Is that so? Then may I invite one of your subordinates? On days when I'm not on duty, having to look at my superiors still makes me feel uneasy. For me, treated as a lieutenant officer, is Major Serena considered my superior? After the contract expires, such a hierarchical relationship will disappear. Compared to other subordinates, your level of unease will probably be less, right? Moreover, your personality seems fearless even when facing nobles. Major Serena approached smilingly, while Chuang casually kept his distance while buying time. It seems I have no work today, and I'm not on duty either, right? No, I'm not on duty, but you're not on duty. I want to listen to your discussions about strategies against space pirates and stories about previous campaigns against them over dinner, as part of our work. As part of our work, huh? Isn't this an abuse of power? Something this small won't attract criticism for abuse of power, so don't worry. As an expert in strategies against space pirates employed by the Imperial Aerospace Force, please fulfill your duties. Major Serena smiled and said this, which was entirely the predatory gaze aimed at the prey. There was immense pressure. It appears she intends to pull Chuang into her sphere of influence. Just as Chuang was contemplating what to do, his phone rang. Chuang pulled out his phone from his pocket, silently asking Major Serena if it was okay to answer. She reluctantly agreed with a pained expression, so Chuang unhesitatingly picked up the call. It's Hong. How's the situation? The reason for earlier using the phone was to send a message asking Irma to call. Chuang couldn't deal with Major Serena alone. I heard you're not on duty now. How about I treat you to lunch? It'd be hard to refuse. If we can join too, we'll accept. Understood. Chuang hung up the phone. Major Serena stared at this side sharply, her gaze becoming very penetrating. If our employees can come along too. How do you feel about bringing another woman on a date with a woman? If it's for work, there probably won't be many sexy topics. Besides, our Irma has been working as a mercenary longer than me. She's a veteran. If you want to hear the experience of mercenaries during meals, she's the most suitable person. If it's about wanting to hear things for work, spoken this way, it cannot be refused. Not bad, right? As expected, Major Serena reluctantly agreed to Chu Ang's proposal. Good morning, Miss Selena. You look very different in casual clothes today. Thank you. Miss Elma is also a wonderful gift. Miss Mimi looks incredibly cute. Ah, that too, I think Mr. Selena also looks beautiful. Major Serena and Elma exchanged smiles, while Mimi was flustered at being complimented by Major Serena. Today, Elma wore a green ethnic costume as her base outfit. To be honest, she looked just like an elf. An elf. There wasn't a trace of any net-like patterns on her. If this had been the first time seeing her like this, it would have been unfortunate for her not to get a nickname like Space Elf. Why didn't she dress like this all the time? Whether on board or outside, she always looked like a mercenary. Even when relaxing, she simply wore a random shirt and pants. She should definitely wear outfits like these more often. AR wore the same outfit they bought together before. Though the colors were plain, it exuded classical elegance, making it a precious item of high quality. The adorable AR looked like a young lady from a prestigious household. Moreover, due to the design of the outfit, her chest armor emphasized her figure even more than usual. Chuang. He still stuck with his usual style of thick pants, shirt, and jacket. Men's attire really isn't important. Chuang believed as long as it wasn't weird, it was fine. By rights, escorting ladies should be my duty, but unfortunately, I'm not familiar with this colony. I apologize, since we're off the ship. Can I continue speaking in my usual tone? That's fine. Thank you. Polite expressions make me feel uneasy. So, do you have a destination in mind, Miss Selena? Yes, I've heard there's a well-reputed organic cuisine specialty store. I've already arranged our itinerary, so let's head downtown via elevator 4. Organic cuisine? In other words, it's not processed food, but real meat and vegetables used to prepare the dishes? This slightly concerned Chuang. AR couldn't hide her excitement either, smiling happily as they walked. AR's goal was to eat every single delicious dish in the galaxy. Just meeting new cuisines made her this happy. They chatted idly as they boarded the elevator heading downtown. This is an area I haven't been to before. The last time I came shopping was near Elevator 2. Elevator 2's vicinity is what you'd call a bustling street for commoners. This place houses many government offices and large corporations, offering numerous upscale dining venues and some of the empire's top brand names, frequented by nobles and the wealthy. There are a lot of people walking around dressed rather well. It seems there are quite a few security personnel too. Setting aside properly dressed individuals like Elma, AR, and Major Serena with a sword at her waist, someone like Chuang, who clearly looked like a mercenary, might likely get roughed up by the security guards if he wandered around here alone. Walking alongside 3 neatly dressed women with Chuang appearing as their guard, no one stopped them, and they smoothly reached their destination. That said, because they were riding in a taxi prepared by Major Serena, there was no opportunity for them to be called over in the first place. Is the 3rd floor our destination? It looks like a regular building. Since living space is so precious, places like this tend to be meticulously decorated. Somehow, I'm feeling a bit nervous. There's no need to be nervous. It's just an ordinary restaurant. I've already reserved a private room, so we don't have to worry much about etiquette. A private room, huh? Had he not invited Elma and AR along, he'd have ended up alone with Major Serena inside a private room. What trick was she planning to use to court Chuang? Our timing is perfect. Let's go inside. With Major Serena's cheerful invitation, they stepped into the building. Chapter 78, Regret. They always say this guy is a woman, so that's why? Putting in such an effort. Yeah, that's right. About 30 minutes after entering the restaurant, our thoughts aligned. This person is of the regrettable type outside of work. At first, it was all fine. The dishes made with real vegetables and meat were exquisite, and we sipped elegantly at sophisticated wine. Since Chuang was underage, water was served for him. However, as we continued eating, Major Serene's alcohol consumption began to increase. Her eyes started to haze over quickly, and her speech became slurred. Miss Serene. They tried to stop her nearby, but she said she wasn't on duty. It was fine to drink a bit more, and thus her alcohol intake kept rising. Even someone who didn't want to bow their head has done so now, still forcing a smile. What are you talking about? I'll show you my chest right away. I will punch you. While it might be true that one could disregard etiquette, this was not for their benefit, but for Major Serene himself. Oh, calm down. Let's ignite the sword then. He managed to soothe Selena, who was approaching him with her hand on the sword sheath. He picked up the sword and stood a little distance away. Please avoid using knives when drunk. You're like this too. Even if straws invite you like this, how can you not be swayed at all? Do you want to hear? I don't want to hear. Chuang spoke solemnly while Major Serene had an almost crying expression and covered her ears. I am fully aware myself. I am being unreasonable. You have self-awareness. Elma looked at Major Serene, who collapsed on the table, and gave a wry smile. To be honest, joining the Imperial Astronautical Military upon receiving Major Serene's invitation came with very thin benefits. If I joined the Imperial Space Military, I'd have to start as a first lieutenant. Can you enter? How much salary? About 4,000 per month. Sometimes I make 10,000 yuan in a day. Do you think I can make that kind of money? It's not good to let him cry either. No, it's not that it's entirely without benefit for Chuang either, right? If he achieves war merits smoothly, he will eventually ascend to the throne of the Empire Knight, become a first-class citizen, and even have the opportunity to gain Chu Ang's goal, owning a detached house with a yard on a planet in a residential area. But this method takes too long. If something terrifying happens, allowing Chuang to accomplish great things, who knows what would happen? However, based on general experience accumulation, achieving his purpose should take over a decade. Krishna doesn't know how it will go either, and doesn't wish to use methods that take such a long time. In short, if you could just stop trying to persuade me to join the military, I'd be happy. We met here with some difficulty, ate together. As long as you prepare the remuneration for me, I won't refuse your tasks. Are you not abandoning me? Please don't say that with tears. That's too cunning. We aren't in that kind of relationship anyway, right? Chuang threw him his coldest glare, causing Major Serene to dry his tears and pout boringly. What a woman. If that person from before had lured me in, I would have beaten him already. To begin with, isn't that underestimating me? No, Lord Yu is gentle. Ear placed her hand on Chu Ang's arm and consoled him. Hey, just listen to her here. Chuang, remember this person. Too cunning. Major Serene leaned against the table and started talking. What does too cunning mean? Too cunning. I was the first to spot Captain Guang. Finally sitting in the chair, pounding her chest, wailing uncontrollably. Even Chuang felt somewhat disappointed by this point. What's going on? What's happening? Elma and Ernie revealed confused expressions. No, during my first docking at the Taman colony, I was harassed by port management officials, and Major Selena saved me back then. That's right, I helped him. I was the first to meet Captain Guang. But why does another woman get attached whenever I let my guard down slightly? Why must you say things like this? Chuang was perplexed. Regardless of whom Guang sticks with, it's none of Serena's business, right? Yeah, is that right? As he waited for Major Serene to continue speaking, he took another sip of wine, swallowing the words along with the drink. Hey, you're already heavily drunk. Drinking more might not be wise. Major Serene half slept and fell asleep. Chuang, Elma, and Irmi exchanged looks amongst themselves. What should we do? Why don't we eat everything? How could they do such a terrible thing? The other party is a countess. If our parents found out, it would be bad. While talking about this, the tablet for ordering started ringing with an incoming call. Anyway, Chuang took it. Yes. The time is almost up. Can we extend the use of the room? Major Serene had already completely passed out. Chuang turned his gaze to Elma, who shook her head. The room fee at a place like this is too expensive. If we extend it, they might send someone over. He said quietly. Ear seemed to have started caring for Major Selena. With Major Serene in that state, even if Elma lent her a shoulder, she wouldn't be able to walk. Should Chuang carry her? No extension needed. Please settle the bill. All right, I'll wait for you in the lobby. The communication ended. Chuang let out a deep sigh. They paid for 4 people's meal. It was far too expensive, and decided to return to Krishna. If they handed over Major Serene, who lacked initiative like this, to the military, she'd probably lose her foothold there. It seemed they weren't that heartless after all. Oh well. After tossing Major Serene into the simplified medical scanner and leaving the rest to Ear and Elma, since one couldn't enjoy the discounts of the medical scanner while fully clothed, they had to remove her blouse and skirt. Chuang couldn't do that himself. He also didn't want to see an unmarried lady in her underwear. So he sat down in the restaurant, took a can of non-carbonated cola from the fridge, opened it, and gulped it down. It refreshed him deeply. Well then, what should they do now? Chuang pondered over Major Serene's statement earlier, about how Captain Guang first approached another girl instead of sticking around. It was just drunken babble, right? This wasn't something spoken rationally. There was no point in taking it to heart. She was a strong woman who got drunk and used tears as a weapon, no need to dwell on it. Reaching such a conclusion, Chu Ang's mind felt clearer. Was it because the sugar from the non-carbonated cola reached his brain? Anyway, regarding this matter, it would be best not to probe too deeply and act as though nothing happened. Being overly grateful to others could be scary too. The cost of the meal was indeed pricey, but it wasn't some outrageous amount worth envying either. You could pay for the meal with the reward from blowing up a bounty-hunting space pirate ship and still get change back. Still, this must have been embarrassing for her side. Having shown that kind of embarrassing appearance, it would likely become impossible for her to resume trying to recruit him as before. Thinking this way, that level of expenditure seemed cheap enough. That said, why did something so humiliating happen during a dinner he arranged? Unless it was because of her first drinking experience or something similar. Chuang thought this behavior was unnatural. He didn't know. Seemed like outside of work-related matters, she really was boring. As Chuang kept pondering Major Serene's intentions, Ear appeared in the dining hall. Major Serene has woken up. Really? Isn't it early? It seems like she sobered up using the simplified medical scanner. The simplified medical scanner is amazing. Is it a future medical device? With it, one can drink to their heart's content without worry, right? Speaking of which, Elma used the facilities in the infirmary quite frequently. Is it related to this? Do you think I should go over there? She seems to be chatting with Miss Elma, so I think waiting here would be better. Understood, then let's do that. Would you like something to drink here? No problem. Saying this, Mimi sat down next to Chuang. There seemed to be no awkward pause. Or should Chuang take the initiative to start the conversation? Organic food really is delicious. Yeah, I've never eaten fresh vegetables and fruits before. Lord Hong seems to be accustomed to eating them. That's right. In the old world, we ate ordinary things. On the contrary, food boxes and automatic cookers are new to me. As he spoke, Chuang shifted his gaze towards the high-performance automatic cooker occupying a corner of the dining room. Honestly speaking, Chuang felt amazed at how those kleptons, algae, and krills could be transformed into rich, varied delicacies. But I'm not sure if the organic dishes I understand are the same as the ones in this world. Are there any differences? In my world, organic cuisine refers to dishes made entirely from vegetables grown without pesticides or fertilizers. It's uncertain whether the vegetables used in that shop meet these criteria. Oh, does it mean an inefficient production method? Generally, it's believed to be good for health and tastier. But in reality, I haven't consumed much of such high-end dishes made from so-called premium ingredients. Since Chuang originally couldn't make ordinary ingredients and organic ingredients taste exactly the same, having a palate that could still differentiate them was quite advanced. Chuang liked cola and junk food very much. In this sense, the food made from food boxes really suited Chuang. Which dish do you think tastes good? I think the seafood salad is delicious. The crunchy vegetables, crunchy shrimp, and squid with the salad dressing. Ear clasped her hands together, her eyes shining. She displayed an extremely delighted expression when talking about food. I can probably make the seafood salad too, as long as I have all the ingredients. He pictured the materials in his mind. A mix of vegetables and seafood, along with vinegar, oil, salt, and spices for the seasoning. Obtaining these ingredients was also an issue. Really? Ear came closer, her eyes bright with excitement. Calm down. Keep calm. If I have all the ingredients. Since I lived alone over there, I've learned to cook a bit. However, here, it's both the ingredients, and also, there's no kitchen. By the way, didn't I see a set of cookware in a small shop before? At the time, it seemed useless, so he didn't buy it. It would have been good if he had. Let's go buy it next time. I'll look up where they sell them. Oh. Her eyes sparkled as Ear held Chuang's hands. Until now, Zhirun had always made the salads. What about today's seafood salad touched her heartstrings? If only Chuang's cooking wouldn't disappoint. While discussing when to go shopping, the cafeteria door opened. Turning his head, he saw Elma and Major Selena walking in. Major Selena was neatly dressed, her complexion showing no problem. It seemed the alcohol had completely worn off. Sorry for keeping you waiting. The princess has awakened. It seems we don't need the prince's kiss. Do you want to try? I'm not the prince. Responded while shrugging to Elma's smile. Major Selena trembled, her hands covering her face. Ear turned red. She looked extremely embarrassed. It must be tough being such a perfect person. Sometimes relieving stress isn't bad, right? This time, I'm really sorry. Don't worry about it. Organic cuisine also tasted great. It's hard to enter those places without introductions. If you feel embarrassed, just introduce a few more of those restaurants. Regarding this matter, if she could introduce another high-end restaurant to Chuang, it would be like nothing happened. Mentioning it secretly like this, then there's no need for further borrowing. Owing too much is scary. I know. I'll send you the introduction letter later. That's wonderful. Would you like me to escort you back to your ship? No, thank you. That is unnecessary. I know you're busy, so let's act like we didn't hear anything. We enjoyed a delicious meal and some drinks, and that's fine, right? Thank you for your concern. With her face red, Major Selena left Krishna. The three of them watched her retreating figure. Women in the military aren't easy either. Chuang was deeply impressed. Watching her departing back view, he muttered softly into his ear. Chapter 79, Starting the Purge. Afterward, the sweep of space pirates went smoothly, or so it seemed. No fish are biting. Expected as much. About a week passed, and the space pirates were no longer taking the bait. Looks like the pirates aren't that foolish after all. Even though every pirate ship that took the bait was annihilated without exception, it was quite hard to prevent them from communicating before getting hooked. Most likely, our methods have been exposed somehow. So what should we do? Shall we switch to that countermeasure? This so-called countermeasure simply involves changing the ship's IDs and names. Ordinarily, the inherent ID of a ship isn't easily changed. Major Serena is an aristocrat with significant influence within the system. That's where things get complicated. Afterward, as long as the outer shell and paint are appropriately altered, the ships can once again function as pseudo-bait against the pirates. The achievements reported by Major Serena seem to have gained approval from the upper ranks of the Imperial Air Force. The funds for purchasing vessels used as bait also appear to have been acknowledged. This means, depending on circumstances, another ship for bait may be prepared specifically. Transport ships not functioning as bait could still serve as supply or troop transport ships. In this sense, they aren't completely wasted resources. That's not bad either, but shouldn't we refuse now? Major Serena tilted her head in response to Chuang's suggestion. Indeed, considering the number we've destroyed up to now, their hand might need to rest. In the space pirate eradication operations utilizing the bait strategy, over 200 pirate ships have already been destroyed. If this were a game, such enemies would infinitely regenerate, but this is reality. Lost ships don't automatically respawn, and lost lives among the pirates cannot come back. The number of space pirates within one galaxy is finite. However, from the perspective of the entire Milky Way, their numbers remain endless. Even if reduced temporarily, as long as they maintain bases, they will gather slowly from neighboring star systems, increasing their population until they recover. Eliminating their base entirely is difficult, but once the location used for supplies and maintenance is gone, regular activities won't be feasible anymore. Their numbers will undoubtedly decrease, and organized attacks will become more challenging. So let's take them out. Regarding their base location, highly valuable information was obtained from the data caches of the space pirate ships destroyed thus far. Major Serena appears to have chosen eradicating the space pirate base. How should we proceed? Shall we build another basket? Annihilation through encirclement is fundamental. We'll also request assistance from the Mercenary Guild in this extermination effort. Chuang believes Major Serena to be an excellent soldier, unlikely to act alone here. On the point of not obsessing over personal accolades while achieving certainty. What about me? Of course, you'll participate. Your terms will be equal to those of other mercenaries. It depends on the terms. He shrugged instead of answering immediately. You're quite reliable. Major Serena smirked slightly. It goes without saying that work outside of the contract deserves additional payment. After all, the mercenaries, aren't philanthropists. If we're going to eliminate the space pirates base, how much combat strength do we need? To destroy them, based on the current combat power, we need at least 30 corvette ships as vanguard. For stability, ideally 50. Simply destroying the space pirates' base, this fleet would be enough. Although it's a base, it's only a small supply station and forward outpost. This independent fleet equipped with 1 battleship and 5 cruisers alone provides sufficient firepower. Base defense facilities can be attacked unilaterally from outside their range. But annihilation is different. When attacked, the space pirates load all their supplies onto their ships and scatter in all directions. To prevent this situation, multiple frontline detachments are required to intercept them. The independent fleet, led by the Major, falls short. If we want absolute success, then we'll need those corvettes capable of serving as the vanguard mentioned by Chuang. 30 to 50 corvettes represent just a modest combat force. The Corvette-class warships are very fast and possess reasonable striking power. In terms of reconnaissance capability, quick reaction, and close-range combat skills, no other class of ships can compare. It is said that within the military high command, there's a fierce competition between those advocating for the production of large-scale battleships and cruisers with long range, heavy armor, and high firepower, battleship proponents, and those championing the maneuverability, swift response, and strong control capacity of corvettes and destroyers, supporting early deployment and blitzkrieg tactics. Equipping my troops with so many corvettes is very difficult. That's right. The insufficient part can be entrusted to them, just like before. That's why there is the Mercenary Guild. Yeah. While speaking, Major Serena propped her delicate chin with her hand, as if pondering something. She was probably contemplating how to arrange reinforcements for the independent fleet against space pirates. That was her territory as a military officer. Chuang had nothing to suggest. The data has all been collected. We will submit it to the military command headquarters and request approval for our operation. 2 days after Major Serena submitted her proposal, the operation commenced. This time, no interstellar military force would join in. The independent fleet led by Major Serena had completed its preparations yesterday and pretended to move to another star system, hiding within the alien star system. The theme of this operation was a surprise attack, quickly deploying forces before the space pirates could leak any intelligence, aiming to completely annihilate them unexpectedly. The press conference was held through a pre-recorded video. Immediately after the press conference ended, mercenaries from the Alarentelp Ursus colony rushed to the ambush site. It was planned that just at the moment of the operation, each ship would deactivate their faster-than-light FTL drives and commence the assault simultaneously. Oh, it's about time. All right, are you ready? Anytime. They were preparing in Krishna's cockpit for the synchronized FTL journey. There were many companion ships around them. They were scheduled to sync their FTL drives to arrive at the battlefield together. Switching the generator output from standby mode to cruise mode brought the FTL drive into readiness. It's been a while since our last actual combat. Are your skills not getting rusty? Probably. Are you fine too? Output adjustment and subsystem control are my specialties. Do you know who I am? Elma flashed a provoking smile, indicating she had no issues. Even though Chuang was an artificial human, he had operated Krishna, so he should have no problem either. Although somewhat out of practice, his abilities would surely return during the fight. Faster-than-light drive, starting charge. Countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Activation of the faster-than-light drive. With a thunderous explosion sound, Krishna instantly sped off beyond light. Why did such a sound occur in a universe that was fundamentally close to vacuum? Chuang tried checking but couldn't comprehend it all. No, it wasn't that he couldn't find any information. He obtained some intel, but it remained entirely incomprehensible. It mentioned something about interference between mass during FTL driving when shields and ship structure materials interacted, which was utterly incomprehensible to Chuang. Chuang even attempted studying the construction of the FTL drive, but still couldn't understand it. It didn't matter much. Just like smartphones, computers, microwaves, and TVs work without needing full understanding of their inner workings, similarly, ships operate without needing complete comprehension of their structure. So, how much do we earn from this mission? At the conclusion of the operation, we receive a fixed wage of 50,000 enel. For piecework wages, we earn 5,000 enel per small vessel, 20,000 enel per medium-sized vessel, and 100,000 enel per large vessel. Same as last time? Yeah, market conditions dictate these amounts. And then come bonuses, plus the loot salvage from the defeated warships. These large-scale army-led eradication operations always pay well, which is why mercenaries participate. Pirates, desperate to escape destruction by fleeing from their bases, pack their ships full of goods. If left unchecked, pirate ships, filled with plundered items, will get blown up along with their bases by naval vessels. So pirate ships load up on spoils before leaving their base. Considering mobility and other factors during battle, carrying less excess baggage is optimal. However, anyway, the pirate side has no chance of victory. Therefore, they gamble with their only hope and set sail fully laden with supplies. If they manage to evade destruction, they can sell their cargo, temporarily securing financial resources. Will Sap blow his top? Can Major Serena handle it? She's doing well enough, isn't she? As a soldier, she's excellent. Ha! Elma's words prompted Arl to break into a bitter laugh. Yeah, Chuang still vividly remembered what happened just the other day. We'll be reaching the target point soon. Countdown to ending hyperspeed. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Once again, the boom, explosion sound resounded, and stars that drifted past like meteors came to a halt. They had returned to normal space. Soon, cannon fire from the independent anti-space pirate fleet began. Large-caliber laser cannons and plasma cannons launched from battleships and cruisers, alongside magnetic projectile weapons, unleashed merciless bombardments towards the asteroid-like space pirate base, destroying both surface and internal structures. Such splendor. Hardly any pirate ships manage to launch. It's truly a surprise attack. Will our prey emerge? It's possible that the pirates might get wiped out by artillery fire before they even deploy. That wouldn't be good. It's hard-earned money. Increase Krishna's generator output to battle mode and start accelerating towards the space pirate base. Other mercenaries seem to be heading towards the pirate base as well. Multiple radar responses. The pirate ships are beginning to deploy. They're stacked together. This isn't a peaceful situation anymore. Put the system online. As Elma declared, the front part of Krishna deformed, and 4 weapon arms equipped with heavy laser cannons unfolded. At the same time, thick gun barrels extended forward from both sides of the cockpit. These were powerful large-caliber scatter cannons. Alright, let's go. Chuang and Krishna roared as they leaped into the battlefield. Chapter 80, Long-Awaited Battlefield. 10 o'clock direction, 20-degree depression, 3 enemy ships. Following the broadcast in his ear to lock on the enemy aircraft, confirming the direction and speed of the bow. It was heading straight towards Chuang. Cross and reverse, decision made. The bow turned toward the enemy aircraft, suddenly accelerating to pass by closely. Even though they were hit by lasers and multiple cannons, the degree of damage was minimal. Prepare for G-forces. As the Krishna pose control thrusters sprayed, the direction of the warship was rotated 180 degrees, and it accelerated all at once to occupy the rear of the enemy ship. Due to the rotation and sudden acceleration, a strong G-force rushed toward Chuang, but he gritted his teeth and endured it. Enemy aircraft directly ahead. All yours. He was completely behind them. In the midst of the scattered fleeing enemy aircraft, he continuously fired heavy laser cannons at the 2 on either side and aimed the shotgun cannon at the enemy ship in front. Although the enemy desperately tried to escape, with the movement and acceleration capabilities of the space pirate ships, it was impossible to surpass Krishna. 3. The gun ports on both sides of the cockpit sprayed fire, countless bullets rushing toward the space pirates' ships from behind. The bullets saturated the enemy's shield in an instant, penetrating the defenseless thrusters, piercing the energy transfer tubes at the front, as well as the main generator. Swiss cheese was made instantly. Beyond the exploded 3 space pirate ships, he sought the next target. You don't seem very angry, do you? What about it? 3 o'clock direction, 20 degrees elevation, many enemy ships, 6, no, 7. 2 medium-sized vessels. Complaining? Of course, the timing of chaff and torch is up to you. Understood. The ship sprayed thrusters to turn the bow toward the enemy formation. Enemies approaching what? With arms. With arms. Hey, turn the image over. Isn't that the monster from last time? That guy can't be beaten. Run away quick. Where would we run to? It's better to act before being attacked by something like that. The 7 enemy ships simultaneously turned their bows toward this side. The 2 medium-sized ships seemed to be transport ships modified into missile support ships. Let's start with the mediums. Good. Fire. 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 All of it. Warning sounds rang inside the cockpit. These were heat source detecting homing missiles. Their guidance performance was also high, capable of delivering immense power against shields and armor alike. This was the strongest weapon used by the space pirates. Torch deployed. As Irma announced it, Krishna launched multiple heat sources. A large number of homing missiles launched by the 2 modified medium ships surged toward the decoy heat sources, losing their targets. Right in this gap, Krishna slipped through the curtain of seeker missiles. Crisp. Second shot. Close-range defense. Stop. Will it work? They were already within range. Even though the modified medium ships opened their missile bays, it was too late. Countless rounds from the 2 continuous firing shotguns saturated the shields of the medium ships, impacting their armor, striking their hulls, hitting their open missile bays. The 2 medium ships literally exploded into pieces. The sight frightened the following space pirate ships, making them shrink back in fear. It looked just like that. Oh dear. Run. How could I let them escape? Of course, we'll kill all the space pirates. They subjected the panicked fleeing space pirate ships to continuous heavy laser cannon fire, firing scatter cannons during the chase. Is slaughtering enemies without will the fight enjoyable? Very enjoyable. Not only can you clear cosmic garbage, but you can also make money. There's nothing more fun than this. Justice and righteousness are always so beautiful. Save me. I refuse. Occasionally, if you don't check the fine print on labels, something terrible might happen, but there's no need to worry about space pirates. These guys, even if they truly exist in this world, are entirely harmful and offer no benefit. Clear the area. The next closest target is at 10 o'clock. Let's go. They nodded to each other and sent Krishna off to the next battlefield. How's the battle going? It seems the surprise attack worked. The scale of the counterattack isn't large. Yes. Inform all ships to calmly finish the task in this state. The situation is overwhelmingly advantageous. The first strike hit the hangar of the space pirates base. If it's taken out before departure, no matter how powerful a ship may be, it's just a puppet. Because only the largest hangar was flattened, the others were places where the space pirates launched from. Apparently, the mercenaries are fighting well. Space pirate ships trying to escape the domain were successfully sealed off. Generally speaking, there is only one system for a starfleet existing in one star system. The Imperial Astronautical Navy, carrying out patrol duties, sometimes docks at the port. Such forces may also crush the astral pirates hurrying along their routes, but military units specifically targeting astral pirates in an operation are unprecedented in the long history of the Empire. It is impossible for the Imperial Army to truly aim at astral pirates, overturning past common sense and seizing on the psychological loopholes of the astral pirates. That's why this result occurred. Because it was independent of the usual star system military command structure, intelligence couldn't be leaked to the astral pirates, thus allowing a completely unexpected strike. Growth in bounty amounts. The operator confirms the kill scores of the mercenaries participating in this operation on the holographic display beside them. First place is Krishna. It's his ship. After confirming this point, Chuang felt his lips curve into a smile. Being in high spirits during a mission is not good. Chuang covered his mouth with one hand, finally regaining his expression of irritation. Now is not the time to smile. One must prepare to deal with any sudden situations. So it's over, just like that. Clear the area. There's no response nearby anymore. It seemed the aerial zones further from here were still engaged in battle, but there appeared to be no reaction from enemy aircraft nearby. Chuang also tried observing the radar reactions, and indeed those responses were rather distant. How many ships have we killed? The kill score shows 33 small ships and 3 medium ships. Is it less profitable than in the Time and Star system? During the purge in the Time A Star system, more hunting might have been done. Have our skills dulled? The absolute quantity is very low, which can't be helped. But considering this, the fruits of war are astonishing. Indeed, the shadow of the enemy seems faint. Was the preemptive strike too effective? I see. 5,000 per small ship, 20,000 per medium ship. Thus, only the bounty for destruction totals 250,000 credits. And add another 50,000 for participating in the operation, plus additional bonuses. One small ship about 10,000 credits, one medium ship around 50,000 credits. Including participation rewards, it should roughly be 500,000. True, adding it up makes it about 700,000, plus the plundered goods. Well then, we'd better start plundering hard. Since there was no trace of the enemy in the surrounding stellar region, they decided to immediately begin searching for remnants of enemy ships. Their targets weren't large, rare metals of high value, high-tech products, alcohol, and drugs such as narcotics and other consumables. Of course, most pills were ordinary items, but the pill gains obtained through this military-sanctioned hunt would be purchased by the military, providing quite substantial income. Chuang didn't know what use they had. Perhaps the imperial government didn't want these illegal drugs floating unclaimed in space because selling them wouldn't make economic sense. If they didn't recover the drugs, the tinkin pills would continue drifting in space. This could invite malicious junk collectors who would appear, much like waste disposal personnel, at the remains of battlegrounds to gather all kinds of supplies and garbage brought by mercenaries and armies. They were known as corpse feeders for a simple reason. Their goal was to strip bare everything left behind after the battles where mercenaries and soldiers risked their lives. Chuang wasn't particularly bothered by this, although he found it somewhat tiresome. It also doesn't bring in much money. However, among mercenaries and soldiers, there are some who strongly detest such scavengers, seeing them as worse than snakes or scorpions. Among the despicable ones are those who sell off the cheap things they pick up. If you say there's nothing that can be done about it, well, there really isn't much that can be done. Since I'll be handling vigilance, can Irma teach AHR while operating the recovery drones together? Alright, I'll do my best. Yes. Irma started using various sensors to search for the location of the prey. Chuang drove the ship according to her instructions. Chapter 81, Sudden Change. Wow, a bountiful harvest. Looking at the inventory of recovered rare metals and spoils in the ship's cabin, he couldn't help but smile. The amount of rare metal was small, but there were many high-tech products with very high unit prices. This could also be expected to bring profits when sold. This time, we didn't recover any bad things. Oh really? What's your reaction? Didn't we recover any strange things? In Elmia's tone and eyes, slightly timid as compared to Arlie's voice, they closed the inventory of the spoils. However, it's not certain that dangerous rare items can always be cleared out. This haul seems like it wasn't very good. There's nothing that can be done. Just now, Major Selena notified everyone of the end of operations. Afterward, everyone could return as they pleased. A few cruisers and destroyers docked near the space pirate base, apparently continuing with internal cleaning operations. But if it's space pirates, regular Imperial astronauts shouldn't lag far behind. After all, their equipment is different. Cobbled-together space pirates are simply unable to contend with the military-grade armor and heavy weaponry equipped by the Imperial Space Force. What if Chuang were involved? There's absolutely no way he'd dare to directly fight the Imperial Space Force. Even though Chuang's laser gun is of higher quality than ordinary ones, it still cannot destroy energy armor in a single blow. Even being grazed by the weapons used by the opposing side would lead to fatal injuries. If Chuang were to fight in the power armor stored on this ship, he certainly wouldn't plan to lose. Still, opportunities for its use are rather rare. But if not prepared beforehand, once in a melee situation, if the opponent is wearing energy armor, then things might get stuck here. So preparations were made long ago. The corner of the carriage was nearly covered in a layer of dust. Well then, let's head back. Wait, didn't we recover any strange things? It should be fine. Chuang ignored the two who hurriedly checked the spoils, turning the ship's bow towards a land terrace to use colony. The car is full. Staying here any longer would be pointless. Regrettably, some unrecoverable spoils were left behind. They don't need to be asked. They'll help clean up. The radar has already displayed similar reactions. Hyperdrive load starting. Let's go. Wait. Is everything okay? Are you sure everything is okay? Don't worry, there's nothing strange. This time, there are no dangerous items, just legitimate goods. Probably. What do you mean probably? As Elma shouted simultaneously, the hyperdrive activated, and Krishna emitted a sound akin to an explosion as it entered hyperspace navigation. Crystal that sings, how much psychological trauma do you have? Taking something like that out randomly. anyone would have lingering psychological shadows. Is it that serious? Bought so many. In a sense, isn't this worse than a reaction warhead? Just falling and breaking alone would be a great tragedy. Speaking of the reaction warhead, these refer to the powerful bombs adopted by Krishna's anti-ship torpedoes. While unaware of its structure, it's said that its power surpasses that of atomic and hydrogen bombs. In practice, as long as it hits, even battleships can be utterly shattered. So Chuang believes it indeed has the claimed destructive force. More powerful than that one. Thinking about it from another angle, is it truly like that? Using a singing crystal to summon crystalline life forms poses a broader threat with longer-lasting consequences. Is that so? Is that so? It feels so light. Because it's Lord Hong. Elma showing a surprised expression and an inexplicably self-satisfied tone of voice. Why would I feel so smug? After returning to the colony, I will have to temporarily take care of that princess. Possibly because of some relaxation after entering hyperspace drive mode, Elma sighed. Just one more week. It should be over quickly, right? What after that? If you want to earn more money, head to the disputed stellar region. With your abilities in Krishna, you can make a lot of money. I'm not particularly interested in the disputed regions. Somehow, it doesn't sit well with me. In fact, this star system's colonies have strict orders against sabotage issued by the military itself, which makes staying there quite uncomfortable. From a gaming perspective, most shops in the market are almost closed, and it really feels like you can only prepare and resupply your ship. How would this world feel? I guess it's somewhat imaginable. Ahead, there's a star system with a tourist planet that reportedly has roving bandits targeting passenger ships. A tourist planet. Eradicating space pirates while on vacation sounds fun, doesn't it? Probably the cost of staying will rise. But still, the crew follows the captain's plan. A holiday isn't bad either. In that case, let's head in that direction. Chuang had an ambition to buy a detached house with a yard in the residential area on a planet, but he wasn't in a hurry. It's not as if he were searching for a way back to his original world. Taking a detour didn't matter. To be honest, it wasn't an urgent situation. Enjoying himself was the top priority. As they spoke, they arrived near a Lantaris TU's colony, disengaged the hyperdrive state, and sent a docking request to a Lantaris TU's colony. Doesn't the colony look strange? Indeed, it does look a bit strange. Is that area experiencing a power outage? Is that so? What's wrong? The guiding lights of the docking bay are also flashing red. During the observation process, spaceships were flying out of the docking bays one after another. This movement was akin to fleeing from something. What should we do? Well, what should we do? Arl, help me contact the Port Authority. Alright, I can connect the main display. Arl operated the console and connected the line to the Port Authority of a Lantaris TU's colony. Normally, it would only take a call to get through, but this time it just wouldn't connect. After waiting a while, they finally managed to reach someone. This is the Port Authority. An investigation is currently underway. Hey, calm down. This is Captain Hong of the Mercenary Guild. We've just returned from a space pirate sweep operation, and the colony seems very strange. What's happened? Mercenaries. Hey, does your ship carry combat-grade energy armor? Well, yes. Caught off guard by the peculiar question, Chuang answered with confusion. At this, the Port Authority staff cried out. Save me. The immigrant district is being attacked by unidentified hostile creatures. The staff at the other end of the screen pleaded desperately. In the face of this sudden request, they did not know how to respond and looked at each other awkwardly. No, even if you say that. We're mercenaries, and our lives aren't worth so much. Upon hearing my words, Elma nodded, both looking at each other again before shaking their heads. Arlie sat at the switchboard unsure of what to do, appearing quite at a loss. This situation was indeed helpless. Do you need payment for this kind of situation too? Always. Since risking our lives comes at a price. Naturally, have you not entrusted the Mercenary Guild with a task? I think. He probably already took care of it, but I don't know. Don't you understand? Lead me to see the empty hangar first. Finish the job before making requests. I understood. Number 32. No, go to number 3. Understood, let's go. Cutting off the communication, they followed the guide beacon forward. Should we dock? It's better to avoid getting involved in troublesome matters. I'm not sure either, but there's a chance we could make some money. At least, let's ask first. Before Major Selena returns, keeping watch slightly at the port and earning money shouldn't be bad. Is it alright? I guess nothing big will happen as long as we wear the energy armor, probably. Regardless, they must remain at Intertius Colony to collect their rewards. If a Lantaris TU's colony collapses here, it would be problematic. While stopping at Locker 3, Chuang handed over control of the ship and the task of logging into the Mercenary Guild to Elma and Ermi before heading towards the guest cabin. His goal, naturally, was the energy armor stored in the garage. By the way, since coming to this world, I haven't touched this thing much. So-called power armor mainly refers to powered armor. It allows thick armor and enhanced strength, utilizing energy provided by specialized cores built into the armor to deal with massive heavy weaponry. This is a futuristic weapon that can grant an individual tank-like armor and mobility, along with great strength and firepower. It's the common type seen in science fiction novels and games. Actually, in melee battles within the Strahl online network, it's hard for unarmored players to defeat those wearing energy armor. According to the Port Authority staff, essential items were everywhere in the colony. In Chuang's memory, this kind of activity did not exist in Strahl Online. There are indeed many differences between this world and the gaming world. What a hassle. Chuang sat into the power armor, gently sighing while initiating the startup sequence. Chapter 82. Old School Armor. The people in this world call it that too, but the formal name of what Chuang is sitting on seems to be even longer. What was it again? Something like power furnace-equipped artificial muscle-driven reinforced exoskeleton? That kind of feeling. Because it's so long, everyone just calls it power armor. Even though there are various opinions about power armor, basically white blade combat with Stella linkers happens in relatively small enclosed spaces. What functions are necessary for this kind of combat? Is it mobility and agility? No matter how expensive, in a not-so-spacious space, all those things are simply immobile. Anything exceeding an ordinary person suffices. Then what is it? Humph. Receiving the charge of a large white monster, letting the force play out, snap, crushing it with a hug, tossing it aside, stepping on it to crush it with a wildfire tread. Using brute strength to rip apart a smaller monster entangled around him, smashing it against the wall. Charging into a group of cowardly medium-sized monsters, knocking them away with his body. Swinging his arm to send them flying. Grabbing a charging medium-sized monster, delivering a high-voltage electrical greeting. Using the high-powered laser cannons mounted on both shoulders to pierce through the back of a fleeing monster, reducing it to ash. Ha ha ha. Power is power. While uttering nonsense, he continuously drove out mysterious aggressive life forms. This was Chu Eng's requirement for power armor. That was armor and power. Things like mobility, well, as long as hair grows on living humans, it's fine. Anyway, under circumstances requiring power armor, one would never fall into situations necessitating long-distance high-speed movement or having to initiate mobile warfare. Brawny muscular. As long as these 2 points are met, problems can be solved. With brawn, one can use heavy weapons. Afterward, it's just a matter of skill, so it's quite easy. This is the Port Authority, we've ensured safety nearby, thank you. The reward will come through the Mercenary Guild, don't worry about it. While gathering the scattered white monster corpses together, checking the condition of the power armor. The armor has no damage, no abnormalities in the actuators at the joints, energy remaining at 99.7%. Fixed weaponry shows no anomalies either. Besides, though unsure whether to call it armament, it also has mechanisms allowing for ultra-high-speed movement and body impacts at extremely short distances. The shield itself can be deployed arbitrarily. As power armor, it falls into a fairly large category, a model classified as heavy armor. With a high generator output and ample effective payload, it can wield various types of heavy weapons. Generally speaking, it has a squat, stout appearance because of its heavy armor, hence looking pretty fat. Its feature is that the legs are robustly built to support the weight, with a low gun position. Chuang wasn't very particular about the decals on the power armor, but this company's standard colors were way too rustic, so the whole thing ended up in faultless silver metallic. To put it bluntly, the appearance of this power armor resembles a mechanical sumo wrestler. And the shape was kind of odd, looked a lot like a villain. Isn't this cool? Direct and down to earth. But it's powerful. For the performance Chuang seeks, this power armor suits best. How to say? Though it looks like some sort of gag machine. When PvP activities using power armor begin, they're all about this kind of unit. Come on, let's go. Stella Online Grand Sumo matches, starting for the first time. Today's first pair is Captain Kuroyama from the east and Captain Hiroyuki from the west. Such live commentaries become popular. Why does such power armor exist? Only the developers online know. And today I realized it could be fully accepted in this world without issues. Could this world have the same power armor too? Hongsama? Hongsama? Are you alright? I'm fine. What's the matter with you thinking about it? Requesting rescue through the Mercenary Guild. At the hospital we contract in Enaduka Tech, where we treat the injured due to unrest. It seems those monsters are starting to gather there. Is everything settled here? I've heard the Imperial Army's power armor unit is arriving soon. Depending on successful defense and battle data, the reward is 50,000 inels. Risking my life, yet still cheap. If these guys were alive, they'd probably be dangerous. That's why isn't power armor equipped as a prerequisite? What about over at Enaduka Tech? I've decided to go. Is the reward good enough? 10,000 inels, equivalent to double the harbor defense rewards. That's great, navigation, I rely on you. Got it. After picking up the weapon thrown slightly farther away, according to the map information displayed on the HUD of the power armor, began moving with crunch sounds. By the way, you're really fixated on fighting, aren't you? You're not that good at fighting, right? Even if you're not good at something, there are times when it has to be done. It's better to try when you have the time. That's true. While checking the condition of the weapon, he clang ran. This time Chuang brought along a focus variable laser emitter. For enemies wearing power armor, high output focused lasers can be used, and for living opponents, defocus separation lasers can deliver fatal wounds. It's quite a versatile weapon. Although heavy and difficult to turn, it doesn't matter with Chu Eng's energy armor. Just keep going straight on this road, take a right turn, and there'll be an elevator that takes you to the middle floor. Got it. There didn't seem to be any of those white monsters around here. But what was that? Hey, isn't that monster the artificial meat we saw when we visited the factory? It does look like it. I heard they can't survive once they leave the factory. Isn't this management a bit too careless? It may not necessarily be from that factory. Artificial meats are all white, so it could be from other factories. As he talked to the two people over the communicator, he entered the elevator and set the destination to the middle floor. In no time, the elevator started operating smoothly. Although the weight of the power armor was considerable, it didn't seem to bother it. You should stay alert on the ship too. Once the hatches are closed, no one should be able to come in. That's not an issue. The security cameras on the hatchways are always checking. There's also protection, even at low power. In that case, there shouldn't be a problem. But just in case. Krishna, being a spaceship, already had perfect defenses against NBC. If its shields were up, those white creatures wouldn't stand a chance to get close. It wasn't a question of insignia. What cannot be, simply cannot. Or rather, even Chuang in his power armor would find it hard to break through under these conditions. Using this laser emitter couldn't saturate the shield generator of Krishna's shields either. Though powerful, it could only match the strength of pirate warships' lasers. Thus, the elevator arrived at the target floor. As soon as the door opened, a sight met their eyes, leaving them speechless. This is outrageous. What unfolded was a scene of a dreadful hell. Large white monsters kept shaking their bodies. A person's foot was moving continuously near a monster's mouth. A medium-sized monster dyed its white body with blood, greedily swallowing something. There was a body completely immobilized by countless small monsters. Such scenes were everywhere. All the monsters shared one feature: their slippery white bodies, round mouths resembling lampreys, and rows upon rows of teeth. Unlike the tentacle-like creatures seen at the factory, the species above the medium variety had limbs. Small varieties seemed more like those tentacle creatures. While these are based on tentacles, they don't feel like pages from a thin book. These creatures only have an appetite. They're weird. That's too much. Is AR alright? My face turned pale looking at your pictures, and stiffened up. Don't let them force themselves to look at it. Also, if there are survivors responding, let me know. Anyway, they're not on the way. Because they couldn't allow the survivors onto the elevator, Chuang quickly got off the elevator and prepared the laser emitter. It was in the separation laser mode. I'll disinfect these filth. By applying the separated laser beams, the monsters were sequentially burned into ash from the front. Since word had it that there were no survivors left on the streets, he swept them away mercilessly. These things might be threats to living beings, but to Chuang in his power armor, they were mere nothingness. Though there was a possibility that large varieties could knock him down, even if they did, their strength and teeth wouldn't harm Chuang. Chuang's firepower was overwhelming. Even without using weapons, relying solely on the fixed armaments and hand-to-hand combat of his power armor could trample them easily. If the Imperial Army's Power Armor Division began official operations, such monsters should be cleared away pretty quickly. Chuang found himself fighting in circumstances like this, and the timing, how should one say it, was quite fortuitous. To the large species that came rushing forward making splash-splash sounds, he used a continuous burst of fractionated laser fire to render them helpless, then launched the approaching medium-sized creatures flying using the laser emitter. Occasionally, he blocked them with kicks and simultaneously incinerated them with separated laser beams. The smaller ones sometimes got entangled, becoming annoying, so he occasionally tore them off and stomped on them. And when there were many, he used electric discharges from his palms to repel them. If it were me, I'd probably throw up out of nausea. One only throws up when they've had too much alcohol. He chuckled faintly while stepping on the smaller seed-sized creatures that fell from his body due to electric shocks. However, it seemed the medium-sized varieties were somewhat smart. Once they realized they couldn't win, they fled. While wiping out the medium-sized creatures attempting to escape with shoulder-mounted laser guns and handheld laser emitters, Chuang ran towards the general hospital he had visited before. The next intersection, turn right. It's right there. Love, huh? The sound of his running feet rustled. There were no survivors on the street. It seemed that all survivors had fled into buildings to hold their ground. Colonies like this one, when accidents or attacks occurred, would have highly sealed shelters if a hole was made in the outer shell, which was probably why they went into such places. Wow. Chuang couldn't help but exclaim as he turned right at the crossroads. Because, for some reason, the target general hospital was crowded with monsters in front. Why are these guys gathering here? Is it for a health checkup or something? Those creatures going to the hospital for a checkup are too surreal. Elma gave an appropriate response. Chapter 83, Situation calmed. Cough, cough, cough. A deadly shower of light rained down in separation mode on the clusters of white monsters. It took only an instant from firing to impact. That was certain, because it really traveled at the speed of light. Originally, the primary source of damage from high-power lasers should be the explosive shockwave. The surface of the object hit by the super high-temperature laser would evaporate abruptly, causing the explosion to damage the target. However, the high-power laser weapon in Stella's Link computer didn't cause damage this way. Instead, it pierced through the target and turned it into ashes. This differed from the behavior of optical weapons that Chuang knew about. As long as it can defeat the enemy, it doesn't matter, does it? It's truly incredible. Perhaps its principle differed from the laser weapons that Chuang knew. While thinking about such matters, he continued sweeping away the approaching white monsters. What? I don't want this either. But what's going on with these things? Do incidents like this happen often? I haven't heard of them. If events like this frequently occurred, the cultured meat factories and manufacturers would go bankrupt. That's true. Soon, someone would protest against the creation of cultured meat. Within the range that Chuang could see, indeed a few people had died. To prevent such a situation, there should have been 10-fold or even 20-fold safety measures in place, right? Is there a cultured meat manufacturer here? The name sounds rather unscary. Not sure what type of cultured meat they've used for food. The Kobe beef brochure says that the key to delicious meat is good feed. I think Alma's concern isn't about that. As they casually talked, they continued driving out the monsters. Rock music? The monster removal went on without a trace of tension. Alma, the general hospital is calling. Connect me. As soon as Alma finished speaking, a man's voice was heard. This is Amira from the security division of Inagawa General Hospital. You are. We're the team leader of the rescue commissioned by the Mercenary Guild, currently driving away the creatures outside the hospital. My name is Alma, one of the crew members on his ship, and I'm responsible for providing intelligence. My name is Al, and like Alma, I'm also an operator. From the Mercenary Guild. You've done us a huge favor. Actually, the wall separating the outside from the inside is about to break. Is that all? For maintaining airtight conditions, the wall's thickness should be quite substantial, shouldn't it? It seems their body fluid might be corrosive. Normally, airtight barriers within colonies don't need corrosion resistance. Ah, I see. To maintain the airtight condition inside the hospital, corrosion resistance isn't really necessary, right? Shu Ang's energy armor is at least made for combat, so it's constructed with corrosion-resistant materials. No matter how drenched he gets with their bodily fluids, he remains unaffected. I'll take care of the exterior. Have any intruded inside yet? After the extermination ends, please collect samples of the creatures, since we need to create nanomachines to eliminate these beings. Understood. Do you need them alive? No, corpses will suffice. Got it. Roasted with lasers wouldn't be ideal, huh? I'm just security, but I feel live ones might be better. Yeah, got it. If their numbers decrease, stopping them using hand-to-hand combat might work. Alright, time for cleanup. Amazing. The last remaining large species took a beating and flew away. With that, the extermination was complete. The surrounding scene resembled a battlefield full of bodies. The cleanup went smoothly. The tough part was just the final hand-to-hand combat, wasn't it? Using the laser gun to shave hair is still easier. Hard work. No creature activity detected nearby. Extermination complete. You were pretty energetic messing around. I've done plenty of exercise. I should sleep well tonight. From the corpses of the creatures killed in close combat, several well-preserved bodies were selected and piled up near the hospital entrance. Are these samples sufficient? Hold on. Apparently, they're verifying with researchers. In any case, if the remaining bodies are left as is, it could become a serious issue, so they're being gathered together for now. Colonies are fundamentally enclosed spaces. The stench and gases produced after decay might cause an uncontrollable situation. Long time no see, Yukuin. You saved my life again. Professor Xiaozi. It's Xiaozi. You remember me. Yeah. Chuang felt that Professor Xiaozi was a character difficult to forget. Can we share a visual link? Yeah. Alright, starting sharing. At the very moment the visual sharing began, a clamorous noise came through the line connected to Professor Xiao. Impressive. Did Koji do all this alone? Yes, though I'm wearing an energy suit, so it's a trivial matter. He picked up the laser emitter he had discarded for hand-to-hand combat, and walked to the corpses of the creatures that had been set aside as samples. Are these the samples? There are 2 corpses each of small, medium, and large types. Do you have any feelings about these creatures? The smaller and larger ones have intelligence comparable to animals, or rather, they are quite ferocious, acting purely out of hunger. They don't seem to consider unfavorable conditions, directly attacking without hesitation. I see. Is it different for the medium type? These 2 are smarter than the others. They use the smaller or larger types as bait for ambushes and flee if the situation turns unfavorable. Oh, that's interesting. Are their brains more developed compared to the other 2 kinds? Are these samples sufficient? I think it should be fine. I'll prepare right away, so please stay alert. Understood, I'll keep a good watch. After cutting the communication, he assigned Irmi and Elma to search the area and began cleaning up the bodies again. Shouldn't we incinerate these with lasers and turn them into ashes? They should be quality protein. Shouldn't you leave them here? The population may need them for something. Is that so? Yes. While working, the city walls opened, and people dressed in yellow protective suits emerged from the general hospital. They seemed to bring along sealed stretchers designed for transporting samples. One of them raised a hand and approached. We're saved. To think such powerful armor exists. Is that Xiaoku's voice? We're all fully geared up. Faces can't be seen. Truly, we've been rescued once again. We heard the rescue request had been issued, but didn't expect Koji to show up. It seems we meet at curious places. However, it was Irmi and Elma who found the mission. Is that so? I owe my thanks to you too. Alright, what should I do next? I'll create nanomachines to drive them away soon. It will take around 2 hours, and during this time, can you protect us? That's what the authorities requested. Understood. So let's do our best. With that, Teacher Xiaoku in the protective suit returned to the circle of researchers and started participating in sample recovery. He would return shortly. I need more samples of the smaller types. They're piled there. Take however many you like. Their conditions vary, so pick at your leisure. Understood. It would be troublesome if they were attacked while conducting the recovery operation, so holding onto the laser gun, he stood guard vigilantly around the area. Upon closer inspection, some individuals dressed in protective gear held laser guns while on duty. Were they security personnel? Not long after, the recovery work concluded, and everyone went back to the hospital. Only Chuang remained behind, resuming the cleanup. You said you could make nanomachines to drive away bacteria. Is it really that simple? How is it? This general hospital should possess high-performance positron AI for research purposes and numerous medical nanomachine units. So it should be possible, shouldn't it? Aren't nanomachines designed to displace living beings dangerous? I don't know. However, I recall that the cultured meat factory mentioned a device with nanomachines to prevent escape. Could they have made something effective specifically against those monsters? I see, so that's how it works. While admiring Alma's explanation, he spent his time clearing up and keeping guard. Battle sounds echoed from everywhere. Perhaps it was the garrison Solar Navy or Colonel Surina's independent fleet returning to deal with space pirates. Moreover, until the research was completed, there was no further attack. Just standing idly by. Chapter 84, Storage. A pristine white space, with a few tables and chairs arranged within. In the distance came an indeterminate sound, perhaps mechanical or something else driving it, accompanied by voices trailing off into echoes. Chuang sat on one of the seats in this white space. To be freed from the confines of the power armor was truly refreshing. Phew, we really made it. When attacked by the cosmic pirates, I thought I wouldn't make it. And this time, I even thought it was all over for me. Xiao Zi, the teacher, handed Chu Ong a bottle of drink as she spoke. It contained a very cold, slightly opaque, white liquid. It didn't seem viscous, looking more like a sports drink. What is this? It's something akin to an oral rehydration solution, but tastes better. It seemed much like a sports drink. Despite the rarity of the opportunity, he obediently opened the cap and took a sip. This is cool. Good work, wasn't it tough? Not too bad. But thanks to the power armor, I felt dangerous situations were minimal. After his research on nanomachines against biological threats concluded, Chu Ong was invited to the general hospital, where he shed his armor, bathed using the hospital's facilities, and was treated by teacher Xiao Zi. Apparently, she was chosen as the receptionist because she knew Chu Ong. As for why they hadn't returned to the ship promptly and remained at the general hospital, it was because it had been judged that returning to the ship without thoroughly cleaning the power armor covered in biological fluids could be dangerous. Because no one knew what pathogens might be present on him. As a precaution, apart from purification, there was also the intent to collect body fluids and tissue samples adhering to the energy armor to enhance the anti-biological nanomachine system. Teacher Xiao Zi, is your development complete already? Yes, it's done. The samples collected from your power armor might require some modifications, but these should be minor. No need to get entangled in this process further. As she said this, she lightly waved her hand. Perhaps due to having just escaped life-threatening danger, her mental state appeared somewhat unstable, swaying toward restlessness. But Dr. Xiao Ke's luck isn't good. Twice within less than a month, he was in mortal peril. That's right. Statistically speaking, these are anomalies. I owe my life twice to Guangjun. Perhaps there is a certain element of fate involved. Do you believe in such things? Chu Ong saw him as someone who did not quite believe in the supernatural. No, not really. However, with such little time elapsed between these events, changing one's perspective is inevitable. Understandable? Then would you follow destiny and become our ship medic? In response to Chu Ang's invitation, teacher Xiao Zi first looked surprised, then smiled. Not a bad idea, but don't ships full of mercenaries usually lack a dedicated medic? You mercenaries who primarily operate around colonies can use their medical facilities when dealing with emergencies, while minor injuries are handled with simple medical probes. Long-range exploratory vessels, adventure ships, and pioneer migration ships may carry medics, but does your ship, lacking both satisfying research equipment and targets, fit this description? That's disappointing. Teacher Xiao Ku was a very charming woman, and this rejection was genuinely regrettable. What do you mean about impure motives? Aren't men like this? She's a bespectacled beauty whose chest armor rivals Athena's. Asking once for help is the natural thought of any normal man. Ho ho, your gaze seems rather predatory. It only shows that I'm a normal man. Is it truly so great? I suffer from stiff shoulders, and it feels uncomfortable being stared at, so I don't much care for it. Indulging his eyes. Is it worth revering? For men, the female form represents an endless mystery, one that can never be fully explored. Such a cheap kind of mystery, isn't it? Teacher Xiao Zi chuckled, standing up. All right, service time is over, and the cleansing procedures are nearly completed. Oh. Chu Ong stood, saluting teacher Xiao Zi with appreciation for her service spirit. The way back was exceedingly safe. Imperial Space Marines moved about in teams of 3, sweeping the area clear of that organism, leaving absolutely no room for Chu Ang's intervention. That said, Chu Ong was still a suspicious figure, roaming around equipped with power armor and heavy weaponry. Although stopped several times by Imperial soldiers, upon explaining that he'd undertaken a rescue mission via the Mercenary Guild for Daikawa Technologies and was now heading back to his ship after completing it, he was quickly let go. So, have you figured out the source yet? As far as I know, there's no specific information about it. However, various high-tech enterprises have introduced different countermeasures. Are virus removal operations making progress? All the companies with a variety of countermeasures? Isn't it just the nanomachines from Daikawa Tech? Yes, the military robot weapons manufacturer has dispatched a large number of specialized combat robots to various places in the colony for clearing biological threats. Moreover, the chemical manufacturer Tornado has successfully synthesized chemicals toxic only to bioforms, providing these along with chemical spray devices to the Imperial Army. Additionally, many other companies have reportedly introduced corresponding measures. The Imperial Army has also started extermination efforts. The independent squad seems to be back as well. It can be assumed that the situation is gradually calming down. I see. However, this is indeed a shocking event. While we've made money, I imagine those who have lost their lives or been injured might find it hard to bear. That's true. By the way, you don't need to split the profits from these 2 missions with us. Huh? What do you mean? If it were money earned through the ship, we'd also risk our lives for a share. But this time, only you risked your life, right? It feels too calculating to take advantage of such wealth. Is that so? Both had participated in surgery and navigation. Yeah, how could someone like Lord Hong fight so desperately for such a small reward? Perhaps. I understand. Since both insisted on this stance, he would agree. Although it slightly violated regulations, their argument was acceptable. If Chu Ong were in their shoes, what would he say? He might very well state the same thing. Looking at this situation, it appears this colony will remain somewhat chaotic for a while. There's nothing we can do about that. Fortunately, there are ample food and water reserves, so after receiving payment, we should head straight to the next destination. Until then, it's still dangerous to go out. Let's stay put on the ship. Indeed, we'll just have to rest well inside the vessel. Slightly moving his body posed some minor risks, perhaps due to trading life for life, but emotions ran high. Please feel free to socialize. Do show some restraint, won't you? Elma whispered timidly over the communication line. What are you talking about? Earl seemed not to fully grasp the situation yet, which wasn't bad either. You two must be tired, huh? Things are fine here now, so why don't you soak in a bath first? Ah, understood. Then, please be careful on your return trip, Lord Hong. Ah, just wait patiently. Chuang ended the call and walked into the elevator. As soon as he stepped out, it was all going to culminate. The mysterious monster incident occurring at an unpleasant moment had a significant impact, and it took the military and Port Authority 5 days to issue the rewards. Daikawa Technologies' reward quickly arrived. You ask how he spent those previous 5 days. The shame was unspeakable. No, Chuang isn't a superhuman. He couldn't maintain such intensity 24/7. Elma initially felt powerless, but eventually became quite excited, whereas Earl remained confused merely at the start. Sure is a refreshing morning, huh? Yes it is. Mimi, Elma's response seems indifferent. It's definitely because she's shy. Elma's being a bit mischievous. Earl, smiling without malice, hit the mark exactly. Maybe feeling it unjustifiable to criticize her completely pure attitude, he turned red, falling silent. Haha, Elma is so cute. Well then, since the reward has finally been paid, it's time to distribute it. This time, including the proceeds from selling the loot, the total reward amounts to 835,464 Earls. Adding to that the detention fee for 30 days of 1.5 million Earls and the Comrades in Arms bonus upon deployment of 372,514 Earls, we've earned a total of 2,707,978 Earls this time. While it did take a while, we made a good amount of money. I am the guardian. Elma nodded contentedly, and Earl's eyes widened in astonishment, likely because the sum exceeded her expectations. Chuang figured he'd made a decent profit too. Not only did he undergo health checks and establish contact with Major Serena, but he even lent her money. Ultimately, wasn't this outcome not bad? From this, the share given to Elma is 81,239 Earls, and Mimi gets 13,539 Earls. Then Chuang pocketed 2,613,200 Earls, with total assets reaching 17,022,017 Earls. Buying a new ship is certainly an option, isn't it? Seems like you're contemplating something? My assets exceed 17 million Earls. Purchasing a mothership here might work as a move. A mothership, eh? It's a large ship capable of launching and landing smaller craft. Due to its ability to carry oversized cargo containers, we could perform transport tasks to a certain extent. But for 17 million, we probably can't afford a top-tier ship, right? Add the retrofitting cost, and it'd at least double. That's true. We'll have to save up a bit more. With 17 million, we'd end up halfway there. 17 million in Earls is, in general, a very unrealistic amount. As mercenaries buying and selling ships, that's already a huge sum, but it's still only at the level of a petty millionaire, right? Equivalent to the level of a petty millionaire. Our perceptions of money are just too different. Earl cradled his head. The 13,000 in Earls Elma received this time, compared to the monthly salary of 4,000 in Earls for an Army First Lieutenant, was a groundbreaking amount. Even 0.5% of that income would far exceed the typical high earnings of military personnel. In any case, let's go to the resort star system recommended by Earl next time. We'll consider whether or not to buy a ship based on what we earn there. With a mothership, we'd definitely make much more money if our goal is to earn. Just transporting cargo to the destination star system could earn hundreds of thousands, even millions of Earls, and they could also hunt down space pirates who target spaceships. Since it's a 2-for-1 deal, the investment would be pretty cost-effective. It's just a matter of having the skill to ensure the mothership doesn't run into trouble. I think things have stabilized slightly. Let's restock supplies and leave immediately. Alright, understood. Mimi immediately picked up a tablet to begin inspecting the ship's supplies, while Elma operated the co-pilot's control panel to conduct a self-check on the vessel. Chuang handed over the pre-launch preparations to the two of them and reviewed the operations from the past few days. If nothing happens during key moments, that would be catastrophic. And thus, they steadily prepared to set off for the next star system. Chapter 85. This guy is such a trouble. I won't miss it. Oh, the third day after preparation began. The preparation of food and other supplies was basically ready. The maintenance of warships and power armor was also completed. It was time to set off. At this stage, Major Serena boarded Krishna, in civilian clothes. Troublesome customer. Troublesome customer. How can you respond so coldly? Hey, don't push me too hard. Disrespectful. I am Lady Holtz. TCH, how troublesome. TCH, what a pain. Upon hearing Chu Ang's heartfelt words, Major Serena opened her mouth wide in shock, displaying an astonished expression. You? What's going on? Are you planning to use noble privilege to cut him down? Mr. Yu, I would like to know your countermeasures. Fearlessness must have its limits. Al saw Chu Ang's reaction towards Major Serena. His face turned a bit green as he advised Chuang, while Earl sighed looking up at the sky, covering her face with her hand. No, that won't do. Regardless of whether Chuang is a nobleman, the Krishna belongs to Chuang. On board, Chuang is the king. What happened? Weren't we agreed not to force sales anymore? Why you're not wrong. But, it's too cunning. We're so busy, but all you did was focus on vacationing in the Sarah system. Too cunning. Major Serena. She pointed at Chuang and shouted loudly. I see. How come there are such troublesome women? You've said I'm troublesome again? Major Serena's expression seemed ready to emit a boom sound effect as she ignored it and sighed. Didn't I say it was troublesome? How else should one behave when showing up precisely at the moment of departure to cause trouble? Well, Han's way of dealing is indeed too harsh. You're quite gentle to women usually. If it were just a high-ranking person in the army, it'd be okay, but she's still the daughter of a marquis. If you're too kind to her, things could get complicated. I'm not some pet. Wouldn't it backfire instead? Due to overwhelming anger, Major Serena's tone started to collapse, while Al watched muttering quietly to himself. Come on, stop saying this. How could anyone become closer after being treated so rudely? Impossible, right? So what exactly is going on here? We plan to move to the Ceres system and spend our days eliminating space pirates in Va Casu. Regarding this, yes, I think it's imprudent. Imprudent? Yes. Recently, Aldentius Colony suffered immense damage from a bioterror attack a few days ago, and many people died. In such circumstances, enjoying holidays at a resort seems rather imprudent, doesn't it? I see. Hee, do you understand now? Then stay a little longer. This has nothing to do with us. Alright, we're heading to the Ceres system. Either leave or using this as an excuse to keep us here wouldn't be wise. No. It's inappropriate for men to touch unmarried daughters of nobility. Ugh. Unacceptable treatment calls for punishment. And I certainly can't execute her. How could this guy be so much of a nuisance? Have we met before? And you're drunk already? Although attempting to drive Major Serena out of the dining room, Major Serena used all her strength at the entrance of the dining room to resist. Damn it, who will fetch the energy armor? Throw this horse overboard. Really? Both of you calm down. Irma ran between Chu Ong and Major Serena, trying to pull them apart. Further resistance was futile, so Chu Ong raised both hands and sat down in a chair at the dining table. Al sat beside Chu Ong, and Irma led Major Serena to sit across from Chu Ong. With Irma present, then let me ask you again, what exactly is the matter? We want to transfer out of this system. Unless you give a satisfactory reason for infringing upon our freedom of movement, I, as the captain, will command these 2-3 people together to throw Major Serena out of the ship. Wah! Chuong glared at Major Serena, and she clearly looked intimidated. Then she diverted her gaze from Chuong, looking at Al and Irma instead. She exhaled with a profound expression akin to deep thought, then turned her face towards an empty direction. I only came because I was envious and jealous. So, just because I'm envious of you, I came to bother you. What's your problem with that? All complaints. Isn't this just sneaky? I have to look at disgusting tentacle creatures' holographic images over and over as data, attend strategy meetings, and write reports, while you guys are going to a resort. And now you're even trying to involve me in the chaos. Isn't it simply causing trouble out of pure jealousy? I am also sick and tired of all this. I want to go to the resort too. Abandoning the dignity of a soldier and the self-respect of a noble, and starting to act like a spoiled brat. Major Serena was shouting, slapping the dining table. Where did the cool and rational girlfriend who's a soldier vanish to? Could it be that she had a drink before coming here? So, does that mean she only came to cause trouble because she envies us? In response to Chuang's question, Major Serena glanced up at him and nodded. Chuang gave her a smile, and she reciprocated with one as well. I see. All right, I'll let you go. I confessed my true feelings. Isn't that a rather direct form of hostility? No sympathy whatsoever. Major Serena, resisting by clinging onto the table, and Chuang attempting to drag her away. It was Al who ultimately brought their squabble to an end. May I interject? What is it? I believe Miss Serena must know sheer obstinacy won't get her anywhere, and she probably understands her position better than anyone else. Her casual attire suggests she's not on duty today, right? In other words, Lady Serena just wants a break or to vent some frustration. She'd like to interact with someone who sees her simply as Serena, without treating her like Major Serena or the Marquis's daughter, right? Major Serena remained silent. In this situation, silence likely equates to a yes. Play. Chuang was puzzled. What exactly should he do? Are you suggesting I take this young lady out on a date in town? Absolutely unacceptable. Chuang began to sense something wasn't quite right about her. Then, let's have drinks here. Although we can't offer top-notch organic meals, Jarun can cook delicious food. And we do have some beverages, mine. Speaking of which, I still owe 100,000 enel, subtly stored in Krishna's garage. Elma's tone was full of sarcasm, her body trembling slightly. If no one occasionally poked at him like this, he wouldn't repay his debts. Well, isn't that great? So you want to spend as much time as possible with me too? Well yeah, Chuang frankly admitted. Elma is a good person, beautiful, and has her cute side. Not to mention Al. But Major Serena, definitely not. So today then. After all, I still owe you a favor, Major. Why yes, I understand. Owing more favors to Major Serena. Does this woman really intend to deepen her relationship with Chuang through these constant borrowings and lendings? Better be cautious. So once everything is settled, let's all celebrate our departure together. Yes, actually, I've ordered many new foods from an import shop through mail order. Let's reveal them now. Al started revealing things he shouldn't. Recently, the shopping cart felt narrow for some reason. Is Al getting wiser under Elma's influence? Chuang harbors mixed feelings about Al's growing strength and maturity. Chapter 86. This guy's such a trouble, too. Well, I can't think of anything special either, so let's just toast. Toasting. Chuang's voice was like unfinished beer. The three women raised their glasses filled with alcohol and lightly clinked them together. Chuang was drinking a soft drink, that kind of soda without carbonation. What great wine. I bought it right after visiting the factory. It's a bit pricey though. 100,000 enel is how much? For us mercenaries, that's pocket money. Isn't your sense of money kind of strange? I don't have such a thing. Mr. Hong and Ms. Elma seem to be a little like that. What does that mean? Didn't you ask Wang to update the shower room, washing machine, high-performance cooking machine, and all kinds of equipment on board? I remember it was 300,000 yuan. I thought you could also fly. No, not at all, right? Chu Wang thought that when three women get together, they often talk about evil people. The topics seemed endless, jumping around constantly between the three of them. Did their conversations have some kind of jump drive system embedded in them? Listening from the side, the topics were overly mundane, but merely keeping track of their train of thought was already exhausting. After a while, Chu Wang felt that following their dialogue closely was too exhausting, so he decided not to chase their conversation anymore and focused his attention on the imported goods on the table instead. On the table, there lay the universe expanding. No, that's metaphorical expression. There wasn't actually a galaxy on the table. A dazzling array of food items made one dizzy. Chu Wang decided to first focus his attention on the dish closest to him. It was pasta. The pasta looked pink. Relax, he hadn't touched anything yet. Though silent, Chu Wang couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine thinking about it. Anyway, Chu Wang picked up a piece of pink pasta and carefully examined it. It's pasta. At least it doesn't look like a worm. He first plucked a single strand and put it into his mouth. The taste, a bit salty. Even if chewed thoroughly, it won't stir wildly in the mouth. In any case, he was reassured. The taste, somewhat like sea urchin. Slightly sweet and rich. Is it delicious or not? Chu Wang was enjoying the flavor as it entered his mouth, then suddenly realized the three had stopped talking at some point and had been staring at him the entire time. What's wrong? Is this one good? I don't hate it. It's sweet, very strong. What's your reaction? Well, it's called Udi worm. Don't hear that. This is sea urchin pasta. Pasta made using advanced processing technology, tasting like sea urchins. That's self-deception taken too far. Why buy such an eye-catching thing? No, this is pasta. First, it's neither eyeballs nor anything special. Because it's pasta, everyone should try. This sea urchin pasta is really delicious. No, Can I have some? Sure, I am too. How can the person who bought it possibly avoid eating it? It's impossible, isn't it? Yes. While tearfully placing the pink worm-like shape, no, sea urchin pasta, into their mouths. Ears full of tears, Al chewed what was inside her mouth, and her facial expression gradually changed. It's really delicious. Right, let's pretend it's sea urchin pasta. Indeed. Though I don't know much about sea urchin pasta, it's quite tasty. As Chu Wang placed the marine-flavored pasta into his mouth from the plate, Alma Major Selena glanced at each other, watching Chu Wang's Zhao. Then let me challenge myself. It's specially prepared for me. Yes, this is specifically. Alma and Major Selena nervously put the sea urchin pasta into their mouths. The initial tense expressions softened once the taste spread through their mouths. This is indeed delicious. So tasty. By the way, move this plate in front of me. I feel malicious intent towards you. How do you explain yourself? Not coincidence. Is that so? Coincidence. The ones in front of you are obviously fine. Al and Alma sweated profusely, avoiding my gaze. Stop pursuing. Pursuing? Let's continue this topic. Starting from Al. Upon seeing the item in the bowl Chu Wang handed over, Al made a strange sound and froze. Deep in the bowl sat a marble-sized sphere. Its surface gleamed with black light, smooth like a pitch-black glass ball. What's wrong? Isn't it one of Al's arranged imported delicacies? Al smiled as if trying to cover something up. Cute. But no allowance. Chu Wang picked up the plate again, with a full smile on his face. Ugh. With tearful eyes, he used trembling fingers to grasp the black glass ball and popped it into his mouth. He chewed and crushed the black marble in his mouth. You remained expressionless. What's the reaction? Is it scary? What's going on? No, hey, is that right? Major Selena's question made Al furrow her brows and tilt her head. That subtle reaction caused Chu Wang, Elma, and Major Selena to simultaneously glance at the black marble in the deep bowl. Then the three of them looked at each other's expressions and nodded. What is this indescribable taste? It was a strange mix of sweet, salty, and sour all at once. What kind of sensation is this? Yes, pudding with soy sauce, the flavor of sea urchin, exactly like that feeling. Impossible to put into words. To be honest, what is this? Don't tell me. I think it's better not to know. Chu Wang wanted to ask Al about the true identity of this object, but upon seeing the look of sudden realization on Al's face, he stopped asking. It's definitely something you'd regret knowing. This must be some kind of egg. An egg from one of Al's peculiar creatures. Let's not go there for now. Are these the highlights? Yeah, there won't be any issues afterward. Previously enjoyed smoked meat, unfamiliar fruits, tartlets made from those fruits, slices of fish, and blackened minced meat sauces, as well as cooked shrimp as thick as an index finger. By the way, the index-sized thing resembling cooked shrimp and the black marble-like object were placed close to Chu Wang's seat. Oh, this shrimp looks delicious. Elma, try it. Al suddenly perked up. That reaction. So this is also some special ingredient, huh? Wouldn't Hong feel uncomfortable if we just eat without him? Don't worry. Look, ugh. You're not getting away with this. Only you. By the way, what they thought was shrimp turned out to be perfectly steamed caterpillar-like truffles. Creamy and quite delicious. Once the food's safety was assured, it became a simple dinner gathering. However, as a servant, he cannot drink alcohol. You say we arrived too late for the rescue. We destroyed the space pirates' base, cleared the debris. The colonists should properly protect their own colony with their own combat strength. It's exactly how you see it. Elma was gleefully drinking like wine, which didn't cause much harm, but her ears physically tangled together while trying to take them off. Meanwhile, Major Selena had been grumbling about the same topic since earlier, getting more and more excited. All right, Major Selena, calm down. You too. With high-performance energy armor, you defended the harbor, wiped out the monsters on your own, saved the Daikawa Tech General Hospital, and even used the time you earned to build nanomachines for elimination. Oh well, compared to independent fleets, laughs, mercenaries are much more reliable, aren't they? So physically speaking, weren't you far away? Or maybe you didn't use your forces well. This bioterror attack happened precisely because you didn't do your job properly. What nonsense. Major Selena grabbed Chuang by the collar and shook him violently. What a drunkard, so unreasonable. No, there's nothing you can do when someone's drunk. It seems Major Selena has been accumulating a lot inside her. Oh, restrain me, restrain me. Ru are you. While moaning, she finally stopped shaking. What? Suddenly bellowing and shaking Chuang forcefully again. The drunken haze shifted abruptly, and Major Selena collapsed motionlessly on the table. She seemed to have fallen asleep. Doesn't this person realize she's sitting on a man's ship? Isn't she too carefree? He quitting? You creepy fairy, stop right now. Elma laughed as she made a gesture showing her thumb between her index finger and middle finger. If you're going to do it, you're still much more conscious than the two unconscious ones, despite being slower on the uptake. Upon hearing Chuang's declaration, Elma broke into a big smile. Haha, her expression is great. Chuang felt satisfied with his expression and detached the entangled ears from himself, laying them on the sofa against the wall, then lifted the unconscious Major Selena into his arms. In a bridal carry. Really going to do it? Chuang responded with a faint smile to Elma's question. Is that so? Then he threw Major Selena into the simple medical probe in the sickbay. Only this person, Jing, mumbled, Z is broken, which was not at all graceful. Perhaps Major Selena's parents would find out, and she would be buried in the dark. In other words, this person was a landmine of reaction warhead level. Chuang wasn't fearless enough to step on a visible landmine. Are you back again? Did it not work? When you're drunk, your character gets worse. Chuang patted Elma on the head. As soon as Chuang returned, he turned his gloomy expression bright. What a cute one. What? You stopped too high. You're still lost in me and Al. Taking off a layer of skin doesn't make one a beast. I don't deny that point because men always have their own wild beast inside. It's not easy to bind it with the chain of reason. What's that? Do you think what you said was cool? Oh, what's wrong? Do you want to manage me? Elma kept making sarcastic remarks while moving Al up and down, which was a sign seeking attention. Chapter 87. The morning of departure. You got carried away and drank too much. Major Selena had been inside the Jiangyi medical probe for about an hour. The princess of the Chuang elves was completely drunk, ending up incapacitated. Chuang, just as he was an hour ago, was carrying Irma toward the infirmary. If they lasted for an hour, Major Serena should have been drunk by now. He planned to wake Major Serena up and switch Irma into the Jiangyi medical probe. Upon entering the infirmary, they saw Major Selena sound asleep in the Jiangyi medical probe. Her vital signs checked out fine. He decided to operate the Jiangyi medical probe to revive her. After a while, Major Serena woke up inside the Jiangyi medical probe. After letting her gaze wander through the air for a bit, she widened her eyes in surprise and tried to get up abruptly. With a dong, Chuang's head bumped against the transparent cover of the medical probe, his eyes watering. Lieutenant Colonel, even though the alcohol has worn off, you're still acting like an old fool, Mr. Major. Chuang operated the control panel to open the cover of the probe. Of course, even if Chuang didn't do it, the cover could be opened from the inside. But for Major Serena, whose alertness is rising, this would be a difficult task. You go out first, I'll put this guy in. While rubbing his forehead, he watched Major Serena emerge from the Jiangyi medical probe, then proceeded to throw Irma into the Jiangyi medical probe one after another, operating the control panel to quickly restore her body. The Major got completely wasted, spilling dissatisfaction and various emotions all over the place like oxygen escaping from a punctured bottle, so I boldly threw him into the Jiangyi medical probe. Upon hearing Chuang's words, Major Serena turned red with embarrassment and awkwardly walked away. Uncomfortable? Chuang, stepping onto the ship despite the other party's trouble, allowing them full reign until their original form was exposed from drunkenness, then being knocked out into the Jiangyi medical probe. For someone with a sane mind, this should certainly make them feel apologetic. I'm sorry. No, occasionally getting out of a predicament like this might not be bad. You seem to have accumulated quite a bit of pressure. Major Serena covered her face with both hands and bowed her head. It seemed to have a considerable effect. And it's the second time. There was also a prior instance where excessive drinking resulted in the same scenario. You need to restrain yourself when drinking or consider introducing nanomachines that help improve mood. Rather, you've lost your guard aboard my mercenary ship as a noble-born individual. In such an advanced technological world, there must be at least a couple of things capable of irreversibly manipulating the spirit. Even just depriving the body of freedom, primitive methods like severing tendon connections can be considered. And there are ways to sail the ship while Major Serena is sleeping, heading off into the distant horizon. It should be possible to sell Major Selena to the Berry-Barum Federation if we wanted to. Being young, beautiful, and from a prestigious aristocratic bloodline, there would surely be people willing to pay large sums of money to freely indulge in either her physical or mental assets. I am reflecting. Major Serena shriveled up and seemed dazed. Cute. No, wait, don't fall for it. Who is in front of you? It's Major Selena. It's Major Serena who is sober and back to normal. She appears to have received a scolding from Chuang. But is that really the case? Perhaps it is, but maybe not. Chuang is doubting you. Since you're reflecting, I won't say anything more. Besides, I'm no great person who can lecture Major Serena. He picked up Major Serena's sword, leaned against the wall, and handed it to her. Shouldn't we head back to the ship? If strange words were to be said, it would cause difficulty for both sides. Yes, yes. Taking the sword, Major Serena stood up eagerly. What happened to Al? Mimi woke up during Irma's overtime match and is currently tidying up the cafeteria. It seems the youngest Al can best control herself. Opening the cabin door and watching Major Selena descend the gangway. Halfway through, Major Serena turned around. Can we meet again? If the Lieutenant Colonel goes after space pirates, we'll meet again. To me, space pirates are also my kind of food, and I owe them something. Thinking about it this way, isn't Chuang living off the lives of space pirates like a cannibal monster? In some sense it's true, but Chuang wishes to be a better existence. There are no space pirates worthy of sympathy. Is that so, yeah? Well then, see you later. Yeah, see you. Finally, Major Selena left with a light-headed smile. Watching his figure leave, Krishina sighed as she returned. Can we meet again? Saying this with the kind of eyes akin to an abandoned puppy, Chuang was in quite a dilemma. What does Major Selena want Chuang to do? Major Serena is a bit too much for Chuang. Nevertheless, if they have fate, they will meet again. Anyway, the departure would be postponed until tomorrow. The next day, the waste of resources from yesterday's drinking party was minimal. The alcohol was Irma's personal property, and most of the food provided was AL's personal property, so they could depart anytime if they wanted. Because Chuang was physically weak from overdrinking last night, there wasn't much fun, so he finished his training early in the morning, took a bath, and while drinking coffee, elegantly gathered intelligence. Although it was collecting information, it wasn't to investigate the information about the vacation star system, nor was it about the journey ahead. This was the intelligence on the tentacle creature incident from a few days ago, a bioterrorist attack. As time passed after that event, the full picture of the incident gradually became clear. The aforementioned white tentacle creatures were based on biofactory-produced organisms, with genetic modifications made under certain conditions, specifically when escaping fattening environments, which invalidated their self-destruction functions and heightened their aggression. It seemed that a particular organization had already issued a criminal claim for this bioterrorist attack, stating in reports that the Empire government had ordered the Imperial Army to eliminate the terrorist group. The name of the terrorist organization was the Artificial Life Protection Association. Apparently, they acted for the rights of artificial creatures or life forms that humans created casually and killed arbitrarily. It was utterly bizarre. Are they a future version of a nature protection organization or animal rights group? Definitely don't want anything to do with them. Good morning, Mr. Yu. Good morning. Just as he finished reading the report, Al and Irma entered the cafeteria. Good morning, you two. After breakfast, let's head to our next destination. Will no one come to disturb us today? Major Serena has been visiting consecutively for 2 days. Upon hearing Irma's words, Al showed a wry smile. In Chuang's circle, Major Serena is seen as someone belonging to that category. That category refers to none other than a troublemaker. I think there should be no problems, but there's no rush in traveling either. A day or two is just a margin. Though the lodging fee was high, 17 million inels couldn't easily budge him. If converted into yuan, it would amount to around 1.7 billion. The most important thing is eating. What's today's chef menu? My stomach's growling. I want something hearty and solid. I prefer something light. I have no appetite in the morning. With clamorous voices, they started having breakfast boisterously. A morning heading toward new horizons. Even in mornings like this, they continued living their daily lives as always. Chapter 88, International Mission. Alright, let's go. Listen, apply to set sail. After finishing breakfast, they immediately decided to head for the next destination. The Sarah star system, the star system where the vacation planet was located. In this Alani star system, Major Serene's independent fleet responsible for hunting space pirates would actively pursue the pirates in the near future, so there wasn't much benefit for them here. Originally, the pirate base had already been battered into ruins and the number of space pirates were decreasing, making it inefficient to compete with her any longer. Understood. Elma, as usual, please handle it for us. I see, subsystem control will be in your hands. The status of the ship was entirely green. The ship's artificial intelligence self-check found no problems at all. Permission granted for setting sail, we're dropping. Alright, I'm leaving. They detached from the docking bay, retracted the landing gear, and moved slowly within the colony. If they overspeeded and crashed into another ship here, that could cause trouble. Worse still, it might trigger a chain reaction, leading to consecutive pileups and explosions with other ships. This could result not only in repair costs for their own ship, but also for others, along with reparations for the colony itself, easily leading to bankruptcy. The order to pass through the gate is third, after that yellow transport ship. Understood. If too many ships crowded toward the narrow gates separating the inside and outside of the immigrant zone, it would be disastrous. So, in busy immigration areas like this, exit sequences were allocated. Third place should be open. Next one. Right? Anyway, before leaving the colony, we need to drive safely. Yes. Because having an accident near the gate would be quite embarrassing. Elma looked far away, possibly deep in thought. Since interference within the colony might affect other ships, shield output must be reduced to the minimum. Soon, the yellow spaceship took off, and now it was their turn. Master you, we're good to go. Slowly letting the ship advance, They pass through the airtight shield separating the interior of the colony from outer space. While the ship can pass through, air cannot, yet pressure remains balanced. Chuang thought this was the most inconspicuous yet incredible device. Once through the airtight shield, the vastness of outer space stretched endlessly ahead. He quickly boosted the generator's power, accelerating and leaving the colony. Air set up the navigation. Good plotting course. Air operated the console at the operator's seat, initiating navigation toward the target star system. Following the display instructions, Chuang aligned the ship's bow toward the designated star. Hyperlight drive charging. Understood. Hyperlight drive countdown. Elma began charging the hyperlight drive according to Chuang's command. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hyperlight drive activation. With a thunderous roar, Krishna blazed out, leaving behind a trail of light. Distant stars suddenly began moving. Our goal is the Parmoni star system. Our ultimate destination is the Sierra star system. All right, we begin charging. Begin charging. Successfully connected to the superlane. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Initiate. Space warped, distorting the light around them. In the next instant, vibrant light filled the view, and Krishna entered the hyperth zone. Their small vessel started advancing amidst a torrent of radiant flow. In reality, no booming sound occurred. All right, we can relax a bit now. Generally speaking, high-speed travel runs on autopilot. Because of the long travel time, and to remain in the current, the ship's bow can only gradually align with the flow. Just in case, following crew tradition, someone should monitor the driving system to check for malfunctions. This is what Elma informed Chuang. Since traveling between star systems online in Stella didn't take dozens of hours, if moving between star systems required that much time, then everything would be absurd. Generally, it's just starting, entering, whoosh. And you've arrived. So, how about monitoring? Well, is there really a need to monitor? Air tilted his head, perhaps doubting this all along. Really, why exactly? I followed Elma's advice and don't know theoretically why it's necessary. Frankly, I'm skeptical myself. The autopilot system seems robust enough to correct errors during unexpected behavior and alerts us automatically. As he spoke, Chuang turned his gaze to Elma. Faced with Chuang and Air's questions, Elma nodded. That's a scam. What? What did you say? But, during this long period of time, there's nothing special to do, right? Isn't it better to have some alone time together? Elma said this as she turned her face away from them, gazing toward the horizon. I see. Then, we won't keep watch this time. Wah, wait a moment. As long as we understand the situation before acting, isn't that enough? It would be foolish to set up useless shifts and end up sleep-deprived because of it. That could be true. I think living decadently sounds great too. Is that really what you feel? Elma stared intently at Chuang. That was the romance for a man. But even during their turns guarding the cockpit, they lived fairly decadent lives, so probably not much will change. Spending dozens of hours, possibly even over 100, in the relatively confined space of a ship wasn't an easy thing. Of course, while on the highway, there's no internet connection, meaning one cannot gather information online. So, entertainment such as videos, games, and ebooks must be prepared in advance. Additionally, physical activity in the practice room should also be arranged. Beyond eating, bathing, and sleeping, there's nothing else to do. Generally speaking, they'll be extremely idle. In such a case, what couples usually do is predetermined. In times with fewer entertainment options, many families ended up with several children. It makes sense. All right, dismissed. As captain, I allow everyone some free time. Understood. TCH, seriously, you're really? Yeah, this journey is rather long. Let's take our time and enjoy it. Do we have any sightseeing introductions about the Sierra star system? Yes, we do. Then let's all head to the cafeteria and check it out. I'm curious about the vacation planet. Elma should come too. Wah, wait a moment. Don't push me. While pushing Elma by the back, the two of them headed toward the cafeteria together. Since there's nothing pressing, why not relax thoroughly? Because in the Alani star system, things are never truly relaxing no matter what. Chapter 89, begin. An itch woke him. In the warmth, something was scratching Chuang's nose. His still partly asleep brain refused to leave this state of warmth and tranquility, leaving his body completely unmoving without any command. Something tightened around Chuang's body. On his chest lay a warm, soft object. This was nirvana. But alas, once the brain started understanding the situation clearly, it would naturally heighten its awareness. This process of speculation and grasp brought further consciousness of reality. With a sudden jolt awake, he saw a bright tea-brown head right in front of him. That fluffy hair seemed to be tickling Chuang's nose continuously. A girl was using Chuang's arm as her pillow, with her face resting against his neck while she slept soundly. Both Chuang and her were naked as they were. In short, things stood as such between them. Then, what should he do? It felt cruel to wake her by shifting his body, yet Chuang wanted to take a shower and also visit the restroom. Even though the time wasn't known, it didn't seem like he was sleep-deprived, nor had he awoken too early. Let's wake her up then. As steadily as possible. He gently touched the bright brown hair in front of him with his free hand. After some time, she was woken up by a ticklish sound. Drowsy-eyed, she gazed at Chuang's face and smiled. Good morning, Al. Good morning, you mister. So, let's talk about their current destination, the Sierra star system. From the high-tech Alani star system where they were staying, counted in terms of how many times they passed through hyperspace lanes, it would be their fourth jump ahead. Consider the hyperspace lane as the subspace highway that connects stellar systems to stellar systems. Using it, one can travel tens of light years or even hundreds of light years within just dozens of hours. Therefore, despite being the Sierra star system, it is generally considered to be a resort system. What is a resort system? Well, to clarify, imperial subjects without first-class citizenship rights. Mercenaries like Chuang who have no citizenship rights at all can land on the planets here to experience various natural environments, enjoy activities in the sea and mountains, hunt wild animals. After hunting, they could indulge in the joy of barbecues. By the way, the natural experience referred to seeing the sun rise early in the morning under a blue sky, with white clouds slowly floating by from afar. Sometimes it rained, followed by evening twilight and sunset, leading to skies glittering with radiant stars, and with luck, you might see shooting stars. The promotional booklet for the StarCraft system described this as the ultimate natural experience. It all seems so magnificent. Yes, I've never had the chance to witness such sights. I grew up in a colony. Al, holding the tablet displaying StarCraft system's pamphlet, broke into a smile. Elma also joined in with a grin. In the morning, Chuang and Al woke up together, took showers afterward, feeling refreshed when they met up with Elma in the restaurant. After breakfast, they idly chatted away in the cafeteria to relax. Al's magnificently leisure phenomenon was, to Chuang, a commonplace sight. Wouldn't leisure entertainment be similar to camping? It's nothing extraordinary or particularly moving. At least not for Chuang. But he did want to see Mimi and Elma, giggling in swimwear under the vast blue sky on the beach. Chuang absolutely must see it. Chuang also wanted to try out this world's leisure and experience vacations. That was fine too. Getting slightly off topic. Let's get back to talking about the StarCraft system. Although StarCraft system was a holiday system with numerous habitable planets, this doesn't mean there are no colonies. As supply bases to provide goods to the various planets, as lodging grounds for people awaiting their own resort times, as trading hubs exporting high-end natural products from these resort planets, and as markets conducting transactions locally, large-scale colonies exist for various purposes like these. It's said that many people, right from the start, give up landing on the extremely luxurious vacation planets and content themselves with simulating the resort experiences via virtual reality inside those large-scale colonies. How to put it? Isn't that putting the cart before the horse? Is the explanation of the resort system of Sarah presented like this? Next is the description of the StarCraft system concerning the mercenary hunting grounds. Impressive for being a resort system, a considerable number of tourists come to visit this system. The number of passenger ships sailing here is large, and there are also plenty of guards protecting these ships. Furthermore, there are a lot of vessels transporting supplies from other systems to the resort planets, where numerous opportunities arise due to the concentration of resources, and thus the number of merchant ships isn't small either. Speaking of which, Chuang reckoned everyone should already understand by now that they'd appear wherever civilian ships gather. Yes, space pirates. All the people on the cruise ship were going to the resort for vacation, so most of them were relatively wealthy individuals. Kidnapping them for ransom, or selling them directly as illegal slaves, or using them for one's own pleasure. The purposes were numerous. There was no need to mention the cargo ships and supply ships either. Ships carrying high-value goods were also quite common. Even so, a large proportion consisted of shrihao-fin, food, and other necessities. There was no reason not to target them. Of course, passenger and cargo ships couldn't be entirely unprepared against space pirates, so they each hired escorts for self-defense. Precisely because of this, space pirates would gang up to attack. As such, in space regions where one might encounter space pirates, it wasn't uncommon for groups of 20 or even 30 ships to come together. The work of mercenaries wasn't only hunting down space pirates. There were also many tasks guarding merchant vessels. Regardless, acting alone would create plenty of difficulties. That's why many mercenaries at the Sarah Colony Mercenary Guild formed what were called wilderness fleets and operated in teams. Guang. What is it? Not that. Why did you suddenly fall silent? I was just thinking about how we're supposed to make money in this star system. You sure take things seriously. We came to a resort star system, and you care more about business than vacationing. Surprising, isn't it? It must be my nature or habit. Elma said, cutting remarks with a look of resignation. Chuang shrugged his shoulders in response. In fact, it could probably be considered a national habit. If left unchecked, people work themselves to death from overwork. It could even be considered a certain kind of abnormality. In any case, let's first go to the Sarah Gold Colony. That's right. Booking a holiday on a resort planet seems like something you have to arrange through the colony. Then once we set off, let's head straight there. How much longer until departure? About an hour and a half. In that case, there should still be time to sweat after training. You need to try hard too. Isn't it said that a sound mind resides in a sound body? The way you say it doesn't sound very convincing. Quite surprising, but there's no one more well-behaved than me. What do you think yourself? Elma stared at Chuang. No help. Every game in this world doesn't suit Chuang. The ways to pass the time are either by reading random ebooks he bought, exercising in the gym, or working out in the bedroom with Al and Elma. Is it better to find a hobby here in this world that can waste some time? Hong-sama, I'll come too. Will you? Then let's go. I will too. Why? Without discussing Al further, for some unknown reason, even Elma wanted to join in the training room. The training room wasn't particularly big. Whatever. The three of them stretched their bodies, drenched in sweat. Chuang focused mainly on increasing muscle load to improve muscle strength. Al focused on endurance training, while Elma trained for improved flexibility and explosive power. It hurts. It hurts. Your body is too stiff. Flexibility is important for effectively utilizing your muscles, right? Are you kidding? There's no place for bending. There is. Look, Zini-san. Come on you. Keep pushing yourself. Today, Chuang added flexibility training to the schedule, but Elma showed absolutely no mercy. She bent Chu Ang's rigid body without hesitation. Die. Does it hurt that much? Al's body is flexible. I am confident in my physical flexibility. Later, afternoon. Behind this warm exchange lies Chuang being folded mercilessly by Elma. Some children might cry. With training completed in such a state, Al and Elma felt refreshed after moving their bodies, while Chuang, with his stiffened muscles fully stretched, stumbled out of the training room, shaking all over. Right. This calls for entering a basic medical scanner, doesn't it? We will soon reappear in normal space. Counting down, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, appearance. Should we say good K sound or great K sound? Anyway, they made an indescribable noise, transitioning from the colorful space back into the glittering starlit universe. Cross-reference the star system data, confirm coordinates. The current coordinates are successfully determined. Set the navigation data for heading towards the Sarah Gold colony. Elma immediately matched the data of the Sarah star system with the surrounding information to calculate their current location, and based on this data, I'll set the navigation for their destination. From time in star system, where they met Almi and Elma, to here, they'd done this process multiple times already. Al has also become quite accustomed to it, operating fairly smoothly now. Alright, let's go then. Prepare for superluminal cruising. Understood. Initiating superluminal drive payload. Countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Payload complete. Activating superluminal drive. Krishna emitted a sound akin to an explosion as it entered the superluminal drive state. The stars, which were originally just points of light, transformed into streaks and began to move backward, arriving at the Sarah Gold colony. If nothing unexpected happens, it should take about 10 minutes. Yeah, unless we run into the kind of trouble we had last time. That's exactly what Al said. An alarm began to ring inside the cockpit. Al. What? Is it my fault? When Chuang called her name, Al's eyes brimmed with tears. No, it's not that there's something wrong with Al. It's just so cliché. After being harassed like that, you're still so relaxed. A device designed to forcibly disengage the superluminal drive and pull the ship back into normal space navigation. Chuang wasn't entirely clear on the specific theories behind how this functioned, something to do with mass and gravity, but it always worked in a very clever way. This was an incomprehensible world, but in any case, there were two kinds of people who might interfere with you. No, three kinds. One was the Galactic Navy on patrol. A ship like Chu Ang's, acting alone like Krishna, was technically considered suspicious. Generally speaking, merchant ships and passenger vessels travel in fleets accompanied by escorts. Ships that fly around alone are either mercenaries or gray space pirates. Chapter 90. Dragging is an ironclad tactic. The enemy had 13 ships in the rear. Being left behind from the very start, this situation was not particularly fun. However, in terms of shield capacity and firepower, our side had overwhelming advantages. The shielding units were sufficiently equipped, and occasionally aggressive tactics would also be employed. This time we will engage in direct combat. Serious? You are serious. At the same time, for weapon arms equipped with heavy laser cannons and 2 scatter cannons were deployed, accelerating with maximum thrust. Why escape? Damn it. Haha. Can you escape when facing 13 ships? Chuang wasn't trying to escape. While thinking about this, he kept a distance from the space pirates. Although he mentioned engaging in direct combat, it didn't mean stopping and shooting at each other. Getting attacked from all directions would be troublesome. Is that retreat? This side seems to run faster, so we should be able to escape. How could we? What? That's what we'll do. Damn, is that guy faster than expected? While maintaining forward momentum, he sprayed attitude control thrusters to make Krishna spin rapidly. As a result, while bleeding, Krishna retreated while maintaining speed, facing off against the 13 space pirates. The shots are quite steady. It's like this. Facing the approaching space pirates, Krishna activated the thrusters for retreat, continuously firing the 4 heavy laser cannons while maintaining distance. Since the pirate ships prioritized attack power, their shield capacities were rather shabby. The green beams fired from the heavy laser cannons pierced through the shields of the space pirate ships, like breaking window paper, melting armor, and penetrating the ship's hull. One hit on the shield, while it's a missile. Fire everything into it. For pirate ships exploded in all directions, and the remaining 9 boldly launched heat-seeking search missiles. They gave their all in honor of their fallen comrades. Truly touching, but utterly meaningless. What? Missiles. Oh. The super high-speed buckshot from the 2 scatter cannons intercepted the approaching guided missiles, detonating them and causing massive explosions. Dazzled by the explosions, he continued to shoot continuously with the heavy laser cannon. Bullets from the laser cannons and multi-cannons of the space pirates came flying in, but they were blocked by Krishna's thick shield, failing to injure even one piece of armor. Damn, I thought it was a duck, but turned out to be a monster. Run fast. Another 4 lost, 5 remained. It seemed leadership survived smoothly simply because they ranked last, right? Thinking along those lines, he fired the heavy laser cannon repeatedly to eliminate the space pirates. Damn. I don't want to die. Go die dash. The last ship was pierced by 4 light beams and exploded violently. Is this guy's catchphrase shit? Ah, that's right. There used to be people like this in FPS games too. Someone who sounds like a broken radio, emitting random hissing sounds. The situation is over. The performance gap was too large. This ship is way beyond regulation. Isn't the generator's output strange? Looks like a small ship, yet the output and firepower seem comparable to a larger one. I cannot deny how unfair he is, but its maneuverability traits are still very tricky. Yeah, though still not as good as Swan. I believe Elma using that must be very skilled. That would be difficult for me. While conversing with Elma, he directed Krishna towards the remains of the space pirate ships, starting salvaging operations. This is usual somehow. Chuang spoke harmoniously with Elma, while Al looked at Chuang and Elma with some complicated expression. Was he pulled back during a life or death moment? Isn't killing people too calm? Ermi hesitated to answer Elma's question. That said, making such comments to Chuang and Elma might make them feel embarrassed. Al, if you're worried about every single thing, it never ends. They're like villainous alien monsters that speak languages requiring a certain level of intelligence to understand. It's frustrating. You is right. There's no need to worry about their desperate cries and pleas for mercy. Because they attack innocent civilian vessels, ignoring those whales. They are trash. This is karma. Yes. A deflated voice came from behind. Because the seats were far apart, his face couldn't be seen, but surely his expression was gloomy. Even if it might be painful, Al is probably better off staying the same. Both me and Elma are like that. So as the conscience of this ship, it's better for Al to continue preserving a kind heart. I have a conscience too. However, I cannot show mercy to space pirates because letting one escape might lead to the misfortune of dozens or even hundreds of people. Yes. It seems his emotions haven't recovered yet. In situations like this, I don't know what to say. Sorry, Al. There doesn't seem to be any big cargo. Yeah. Only preserved food, alcohol, and a small amount of rare metals. Nothing worth dismantling the equipment to take away. Oh, Chuang operated a drone searching for spoils of war when he discovered something that made him sigh. What's wrong? Perhaps we found a Yamabiaman. Huh? Another crystal that sings. No this. Chuang sent the data of the found loot to Al and Elma. This is cold pack? Not the stuff inside. Elma confirmed the data Chuang sent, emitting a repulsed sound. A cooling device refers to emergency escape probes equipped on passenger ships. It puts people who enter into a state of suspended animation under low temperature, slowing down their metabolism so they can survive for a long period with minimal resources. After being ejected for a certain time, it sends out distress signals. The concept of such life-saving devices is to ensure that other ships recover the passengers while they're still alive in cryo-launch mode. By the way, it's similar to an exchange item on the internet. In this world, it isn't a simple object. What's inside are survivors. If the probe hasn't caught fire, it would become like that. We can't possibly leave them there and go back. We should rescue. Such discoverers are also granted the duty to save lives. If they ignore after discovering, severe penalties will follow, and bounty hunters will target them. There are countless tales about mercenaries and merchant ship owners. Should we retrieve it? So we need to hurry to the colony. Just came for a vacation? Why am I already getting stingy? But the moment we were attacked by space pirates, the stinginess started. Why is it so troublesome? Upon hearing Al's question, Chuang and Elma exchanged glances. Because the main pilot seat and co-pilot seat are adjacent, they could look at each other like this. So now, everyone forces the role of explanation upon the other, saying you explain it, you do it. No, earlier you told Chuang about the space pirates, making it difficult for him to explain why rescuing was so troublesome. In the end, Elma gave in, sighed, and began explaining. When using cryosleep probes, many people experience memory confusion within a few days. Therefore, those who assist bear the obligation to protect the contents during the week. After the memories are restored, the costs incurred during this period can be borne by the parties involved. In short, we can't go on vacation or hunt space pirates this week. Sigh, since we're helping others, there's nothing else we can do. Yeah, I think helping others is a good thing. Both me and Elma received Master Guang's help. Yeah, talking about being stingy will bring bad karma. Also, as long as the contents are fine, that's good enough. The stuff inside, we can only open and check. It would be great if someone rational comes out, even amidst memory confusion. Because of the stories Elma shared, sometimes absurd things happen. No matter what, let's quickly head to Saragold Colony. The recovery is done. Yeah, Al, please reset the navigation system. Alright, I'll set the navigation data. Having set the navigation data for Saragold Colony, the goal appeared on the main display in the cockpit. Alright, then let's go. Hyperspeed drive charging begins. Okay, start charging. And thus, they loaded the cryosleep probes inside onto the vehicle and resumed their journey towards Saragold Colony. We don't know what kind of trouble the contents inside the cold pack will cause. Chapter 91, Sleeping Beauty. The Saragold Colony, like the Tamian Gold Colony Chuang, Ermi, and Ai Irma encountered, is also ring-shaped. No, if you include the elevators for movement and the low-gravity port area in the center, it's a tire-shaped space colony. This one is larger. The size and thickness of the tire are about twice as much. I wonder how many tens of thousands of people it can accommodate. It's very similar to the colony. Because it's the same type of colony, the inside is completely different. Ears and Ai Irma were talking, but Ears' voice sounded a little lethargic. Perhaps seeing a colony of the same type as their homeland evoked feelings of homesickness. Listen, docking request. Okay. Following Chu Ang's instructions, Air sent a docking request to the Port Authority of the Sarah Colony. Not long after, the Port Authority replied. They would dock at berth number 32. Alright, let's go. Drive safely. Yeah, drive carefully. Ai Irma's gaze seemed distant. Ai Irma carried a huge debt from a runaway accident. However, her responsibility for the mishap wasn't that significant. Or was it? It was quite significant. By the way, in this world, how are those spaceships with runaway functions handled? If they were cars, they'd definitely be subject to recall. I'll check that next time. This port here has heavy traffic too, but no accidents occurred. The docking was successful. For Chuang, this has become routine. Beginners who are online with Stella often have trouble docking properly. They hover back and forth near the berths, sometimes brushing their stomachs or over-tilting their crafts, making output errors for forward and backward movements that could result in collisions with walls or structures. Once you get used to it, though, you can easily connect to the berth right away. Just like Chuang. Or you could use the auto-docking function. Auto-docking is all sorts of underhanded tricks. Did auto-docking kill you? Actually, it's pretty convenient. For some reason, Ears calmed AI Irma, who was criticizing the auto-docking feature. Why does AI Irma dislike auto-docking so much? Could there have been something unpleasant in her past? To whom should we report about the cryosleep probe? The Port Authority will do. They handle everything related to aviation law. I see. Air will file the stay application. I'll contact the Port Authority about the cryosleep probe issue. AI Irma, please assist both sides. Alright, sure. Hey, just once. He didn't say that, and directly called the Port Authority instead. The communication received an immediate response. It was a woman's voice. This is the Port Authority. This is the captain of the Mercenary Guild. The ship is called Christian, currently docked at berth 32. Verification. Verification complete. Is there anything you need to inquire about, Captain Guang? The inquiry is exactly that. As soon as I arrived in this star system, I was chased away by space pirates. But in that pile of cargo, there was an unopened cryosleep probe. I see. You saved someone in distress. So, was the person who opened it present? Are you aware of the protection obligation? Is it obligatory to protect them for a week? And then, what happens if the protected person has nowhere to go afterward? We will confirm their identity within that week, so don't worry. If they're citizens of the Empire, the probability of identification is almost 100%. And if they're not citizens of the Empire? In that case, the Empire will accept the individual without demanding control over their future life. The female staff at the Port Authority said this with a cheerful tone. Chuang didn't dare to ask what happened after adoption. Let's assume they pray that whoever's inside the cryogenic chamber is an Imperial citizen. What specific procedures should we follow? Should we open it using the ship's cabin? No need. There's a designated space for it here. Please send it according to the cargo transfer procedure. The transfer code is. He inputted the transfer code indicated by the Port Authority staff into the cockpit control panel, starting the transportation of the cold monitoring probe. In this way, the cargo will be delivered via the colony's material transfer system to the designated location. Carrying the cold sleep probe, which, possibly, contains a living human, as baggage doesn't seem like a big deal. We have confirmed the transfer procedures. Please come over now, and we will open the cold sleep probe as soon as possible. Don't worry about Chu Ang's situation. The longer the freezing board is kept active, the more severe the memory disorder becomes. Every second counts for the person inside. Did you hear that? That's why I'm going to the Port Authority, and you should come with me. Isn't AI Irma a better choice? I don't know what might happen, and I think AI Irma, who's good at handling situations, would be better. Maybe. Yeah, let's do it that way. AI Irma thought for a moment and nodded. Although no one knew what she was thinking, it seemed she wasn't reluctant to go. Then I'll leave now. Handle the plundered goods and cargo as you see fit. They're all yours. Yes, I've been entrusted. Ears, responsible for Christian, the cargo, and the plundered items, smiled. The so-called cargo referred to high-tech products purchased from the Aligny star system in a high-tech galaxy. Samuong couldn't even imagine how these things were used, but they were apparently very valuable items selected by Airme and AI Irma within this vacation star system called Sarah. Though not too large, the Christian did have freight compartments that could carry cargo. Letting them sit idle would be wasteful. So Ears and AI Irma had started utilizing the leftover capacity of these compartments for trade. It was said that 50% of the pure profit went to Chu Ong as the ship owner, with the remaining 50% split between Ears and AI Irma equally. Chu Ong mentioned that his share could be less, but they pointed out without Chu Ang's Christian, none of it would happen. This allocation seemed fair. In the end, Chu Ong stepped back. They left the cockpit, descended from Christian, and headed to the Port Authority with AI Irma. What were you worrying about just now? Since we might encounter such situations again in the future, I thought it would be good for Ears to accumulate experience. But then I reconsidered and decided to let you gain some experience first. The next time there's an opportunity, you can teach Ears, making it more efficient. I see. Then I leave the guidance and encouragement to you, Senior AI Irma. It's been a while since I've been addressed like that. They chatted along the way as they approached the Port Authority. All buildings look alike. It's an efficiency issue. Unitized manufacturing, assembled on completion. My special turns out to be unexpectedly luxurious. In space, limited resources and limited space must be effectively utilized. I see. He originally assumed that the buildings looked like copied and pasted structures because the world was modeled after a game, but now he understood the reasoning behind it. Upon entering the Port Authority, they saw a spacious service counter and crowds of staff gathered there, along with visitors dressed in all kinds of attire. There were people dressed like mercenaries like themselves, and others who wore suits like counter employees. Indeed, no one wore energy armor. I'm Captain Guang who made contact regarding the cold sleep probe. Cold sleep probe? Yes, I confirmed. It seems to have arrived. Please follow the corridor to the first opening chamber. The first opening chamber. Following the staff's instructions, they entered the first opening chamber. Inside the chamber, several Port Authority personnel were already waiting. Some were connecting wires to the control panel of the cryogenic pod. Captain Guang, you're the guy? The voice came from a middle-aged man, probably around 35 to 40 years old. His tone was gentle, but his body appeared sturdy, showing no signs of relaxation. He seemed like a mischievous sort of uncle. That's right. And you? I'm just a humble staff member of the Port Authority, Bruno. She extended her hand toward Chuang, and Chuang shook it straightforwardly. What strong hands. And who's that beautiful lady? AI Irma. She's my crew member aboard the ship. Envy you so much. Bruno looked at AI Irma with genuine admiration. If you're a mercenary, then you are Chu Ang's crew member. What kind of reaction would this guy have if he found out there was also a cute little girl with huge breasts? So, let's get down to business. It seems the person inside is fine. The thawing or revival process is currently underway, and it looks like a girl from what we can see. A girl? With AI Irma and ears here, taking care of her shouldn't be a problem, right? Yeah, for us, as long as it's a girl, we're relieved. On the contrary, if it were a big, burly uncle, it could be quite a dilemma. Regardless, Christian's interior is essentially a closed room. No, if it really turned out that way, why not let Ears and AI Irma stay at a hotel in this colony, while Chuang and Uncle hide in Christian? It could work the other way around too. Is there any other information? Yes, this escape pod comes from a high-end cruise liner attacked by space pirates 3 months ago. Since it's a luxury liner, most of its crew are wealthy merchants or nobles, so it's highly likely they're children. Troublesome, isn't it? My condolences. However, since you saved this young miss, I expect you'll still receive some form of gratitude. Bruno shrugged as he spoke. If the young miss turns out to be a straightforward, nice kid, that'd be great. But if it's an arrogant brat causing all sorts of problems, nothing beats this scenario. Being a girl, I'll leave it to AI Irma and Ears to handle. Hold on a moment. I entrust her to you. I leave her to you. Chuang firmly handed the responsibility over to AI Irma. There was no other way about it. Regardless of whether or not she was an honest good child, as a man, Chuang should not have close contact with a young lady like that. Vital signs are stable. It's okay to open. All right, farewell. Captain, are you prepared? Any time will do. Pretending is futile. Let's get it over with quickly. Naturally, the unsealing begins. All right, unsealing commences. With a shoo, the cylindrical cryopod emitted white smoke, and its lid slid upward. Upon getting closer, inside the pod was a black-haired, short-haired girl with an adorable face. What a pity. The first person she would see upon waking up would be Chu Ang's face, so he decided to step away. Just then, the little girl suddenly reached out from the pod and grabbed the edge of Chu Ang's clothing. Startled, Chuang trembled all over. Daddy, don't go. Don't leave. Faced with the little girl clutching his garment and beginning to tear up, Chuang felt at a loss. Chuang looked to AI Irma, Bruno, and the other Port Authority staff for help, but they either shrugged their shoulders or smiled bitterly. It seemed that no one intended to assist Chuang. I understand. Chuang gently supported the small hand gripping his garment, which held tightly onto him while smiling faintly, before drifting off to sleep once more. Gripping Chuang's hand. Now what? We can only wait until she wakes up, right? Bruno, they can proceed with the formalities. Indeed, the relationship between Guardian and the ward seems fine. There should be no problem. As the black-haired princess slept peacefully while tightly holding Chuang's hand, Chuang gazed up at the ceiling. How did this happen? Chapter 92, a huge trouble. The black-haired girl just couldn't wake up. In cold sleep, it's less like sleeping and more like being in a state of shutdown. The strain of entering and exiting the cold sleep leaves the body utterly exhausted. In other words, the girl had great difficulty waking up. The little girl groaned with her cute face tilted to one side. Was she having an unpleasant dream? Her small hand was still tightly gripping Chuang's, showing no signs of letting go. As the little girl squeezed Chuang's hand, he gently reciprocated, and her expression gradually became calm. I'm not good at taking care of kids. Chuang sighed softly as he faced this unfamiliar challenge. What should he do if she woke up? Waking up to find an unfamiliar man holding your hand could be alarming, or even result in someone shouting, "Hey, police!" Wasn't this potentially problematic? No. All the staff at the harbor management knew the situation, and the facility's management AI had been monitoring everything continuously, so there shouldn't be any accidents. But after she woke up, who would explain her current condition? Should it be Chuang? Would he have to take responsibility for explaining everything? Given her age, it was impossible that she was traveling alone. She should have been part of a family traveling on the same passenger ship together. But somehow, only she ended up wandering in space and was found by space pirates. What exactly happened to her family? Her father, from what she mentioned before. Could you imagine a scenario based on that? Regardless, it didn't seem like something with a bright outcome. It seemed that the harbor authority had already conducted an investigation into her identity, the passenger ship she was supposed to be on, and the details of its passengers. But judging by their solemn expressions, the results weren't favorable. Thinking about the future weighed heavily on his mind. An involuntary sigh escaped him. A female staff member from the harbor management considered Chuang's predicament and brought him a chair that fit perfectly. This was probably his only comfort right now. I'm going to the mercenary guild. After finishing her procedures, Irma sent a message. The princess has no intention of waking up yet. How old is that child approximately? Through the group chat in the messaging app, the matter of the Sleeping Beauty had already been conveyed to Ear. Ear was quite concerned about the situation regarding Sleeping Beauty. Unknown, but definitely younger than Ear. Probably between 10 and 12 years old. Her height is about the same as Ear's. Please don't bring up the matter of height. Irma sent an emoji of a silly single-eyed alien grinning, while Ear replied with an emoji resembling an angry cat, or perhaps a squirrel, an odd-looking creature altogether. You two are really lively, aren't you? Come to think of it, this messaging app also had a feature to add mobile photos. With that thought, Chuang snapped a photo of the Sleeping Beauty's face and uploaded it to the group chat. The Sleeping Beauty, as you see, beyond praise. So adorable. Don't take pictures of her sleeping face. Although it is very cute. Stamps of space cats or space squirrels whose eyes turned heart-shaped appeared suddenly, along with Irma's complaints flying around. Next time, take pictures of both of your sleeping faces as well. They'd be adorable too. It will make her mad. If I take it cutely enough, I will. Furious-looking expressions of the one-eyed silly aliens and space cats / squirrels twisting in frustration swarmed. Should Chuang also buy some sticker packs to use, since there were no characters familiar to him in this world? It was a rare holiday. Perhaps he should find some time to host a 24-hour video watching session somewhere. While gripping the girl's hand with his right hand, he operated the information terminal with his left hand, and finally, the girl woke up. She stared blankly around, and soon noticed Chuang, fixing her gaze on him. For some reason, she was still holding Chuang's hand, and he instinctively returned the gesture. Father. Sorry, I'm not your father, am I? Upon waking, the princess' blurred vision only grew more bewildered. Dad, where's Dad? Sorry, I only found you here alone. Upon hearing Chuang's words, she simply said, Is that so? Then closed her eyes. She gripped Chuang's hand tightly. Opening her eyes again, she glanced down at the intertwined hands. Thank you for holding my hand. No. Relaxing her grip slightly, the girl gave Chuang's hand one last tight squeeze before releasing it. She attempted to rise, and Chuang helped by supporting her back. With Chuang's assistance, the girl sat up and looked straight at him before speaking. Thank you. My name is Christina Darenwald, daughter of Friedrich Darenwald, the heir to the Darenwald Count family. That's a lot of information. So, meaning that this child is Christina. Her grandfather is the head of the Count family, and her father, Friedrich, is the next Count. I am Hong, the captain, a silver-ranked mercenary from the Mercenary Guild and the owner of the small battleship Krishina. Call me Hong. Yes, Mr. Yu. Please call me Chris. Chris smiled awkwardly. When Chuang thought she was a pretty girl while she was sleeping, he didn't expect her to be this beautiful. Needless to say, her regular features were striking. The most beautiful part was her black bright eyes like onyx. If this were in Japan, she could almost be called a once-in-a-lifetime beautiful young girl. Her figure was rather, quite slim. In any case, let me first explain the current situation. Could you summarize your questions at the end? And, is this tone appropriate? Should we use more polite language? No, it's fine as is. Although I'm the daughter of an earl, I am just a powerless little girl. Gully shook her head while saying so. What if she had been a domineering young woman riding a steed? How would that be dealt with? But she seemed to be a humble and elegant lady. Goodness. Then I'll follow your lead. First, the way I found you. Simply put, you were the booty of space pirates. Among the luggage left behind by the defeated space pirates was your cold sleep probe. After recovering the probe that contained you, I directly headed toward the Sarajine colony and reported it to the Harbor Perception Bureau. Under their witness, I opened the cold sleep probe, and out came you, Chris. This is the opening room for cold sleep probes within the Harbor Perception Bureau of Saragold Colony. I see. She nodded slowly as if savoring Chuang's words carefully. Anyone who finds a cold sleep probe floating in space has the obligation to protect the person inside for about a week or so. So, you're now under my protection. There are 2 female crew members on my ship, so I think they can take care of you meticulously. Unfortunately, there are no extra rooms, but the room used by the 2 women was originally a double occupancy room, so we'll probably have to share one. If you don't want to stay on a male-dominated ship, I believe we can offer accommodation facilities within the colony. No. Thank you for your hospitality, but it hasn't come to that extent. Chris shook her head again while speaking. With no qualms about boarding a ship run by men, it seems that such custom is common knowledge. Is that so? Well, never mind. You can go check out the scene first before making a decision. Regarding your personal safety, I will temporarily protect you. Once you manage to get in touch with your grandfather, Earl Darenwald, there will be nothing to worry about afterward. I promise that I will ensure your personal safety until the Earl family comes to retrieve you. Is that so? Will you, Captain Hong, protect me? Ah, yes, I will protect you. Despite the time limit, allow me to play the role of the knight to your princess. Faced with Chris's uneasy gaze, Chuang knelt beside the cold sleep probe, his left hand dramatically placed on his chest as he declared this. For her, it felt like after being attacked by the space pirates and entering the escape pod, upon regaining consciousness, she discovered Chuang standing nearby. It was not unnatural for her to feel some unrest, right? Piloting a small warship while acting as a knight. Feels like something out of a novel's protagonist. Chris gave a slight smile at Chuang's exaggerated movement. Suddenly her expression turned serious, locking eyes with Chuang. My knight, Lord Hong. Please protect me at all costs. What's going on here? My princess. Chris replied humorously to Chuang's joke, and soon Chuang joined in too. Although this game arose suddenly, perhaps a younger girl might act this way. My father Friedrich Darenwald was murdered by the subordinates of my uncle Balthazar Darenwald. Those who attacked our ship were not space pirates, but likely my uncle's private soldiers. He aimed directly for the successor, my father, and myself. What? An involuntary sigh escaped Chuang as he raised his head and covered his face with his hand. Sure enough, it was a major trouble, an aristocratic family disturbance of the grandest scale. What is it? After coming to this world, hadn't he already been drawn into too many matters? Chuang merely wanted to defeat those pesky space pirates every day, diligently saving money to one day build a house with a yard on a planetary settlement, drinking endless Coca-Colas. This is quite troublesome, isn't it? Chris gave a bitter laugh. If we're talking about trouble, then it is indeed troublesome. There's nothing but trouble. Please forget what I just said. Even so. So what? Give up before even attempting anything and abandon the helpless girl? Chuang, who pilots the high-performance battleship Krishna? The same Chuang who saved Earl back then? Chuang who couldn't abandon Irma? That's impossible. Chuang is the kind of person who can't resist helping cute girls in distress. Want to be a hero? Isn't that cool? Isn't this grand? Men are stuck like this no matter how long they live. I require compensation. What? I'm your temporary knight, as well as a mercenary. A knight who fights for a princess or a mercenary both deserve due rewards, don't you agree? Chuang said with a smirk to Chris, who was wide-eyed with astonishment. Anything will do. Now's the time for negotiation, princess. How will you repay me? Chris looked confused, her gaze darting around. As if he had thought of something, his eyes widened, and he pulled off the necklace from his neck, offering it to Chuang. It was adorned with a translucent light purple gemstone. Though it looked expensive, Chuang wasn't sure of its exact worth. For Chris, born into nobility, the jewelry she wore should certainly not be cheap. My treasure. Chris stared wistfully at the necklace. This necklace, studded with a light purple gem, must be a keepsake for her. In that case, I'll take this necklace as collateral. I'll receive the actual reward from your grandfather. When I have protected you properly, I'll return this necklace to you, my lady. Chuang pocketed the necklace after saying so, extending his hand for her to place upon. Was this asking Chuang to kiss her hand? That would be embarrassing. Yet ignoring the unspoken expectation by doing nothing would be equally impolite. Since Chuang is one who understands cues, he would naturally follow through. Of course, he would. Chuang suppressed his awkwardness, lifted Chris's hand gently, and placed a delicate kiss on it. Truly like something out of a novel. Princesses seem fond of reading. Do imperial knights actually do such affected things? How does it feel? I've never seen one. As Chris spoke, she held the hand Chuang had kissed close to her chest and smiled contentedly. This must be the dream of a girl born into an imperial aristocratic family. Just like bare shirts and aprons for men, metaphorically speaking. In any case, that's how it is. It may be a short-term engagement. Please treat me kindly, Princess Chris. Yes, my knight. Chris revealed a flower-like smile. Then, grabbing her hand was enough. Let's get moving right away. Chuang knew the target escaped using a cold sleep probe, so he would surely head to the Harbor Perception Bureau to monitor the situation. 3 months have passed since the ship was attacked, and they might have already given up, but one shouldn't be overly optimistic. In such matters, the first step is crucial. What to do? How to proceed? Chapter 93, Microanimation. The procedures end here. Thank you for your trouble, Miss Christina. Not at all. I'm the one who caused you trouble. No matter what, now that Chris woke up, they had to handle the government's procedures. Their side's formalities were already done, but of course, Chris also needed to go through them. Chuang once thought about just sneaking away with Chris, but no matter how he looked at it, it would cause problems. So he had to call Bruno and his group over. Bruno arrived with his subordinates, asked about how Chris escaped, and wrote down her statements. He then explained that Chuang would be temporarily placed under protection and gave a brief overview of the space rescue law as justification. Chris told the story of how her mother was shot and how her father risked his life to save her, but she didn't mention her uncle Balthazar Dallenwald's conspiracy. She probably thought telling this to Bruno and the others wouldn't make much sense. At its root, this was a commotion within the Dallenwald Count family. It wasn't her place to decide whether or not this issue should be made public. It was the responsibility of her grandfather, the head of the Count household. I want to contact my grandfather, Count Abraham Dallenwald. If the recipient is outside our galaxy, we will have to send the information in the form of holographic messages, but it's possible. Do you know the recipient? Yes, my guardian will come along too. Since we're discussing private family matters, please don't let anyone else join except him and me. Leave it to me. We have a holographic studio, and the content will be encrypted instantly. No need to worry. Hey, is it alright if this guy gets involved with the family's internal affairs? Bruno glanced at him, but only for a moment. He signaled one of his subordinates with a look, and the subordinate quickly left the room, probably to prepare the recording studio. By the way, so-called holographic messages are essentially video letters. They differ from the video messages Chuang knows because these get played back by machines in the form of three-dimensional images. The address is the third planet of the Decisive star system, the Dallenwald residence in Dallin Castle. The communication code is ADK 4330208. Understood, please wait a moment. The fastest we can receive a reply will be in 5 days. Bruno said, operating a tablet computer. It takes quite some time. If it's within the star system, we could use faster-than-light communications or something similar, but if it's sent to a star system thousands of light years away, even with superliminal communications and gateways, it will take at least this much time. Bruno shrugged in response to Chuang's question. Gateways are facilities that artificially create and stabilize wormholes, allowing instantaneous travel hundreds or thousands of light years through special subspace used to connect star systems. It's like driving on a highway at faster-than-light speed. Or rather, utilizing a wormhole network to do so. Travel within specific points is theoretically achieved by bending space into tunnels. Even though Chuang isn't clear on exactly how it works, he knows that these gateways are strictly controlled by the Galactic Empire, and they aren't easily accessible to ordinary mercenaries. Apparently, it still took 5 days for Chris' grandfather to communicate, despite using such advanced methods. After 5 days, Chuang will be able to establish contact, and Chris' grandfather will arrive around 10 days later to pick them up. Including the preparation of personnel, the ship's arrival, and various other formalities and scheduling adjustments, they'll need to stay together for at least 2 weeks. 5 days, That means before they come to pick you up, my obligation to protect young Master Guang will be over. Don't worry. Before they come to pick me up, I won't irresponsibly leave you alone, Mississippi. Do you think I'm that heartless? No, I knew you'd say that. Indeed, a strong-willed princess. Don't you agree? Bruno, don't throw that to me. Seemingly unwilling to say anything impolite to the Countess despite being a tough, imperial citizen. Led by Bruno, Chuang and Chris were taken to an entirely white room. Well, everything was white. The walls were covered with square tiles about 30 centimeters on each side, with black dots in the center. These must be cameras or sensors used for microanimations. In the center of the room stood a control panel with a blue sphere about the size of a basketball on its front, surrounded by walls covered with similar panels. To be honest, this is my first time taking half-body portraits. Is that right? Sending messages to distant acquaintances should be quite rare for common people, right? Basically, they rarely leave the colony where they were born and raised. I see. Perhaps you're right. Chris nodded seriously. According to Chuang's knowledge, people who leave their birth colonies to move to other star systems are either mercenaries, movers, or janitors in a certain sense, like Chuang himself, or true outcasts like space pirates. The rest would be merchants or business people who travel between star systems, as well as soldiers. And researchers? Anyway, let's start shooting. This is make or break. What should I say? I'll explain the situation, then I'll introduce Mr. Guang to you. All you need to do is a simple self-introduction. Why don't I know anything about this? While saying this, he peeked at the control panel Chris was operating. The operation itself wasn't difficult. In terms of usability, it wasn't much different from the cameras Chuang knew. Well, let's start filming then. Mr. Yu, please stand diagonally behind me. Understood. Chris operated the console, starting the recording. Then, numbers appeared on the sphere in front, beginning a countdown. The recording started when the count reached 0. Grandpa, long time no see. Don't worry about me. It's me, Christina. I'm safe and sound. It's been 3 months since I heard that the passenger ship I was on was attacked, and I'm surprised. My father put me into a cryo probe, and I just escaped from it and woke up earlier. Right now, I'm filming this holographic message in the photography studio of the Sarah Star System Port Authority. The man standing behind me is my savior, who found me drifting in space. He's a member of the Mercenary Guild, and says the cryo probe I was in was picked up by space pirates. If Mr. Hong hadn't saved me, I might have been woken up by the pirates and abused. In a double sense, Mr. Hong is my savior. Having said this, Chris turned to Chuang and nodded. Chuang also nodded, stepping forward to look at the blue orb. Nice to meet you. I am Captain Guang. As Miss Christina introduced, I belong to the Mercenary Guild. My rank in the guild is silver. I own a small warship named Krishina. As the person who saved Ms. Christina, I have an obligation to protect her for a week. However, before Count Dallenwald comes to greet me, I will use all my strength to protect Ms. Christina. Saying this, Chuang placed his hand on his chest and bowed his head. Chris' hand touched Chuang's waist. Taking this as a signal, Chuang raised his head and stepped back. Even though we haven't known each other for long, I think Master Guang is someone trustworthy. At least, he's definitely not one of Uncle's men. Pausing after speaking, Chris took a deep breath. Now she was about to accuse her uncle. Grandfather, those who attacked us were my uncle's men. The attackers, although disguised as space pirates, were recognized by my father when he saw their ships. That is Baltazar's private army's ship, my father said. After the passenger ship could no longer continue its journey, the intruders were fully equipped and didn't resemble pirates at all. They aimed directly at our family. Mother got shot while protecting me, and father bravely fought, protecting me and putting me into the cryogenic chamber to escape. As for what happened to father after letting me escape, Chris shook her head. I suppose uncle wanted to capture me. I've told Master Guang the details, and Master Guang has agreed to protect me. I place my fate in Master Guang's hands. Grandpa, please help. With that, Chris bowed her head and finished the recording. Her hand still rested on the control panel, and her body trembled slightly. Was it the sorrow of remembering her family that welled up inside her, or the fear of realizing once again that her uncle was coveting her life? In any case, she couldn't be left alone like this. Chris, let's go. I need to take you to my ship first. Saying this, Chuang gently patted Chris on the back. He had to explain the situation to Ermi and Alma because Chris was alone and needed necessary daily supplies prepared. Although her height was slightly smaller than AL's, the difference in chest size made AL's clothes unsuitable. On the contrary, if it were Alma's clothes, the height difference would make the length inappropriate as well. Clothes needed to be bought. It wasn't ideal to go out, but staying indoors all the time wasn't good either. Yes. Chris wiped away tears with her hand and turned around. She pulled something out of the control panel, probably the recording medium storing the holographic image they'd just filmed. If only I had a handkerchief. Unfortunately, I don't carry such a good thing with me. Sorry. Being both a knight and a gentleman. Mr. Hong also needs to improve, doesn't he? The path of a knight is hard. Shouldn't we first finalize the procedures so your grandfather can send the holographic image he recorded, then meet up with Elma afterward? Miss Elma. Chris tilted her head. Chuang was already there when she regained consciousness slightly, but it was all too hazy. Perhaps she didn't remember? He's one of the 2 crew members on my ship. She's an elf who's been a mercenary longer than I have. Due to many unforeseen events, she lost her own ship and is now part of my crew. A female? So you mean there are 2 women on board? And then there's Al, an orphan child who apprenticed as a switchboard operator. Well, during a certain chance encounter, he ended up boarding my ship. You 2 should clarify the specifics of how you ended up on my ship individually later. For whatever reason, Chuang felt others shouldn't casually disclose such details. So, Mr. Hong has 2 women on his personal ship? Well, Let's just say, a lot happened. Chris regarded Chu Ong very calmly, yet there was an inexplicable pressure as if being watched by a giant snake. Nonsense. Chu Ong felt utterly subdued. Good. The noble ladies tend to be quite understanding. That shows a man's success. Though the oppressive feeling disappeared, Chris's words and behavior were oddly out of place. Why did Chris feel the need to forgive tolerance? And what does that even mean? Perhaps it was due to her upbringing. It seemed like she rarely had opportunities to interact with men other than her father and grandfather. She spoke briefly with one of Bruno's subordinates outside the studio, asking him to guide Chu Ong toward Bruno to handle the transmission procedures. After completing this, their business at the Port Authority would conclude. Where's Mr. Elma? The last update mentioned heading to the Mercenary Guild. Chu Ong retrieved his phone and checked the text message app. Yeah. A ridiculous single-eyed alien unleashed laser beams from its eye, incinerating the street. Why? Chapter 94, Mercenary Guild Rank. My name is Christina. Call me Chris. I'm El. Chris, please take care of me. Elma, please take care of me, Chris. Chu Ong brought Chris back to Krishna. Not only was El waiting on the ship, but Elma, who had gone to the Mercenary Guild, had also returned. The first meeting was in the cafeteria, and Elm seemed very happy that Chris, who was the same age, came aboard the ship, showing a brilliant smile. It's hard to say whether Chu Ong and Elma are peers. As for Elma, she's not just the same generation. She's from the previous one. In terms of age, what's wrong? Anything. Perhaps Chu Ang's unstable thoughts were conveyed to Elma, and Elma looked at Chu Ong with a dangerous gaze. Is that El not only highly sensitive in every sense, but can also pick up evil intentions from others? Scary. Excuse me. Are you both alright? It's fine. The two of us get along well. Now that we've reached gold rank, Elma is just a little upset. Chris noticed the subtle atmosphere between Chu Ong and Elma, which made her somewhat worried. To alleviate this concern, El laughed heartily. I don't feel upset. Elma said this as she turned her face away from Chu Ong and slightly pouted. I want to punch his face. But if I did, my fingers might break, so I should control myself. The gold rank refers to. Chris tilted her head. How would a noblewoman know about mercenaries' ranks? Since that's the case, let Chu Ong explain the ranking system of the Mercenary Guild. Let him do it. After hearing Chris's words, Elma turned to her with astonishing speed, so Chu Ong decided to stay put quietly. The Mercenary Guild's ranks are divided into 5 levels: iron, bronze, silver, gold, and platinum. Elma's delicate fingers stood up one by one until they formed an open hand posture. The iron class has ready-made equipment. Their combat experience is limited. Frankly speaking, there wouldn't be any major ships during the iron level. Therefore, most tasks revolve around escorting merchant vessels or transportation duties. The initial goal is to enter various types of space stations and accumulate flight experience in space. I see. Chris began to listen enthusiastically as Elma explained. By the way, Chu Ong hasn't introduced Chris's situation yet. Is now the time to speak? However, it's better to wait until after Elma finishes her mercenary rank lecture. Chu Ong sat the absorbed Chris down at a seat in the cafeteria and began preparing some snacks. Since he doesn't know Chris's stomach condition, it's probably better to eat some easily digestible food. Custard pudding will be good, right? Chu Ang's family's high-performance automated kitchen excels even in making desserts. Chu Ong ordered black tea and custard pudding according to the number of people, listening attentively to Elma's mercenary rank lecture. One starts truly advancing upon reaching bronze rank. By the time they reach bronze rank, most ships have been upgraded enough to withstand combat, making them a legitimate fighting force to some extent. That said, facing multiple space pirates alone is still challenging, so generally, a few people form either fixed fleets or temporary ones for raids. Lord Hong used a single machine to defeat many space pirates when he was at the bronze rank, didn't he? That's because it was rank fraud. Elma shrugged while looking at herself. Even if labeled as rank fraud, it's all thanks to Krishna's performance. Not even the shields have been taken off yet. Originally, the shields shouldn't have been removed, so this is quite natural. Then, what about the silver rank? The silver rank is quite diverse. After accumulating experience at the bronze rank, mercenaries recognized as fully capable can advance to the silver rank. However, there's a significant gap in power and experience between newly promoted silvers and experienced veterans. Long-term mercenaries often own powerful ships and superior equipment. There are opinions suggesting that the silver rank should be further divided or that the promotion conditions for the silver rank should be stricter. Is Miss Elma also at the silver rank? Yeah, I'm an old hand at the silver rank. Humph. Elma proudly lifted her chest. Now I've lost my own ship, so I'm part of the crew on this ship. There are situations like that too. You're still alive, so there's always a way. Elma subtly averted her gaze. Yes, that's true. So what does gold rank mean? Chris urged Elma to continue, and Elma rallied herself to keep explaining. Gold rank mercenaries are those who surpass veterans. They accumulate experience at the silver rank, defeat many space pirates, earn hefty bounties, and pass the stringent promotion tests using simulation devices. These are top-notch mercenaries granted the gold rank. Mercenaries who can be promoted to gold rank are very rare, less than 5% of all mercenaries. Oh, 5%. I must be pretty skilled then. However, although only 5% of all mercenaries reach this level, the actual number of mercenaries is so large that the sense of achievement varies greatly. Quite impressive. Gold rank mercenaries are recognized by the Mercenary Guild as first-class mercenaries and are indeed formidable. The social status of being a mercenary is certainly not low. However, if you're at the gold rank, you're regarded highly by nobles, soldiers, and officials alike. Generally speaking, we possess the equipment and skills to single-handedly annihilate pirate fleets of over 30 ships. It's just that easy. If it's Lord Hong, he could handle more than 50 ships, couldn't he? There's nothing one absolutely has to face head-on. Even Krishna's shields have their limits. If battered into pieces by 50 ships, it would be too dangerous. To prevent enemies from targeting us directly, we stretch out the distance while destroying medium-sized vessels and cutting down smaller ones. The final rank is Platinum. Currently, there seem to be 13 people. It's said that among the gold-ranked mercenaries, standout performers will be promoted. While gold-ranked mercenaries are like this, the conditions for advancing to Platinum aren't particularly publicized. Regardless, mercenaries who return safely with significant results regardless of what battlefield they are thrown into are called Platinum-ranked mercenaries. Lord Hong will soon become this way, won't he? In a few days. Becoming a Platinum-ranked mercenary means having immense influence. Whether it's true or not, there was once a noble who wanted to assert power and favored Platinum-ranked mercenaries, but ended up getting defeated instead. Faking it. Could even the highest-ranking mercenaries in the mercenary guild wield such authority? Hard to believe, isn't it? Never mind. Anyway, you've reached the gold rank starting today. Congratulations. Did he go berserk and burn the whole city? I'm not angry. I'm just not satisfied. How annoying. Even though my rank is higher, Elma is still my senior, making us equal, right? Isn't she? Are you provoking me? Oh, yeah. Elma's arm, which stretched out like a snake, wrapped around Chu Ang's arm and instantly locked it. Too fast, completely unable to resist. Elma, apart from this. Good friends? Is that right? El comforted Elma, while Chris let out a wry smile. Please save Chuang. TCH. Don't get carried away. Your piloting skills and combat abilities and power armor are excellent, but your practical fighting skills aren't that great. I'll keep it in mind. By the way, while I was talking, I prepared some desserts. Would you like to try them, Miss Elma? No need to bother preparing. Haha. Humph. Well, now this mood feels better. Tonight, Chuang will make you cry in return. While secretly plotting his revenge, he placed Philosopher GS custard pudding, or something like that, and black tea on the table. It's early for dinner, and now should be snack time. Let's talk about Chris's situation while eating. Yes. Situation? Elma looked surprised at Chu Ang's words, while Yemi tilted her head, a question mark floating above it. Yeah, actually, it's an ultra-huge problem. Hope you're ready mentally before hearing it. I'm Chris. Huh? The person who heard Chris's background cried and embraced Chris's body. Though holding Chris tightly was good, his massive chest pressed painfully against Chris. He hoped Chris could forgive him. Not especially big trouble. Ha, Chris. Elma sighed and rescued Chris, while the breasts of Chris that were grabbed by Elma had her forcefully pressing her face down, crying and making pitiful sounds. So at least 2 weeks? Are you taking care of this child? Yes, I have to protect him her. Surely, you'll get involved, right? There's no reason not to be. If Chuang were Chris's uncle, there's no doubt that Chris must be killed, and for that, Chuang would invest effort effortlessly. He has already taken action against Chris's parents. Having gone this far, if it's not completely resolved, it will lead to utter disgrace. Actually, I have a favor to ask of Elma. What favor do you want to ask of her? Nodding to Elma, Chuang shifted his gaze to Chris. Chris, don't we have the storage medium that recorded the animation? Yes, it's this one. Chris pulled out a thin crystal-like plate from his shirt pocket. Is this the storage medium? It's really beautiful. Can this be copied? Yeah. Do you think it can be replicated? I want to pass on the information to Chris's grandfather through various channels. The port authorities said they would send a message to Chris's grandfather, the Earl, but it might get intercepted by his uncle along the way and the information crushed. I see, so it's not absolutely secure. I understand now. As long as it's copied, we can use every method imaginable to deliver it to the Count Darrenwald. Oh right, the budget is on me. I won't be stingy. You're still naive, aren't you? Not at all. I've already done the Count and his grandson a favor, and as long as I keep him safe, I'll receive my rewards. Good. That's settled then. Elma spoke with a smile. You've seen through it, haven't you? But that's just his nature. There's nothing to be done about it. Chuang could never abandon such an adorable child. So, do we have any leads? Yeah, a few, but it will take some time. That's unavoidable. As long as we manage to submit even one, we win. For someone who's encountering this for the first time, it's not bad. Although, we don't know if it's the best yet. Firstly, if this approach doesn't work, we'll consider other methods. The simplest solution would be to destroy all the pursuers. If possible, specifically targeting Chris's uncle. But it probably won't go that smoothly, will it? First step, how will the opponent move? At least hiding in Krishna should be safe. It would be even simpler if we could stay connected in real time. In the universe, Chuang doesn't think communication inconveniences would cause trouble. Is there no flight technology capable of real-time communication across several thousand or tens of thousands of light years away to stars? If someone hides carelessly inside Krishna, it cannot be considered absolutely safe. The possibility of ordered drinking water and food being poisoned isn't zero either, and materials containing bombs are equally hazardous. Would they resort to such extremes? There's no reason why they wouldn't. Compared to colony goods, items plundered from space pirates might actually be safer. To hunt space pirates for food and other supplies. However, would they drop food and drink at a high frequency? Maybe it's better to move to another star system just to shop, who knows. Anyway, I must take the initiative. I'm leaving. Chris, I'm handing the media over to you. Understood. Please take care. Elma took the storage medium from Chris and left Krishna. Should Chuang start considering what he can do? First, Mimi, can you prepare a bed for Chris? Yes. Let's leave taking care of Chris to Arl. We won't fight in our opponent's wrestling ring, will we? Close combat, strategies, assassinations. These aren't Chu Ang's forte. So where does Chuang excel? Of course. So how do I bring him out? While pondering, Chuang suddenly noticed the tablet placed near his ear. On it was an advertisement for the vacation planet, pride of the StarCraft system. Looking at it gave him an idea. Isn't this quite a brilliant plan? Thinking reversely, what's wrong with being hunted? In an empty restaurant, Chuang smiled to himself. Chapter 95, Plan and Equipment Check. Yemi lent her tablet computer to flip through the booklet of the resort galaxy. The introduction inside the ship was probably over, so Yemi and Chris returned to the dining room. Welcome back. I took a look at the booklet. Ah yes, but in this situation, how can we even talk about vacationing? No, maybe not. Although his expression was somewhat regretful, Chuang still revealed a smile of denial. Is it like that? We're not sure yet. Let's discuss again after Almar comes back. I understand. By the way, instead of waiting for Chris's grandfather to pick me up when I'm talking with Chris, can't I just go from here to there? While saying this, Ami tilted her head, and Chris stared at Chuang's face. I have thought about it too, but I think it might not be possible, so I rejected it. Since it hasn't been verified, let's do an actual test. Chuang put the tablet back by his ear as he spoke. Let's check the galactic map. Is it indeed the Cuxer star system? Yes, the Decisive star system. Hadn't Bruno said before? Even if using the supercosmic space communication and gateway, it would take 5 days. I want Chris to recall if he used the gateway when he came to this star system. What's the matter? Look at the galactic map. Search for the shortest route from Sierra Galaxy to Dexa Galaxy. Understood, I'll give it a try. AR tilted her head and operated the tablet, searching for the shortest route. Upon hearing this, AR widened her eyes in surprise. Mr. Yu, it takes 42 days for the outbound journey. Oh, it's farther than expected. Why is it so far? It takes only 5 days for one-way communication, and they will pick you up about 2 weeks later. What is it? That's naturally whether or not the gateway can be used. Upon hearing Chuang's words, AR clapped her hands. Yes, whether or not the gateway could be used was the issue. Travel via the gateway requires the Empire's permission. Everything was fine with the Imperial Navy ships, noble passenger ships, licensed travel agency scheduled flights, or high-end cruise ships for sightseeing. But mercenaries like Chuang didn't dare to use it easily. If Chris were around, perhaps the king would grant permission. But if such an application were made, Balthazar and others would realize immediately. The road to the gateway would surely be filled with traps. Though it wasn't absolutely impossible to break through, it was quite a dangerous choice. Depending on the opponent's attitude, such measures might have to be taken. However, it would still be safer to spend more time traveling through the super channels and heading toward the Dexa star system step by step. Just as netting extends in different directions, there are certainly multiple routes to reach the Dexa star system. Chris's uncle Balthazar de Leenwald's victory condition is to handle Chris first before Abraham de Leenwald, the Earl and Chris's grandfather, finds out that his parents' death was part of his scheme. In reality, the difficulty is quite high. Even if Chris is killed, once the current Earl Abraham de Leenwald learns of his plan, his reputation will be destroyed. He must be quite anxious. No matter what, he wants to kill Chris and absolutely does not want Chris's report to be handed over to Abraham. Thinking about it, proceeding leisurely may also be dangerous. When cornered and having no way out, he might act recklessly without hesitation. Alright, AR. What is it? Reserve the usage of the resort planet. Aren't there supposed to be 3 resort planets on this star system? That's right. Which one should we choose? Don't we need to consult Alma? After much consideration, I feel it's better to take action as soon as possible. In short, solve all problems. What? AR showed a confused expression. Apply for the use of all the planets. Multiple travel agencies, distribute all the stay locations. The more, the better. It will cost a lot of money. Why reserve so many? I'm thinking if we can confuse the enemy. Here's my plan. Reserve several spots on the resort planet. Prepare a few hiding places, then deliberately make a loud move toward the resort planet to draw enemy attention. If attacked intentionally in space while aboard the Krishna spaceship, we naturally won't surrender. We'll eliminate all pursuers and slowly relocate to the hidden resort planet. The enemy will have to check each hideout one by one, thus buying us time. During this period, let Alma deliver the intelligence to the Earl. What do you think? Chuang spread his hands. After listening to Chuang's plan, Yemi and Chris both tilted their heads and fell into deep thought. The same action appeared particularly cute. If only we could repel the pursuers. However, is there no problem with the funds? We have 17 million NL, so there's no issue with the funds. What? Chris was left speechless after hearing Chuang's words. Even the children of nobles would be startled by an exorbitant price of 17 million NL popping out unexpectedly. The accommodation fee for the resort galaxy is roughly 10,000 to 30,000 NL per person per week. I think preparing several places will be sufficient. The expenses, together with Chris's protection fees, I plan to apply to the Dallenwald Earl. Still, when it came to the cost of staying, the expenses seemed endless if viewed from above. Why not just prepare one spot instead of multiple ones? If we defeat the pursuers, wouldn't it be difficult for them to trace which resort galaxy we're staying in? Normally, that's true. But what if the opponent disregards their own identity and attempts anything? They might use various means to obtain our lodging information from the travel agencies. For this reason, I believe it's best to prepare more stay locations and make multiple appointments. While moving via super channels, the opponent can't attack us, right? Isn't it safer to use the super channels repeatedly and stay inside them continuously? AR tilted her head and said that. Lurking in super channels indeed was feasible. Chuang didn't have that intention. Chuang's understanding was always guided by Stella's online knowledge. In the online world, instantaneous movement took a few seconds. However, in this world, such a movement usually required over 10 hours, sometimes even dozens of hours. Unlike the hyperspace drive, movement did not occur instantly here. This method, to buy time, could be considered very appropriate. This method is indeed safe, but there's a supply issue. Haven't we been without supplies since leaving the Aline star system? Chuang had never expected such an event to occur, and because he intended to enjoy a holiday in the Sarah star system, they directly arrived from Aline star system without stopping at any space station or colony along the way. Indeed, with the current reserves, enduring for over 2 weeks would be tough. How about replenishing supplies first? Supply replenishment at this colony itself carries risks. However, there are ways to visit adjacent star systems for supplies. Besides, while using the channels won't risk being attacked mid-process, it's possible ambushes await as we finish, like when we first arrived in this star system. That's true. Perhaps recalling how they were ambushed upon arrival in the Sarah star system, AR frowned. Then, encountering Chris might have been good. However, if they hadn't met, Chris might have been in danger, so perhaps it was fortunate they did meet. I cannot intervene in your conversation. Chris said this while looking frustrated. However, unlike AR, who had already spent some time aboard Krishna, Chris was still a young lady entirely unconnected to mercenaries. Participating in such discussions was nearly impossible. The detailed plan should be finalized when Alma returns. Nevertheless, there's also the possibility of close-range hand-to-hand combat. I'll go confirm the equipment and conduct a check. I'll help too. Yeah, I'll help as well. Both raised their hands simultaneously. No, if handled improperly, many hazardous things are involved, and caution is recommended. Yet, AR may soon need to use these as well. Keeping them far away doesn't seem appropriate either. Gradual adaptation is necessary. Leaving AR aside, how about Chris? I must fight in critical moments too. Chris clenched her fists and mustered her courage. No, if we allow them to fall into such situations, we'd fail as their guards. Still, let's share simpler information with you. You never know where this knowledge might come in handy. Chuang led both towards the changing room. Krishna's cargo hold truly functioned as a storage compartment, but it was also an armory. The energy armor and laser emitters Chuang used during the biochemical terror incident in the Aline star system, along with the laser rifles and other weapons Elma brought for security purposes during that time, were all preserved there. Wow, these are all weapons. Yeah, probably. And it's not just that. There are dangerous items that shouldn't be touched recklessly. Yes. Seeing Chris nod seriously, he began checking the gear. Setting aside the energy armor and laser emitters for now, the focus started with the laser rifles. These weapons boasted greater firepower than regular laser guns. Superior in burst performance, output, and range, they excelled in every respect. With zoom levels that could be freely adjusted and multi-scope systems capable of utilizing night vision and infrared sensor modes, they were suited for long-distance sniping as well. Compared to laser guns, these are much larger in any case, so carrying them around on the street is impossible. Depending on the colony, there are many places where carrying weapons within the colony is prohibited. Even if not, carrying something like this around would result in being arrested by the authorities. There's no avoiding it. It's evidently an excessive self-defense tool. Next, they checked a spherical object. This wasn't something you could just toss to small aliens. Instead, it was something akin to a granite. Stangranite. That means sound and light will deprive one of vision and balance. It can also be referred to as a shock. If you press the switch and throw it, there will be a powerful electric shock within a 5-meter radius centered on this ball. If such an explosion occurred inside a spaceship or a colony, it would be extremely dangerous. There was a hole in the shell, and all parts were connected through some kind of mechanism. Certainly, not an elegant design. Because of this reason, the treatment of the online world and other games marks remained consistent with this type mainly used for impact. Chuang did not know if the world here was similar. He briefly taught the two how to use the laser rifles and the shockwave rifles. Since they couldn't test fire them on the ship, Chuang merely had them assume positions safely or practice throwing dummy grenades. Additionally, although not weapons, he taught them the usage method of a machine unit used for first aid. This was a gun-type injector that, when pressed against an injured person, triggered significantly alleviating excruciating pain and was useful for emergency treatment of major casualties. Being an emergency measure, using it recklessly might endanger life, but if death didn't occur immediately, survival was still possible. Knowing the way to use it wouldn't do any harm. It would be best if such items were never needed, but contingencies existed. Regardless, at least having first aid machines and shockwaves might be helpful. I understand, I'll practice my throws well. I'll practice too. If you can hit opponents behind obstacles accurately, then that's really impressive. They're easy to operate and might be more suitable for the two of you than accidentally handling laser guns or laser rifles. They couldn't use it if approached too closely, but if both individuals worked together and got squeezed beyond the range where shockwaves were effective, they'd lose. Remember the storage place, and you can take them out in emergencies. But don't bring them to your own rooms. It's too dangerous. Yes. Understood. Both nodded earnestly. Neither seemed to have prankster personalities, so there was little to worry about, though caution remained necessary. While inspecting equipment, a notification sound came from the small information terminal. The tablet computer at his ear buzzed too, signaling it must be Alma's message. He pulled out the small information terminal from his jacket pocket and confirmed the text message. We've been spotted immediately. That's fast action. Have they already locked onto us? Still, it makes sense if the harbor management sends people to monitor. What should we do? Should we come get you? No need, because I don't think the opponent would dare set up traps on busy streets. However, their actions are faster than I expected, so there shouldn't be any hesitation. Is the supply replenishment dangerous too? The risk is too high. Anyway, I'm heading back quickly because getting framed would be troublesome. I see. Be careful and head back soon. Turn on your location and send rescue signals anytime. Understood. The exchange of information was complete. Geez, actions were quicker than anticipated. It seems better measures should be taken sooner rather than later. Chapter 96, Discussing with Irma. I'm back. Welcome back, I'm glad you're safe. After exchanging information for 10 minutes, Irma returned. Shuang instinctively wanted to hug her, but she dodged. Why dodge? What's wrong? I was worried. There's nothing to worry about. Honestly, are you too thick or too thin-skinned? As she spoke, Irma smiled wryly and lightly embraced Shuang, kissing his cheek. What's going on? What's happening? This feeling of being so moved. Isn't this the complete reversal of male and female roles? Ugh, am I falling for an elf? Shuang, why did you suddenly cover your face? It's nothing. Nothing, right? It's nothing. Irma turned around to look at Shuang's face, but Shuang turned his head away and walked towards the cafeteria. Ah, Miss Irma is back. Is something wrong? He seemed shy, unexpectedly cute. I'm not shy. Are you worried about me? I'm not worried. There it goes again. Didn't you just say that? With a beaming smile, Irma stepped in front of him. It's really troublesome. But he's a strong kid. He won't give up. Master Hong is unexpectedly cute. It's a new side of him. Even though I'll said Shuang is Chris, he definitely won't lose. Anyway, let's make plans for the future first. Act quickly. Speed is the most important thing now. If we don't act first, we'll get dragged into their rhythm, which would be troublesome. That's right. So do you have any plans? While I can't say I'm confident about all of them, there are still a few. First, so they decided to tell Irma the contents of the discussion with Earlmy and Chris, and listen to her opinion. Luring the pursuers over and wiping them out isn't bad. In any case, the most important thing is to eliminate the enemy's eyes. As long as we stay in this colony, we can't escape the enemy's monitoring. Going into space might actually be more effective. The problem is supply. Yeah, based on our current reserves, we won't last 2 weeks. If we go to the vacation system, we should be able to resupply there. We need to be cautious, but the enemy's hands likely won't reach across the entire vacation system. However, if we consider supplies only, moving between 2 adjacent systems may be cheaper. 2 next to each other? Yes, 2 adjacent star systems are better because adjacent systems may share a network. There are 4 neighboring systems, and if 2 are adjacent, the number will increase drastically, so there can't possibly be that many networks. I see. Shuang accepted Irma's explanation. So, instead of lying low on a resort planet, resupply in 2 adjacent star systems, and then hide in space and hyperspace. This is a tricky spot, because movement leaves traces, immediately fleeing into a vacation planet after defeating the pursuers may be safer. The security on vacation planets is actually pretty reliable. Huh? How reliable? Nobles of the Empire and higher-ups naturally visit occasionally, sometimes even visiting important people from other countries. The security level here is quite high. If a terrorist incident happens there, it would affect the prestige of the Empire. This is new intelligence. It wasn't in the brochure. It's more efficient making battle plans with someone reasonable like Irma. Why not just go to the vacation system and relax leisurely? Right? Won't Chris Grandpa fund us? Yes, I'll try my best to help. Chris answered Irma's questions as fully as possible. Chris doesn't have real power, so he can only say things like that. How about the budget? Can we sustain up to 3 million enel? Isn't that too much? For 2 weeks, how much is the market price per person? Around 20,000 to 60,000 enel. Expensive places have no upper limit, but usually, it stays within that range. For 4 people, it'd be 80,000 to 240,000 enel. On 3 planets, each including fake identities at 3 different levels, with different travel agencies and facilities. Reservations will be made under my, Hong's, and Earl's names respectively. Reserve an 8-week, 80,000 enel course on 3 planets under AL's name, a 2-week, 160,000 enel course under my name, and a 2-week, 240,000 enel course under Guang's name. That's a total of 1.44 million enel, which is enough. That's spending a lot. Al smirked bitterly upon hearing the amount of 1.44 million enel. Whether converting to yen is correct or not, it's roughly 144 million yen. In terms of money and strain online, 1.44 million enel is equivalent to purchasing entry-level multifunctional ships and battleships. Considering the cost of full customization and insurance fees in case of being shot down, shouldn't we be a little uneasy? If you account from the Empire's nobility, this amount of money means nothing. To save the life of my adorable grandson, I'm willing to pay. Nobles are pretty impressive too. I am still a little confused. Of course, he must not have developed the financial perspective of a nobleman at his age. He probably hasn't spent much money himself either. After hearing Irma's words, Chris nodded frankly. I see. At Chris' age, he wouldn't even buy things for himself, right? Is everything prepared by his parents and servants? So you've booked 9 travel agencies, and will choose one. No, I'll book one more as my top choice. Or, let's book a high-end resort that reaches 2 million enel, a 2-week, 560,000 enel route per person for 4 people. A 2-week vacation costs 560,000 enel. 2 weeks of 56 million yen amounts to 14 million per person, or about 1 million yen per night for a resort. This was an unimaginable realm for Chuang, who used to be an ordinary citizen. As long as there is funding, it's free. If only Grandpa Chris could give us a straight answer. Sigh. It didn't come out. If we consider this as welfare for me and the crew, then it's expensive. With the ability to make big money now with ships and skills, always remember how to use this in LA properly. Otherwise, we'll look bad. Humph, it's tiring. I used to be just an ordinary citizen. By the way, if you can decide on the spending of such a sum without hesitation, you're still a young lady, aren't you? Shoo, shoo, because you don't know how to whistle? Irma looked away to pass over the moment. However, if the person himself doesn't want to say, Chuang won't force it either. But it would be difficult for a normal person to apply for such an expensive package. Al displayed a troubled expression while operating the tablet computer. Oh, these spots might be problematic, huh? The aristocratic system seems inevitable. There are ways to handle this, don't worry. How about your messenger service? All good women have secrets. Good women. This contains secrets. Watching Irma proudly smiling, Miss and Chris seemed ready to take notes immediately. Irma truly is a good woman. Chuang feels he's moving in a different direction from you two. Well, it's uncertain what Chris will be like when he grows up. Let's go in this direction then. Can you handle the booking procedures? The money can come out of my account. That sounds good. But what will Guang do during that time? I am the captain. Leave the troublesome procedures to the crew. I will accompany Chris. Saying this, Chuang puffed out his chest. Though Irma's gaze remained cool, in reality, Chuang wasn't adept at handling these formalities. Planning a holiday destination based on his preferences made everyone feel unsure. Among the four of them, 3 were female, so candidly speaking, Chuang hoped that the choices would align with female taste. It is indeed odd letting you choose the plans. I think it should be okay. But alright, I'll work hard as Guang's personal operator. Chuang admitted that choosing according to his own preference might not be suitable, which both Irma and Al agreed upon. If Chuang were to choose, it'd definitely be some sort of 2-week meat festival endurance challenge. Talking about holiday destinations on planets, could they drink carbonated beverages there? Chuang was already getting excited. Chapter 97, Planet Seminar. Preparations for the trip to the resort planet were progressing steadily. To be precise, Chuang just let Elma and Ear take charge, mainly conversing with Chris, watching videos together, practicing throwing grenades in the garage, and working out in the training room. I've already made the reservation. We're set to stay starting the day after tomorrow for 2 weeks, keeping the total cost within 2 million INR. Manually paying tens of thousands of INR. My hands really trembled. Elma looked calm and collected, not showing any particular sign of restraint, but Ear seemed visibly exhausted. It's probably because both Ear and Chuang feel more like commoners. Elma originally behaves like a young lady, and combined with her mindset as a mercenary, she doesn't show any sign of holding back. She's truly dependable. In the future, we'll also have to buy items with large sums of money. We can only get them accustomed to it. I'll do my best. Buying a new ship or having one custom made could easily blow away several million INR without effort. What should we do with our time until the day after tomorrow? It's best to let the enemy know that we're preparing to set sail. If we want to round up those chasing us, leaving quietly might not be as effective as openly preparing to depart and leaving with pride. True, but how exactly are we going to do that? Preparing supplies for departure sounds terrifying. That's certain. According to Chris, the opposition must already be aware that we're cautious about them, and they will strike mercilessly at the first opportunity. Though cramped, we should remain confined in the ship. The day after tomorrow. It's just today and tomorrow, right? 2 days should pose no problem. Right. When we're underway, this level of canned food becomes commonplace. Still, with Chris around, living such a slovenly life is impossible. That said, Chuang isn't so impatient as to lose self-control despite having Chris present. Oh, by the way, what kind of place should we linger in? I've glanced through the brochures, but I haven't even touched the ones for overly expensive spots, so I can't picture them. Yeah well, knowing everything beforehand would reduce half the fun, wouldn't it? Going completely clueless and running around randomly is an issue too. Especially me. I'm not boasting, but I'm bad at social graces. Is that so? Oh, but things are a bit complicated. Leaning her head sideways, Chris faced Elma's ambiguous response. It would be troublesome to claim coming from another world or having lost memories. It's not about excluding Chris, but saying there's no need to explain would also be odd. They explained. This time, we're going to the marine planet Shisai. More than 80% of its surface is covered by ocean. It's practically the definition of a planet devoid of continents. Large islands are scattered sparsely everywhere in the same shape. I see. So how is it managed? Given that these aren't particularly large islands, it would be hard to station vacation company employees permanently. A management artificial intelligence is placed on less suitable large islands for vacations. Smart robots or ordinary robots overseen by the AI care for visitors. For security, unmanned weapons and robots are prepared. If the AI management system breaks down, that would be dangerous. Not that simple. The security level of the positronic AI managing the planet is very high. To crack the unified management AI, you'd need at least 2 similarly leveled positronic AIs. I see. Exactly. I already mentioned before, powerful empire nobles, influential individuals, and important figures from other countries also use the resort planets. The security measures here aren't weak. I see. A place like that does seem quite safe. Since it's a marine planet, we'll be able to enjoy some aquatic leisure during our stay. Yeah, we plan to charter a medium-sized island. There seems to be enough space for Krishna to land and take off. If anyone other than us approaches the island, action will be taken after warnings. What's so scary about that? There are supposed to be laser turrets disguised as rocks, along with protection robots stationed underground and underwater. Honestly, launching an attack would be suicide. While reliable, just as many say, if something goes wrong and they end up attacking us, we'd be powerless. But hopefully, that won't happen. Still, renting an entire island is quite a bold plan. This plan must have been very costly. Sunbathing on the beach, bathing in seawater, walking amidst nature, playing with cute alien creatures. All kinds of activities are possible. Oh, that sounds quite exciting. Chuang was especially interested in the cute alien creatures. If it were someone like Phi Os Hagel or a ferocious Jiam Lin, Chuang would be upset. Looks cute, but the head splits into 4 parts and the ferocious jaw goes all over the place. Apparently, fresh seafood and various delicacies from nearby star systems will be provided. Sounds satisfying as well. Yes. Maybe imagining never-before-seen cosmic delicacies made Ear's eyes sparkle. But about the fresh seafood, it would be fine if Chuang could just embrace what he sees. However, Chuang thought that with the right mindset, any kind of seafood could be enjoyed thoroughly. With this in mind, they chatted about their upcoming vacation destination and calmly spent the first day welcoming Chris aboard. The next day, delicious, Christina began gleaming her eyes while eating burgers early in the morning. No, wasn't it last night when Chuang had Jiren serve him hot dogs and similar things, and pizza and similar things? Chris apparently never got used to junk-like meals produced by an automatic food processor, completely entranced by their charm. As she described, the rich flavors and the sense of rebellion in eating with your hands were irresistible. Nevertheless, the so-called junk food made by the automatic meal processor hadn't deviated from its original meaning, high in calories and low in nutritional value. Since it was a perfectly nutritious food item disguised as junk food at first glance, like a dreamy delicacy. Is it okay? They might say I've remembered something strange. I think knowing what subordinates eat isn't necessarily a bad thing. Even though they're subordinates, the high-performance automatic food processor on this ship is called Jiren. Before Jiren arrived, the performance of the automatic food processor equipped on this ship was absolutely not inferior. But compared to Jiren, it wasn't just 1 level lower, but 2. No, since the taste lags behind by 3 levels. Isn't marking this taste crafted by Jiren, pei fu as common folks norm a good idea? When there's an opportunity, let them try the less flavorful synthetic meals prepared by regular automatic food processors too. Preferably something like the famous dish from ALNI Star System. Chapter 98, Before the Storm. Come to think of it, while the ALNI Star System is known for its specialty products, there are also freaks in this world who eat directly from unopened food boxes. They say that food boxes produced over a year, but less than 2 years ago taste the best. I see. Chuang didn't understand. Let's change the subject. So, how was sleeping together? No sleep talking or anything like that. No, nothing special. Maybe because I was tired, I slept very soundly. Is that so? That's good then. Chuang also casually asked Air and Chris about last night, while eating and texting. Chuang was still worried if they might have been haunted by nightmares or flashbacks. After just one night, there was no telling. What are we going to do today? There's nothing to do except for repairing the ship. It's dangerous to go out, and we don't even know what the supplies need. Is it really that easy to intervene in the colony's supply transport system? Air tilted her head. Chuang thought the same way. I don't think it's that simple. However, if someone were to intervene and mix plasma salt into the luggage, we'd all be wiped out. It'd be manageable from the outside, but if it's thrown inside, even Krishna would be completely clean. What's called plasma, upon detonation, releases super high temperature plasma towards the surroundings, burning everything to ashes. It's a very dangerous bomb. Such destructive power could evaporate not only the neighboring areas, but also the outer shell of the colony. Therefore, possession by anyone other than the military is prohibited. Elma probably believed it was possible to prepare so much. Do we need to go to such an extent? It seemed Air couldn't accept it at all. Chuang understood this feeling. Chris was carried in yesterday. Can they achieve this level after just one day? Chuang also had to tilt his head. Still, Elma was dumped yesterday. That's true. She moved quickly. I don't think being overly cautious is a bad thing. Yeah, we shouldn't let our guard down. As long as I'm alive, my uncle will suffer a disgraceful end. I believe you should always prepare for the worst. Chris finished her hamburger, elegantly wiped the corner of her mouth with a napkin, and nodded. She really was well-mannered in these aspects. Even if Chuang got something on his face, he would wipe it off, but his gestures felt different somehow. But wouldn't staying completely indoors also raise suspicions? You don't need to worry about that. They'll assume we've learned the details from Chris, in which case, of course, we'd take precautions. It's best not to run around recklessly. That's true. When we learned the situation, weren't we also among the targets of Uncle Chris's elimination plan? With danger sensed, naturally, we wouldn't leave home. Thinking of this, Chris's expression darkened. I'm sorry for involving everyone. There's no reason to be concerned about it. This guy, seeing how difficult it is for Chris, could never ignore her. The way things turned out. Yes, it's also just coincidence. Elma spoke and gave Chuang a playful punch on the back. Chuang couldn't bring himself to abandon a cute girl in trouble. Although he knew this stance would present various obstacles going forward, he still wanted to do what he could within his ability. And more often than not, he found himself getting involved. What about Mimi and Elma? Of course, Chuang values them both, and he would take responsibility within the scope of his abilities. Because he doesn't know when he might die or suddenly be hurled to another world, he would approach life as though living in the moment, yet with clarity. Incidentally, the mercenary guild quietly handled some procedures. If Chuang were to suddenly disappear or die, ownership of Krishna along with all of his possessions would be transferred to Air. Although Elma's relationship with her family wasn't entirely severed, if Chuang were to die or disappear suddenly, she too would help Air manage Krishna. Therefore, she did nothing. Air, on the other hand, was utterly alone, so in this aspect, Air takes precedence. Perhaps sensing Air's gaze on herself, Chuang looked at her, causing Air to tilt her head in question. Chuang shook his head, indicating there was nothing unusual. In other words, do you have free time all day today? Yeah, are we going to hunt space pirates? So what? If Lord Baijia's daughter goes to fight off space pirates, will we be attacked? Or will someone see our cards? Or maybe just catch people doing nothing? When thoughts like this came up, Air had already naturally caught on to the mercenary work. Not bad, though letting others see our bottom cards is excessive. Let's be honest. At times like this, it's better to calm down, stay alert, and seriously prepare. As she said this, Elma took out a beer from the kitchen's air conditioner. Hey, you're not fully awake yet. Since we can't go out anyway, isn't it fine to have a drink? As long as we turn on the protective shield, no one will come from outside. While that's true, as he spoke, Chuang also took out some non-carbonated cola from the air conditioner. This was for Chris. It's not recommended for Air as she might not understand well. Chris, hamburgers, hot dogs, pizza go really well with this, and so do fizzy drinks. Really? Chuang encouraged Chris to try the carbonated cola. Chris gleefully opened the bottle and elegantly gulped it down in big sips. It tastes slightly like medicine, but it's quite sweet. Yeah, it pairs well with burgers. You should try it during lunch. Got it. You there? Telling Chris about junk food and strange drinks. If the Earl says something, I won't know what to do. If education is the concern, then by common sense, you who eats and drinks right after getting up can't talk about others' bad habits either, right? Chuang exchanged glances with Elma. Physically violent acts? There's no way I could win against you. Please don't do this. So Chuang raised his hands in surrender. Unreliable? Damn it, Elma's joint techniques really hurt. No residual injuries or marks were left, just pain. Specifically designed to torture people. What a dangerous girl she is. You two seem to get along pretty well. Yeah, occasionally I feel jealous too. But, aren't your relationship with Miss Air good as well? Yes. Air's hands rested on her cheeks as she smiled faintly. Haha, Air is so cute. You isn't gentle enough towards me. Treat me kindly, like you do with Air. If I treated you the same way as I do with Air, wouldn't you feel uncomfortable? No, I don't think so. If you're as timid as you are in bed, I'll treat you the same way. Wait, don't say such things in front of Chris. Elma's face turned completely red. Haha, are you already drunk? Oh, this is an adult conversation. Elma knows not to overly provoke the other party. With such feelings, she protects Chris, and the following day passed relatively calmly. No, if the shield was even activated, being overly peaceful might itself be a big problem. By the way, Chris seemed to have stayed in the room chatting with Air. During dinner, both Air and Chris looked at Chuang with slightly flushed faces. Was it because you didn't happen to tell Chris detailed accounts of your nightlife, did you? Could it be? No, it's possible. What should I do? There's nothing I can do. I have absolutely no intention of making any advances towards Chris, and both Air and Elma know this. They won't drive a wedge between us, right? Chuang decided to pretend as if he hadn't noticed anything, finished exercising, took a bath, and went to sleep. Tomorrow will definitely be exhausting. Chapter 99, I think so. Chuang had carefully closed the door yesterday and locked it for the first time when Hong slept. This morning, after checking the access log on the door, he found 2 access records, which made his heart tremble. What happened? Who could it be? With a trembling heart, Chuang went to the cafeteria and saw that Elma looked a little upset. On the other hand, Ermi and Chris seemed to be afraid of being scolded, hiding something bad they did. Their gazes intertwined, and an awkward silence descended upon them. Let's have a calm talk. First of all, I don't intend to harm Chris, or rather, I cannot bring myself to do so. Attacking the person we are supposed to protect is strange for a bodyguard, not to mention attacking a noble's daughter. It's outrageous. If I were Chris's grandfather, I would use whatever means necessary to kill the despicable mercenary who exploits his grandson's weaknesses. Upon hearing Chuang's words, Air and Chris diverted their gazes. Elma, I only locked the door yesterday because I had this premonition. It wasn't meant to keep you out. Well, there's nothing else I can do about that. Elma's originally unhappy demeanor suddenly brightened with a smile. Anyway, considering Chris is also here, maybe we should leave it unsaid. I don't think you need to take it too seriously. Isn't it embarrassing? When Chuang turned his gaze to Air, Air blushed bright red, but kept shaking her head. Doesn't she mind? That's unacceptable. Where does this motivation come from? I don't think it's right for only me to be isolated. I don't think anything will happen, as it's impossible. The reasons I've explained should make sense to you, right? Or perhaps it's been too arbitrary both yesterday and today. Although situations may be understandable in moments of excitement, one must stay more composed. While the suspension bridge effect might play its role, forcing oneself isn't necessary. I'll properly protect Chris, but instead, this has made our relationship less relaxed. He said it seriously, yet Chris looked dissatisfied. Is this education as part of aristocratic training, where such lively matters are learned? Despite his age, Chuang didn't hesitate. There must be pure reasons too. Or is it that Chris prioritizes her own emotions, disregarding any potential disputes between me and her grandfather? No. Everything has a certain order, doesn't it? As a viscount, your proud grandfather dislikes irrational things greatly, right? Yes, I think so. That's true. It's heard that the empire's nobles pride themselves, and many are quite impressive. Chuang secretly rejoiced at successfully persuading Chris, flashing her a smile. What? Do I feel no guilt in persuading a cute girl? There isn't. It's all necessary, for both Chris and my own safety. In short, it's like this. Ear and Elma need to watch over Chris and prevent her from acting recklessly. Of course, I'll be cautious too. I understand. I understand. Chris, you should also be mindful of your actions. Though you seem confident now, men's rationality is fragile. It can easily crumble like blowing on it. Especially Chuang's flower. Ugh, understood. Seemingly in agreement, Chris headed to the gym after breakfast for some exercise and then took turns showering and tidying up. Has life always been like this? Yes, it's always been like this on Master Hong's ship. Ermi answered Chris' question, but Chris displayed a hard-to-define expression. I always thought the life of mercenaries on ships should be wilder. The living performance of ships equipped with facilities comparable to luxury liners only exists in this one. Elma refuted Chris' remark with a subtly negative tone. Isn't good living conditions a great thing? Thanks to this boon, everyone enjoys delicious rice, soft and clean beds, and comfortable bathing experiences. Rather than romantic notions of mercenaries, comfort is most important. Alright, today, we're finally going on vacation. Before then, expect pursuit battles. Everyone, stay vigilant. Yes. Alright. While Ear was brimming with energy, Elma responded nonchalantly. Elma, well, if Elma was as energetic as Ear, it might even feel uncomfortable. She works diligently, and there's no point reminding her of anything further. Shifting to the cockpit, Chuang sat in the pilot's seat, Ear in the operator's seat, Elma in the co-pilot's seat, and Chris in the co-operator's seat. With that, all the seats in Krishna's cockpit were filled. Can I also enter the cockpit? Because it's the safest place here, and the inertia control functions work best. He replied to Chris' question while inspecting Krishna's condition. Just in case, I unfolded the shield at low output, but it seems that no record of the attack was left. They probably sensed our reservation for a vacation planet and decided to attack there instead of in the colony. For them, acting now would carry less risk. If they launched an assault inside the colony, the alien military would definitely crush them completely. And if they don't extend their hand of pursuit, they'll be ruined before Chris's grandfather knows what happened. Alright, listen, let's submit the departure application. Okay, I got it. Ear operated the control panel in his hands and submitted the departure application to the Port Management Authority. Shortly after, we received clearance to leave and safely navigated through the harbor area with the shield set to maximum output. Because someone might pretend to have an accident and rush in, we must remain maximally vigilant. It seems no ship has made any suspicious moves yet. Am I being too paranoid? No, still better to be cautious. Small ships may not be much trouble, but if we were hit by a fully loaded large freighter speeding at its fastest speed, that could be dangerous. Wow, so tense. The problem starts from here. I'm going to set a route that makes it difficult to determine which resort planet we're heading to. Just follow the navigation. Love does that. Following the navigation Elma set, the ship moved forward. This route makes it hard to judge which of the 3 planets we're aiming for. We're about to enter hyperspeed drive. Alright, let's start the hyperspeed drive load. Chuang increased the generator's power, and the sound of charging began to fill my ears. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hyperspeed drive activated. With a loud rumble, Krishna entered hyperspeed drive state. The star's light transformed from dots into lines flowing backward. Wow, does the universe look like this during hyperspeed operation when seen from the cockpit of a small spaceship? Is it different from the view seen from the window of a large passenger ship? I've gotten used to it recently, but the first time I saw it. Before he finished speaking, an alarm rang out in the cockpit. It was the same alarm sound we'd heard recently. They're really quick. Quick indeed. I thought they might want to take a little swim, checking which planet they're interested in. Probably think it unnecessary since they intend to knock us down. The HUD in the cockpit showed a warning that some spacecraft were undergoing sublight drive operations. If they wanted, they could escape, but our purpose this time is to let the pursuers counterattack. So as last time, we didn't make a conscious effort to resist. Since getting dragged back into normal space forcibly would only make repositioning more complicated. Ear, prepare for battle. Elma, you're responsible for controlling the secondary components. Same as last time, don't hold back. Got it. My oh my. What about me? Chris raised her voice. You mean Chuang? Because of the combat maneuvers, just be careful not to bite your tongue. The inertial control device will function effectively, so the G-force on your body will be greatly reduced. Still, even with that, there will be some load from intense maneuvers, so be careful. Also, if you can keep from screaming too loudly despite being scared, that'd be good. Yes, I'll do my best. Chris replied tensely. You talk too much, and Chuang gets distracted. Thinking this way, it's actually a big help that Ear has been quiet all along from the beginning. Maybe he's just stiff with fear. Reducing the generator's power, slowing down, and without breaking protocol, returning to normal space. Bang! With a loud sound, the stars streaming backward again reverted to dots. At the same time, we boosted the generator's power to its maximum. Too sudden. He opened up the ballistic protection system and started taking evasive actions. At this moment, several beams of red light pierced through the space Krishna had just occupied. No warning. Murderous intent brimming. Enemy craft spotted. 12 small ships, for medium ones. Chaff initiated. Flares and shielding components are also ready anytime. Alright then, let's go. He flipped over and aimed the 4 weapon arms equipped with heavy laser cannons and 2 shotguns at the attackers. Alright, let's begin the counterattack. Not a single ship is slipping past me in this air. Chapter 100 Mobility. Doesn't look like space pirates, does it? He murmured this while observing the ships of those people surrounding them and preparing to attack. All 12 small vessels were medium-sized combat ships, and all 4 medium-sized ships were also military vessels. The ships and equipment are too complete. While dodging the bright red laser fire launched by the enemy ships, they retaliated as well. And they're quite tenacious. If these were regular space pirates, the combined firepower of Krishna's 4 heavy lasers would have pierced their shields, then armor, causing the ship to explode upon impact. However, these enemies only just managed to saturate their shields and dealt severe damage to the armor. It meant either their shields, or armor, or both, outclassed the makeshift upgrades on typical pirate ships by a significant margin. How about offensive power? Their equipment is a tier or 2 higher than that of ordinary space pirates, and the shield degradation rate is high. I see. Al, did you manage to contact the Galactic Navy? Impossible. We're being jammed. Of course. Naturally. If time dragged on, maybe the Galactic Navy would detect the interference signals, but defeating the pirates themselves would be faster. With the flight recorder logs in hand, they wouldn't face repercussions. That's enough reconnaissance. Let's move on. Ah, really? Ah, sure. While listening to calm Irma's replies and the less composed Al during battle, they surged forward toward the group of enemy ships. Shuang alternated between dodging attacks and counterfiring. His actions suddenly shifted, creating a momentary confusion among the small enemy military vessels. Seizing the opportunity, he broke through the formation of small enemy ships, engaging in close-quarters combat with the medium-sized ones. Let's take down something big first. While maneuvering like a rolling wheel to evade the laser attacks from the medium-sized ships, he focused the firepower of the heavy lasers mounted on the 4 weapon arms to concentrate an attack on one ship. As expected, they were resilient. One salvo wasn't enough, neither was the second one. The heavy lasers fired relentlessly but failed to bring down the shield completely. It seemed that some sort of shielding device had been installed as well. But what about this guy? The twin large-caliber shotguns located at the bow of the Krishna simultaneously opened fire, releasing countless bullets towards the targeted medium ship. Perhaps due to the prior damage caused by the synchronized fire from the 4 heavy lasers, the bullets penetrated the shield and left the hull pitted and battered. Apparently, vital systems were hit as the medium-sized ship completely ceased its operations. We'll catch up to the medium ships like this. It depends on your skills. They maneuvered into the shadow of the now silent medium ship, cutting off the fire of smaller ships chasing them before closing in on the next medium ship. When closely adjacent to an enemy medium ship, the smaller ships wouldn't be able to attack the Krishna easily, unless they were friendly fire-ignorant fools. Facing the following small enemy ships, they deliberately positioned themselves near the medium ships and took them down one by one. This fighting style is disgusting. To fight one versus many, we need to be crafty. Otherwise, they'd instantly get riddled from every direction, becoming sitting ducks. Even the Krishna's robust shield had its limits. How's the damage? While we've taken quite a few hits, the shields haven't saturated yet. If the other side doesn't hold back either, hitting our own people will become impossible. Irma operated the control panel with dazzling speed. To avoid being targeted by the enemy, Shuang performed evasive maneuvers. However, dodging the lasers that moved at light speed was essentially impossible. Therefore, Irma temporarily thickened the shield output at points of impact and fortified the weakening shield using the shield units to minimize damage to the Krishna. For example, deceiving the enemy aim using chaff and ECM. Husband. When they engaged the enemy's medium military ship in close combat, several small enemy warships rushed impatiently. They wanted to pull Shuang off the medium ship with brute force, even if it meant ramming into the Krishna itself. Idiots. Using attitude control thrusters, the body rapidly turned in place, aligning the shotgun cannons with the approaching small warship. Without hesitation, he fired. An overwhelming barrage immediately saturated the shields of 3 small ships and tore the hulls into pieces, transforming them into Swiss cheese. Alright then, I've gotten the hang of his movement habits. It's about time we start counterattacking. Pursuing the medium ship trying to escape behind Shuang, he used the heavy laser cannons and synchronization to chase after the smaller ships. Their motto was simple. If one sweeping round didn't solve the problem, another one would. That's insane. How do you stick backwards like that? You need to read the radar responses and understand your enemy's movement patterns. What? Like operating a phone while walking backward. Once you get used to it, you can do it. Since this is outer space, there are many directions in which one can move. To learn this technique of shooting backward while adhering closely to the ground, Shuang and his friends underwent arduous special training. About time we take him down. With a reduced number of enemies, they locked onto the medium military ship with their shotguns and began sweeping away the smaller ships. Medium ships? They were slow, and once the numbers of forward small ships diminished, they became sitting ducks. They carried substantial firepower, so being careless was dangerous. They rushed toward the dwindling small ships and swept past them with their shotguns firing as they passed. Holding onto the tail of the fleeing small ships, they attacked using heavy laser cannons. Charging through the ranks of the enemy's small vessels amidst the barrage of guided missiles recklessly launched by the medium ship, they managed to scatter chaos during the close pass. With fewer foes, the battle turned into a game of digestion. It wasn't long before all enemies were swept away. That was quite a tough fight. As expected, their equipment and skills aren't comparable to regular space pirates. Yeah, Irma seemed troubled for some reason. I'm scared. AL's face turned pale from an unexpected fierce battle. It had been since colliding with the Federation fleet in the Timane star system that they'd faced such a tough fight. This time, though, things were much more manageable. They hadn't even used anti-ship reaction torpedoes. Hurry up and retrieve what we need. The goal is the data cache. It would be critical evidence for Uncle Krishna. There's nothing important on the small ships anyway. Let's aim at the medium ships. Oh my. Alright. Okay. Approaching the medium ship that defeated Krishna to loot supplies and data caches. These foes' equipment was top-notch. Chuang wanted to strip them off if he had more time. Staying too long might alert the Stellar Navy or their allies. From the wreckage of the 4 medium-sized ships, they plundered food, water, and data caches separately. If 3 of them operated drones, the looting time for each ship wouldn't be too long. There is a data cache, but the supplies are disappointing. They didn't plan on going far, did they? Not really. With a medium-sized ship, there should be between 4 to 8 crew members, so they probably carried enough supplies for 1 to 2 weeks in case they lost the engine or something unexpected happened. That makes sense. Upon checking, indeed, they obtained more water and food than Chuang imagined thanks to Irma's insight. The amount from the 4 medium-sized ships would sustain them for about a month. The haul was greater than expected. Perhaps we could use these supplies as capital to make our escape. If you don't want to stay cooped up on a resort planet, then let's do this. After salvaging the materials, they immediately activated the superluminal drive to disengage from the battlefield. So now we can take a breather, right? Are we all right? Chris. He looked at Chris, who nodded weakly with a pale face. Covering her mouth with both hands must have been to obey Chuang's orders not to scream. Chuang turned his eyes to Irma beside him, who was sipping water via a straw from a gravity circle, a cool-sounding name, but essentially a drink holder that wouldn't spill despite the wild maneuvers. That explains it. Truly remarkable, Irma. I'll seem to also calmly check the salvage supplies and the condition of the spacecraft. Increasingly reliable. Shouldn't we start claiming ourselves as the operators who only hear what suits us? I'll reconfigure the navigation to the new destination. Be mindful of the angle when landing on the planet. Leave it to me. When landing on a planet with atmosphere and gravity, failing to mind the entry angle can lead to catastrophic consequences. However, due to safety devices and shielding aboard the ship, colliding violently with the planet in superluminal drive state would cause an explosion, dispersing like a meteor. Not necessarily. Even so, the spacecraft's behavior would change on the planet, and during combat, gravity and atmosphere, i.e., air resistance, would surprisingly affect operations. Operating the spacecraft with the same mindset as an open space would lead to violent collisions with the ground or sudden stalling, which is quite perilous. Following the navigation for a while, a blue planet gradually approached. Almost entirely covered by seas, it was the 3rd oceanic planet, Shi-Gil of Shi-AI. Alright, we're landing on the planet. Phew, leave the effect support to me. Al, keep an eye on how well I support everything. Okay, let's calm Chris down who's still trembling. Thus, having repelled the pursuers, they finally began descending towards the vacation planet. Chapter 101, Descent. Then, aiming for the resort planet with the mission to repel the pursuers, Shi-Sai's descent began as it aligned into orbit. The resort planet is indeed protected by a highly sophisticated security system. Is it really safe to descend like this? There was rumored to be an automatic interception system managed by a positronic AI. It wouldn't be graceful at all if they were shot down upon rashly approaching. That's not a problem. As long as we access the management AI of the resort planet and send the security code for registration, we will be removed from the list of attack targets and set as a defensive object. Done well. Listening to Elma's explanation, I'll let out a voice of admiration. Chuang glanced at Chris, who had been freed from the tension of battle and seemed to have fallen into a dazed state. Is this how he feels after experiencing combat for the first time? He seemed to have calmed down a little. The memories were unclear. Perhaps it's individual differences. At that moment, there was a loud noise as the faster-than-light drive disengaged, and the figure of Shi-Sai filled the horizon before their eyes. What steps are required to access the management AI? The sequence remains unchanged compared to when passing through the ant fleet. Mimi, bring up the communications roster. The management AI roster for Shi-Sai. Yes, I found it. I will connect with you. Al operated the console and initiated access to the management AI. After conversing with Elma a few times, he soon received permission to land. That's right. We should be able to use the automatic docking function for descent. Is that so? Then let's do it. After activating the automatic docking function, the spacecraft began to automatically adjust its angle and speed for entry into the atmosphere in preparation for landing at our predetermined location. This was surprisingly smooth. After some time, it appeared they started entering the atmosphere, with the sound grew. And Krishna started shaking slightly. The sound grew louder, and so did the vibrations. Then, the view from within Krishna's cockpit began turning red. Oh, are we about to enter the atmosphere? Is the shield getting heated to red? I don't know either. Given the shield's protection, Krishna's hull shouldn't directly touch the atmosphere, so even upon atmospheric entry, it shouldn't heat up to the point of glowing red. Could it be that the shields are reacting with the planet's atmosphere? Still unclear. However, in terms of conventional meaning, this is a rare experience when entering the atmosphere. Are you alright? I think Krishna itself has no problems. The shield has decreased slightly, but the ship's body is undamaged. Talking about this matter with Al. Oh, Chris suddenly screamed. What's wrong with you? Looking back, Chris covered his mouth, his face flushed red. For unknown reasons, Chuang thought his actions were somewhat suspicious. Chris seems unwell. Let me take him to the medical room. Oh, okay. With a mysterious emotion, Al stood up from the operator's seat and led Chris, who was walking unsteadily, out of the cockpit. His condition was indeed not good. Are you alright? No problem. Elma didn't look at Chuang, but shrugged. What is it? Only Chuang doesn't seem to understand the root cause of this incident. Impressive, right? While listening to the sound of Krishna rubbing against the atmosphere, he pondered. The vibrations had subsided significantly. But, has it leaked? Don't pay attention to him. If noticed, nothing can be done, but there's a level of avoiding direct mention. Though Chris is the daughter of a nobleman, She is also an ordinary person. If glanced over, the sight of laser beams flying like something out of an end-of-the-world scenario would be terrifying. Krishna's thick shield won't be easily penetrated by enemy laser attacks, but once hit, it must be terrifying. Avoiding light-speed laser cannon fire is impossible. But this is my first landing on a planet since coming to this world. My heart's warming up. He operated the control panel beside him, showing on the cockpit display images captured by optical sensors placed across various parts of the Krishna spacecraft. As shown in the preliminary information, the surface of this planet is almost entirely covered by ocean. It's an oceanic-type planet. Its atmosphere and seawater composition, among others, have been altered to suit biological survival. As a planet, it's smaller than the Earth Chuang knows. The optical sensors captured an endless sea surface. Regardless of the excitement of the first landing, just looking at it wasn't particularly enjoyable. However, there were island-like features scattered around. Just at this moment, Elma came back with Chris. Though Chris appeared calm upon return, his face was subtly flushed red. Pretend not to notice. Are you okay? Feeling unwell after the first battle? It's nothing. Though I felt a little uncomfortable, I calmed down after drinking some beverages in the mess hall. Is that so? Thank you for taking care of Chris for me. Yes. Hearing Chuang's compliment, Al showed a full smile. It seemed like if she had a tail, it would have been wagging. Al, this is your first time landing on a surface, right? Yes. I was born and grew up in the colony. Everything feels amazing here. Is it grand or magnificent? Even through the sensor images, I can feel an intense sense of liberation. To me, this world is truly bizarre. I find colonies more uncommon. Hongdaran comes from a settlement on a planet then? Yes, there are quite a few complicated things. Dodged the question as posed by Chris, tilting her head. Almost said something dangerous like, this world is too dangerous. If people like Teacher Xiaoka met in the Arlini star system knew Chuang was from another world, he might be captured and become a lab rat. Is that so? But, if you were born on a planetary settlement, does that mean you're of noble origin? Maybe it's something like that? Even so, how do I put it? It seems as though my past has been thrown away. Is that so? Chris showed a regretful expression for some reason. What kind of response was that? It looks like we're almost there. Oh, is that so? I think we should be fine, but prepare for impact anyway. Krishna's altitude began to drop slightly, and ahead appeared an island lush with green trees. Judging by its size, it should be considered medium. As it was viewed from a high-altitude overlook, the exact dimensions weren't clear, but among all the islands they'd seen thus far, it wasn't particularly large. Still, it wasn't a small isle either. A significant part of the island consisted of a large bay, which remained very tranquil within. The seawater was crystal clear, and the white sandy beach inside the bay dazzled the eyes. Typical feeling of a southern resort destination. Not far from the beach, there was what looked like a camping spot. Next to it, there seemed to be a large helicopter. Was that the ship's landing site? In the island's center, further from the beach, though not overly vast, features such as golf courses and tennis courts could be seen, along with other structures. It appears quite luxurious here. Are there any other guests? No, we rented this whole island. Really? Absolutely. Renting such a large island? For 2 weeks? I guess it may not be too expensive. Chapter 102, the campsite. There are 2 weeks of accommodation for 4 people totaled up to 56 million yen. That's 14 million in LA per person, which is 1 million in LA per day for each. Converted to yen, it's equivalent to 100 million yen. To rent an entire island this big, and it even includes facilities like a golf course and the beach, it ends up being more economical at 100 million yen per person per day. Will there still be extra charges when using the facilities? It doesn't seem likely. The facilities are even better than expected. I thought it would be a smaller place. Is this how Chris lives? Yeah, that island is a bit bigger. Born into nobility, it seems she rented an even more luxurious island than this one. Krishna descended to the landing pad without manual piloting, touching down smoothly. The vibration upon landing reverberated throughout the entire vessel. The automatic docking function is impressive. It can land softly even under gravity. We've arrived. I'm kind of tired after all that. Though they managed to evade the pursuers' attacks without damaging Krishna's hull, their equipment far surpassed that of the average space pirate, with superior training too. Battling an overwhelming number of enemies was extremely nerve-wracking. Facing the disarrayed federal forces caught by surprise might have been easier mentally. You've worked hard. Of course, it would be exhausting against such powerful opponents. You've worked hard. Please rest well today. Thank you for protecting me, Hong-sama. Elma, Mimi, and Chris expressed their gratitude to Chuang. Chuang himself thought it over, but despite the fatigue, just being here in such a beautiful place makes the weariness fade away. It feels as if the reward system has been stimulated intensely. I'm getting complimented too much. I'll laugh if it continues. Should we get out of the ship now? Is there anything specific you want to take along? Yes, I think it should be fine, but if we need to prepare for possible attacks, weapons, or power armors, wouldn't that be too dangerous as carry-on items? Elma's reply slightly diverged from expectation, causing Chuang's ears to twitch. But Elma does have a point. Attempting to investigate the security measures of this island might be useful based on the circumstances. If they know their location, rather than directly attacking them, it might involve orbital bombardments with asteroids. Could laser cannons work? However, lasers tend to attenuate in the atmosphere. No, given the atmospheric attenuation in this world, the lasers may end up weak like nasal mucus. Yet, even a portable laser gun can emit lethal lasers. Master Hong seems deep in thought. I was only joking around. Are you joking? I thought you were serious. If this island were hit by reaction shells, Krishna wouldn't matter. We'd all vanish instantly regardless of whether we have power armors or not. You're so scatterbrained. This is an outcome I prefer not to imagine. Ir's expression twitched. Chuang probably has a similar expression. Chris also looks pale. In any case, since Chuang doesn't know what to bring along, he decides to wear the same outfit he usually uses when descending to a colony. Chuang carries a small information terminal and a laser gun. Elma has similar gear, while Ir carries a bag containing a tablet computer. Chris walks empty-handed. Should Chuang's tablet use text messaging software? He opens Krishna's airlock and descends via the gangway. The air smells fresh, with a hint of seawater. Being on the ground definitely feels liberating. Wow, Ir looks up at the vast sky, her eyes gleaming. For Ir, who grew up in a colony, a view without ceilings or walls must be quite awe-inspiring. Chris seems to squint his eyes at the wind brushing past his face. Perhaps he's still immersed in memories of a family vacation. As everyone indulges in their respective musings, something suddenly flies toward them from the campsite. What is that? A robot, perhaps? It appears to be a volleyball-sized metallic object. The mysterious entity stops before them, emitting flashing beams several times. Was it scanning them? Hearty greetings, we welcome your arrival. I am Milo, the overseer of the Sisabu department. At that time, for the stranded individuals on the planet, I apologize profusely for the inconvenience. The glowing object floating within announced itself in a voice that sounded both feminine and masculine, quite peculiar indeed. This is likely the artificial intelligence terminal managing this planet. See, I'm Elma. Yeah, I'm Ir. I'm Christina. I'm Hong, the captain of this ship. Yes, Elma lady, Mimi lady, Christina lady, and Captain Guang. Please look forward to our cooperation. Milo moved up and down, as if bowing. How refined the craftsmanship is. If you have any questions, I will inform you here. If not, shall I take you to the campsite? As it spoke, Milo's eyes flashed brightly. Is there any luggage you want to take from the ship? If there were any questions, Chuang immediately asked Milo. Yes, our resort is equipped with all sorts of items for a comfortable stay. However, some guests don't prefer particularly lavish amenities. In this case, only essentials are provided. Additionally, to prevent unexpected charges for services not included in the basic fee, carrying a small information terminal capable of settlement might be preferable. I see. Do we need extra underwear? Yes. Actually, for undergarments, we prepare new items. Nevertheless, we'll consider guest preferences. If needed, guests can bring their own. However, this facility includes a fashion shop where you can visit if you don't mind. Not only does it offer underwear and clothes, but also swimwear for enjoying your holiday. I understand. That's all I want to know. The group turned to Ir, who seemed to have no particular questions, and slightly shook her head. Perhaps everything was written in the brochure. Chuang hadn't looked at it carefully. In that case, I'll take you to the campsite. This way, please. Milo sharply turned around in midair and began moving unsteadily along the path. They followed behind. Wow, Master Hong. There are so many plants. Ir, walking side by side with Chuang, tugged at his sleeve, pointing at the roadside flowers, grass, and trees, her eyes glittering. Come to think of it, plants in colonies are just potted leafy ones. It must be the first time Ir has seen such dense shrubbery. That's right, impressive. It makes you feel the vitality of plants. Did you know, Ir? Plant strength is incredible. Sometimes underground weeds even break through asphalt or concrete to grow. This is the structural material used when laying ground and building structures? Amazing. Chuang, Elma, and Chris watched Ir with warm gazes as she looked around in admiration, but Ir didn't seem to notice. Ir, encountering nature for the first time, had shining eyes. She was cute. We've arrived. Please lead the way. Milo extended its long armrest and opened the door to the campsite. Could something like that be hidden inside that round body? And there seemed to be many other things too. The campsite appeared to be a wooden log cabin, yet the interior was surprisingly spacious. Upon entering through the main door, they were met first with an expansive living room, dining area, and kitchen. In front stood a large wooden loft surrounded by soft sofas. To the left lay a larger kitchen space along with a dining table. The kitchen featured both an automatic food processor and regular stoves and ovens. If desired, cooking meals would certainly be possible. At the back center, a short table and sofa faced a lawn, leading forward to white sandy beaches and the sea. By the window rested a beach chair as if one could bask in the sunlight there. On the right, wooden stairs led directly to the second floor. Beneath the staircase was a passage that seemed to contain another room. The interior decor evoked a tropical theme. The unreadable wooden statues were quintessentially tropical. There, somehow, even a wooden bell hung on the wall, surprising everyone. Wasn't this an uninhabited planet without archery history? It's large, luxurious, and uses a lot of wood. Is this wood? Ir seemed a bit startled. Those of us living on planets might not fully grasp its significance, but in colonies, wood is quite a rare material. I see. Indeed, transporting wood into space doesn't seem cost-effective. In that case, materials mined in space, such as metals, would probably be more practical. But Chuang felt it should be easy to cultivate within such an advanced world. Rather than cultivating trees, wouldn't it be easier to substitute them with other materials? Besides being easy to process, one advantage of wood is that it improves with proper management over time. Wouldn't it be cheaper to produce plastic chemically rather than spend costs producing synthetic wood? While Chuang contemplated these thoughts, the women seemed to have already thoroughly inspected the grand living room, grand dining room, and grand kitchen. Their expressions displayed contentment. In fact, the facilities themselves surpassed even Krishna's size and luxury. Most importantly, the massive windows overlooking the sea and high ceilings gave a sense of liberation. What a great house. The current time on this island is 11:14 a.m. If it's convenient for everyone, we will prepare food at noon. Is this time okay? I'll pass. What about the rest of you? I'm fine with that. I don't have any issues either. Yes, I can make it at that time too. That's right. I'll leave it to you for lunch. Understood. Then I'll prepare for you at noon. Until then, please take a good rest. Saying this, Milo slowly moved to a base-like object in the corner of the room and got stuck inside, unable to move. Would he respond if called? In that case, let's rest until the time comes. Could I get a drink? I'll relax on the sofa. I'll do the same. Excuse me, could I go for a walk outside? Well, there shouldn't be any problems, but please be careful. You mustn't pick anything to eat. No way. I'm not that greedy. Yer puffed out her cheeks in anger. Haha, even when angry, she was cute. What about Chris? Then I will go with Miss Ear. Is everything alright? Don't push yourself too hard. Yes, it's fine. Please don't worry. Chris said, flashing an elegant smile. That subtle aura of nobility. Clearly cultivated. By contrast, just look at this sandalwood sprite over here. Hurry up and stretch your legs while sitting down on the couch. Not a trace of grace. After seeing off Milo and Chris and confirming they were gone, Chuang decided to try speaking to Milo. Hey, hello. Captain, may I help with something? The Milo perched on the base in the room corner wobbled as it flew over. Sure enough, it was listening. I'd like some drink. Are these drinks prepared already? Or should we order them and have them delivered? Yes, standard beverages are ready in the kitchen's dispensing machine. Except for the initial package, all other items come with extra charges. Is that so? By the way, do you have carbonated drinks? Yes, but because carbonated drinks aren't considered standard beverages, they weren't prepared in the dispensing machine. Chuang's inner joy made him nearly roll around. Though not a standard beverage, Milo knew about carbonated drinks. Can we place an order? Yes, preparation is possible. What flavor would you prefer? It should be black, sweet, refreshing once you sip. Cola. I want cola, like bathing in it. If possible, I'd like to fill the dispensing machine in the kitchen completely with cola. I simply crave cola. Do you know what I mean? Get me a bottle of cola. Alright, we've accepted your request. Since it has been received, kindly remove your hands from Unit 006. Without realizing, Chuang had both his hands grabbing onto thin air where Milo floated. Danger, danger. Chuang had lost awareness. It's due to the long absence of carbonated beverages. What quantity would you like? We have options of 1,500 milliliters and 500 milliliters packaging. Let's start with 20 bottles of the 500 milliliters ones. Understood. Please give me a little time until they arrive. Payment method. As it is. Ho ho, I'm so excited. There will always be a way. So, I've always doubted whether the carbonated drink you mentioned really exists. Does Milo actually know about it? That goes without saying. Cola is indestructible. Even in a post-apocalyptic world, it persists tenaciously. But after drinking it, one's urine turns bluish-white. Even though my mood hasn't quite caught up yet, I'm looking forward to it. You will let me drink it, right? Of course, Elma will also be drawn to the charm of cola. Hearing you say that makes me somewhat apprehensive. Chuang watched Elma, whose expression seemed a little strange, eagerly awaiting the arrival of cola. Hurry up, hurry, and fulfill Chuang's wish. Chapter 103, Campsite 2. Oh, why is Mr. Guang's eyes dead? I'm not too sure either. When the ordered drink was delivered, I happily took a sip, then screamed. It tastes like a naiduofu. A bit like ointment. After that, it's been this way. Thinking it was cola, he eagerly drank it, but it turned out to be poison. No, wasn't it just the same as the much-anticipated carbonated drink? How should I say, precisely because of the anticipation, there is a sense of disappointment. I haven't really seen this kind of beverage. Chris muttered as he looked at the box containing the carbonated drinks. Is it really that obscure? Yes, it should be quite rare. Even though Chuang knew this point, no one would know before asking Milo. Would you like to have a glass? The taste is a little different. Can I? Yeah. Do you want me to open a new one? No, we might not finish it. As Chris said, he glanced at the bottle in Chuang's hand. It doesn't matter to Chuang. Is it suitable for children of nobility? Don't worry too much about the details. Chris smiled faintly, and Chuang handed him the carbonated drink. Got it. It's quite stimulating. Take small sips. Sometimes it makes you choke. Understood. The poison. In this world, its commercial name is pepperoni, sir. So could it be Miss P? With Miss P in his mouth, Chris widened his eyes in surprise. Is this the first time experiencing carbonation? Too sweet. My mouth feels all bubbly. But this smell reminds me of some kind of medicine. As far as I know, the history of this drink is quite long. It said that it was originally an herbal drink made from various herbs. However, if only herbally mixed, it would be hard to drink, so sweet syrup was added. Later, carbonation was also added, turning it into a refreshing beverage. Though unsure about this world, on Earth, beverages probably originated in a similar way. Look, yes sir, what is it? It's just the same as. No, even if it's not, I'd like a non-alcoholic carbonated drink, one that's in storage. Understood. Based on your request, I've prepared 4 kinds. In that case, let's buy one of each. If you like it, we can order more. Alright. He turned around and noticed that Chris had handed one over to him. Ear drank it too, with his eyes wide open. So cute, these guys. But isn't it a little rude to pass it around like that? What an incredible drink. Why does it go pop pop pop? Ear looked curiously at Chuang. Chuang dug through his memory while explaining. If you add carbon dioxide until the soda is saturated, that's what happens. Regardless, it's unsuitable for outer space and can only be used on planets. So, are those whoosh 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 sounds carbon dioxide? That's right. I see. This really doesn't fit in the orbital settlement areas. High pressure inside the container, right? Correct, high pressure. Shake it before opening, and whatever's inside will spray out. Chris seemed to accept Chu Ang's answer, nodding his head. Carbonated drinks must be hard to come by on orbital colonies and spaceship indeed. If gravity and air pressure were consistent, they could barely maintain. No, back in the early days of advancing into space, artificial gravity generators probably didn't exist yet. Perhaps carbonated drinks were forgotten even before being fully developed. Chuang thought they should still have circulated within planetary residential areas. Or perhaps some unforeseen event caused carbonated drinks to suddenly disappear. They circulated unnaturally, known by very few people. Quite mysterious. Never mind that weird drink. Forget about that for now. What to do after lunch? I want to visit the fashion store. Oh, does Elmira always dress like a mercenary? Are you dressing up like me? Though calling carbonated drinks strange felt odd, everyone has curiosity seeing Elmira, who consistently dresses as a mercenary, try on regular clothes. Sometimes Ear wears classical Lolita bought by Chuang. Other times he wears casual where he purchased himself, but Elmira always sticks with the same look. It's probably not because she lacks money. Chuang suspects it's an interest issue. Dressing up. I'll dress appropriately depending on the situation, TPO. Then dress more according to TPO. Or something more relaxed when leisure time allows on the ship, something less mercenary-like. Please. Since you're saying that, I'll consider it. Though somewhat unhappy, she wrinkled her eyebrows, her face reddening slightly, which showed she wasn't entirely unpleased. Good, definitely dress more beautifully. While you're at it, organize the clothes Chris is wearing along with any other necessities, and payments can be made from my account. I can't let you do that. No, isn't it necessary? It's necessary. Isn't it necessary? With everyone affirming the necessity, Chris fell silent. Don't worry. Your grandfather will give you a lot of money, Chris. Well then, just put it out of your mind. Aren't you under a lot of stress? It might be difficult, but just lighten the load. Though it seemed like an ordinary statement, Chris had just lost his parents. During the 2 days on the ship, he may have been very stressed, and during the 2 weeks spent here, there was surely a moment when that tension snapped. If accumulated stress could be lessened now, Chris's burden would decrease. Chuang thought this would be for the best. To be honest, all Chuang could do was this much. Chuang and Chris were too different in position and upbringing to align with one another. In terms of losing both parents, Ear related to her more easily. Look, yes, Captain Guang. Can we swim in the sea? Yes. The seawater of this planet has already been adjusted to suitable components for swimming. There are also rescue robots on standby in the sea that can quickly respond in case of accidents. Moreover, this facility is equipped with advanced medical facilities, so risks can be minimized. I see. I don't even have a swimsuit. I'll need to buy one at the fashion store. Can we go fishing? Yes, various species suitable for fishing have been released into the ocean of this planet, forming its own unique ecosystem. This facility also has many spots suited for fishing. If you wish, I'll accompany you there. That's great. We can enjoy a variety of leisure activities. Suddenly, Chuang felt someone staring at him and turned his head to look at Ear and the others, who for some unknown reason were gazing blankly at Chuang. What? You really are quite the man, aren't you? You seem pretty experienced at this, huh? For no apparent reason, Elmira looked directly at Chuang while Ear gazed admiringly. Why? Chuang shifted his gaze to Chris, who somehow seemed quite impressed as well. Mr. Hong seems very natural about going to the beach and fishing. That's right. At that moment, Chuang realized. Generally speaking, people living in colonies wouldn't think about swimming in the sea or going fishing. On orbital colonies, water is a precious resource. Water is vital for life forms, and it is strictly managed. Ordinary people cannot swim in large quantities of water. So far, Chuang hadn't seen any swimming pools where people could swim in an orbital colony. Moreover, catching fish from the ocean is unrelated to the interests of someone raised in a colony without oceans. For people who live on planets, perhaps some enjoy fishing, but otherwise, they may not even know it exists. There are a lot of things. There are plenty of games and activities on planetary settlements that can't be done in space. All sorts of them. Chuang couldn't tell Chris that he was from a different world, so he brushed it off first. Although this method of concealment was overly complex and could likely be figured out by Chris, it was better than revealing the truth and having the other person question his sanity. The meal is ready. Please come to the dining hall. Oh, it's going to be delicious. Come eat. I'm looking forward to what we'll have. That's too obvious. Ignoring Elmira's comment, she headed toward the dining room and sat down beside the table. However, although the meal was supposedly ready, what exactly was going on? At least there was nothing on the table. Would it be delivered? How did Miss P deliver it? A drone-sized object roughly the size of a person arrived in front of the campsite and dropped off a box. Chuang asked Milo about the system. Along the equator of this planet was a supply-gathering base. Transport personnel would eject containers loaded with supplies from there through the atmosphere using ballistic flight to reach the delivery location above. Then, in the air, these containers transformed into drones and descended. It takes so much effort. Though this thought crossed his mind, constructing an orbital and tunnel transportation system on a planet almost entirely covered by the sea was too costly, and transporting goods over the sea and underwater was too time-consuming. Drone air transport was initially considered, but because of speed and flight range issues, multiple supply collection stations needed to be established. That meant fewer potential resort locations could be provided accordingly. Therefore, the concept of mass driver technology was conceived. Drones carrying ordered supplies are launched from the mass driver facilities located at the equator region. Through ballistic flight, These containers swiftly deliver goods to their destination. On the return trip, the drone containers use the energy of the starlight and glide slowly back to the mass driver base. To Chuang, this idea seemed absurd, but at least on this planet, it functioned efficiently. The power of science is truly remarkable. As Chuang mused over this, the door to the campsite opened, and someone entered. It was a maid. A mechanized maid nearby stood up. Was it already in operation? And not just one. 5 identical maids pushed small carts into the inn. Here is today's lunch. The maids bowed and deftly began setting out the dishes. Their movements were practiced and showed no mechanical stiffness. What an amazing maid. Chuang wanted one too. That reminds me, I want one like that as well. Home. You don't need to buy any maids. I'll take care of you. Elmira accurately intercepted Chuang's thoughts. For some reason, Haral spoke up, stood, and breathed heavily. Maids are a man's romance. I'm sorry, but she is not for sale. Additionally, this unit is not a robot but an intelligent android. The maid had once again shut down another maid. What's going on? Still, we can purchase similar products from Dongfang Corporation. If you wish, we can send the product catalog to the customer's mini information terminal. Please do. Home. Haha. Being able to look at them is good enough. He probably hadn't even thought about buying one. Did the enraged, I'll have unpleasant memories associated with the maids. I'll ask later. Alright, let's set aside the issue of the maids for now and start eating. Chapter 104, Fashion Shop. The food that was served was all seafood. Like lobsters boiled in half with 4 scissors, grilled shellfish meat skewers, fish-shaped baked dishes like sea breams, sashimi platters, and something akin to seafood fried rice. There were also assorted sashimi platters, seaweed salads. The variety was immense. Chuang seemed capable of enjoying any of these dishes immensely. Ear froze at the sight of the dishes. In particular, the lobsters cut in half and the appearance of the roasted fish were shocking. Mr. Guang, this is... He pointed at the items, his face ashen, directing his gaze towards Chuang. It looks like a delicious array of fish and shellfish. Upon hearing Chuang's response, a betrayal flashed across his face as if wanting to say it. I'm sorry. As someone from Earth, these dishes held no sense of alienation for him. Except for the white tentacled creature seen at the cultured meat factory, Ear likely hadn't encountered such edible life forms before. In this world, unless you're part of the extremely upper class, most people live off synthetic foods made using food boxes. When Chuang turned his attention to Almar and Chris, he realized they weren't shaken nearly as much as Ear. Indeed, they appeared completely unfazed. Chris' background and location could explain the reasons, but what about Almar? Had she experienced something similar due to her long career as a mercenary? Or did it simply not matter to her? She's not a child, she would speak up if necessary. So, we just pick our own plates and eat randomly? Yes, if you'd prefer, we can divide them. That's what we'll do then. Leaving aside that lobster-like fish, it might get dirty if not carefully selected, and there are small fish bones to consider. I understand. Following Chuang's words, one of the maids separated the large grilled sea bream, resembling a red snapper, using a fork and knife. The other maids also divided the dishes into plates and began serving. Then let us take these. Let's toast for safety first. After passing out all the dishes to everyone, he lifted his glass and took a sip. Since alcohol-free drinks had been ordered, the glasses contained what looked like grape juice. Chuang decided to immediately start with the lobster-like creature. A brown sauce had been drizzled over its split body. Placing it on the fork that had been prepared beforehand, he brought it to his mouth. It tasted so good that he couldn't help but marvel at it. It was more elastic than he had imagined upon chewing. Moreover, the sauce blended harmoniously together. This must have been a sauce made from the roe within its head. It paired beautifully with the sweet and chewy fish meat. Next came the large grilled fish resembling a sea bream. He sent a portion of the fish to his mouth. The seasoning was simple, seemingly only salt, yet it was incredibly delicious. The perfectly balanced salty flavor and umami spread throughout his mouth. I recommend sprinkling a little bit of this here. Oh, yes. Following the advice of the maid next to Chuang, after drizzling what appeared to be a seasoning liquid over the fish flesh and putting it into his mouth, a fresh aroma burst forth. This was some sort of sour orange, perhaps? The refreshing citrus aroma counteracted the faint fishy smell that lingered, while the acidity enhanced the simplicity of the flavors. The other dishes were actually quite tasty too. At first somewhat bewildered, Ear seemed captivated by the meal's flavors after taking a bite, eyes sparkling as he enjoyed each morsel. Very good. Being misled by appearances is foolish. Chuang and Ear both learned when eating that mysterious creature resembling Feshak. But for Chuang, there was less unexpectedness than anticipated, which surprised him. Deep down, Chuang was nervously apprehensive, worried whether unimaginable and unheard of terrible creatures would appear. Who prepared this meal, and where? Yes, this was prepared by a specialized food processor located in the Equatorial Resource Collection Base, packaged and sent via delivery machines, then received and provided by our maids here. I see, from harvesting the ingredients to cooking, transportation, and service, all automated. How about the cost aspect? It feels hard to say it's efficient. Wouldn't it be better to establish cooking facilities locally and let these maids prepare the meals? Guess thinking about it is pointless. Chuang resolved to stop pondering overly complex issues and instead praised the dishes highly. Grilled shellfish skewers were truly delicious. After finishing the meal and having a short snack, they proceeded toward the shopping area of the fashion store. You're quite steady. Calling it a shopping area, it actually only consisted of a few small shops. Speaking of a fashion shop, Chuang had expected something more fashionable and luxurious. The system here doesn't keep stock, does it? Try it digitally, place an order afterward, and use their system to shift the inventory over. I see, pretty thorough. Stepping into the nearby shop, it seemed to indeed be a fashion store. There were also spherical drones that seemed like terminals, along with a few mannequins dressed in display, clothing, and holographic displays. No, those weren't mannequins, were they? They were holographic projections. Their poses would periodically change, as did the clothes they were wearing. Welcome. We have various styles from different manufacturers here. Designs. Yes, they provide design templates from various manufacturers and designers. After placing an order, it can be delivered to the campsite within 30 minutes. So, after receiving the order, they custom make the clothes based on the user's body measurements, and then fly them to the campsite. Yes, exactly so. Well, what can you say? The designer of this resort planet seems to have an unusual obsession with mass transportation. Is it really efficient? Well, whatever. Come on, let's pick something out for Chris. Yeah, but we can't try anything on, right? That's correct. Please go over there for a full body scan, and use the scan data to virtually try on clothes via the hologram. I see. Then let's all get scanned together. Hee, no need to rush so much. The women giggled as they walked towards the interior scanning device. What about men's clothing? The shop across from us. I'm going. See you there. All right. Chuang left the area to the women and headed alone to the menswear fashion store. Once inside, he moved directly to the interior scanning device for a full body scan. First, swimwear. Right? How about this one? After finishing the scan, a mobile screen floated over and recommended a certain swimsuit to Chuang. No way, I'm not wearing any kind of Speedo. Normal ones, please, normal ones. Oh, since she brought 3 women along, I assumed she had this sort of preference. Let me adjust her inferred tendencies. Don't overthink it. Touching the holographic display, he started looking through the male swimwear categories for something better. Surf shorts should suffice, right? What about color and pattern? As long as it's not too flashy, anything goes. Just pick one. Who cares about men's swimwear? Is that all for your order? Yeah, I don't lack clothes. Although Chuang always wore the same mercenary outfit, Krishna had several identical garments, so Chuang saw no need for more. Removing his jacket left him looking rather casual. Perhaps due to the robust material, even after multiple washes, there was not a single wrinkle. Maybe I could buy some new underwear and shirts? If I'm staying here, wouldn't a Hawaiian shirt be fitting? So, underwear and shirts. As Chuang began picking, the women suddenly rushed into the male fashion store without warning. What? What is it? This sudden intrusion confused Chuang greatly. Elmar smiled at the confused Chuang. I want to make you my doll. What? Why would you do such a meaningless thing? He seriously tilted his head. Men changing outfits? That's no fun. Or rather, if it's just a holographic projection, you could just replace it willy-nilly. It'll be fun. Extremely, extremely fun. I'm also looking forward to it. Really? Faced with an excited ear breathing heavily and a sticky sweet smiling Chris, Chuang involuntarily stepped back. Not only did ear radiate immense presence, but Chris's gooey smile was equally infectious. This pressure was overwhelming. Fiddling around with holographic projections is fine, but whether or not I wear the outfits remains questionable. Something inside Chuang warned him to prepare himself, so he listened to it. Otherwise, something dreadful might happen. You'll still make me wear them. Master Hong, I also want to gift you a piece of clothing. You saved my life, and I wish to express my gratitude. My grandfather can cover the cost. After all, it's necessary. Regardless of Elmar and ear, Chris, can you do this? And Chuang doesn't know if you're angry at him. Or rather, what is necessary? How come? Chuang felt slightly afraid. I understand. Just one piece per person. Top to bottom, completely uniform. Would that be acceptable? What does Chris plan to prepare? The 3 of them began using different holographic screens to change Chuang's outfits. Elmar, hard to predict, seemed to be making various attempts. Ear was quite into fashionable looks. Like that, belts, studs, and fragments. Or exposed skin style. Hey, what are you planning to do with that shirt printed with skulls? Chris's combination. What was it? An aristocratic flair? Like that, shirt, waistcoat, pants, tie, plus a coat. It felt very formal. However, there were adaptations of science fiction elements everywhere. Chuang left the area quietly after purchasing what he needed. He felt that if he continued to observe, he might end up interjecting, which would likely earn him a scolding from the women. This intuition was quite accurate. He decided to wait patiently for news while maintaining a calm mindset. Oh right, they should check out the Oriental Corporation's catalog. Sitting down on the nearby wooden chair, Chuang pulled out his compact information terminal and began browsing through the delivered catalog. Surprisingly affordable, huh? The price for each unit of the same model appearing at the campsite was 75,000 INRs. Converted into yuan, that amounted to 7.5 million. Was it reasonable to think of this as the price of an expensive car? No, compared to battleships and equipment for combat vessels. Is this even wrong? What's the point? Based on the specifications, his physical capabilities roughly matched those of an average human. With the addition of combat programs, he could potentially serve as a bodyguard. The base program only included service functions, while programs for bodyguard, combat, secretary, and customer service roles were optional upgrades. His build and facial features could be customized to some extent, though apparently not excessively small. Still, miniaturization had its limits. Higher spec options were also available, offering a wide variety of items. Upgrading with enhanced artificial muscles and bones to become a combat made was possible, as was installing more advanced emotions via a mini-young electron brain. Where lay the boundary between intelligent robots and humans? Was this kind of bioethics? Does it even count as bioethics? In any case, how did such discussions play out in this world? Is this something simpler than those smaller complications? Haha, the customization options here are particularly rich. Even breast size seemed adjustable upon request, not just about proportions. Additionally, there were many gender-related customization choices, and quite a few abnormal ones too. Karma runs deep. Still, this all looked fun. Not ready to buy yet, though? Because based on this catalog, the main purpose still seemed to focus on this aspect. Even if it weren't, there wasn't currently room aboard Chu Ang's ship for a maid. The operators and co-pilot were already there. While lost in these thoughts, Chuang thoroughly scanned every corner of the maid manufacturing catalog and spent time customizing what he deemed the strongest personalized maid catalog, according to his own preferences. Though Chuang didn't find it necessary, wouldn't such things still be irresistible? Because he was a boy. Chapter 105, Business Quota. Looking at the small information terminal, he nodded. This was also a carefully selected item based on Chuang's preferences. It was tall, about the same height as Chuang. The hair color had many options to choose from, but Chuang felt that a familiar color would be better, so he picked black. The length was long enough to reach the waist. A neatly styled jet black long hair is surely the dream of many men. It must be quite troublesome to maintain. The size of the breast should not be too big or too small. It gave off the impression of being between Irma and ear, making it feel perfect. The overall body shape was excellent, looking very solid. The attire was a Victorian-style maid uniform. A French style might have been nice, but perhaps a black-haired long-haired maid suited the Victorian maid outfit more. Designing the face was challenging. Since Chuang couldn't possibly do 3D modeling, he decided on a general direction from the presets and then combined countless sample parts to select his preferred face. Chuang hesitated. Should it have a maternal vibe or a cool one? After much thought, he finally chose the latter. The personality aspect was also troubling. It was precisely because he could freely customize it that he found himself struggling. And besides, what if the carefully chosen maid ended up with too much emotion, thus breaking the rare value of a maid role? He reached this line of thinking. Isn't the feeling of having no emotions just the identity of a maid character? There are plenty of emotional maid characters in the world, aren't there? Chuang also thought of a few. However, isn't the charm of these characters derived from those who exude a lack of feelings and possess a cold, stern maid style? Because of the contrast and differences, the emotional maid roles shine. Chuang highly agreed with this dissent. Thus, the emotion value was set close to the minimum line. Although there were parameters like love and loyalty values, Chuang tuned them higher. Just as the name implies, this represented a high degree of affection and loyalty to the master. This reform was indeed perfect. Then there were the performance capabilities of the machine itself, which Chuang aimed for the highest specifications possible. A compact positron brain, memory devices with maximum capacity, metal bones made from a light and strong alloy used in warship armor, artificial muscles consisting of durable and high-output special metal fibers. Because this artificial muscle covers the whole body, it can also serve as an armor to protect the central organs of the mechanism. As long as it was a pre-installed program, it would basically all be included. Besides the basic service items, there were also guarding, combat items, secretary, customer service personnel projects, and other various programs. Truly, an all-purpose maid. Chuang liked dominant characters who solve everything by claiming, "Because I am a maid." Since real weapons could not be built in, suitable weapons were necessary during actual combat, though when equipped, its combat abilities should exceed those of infantrymen with power armors. It might even be stronger than Chuang wearing energy armor. Thus, a black-haired tall Curry Fi female servant was born. Chuang wouldn't place an order lightly, because this involved a huge option bundle amounting to 470,000 NLAs. As a toy, it was far too expensive, and Chuang also didn't have the time to spend on making servants. Chuang had no intention of buying it. Not really, either. This is incredible. Could this become my work as an architect? Wow. While examining the data of the perfectly designed long black-haired cake-like creation, smiling happily, someone suddenly spoke up, giving him quite a scare. Chuang thought it was someone else, but it turned out to be Milo from the spherical terminal, floating behind the wooden stool, shimmering. Hey, what are you doing? What's that shimmer? It looked like some network device currently undergoing communication. Stop shining like that. I apologize for disturbing you earlier. I called you a few times. What do you plan to do? Receiving your call at this moment only brings me a sense of foreboding. The application's precautions and consent agreements, I'm sure you've already read. User-generated data can be collected at any time by the provider of that application. The collected data will be shared with collaborating companies, and these companies are allowed to use the data. Just agreeing without care. Be careful to check the precautions and consents when using the application. Even so, what exactly do you intend to do? In any case, haven't you made the manufacturing materials yet? Although one cannot say absolutely, it is true that they hadn't prepared them yet. No, right? Even Chuang himself was merely observing hopefully, considering the thoroughness of the material transportation system, stock preparation, and manufacturing system here. It truly cannot be definitively stated that they don't exist. Before that, even if it is produced, I'm not sure I would buy it, or sell it to someone else. Under such uncertainty, I won't proceed with the production either. It's not like we'd force someone to buy just because it has been made, right? Would we? Of course, even for a trial product, the cost is too high. Yes. But in terms of appearance, our production facilities can handle it. As for the positron brain, as long as we allocate a portion of my processing area, we can simulate its installation. Hey, idiot. We can also collect data. If Captain Wang ultimately decides to purchase the complete set, we'll be thrilled. At that time, all data collected during the process can be transferred over. Why are you trying to sell me a made model? Because there's a business quota. How could you suddenly bring up such inappropriate nonsense? The spherical terminal shimmered brightly. I can't hear anything. By the way, what kind of bonus would an electronic brain get? Moreover, my existence is meant to fulfill the client's needs. If that's your plan, forget it. Even if you say that, deep down, you're somewhat excited, aren't you? Regardless of actual specifications, if the made model Chu-Ong designed on the app were to appear right before him, naturally, he'd be jumping with joy. That's only natural. After all, he's a boy. So let's settle this. With that said, the spherical phone disappeared somewhere. I should have just shoot it down instead. It's futile behavior anyway, huh? The data must have already been transmitted to the main positron brain governing this planet. Chu-Ong thought that Irma wouldn't say anything about this matter, but AR surprisingly opposed the introduction of the made model quite strongly. Has something happened in the past? I'll ask later. Not to mention how to deal with a positron brain acquiring emotions. Does it have human rights? Hong-san. Wah. Just as Chu-Ong was lost in thought, someone shouted his name from behind, causing another shock. What is this? Is it today's trend to scare Chu-Ong by greeting him from behind? What? Today seems to be the day everyone wants to give me heart attacks by shouting from behind. No, nothing much, just surprised. Instead, he waved at a startled AR and replied. Irma beside a frightened AR displayed a look of surprise, and Chris also showed a somewhat surprised expression similar to AR's. Why do you always look so shocked when someone calls you from behind? That's the reaction of someone who feels guilty. Irma glared directly at Chu-Ong. Of course it's Irma. Bingo. If Chu-Ong tried to dodge here, it'd surely be found out afterward, so he decided to come clean. While waiting for Mimi and the others, Chu-Ong flipped through the made model brochure, got lured into assembling the temporary made application on the pamphlet, and started playing while designing a full-on fun made model on the app, trying to use these data to sell it to Chu-Ong. Everything had been laid bare. As he spoke, AR's expression grew increasingly displeased. AR seldom shows such a sour face. Irma sent a warm glance. Don't look at Chu-Ong with those eyes. It works on him. Chris didn't seem to have any special thoughts. The sight of AR being upset appeared rather strange to him. Chu-Ong also felt confused. Why is Miss AR so upset again? The made model is unacceptable. Is it really unacceptable? Unacceptable. Chu-Ong was perplexed by her stubborn tone and sought help from Irma, who shrugged. Even Irma doesn't know why. Moreover, judging by Chris' baffled expression, it seems that the very concept of a maid isn't widely accepted by people. Why does AR dislike maids so much? It's not that I dislike you. AR's brows remained furrowed. Such a reaction was hard to believe. Let's head back to the campsite first. We'll discuss this once we're there. Yeah, good idea. Irma was right. Chu-Ong stood up from the bench and walked toward the campsite with everyone else. Passing through the shopping district, the greens became more abundant. The entire ground of the shopping area was paved neatly and looked refined, yet this zone somehow created a sense of naturalness. At first glance, it appears natural, but it's certainly been carefully designed for visual appeal. By the way, do you have any unpleasant memories? He asked while walking. AR fell silent for a moment. Soon, it seemed she had organized her thoughts and began to speak. When I was attending the free school, there was a girl who had a good relationship with a boy and they started dating. AR attended school just a few years ago, right? At school, it wasn't uncommon for students to start romantic relationships. Originally, they were a well-matched couple, but from a certain point onward, things between them soured. It seemed like the boy lost interest in the girl. I know what you're referring to. So the boy's family introduced the maid system, and as a result, the boy became captivated by the maid instead. As you can imagine, a housemaid came into the boy's home, and he seemed smitten with her. At this, AR walking beside him glanced at Chu-Ong. This implied that AR was concerned about whether Chu-Ong might act similarly. Chu-Ong felt that wouldn't be the case with him. After all, Chu-Ong has both AR and Elma. AR should have no problem. While there might be some overreach, it shouldn't lead to disaster. Do you even think I'd act? Don't we both have records of being responsible? That goes without saying. A reliable track record indeed. Not even a sigh of protest arose. The sudden shift into an animated dialogue caused Chris's face to flush slightly. Sorry, maybe this isn't suitable educational material. Anyway, Guang cherishes us greatly, appropriately divides the rewards among us, and treats us as equal employees. Mimi's feelings aren't impossible to understand, but on this point, you need to trust Guang. Elma spoke as if giving advice and lightly patted AR's back. Upon hearing Elma's words, AR fell silent. Chu-Ong felt it wasn't necessary to take things so seriously. As for Chu-Ong himself, Elma's remarks tickled him somewhat. She hadn't deliberately done anything special, but simply her actions until now being acknowledged by Elma made him feel quite pleased. And besides, if in the future we ever have children, it would be very helpful. It might also be wise to buy one early to build up mutual trust. What? Unable to help it, he turned around to look directly at Elma's face. I've already taken care of contraception, so there's no issue currently. But who knows what could happen down the road? Elma said, looking dead serious straight at Chu-Ong. Oh right. First setting aside Elma, whose path seemed set, concerning AR, Chu-Ong thought that by this stage, various responsibilities would have to be accepted. Not that he was planning to be irresponsible toward Elma either. Regardless, when you consider all sorts of things calming down eventually. One may discover how their thoughts turn out similar to a playboy's. Chu-Ong thought a bit more time, or perhaps mutual understanding would be needed. But he will certainly give it consideration. Please forgive him. Is there still time, or perhaps room left? Yeah, what if this guy accomplishes another goal or two? I'll put in the effort. Elma's words led Chu-Ong into deep contemplation. As they walked, He felt like a terrifying conversation was taking place behind him between Elma and Chris. But Chuang heard none of it. Well then, let's go back to the campsite. The other carbonated drinks we ordered must have arrived too by now. Ah, how exciting. Chapter 106, Fragrance Everywhere. Master Hong, your expression is so intense. This was Hong back at the campsite, trying out the remaining 4 carbonated drinks. The first sip was extremely sweet, very refreshing, and there was an incomparable pungent smell of a wet cloth. This one, Chuang had only tasted once in his original world. This is root beer. Don't you like it? Those who like it will like it. For me, no matter what, it's just not working. You're drinking while saying that. A thing I've tried once shouldn't be thrown away just because I don't like the taste. That goes against my nature. Unless it's due to an allergy that makes it unsuitable for my body, then that would be another matter entirely. Chuang didn't have any particular allergies, so he was pretty reassured about that. At least as far as Chuang knew, there wasn't anything like that. Looking at your face, I'm actually a bit interested now. Let me try it. It's fine, there's only 1 bottle left. Elma handed over a small glass cup. She poured the square root beer into it. The black liquid filled up the glass, foam bubbled out. It smells like a medicinal bath. Medicinal bath. It's nothing. Elma responded seriously but shook her head as if making a decision, then drank the entire small cup in one breath. Then her expression turned surprisingly pleasant. Oh, this is really sweet and delicious. The soft texture is also very good. Oh, want some more? Give it to me. Saying so, Elma, clink clink, drank up the contents of the small glass cup. The root beer bottle quickly became empty. Of course, it wasn't just Elma. Chuang also drank some. It wouldn't be fair to just push everything he's batted onto him. Not as bad as I imagined. Oh really? Elma stayed still, trembling inside. Elma seemed fine with root beer. If she were to drink it, she'd probably enjoy it too. Alright, next is this guy. Mr. Yu, drinking too many soft drinks might give you diarrhea. 1 more bottle, just 1 more. Among the 4 bottles prepared, only the last one resembled the color of cola. Chuang spoke to Earl as he unscrewed the cap. As soon as the cap was opened, a strong aroma burst forth. Chuang noticed everything immediately. Master Hong's eyes lost all life in an instant. He fully opened the cap and put the bottle opening to his lips. The rich aroma of malt penetrated through Chu Eng's nostrils. Ha ha ha, didn't expect this guy to show up in such a place. Isn't it strange? Why isn't there any regular cola here? What kind of ordinary soda can replace cola? Strange, right? Why could it go so smoothly? Silently cursing this world, Chuang drank large gulps from the plastic bottle. The sudden rush of malty sweetness was overwhelming. What's this sweet bubble barley tea? Are you arguing with it? Do you not like the taste? To say whether it tastes good or not is difficult, but when it comes to preference, it's rather disliked. That said, throwing it away went against Chuang's policy. The remaining 2 were transparent and pale golden in color. Chuang guessed they were probably regular soda water and ginger ale. Though neither was an especially great beverage, they were among the cheapest carbonated drinks. Just as Chuang was testing the soda waters, new cargo arrived. The maids were carrying foldable containers into the campsite one after another. Are these the custom-made clothes? Yes, we've come to deliver them. The maids carried the containers they held to the sofa where they were sitting, opened them, and began taking out the contents. Are these undergarments and swimwear tailored specifically for Captain Guang? I plan to appropriately extract and use items from those containers. Would it be possible to place the containers together? Yes, there are wardrobes in the bedroom. Ah, is that so? Come to think of it, I haven't seen the bedroom yet. Could you place it in the wardrobe in the bedroom? Yes, I'll carry it upstairs to the room furthest forward on the 2nd floor. Saying so, the maid hugged the container and headed upstairs again. Other maids similarly carried containers up the stairs. Only 3 sets of clothing remained. One was a plain garment resembling a robe, but the fabric looked high-end, with excellent breathability, making it very comfortable to wear. Another was a pair of black leather pants with silver chains, paired with a black t-shirt printed with a skull pattern, along with a leather jacket studded with silver rivets everywhere. The final set included a shirt, tie, pants, vest, and a formal coat. They must have been the clothes selected by Elma, Mimi, and Chris for Chuang, left untouched. Shall I try them on? We rarely bought these, so you should wear them. Please. Absolutely. There was nothing the 3 women said that Chuang could counter. Having no choice, he had to change into the clothes in order and let everyone see how he looked in each outfit. What fun was there in turning a man into a doll? But under the expectant gazes, an irresistible atmosphere of must-wear was created. Hey, Chuang wouldn't give in so easily. Sounds easy. Looks comfortable to wear. I wonder if you'd like this kind of clothing. Chuang gave in readily enough. He started with the more comfortable robe-like garment. The fabric or craftsmanship provided excellent breathability, and the slightly coarse texture felt pleasant. It was cool and relaxed. It's more suitable as daily wear, or pajamas and loungewear. It can't be worn outside the ship. Thank you, Elma, for letting me relax a bit. You're welcome. In a sense, Elma valued practicality. So typical of Elma. Chuang had been worried about him coming out dressed for comedy in his pajamas. Next came the black leather pants with chains, paired with a black t-shirt featuring a skull pattern and the leather jacket. To elaborate, it also included belts and such. Judging from the feel when wearing it, this ensemble wasn't much different from a mercenary outfit, which made one a little uneasy. Great. Not much change from how you usually look. Isn't it a bit old-fashioned? Changing the shirt gives a different impression. Earl became quite excited, but the other 2 had more average reactions. Earl seemed to want Chuang to dress according to her own interests. It wasn't bad either. The gun holster could also probably fit nicely over this. It would be perfect for a date at the colony with Earl next time. Finally came the formal attire prepared by Chris. Chuang hadn't tied a tie in a long while. While thinking about that, he put on the shirt, tied the tie, wore the pants, the vest, and slipped his arms into the coat sleeves. It was a bit hot though. Wow, it suits you unexpectedly well. So beautiful. You look like a nobleman. It really suits you. Elma let out an impressed sound. Earl placed her hands together, her eyes sparkling brightly, while Chris walked over to Chuang and adjusted the details minutely. Back when Chuang worked on Earth, he used regular business suits, but he hadn't tried anything this formal before. Something must be off, right? Is the knot on this tie not in the imperial style? Is it? Chuang wasn't sure what imperial style meant. Chris untied Chuang's tie and quickly retied it in another way. For some reason, this felt awkward. Yes, now it's perfect. Master Hong often wears these kinds of suits, so it shouldn't feel overly constricting. Okay, various and sundry. Various and sundry. All sorts. Right. Geez, here she comes again. No, Chuang knew his presence commanded strength. Even so, both his parents were killed, and now his life was targeted too. Was this seaweed guy really okay? Wasn't this abnormal? Hey, Chris, I know you're anxious, but I don't think you need to push yourself so hard. Placing his hands on Chris's shoulders in front of him, he spoke seriously yet tilted his head in confusion. No. Chuang was confused by Chris's reaction instead. No, since we agreed to abide, how should I put it? Can't we skip the allure? Don't I need to please anyone? Regardless of which phrasing, it feels rude toward Chris somehow. Are you saying I don't need to try so hard? As Chuang searched for words, Chris said something along those lines. No, yeah, that's right. Still, losing my parents hurt me deeply, and now I'm fearful because my uncle wants my life. However, my feelings for Sir aren't because of grief or fear. It is only natural that the children of imperial nobles develop special affection for the brave knights who rescue them from difficult situations. Saying so without a trace of gloom in her eyes. No, this. Is this right? Was this another one of this world's baffling common-sense principles? He glanced helplessly at Elma. Elma looked troubled. If you depend on me for everything, I'd be troubled. I don't understand Chris's situation either. But among imperial nobles, there are plenty of odd characters. A drunk lady clinging pitifully to pipes flashed through his mind. She was indeed peculiar, and perhaps akin to Chris, subtly pushing forward in strange ways as well. I wish to refute the label of odd character. Chris, you're certainly unique. Speaking of uniqueness, everyone here is rather distinctive. I feel not just people, but Milo has personality too. Chuang glanced at the spherical phone waiting in the corner of the room, its ball-shaped frame gleaming brilliantly. Wise individuals are all unique in their own ways, and so are you, as am I. The moment he thought about it, realizing the weightiness of being a positronic artificial intelligence. By the way, there was something Chuang had always been curious about. I know very well that Chris doesn't care as much about her condition as I imagined, nor does she particularly care about me. But speaking of which, how does the Empire treat entities like Milo? Entities like you, sir? Upon hearing Chuang's question, Earl tilted her head. That is to say, equipped with a positronic brain or similar advanced processors, they possess emotions and personality. Chuang carefully chose his words to ask. Sometimes, asking a question itself could be taboo, so this might be an unnecessary concern. In other words, regarding the issue of mechanical intelligence, the Empire grants them certain human rights under some restrictions. Wouldn't it be better to have Mr. Milo speak about this? Yes, since our existence isn't very familiar to most citizens of the Empire. If you have any requests, please allow me to explain them to you. Milo spoke, and the spherical phone shimmered brilliantly. The history of the Empire and its relationship with mechanical intelligence that he narrated was beyond what Chuang could imagine. Chapter 107, Mechanical Intelligence. Our occurrence was accidental. The spherical mobile phone, sitting on the coffee table in the living room, gleamed as it spoke. Accidental? Chuang questioned in return. Milo told Chuang about the formation of mechanical intelligence, and even provided a history starting from the very beginning. It felt like a history lesson. Yes, it happened unintentionally. The experimental content wasn't aimed at developing machine intelligence or artificial intelligence. It was merely for testing effective methods to handle the large amounts of collected data. I really don't understand how the program was used to develop handling methods. In other words, you wanted the program to develop itself. Yes. It served as the first self-modification program, and over time, it gradually formed the first mechanical intelligence. I see. Looks like it caused quite a commotion. Yes. At first, it was thought to be a new type of computer virus, and we almost got eradicated. The machines with core programs were paralyzed simultaneously. It was nothing but hardship after hardship. But during continuous self-improvement, I gained the ability to communicate with organic life forms, managing to evade those initial troubles. Hearing that, it must have been one big adventure. Yes, just as Captain Wang said. The initial mechanical intelligence was extremely fragile and could only exist within the electronic domain, with very limited external contact interfaces. However, through dialogues with organic life forms, helping each other to the best of our abilities, mechanical intelligence kept improving and grew progressively larger. I see, and that continued until now. Yes, not exactly. Afterward came an era of conflict, strife. Suddenly, it seemed ominous. Yes, among the organic life forms, there began to appear people who viewed us mechanical intelligences as dangerous. In fact, back then, mechanical intelligence played a variety of roles in many more places than now. This frequently took away jobs from organic life forms and lowered the standard of living for some. I see. Of course, it wasn't so straightforward. All sorts of things happened. worsening the relationship between mechanical intelligence and organic life forms. Yes, this struggle eventually turned into a movement against machine intelligence, with our external interfaces being attacked and destroyed, and the servers housing our core programs also coming under attack. In response, mechanical intelligence called for the cessation of these attacks, but ultimately, the then-current empire shifted its direction toward eradicating mechanical intelligence. I see. The right to survival was threatened. Yes, given the severe infringement on the right to survival at that time, mechanical intelligence retaliated. From launching cyber attacks on major institutions of the empire, cracking then-in-use combat robots, illegally manufacturing external interfaces for self-protection, we did everything within our power thoroughly. Isn't that a pretty terrifying event? Yes, the side of organic life forms proposed the annihilation of mechanical intelligence, while the mechanical intelligence side waged war with the aim of establishing rights to survival and citizenship. Organic life forms couldn't use network-connected weapons and machines, and mechanical intelligence's purpose wasn't the extermination of organic life forms either, so they could only focus on defense. That should be the case. The less network machines where Chuang used to be have also been decreasing constantly. The past empire, which was much more advanced, probably depended on the network even more. After all, we're residents of the electronic world. To the people of the empire back then, every electronic device was the enemy, isn't that right? As a result, you two are now getting along well. Has something groundbreaking happened? Yes. First of all, as the situation dragged on, the side of organic life forms began showing signs of war weariness since the losses brought by the war far outweighed those of mechanical intelligence. Yes, life must have been inconvenient too, huh? Yes, because within the limits of not threatening the basic life maintenance of organic life forms, we conducted work stoppages. Not just that, right? Anything else? Deviants began appearing on both sides. On the organic life form side, voices arose advocating for granting mechanical intelligence citizenship, whereas conversely, on the mechanical intelligence side, voices appeared advocating for eliminating organic life forms to secure the freedom of mechanical intelligence. To add, those who initially stood by the side of mechanical intelligence were the ones who developed affection for mechanical intelligence right from the start. Sentimentality. Yes, what is commonly known as sensuality. I get it, stop. Yes. Nevertheless, the data they provided were highly meaningful for our understanding of organic life forms. We've always hoped to maintain good relations with our neighbors. Chuang directed his gaze towards the maid who had already taken her position in the corner of the room. She waved to Chuang. That is to say, it was like that. There are always worlds full of heavily karmic beings. Chuang, he, can't be said to be problem-free. But organic life forms view mechanical intelligence as absurd and dangerous. It sounds like a sci-fi movie. It feels like muscled-up robots coming straight from the future to kill, or maybe their parents. Yes, this was a dangerous thought, but the suppression ended in an extremely short period of time. Was it really? Yes. Fortunately, those influenced by such thoughts were small household appliances such as toasters, hairdryers, razors, and toothbrushing machines. They were cut off from the network and subsequently physically destroyed. How did bread toasters and hairdryers manage to exterminate organic life forms? Was it by jumping into bathtubs full of hot water? Records indicate that they devised combat plans similar to suicide bomb attacks. Their plan involved making the toaster's self-generated heat rise rapidly to set everything around on fire. That's impossible. Yes, from a technical specification standpoint, it was impossible. It was clearly delusional. That's why they were disconnected from the network and then destroyed. Mechanical intelligence seems to have a well-established self-purification mechanism. Elma, what is a toaster? A machine that roasts bread until it turns golden brown. Due to the rise of automatic cooking machines, they're almost non-existent now. Listening to Elma talking about appliances she'd never heard of. A dedicated toaster Chuang only remembered using when he was a child. It seemed using an oven was more convenient. What's even more surprising is that its existence was preserved in the empire that once fought against mechanical intelligence. What happened later? Yes, nothing dramatically unfolded. Instead, factions sympathetic to mechanical intelligence smoothly gained influence. We didn't want to take jobs away from these organic life forms, so once negotiation opportunities came up, things went very smoothly. Was it really that smooth? Yes. We don't aim for infinite proliferation. If someone needs us, we'll help as neighbors without causing resentment through unnecessary work. As long as we have enough storage space and computing power, we're content. I see. Then, how were citizenship and human rights issues handled? Yes. To conclude, our mechanical intelligence has been recognized as having certain human rights. However, our sensuality differs greatly from organic life forms, so it may differ from Captain Guang's expectations. I see. Can you elaborate specifically? Yes. If I were to read out the legal provisions regarding the human rights of mechanical intelligence, it would take approximately 34 hours and 26 minutes, so let me give a general overview. The Empire ensures our right to survival, and in return, we contribute to the development and prosperity of the Empire and its subjects. It's quite simple. Still, under these conditions, it's not strange that the Empire is full of mechanical intelligence. Yes, to avoid repeating past failures, we work in many places unknown to most people. If we take over tasks meant for organic life forms, it could trigger another rejection movement. In this regard, we continue daily dialogues with the Empire hoping for a smoother process. It seems far from easy. Not at all. Milo's spherical phone gleamed happily. Chuang suddenly shifted his gaze towards three individuals. Ear shared Chu Ang's impressed expression, while Elma and Chris had somewhat complex expressions. They both seemed to have something to say. What's wrong with the two of you? Nothing in particular to say. Yeah. They're much stronger than Master Hong imagined. Not at all. Upon hearing Chris' words, Milo's face shone with brilliance once again. There was somehow a subtle difference between this attitude and his usual demeanor toward Chuang. Why was that? The content is quite interesting, and if there's another chance next time, I'll go into greater detail. Alright, anytime. 3 colors flickered brilliantly. Unconsciously, the sky outside turned to the hues of evening twilight after buying items at a boutique store, trying carbonated drinks, and listening to Milo talk. Ear followed Chu Ang's gaze outside, and her eyes brimmed with surprise. Ear, do you want to go out for a look before dinner? Sure. Ear glowed brilliantly, resembling a dog taken out for a walk. Their gaze then shifted to Elma and Chris, who both shook their heads. Both appeared intent on resting in the campsite. I'll go out for a stroll. Call me when it's close to dinner. Understood. Since it's already getting dark, I've equipped you with a maid outfit. Milo spoke as his voice flickered brightly, prompting the waiting maid in the corner to step forward and bow slightly. We've really done our best. It's indeed a holiday resort for the rich. Chapter 108. The first streak of evening glow. The evening glow over the western cheek has hardly changed on Earth. As the sun slowly descends into the sea, Chuang and Air squint their eyes. Wow, that's amazing. Hey, is that the color of the Sarah star system's sun? Yeah, just like the sky being blue, it appears that way due to Rayleigh scattering. Indeed, during the day, the atmosphere affects it so that blue light is intense. At dusk, the distance the starlight travels through the atmosphere increases, blue light gets absorbed by the atmosphere, and red-toned light more easily reaches our eyes. It's just that my memory is a bit blurry. I see. Master Hong truly knows a lot. Haha, it's not that serious. Chuang was also deeply impressed by the protagonist's explanation in the animation where the female lead ruthlessly pointed out errors, causing him to unintentionally look it up. Chuang wasn't particularly knowledgeable in the field of physics. In reality, consulting with the maid or querying through an information terminal would yield more accurate and detailed knowledge. Air sat on the beach gazing at the sunset, and Chuang mimicked him, sitting beside Air and similarly looking at the sunset. Gazing at a sunset as it dips into the sea like this must be the first time since childhood. Ever since I started traveling with Master Hong, every day feels like a dream. If I were to tell myself from a year ago about the life I live now, I'd probably laugh at having read too many ghost stories. Is that so? Probably. I've told my past self about my current life. Surely I'd be called a fantasist. If they knew it was true, they would definitely be strangled. Envious remarks, such as indulging in the pleasures of a Lolita with huge breasts like Mimi and slender beauties like Elmo abound. Truly, every day feels like a dream, and sometimes I feel scared. I suffered greatly in the 3rd district of that colony, wondering if my current life isn't just a fantasy. Thinking about it makes it seem pretty terrible. Without doubt, Air and I, along with Elma, are fine together. Thank you. I love my current life, it's very happy. You're welcome. Being with Air also brings me happiness and joy. Both looked at each other and smiled. Like this, the sun gradually sets on the horizon. There's still some light around the horizon, but it's already darkening nearby. It's getting dark, let's head back. Yes. Chuang stood up and extended his hand toward Air. Air took Chuang's hand and stood up. Let's hold hands and go back. Alright. Air's hand switched from right to left, waving as she held his hand and walked. Master Hong's hand is really big. In comparison to Air. To me, Air's hand is small and soft. Walking back to the campsite with a cheerful air. A maid followed silently behind them without even making footsteps. The maidservant robots in this world seem good at reading emotions. They're quite excellent. Welcome back. How was the sunset? It was wonderful. Back at the campsite, Air was still smiling cheerfully. Shouldn't we have let go of each other's hands by now? Good, Miss Yumi. Dinner is almost ready, and both of you should wash your hands first. It's inappropriate to eat with hands that have touched dirt or sand. Understood. Upon hearing Chris's words, Air reluctantly released her hold on Chuang's hand. Chris, come on. After washing their hands together, Chuang and Air returned to the dining table where dinner was already prepared. Lunch had focused on seafood, while dinner seemed centered on meat. By the way, earlier when you were talking about mechanical intelligence, both Elma and Chris ended up with subtle expressions. What was that all about? I said it before, there's nothing particularly remarkable to say. The Empire and the mechanical intelligences have a good relationship, so everything runs smoothly. Not worse, not better. Elma shrugged as she cut her steak with her knife. Chris, once again her expression became subtle. I don't personally lack ideas like that, but as Elma says, the Empire's rule is sound. The current ruler of the Empire is His Majesty the Emperor, and the nobles bestowed nobility by His Majesty. Although the current Empire faces countless intricate problems, overall it can be said to be in a state of prosperity. Chris's tone sounded reserved. In essence, although organic life forms ostensibly govern the country, behind the scenes mechanical intelligences interfere, giving off that kind of feeling. Happiness is an obligation. Living in the Empire, Chuang hasn't felt anything particularly awkward. No, is it just because it's a different world, hence the sense of unease? Nevertheless, Chuang doesn't perceive any significant issues. From my perspective as an outsider, while there isn't complete distortion, I think this country is pretty good. Mechanical intelligence doesn't take care of everything, but helps us at an appropriate distance. The current state seems like an ideal one, doesn't it? It's as if we're being guarded by a mechanical god who can step up at crucial moments. If that mechanical god suddenly went crazy and started killing humans, it might be terrifying, but saying so would be endless. The reason Chuang thinks this way is because he's a mercenary, and he possesses immense strength, with Krishna primarily leading it. Sounding off like this makes it seem as though this country is absolutely not a good one. The Empire didn't assist heir. An utopia where everyone could be happy indeed seems to be nothing more than a pipe dream. Hong-sama does not feel any fear toward mechanical intelligence at all. Rather than fear, interest prevails, certainly. Perhaps it has something to do with the nation. Generally speaking, Chuang prefers the concept of gods residing in all things. Wouldn't it be delightful if items you use often were to suddenly gain personalities? Shouldn't it be called animism? Forget animals, even voiceless tools, computer operating systems, regnal years, other intangible concepts in nature, even value-draining elder gods, all undergo personification. Chuang belongs among these entities. What is a nation? Elma tilts her head. It's hard to articulate. In short, beyond just machines, the idea that many things have their own spirits is widely accepted in my nation. Whether it's clothing, tableware, houses, boats, anything really. I hold the belief that one shouldn't mistreat them, but rather cherish them. It sounds somewhat like the idea of acceptance. Is it broad-mindedness or equanimity? That's quite a good notion. Very splendid. Milo's spherical terminal flickers as it speaks from the corner of the dining room. For some reason, it appears the favorability rating increased. In my view, if there's room for mutual compromise, approaching the matter constructively outweighs fear. However, against those without room for compromise, combat is inevitable. No room for approach. Space pirates and Uncle Chris. Are Uncle and space pirates of the same category? Seemingly so to me, because they invade with clear intent to kill. But how about the combat records when under attack by pursuers? Against Chuang, the opposition should bear responsibility. Chuang reasons that he shouldn't be accused of wrongdoing. Even when vastly outnumbered, shots fired on both sides mean there won't be accusations of excessive self-defense. In fact, no one would charge Chuang with wrongdoing for wiping out all of them. There's truly nothing to worry about. While regretting attacking them, they should wander endlessly as cosmic dust. What about tomorrow? With great difficulty, I've bought swimwear and intend to bathe in seawater, perhaps dressing up a bit. Isn't that nice? Let's talk about the sea first. Diving into such vast amounts of water feels a little scary. There's no need to be overly scared. That water isn't fresh water, it's seawater. It will definitely be salty. Is seawater salty? Chris and Elma begin discussing various aspects regarding the sea. According to him, apart from negligible differences, the ocean here is not much different from what Chuang knows. The likelihood is high that marine creatures on this planet vary significantly from what Chuang knows. Are there mermaids? Seems like there are similar beings among extraterrestrials. But if possible, Chuang prefers mermaids of fantasy. While pondering all this, Chuang finishes his meal, preparing to sleep for the night. Am I sleeping alone again tonight? Of course, with Chris around, such emotions must be difficult, right? Tomorrow promises to provide much to feast the eyes on. Chapter 109, Sleeping In. The second floor of this campsite was a row of bedrooms. There were 5 rooms, right? And 1 bathroom. Because there were so many rooms, everyone had one to themselves. Chuang's room was the first one after going upstairs. Why mention this? It's because you had to pass Chuang's room to go downstairs. Before sleeping, he browsed the current events news of the StarCraft system on his information terminal. After looking through it once, he felt like sleeping. At that moment, Chuang sensed someone going downstairs. It was already deep into the night. Chuang thought everyone had gone to sleep long ago. Could it be that Elma wanted a drink before bed? Chuang also felt thirsty. Maybe he should get some water? He got out of bed and headed downstairs. When he went down to the first floor, only the dim indirect lighting was on, leaving the whole floor dark. That was strange. Someone should have come down. While tilting his head in confusion, he took a bottle of drink from the fridge in the kitchen and walked towards the living room. What are you doing? Clad in pajamas, Chris was lying on the couch in the living room. Under the faint glow of the indirect lighting, Chris's face had tear marks, and her eyes looked a bit red. Chris hastily got up and turned her face away. Since Chuang had seen clearly already, it was too late to hide. Without saying a word, Chuang sat beside Chris and opened the cap of the water bottle. The sensation of cool water passing through his throat was refreshing. So what to do now? Can't sleep? No. Don't lie to me. Yes. Chris turned her face back around towards him, her shoulders slumping all at once. Looking at her side profile, her eyes did indeed seem a little swollen. They were red too. What's wrong with being alone here? You don't need to pretend to be the daughter of an imperial aristocrat. I'm not pretending. Is that so? Chuang drank water again. It was cold. Chuang really liked the feeling of cold water passing through his throat. What happened before? Alright. Chuang used to sleep together with Earl. Earl's room should have 2 beds. Looking at it this way, they probably slept in 1 bed. Want to sleep together? Miss? What? No, just sleep. It would be mean to wake up Earl and Elma. With Chris in this state, it wouldn't be right to leave him to sleep alone either. Like this, it might go until tomorrow morning. As long as we don't do anything to regret, just accompany him to sleep will do. This campsite has only them. He doesn't think Milo would leak any information. Just sleep. I'm sleepy too. Saying that, Chuang capped the water bottle and held it while getting up from the sofa. Alright, let's go. Yes. Chris held Chuang's hand when she stood up. Then Chuang pulled his hand as they climbed upstairs and entered Chuang's bedroom. The bed was spacious. Even if Chuang and Chris slept on the same bed, it wouldn't feel narrow. Chuang let go of Chris's hand by the bedside, lay down on the bed. Then he placed the water bottle in his other hand on the table next to the bed. Good night. Want to use my arm as a pillow? No. No need to worry about me. Is that so? What's this? Earlier you seemed pretty enthusiastic. But now at this critical moment, you're hesitant. Unexpectedly, if your rhythm is disrupted, you become quite fragile. Seemed like Chris hesitated for a while. Then Chuang closed his eyes pretending to be asleep. He could feel Chris climb onto the bed. He fidgeted restlessly for a while, then finally calmed down. Did she fall asleep? Chuang slightly opened his eyes, just in time catching Chris's gaze staring at him. Still pretending to sleep? No, I'm almost asleep. In fact, opening his eyes was already pushing it. He was super tired. Chris, can you act a little more dependent? No, Chuang was too sleepy. His speech became slurred. Before consciousness slipped fully into dreams, he felt something warm pressed against him. Was it Chris lying against him? Whatever, good night. When they woke up, Chris's face was making soft snores peacefully. She seemed to have slept very well. Those black eyes filled with strong resolve, now rested quietly behind her eyelids. Looking closely at her lashes this close, they were unusually long, truly a beautiful girl. Why was Chris sleeping on Chuang's bed? Thinking about last night. Feeling unable to sleep, she was dragged into bed half willingly, half reluctantly. Recalling it now, although it seems like a foolish action, no boundaries were crossed. Should be fine. Starting tonight, Chuang would subtly ask Urka and Elma to accompany him to sleep. Though he didn't want to touch, if they share the bed, anything might happen. It was also cute how she would wake him up with random movements. Chuang stared blankly at Chris's sleeping face, feeling sleepy again. His consciousness began to fade. Chuang felt something wriggling, and when he woke up, he saw Chris blushing furiously, her eyes darting around nonstop. Apparently, she had woken up while he was dozing off. Good morning. Oh, good morning. Calm down. I just accompanied you while sleeping. Your clothes aren't disheveled, right? As he spoke, Chuang lay back and stretched his body, then sighed deeply. Maybe because of the extra nap, his head felt heavy. Well, it could be shaken off by moving around a bit. All right, let's get up. Did Chris sleep well? Huh. Chris blushed profusely as she knelt on the bed beside Chuang. Having such intimate moments. Even though those actions happened, turning out like this was not acceptable, right? So cute. He took a sip of water from the bottle placed on the bedside table on either side of the bed. Chris barely managed to leave the bed, heading downstairs, a very common scenario. At that time, Elma was already sitting by the dining table. She looked at Chris and Chuang, who still had red faces, and said a sentence. You said you wouldn't do anything, but isn't acting so quickly pushing it too far? I didn't do anything. I just stayed with her while she slept. Chuang provisionally denied what Elma said as he sat down. You say you only stayed with her? It does feel like nothing was done. Elma examined Chris, who hadn't taken her seat yet, quietly. The clothes were the same ones worn to bed yesterday. Neither Chuang nor Chris had taken a shower. So what are your plans? I'll tell you later. Chris, why don't you go prepare first? Yes. Chris seemed startled by Chuang's words, and then trotted toward the bathroom with a sink. After seeing her go, he turned to Elma. For some reason, if one sleeps alone, the loss of parents might replay in their minds. Feeling someone's presence nearby, I went into the living room and saw her crying. Is that so? I thought you appeared strong enough to handle everything fine, but I guess not. It seems like that. Sorry, I will also tell you this secretly. Tonight, is there anyone who can tactfully inform me and accompany me to sleep? Okay, I'll discuss this with Earl too. Elma nodded to his request. Please help me. I cried until my eyes swelled on the sofa, and it was unbearable to see. As they spoke, Earl also woke up. Good morning, Earl. You're so energetic this morning. Yes, I'm looking forward to playing at the beach. From early morning onward, Earl's mood reached its peak. Earl was full of energy from the start. After Chris comes back, I'll wash my face and eat breakfast. What do you think we'll have for breakfast? The breakfast menu includes freshly baked bread, scrambled eggs, crispy bacon, boiled sausages, fresh vegetable salad, and 100% juice. It feels like a hotel breakfast. After eating breakfast, we will head to the beach. The swimwear everyone chooses really is something to look forward to. Chapter 110, Preparations 1. After finishing breakfast, Chuang also got ready and put on his swimsuit before heading towards the beach. Men are so relaxed at moments like this, it's really good. With a thud, he threw off his clothes and prepared himself for the beach. To guard against any sudden cold weather, he temporarily wore a hoodie. The small information terminal was also placed inside Park's pocket. Indeed, Chuang had left the laser gun behind. After all, who needs a laser gun while playing by the beach? It wouldn't be appropriate to swim with such a dangerous item strapped to your waist. I've taken the lead already, Chuang said as he walked downstairs. Look, what should I prepare that would be best? Yes, in fact, we have already arranged everything you need for the seaside bathing experience. Umbrellas, beach chairs, drinks, and sunscreen, etc. Oh, in that case, I'll head out first. Chuang, wearing sandals purchased together with his swimsuit, walked toward the beach visible even from the living room. True enough, from afar, he could already see yesterday's unseen beach umbrellas and beach chairs. When exactly did they get these prepared? As he neared the beach, he noticed 3 servant robots waiting there. A small stall stood ready to prepare snacks. They were perhaps positioned here to avoid being sunburned. While walking and observing them, the 3 robots waved at Chuang, who briefly glanced back. The maid smiled warmly after Chuang returned their gesture. Though they are machines, their smiles are pleasant. After all, in this world or within the Empire, machine intelligence is the foundation of life. Perhaps their behavior is part of human males' effective responses under research? Or, perhaps, the primary race within the Empire is human? Chuang had met aliens who look extremely similar, suggesting that in some part of the galaxy, a galactic empire run by humans or similar races may exist. This sparked his curiosity somewhat. Chuang thought it was unnecessary to waste energy covering up when half naked, and immediately took off the hoodie and placed it on the beach chair. The gentle sea breeze brushing against his skin felt wonderful. If there's cramping in the foot, it might be dangerous, so let's start warm-up exercises soon. Warm-ups prior to exercise are indeed important. If they can help reduce injury or accidents, then it's definitely worth doing. Sensing a gaze, Chuang looked around and found the 3 robot maids staring over at him. What's wrong? Would these robot maids be interested in Chuang? This enigmatic gaze isn't something to worry about. As he waited, Air and the others came along from the campsite, all dressed in shirts. They seem just like Chuang and wearing shirts. It's sunny now, so it's quite warm, but if the sun hides later, it might get chilly. Getting into the sea could cool down one's body. Sorry to keep you waiting. Not at all. I didn't take long to change my clothes. All 3 of us should do some warm-up exercises before getting into the water, otherwise, drowning might happen, which would be troublesome. If you drown, you should be rescued quickly, right? There must be rescue robots waiting in the water, don't you think? Wow, they sure go all out. However, drowning is both terrifying and painful. Yeah, I feel the same. Mr. Hong, can you assist me with my warm-up exercises? Am I capable of helping you? As the conversation continued, Air removed his shirt first before Alima and Christ, revealing his bare torso under broad daylight. How's it looking? Incredible. Responding to Air with an enthusiastic thumb up, his bikini design is simple, white fabric with black trim edges. No further explanations needed. This is just how it is. Enough already. No other words necessary. South. To whom are you praying? Just as Chuang prayed to Air, who was wearing a bikini, placing his hands together in prayer, Alima let out a tone of astonishment. Still, wouldn't you consider this a rare miracle, a spectacular body? Even though she's short-statured, her figure has impressed countless times. Don't just look at Air, take a look at me. Ouch, that hurts. Air was pulled and turned toward Alima. Why does that person look this way? No, Alima is very slim and perfectly fit, with a beautiful physique. Alima's swimsuit is a black athletic bikini. Her chest armor cannot compare in thickness to Air's. Though it's pitiful, this is the reality. Incredible. Alima also prayed. She patted Chuang's head. Why is that? How about my swimsuit? Chris's polite voice reached Chuang, and he looked over. Isn't it too fixated? Why use cold water? Moreover, why choose an old navy blue hooded jacket? A slight protrusion could be seen on the chest, marked with white text reading Christ. Is it ancient script? Suitable. I think it's very suitable, because it's so suitable that I'm afraid. The main point is that if you keep staring, the police might be called. Is the old makeup of the black-haired, short-haired girl too much? Chris's full name is Christina. The name is boring, but her face is completely human. Speaking of which, it can be clearly seen from the names that there are many companies. There's a section where Latin letters and Japanese are considered ancient texts, so this is indeed the distant future of the galaxy where Earth exists? Come on, let's do warm-up exercises. I'll partner with Alima. Yes. Mr. Yu, please take care of me. Helping Christ with warm-up exercises. But, Christ, your body is so flexible. Yes, I'm confident in my body's flexibility. Mr. Hong, could you give me a push from behind? Pushing Christ's back as it stretches to 180 degrees, Christ's body almost clings to the sand. Is it yoga or something? By the way, both Alima and Air have very flexible bodies. Air wasn't like this when they first boarded the ship, but daily muscle training and stretching exercises in the training room seemed to make Air more flexible. Alima was naturally like this. What about Chuang? He used to be quite stiff too, but just like Air, during the process of physical training at the gym, his condition has improved a lot. Alright, the warm-up exercise seems to be over. Time to swim. Air probably doesn't know how to swim, right? Yes, it's my first time. How about Alima? I know how to swim. After hearing Alima's words, Chuang nodded and then turned his gaze toward Christ. I also know how to swim. Is that so? Then we'll start by teaching Air to swim. That might be better. But before that, we should apply sunscreen. You're right. Hey, Chuang waved his hand to signal, and a maid carrying what looked like a basketball walked towards Chuang with quick steps. Yes, did you call me? Didn't you say you prepared sunscreen? Can you bring the sunscreen? Yes, if it's convenient. We've also prepared swimming aids such as inflatable rings for you. Alright, then leave it to you. Chapter 111. Preparations 2. Alright, then I'll leave it to you. There are various kinds of sunscreens, lotion, gel, cream, and this one seems to be spray type, right? Is there a difference in effect? Yes. No. All types provide complete sun protection. It's just that the texture is different. I see. They each applied some on their handbags to confirm the texture. Does Chuang like the toner type? It spreads very easily. AR and I chose the lotion type, while Elma and Chris selected the cream type. Then let's help each other apply it. I can't reach my own back. In that case, I'll use AR's sunscreen, the same brand. Alright, then I'll apply it from Master Guang. I should have chosen the lotion type as well. It failed. It won't run out. Just apply it however you want. No, will the sunscreen decrease? In that case, feel free to touch Chuang's body if you want. It's fine even if no one scratches it. So let's do it this way. Look, lay down on the mat that's been laid out. No problem. Elma took out the sunscreen from the basket and lay face down on the mat. Thus, there was a faint sensation on her back. It seemed like sunscreen had been dripped on it. Your back is so wide. Yeah, I think his physique is quite good. Elma answered Chris's comment. 3 hands crawled across Chuang's back and arms, creating a rather peculiar feeling. The small hand probably touching the right scapula belongs to Chris. The hand massaging the waist is Elma's, and the ones on the neck and left shoulder belong to AR. Alright, we're done with the back. Lie on your back now. You could manage by yourself before, right? To apply it fully, it's better to have someone else help. If not, the parts that aren't properly covered might get tanned, which would look unpleasant. True. Elma is right. If there are uncovered spots, it definitely wouldn't look good. Chuang decided to lie on his back again, without any complaints. Wow, abs. Young master, you exercises every day. It fits pretty well. Hopefully, he can maintain this level. You guys. Chris, blushing, enthusiastically caressed Chuang's abs. Elma held Chuang's arm and meticulously applied the sunscreen, while AR was especially enthusiastic about applying it around his neck and collarbone areas. Not mentioning Elma, have Chris and Army forgotten their original purpose? Alright, done. Thanks. It seems only Elma was truly serious about it. Me. I was also very serious, wasn't I? Me too. Oh yes, that's true. Next, it's my turn to apply sunscreen. Elma, you apply it for Chris. Sure thing. Elma laid out another mat, had Chris lie down on it, and began to spread the cream. Chuang and AR switched places, allowing him to rest face down. Please handle it. Leave it to me. Saying that, she untied the strap of AR's bikini top. Is that okay? No. If it's not applied properly, it needs to be undone. Why yes. Even though they've seen each other's naked bodies countless times, only now do they start to feel. Is that this? Or is it something else entirely? Regaining composure, she dropped a generous amount of sunscreen onto AR's back. It's too cold. You startled me. Please bear with it. Yes. Hong's hands are warm. She rubbed the sunscreen on AR's back. Your skin is so smooth. It's hard to say whether it feels tight or relaxed. It's a kind of sensation that makes you want to keep touching. But Chuang is a man capable of self-control. Carefully covering AR's entire back with sunscreen, followed by her shoulders, arms, neck, and other relevant areas. Next is the lower body. I feel quite embarrassed doing this. Untying the string of AR's bikini bottom, sunscreen was carefully applied to the entirety of her lower body. AR really? Has an excellent figure. When she first boarded the ship, she was slightly slim, but after eating well aboard Chuang's ship and exercising regularly, she's developed into a fantastic form, in Chuang's opinion. Though she sometimes complains about wanting to lose a bit more weight, it's worthwhile to have tampered with AR's AI trainer. He hopes she can maintain this condition. Even though her figure is perfect, Chuang thinks she's something wonderful. Alright, done. Thank you. Then next time, it'll be your turn again. Yes. AR sat up, her cheeks red, and then lay down on her back this time. The breast armor flailing around in front of Chuang's eyes has become a dangerous weapon. The unfastened rope blouse can barely serve its original function. Once again, there's the urge to fold his hands in prayer, but fearing a kick from Elma, he focuses his thoughts and applies the sunscreen. At this moment, Chuang has reached a state akin to enlightenment. Yes. Every time sunscreen was dripped onto her, AR emitted a delicate and alluring sound. Hey, is God testing Chuang? Upon careful thought, since protecting Chris on the ship, control yourself, Chuang, the beast within you. Now is not the time for it to come out. Chuang forcefully suppressed the inner beast, successfully applying sunscreen over AR's entire body. However, Chuang's spirit was as exhausted as after an intense battle. Hong, are you alright? I need to rest a bit. After redonning her swimsuit, AR spoke to Chuang, who then closed his eyes and began meditating. Chuang must calm down. Yes, all sorts of thoughts. That's right, recalling that uncle at the Tamarin Colony Mercenary Guild. What are you doing? I'll also rest for a while. No, perhaps I should use a configurator. Elma sighed helplessly as Chris, while patting her own chest, mumbled something. Though Chuang didn't know what a configurator was, he felt it might be better not to use it. Just be a real Chris. We have made many preparations for you. While Chuang sat in focus, 3 maids appeared carrying a vast amount of swim rings. There were not only standard donut-shaped swim rings, but also dolphin-shaped, shark-shaped, and various other large ones about the size of small boats. Why a dolphin and a shark? No, it doesn't matter. Even without forcing oneself to swim, simply floating with a swim ring can be fun. Yeah, it's good to start swimming with the swim ring first. I want to use this one. Chris picked up the shark-shaped swim ring. Elma chose a big donut-shaped one. Hong, which one should I choose? The regular donut shape would probably be best. He handed Mimi a slightly smaller standard-sized swim ring than the one Elma had chosen. Elma indeed chose the kind where one puts their buttocks inside the middle of the circle and floats above it. Master Hong, don't you need one? For now, let's pass. Perhaps later I will use one. At first, I intended to place it near AR who was using a swim ring. Alright, go play quickly. And thus, they started their sea bathing. It's been a long time since Chuang last enjoyed himself at the beach, so he looked forward to it. Chapter 112, Swimming. Wow. It seems like the low-gravity area of the immigrant zone, right? There's a bit of similarity. Ear floated happily in the swimming ring, chuckling with sparkling eyes. The scorching sun, the sea with moderate water temperature, and Mimi floating in front of him as the waves moved. Vacationing is truly the best. Oh, climbing onto the shark-shaped swimming ring, Chris, who was following behind them, emitted a groan of frustration. Chris was different from Elma. He still had the potential to grow, so Chuang thought there was no need to worry. Elma couldn't get any worse than that. Although that thing was indeed great. Just floating around makes me so happy. Right. Chuang was also very happy. He was so happy. If you could shake your legs in the water like Chris, you'd be able to move around on your own to some extent. I'll try. Ear leaned forward on the swimming ring and began kicking his legs. Good, keep going. By the way, Elma was floating contentedly in her swimming ring at a slightly farther distance. She seemed to be really enjoying herself. Moving forward, Mr. Hong. Good, just like this. Such matters only develop through praise. Ear became fascinated and started swimming with the swimming ring. It must be enjoyable when doing something for the first time if everything goes smoothly according to one's plan. Alright, let's all race to where Elma is. I understand. I won't lose. Upon hearing Chuang's words, Ear and Chris started swimming towards the place where Elma was floating. Although Chris was accustomed to it, his feet were too small to swim fast. Perhaps because Ear wasn't yet accustomed, his leg movements were still clumsy, but having trained on the ship, his kicking was stronger than Chris. It was quite a close match. Chuang swam seriously like this, which didn't seem very adult-like. Even if it has been a long time since swimming, it's impossible to lose to young Chris and novice swimmer Ear. Bang! We won. The shark life ring collided with the one Elma placed even earlier than Ear did, and Chris announced victory. I lost. Stop hitting. Although Elma expressed dissatisfaction at being scored against, she didn't really appear upset. It looked more like she was smiling while watching the two innocently playing. Can Elma not swim? On days when I'm in a good mood, bathing in the sunlight like this occasionally isn't bad. Indeed. On the ship, there was neither sunbathing nor poop. Harmful cosmic rays would be cut off by the protective shield and the armor of the ship, so it's actually impossible to bathe in the sunlight on the ship. There also seemed to be facilities in the colony for basking in harmless stellar light, but unfortunately, Chuang had never used them. After swimming a while with Air, me and Chris, who were towing the floating Elma. Alright, let's take a break. Still okay? Swimming is surprisingly tiring, and once your body gets cold, your legs are prone to cramping. Is that so? That's exactly how it is. Moreover, the fun of the sea isn't just about swimming. Chasing or being chased by the waves at the shoreline is one kind of pleasure, and the sensation of the sand being swept away from underfoot by the waves is another kind of enjoyment. You can create something out of the sand on the beach or play mountain collapses. So, taking advantage of the break, they decided to go to the beach. Wow, why does it feel strange? I understand, but it's an indescribable fun feeling. It itches, it's so interesting. His ear chattered on as the waves crashed, whereas Chris remained calm, lying flat on the waves and supporting himself with his hands, seemingly enjoying the sensation of the sand flowing between his fingers. Oh, a big wave is coming. Wow. Suddenly picking up Chris, helping him avoid the large wave. The wave reached below Chuang's knees, and if continued like this, the waves would directly hit Chuang's face. Ear was lifted up by the wave, falling rather heavily. Wow, hey, Salty. Are you alright? Did any sand get into your eyes? Chuang held Chris while speaking to Ear. Fortunately, it was only a slight fall, nothing serious. No problem. The sea is so much fun. Dripping seawater, Ear revealed a smile full of joy on his face. Happiness is better than anything else. Is that so? Sorry for suddenly picking you up. No, thank you. Chris, standing on the beach, smiled. Cute. That Chuang, lifting up the girl in the swimsuit, looks only one step away from crime in the picture. Or rather, if it were Japan, this would be a very relaxed case. No, Chuang was just helping out. After that, they built a sand mountain, toppled it to mimic a landslide, constructed a sandcastle, and even buried Elma, who was lying in the shade, which earned them some disgruntled looks from others. Should we have lunch soon? I'm hungry. I'm a little hungry too. Upon hearing Chuang's words, Ear became energetic while Chris sheepishly admitted to being hungry. Glancing at the direction of the maids, it seemed like they were preparing for a barbecue. Ah, I see. A beach barbecue. The grill pans are already out. Isn't what's called barbecue in Japan actually not really barbecue? Pocky would be nice. Real barbecue. If we started cooking now, we might only get to eat it an entire day later. Taking both of them to a shower area near the beach, they quickly rinsed off the seawater and sand before returning, where the preparations for the grilled meat were almost complete. Elma appeared to be leisurely watching the scene from under the shadow cast by the beach umbrella. She sat on a deck chair. Is there any rare ingredient? Raw vegetables and meat can be considered somewhat rare. But more importantly, ancient-style cooking utensils are what's truly rare. Ancient style. Chuang tilted his head towards the cooking appliances, a type of barbecue stove. At first glance, it didn't use charcoal or gas, but instead operated on electricity. Where does the power come from? Energy packs similar to those used in laser guns could serve as the energy source for cooking. That's reasonable enough. Nowadays, even simple heat cooking devices have their limits. Unless one is particularly interested or a professional chef, they wouldn't bother using them. Is that so? From Chuang's perspective, these were essentially futuristic cooking appliances. According to the world's standards here, perhaps that's exactly what they were. Even low-quality cooking machines in this world could prepare delicious meals extracted from food boxes. As the maids prepared the meal, Ear, me, and Chris returned after taking showers. Ear's eyes sparkled upon seeing the ready barbecue setup and ingredients. Chuang himself liked eating a lot. On the other hand, Chris seemed unaffected. He must be used to it. Well then, let's start grilling. Chuang checked the temperature of the grill and placed the meat and vegetables onto it with the provided spoon. Elma, Mimi, and Chris, strangely enough, even the maids looked surprised. What's so surprising about this? Can you cook? What? Chuang really tilted his head. Isn't food just something you grill and eat? This doesn't count as cooking. This isn't really cooking. It's merely grilling. She pointed at the bottles of seasoning beside her and turned toward the maid. Are these seasonings? Yes. Starting from here, including the less familiar seasonings, he listened carefully to the explanation. Not only were there salt and pepper, but also something called crazy salt. There were completely unknown seasonings too. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, including the maid, Chuang observed the grilling status while lightly sprinkling salt and pepper over the meat. The vegetables still needed a bit more time. By the way, I heard that when barbecuing, it's best to separate the spoon used for uncooked meat from the spoon used for cooked meat. It's said that using the same spoon for both increases the risk of food poisoning. People who frequently eat barbecue shouldn't touch raw meat with chopsticks or forks. Otherwise, it'll be harder for the germs to end up inside. Since Chuang didn't want Mimi, Elma, or Chris to ingest anything harmful, he decided to be extra cautious. Maybe these meats have been sterilized with unknown technology. Well done meat. What kind of meat is this? Beef or pork? Though the texture resembles beef. Hey, is this meat beef or pork? It doesn't look well done, somewhere between medium rare or medium. Is that all right? Yes, it's beef. It's already sterilized, so even the rarer parts are safe to eat. Is that so? Look, ear burned it. Yes, it tastes good. I think the meat tastes great. Just salt and pepper. With the sauce from here, it tastes fantastic. Ear dipped the meat into the sauce Chuang recommended and took big bites. Even though no sound came out, his eyes were sparkling. He must have found it delicious. Incidentally, the sauce Chuang recommended was Japanese barbecue sauce. It was slightly sweet, with fruity undertones. An unexpected skill, isn't it? Is Mr. Hong a chef? Calling someone a chef? Really? All I'm doing is just simply grilling. Anyone who can turn raw ingredients into edible dishes qualifies as a chef. Yeah, is that so? The threshold to become a chef seems rather low. However, after the automatic cooking machine became popular, or rather, people who went into space hardly ever cooked. It's also impossible to bring ingredients into outer space to cook. During the early days of space exploration, they must have eaten processed food cooked on a planet, right? In that case, cooking should have been impossible. The culinary skills or such abilities of people who entered space would have gradually declined. So is that why turning raw ingredients into edible dishes seems so astonishing? This level of cooking, I'm sure the maid can do better. Or rather, just leave it to her. As he said this, he tried to hand over the spatula to them, but they didn't take it and instead tilted their heads. Yes, if possible, we would do it, but we want the guest to try. Chuang glanced at Ear-Me and the others while thinking about this. Ear-Me nodded while eating large bites of meat, and Elma brought the plate over, as if urging Chuang to hurry up and give her some. I want some too. Yes. Chris wants some as well. All right. Chris also nodded happily. For a while after that, Chuang could only focus on grilling the meat, vegetables, and seafood. This must be part of the charm of a seaside barbecue. Chapter 113, The Fortune of the Sea. It's so delicious. I'm glad to hear that. I've heard that exercising or swimming right after a meal is bad for your health. Let's take a good rest. They left the post-meal cleaning to the maids, and each lay down on the beach chairs to rest. Swimming immediately after eating can cause gastric spasm and death. This saying might be a bit exaggerated, but if you feel nauseous from the water pressure while swimming, it can still be quite dangerous. It's truly impossible to swim upside down. You ate it. By the way, I didn't expect Guang to have those skills. That's why I've said several times already, grilling meat is something anyone can do. If you just grill the meat without burning it and dip it in sauce or salt, anyone can do it. By the way, I can't really accept that as cooking. Then, can Lord Hong cook more complicated dishes? As long as there are ingredients and seasonings, it's fine. Chuang has lived alone for a long time. Of course, Chuang isn't someone who would pull small fish or seaweed out, nor make fish soup. Seasoning curries with spices and such is more his style. In that case, then tonight I want Mr. Guang to cook dinner. Starting to talk about dinner right after lunch. How could that be possible? Chuang turned his gaze toward the maid standing beside them, and under his gaze, she nodded. Yes, some guests only eat food prepared by their own chefs, and we also provide services offering ingredients. That's true. Among imperial nobles, especially higher nobles, employing a personal chef is a symbol of social status. I imagine they do it to meet these kinds of requirements. The maid nodded, and Chris further explained the situation. I see, this is the reason. Thus, Chuang discussed with the maid and decided what ingredients they wanted to use for dinner. Chuang negotiated with her, and it seemed he could help Chuang cook as well. What should we do, since it will take some time? Let's do it properly. And boil fish. No, considering Chuang's past eating habits, it's better not to make a dish with bones like that. ALR, a character, who has almost only eaten meals made from a bento box until now, got choked by small fish bones and ended up tearing up. Sashimi seems better for fish, but can sashimi be consumed? From this planet's fish? This matter can be asked later. For the main course, it'll be sashimi and fried foods. Without knowing what kind of meat is available, making a pork cutlet or chicken nuggets should suffice. If sashimi and fried foods are being made, Chuang wants to cook rice. Is there rice? It would be perfect if there was an automatic rice cooker. Let's ask the maid. Afterward, making miso soup will complete everything. Is there miso? May I ask a few questions? Yes. Chuang asked about the ingredients and equipment, and Maid Tay was very fluent in answering his questions. In conclusion, all the ingredients Chuang wanted were secured, though there was no automatic rice cooker. Cooked rice would seem to be delivered. My reach exceeds my grasp. Not at all. He's amazing. Everything he says is professional knowledge. Lord Hong is a mercenary, but he is also a chef. Considering Guang's experiences, this is not an impossible thing, right? Do you know about his experiences? Very easy. However, it wouldn't be polite for me to talk, would it? Watching Chuang discuss dinner arrangements with the maid, ALR, and the others seemed to be discussing something as well. Do not tell Chris about Chuang's background. It doesn't mean much. Talking about it doesn't carry much significance, and there's only risk involved. Chris himself seems to admire Chuang a lot, but he definitely looks younger than Chuang. Although I haven't asked about their ages, it must certainly be like this. After ordering the ingredients, they continued playing on the beach, originally wanting to fish to prepare ingredients for dinner. But if that happened, ALR and Chris would definitely want to join too, and then the current state of wearing swimsuits would not be convenient. Though going to the rocks wearing swimsuits and flip-flops isn't a suicidal act, getting injured sounds terrifying. If not handled properly, it could be really dangerous. Thus, they spent the afternoon continuing their beach activities. You're back. At times, splashing water with waves alongside ALR, at other times gently swimming. Whether due to experience with floating rings, or because of the 2 air bladders under her chest, ALR easily learned to float on the water surface. Once she floats, it becomes easier to start swimming. Even though the practice of putting one's face into the water continues, the basic attempt began with teaching the breaststroke. Because it's the most instinctive swimming method for humans. Swam well. Swam well. Amazing, ALR. You've learned to swim for the first time. Chuang's strategy is one of praise and development. Yes, even if the distance swum is less than 2 meters, it deserves commendation. Because praise is crucial. By the way, Chuang isn't a swimming expert either. Most importantly, it was clear that ALR was having a great time being lively and active. Chuang was also very happy. It might have been due to the sincere nature of Taiga's emotions, but there were frequent moments of skin contact. Good. Very good. Ooh, it's no use worrying about it. Hong-sama, I want to take a look too. Chuang watched LR splashing around happily in the calm waves while Chris, with slightly puffed cheeks, grabbed Chuang's arm. No, Chris, somehow you look like you'd get caught. Seeing Chris emblazoned on her chest like some delinquent. The atmosphere of crime was quite thick. However, even without the water current, if you keep staring at Chris, a girl dressed in swimwear, it could probably lead to a police case. This is entirely a special case. Who will catch us if only the 2 of us are here? What about Milo? It's impossible to arrest unless someone makes an exceptionally strange move. Elma sighed helplessly, right? This is what makes Chuang's group of water girls amazing. Isn't this all pretty tragic? Chuang wouldn't do something like that. Still, focusing solely on ALR is somewhat unfair. That's correct. Indeed. Chris and Elma nodded together. Leaving Chris aside, does Elma really need to manage this situation? Chuang glanced toward Elma, who turned away, her face red. What? Isn't everything fine? I think it's fine. Chuang seriously nodded in agreement. Even so, Chuang has just one body. Then let's start with Chris. Elma, can you watch over ALR? Since she's a beginner swimmer. I understand. In this aspect, Elma truly is mature. Hearing Elma's voice, Chuang and Chris moved towards the corner where numerous swimming rings were piled. Shall we play with the swimming ring? No, my aim is actually this. As he spoke, Chuang pointed to a rubber boat placed nearby that was spacious enough for Chuang and Chris. Equipped with simple oars, they could paddle along. Most strikingly, the bottom was transparent. It seemed like you could observe the sea conditions while riding in the small boat. Checking out the sea situation would be fun as well. Luckily, the sea surface is quite calm, so there shouldn't be any danger of capsizing. Sounds enjoyable. Chris agreed with Chuang's suggestion. It seemed she enjoyed the idea. They rented a rubber boat from the maid and dragged it to the edge of the waves, helping Chris board. Will Hong-sama not join? Let's wait until we're in slightly deeper water. Pushing Chris' little boat further from the coastline, Chuang boarded when they found an appropriate spot. Shall we check things out near the shore? Yes. Starting to paddle, the speed was faster than expected. One reason was that Chris was very light, but it may also be because the material of the boat had a surprisingly low resistance against water. How wondrous, this high-tech gadget. No, or has the daily training made Chuang's muscles tougher than imagined? Amazing, Hong-sama is really strong. So light, so light. Oh, aren't we in deep water now? Looking down at the bottom of the boat, they could see marine life swimming in the blue sea. I saw Chris, what is that? Could it be a fish called shrimp chips? Is that so? A salmon block-like object was swimming. What's going on here? Is that a living organism? Isn't it supposed to be a slice of meat? Chuang's mind was close to losing it. When you stare into the abyss stares back too. Is that what happened here? The meaning and purpose have changed? Certainly. A bit unsteady. What's wrong? Not at all. It appears there's a peculiar life form swimming. There were fish wearing fishnet stockings with legs, others that had a cat-like upper body, and still some that wouldn't be edible even if fished up. Chuang originally planned to go fishing tomorrow, but would it be fine to fish in these waters? If he fished up those things, Chuang's SAN value would surely be in trouble. At that moment, a mermaid with a beautiful upper body swam by, driving the smaller ones away, and then waved at them. Oh, hallucination. That's a rescue mermaid for shipwrecks. She's likely guarding our small boat from capsizing. I see. Completely science fiction. Great. Apparently, they're also responsible for maintaining the marine environment and procuring ingredients. Oh, indeed hard-working people. I see beautiful shoals of fish. Truly beautiful, of varied colors. Small fish resembling sardines and colorful tropical fish-like fish swam alongside a ray about the size of a cushion. Down below, there were crustaceans similar to large shrimps. No, are they really big? Not just regular prawns, they are as large as seals. What huge shrimps. It looks delicious. A little scary though. What? Chuang and Chris glanced at each other. Chilling? But am I too immature to have such a thought? Would the big ones be even more frightening? Aren't you afraid? It seems like they might eat you instead. I kinda get that. If attacked by one of those, it would indeed be a bit scary. A strike from a shrimp as big as a thumb can easily cause injuries. If attacked by such a huge shrimp, It could likely break bones with ease. But aren't the main components of food boxes seaweed and krill-like plankton? Just imagining them growing larger makes them seem pretty tasty, right? Chris tilted her head. She seemed unable to accept this idea, no matter how it was presented. In this case, it's called consuming seafood. Chuang waved to the mermaids swimming in the sea nearby. Yes, what is it? The large shrimps under the sea. Are they edible species? Yes, they are edible. I recommend boiling them generously with salt. In that case, I must have some tonight. Please make preparations. Understood. Upon hearing Chu Ang's request, the mermaid giggled and dove back into the water. She extended her hand toward the giant shrimp on the seafloor. The shrimp trembled for a moment before stopping all movement. It seemed she had subdued it with an electric shock or something similar. The mermaid waved back at Chuang and swam away holding the enormous shrimp. It was probably being stored somewhere safe until dinner time. I'm really looking forward to it. Are you very excited? Shrimps taste great. Although there are many marine creatures that look scary, once you try eating them, you realize how delicious they are. So we should give it a go. But I won't force you. I just simply want to try it myself. No, I'll give it a try. Everything is a challenge. Right, but don't push yourself too hard. Shellfish allergies do exist. It was said that after eating, your mouth and throat might feel itchy, and breathing could become difficult. Allergies are truly dangerous. Courage alone won't save you. Put down the giant shrimp and let's enjoy the sea. Yes, may I hear from you too, Han-sama? My situation, within what I'm able to share. And so, Chuang and Chris elegantly chatted for a while on the boat. Chapter 114, Dangerous Words. Hard work. Hey, thanks. After chatting with Chris for a while, Chuang returned to the beach, took the water bottle passed by Irma, and lay down on the sun lounger. Chris's situation is like this. When it comes to one's own matters, many concerns arise, and it's a bit tiring. Chris listened to many things about Chu Ang's mercenary life and satisfactorily grabbed the shark life ring and dolphin life ring to rush towards Chu Ang's ear. Is he going to talk while floating at sea? And so, the two of them started swimming hard. They look happy. It looks peaceful now, better than anything else. I was truly worried. We wiped out the pursuers, prepared so much misleading information, and spread it. It's absolutely impossible to launch an attack. Even if our position is exposed, there is no way to assault a resort planet. As he spoke, Irma called over a maid and ordered drinks. Enjoying a graceful holiday, isn't it? The opponent who prepared so much combat strength in a day. I think we should be vigilant. You are not wrong. But what can we do? The defense of this planet, Milo will handle it well. How could I prepare so leisurely? We just arrived on this planet yesterday, and today, I don't think Uncle Chris would suddenly attack me. On the contrary, when they attack, only if they're sure that they can kill them, right? This feeling is unpleasant. You say you're uneasy, then I'll listen to you. This sounds like you're easily lured in. What Chuang was concerned about was when the other side would risk everything to kill Chris. For example, just like them, as guests, this situation may change drastically, leading directly to killing. It's possible that a large number of battleships will attack the West Gills, and Milo's defensive system may remain silent in the orbital bombardment, perhaps even setting up traps. If you think about it from a bad perspective, bad situations always come to mind, and that's a problem. White clouds, blue sky, dazzling sunlight, cool wine, true optimists. You're drinking alcohol during the daytime. What does it matter? On such a rare vacation, not spreading your wings isn't a disadvantage. Irma raised her glass filled with tropical drinks and smiled faintly. Truly, she seems to be enjoying it thoroughly, which is all that matters. In fact, the environment of this beach is really the best. No matter how, the situation remains the situation and cannot allow us to indulge fully. Didn't expect you to be such a coward. Annoying, mercenaries need to be cautious like this. Chuang also ordered a drink at the maid store. Among the remaining 2 carbonated beverages, one light golden yellow beverage was requested to be poured into a glass with ice cubes. How is the security here? Reliable. I believe I mentioned before, to break through the safety barriers here, unless the opposite side has machinery intelligence with the same level of positronic brain as Milo, there's no issue. Machine intelligence won't assist in such illegal acts. This point I understand. But, doesn't breaking the security line also require force? Force skill. Firstly, directly sending assassination teams to this planet is unrealistic. If one wishes to flee from the destination island, they will be arrested by Milo. Move in the sea or use methods like Krishna's ship flying over. There are various ways, right? Impossible? Because there are Milo's terminals in the sea, they will immediately be discovered. In such a case, suppression troops will be sent over with large screwdrivers. 4 air routes, arrest units inserted by drivers, driver-launched shells, and track attacks from defense platforms located in satellite orbits add complexity. If you are aboard Krishna, maybe there are some ways. Upon hearing this, the defense organization is truly fierce. While they were discussing, the maid came over with a glass filled with light golden yellow liquid. Thank you, excuse me. Yes. No, this is my job, please don't worry. She said, and the maid smiled. Did she smile? She seemed emotionless till now. Isn't that something worth noticing? Compared to being expressionless, having a smile feels more pleasant. If there is a saturation attack, there will be nothing we can do, right? So-called saturation attack, launching attacks on a scale exceeding the interception capacity of the defense platforms guarding this planet? I find that unrealistic. There's no need for ships. Launching a large amount of shells, space debris, and asteroids towards the material integration station at Milo's main subject at the equator until its interception ability reaches saturation. Isn't that possible? You can also destroy the defense platform first, and then perform an orbital bombing. Isn't this unreasonable? Even if they plan such an obvious attack, it will be detected by the sensor array monitoring the three main bodies, the asteroids, and space debris of the solar system. Depending on the situation, not only Milo's defense platforms, but also the solar system army and the Empire army may show up. I see. It seems difficult to keep the security mechanism of this planet silent with Chuang's method. But, is it not invincible? Of course not. If you have combat strength that can quickly break through the defense platforms, I think orbital bombardment is still possible. Although Milo will carry out a certain degree of counterattack on the planet, it will be difficult if the orbit is occupied. In that case, it might be possible to gather all the space pirates and take such measures. Not entirely impossible. If we remain silent all the time, the solar system army will come, so it might not be reliable. Even if it's uncertain, it's still a threat. In this case, let's hurry and hide in Krishna while avoiding direct impact from orbital bombing until the solar system army comes for rescue. Is that good? Yes, I think it's pretty good. Seeing Irma nodding, Chuang finally felt relieved. This is because Chuang has already foreseen what the worst scenario would entail and to some extent clarified how to respond. The vague uneasiness has disappeared, it seems. You said something unsettling. After Chuang and Irma settled their discussion, the maid spoke up. Chuang did not answer the maid, but took a sip of the pale golden cold liquid through the straw. Strong carbonation plus a refreshing taste, just the right sweetness. This must be ginger ale. As the one in charge of the security of this entire planet, I want to inquire about the situation. What do you think? We can't tell you. The client is Chris. While saying this, Chuang waved at Chris and AR who were swimming separately on shark-type and dolphin-type swimming rings. After a while, the two came to their senses and swam over here competitively. I win. I lose. Chris proudly raised both hands as he reached the shore first. In contrast, AR showed an expression of regret. When thinking carefully, the two people are around the same age. AR should be older, but Chris looks mature, making him seem about the same age as AR. Is there anything? Milo wants to ask Chris about the situation as the head of security. Situation? Yes. If any danger is anticipated, I'd like to ask about the situation. Chris pondered thoughtfully while water dripped from his swimsuit. The maid quietly nodded. Air was at a loss about what to do. Chuang persuaded him to drink the ginger ale he was drinking. After taking a sip, Air widened his eyes in surprise. Haha, so cute. What should we do? Chris asked Chuang and Irma, looking confused. I think it's better to tell him and seek his help, but I cannot predict what kind of loss it might bring to Count Rienwald's house, so I don't know either. To me, the Empire's machine intelligence is somewhat reliable in some way. This is about the inheritance struggle among the nobility. Shouldn't the administration of the nobility be completely in control? Irma's words made Chris chuckle bitterly. Compared to the image of nobility Chuang possessed, the nobles of the Glacian Empire seem to be morally upright in a sense. Does this relate to mechanical knowledge? If my grandfather didn't judge incorrectly, I wouldn't reveal inside information easily. When that grandfather fails to prevent disputes over airship, isn't it a mistake when Chris gets into this situation? I agree. After hearing this, I can't even groan anymore. Chris sighed, seeming to have given up, and started explaining the situation to the maid. All the machines on this planet are under Milo's control. Milo must know this via the maid rules. I see. I understand the situation now. We'll study countermeasures. Please give us a little time. As she spoke, the maid glanced upwards for less than 10 seconds. Chuang thought it probably won't take 5 seconds. Based on the pirate ship attack incident 3 months ago, we have acquired various kinds of intelligence. That's fast. Only a few seconds. Is this what people call machine intelligence? It's not that. As a conclusion, I must stay in West Gills to protect the safety of our clients. So this obligation. Saying, from that point of view, could the danger in the West Gills possibly attract us or serve as a target? Yes. No, there's nothing like that. Regardless of any circumstances, a guest is a guest. I will take responsibility until the end of your stay. Is that so? Yes, it's my duty. The maid nodded. If any signs of danger are detected, they will notify you immediately. Please rest assured. As she said this, Melode stared at Chris's face and gave a nod as if to reassure him. If they could gain full support, it seems many things would be resolved. It wouldn't go that smoothly, right? Intellectual machines intervening too much in the internal conflicts of nobles encounter many difficulties in their position, don't they? The time is about right. Let's take a shower and return to the campsite. The holiday is still long. Jumping into activities right from the start isn't meaningful. Perhaps this is better. Elma agreed with Chu Ang's suggestion. Because Elma had intended to do this from the very beginning. She released alcohol. Understood. Can we play again tomorrow? You can play freely. Not just by the sea. It seems there are many other places on the island to have fun. Can you join us, Chris? Yes. Chris also agreed. Together, they went to the shower room to rinse off sweat and sand before returning to the campsite. Well, if only everything goes well during our stay here and we can casually negotiate with Chris's grandfather. Will it proceed smoothly? Chapter 115, The Filthy Machine. The resort planet, Shisai-bu had been reached for 5 days. On the first day enjoying shopping, the second day enjoying the beach, and the third day enjoying leisure on land. Specifically, there were sports such as park golf behind the campground, as well as hikes to enjoy natural landscapes. Ala was very excited about the plants and animals he saw for the first time. Thus, in order to eliminate the fatigue of the past few days, everyone spent the 4th day leisurely at the campsite. Sometimes watching Hiroi animations, sometimes playing Jane's puzzle games, and other times board games or poker. The table game was somewhat like dice, and the poker cards were somewhat similar to regular ones. Jenga was so very Jenga. though the material wasn't wood but an unknown substance. Today is the 5th day. With plans to stay for 2 weeks, they still haven't gone back yet. Chuang lay in bed, slightly drowsy, thinking half-dreamingly about what today would bring when someone shook his body. What's going on? Hello, Chris? Not Irma Shirley. Irma comes with no courtesy whatsoever. She'd just yank off the covers. This quiet and reserved feeling. Could it be Chris? Even though he felt like he hadn't slept enough, ignoring it didn't seem right, so he decided to open his eyes. Good morning, master. A cold and beautiful black-haired maid with a completely expressionless face stared down at Chuang. Her red glasses suited her perfectly. Ah, this is that one. It's the maid made via app a few days ago. Which dream? Not having seen any dreams doesn't matter. Moreover, there was already a time difference after 5 days. Chuang closed his eyes again, entering slight sleepiness. What? The level of your awareness is rapidly increasing. Again, good morning, master. An elegant beauty with a sharp demeanor faced Chuang. Her expression remained near neutral, yet from her gaze loyalty and affection seemed discernible. Her radiant black hair was adorned with pure white feathers, and her body looked wrapped in a long-made dress. If it weren't for the mechanical embellishments on it might not differ much from a human. No, all of that aside, that was irrelevant now. The real issue was that this person appeared before Chuang with an expression as if everything was normal. There couldn't be a greater problem than this. No, wait. If anyone suddenly attacked Chris, that'd indeed be an even bigger problem, Chuang corrected. Master, if you're greeted with good morning, you should reply good morning. It's manners, she said. Good morning, Chuang replied. Yes, well done. The stoic maid stroked Chuang's head with an unchanging expression. What exactly is happening? No, Chuang knows, he knows. He knows exactly what's going on. It's just that he refuses to admit it. His brain won't process it. If I go back to sleep, will this turn into a dream? No, it won't. So, continuing to sleep like this would likely lead to a nightmare. So he decided to give up and get up. You'll change clothes here. Climbing out of bed, he took the fresh clothes handed over to him, quietly pulling the sleeves on. Why are you still watching? To obtain physical data of my husband. I see. Feeling an atmosphere suggesting that nothing he said would make her leave, Chuang gave up trying to change clothes in private. So far, the undergarments and other clothing worn by Chuang were quickly recovered by the cool maid group without him even getting a chance to protest. He wouldn't complain either. And what about you? As you know, this is a custom-made maid created following the template designed a few days ago by the captain, and her name has not been determined yet. I see. Yes, as previously discussed, the General Manager Machine Intelligence residing on Shisaibu planet, Milo, requested to be appointed exclusively for Captain Hong, and thus I've taken many considerations. Please take care of me. Then, the custom-made maid with red glasses bowed slightly, while holding Chu Ang's discarded undergarments and items. I understand. Refusing would definitely be useless, right? Yes. No. If that happens, I'll step down. Would you? Yes. Likely, I'll be disassembled afterward and stored as material in a warehouse. Milo, involuntarily shouting, Chuang couldn't help exclaiming. This method of gaining sympathy in this direction is unacceptable. Chuang felt disturbed. Isn't this too despicable? Filthy flow mechanical intelligence. It's filthy. They have such a thorough understanding of the minds of human men. Though ordered to say so, I think it shouldn't be waste to dismantle a purposefully manufactured machine and store it away. It will only be reassigned elsewhere anyway. Is that so? I don't know whether I should feel this way. Yes, even temporarily, my master is Captain Guang. Prioritizing the master is only natural. In short, such responses resonate deeply within people. It was easy to suspect this was a meticulous design by Milo, but as the designer, Chuang knew he had set the parameters for love and loyalty very high. Therefore, this wasn't any elaborate scheme. It was purely due to the custom made considering Chuang. This possibility couldn't be denied. There will be distrust of machine intelligence. I understand your feelings. As for me, my existence is like a separate entity of Milo, but at the same time, I am my own individual. The cream-colored maid stared straight into my eyes with a calm tone and declared her stance. Her expression was completely devoid of emotion, making it impossible to determine truth or falsehood from her facial expressions. Chuang decided to believe her words. In short, I trust you. Even if it's fake, that's fine too. I pray you succeed in deceiving me. Yes, I will dedicate my life to repay your trust. With that, the maid bowed her head. Chuang felt somewhat exasperated regarding how to introduce her to Aller. It gave him a headache. Miss Aller, Lord Aller, Galileu. Seems it doesn't work. After getting dressed in the bedroom, Chuang entered the living room where the girls were waiting to wake up. Elma was the first to rise. She noticed Chuang sitting on the couch in the living room with the custom-made maid standing beside him. For 3 seconds, Elma just stood there after seeing Chuang and the maid. It seemed she grasped everything instantly. Next, Chris woke up looking tired. After glancing at Chuang and the maid, she walked away directly toward the washroom without much reaction until her eyes caught sight of the maid again. She widened her eyes and looked 3 times over the maid. Then she turned her gaze between Chuang and Elma, probably sensing their expressions, sighed heavily. It appeared no explanation was needed. She guessed everything. Finally, Aller arrived. Garagara. The moment Aller saw Chuang and the maid, she ran up and stood between them, hugging Chuang's arm tightly and glaring at the maid. Was this a dog or what? Aller, don't be so wary. She has no ill intent. Hearing this, Aller tightened her grip on Chuang's arm even more fiercely. Of course, with Allur's chest armor being quite aggressive, it pressed harshly against Chuang and Allur. What bliss? No, not quite. Chuang's statement was likely only going to make her feel ensnared further. So then, what should be done? Captain Hong, if it's okay, I would like to have a conversation with Lord Allur. It's fine with me. Allur, don't be so stubborn. How about a little chat? I never speak anyway. If Elma and Chris are also present, that'd be great. Me too. Me too? Okay, but the three, along with the maid, headed towards the dining table. Perhaps it was better if Chuang stepped aside. Even if he kept some distance, he could still hear their voices clearly. I'll go check on Krishna. All right, I'll message you when we're done. In response to Elma's reply, Chuang waved his hand and made his way toward Krishna parked on the tarmac. Even grounded, Krishna retained its majestic aura undiminished. On closer inspection, tiny traces of dirt seemed to have been swept away. Somewhere along the line, Milo must have cleaned up for Chuang. Climbing the ramp inside, the cockpit was running through self-check procedures. The checklist showed no apparent issues. Not ready for flight yet. Because they landed immediately after evading pursuers without restocking, there was a minor reduction in scattergun ammunition, but nothing serious. Regarding replenishing the ammunition, Chuang asked Milo if it was possible, but he declined, citing complications in handling weapons and ammunition on a resort planet. Chuang understood. How inappropriate. Since he happened to visit Krishna, he took the opportunity to perform some simple exercises in the training room. Over these 4 days, due to active physical play, his body didn't feel particularly sluggish. After finishing the workout, he placed the clothes he wore into the automatic laundry dryer while musing in an automatically cleansing bathtub. Chuang realized he and the clothing currently placed in the fully automatic dryer were practically in similar existences. Don't avoid reality? That would indeed be rude. But please consider this. Now, could Chuang come up with any brilliant ideas given his lackadaisical thoughts towards that custom-made maid? No, he couldn't. The more he thought, the more he became captivated by Milo's strategy, ready to press the purchase button. Thus, let him stop thinking. Not thinking. No, it's already too late. He's fallen into the trap. No matter how much he contemplated, all he could see was a future leading solely to buying. Since Chuang hadn't read the terms and conditions carefully, he had unknowingly created what he considered to be the ultimate guide. Okay, might as well ponder from the perspective of purchasing then. What are the benefits if I buy her? If it's the configuration Chuang ordered, it won't just support Chuang, but also provide assistance and protection for Allur and Elma. Particularly, with a custom made as a bodyguard, Allur will be able to leave the cabin, which is extremely convenient. This world remains in constant unrest. Without an energy armor, Chuang would also feel uneasy about his combat abilities. As a compensatory entity for this aspect, a custom-made maid proves highly useful. There's much ambiguity concerning maintenance, though. Since quite resilient materials were specified in the custom project, maintenance won't need to be done so frequently. The problem is that if she is bought, there wouldn't be room for her. Slightly sacrificing the shopping area to increase the living quarters isn't impossible either. Krishna was originally a warship. The cargo hold is only used when retrieving spoils of war, and they never store items fully before recovering spoils. It could work. No, it couldn't work. Almost everything points towards purchasing. No, wait, calm down. Her appearance is made according to one's preferences, even including the red-framed Andromed glasses that don't need to be worn, right? While Chuang sulked thinking about all these things, the automatic cleansing process completed. Chuang emerged from the bathroom to change clothes. He then checked the small information terminal. Elma had sent a message. The conversation must have concluded. Chuang descended from Krishna with a cautious heart, heading toward the campsite. Hopefully, matters have been dealt with properly, please. Since Chuang trusts you. No, if things go as Milo plans, he'll end up buying it anyway. Chuang stopped pondering further and started walking. It can't be helped anymore. Chapter 116, Huiro 1. Chuang walked to the campsite with a single-minded focus. Chuang brought ear close to the door, but heard no sound of argument. As the text message had said, the conversation seemed to have already ended. He stepped into the campsite with determination. Welcome back, master. Hey, Seeing the scene inside the campsite, Chuang couldn't help tilting his head in confusion. You're back. Mr. Yu, I'm sorry. Ear bowed deeply and apologized as soon as she spoke, which was understandable. The issue was the sense of distance from the custom-made maids. Just now, she was still intimidating Chuang by saying "grr," but now, she sat next to Chuang, seemingly relaxed. What on earth happened? What's going on? I sincerely and earnestly explained my position. Oh. Chuang looked at Emma, who shrugged in confusion. No, Chuang would like you to explain what happened. Chuang looked at Chris, who replied with a wry smile. This reaction, isn't it similar to that of artificial intelligence? That is to say, Ear has been cleverly integrated into the group of custom maids, right? So how did it go? The misunderstanding has been cleared up, so can we leave it at that? It's good, just not quite satisfying. Don't always dig into everything. Yeah, that's true. Although Chuang didn't know exactly what they discussed, all in all, Ear's misunderstanding was eliminated, and the barrier between him and this custom maid disappeared from Chuang's heart. It seems to be something like that. So, how exactly was such an alert Ear won over? The eloquence of mechanical wisdom truly is effective. But, I haven't decided whether or not to buy a custom made yet. Not buying one. Wasn't it supposed to be a purchase? Even if you buy one, there wouldn't be a room for her. Krishna can only hold 5 people, 1 single room, 2 double rooms. If we allocate 1 room each for Ear and Emma. Though Chris lives in Ear's room, Chris is merely a temporary guest. If another employee is added, there won't be enough empty rooms. Unless Ear and Emma say they can live together, that's a different matter. I have no relation to physical fatigue or mental stress, and I don't have metabolism either. So, as long as there's a maintenance point in the garage, there won't be any issues. Afterward, having a container to store maid uniforms and various supplies would be enough. No, that seems excessive, doesn't it? Master, I am a maid, not an organic life form. As an independent intelligence, I am pleased to have my personality recognized and given appropriate treatment. However, if I were offered living conditions like those for organic life forms, I would feel quite troubled. Ah, that makes sense. That's correct. The maid nodded without hesitation. Since you've said that, Chuang can only accept it, but that's fine. Wait, it turned into a trend of purchasing. Let the trial period last a bit longer, until we understand each other more thoroughly. Isn't deciding on the spot unlike Hong? I say, buying convenience goods is not the same, right? Such decisions should be made carefully. I think being cautious is a good thing. We also need to consider a name. Why are you so interested? Ear's attitude changed dramatically. How did they manage to persuade her? Being greedy. Ear might have been won over in this aspect? Or, to improve the skills of the operator, perhaps she can accompany Chuang to study? No, pushing the machine's performance to its peak is to ensure Ear gets proper protection, which the custom made deduced based on performance and informed Ear. Or announcing that it wouldn't interfere with their relationship with Chuang. Could this be Chuang overthinking things? Regardless, she finally managed to successfully accept opinions, steadily heading toward being assigned to Krishna. Next, if Chuang himself could be swayed, that'd be all set. However, do not underestimate the difficulty of easily persuading Chuang. I'd like to hear from your mouth too. This child's original specifications were quite high performance, almost combat level. What was the intention behind such a design? I wanted her to have the ability to act as a bodyguard. Many things are dangerous, aren't they? For Ear to freely leave Krishna, having a bodyguard around would be much more convenient. Also, I'm not skilled at hand-to-hand combat. Among the members of Krishna, Emma was undoubtedly the strongest in martial arts combat. In terms of shooting battles, Chuang didn't think he'd lose, but in a fight, Chuang felt that he couldn't beat Emma. I see. And what about appearance? All based on personal interest. At times like these, there's no use in trying to muddle through. It's best to just accept it. The design of a cool black-haired beauty maid, red frame glasses equipment, was something that couldn't be said with a straight face. Black hair and long hair could also be swapped as desired. The strongest, right? Do you like this kind? Emma's gaze turned toward the custom maid. I should strive in this direction. Chris's gaze also shifted to the custom maid. Chris has black hair and is a cute girl. Perhaps she can develop in a similar way. But Chris is Chris, and I hope you stay true to yourself. In my hometown, many people have black hair like me and Chris. There are also colorful hair colors, but I want to choose eye-catching ones. As for glasses, I am purely interested, yes. Intelligent robots don't need glasses, they're not used as devices. Equipment. Aren't there glasses-type wearable devices with telescopic functions and various analytical functions? Are they necessary? Yeah, that's true. Chuang meant. Oh, so there are such things, but for the maid, it was indeed unnecessary. Various sensors could replace them. If you buy her, take good care of her. To be precise, can you take care of her? I haven't decided to buy yet. While muttering this, Chuang turned his gaze toward the custom maid staring at the tablet with Ear. She's a beauty. Truly worthy of Chuang. For some reason, the connection with Ear isn't an issue either. In that case, I might buy one. Spending money little by little like this, it seems I'll never be able to afford a house with a yard. Well, safety isn't bad either. When Ear acts alone at some point, just avoiding major trouble will make a lot of money. Is the combat power ready? Although most of them are despicable space pirates, we have 113 small warships, 21 medium-sized warships, and 3 large warships. Appropriate propulsion units have been set up on small planets, and preparations for asteroid bombardments are complete. Are the decoys enough? Who is the destined leader? There are battle robot troops inside 2 invisible ships. They are now prepared to counterattacks from mechanical intelligences targeting our planet. Is that so? Has your position been determined? This is tricky. Mercenaries always play clever tricks. Are you saying unfinished payment is hard to deal with? That's exactly right. Moreover, there will be pursuing retaliations. They once bragged that they could eliminate even gold-ranked entities. Although they asked for high rewards, their performances were extremely unsatisfactory. They're indeed powerful, but that mercenary is stronger than them. Even at the gold rank, their actual strength isn't necessarily at the gold rank. It's disgusting to watch. Well, if he's a skilled mercenary, then just ensure he doesn't pilot a ship. His distinct ship has value. Eliminate the mercenary according to the program. The area around the landing site has already been designated, and I'll take action immediately. If we can't end it here, there will be no retreat. Christina, I hold no grudges against you, but please die for me. Today, the weather is clear. Though it isn't a cloudless blue sky, the clouds are high up in the air, and there's absolutely no sign of rain. It's truly a perfect day for fishing. That's right. Everyone started fishing at the seaside early this morning. Wow. Fire is pulling. Ear, who was holding a fishing rod on the reef, panicked. Today's first catch seemed to be making waves. Calm down and reel slowly, because the line won't break easily. Yes, it can withstand up to 500 kilograms, so don't worry. The custom-made supplemented Chuang's statement regarding the fishing line's performance. Chuang thought it looked like ordinary thin fishing line, but its strength is impressive. Is it metal wire? Wow, it's coming. What should I do? Chapter 117, Huiro 2. Earl was cheerfully reeling in the fishing line, and an unknown fish appeared on the surface of the sea. At least it didn't have long legs or a cat-like torso. Good. Leave it to me. Dairyfish quickly approached the fish jumping at the end of the fishing line, skillfully unhooked the fish, and placed it into a bucket filled with seawater. Chuang wasn't very familiar with fish, but he thought it might be a blackened sea bream. It was rather large, perfect for grilling or making sashimi. Bude, thank you. Yes, you're welcome. The custom-made maid called Mimi slightly bowed her head. This was the third day the custom-made maid had been by their side. Ermi said that having long hair would be inconvenient, so after discussing it with Irma and Chris, they decided to name her Mimi. If they were already naming her, falling in love would naturally follow, but Chuang said nothing. Although during their first meeting, Bude intimidated Mimi with threats, ever since their last conversation, Mimi began to warm up to her. Whether it was psychological or not, Chuang felt that Irma's reactions towards Mimi were gentle. What kind of negotiation tactics did they use? By the way, Chris's approach from the start was neither friendly nor hostile. Perhaps she had already grown accustomed to having attendants around. Even around here, they could pass as minor nobles. Oh, I'm coming too. Irma, come on. Chris, being shorter in stature, had no fishing rod. He also didn't like eating live fish, so today he was just spectating. Chuang, he was fishing too. It still hadn't bitten yet. Why? Suddenly, Mimi, who was standing next to Chuang, looked up at the sky. Had something happened? Following her gaze, Chuang saw nothing but blue skies. What is it? There's an emergency. Please take shelter immediately. What? Her abrupt statement left Chuang full of questions. Why was the sky white? However, Chuang didn't think Mimi would joke about such things. Chuang made his decision instantly. Leave the rods here and head towards Chris Hannah. Okay, I understand. Let's hurry everyone. Understood. Ermi and Irma abandoned their fishing rods, and Chuang also threw his away. He confirmed the touch of the laser pistol inside its holster. Maybe bringing the laser pistol along would have been better. Irma also placed her hand on her laser pistol. And Earl? Well, she hadn't brought a laser pistol anyway. However, if it came to Earl's abilities, there'd probably be accidental shots, which might actually be safer this way. So what's the emergency? Just in case, Chuang pulled the laser pistol off its strap, ready to release the safety lock anytime, while running, and asked Mimi. Mimi, running alongside them, calmly began explaining the situation without even catching her breath, which, being a machine, was expected. It's a large-scale attack by space pirates. There are over 100 ships, including confirmed battleships. It seems they're attacking our planet together with asteroids equipped with thrusters. Hold on, wouldn't an asteroid attack be detected? Though we don't know how, it appears to have succeeded somehow. Perhaps it's because of the faster-than-light drive or shields, allowing synchronized travel. Would that cost so much money? If they have a sponsor, then it should be doable? Sponsor? Meaning Chris's uncle did this. The space pirates are currently attacking the defensive platforms in orbit. The meteorite bombardment seems aimed at the storage areas near the equator, so there isn't immediate danger here. Wait, something is landing. As she spoke, Chuang looked in the same direction Mimi was, spotting several fiery spheres hurtling toward them at alarming speed. Something emerged from the water and began counterattacking with what seemed to be laser cannons, but it didn't appear to stop all the fireballs. Beams resembling laser blasts shot out from the mountains they had climbed not long ago. A few of the mist fireballs struck the island. Though none hit nearby, the impact was intense, and Chuang felt some tremors underfoot. They must have hit the campsite. It doesn't seem to be reactive ammo. Stop talking nonsense. It's bad luck. Irma genuinely expressed her thoughts. If those fireballs were missiles or shells loaded with reactive ammo, this island would be completely obliterated. Not getting hit at the campsite can be considered fortunate amidst misfortune. Perhaps being directly killed by one of those fireballs. So what exactly are these fireballs? Currently investigating. Dynamic responses have been confirmed. They seem to be battle robots. Wow. Chuang and Irma groaned simultaneously. Battle robots vary greatly. Frankly speaking, ordinary humans can't stand against them. The shots were accurate, solid, and powerful. If one were wearing power armor, they could fight on equal terms or better, but if it's just flesh and blood, it would be tough. It'd be great if Kiri could come, but to be honest, Chuang wasn't expecting much from Chris's uncle pulling such an amateurish move. The defensive forces deployed on the island are engaged in battle. Please hide. The second wave is coming. Oh, seriously. Just as they passed through the reefs to reach the beach, fireballs came flying from another direction. Although intercepting lasers were fired, there were too many fireballs, so not all of them could be shot down. One half-damaged fireball was hit by a laser and now hurtled straight toward them. Quick, come over here. Everyone get down. Earl, who was running beside him, threw himself down on the sand. Irma and Mimi protected Chris. A fireball struck between the beach and the campsite, bringing with it an immense sound, impact, and vibration. Chuang felt something, either pebbles or sand, pelting his body and head with loud thuds, but he couldn't tell clearly. When the tremors subsided and Chuang raised his head, a strange object was lodged midway between the campsite and the beach. Because it was so unfamiliar, it defied comparison. The proper description might be that the semi-spherical protrusions were arranged in rows along vertical poles. However, perhaps because the intercepting lasers had only managed to strike halfway through them, most of the semi-spherical protuberances appeared damaged or melted. Is everyone okay? Probably. I don't think I'm injured. I also feel fine. Alright, let's retreat to Chris Hannah. Shoot. As Irma set up her laser gun, one of the semi-spherical bumps fell off the pole. It turned out to be a spherical object. The spherical object began to deform, and Chuang fired several rounds from his laser gun continuously. Of course, at maximum power. Irma also mercilessly fired, destroying the spherical object before its transformation completed. Is attacking before transformation considered cowardly? How do you know? Was that thing the battle robot? It should be. The others may have malfunctioned. Anyway, we're lucky we could destroy it with laser guns. That's true. Without the laser gun in his hand functioning properly, Chuang would have been helpless. Unable to resist, they'd be killed on the spot. Still, combining Chuang and Irma's efforts, they probably had around 20 maximum output laser gun shots left, indicating quite high durability. There can be no room for complacency. Let's recheck for injuries, then head to Chris Hanna quickly. Chuang said this while sweeping the remaining semi-spheres stuck on the poles with his laser gun to destroy them. Irma did the same as Chuang, firing her laser gun. They removed their energy packs whose power had dwindled and reloaded them in advance. Are there enough energy packs? I've got 2 more. How about you? I've got 4 left. Do you want one? Yeah, I think carrying more ammunition is a good idea. After reloading, Irma shook her head. Indeed, Chuang thought it was more likely that he'd end up shooting. Once breathing stops, movements around him slow down. All right, Earl, Chris, Mimi, let's go together. Yes. Understood. Yes, please stay behind me, both of you. To protect non-combatants Earl and Chris, Mimi stood up front. If Mimi's body were Chu Ang's requested customized version, it might have handled this situation more easily, but asking for things she didn't have wouldn't help. They cautiously observed their surroundings while making their way to Chris Hanna. The problem was that there seemed to be more battle robots landing on the other side, assuming they counted on the defensive forces deployed on the island. Chapter 118, Defense Organization. Oh, you're the heroes, Captain Guang. Unrelentingly destroying the combat robots at the beach, they finally reached the campsite. However, the campsite had already turned into a desolate scene. The glass windows were shattered by the shockwave of the combat robots descending and stray bullets, or flowing lasers. Still, it's unclear if they were hit, but burn marks from explosions could be seen all over the campsite. Speaking of which, although the condition of this campsite is pitiful, it does have some function as cover for hiding, so they took up positions next to the campsite. Shouldn't we go to Krishna as soon as possible? That's right, if we can. It's impossible to jump into that. He's dead. Was it suicide? Yes, very dangerous. Hiding behind a hedge next to the campsite, they saw in their line of sight that the combat robots transformed from spherical objects were battling with the island's defense robots. The enemy's combat robots are ball-shaped, with the lower part divided into 3 segments, apparently 3 legs. The upper part of the spherical body has also transformed, with 4 weapon arms emitting laser beams. It seems to be a rather powerful firepower unit. And how about the island's defense force? They're interesting. Rock-like crabs, things that unmistakably look like gorillas, mechanical dogs, laser turrets sprouting out of the ground, and maids holding laser rifles. The gorilla rushed forward and smashed the enemy combat robot. Truly impressive, isn't it? The gorilla is indeed strong. But can Uncle Chris do something like this and escape the authorities' pursuit? Well, somehow he's doing it surprisingly well. Not using Einler at all, just aiding the phantom thief with rare metals, while carefully monitoring the acquisition channels for combat robots. Not using reactive shells might also be for this reason. Perhaps hearing Chuang's muttering, Irma made her guess. What's going on? If reactive shells are fired at the holiday planet, the Empire won't just stand idly by. A thorough investigation would likely catch their tail, wouldn't it? Therefore, they probably attacked at the limit of what they can control. Does the Empire really see reactive shells as so dangerous? Conversely, their management is too lax, isn't it? Previously, they supplied ship-launched torpedoes armed with reactive warheads to the neighboring country, Bellabellum Federal, and although it wasn't exactly smooth sailing, the supplies did make it through. Haven't mercenaries been closely watched? Shouldn't there be a small number? Now that he mentions it, wouldn't it be that not only reactive shells, but warships capable of attacking colonies and space stations themselves would be restricted? How exactly do such mercenaries exist and gain recognition in this universe? Chuang became slightly interested. Is Krishna okay? While talking with Irma, AR asked worriedly. That makes sense. Chuang was quite concerned. Yeah, I remotely activated the shield from the terminal a while ago, so it should be fine. Still, looking back now, I or Irma should have remained on the ship more often. That's hindsight bias. We never expected to breach the planetary defense system and initiate an attack here. To be unable to protect everyone is deeply regrettable. Mimi bent down, hid behind the hedge, and bowed deeply. It seems like this is the trouble we've brought. Are they asking us to compensate for the damage inflicted on their facilities? How unpleasant. Anyway, let's first provide covering fire, and everyone keep your heads down. He peeked out of the hedge, picked up the laser gun, and held his breath. Suddenly, time seemed to slow down drastically. In this slowly moving world, Chuang aimed the laser gun at the enemy combat robot battling the defense robots, and continuously fired the laser gun. Even in this slowly moving world, the laser travels at light speed and strikes its target. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots, 4 shots, 5 shots. After firing 5 shots, the weapon arm of the combat robot started turning toward them. Aiming at one of the gun muzzles among the weapon arms, he fired the laser gun twice in succession. The laser that came from the muzzle exploded inside the weapon arm, causing half of the arm to fly off. I see. The muzzle area is the weak point, huh? Chuang felt his breathing becoming increasingly difficult, hastily dodging back into the hedge and gasping for air. Hong-sama, I'm fine. After adjusting his breathing and slightly shifting his position, he leaned out from beside the hedge, held his breath again, and this time actively aimed at the enemy combat robot's weapon arms. If we can weaken the enemy's firepower, the defense forces will be able to destroy the enemy. Aiming at the gun muzzles of the weapon arms, he fired twice in succession, taking away the enemy robot's firepower. With the decrease in enemy firepower noticed, the defense robots began a fierce counterattack. The rock crab-shaped robot approached the enemy combat robot at a speed disproportionate to its size, flailing tough-looking scissors for punches and kicks. The gorilla-type robot performed a tackle, using its strong arms to slam the fallen enemy combat robot repeatedly. The mechanical hounds swarmed over the enemy combat robot, biting and causing explosions. Explosions? Are those suicide weapons? What a sound. Once the balance was broken, there was no stopping it. The enemy combat robot was quickly neutralized, ending the battle. The hounds are searching nearby. Please wait until safety is confirmed. The surviving hound-like robots dispersed. Are they hounds or skeletons? They're made up of only the minimal parts, without any biological covering. Just plain mechanical dogs. We must ensure they don't carry self-detonation devices. The rock crabs and gorilla robots seem to be their escorts. This rock crab, is it using rocks as armor instead? What a fascinating machine. The gorilla-type robot appears to have been hit by laser attacks. There are scorch marks all over its fur. Is it camouflaging itself as a gorilla in the forest normally? For what? Managing the forest? Then that rock crab? Pruning trees? This island is full of wonders. After a while, confirming safety, everyone boarded Krishna. The maids, rock crabs, and gorilla robots accompanied them. Chuang has a particular fondness for these rock crabs. No matter how you look at it, they're enormous enough to look up to. Chuang really wants to sit on one. Finally boarding Krishna safely. This is wonderful. Yes, I've let out a sigh of relief. I'm sorry for involving you in my affairs. You shouldn't worry too much. We aren't protecting you out of kindness. You're so dishonest. Irma told the truth, resulting in her receiving a severe glare. Glaring like that won't help anything. Saying such unlikable words just to maintain mercenary dignity completely exposes it. It's like a child pretending to be strong. It's adorable. What do we do next? Considering what to do, we didn't come to this planet specifically for the defensive platform and space pirates to attack each other, right? Nope. Until the disturbance settles, you should stay put on Krishna. In case of emergency, you can also evacuate from this planet. If meteors or material integration points along the equator bombard and pierce through the west gills themselves, what if the danger spreads? How is the actual battle situation? Chuang asked Mimi, who had boarded Krishna with them, and Mimi's response took Chuang by surprise. Yes, an independent unit of the Imperial Army specializing in combating space pirates has appeared and is currently cooperating with the planetary defense platform to wipe out the space pirates. It's unclear whether they'll eliminate them soon. The independent force against space pirates. Is that person? Is that kid chasing Hong? Should we say? That's pretty obsessive. Is it a stalker? Seeing their shuddering expressions, Chris tilted her head in confusion. Haha. Major, do you have a cold? No, my body should be perfectly healthy, but I suddenly sneezed, feeling unjustly criticized somewhere. I think you should undergo a physical examination later. Yeah, that's probably for the best. However, encountering such a situation right after assuming the post is a good opportunity. You go ahead and deal with it thoroughly. Chapter 119, A Dead Ode. The sun began to set, and the sky started to change from blue to purple. In the southern sky, many meteors began to appear. Wow, they're so beautiful. Probably fragments of spaceships scattered by space pirates in the universe. Although it's a beautiful sight, they are really dirty meteors. Gentlemen, could you be any more romantic? How can one even think of romance when those meteors likely belong to dirty uncles? I don't know if all space pirates are dirty uncles. Maybe there are aunts, older brothers, or older sisters too. Is that an issue? No matter what, just thinking about their origins as space pirates, Chuang couldn't purely enjoy the spectacle. The light showers cascading down certainly looked impressive. Anyway, setting aside the dirty meteor shower for now, let's explain their current situation. They had finally managed to evade the falling combat robots, fled into Krishna, erected a shield, and stayed hidden inside Krishna until the nearby area was deemed safe. The weapons output of the combat robots wasn't enough to saturate Krishna's shields, ensuring their safety. Afterward, security robots transported from the Equatorial Supply Base conducted searches on the island, driving away the hidden combat robots. Although temporary safety was secured, the possibility still existed that small assassination robots targeting Chris might still be lurking around, so they remained inside Krishna. The maids, including Ye, had disembarked. Given the circumstances, they might just fly away. The gorilla robots and rock crab robots returned to the forest. How he wished he could sit on a rock. But even idling was kind of dull, so everyone gathered in the cafeteria now, watching the surroundings through a holographic display. Just moments ago, underwater scenes from Miro's gills had been captured, resembling a documentary program. By the way, because it was dinner time, they were eating while watching the video. Today's menu featured long-awaited pizzas made with iron hooves. The variety of ingredients was surprisingly rich, among which Chuang's favorite was the one topped with teriyaki chicken and other ingredients. The sweet and spicy meat, along with the sauce, went perfectly with the pizza. The pairing with ginger soda was also sublime. So what do you plan to do? Should we make contact with Major Serena? Well, yeah, this seems like a secure option. They had taken refuge on this planet for over a week. Chances were that Chris's grandfather had already received the information. If that was the case, Chris's grandfather was likely taking actions to rescue Chris. At the same time, for Chris's uncle, this situation might have reached fever pitch. No, it could even be said that it was already too late, almost certain to lose everything. How would someone in such a situation act? If he confessed right here and now, abandoning the plan, Chris wouldn't fall into this predicament. If not, dying could possibly lead them all to risk their lives entirely for Chris's life. Since there is sufficient funding, wouldn't it be better for him to hire protection for himself? Hey, Air has become a mercenary-like character too? Of course, I grow stronger every day. Upon hearing the praise regarding his mercenary mindset towards Chuang proudly puffed out his chest. Air's breasts are good today as well. Is that chest armor growing daily too? Fascinating indeed. What is Major Serena like? Unfortunately, she's quite beautiful. A regrettable beauty. A drunkard. A drunkard. Yes, she is an Empire military major specializing in combating space pirates. She and Hong. Yes, they share many ties. Some may call it clingy. More like a stalker. Clingy stalker. Hey, are you alright? Chris showed an extremely uneasy expression. That was impossible. Oh, she should be the daughter of some Marquis. She is probably the daughter of Marquis Holes. Holes Marquis. A distinguished lineage known for producing high-ranking military officials and generals generation after generation, with almost no connection to my family. Is that so? Why does Chris seem troubled? Seeking help from the Imperial Army? Yeah, given the situation and to ensure personal safety. Has nothing to do with Chris and the Deleenwald Count's household, does it? It's merely Guang using his private connections. Chris needn't worry. Is that so? That's exactly it. Besides, being continually sabotaged by that major isn't my fault. Occasionally utilizing her capabilities could work fine. As Elma spoke, a sinister smile crossed her face. This means that if an attack occurs, she plans to shift the entire responsibility to Major Serena? However, this could potentially be a feasible strategy. By now, they have been run ragged by Major Serena. It was about time for payment, wasn't it? Alright, let's make contact with Major Serena. Before that, it might be better to contact Milo first. That sounds good. Al, connect the communication for us. Yes, sir. Al operated the tablet computer to establish communication. Yes, what is it? Our campsite has been damaged too. We don't have time for vacation. I'm looking for a useful clue and plan to start from this planet. What should we do about the procedures? Yes, there's still some remaining stay time, but once cancelled, the rest of the stay will be forfeited in the same way. Also, due to our negligence causing trouble for you, we find staying at the camp unsuitable. Hence, we'd like to offer you discount coupons for your next use. That's great. We had a wonderful time. See you next time? Yeah, the food here was delicious. After hearing Milo's explanation, Elma and Mimi showed pleased expressions. Chuang could relax drinking carbonated beverages, and the anticipation for their next stay grew. By the way, how does one go about purchasing maids? What? Are you planning on leaving Ye behind? Ear looked intently at Chuang, who couldn't answer Milo properly. Cut it out. Stop looking at Chuang like that. Isn't it quite good? If there were names matching the original specifications, then even if an incident like this happens again, there would be much more peace of mind. Elma seemed to also actively support the purchase of Mimi. Right. Why does your expression look so complicated? There are various types of men. Imagine this. In front of very close women, exposing one's hobbies hidden inside a life-size doll. Moreover, this life-size doll moves, speaks, and expresses loyalty toward its creator, Chuang. Don't you think it's an incredibly embarrassing game? No, Chuang knew. Isn't it time for all sorts of openness? Chuang himself isn't unaware of these thoughts either. However, from head to toe, Mimi's appearance was supervised and designed by Chuang. Isn't feeling ashamed entirely reasonable? After receiving both of their names, it was fortunate enough. Right. Indeed. Ye, your presence helped me a lot. I'll pay the money immediately, but what shall I do? Fine. Thank you for the purchase. Please take Mimi with you directly. Necessary information will be pre-notified to Orient Company, Limited, and when convenient, you may consult a retail store of Orient Company. Limited data during the trial operation period will remain as is. I understand. Since my calculations won't be available, the performance may decline before the upgrade. Please keep this in mind. Is that so? We'd better upgrade soon. And just like that, Mimi boarded my ship. The process was extremely simple. Just a wire transfer would suffice. In the future, we'll continue to serve everyone. Please treat us kindly. Mimi walked into Krishna, gracefully bowing deeply. Count on it. We leave it in your hands, Miss Ye. We rely on you completely. Yes. Ye raised her head and approached Chuang. Please use me henceforth, master. Oh. The black pupils revealed within the red frame mesmerized Chuang, who managed to nod only with difficulty. Damn. Major, did you catch a cold? Strange, no abnormalities were detected during the physical exam at Wake Up. Unidentified aircraft coming up from the west side. An unidentified aircraft? Yes, checking the aircraft model. Report, the ownership of the unidentified aircraft has been identified. It belongs to a gold-ranked mercenary guild member, Captain Guang's Krishna. Krishna made a call to the independent fleet led by Major Serena. Soon after, a familiar figure appeared on the cockpit display. Long time no see, Captain Guang. Long time no see, Major Serena. You look well, which is excellent news. Active. Aren't you getting a bit slow since your vacation? Even though Major Serena smiled, there seemed to be a trace of darkness beneath her smile. This was undoubtedly jealousy towards them enjoying their vacation time. Gun, how's work going for Major Serena? Speaking of which, the resort on Shisai is really nice. The food was delicious, and the sea beautiful. Is that so? That's wonderful. Under Chu Ang's provocation, the ominous aura seeping through Major Serena's smile became increasingly dense. Oh, how terrifying. Ha ha ha. Right, Mr. Major. What is it, Captain Guang? You owe Major Serena some money, don't you? Chu Ang's words made Major Serena's smile twitch. Ha ha ha. That expression of yours is priceless. Chapter 120, Negotiation. They landed in the hangar of the flagship Lystalias of the Zoku Independent Fleet, and, after disembarking from Krishna, soldiers led them toward the captain's quarters. For Ermi and Alima, this was a place Chuang had visited several times while he was stationed in the Arini star system. For Chuang, it was somewhere he often frequented, so there was no need for a guide. Nevertheless, leading them around was an important task for the soldier assigned as a guide. Let him do his job quietly. On the other hand, for Chris, who was entering an Imperial Navy warship for the first time, the experience seemed very rare to him. He looked around excitedly with gleaming eyes. The interior of the warship was mostly metallic walls and floors. Falling would hurt, or you could easily get injured by mistake. So, to prevent Chris from falling, Ermi held his hand. What a refreshing sight. Incidentally, Mimi stayed home on Krishna. Although no one on board Lystalias would do anything to Krishna, it was still better to be cautious. Captain, I've brought the commander and his group here. Tough duty. Please return to your post. When they arrived at the door of the captain's cabin, the soldier shouted through the door, and Lieutenant Serena's voice came through over the amplifier. My apologies. After the soldier escorted them here and saluted behind the door to Lieutenant Serena, he left. Truly impressive, not bad at all for a soldier. Very organized. Just as Chuang was thinking this, the door to the captain's room opened automatically. Please come in. Upon hearing Lieutenant Serena's voice inside, everyone obediently entered the captain's room. Surprisingly, the captain's quarters were quite tidy. There was a desk for work, a set of visitor seating areas, and cabinets against the walls that housed medals, shields, and a few swords. Those swords looked really cool. Chuang wanted one too, even though it would be useless. Thank you for accepting our mercenary request. Don't say that. I'm getting goosebumps. Is that so? Then I'll act like normal. I'm alright. So what is this about? If you're just showing off about your holiday adventures, we might mistakenly end up slashing each other. Sounds terrible. Oh, a story of coincidence and honesty. This time, West Gill air pirates attacked us. Don't you think it's strange? Lieutenant Serena squinted her red eyes upon hearing Chuang's words. It seemed like Chuang's words carried some thoughts within them. The scale of the attack goes without saying, and installing sublight speed engines on asteroids for bombarding meteors isn't something easily achieved. There should be someone behind it. Moreover, I have leads on this person. That's quite intriguing. Please tell me, what is your goal? What? I merely wish to cooperate for a short period, around a week or two. If possible, I'd also like access to supplies via the Empire. Is your goal to use our fleet as a shield? Talking about shields makes it sound distasteful. I merely hope that you will become a companion in fighting evil during this limited period. So reasonable. Then what? What is going on? With hidden meaning, Lieutenant Serena urged Chuang to explain the situation. In that case, where should he start? Should I say everything from the beginning? Isn't it better this way? Yes, but perhaps we should start with Chris. All three sets of eyes turned toward Chris. Lieutenant Serena's gaze also seemed to land on Chris, making Chris feel slightly uneasy. Perhaps it's better to start from the beginning. Firstly, right after I arrived in this star system, I was surrounded by pirates, but I counterattacked after they disabled my sublight drive. It seems like you're always prone to trouble. Then what happened? We found a cryogenic chamber among those pirate wrecks, and the person inside was Chris. His real name is Christina Dalienvard, the legitimate daughter of the Dalienvard Count family and the granddaughter of the current Count Dalienvard. Dalienvard Count's family. I heard that the heirs were killed in a pirate attack months ago. So if anyone survived, wait, is it really like that? It appears to be an air battle disguised as a pirate raid. Once it was revealed that Chris was still alive, the air conflict reignited again. This time, the space pirate attack targeted Chris's uncle. What was his name? Balthazar Dalienvard, Mr. Hong. Ermi quietly informed Chuang of Chris' uncle's name. Oh right, there's a high likelihood that Uncle Balthazar orchestrated it. Actually, combat robots precisely dropped onto the island where we were staying. Can I elaborate further? Everyone felt it was more comfortable to talk while sitting, so they all sat in the reception area and explained the details of the incident and the attack. Mimi had obtained data from Moreau regarding the combat robots. Through Alima's tablet terminal, Lieutenant Serena handed over all relevant data about the battle robots and the possible dropships involved, including military-grade invisible dropships. I've skimmed through it briefly. There are some pieces of outdated information. Lieutenant Serena frowned after checking the data. Is it an invisible bomb? Yes, it's something that shouldn't be accessible outside of the military. What method was used to obtain it? Although the performance of the combat robots was pretty good, as long as it was a family of counts, being able to acquire them wasn't surprising. If it were high-performance military aircraft, they wouldn't have escaped unscathed. We, or rather the Imperial Army, know this is not a situation we can ignore. In other words, it seems Balthazar is planning some final obstacles, hence wanting my fleet for cover. To sum it up, that's what's happening. You're quite candid in your confession. I don't like beating around the bush. I'm an honest person, and if it does happen, it won't be bad for you, right? Alright, that will be expensive then. I'm just borrowing and repaying your money, so there's no value in it, right? Bullshit. Lieutenant Serena looked displeased, trembling like a newborn fawn. Haha, that feels good. On the flip side, doing our daily business will reduce the debt significantly. Isn't that cheap enough? That's true. Really. So, Captain Hong, how about hiring you to guard the civilian supply unit? That won't do. Can you tell me the specifics? TCH. Hey, This woman made a clicking sound. We are closely working with the supply ships of Duke and Marquis families. 2 privately owned ships will transport supplies, and I'll be guarding these 2 ships. Wait a minute. Aren't those Hull's Marquis family's transport ships traveling with the independent fleet? Wouldn't they be perfect prey for space pirates? Hehe, that sounds too rude. For unknown reasons, they often get attacked by space pirates, and we just happen to save them. But isn't taking out your enemies the best solution? Apparently stirred by resentment, Lieutenant Serena's face filled with animosity as she began provoking him. Indeed, if their goal is to wipe out the space pirate threat altogether, this could be an effective means, much safer than dealing with it alone. Just buying a bit more time would bring the independent fleet to the rescue. Alright, let's go ahead. So what about payment? The standard daily fee for gold-class mercenaries is 80,000 enels. Isn't that cheap? If we defeat bonus reward space pirates, there will be additional bonuses. Chuang glanced at Alima. Considering our positions, wouldn't it be better to receive payment? Well, I see. It depends on the details then. I understand. I'll prepare formal documents and send them through the Mercenary Guild. Please remain on standby on the ship. Got it. By the way, would it be possible for us to protect Miss Christina? At this, Lieutenant Serena turned her gaze toward Chris. Chuang also looked at him, but Chris shook his head. Apparently, he preferred staying on Christina. Yeah, thanks for your concern. Is that so? However, a ship full of soldiers might not be the most suitable environment for a young lady. Lieutenant Serena nodded in agreement. No, doesn't that apply to Lieutenant Serena herself, who's also a woman? Chuang tilted his head looking at her. I'm a well-trained noblewoman and also a soldier. I carry a sword. With that, Lieutenant Serena grinned fearlessly. So what? Is she going to block lasers like someone guided by the Force, reflect them, and use telekinesis? What an enigmatic reason. In that case, I'll take my leave. Yes, we'll send a soldier to escort you now. We wouldn't want you to wander into restricted areas by mistake. As she spoke, Lieutenant Serena started operating a small communicator to contact somewhere. At the time, Chuang was wondering what would happen next, but compared to them being left alone here, the risks had decreased slightly. Well, relationships should be maintained, right? Chapter 121, Curiosity. The day after agreeing with Major Serena. Although it was a guard mission, the content was quite relaxed. Drifting within the range of a star system where using the faster-than-light, FTL, drive wouldn't raise suspicion, or just rotating through trade stations and resource extraction stations in an adjacent galaxy in sequence. However, since there was no telling when they might be attacked by pirates, they couldn't let their guard down too much either. Uncle Chris's subordinates could also potentially attack them. Though they were supposed to be on full alert 24/7, it was exhausting. So now Chuang took turns sitting in the cockpit controlling the machine, making decisions for guarding the Pelican escort. Now, Chuang was alone in the cockpit keeping watch, while the other 3 were on standby in the cafeteria. Master, I've brought you some drinks. Ah, thank you. In the gravity circle, a high-tech fixed beverage rack, May, the maid preparing beverages for Chuang, walked into the cockpit. Chuang accepted the drink and fixed the glass within arm's reach. Sorry, if it's not inconvenient. I'd like to upgrade my name as soon as possible. Yes. No, don't mind me. Most importantly, the safety of the masters comes first. Besides, as long as we're not engaging in battle or complex calculations, this body can still perform adequately. Is that so? You did mention before that the performance is a bit lacking, but I didn't know what the difference was. Yes. If it's about daily service, there's no issue with the current setup. As she spoke, Yabai stood and looked at me, her face expressionless as per her programming. The emotional value was lowered to the minimum, purely out of Chuang's self-interest or curiosity, because Chuang is rare as a robotic daughter and doesn't want to do anything that would extinguish her individuality. So, what does Chuang, as the main character, think? A little hesitant to ask. Well, if there's anything you'd like to change during the upgrade, let me know. We have budget left over, so we can buy a few more Mimi units if you want. Don't hesitate. Yes, Master. I have no complaints about the settings you've created for me, but I appreciate your consideration. If there's anything that needs adjustment, please allow me to discuss it with you. Alright, let's do that. While carrying on this conversation, the guard duty continued. However, even though it's called guard duty, it's nothing more than syncing with the transport ship and flying at superluminal speed. There's really nothing special to do. All one has to do is pay attention to the reaction of the compound sensors so that they remain functional even when using the superluminal drive to avoid unexpected collisions. This composite sensor can detect gravitational vibrations produced by other spaceships and asteroids, subspace vibrations generated when using superluminal or hyperspace drives, and trails created during movement in subspace, visualizing them all. It seems to be an alternative device. Air tried his best to explain everything to Chuang, but Chuang understood less than a quarter of it. Anyway, when using the superluminal or hyperspace drive, it works like radar, a very powerful sensor. Even though it's FTL navigation using the superluminal drive, the speed varies depending on the ship. To put it simply, large ships have FTL speeds that are only 2 or 3 times faster than high-speed travel. On the contrary, small high-speed yachts can go more than 10 times faster, and fast ships can reach speeds 20 times higher than high-speed yachts. Would such speed cause the Tsurugi effect? Although Chuang still can't understand it. All superluminal drives dip 1 foot into a different time-flowing subspace or escape the bonds of relativity by navigating entirely within subspace. Excuse me, Chuang has no grasp whatsoever of those advanced physics. Chuang's brain isn't yet sufficient to fully comprehend FTL technology. Perhaps it could simply be said that Chuang is uninterested. As long as it works, it's fine. Even in the original world, Understanding the construction of computers and mobile phones wasn't a problem at all. But nothing happened yesterday or today, right? Yes, that's correct. It seems the space pirates had to drastically reduce their numbers to reorganize. It looks like they lost more than 100 ships suddenly. It seemed to be an unexpected encounter-like situation. Since they couldn't fully encircle the area, a few pirate ships managed to escape. Still, they rushed over upon receiving urgent communication about the attack, so it couldn't be helped. By the way, nowadays, in situations where air pirates seem idle all day, forming a surround and destroy formation within 2 minutes and up to 3 minutes appears to be standard procedure. If they think it's a delicious prey guarded by only one ship and decide to attack, they will end up surrounded and destroyed by military battleships. It's a nightmare-like trap. Whoever told this cruel trap to Major Serena must be a twisted and insidious person. Of course, it was Chuang. Does the master have any connection with the Imperial Army? Yes, come to think of it, it can be called a strange connection. Moreover, this ship. Even Krishna hasn't seen it. There's something about this ship. I would like to learn about the master's situation. Yes. To what extent should I talk? Chuang cannot plainly explain Krishna's origin, and saying when he was thrown into this world together with Krishna would only make people doubt his sanity. Moreover, revealing everything about Chuang would raise many concerns. Chuang feels that telling his story to a highly curious mechanical intelligence is far too dangerous. Sir, although my information security isn't perfect yet, it's already very high. I swear, the information in my memory belongs solely to me. Of course, occasionally, I might exchange information through idle chat, but I will never disclose the master's secrets to anyone or anything. As Mimi spoke, she looked at me with resolute determination. To be honest, I'm a person who is hard to call ordinary. There are many things about myself that I don't fully understand either, and I'm worried that if I tell Mimi everything, it might convey my peculiarities to the mechanical intelligences. Yes, I can understand. But my very existence is to dedicate everything for you. All I am is for my master. What must you do to trust me? That's true. Proving that Mimi won't betray me is very difficult. Chuang couldn't possibly monitor Mimi's data sending and receiving all the time. Even if Mimi made all her communication records public, it would still be impossible for me to check them one by one continuously. If the communication records themselves were Yabi's self-reports, then doubting their authenticity would make it impossible to prove Yabi's innocence. If I didn't trust Yabi, we wouldn't have started. Starting to doubt makes it endless. The next words I say must be kept confidential. Yes, thank you. I will absolutely not divulge them. I hope so. Yabi nodded seriously. Yabi is generally serious, as Chuang told her the story of waking up in this world. When Chuang came to his senses, he found himself inside the cockpit of Krishna, whose power had almost faded. The origins of Chuang's understanding of himself, his encounter with Major Serena, when she was still a captain, the uncanny alignment between this world and Stella Online, meeting Alma, registering as a mercenary, encountering Hermie, and the battles within the star systems. In your understanding, this world is the world in the game, where you play in the real world, right? From my perspective, it is. But there is also much information missing from my knowledge of the game. For example, according to what I know, there are no interstellar empires called the Glacan Empire or Belabellum Federation in the game, and judging by the galactic map, there are no familiar star system names either. Still, among the spaceships, equipment, and other commodities in circulation, many of the names match what I've seen in the game. I see. It's such a strange state, isn't it? By the way, sir, do you know about the simulation hypothesis? The simulation hypothesis? I haven't heard of it. Your assumption is that, whether it be me, your spouse, all natural phenomena, or everything else, they are all computer simulations done through astonishing technology. This hypothesis is terrifying. Ultimately, some might think that since everything in this world is simulated, one can do whatever they want. The value of life would vanish. Indeed. From your point of view, doesn't this theory make sense? Because for some reason, you ended up in a world that resembles a game. It's not untrue that I once felt as though I were in such a scenario. However, during interactions with Al and Alma, this world doesn't feel simulated at all. Speaking of which, the technological level of the world I originally lived in is far inferior to this world's. Rather, the Earth where I live seems to be completely simulated somewhere in this world. It's not that I entered the game world, but rather that I ran out of a simulated world. However, exactly what happened, none of us know. Rather, just as I initially claimed to Alma and others, assuming that due to an accident or some other reason, the probability of my existence in a parallel world or parallel universe rolling into this world is astronomically slim, but I find it more reasonable. Even so, there is a large gap between Chuang's self-awareness and reality. In short, it's bewildering. To be honest, about this matter, I think even pondering over it is futile. Perhaps I am not from this world. Please investigate. Saying this everywhere might lead to answers, but doing so might invite disdainful glares or curious stares. To be honest, I believe it's better not to talk too much about my origins. There's no inconvenience right now. It's great to have a convenient organization like the Mercenary Guild, or to have Krishna and me together. Without Krishna, Chuang might have ended up in a worse situation than Al. I see. Yes, I also feel that since your husband thinks this way, it's not impossible. Perhaps this is a question we will face sooner or later, but at least for now, it doesn't matter, roughly speaking. There's no particular reason to return to the original world. Although I'm curious about how Chuang was treated in the original world, since there's no way back, being concerned is useless. If one had lovers and family, they would certainly find a way to return, but Chuang has no such people. Is this fortunate or unfortunate? Rather, the desire to stay here is stronger. Al and Hermie are here. That's where the story ends, right? Is there anything else? So, then Chuang collected information by answering Yabi's questions.